Fi was scared and looked at that light explosion. Her eyes were extremely frightened. Fi tried to scream so that the person closest to her could hear and come to save Fi, but it was too late. When you set foot on this hallway. Fi's eyebrows furrowed. The explosion had begun. Its color immediately haunted Fi's body. The glass shards in front of Fi were strongly affected and shattered into pieces and flew back. Fi sighed. The sound of machinery continuously resounds with each beat. The sound runs for a while, then whirs and then continues to run like that in a fixed cycle. The whirring sound of medical machines is transmitted throughout the room, a completely sealed, soundproof hospital room, but there was no response from anyone. Fi lies motionless on the hospital bed. Next to the hospital bed is a man sitting silently, quietly looking at Fi on the hospital bed but never opening his mouth to say anything. The room now only has a quiet space, quiet. A long time later, he touched Fi's cheek lying on the hospital bed. Fi had a slightly frowned expression. He slowly talked to Fi. This girl always likes to disobey. Brother, it's okay now. Bullying me doesn't have any reaction. It doesn't make any sense. The man's face is shown in close-up, but in general his expression is somewhat cold and without much compassion for the sick Fi. He slowly talks to Fi. In fact, he has always hidden it from me. Fi is not the only one who awakens to our family's supernatural powers. He continued, your brother is also a power user. As he finished speaking, streams of blue light continuously appeared moving in the air as if he was using his own power on Fi. That ball was completely separated from Fi's body. It announced, separating the power. The information of the power being injected from Fi's body appeared. D-level power. Name, Spirit Shock. Introduction. Will cause some Spirit Shock waves attack. Attack the enemy. Evaluate. Although still a bit weak, this is the sister's ability, especially meaningful. He held the ball closer in front of his face and gave an overall assessment. D-level ability, right? If the ability was a little stronger, Fi wouldn't be so bad that even Lee Qinduang's mistake would be the same. Couldn't stop it. He seemed to be implying that Fi was so weak that she couldn't stop that explosion from a man named Lee Qinduang. Fi's brother's eyes sank down, looking heavily at the ball. Fi's brother said in a heartbroken and unwilling way, but, was this really a mistake? How far away was Fi at that time? Fi's older brother fell into the sea of thoughts and doubts that were continuously generated in his mind at that time. From the door of Fi's hospital room, a middle-aged man's voice shouted loudly, he was really killing people. Fi's brother heard but said nothing. Another uncle replied, but he also saved a lot of people. It's okay. Please hold back your sadness. Miss Duang is in that convenience store again. The scene changes to outside the hospital room. A couple is extremely angry. The husband is holding a stack of documents in his hand. His posture looks very aggressive and he tells them, we don't want to hurt anyone. This drama happened, but the heroes were not gods. They tried their best to fight against strange beasts and criminals with supernatural powers, and sometimes they fell. The man was holding a stack of documents in his hand and shouted loudly at the guy in the black suit, I absolutely will not sign these nonsense documents. Take your dirty money and get the hell out of here. The man was arrested, cursed until his face turned blue. The man in a suit looked at the couple confusedly. His face was sweating but his mouth couldn't say anything to convince the agitated couple to sign the document. The man in the suit stood there looking at them in confusion, extremely helpless. Suddenly, someone's slender arm was picking up the document that Fi's father had thrown to the ground earlier. Fi's father saw Fi's older brother sitting on the ground picking up the pile of documents he had just thrown and couldn't believe that his son would do that to his younger sister. What are you doing? Do you want to use Fi's life in exchange for money? Fi's brother turned his head with a determined look, put his hand on Fi's father's shoulder and calmly said, Dad, Fi is now a vegetable. We need a lot of money to maintain the machine. Fi's father, hearing that, bowed his head thoughtfully. Fi's father was so scared of Fi's brother, he opened his eyes wide to look. His mouth could not be closed, his eyebrows raised in confusion at his son's decision. His body trembled, burst out in horror. Fi's parents could only step back. Fi's older brother continued to talk civilly with the man in the suit. Fi's older brother had a cold face and said, but I hope there can be one more condition. The man in the suit was confused by Fi's brother's words. But the man also asked to make sure what Fi's brother was saying. Just try saying it. The man in the suit's face melted. He was sweating and raised his head to look at Fi's brother. Fi's brother frankly stated his request. I hope the person who caused the incident, the so-called deceased hero, can apologize in front of my whole family. The man in the suit responded shyly, Brother Fi, about this, can I apologize for him? He doesn't seem to want this to alarm that hero. The middle-aged man in a suit continued, "Oh yes, Kun Luan Brokerage Company will also issue an official apology." Fai-Fai's brother lowered his face and said in a low voice, "I hope he personally could come here once." He continued to ask the hero to come forward. The middle-aged man in a suit found it impossible to change. "This matter is really sorry, you know. The itinerary of an A-class hero cannot be arranged by himself. The hero Bang Ha himself also really wanted to come. I'm sorry, but he was in a hurry to fight and couldn't come on his own. We agreed to compensate another 100,000 lam tin money." Fai-Fai's brother laughed full of contempt for that hero. Ha! Fai-Fai's brother seemed to have other thoughts. Fai-Fai's brother turned around, held out the document to the man in the suit. The man in the suit happily accepted it. Okay. Thank you very much for understanding." A cunning smiley face appeared. The place where Fai-Fai is hospitalized is very modern. The lights are on continuously. Inside the hospital gate there is a car park. Around the hospital you can see trees and bushes. At night the neon lights of the hospital are visible. The hospital cross glows redder than ever. The guy wearing a suit just walked out of the hospital gate and was walking down the street, holding an office bag in one hand. The other hand was holding the phone to his ear. He said, "Hello, it's me, everything's done. Just had to spend another 100,000 lam tin money." His face was smiling and talking happily. The scene changes to a dark guy stepping back, smiling and saying to the guy in a suit, "It's only 10,000, but this time it's not a bad job, Lawyer Vuong. I'll ask my assistant to switch over later." It's the person who caused the incident. The explosion caused Fai-Fai to fall into a state of half-life and half-consciousness. Lawyer Vuong became happier when he heard that hero speak. Lawyer Vuong took the phone away from his ear and said, "Hero is really too strong. I also want to awaken some special ability." Well, Lawyer Vuong is walking in the hustle and bustle of people at night. Return to Fai-Fai's hospital room, look at Fai-Fai and confide in her. "Fai-Fai, you won't blame me for signing the contract. You also understand our family's situation, right? But, rest assured, I will investigate clearly the truth of this matter. I also do not believe it is a mistake." Fai-Fai's brother sat down and said quietly, "There are some fake superpowers who really don't deserve to be called heroes. I will correct all of this with a determined and cold voice. Fai is planning a mission to purge those with fake abilities who are not worthy of the title of hero." The hero hunting journey begins. A person introduced himself. "My name is Duong Hai. I am an intern reporter. The person injured by the deceased hero was my sister Duong Fai. To facilitate future plans, I moved out, live." The scene moves down to Duong Hai, holding a suitcase in his hand. He walks on the busy street. He has black hair, wears a pair of rectangular glasses. His face is a bit delicate. The beauty of a person, experienced, Duong Hai completely stands out because of his difference from others. After walking for a while, Duong Hai finally arrived at Min Nguyat Sa residential area. This place is a large building that accommodates many households at the same time but is very clean and tidy. When Duong Hai entered his room, he gently closed the door and went inside. As soon as he entered, he saw two girls, one standing and the other sitting on the couch. The three of them silently looked at each other for a long time, a little embarrassed. Then the girl with short, curly blonde hair introduced herself. "Hello, my name is Din Lam, and this is Tu I. There is another roommate who hasn't come home yet." When I heard my name, Tu I was behind me, smiling and waving at Duong Hai said, "Hello." Din Lam looked at Duong Hai and asked, "What is your name?" Duong Hai saw Tu Lam asking like that. With a bored expression without any happiness he replied, "Duong Hai." The short answer was only used to answer the question asked. Tu Lam still happily smiled and continued, "It's rare to have a new roommate today. Let's organize a small party to welcome the new person." Tu I heard Din Lam's opinion. She raised her eyes and looked at one hand on the chair and said, "Third years like me are about to have a test. I have to go to the library. Everyone just eat." Duong Hai stood silently listening from beginning to end, but then he bluntly pulled his suitcase towards his room. He didn't bother to turn around but just walked away and said, "No, I just moved in so I'm a bit tired. I just want to let's rest a bit." Din Lam and Tu I saw Duong Hai refusing so bluntly and were a bit speechless and didn't say anything more. As soon as he entered the room, he immediately fell back onto his bed exhausted. The brand new room had only a bed and a wardrobe, nothing more and nothing less. Then Duong Hai reached out and picked up his cell phone. He was quite surprised and exclaimed, "The video of a hero with a special ability fighting a strange beast was so famous." Duong Hai felt a little happier. After thinking about it, he rolled his eyes and said, "There are so many videos explaining about superpowers." After saying that, Duong Hai fell into silence, looking intently at the pictures and videos on his phone. The phone continued to broadcast. In the video, it was said that at some point, Hong Kong suddenly appeared, and strange beasts landed on the blue planet through Hong Kong. Then a dragon-headed monster appeared, but its body was somewhat human-like. Its entire body was emerald green, and its eyes were as red as blood. It raised its fist and punched the glacier hero. The hero dodged, but it cannot be denied that its punching power was extremely terrifying. The announcer continued, the planet could only rely on the professional ability person to prevent the invasion of strange beasts. And these fake abilities are called heroes. The video on the phone shows the scene of the glacier hero defeating the monster while the people cheered. Then a strange book appeared, decorated with quite eye-catching patterns. The narrator said, in order to prevent superpowers from being used haphazardly, the Supernatural Powers Bill stipulates that only fake superpowers can get a certificate. New professional heroes can use special abilities. Duan Hai watched until here. He calmly said, this is the video of that hero's fight when Fai Fai was injured. When saying this, Duan Hai's voice was a bit sad. After saying that, he lay down again, sighed, then he whispered, for the time being he did not discover any doubts. Tomorrow he will study more carefully. At this moment, looking at the phone in his hand, Duan Hai looked and said, it's already 2:30 in the morning. He shouted, it's boring. It's already 2:30. Go wash your face. You have to go tomorrow. Do it again. Having said that, Duan Hai wrapped a washcloth over his shoulder, holding a glass in his hand, with a toothbrush and toothpaste inside. He went out and slammed the door shut. Then he was startled slightly by the sudden appearance in the middle of the night. Looking closely, there was a girl who seemed to be having some problems. Duan Hai thought, is this the last roommate? Later, Lam Nai Tuat suddenly opened one eye. Her face was red from being drunk. She couldn't walk unsteadily, so she had to use one hand to support herself, feeling like she was panting from fatigue. Seeing Lam Nai Tuat open her eyes, Duan Hai still showed an expressionless face and said hello, then stopped. Not long after Duan Hai finished speaking, Lam Nai Tuat immediately looked at the empty bathroom and shouted, if you don't mind, let me use the bathroom first. Then she walked slowly step by step inside to grab a hand, covering his mouth. Duan Hai stood there without reacting but just stood and watched to see what she was doing. As soon as she entered the toilet, Lam Nai Tuat immediately sat down, bowed her head and vomited continuously. Seeing the situation, Duan Hai's expression became even more unsightly. After a while of vomiting, she also stopped. Immediately, Lam Nai Tuat sat down, one hand leaning on the edge of the toilet and fell asleep without anyone noticing. Duan Hai saw her vomit and then fell down like that. He was a little worried and walked forward, gently shaking Lam Nai Tuat's shoulder and asking, "Are you okay?" Then he wondered if he should help her or not. Duan Hai silently looked at her for a long time to think, then he decided to leave. After all, both men and women were separated. After thinking about it, Duan Hai went to Din Lam's room and knocked on the door and said, Din, I'm sorry." Hearing the knock and cry, Din Lam slowly opened the door with a sleepy face. She yawned and asked, "Tu Duan, it's so late and you still haven't slept yet." Seeing that, Duan Hai just pointed at Lam Nai Tuat and said, "I'm so embarrassed, I'm sorry, there's another roommate who fell drunk in the bathroom. How about you help her a little? After all, she's a girl, it's not very convenient for young people like me." After listening to Duan Hai, Din Lam drowsily replied, "I think you can just ignore her. Anyway, it's not the first time. It's not early anymore. I have to go to work tomorrow. Tu Duan, you also sleep. Let's go soon." As soon as he finished speaking, Din Lam immediately slammed the door, leaving Duan Hai still standing there. He spoke helplessly. It seemed like he could only do it himself. Then Duan Hai bent down and called out to Lam Nai Tuat, Hey, can you stand up?" But in response he just said Lam Nai Tuat was sleeping soundly and sitting still without moving. Seeing that, Duan Hai sighed and said, "Then you are guilty." After that, he immediately picked up Lam Nai Tuat, carried her slowly towards the living room. Then suddenly, the system made a sound, a ding, a notification appeared, measuring the super brain ability. Duan Hai looked at the system with some surprise and couldn't help but exclaim in panic, "This girl is actually a fake ability." The system once again announced that the F-level ability, named Super Frequency Brain, introduced, can cause the brain to reach a super psychic state in a short period of time, enhancing the brain's computing ability. Evaluation: the potential is extremely positive, but the owner is not aware of his ability. After reading those things, Duan Hai gently placed Lam Nai Tuat on the couch, thoughtfully took off his jacket and covered her, then said, "I'm afraid this girl just feels that sometimes she's a bit smart. If she studies well, she will definitely become a top student." Then Duong Hai raised his hand above Lam Nai Tuit's head. Something red flew up from Lam Nai Tuit, spinning around to form a circle under Duong Hai's hand. He said, I took your power. I will definitely compensate you in the future. The notification appeared again. It said, it had completed separating the super frequency brain, and then it stamped the completion of the mission. Seeing this, Duong Hai curled his lips and smiled softly, wondering what the effect would be if this super brain super frequency ability combined with Phi Phi's shock force spirit would be effective. Duong Hai walked into the room. The system appeared and asked him, the super god brain and the spirit shock are both mental system abilities. Do you want to combine them? He fell into deep contemplation, focusing on controlling his ability. On his hand accumulated 2 energy balls, one green and one red, looking down at the 2 balls in his hand as if he was wondering whether to combine them or not. Having made his choice, Duong Hai spoke loudly and merged. Immediately, the 2 balls of energy rose up and wrapped around each other, mixing evenly the 2 red and blue lights that lasted the whole time. The 2 spheres each carry a separate source of energy. The power clearly radiates outward, then blends together to form a different energy. Once the fusion process has been completed, the 2 spheres of energy now mixed, forming an orange mass of energy. Duong Hai placed it in his hand and looked at it. He had always maintained the most calm and contemplative attitude, always silent. The system appeared to confirm that the combination of his 2 abilities had been successful, completing the fusion of his abilities. New Energy Analysis System Notification, D+ level abilities, name Super Brain, Introduction, main dynamic stimulation into shock significantly improves the brain's ability to calculate and reason. Evaluation, this is a double-edged sword that must be used carefully. After seeing the uses of the new energy, Duong Hai smiled faintly. His glasses flashed as if he had a very good idea. He told himself, if we use it to deduce the video of Phi Phi being injury, perhaps new clues will be discovered. The light shines into the rooms with still closed curtains in the towering buildings. The scene before them is peaceful and quiet. Duong Hai was sleeping neatly on the bed with a blanket covered. The room was quiet. The light was shining outside the window but not enough to wake him up. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Knock knock knock, breaking the quiet space, this silence. He hesitantly walked out to open the door, one hand on his still sleepy mouth, his eyes still not open clearly, and asked the person in front of him, someone. When he regained consciousness and woke up from his drunken stupor, Duong Hai opened his eyes to look at the person in front of him. His face was mixed with a bit of surprise, but it wasn't too obvious. He quickly regained his calm expression. Which day? In front of his eyes was the girl and his roommate who was drunk last night. She was wearing a blue dress that hugged her body, making her beauty even more beautiful. In her hand she was holding his jacket. Last night he had put it on her body. Seeing him look at her, she smiled softly and said, "Thank you very much for the jacket I gave you last night. My name is Lam Nai Tuit." Duong Hai recognized it as her, thinking in his heart, it turned out to be the girl who was drunk last night. Then she looked so innocent. He smiled politely and reached out to receive his jacket, which was returned by Lam Nai Tuit. Then he replied, "It's nothing, it's just a small matter. My name is Duong Hai." When he received the shirt, he looked up at Lam Nai Tuit and suddenly remembered, yes, last night he had removed the power from her body, even though she didn't know that she had the power. He asked, is your body still okay? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Lam Nai Tuit smiled friendly and replied, "It's okay, I'm used to it, you don't need to worry about me." Duong Hai answered her, "That's good." The story was interrupted when there was the sound of the door opening. In came Pham Bang. As soon as he entered, he raised his voice without paying attention to anyone around. "Lao Duong, are you here now?" Duong Hai was surprised by this sudden appearance. He didn't have time to react but stood looking at his friend. After a while, seeing the quiet space, Pham Bang was startled to see why there was a beautiful and seductive girl in his friend's room. He couldn't help but gasp in surprise as if a thunderbolt had struck the sky, horizontal. Pham Bang said loudly, "Lao Duong, you dare to date behind my back," pointing at the image of men and women in front of him, not calm enough to control his voice. Duong Hai also quickly explained. He couldn't hide the embarrassment behind his friend's words. "Don't say nonsense, her name is Lam Nai Tuit, just a roommate." Duong Hai's face was slightly sweating. Pham Bang heard what Duong Hai said and more or less understood that he was thinking wrong. His hand still pointed, his voice was stiff and he replied, this," said so, but Pham Bang still did not accept it. He thought in his head, "It seems I already have a lot of money, renting this entire house is not very good." Having said that, he felt a bit lost in front of pretty girls. Pham Bang cleared his throat, ahem, and took the opportunity to smooth his hair into a neat and orderly manner, looking dignified and somewhat self-indulgent. Pham Bang turned his attention to Lam Nai Tuit, smiled and said, "Hello Miss Lam, my name is Pham Bang. I am a close friend and colleague of Mr. Duong." Lam Nai Tuat turned around and smiled politely, held out his hand to respond to Phom Bang's handshake, replied, "Hello, call me Nai Tuat, it's okay to touch a beauty." He felt a bit embarrassed and said with a smile, "Hello, hello." Having said that, Phom Bang pointed a finger at himself and said, "Nai Tuat, I am a superpower. My superpower is that I can take pictures and videos with my bare hands, if you want to take a beautiful photo." Before he finished speaking, Duong Hai came and blocked his mouth, pushing Phom Bang to speak. "Phom Bang came to pick me up to the editorial office. Let's go first." Phom Bang said loudly, "Mr. Duong, I still have something to say. It's over. Why are you in a hurry?" Duong Hai immediately replied, Okay, let's go quickly." After a while of traveling, Phom Bang and Duong Hai also arrived, with the entire preparation for Lo Kang in front of them. At this time, on the computer screen was playing the hero movie Duong Hai had watched on his phone yesterday. The glacier hero dodged the attack and stood up, his hand releasing a strange green energy at the monster, causing it to cry out. The system once again displayed a notification, opening super brain reasoning. Duong Hai is now focusing his mind and looking at the screen with a very serious expression. Then the image on the computer flashed continuously. At this moment, the hero Song Gang was a bit defeated and dodged the attack, as if realizing something. Duong Hai couldn't help but count in surprise, twice, while thinking, he couldn't look away. Then he looked at the scene of the glacier hero dodging attacks on the screen, and said with some surprise, "This move is so strange," as if. Seeing Duong Hai so focused, Phom Bang next to him used his elbow to touch Duong Hai's hand and shouted, "Lao Yang." Then Phom Bang laughed and said, "I tell you, Lao Duong, how can you flirt with a girl if you don't take the initiative, let alone a top-notch type like Lam Nai Tuat?" Because he was smiling from ear to ear, Phom Bang did not see that Duong Hai's face was a bit unsightly. He happily continued, "If you don't come forward, then I will come forward." Duong Hai listened for a while before he opened his mouth. Without looking at Phom Bang, he calmly said, "We are just housemates, don't think too much." Hearing Duong Hai's answer like that, Phom Bang still did not let go and teased, "It's very easy for housemates to come to the same bed. If you don't know, let me teach you." Suddenly there was a sound in the quiet atmosphere, shouted loudly, "Ah, strange beast appeared." Seeing the pitiful screams, Phom Bang stood up and looked through the glass at the city below. People with supernatural abilities are trying to quickly use their abilities to attack the monster, causing the surrounding people to be affected a lot. Looking down, he saw that it was a one-eyed slayer, a monster with a giant eye surrounded by tentacles surrounding its entire body. The people below kept screaming, "The strange beast was coming, quickly run away." People screamed miserably and ran everywhere while the monster kept smashing its tentacles down below them. The space crack opened wider and wider. From within that hole a monster appeared. Alarm bells screeched everywhere in the city. Strange beasts invaded. Strange beasts invaded. Class B disaster. I asked the people of the city to quickly come to the refuge. Mobilize heroes. Mobilize heroes. The strange beast attacking this time is the one-eyed hunter. Its appearance resembles that of a giant octopus. Its hemispherical head has only one terrifying red eye in the middle. On its tentacles, there are also including sharp spikes. Each time it moved, its tentacles hit the road, causing broken bricks to fly up. Then a hero promptly appeared. His feet landed strongly, creating a dent in the road, and the surrounding dust and smoke gradually dissipated. From within that layer of vague smoke, the tall figure of the hero gradually appeared, his strong and sturdy body giving a feeling of trustworthiness. A burly man wearing a tight red armor walked out, his head only revealing his mouth and eyes. His chest belt had the words Chua Ki written on it in large letters. His belt had chili peppers on both sides. The hero said, "You can rest assured, with our superhero Chua Ki here, we absolutely will not let Lo Kang City be destroyed." The people around saw this and quickly cheered, "It's superhero Chua Ki, a B-level hero, he's come to save us." Having said that, Superman Chua Ki alone went to One-Eyed Hunter to start fighting. The monster was also looking back at him, its tentacles continuously dancing around. In the distance, Phom Bang stood on the newsroom observing. He told Duong Hai, "The One-Eyed Hunter not only has strong defense, but also has a different level of close combat ability, 18 spider armor, combined together, extremely difficult. Superman Chua Ki is not sure he can pull it off." Not hearing a response, Phom Bang turned his head back and saw that Duong Hai was nowhere to be seen. He exclaimed, "Wow, old Duong ran so fast." Then he focused on looking forward, holding his hands like a camera and bringing them up to his eyes to use his superpowers. A screen appeared. He smiled and said, "Hee hee, normal people are really bad at time. My ability to make money is here again." During the battle, another sea-level hero VM Deep, nicknamed Fire Butterfly, promptly came to help. She flew to ask, "Senior superhero Chuaki, do you need help?" Chuaki replied, "Coming at the right time. Very well, from now on I will hold it back. VM Deep, you are in charge of the attack." The heroine with flaming hair and blue eyes used her superpower to make golden light flash. Her small beautiful face said, "Okay senior." Switching scene to the studio of the Hero Live broadcast channel, the projection screen is still broadcasting live images at the scene of the monster. In the front sitting are today's two presenters, Directive Cat and Mao Huang. Chi Dao Cat is a middle-aged man, with an intellectual look on his face that makes others believe. He calmly said in advance that Superman Chuaki is a close combat type hero, and when he first started, he was very foul-mouthed. Mao Huang next to him asked in surprise, "Chi Dao Cat, why do you have this assessment of him?" He slowly replied, "His ability needs to eat a bowl of spicy and sour noodles to be activated, so normally, after the other heroes make the beasts waste their strength, he jumps out to take the credit." Hearing those assessments from his seniors, Mao Huang happily praised that, as expected of Chi Dao Cat, he could tell some news that not everyone knew. Mao Huang's flattery words made Chi Dao Cat a bit shy. He coughed and said, "Ahem, stop saying these words, let's continue watching the live broadcast of the battle." Outside the battle, the hero Chuaki rushed up and threw his elbow into the head of the one-eyed hunter. A loud bang rang out. In the eyes of Superman Chuaki, fire flashed to show his determination. His whole body tried its best to smash the beast down so that it could not move. Yan Deep was flying in the sky preparing to attack. There were many small fire butterflies flying around. When she was ready, she shouted loudly, "Senior, get out of the way." VM Deep's whole body seemed to be on fire. A layer of golden energy surrounded her body. She raised her fist and focused her strength back. Her other hand opened her palm forward. The heavenly butterfly killer technique was performed. A large number of butterflies gathered together in a flock and then rushed towards the one-eyed hunter. Superman Chuaki also quickly jumped away from the strange beast. From the hand of VM Deep, the huge fire burned towards the one eye. Its whole body was engulfed in a sea of burning flames. At the studio, Mao Huang saw the strange beast being burned and immediately said, "This strange beast's life has come to an end." But Chi Dao Cat disagreed. "No, not sure yet." Mao Huang next to him asked in surprise, "Why do you say that?" He also explained, "Strange beasts also have intelligence. This one-eyed hunter, I see there is no tension in it at all." At the battle site, both VM Deep and Chuaki stood near the burning body of the strange beast. The fire was so loud and strong that it was as high as tall buildings. The fire gradually died down, and the figure of the one-eyed hunter gradually appeared. Suddenly, it jumped out of the fire. Its appearance seemed undamaged. It could be said to be exactly the same as before. Even Yan Deep's fire could not harm it. Chuaki immediately deduced, "It's dangerous, this strange beast. It has a fire-resistant body on its body." Hearing his predecessor say that, Warrior VM Deep replied, "Damn it, can you hold it back for a while longer? Other heroes want to arrive in time and need some time." Suddenly, the hero fell into contemplation. He remembered the previous conversation with the leader. The leader said, "You are entering a difficult phase of your hero career. If you want to break through and become the company's top superstar, you can't lose anymore. Once you fail, your reputation will be ruined, will collapse. The company will give resources to other young people." Thinking back to those words, the Chuaki warrior raised his head, determination burning in his heart. He might lose his position as the first brother in the company. He absolutely will not allow this to happen. Meanwhile, from afar, Guanghai was secretly observing the battle. No one could have expected that there would be someone standing in that corner watching the hero fight. Guanghai stood there and saw that the hero Chuaki was putting a small pill into his mouth. It looked like a small medicinal pill, surrounding the pill emitting a blinding blue light. Looking at that pill, Guanghai was surprised. He seemed to have recognized it. He thought back. It seemed like he had seen this blue pill before. Yan Deep was flying in the air when suddenly, a tentacle of a strange beast approached. It caught her and wrapped her body tightly. Faced with the impending danger, VM Deep quickly shouted, "Senior, save me," with pitiful tears on her beautiful face. On the Heroes Live channel screen at this time, the camera was broadcasting the scene of the hero Yan Deep being grabbed by the one-eyed hunter with its tentacles. The hero's appearance looked very miserable. Below the comment section, netizens discussed heatedly. Idiot Tam Sinch Tam the commented, "Everyone knows, sour and spicy Superman only has 15 minutes to be a real man." On Dao Chit Chit commented, "He some hero please come and save our VM Deep." Mysterious Briefs, "If you were still a hero, you would have strangled this guy a long time ago." The remaining tentacles of the one-eyed tiger also moved ferociously towards VM Deep. Seeing the huge, hideous tentacles coming closer made the hero even more frightened. She could only cry out, "Ah, danger is getting closer and closer to me." The heroine screams in panic, "I don't want to die yet." Suddenly, something passed by in an instant, causing its tentacle to break into two pieces, revealing hideous flesh and blood on the burned black skin while no one could clearly see what had happened. One-eyed tiger himself didn't know. His eyes widened even more in surprise. One could clearly see the panic in him. The sky was now dyed a terrifying dark color, and clouds of dust filled the road, causing the one-eyed tiger's tentacles to fall to the ground. Next to it is the scene of the hero Chuaki holding VM Deep, still in shock, in his arms. The two of them landed strongly together, causing the bricks of the road below to crumble. It turned out that our hero had come out, hand attacks the monster to rescue her. At this time, in the live broadcast office, editor Mao Huang's arm immediately hit the table, and the editor shouted loudly. Mao Huang quickly picked up the radio to comment, Hero Chuaki's fighting form could only last for 15 minutes, this time he had a breakthrough, and was even stronger than before. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. Mao Huang jumped up excitedly with joy. One arm waved while the other held the camera to shout. The hero was still not at his best. Behind the two commentators, the projector continues to replay the heroic scene of the Chuaki warrior saving the beauty. Directing Kat to sit next to him more calmly but clearly showing his comfort, he slowly picked up the camera to comment, indeed a bit surprised, me too. Before Chi Dao Cat could finish speaking, Mao Huang, who was observing the battle from afar, picked up the phone and quickly said, "No good, One-Eyed Hunter is launching an attack against the Superman Chuaki." Faced with this exciting situation, the editor immediately said, "Let us leave the lens to the scene." On the screen was the scene of the One-Eyed Hunter shooting at amazing speed towards the place where the hero was standing. Its big eyes stared at the hero Chuaki, while both sides of its tentacles used all their strength to attack the hero. The tentacles attacked the same place at the same time, causing a strong impact. The strong friction caused a blinding pink light to flash, and the surrounding stones and bricks flew everywhere. But its attack was blocked by the hero Chuaki with just one hand. The hero's entire body was surrounded by lightning. His mouth emitted confident words, "Was that his level?" Where the two collisions took place, white smoke rose more than a meter high. On the ground where the tentacles attacked, a voice came out, "Chuaki." The one-eyed hunter's pupils clearly reflected the scene of its tentacles being attacked by great power, the powerful electric current paralyzing its parts. A violent sound rang out, a powerful blue wave rose from the ground and passed through the monster's head. The remaining tentacles were also severed by that energy source and flew chaotically into the sky. In the blue light, the figure of Hero Chuaki appeared with a super cool superhero pose, flying like a bird, his purple lips still smiling on his face. As soon as our hero landed, behind him, the one-eyed hunter was burning into ash. Its body still had electric shocks inside and outside its skin. Pieces of its tentacles fell to the ground. The cool image didn't last long when suddenly the hero Chuaki vomited blood from his mouth in pain, his whole body trembling in pain. Then the hero's whole body fell to the ground, holding his stomach to relieve the torturous pain. The surrounding smoke and dust gradually dispersed. Next to the corpse of the one-eyed hunter, the person who defeated it was also kneeling with his hands on the ground due to unknown pain. From afar, VM Deep ran worriedly, "Come and ask, Senior." Hearing VM Deep's worried call, Hero Chuaki was startled and turned his head back, unable to hide the tortured pain on his face, blue veins bulging out, but his eyes still radiated blue light. Seeing the painful expression of the person who saved her, VM Deep was also worried and panicked. Tears still lingered in the corner of her eyes. She quickly called out, "Senior." Yan Deep came closer, placed his hands on Chuaki's shoulders and worriedly asked, "What's wrong with your senior?" His pain gradually subsided, he told himself in his heart, restrained himself, and finally the blue power flowed, then gradually disappeared into the air. The sky suddenly became blue again. Hero Chuaki also stood up, scratched his head, smiled loudly and said, "I'm okay, I just used too much force." Hearing that, VM Deep finally calmed down and say, "Senior, you scared me to death." Seeing that the monster had been destroyed, people rushed to the streets, cheers of appreciation rang out. It was so great, the hero was truly the most trustworthy. The B-level superhero Chuaki was invincible. VM Deep and superhero Chuaki walked arm in arm with both sides cheering. The cheering words rang out again, "VM Deep, I love you, thank heaven and earth for being saved." In the distance, the crowd was noisy and screaming. Duan Hai was standing in a corner observing the scene and was also preparing to leave. He said, "It looks like it's over, let's go back and edit the news a bit." As he walked, he thought about the previous episodes and continued to immerse himself in his world of reasoning, not expecting that blue pill. Suddenly something moved, Duan Hai suddenly exclaimed, then he turned his head to look. The spot where the one-eyed hunter's head was crushed suddenly emitted strange gurgling sounds. From the mixed skin and flesh on the ground, a small monster beast crawled out alertly. Duan Hai saw it and wondered, small-sized single-eyed hunter, clone. The little monster quickly jumped towards Duan Hai. He was immediately alert and said, it was flying towards him. Duan Hai immediately calculated in his mind that its physical defense and elemental defense were so high, perhaps its offensive spirit was its weak point. The little monster jumped away, but his head still looked back to where everyone was cheering. He thought to himself, when I find a host to absorb the energy and restore it to its original state, I will definitely find this Chua Ki guy to take revenge. It looked forward and discovered Duan Hai standing there. It commented that this human boy's taste was not bad. Immediately one-eyed hunter made a decision, then choose you as my host. Duan Hai stood there observing, her hands still leisurely in her pockets, looking like she was not afraid at all, and spoke to herself, proactively offering. On his handsome face, a rare smile appeared. He said, that's good, I also want your power. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Hai immediately performed the skill, raised his arms and began to concentrate his strength. A green light appeared from the middle of his forehead and then mentally attacked. The flying demon immediately stopped moving. Its eyes looked straight at Duan Hai as if it had been hit. Just then, one-eyed hunter's pupils darkened, his whole body lost consciousness and he hit his head and fell to the ground. From far away, where the people were praising the two heroes, VM Deep sensitively detected something strange. She thought warily, someone was using supernatural powers. Duan Hai walked over and picked up the little demon's unconscious body and exclaimed, luckily you're just a weak clone, otherwise, even if your weakness is spirit, my D+ attack spirit wouldn't be. What can you do? Having finished speaking, he immediately used his power to remove its powers. Wind suddenly arose around him, and the one-eyed hunter's whole body was swept away by the gravitational force of Duan Hai's hand. After draining all its powers, a moving blue sphere appeared in Duan Hai's hand, floating above his palm. The sphere's energy emitted small lightning bolts. The information that the sphere that appeared was a B-level ability, named Fire Elemental Fire Shell. As an introduction, it was immune to fire elemental attacks of B-level and below, greatly increased physical resistance, and was considered a skill. Tank is extremely practical. With the new ability, a layer of armor appeared on Duan Hai's body. He assessed that it was like an invisible shell covering the outside of his body. Duan Hai was holding 2 power pills in both hands. He complacently thought, no matter how strong a power is, there must be a weakness. This saying is widely circulated in the power world. It seems to have no effect on him. In the sky, VM Deep was in her transformed form, her fiery butterfly wings hovering near the top of tall buildings. She looked down and asked who was there. Discovering the strange movement, Duan Hai quickly ducked and hid from VM Deep's sight. He thought to himself, it was not the time for them to discover him. Flying high above, unable to observe anything, VM Deep immediately landed on the ground where the noise had just come from. She quickly looked around to see if there were any clues, but still couldn't detect anything. Yan Deep said to himself, strangely, I clearly felt that there was great spiritual power on this side. Moreover, I also saw someone. Inside the dark alley, Duan Hai gently walked out. At this time he was disguised as a new identity. His whole body was wearing a cloak, with a golden chicken mask on his face. He asked, are you looking for me? Hearing that, VM Deep turned to the source of the sound. She asked, did you just use your superpower? Duan Hai walked out from that alley. His feet stepped on small puddles of water, creating small fluctuations on the water surface. He slowly replied, yes, it was me. In the growing puddle of water, his entire body was clearly visible. His cloak was pinned with a badge marking his identity. His glowing golden eyes looked towards the heroine. Duan Hai put on a mask and went out to meet VM Deep. As soon as she saw him, she immediately asked, are you also a hero? It's like I've never seen you before. At this moment, Duan Hai immediately threw the clone of the one-eyed hunter towards VM Deep and replied, no, I was just helping you clean up the passers-by. When Yan Deep saw the clone of the single-eye hunter, he quickly asked, is this the clone of the strange beast single-eye? Faced with a strange person, and that person had just destroyed the clone of the one-eyed assassin, VM Deep could not hide her surprise and a little worry. She thought, he could easily kill the strange beast. This solution is really very powerful. She continued, but he was not a hero. He could not use his powers without permission. As for Duan Hai, he had been standing there watching VM Deep's every move. He had not come up yet, voice even though she was suspicious about his mysterious identity. While she was still thinking and didn't know what to do, he was now approaching her. He spoke, asking for a ride. He approached and was about to leave when suddenly, VM Deep raised his arm in front of him and said, no way. She didn't let him leave, so she stopped him. She used all her courage to tell him that he was using his powers illegally, so he had to return to the Hero Association with me to receive the investigation. Duong Hai's face started to become scary even though he was wearing a mask. He responded to VM Deep's stop with a loud, puffing sound and a challenging tone. Do you think you can stop me? Causing VM Deep to stand still in fear. Yan Deep quickly transformed into her fiery wings to respond to him. She also answered him very seriously. Your behavior violates the law of supernatural abilities. I am allowed by law to take action against you. Duong Hai also quickly responded. Is this the attitude that heroes treat ordinary people with? From her fire wings, she dropped many smaller fire butterflies and one of them was grabbed by Yang Zai without hesitation. When she saw the little butterfly she created being gently crushed by Duong Hai, her face couldn't hide her surprise and her eyes widened in surprise. He crushed the butterfly in front of her and threatened her, wondering if it was my turn to attack next. VM Deep's face was now pale, sweating profusely because he was extremely scared. She quickly flew away from him. While flying in the sky, her voice was still extremely loud and scared. Sorry, I was wrong, don't kill me. At this moment, Duong Hai remembered the scene where the two superheroes killed monsters. He wondered if the blue pill of the Superman's spicy noodle soup was also what the glacier hero drank that day. Duong Hai now took off his mask. He began to think about a plan to investigate that strange pill. He continued, I will investigate all of this clearly. The scene changes to an extremely wealthy residential area with many skyscrapers lit up in the night sky, and in the middle of that space is the sound of a high-speed train preparing to pick up passengers. The sound of the train operator saying hello, thank you for traveling by Lukang Railway. Duong Hai is currently sitting alone on the train. He sits still and thinks, temporarily unable to gain new abilities. His face was still contemplating something and he was thinking of a plan of action. First he had to fully exploit his super brain. The scene transitions closer and closer to his face and the train of thought continues. The clue about the blue pill also needs a little careful editing. A purple-haired passenger standing on the train had been watching him all this time. He approached Duong Hai and said, hello, give way for a moment. After the purple-haired guest left, Duong Hai immediately reached out to take his bag when he discovered it had disappeared. When he didn't see the bag, Duong Hai panicked and looked over there and the bag was actually empty. He wondered, where's my bag? Someone stole my stuff. He immediately looked up and down to find someone to take the bag. While looking for him, he said, no good. In the bag was a turkey suit. It was the guy wearing the jacket just now. He was suspicious of the purple-haired guy, so he quickly looked around but couldn't find it, and he wondered why he couldn't see it anymore. The train hadn't arrived at the station yet. There was no way he could have disappeared that quickly. Duong Hai was suspicious about the identity of the person who could steal his bag. He thought of a hypothesis that he had supernatural powers and said, could it be that he was the person with the ability to hide? So what about the smell? Duong Hai quickly gathered his strength to activate his super brain and enhance his senses. He performed magic and said, the smell of the bag was on that guy's body. He had discovered the purple-haired man in the bag through the blue flames surrounding him from his magic, but it seemed his clothes had changed. When he realized the difference in the purple-haired guy, he quickly wondered and said, the two people's temperament and way of dressing were completely different. Could it be that it wasn't a stealth technique, a type of transformation in the moment? Engrave stars. It seemed that Duong Hai had discovered a type of ability that he was interested in. He smiled and seemed pleased with this new discovery and continued, this type of ability that naturally finds its way to the door is very practical for him, me. When he left the train station and got off, he still couldn't take his eyes off the purple-haired guy who stole his bag. He followed him the whole way. This guy didn't seem to feel Duong Hai's supervision. He was still singing happily as he walked. La la la, la la, la la. Today is also a bountiful day. Duong Hai followed closely behind him with extremely cold eyes. This guy seemed to have sensed the danger behind him by now. He was trembling and said in worry, why do I feel like I'm scared inside? This guy, after worrying that someone was following him, boldly turned around to see who had been following him all this time. When Duong Hai discovered that he was aware of his presence, he did not show any fear but instead waved his hand in a friendly manner. This guy recognized him as soon as he looked. He was extremely surprised and thought, that guy, since who starts to see through me and then follows me. He quickly ran away to avoid Duong Hai's observation. When Duong Hai saw that he was speeding away, he loudly said, don't run, but he didn't listen and ran while saying, I'm done, see you today, must be a stone in the way. The scene moved to a bathroom that the purple shirt guy quickly ran into to escape Duong Hai. Duong Hai went to that bathroom, kicked the door hard to show her strength and loudly told the purple-haired guy, come out here, if you want me to play with you. Elementary school students can't fight but then hide in the bathroom. Duong Hai entered the men's restroom but did not see anyone. Immediately, he stood in front of the women's restroom sign and wondered if that guy had entered the women's restroom. At the women's restroom, where Duong Hai just rushed to, he immediately knocked on the door where the other guy was. He gently said, "Come out, I know it's you." The guy inside pretended to have a girl's voice and said, "Pervert, what do you want to do?" Seeing the person inside say that, he immediately lost his temper, kicked open the bathroom door and said loudly, "Please don't drink alcohol. Want to drink alcohol as punishment." The person inside who was applying lipstick and makeup saw the door being kicked open and immediately screamed, there's a pervert." He threw the items flying everywhere, causing the toilet paper rolls to roll all over Duong Hai's body. He dejectedly took them out and said, "This ability of yours is also very special, even your voice can do it, change." The pervert, pretending to be a woman, was scared, stuck to the wall, sat on the toilet. He said, "Boss, I was wrong, it was my first time." Duong Hai on the other side didn't care about what that pervert said. He continued coldly, but unfortunately he couldn't change his body and appearance. The pervert who stole Duong Hai's bag immediately made a face and said, "Unlucky." He held the pink bag next to him with both hands. In a moment, he used his ability to change his appearance at will. The small pink bag was transformed back into Duong Hai's backpack. He said, "This is your backpack." Then that pervert used both hands respectfully, handed the backpack to him, and said, "Give it back, give it back, give it back to me." Then he laughed to relieve his embarrassment. Duong Hai immediately opened his bag and checked his belongings for a while. When the other guy saw him looking so carefully, he said, his belongings were still there, in trepidation. When Duong Hai heard that, his face darkened. He looked at the perverted thief and asked, "Have you opened what's inside?" The other guy immediately said, "Big brother, I swear, I absolutely never opened it," he said, stammeringly. He pushed up the glasses he was wearing and mysteriously said, "That's good. In the future, find a real job and be a good person." When that pervert heard that, he immediately clasped his hands together, smiled shyly and said, "Yes, yes, yes, I won't steal anything from now on. Thank you, big brother, for forgiving me this time." When he saw that guy say that, Duong Hai immediately said coldly, "Have I forgiven you yet?" Then suddenly a beam of light flashed, and the pervert thief's face was completely bloodless. Not long after, the system panel appeared, removing the ability. Our Duong Hai, having that guy's power in his hands, immediately smiled and said, "Just now he said he would not accept the power anymore, but he could not escape the face-slapping rule." The system panel appeared again, the basic information about the ability that Duong Hai recently acquired, the F-level ability, called Changing Appearance at any time, can easily be changed with just a thought, and is also a space, reserved. Then he walked out, his clothes began to change. Every step Duong Hai took was a change in appearance. Duong Hai calmly walked out of the bathroom, wearing a black shirt and vest. The glasses on his face had also disappeared. His whole body radiated a crimson energy. As he walked, he thought, what a convenient and practical ability. Outside, two policemen asked Duong Hai, "Hello, we received a complaint from the people. There was someone in the bathroom too." Scream pervert, "Did you hear that?" Duong Hai also pretended to cooperate as he pointed behind him and said, "I heard it, and I also saw a pervert wearing women's clothes secretly screaming over there." The two policemen heard that and said, "No, okay, let's get there quickly." While looking at the police escorting that pervert and thief, Duong Hai thought in her heart, "There are some people with special powers who don't deserve to have special powers. I will correct everything." It's been a week since Duong Hai stole that thief's powers. He relaxed, got out of the taxi. Right in front of him was a busy nightclub. Waiting for him was Bang. When he saw Duong Hai, he waved and said loudly, "Brother, finally here." Seeing Bang welcoming him so warmly, he immediately came forward to respond, "What's the matter? You should definitely call me out to talk." Bang immediately leaned forward, put his arm on Duong Hai's shoulder. With a radiant face he said, "Guess who I met just now while hanging out at the bar?" Duong Hai did not avoid this shoulder hug, but he just coldly replied, "I." Hearing that, Bang immediately smiled evilly and said, "Your girlfriend Lam Nai to it, she is working as a barmaid." Hearing this, Duong Hai immediately glared at Bang. He replied, "She is not my girlfriend, why are you telling me this?" Hearing that his friend kept denying it, Bang immediately added a few more sentences, "Lao Duong, you don't need to pretend in front of me, you'll believe it when you see it, just go see it and you'll know." Just like that, Bang pulled Duong Hai into the nightclub. On this side, Bang immediately said, while our Duong Hai was still surprised and gaped, "Lao Duong, let's sit there." On the other side, Lam Nai Tuat was in a bunny outfit, standing wriggling in a cage. She leaned against the column behind her, and the curves of her body tightly hugged by the tight outfit gradually appeared. While concentrating on dancing, suddenly Lam Nai Tuat stopped for a moment, her eyes raised full of surprise. Nai Tuat's shy eyes stopped on the two figures opposite her, Duong Hai and Pham Bang. She was bewildered. This time she stopped her movements, stared at the two of them and said, "Why has he come here again?" After that, Duong Hai and his close friend Pham Bang also found a suitable seat for themselves in the bar. Duong Hai was thinking about something. He put his hands on his chin thinking. Pham Bang next to him. He was holding a glass of wine in his hand and enjoying the atmosphere in the bar. When he saw Duong Hai like that, he turned to comfort him. "Mr. Duong, don't be sad. This world lacks young grass." Finished. Pham Bang continued, "Come to my playground today. Just listen to my arrangements and get high." Next, Pham Bang wanted Duong Hai to cheer up, so he quickly raised his hand to wave for someone to come. He called out loudly, "Come here." After hearing Pham Bang's call, three extremely hot and beautiful girls appeared right in front of them, all three wearing extremely seductive and revealing dresses, politely greeted the two and his brothers. Seeing this, Pham Bang quickly pointed at them and started introducing the girls' names to Duong Hai. He said, "Tay Tay, DM, Bao, Wow, all three of you are my sisters." Having finished speaking, Pham Bang immediately turned around and put his arm around Duong Hai's shoulder. Then he pointed at his brother, smiled and introduced Duong Hai to the other three girls, saying that this is his closest brother, Duong Hai, beautiful boy. So all three girls immediately jostled together to sit next to Duong Hai. One put his arm around his shoulder, the other offered him a drink. Bao Bao held his arm while using a sweet voice to compliment him, saying that Mr. Hai looks beautiful, really handsome. DM on the other side also held a glass of wine and gently offered him a drink. "Hi, please have a drink too." On this side, Pham Bang was pushed aside and robbed of his seat by them. He was extremely confused. Meanwhile, in the karaoke room next door, a man placed a bottle of wine on the table very hard. He was sitting in the middle of two extremely hot girls. He was holding her in one hand and holding a glass of wine in the other. He seemed very angry and cursed. "Fuck, today is really unlucky." Unfortunately, if McLaren hadn't been driven away by his brother, there would have been no way he would have lost to the high-ranking kid. Hearing him say that, in the next seat, Lee DM was also holding the shoulder of a hot girl who couldn't hear it and quickly spoke up to refute his words, saying that if you lose in racing, you lose. Don't blame the car. Hearing Lee DM say that, he didn't say anything but laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha." It turned out that his name was Lu Win. In front of him there was a girl wearing a tight black dress standing and pouring wine. Now he had both arms around the shoulders of two attractive girls. His face was red from being drunk. Then he said to Lee DM in an extremely mocking tone, "You cannot be with my father but can only be my bodyguard." After that, Lu Win looked at Lee DM with an expression full of contempt. He smiled and continued to tell Lee DM, "Is it because he doesn't know how to speak?" Hearing that, Lee DM was not the average person. He looked at where Lu Win was sitting, smirked and said to Lu Win slowly but sarcastically, "That's right, it's difficult for a normal person. I gave it to you, every day being restrained by a C-class hero like me." Lu Win heard Lee DM's words were so right that he couldn't refute. His face darkened. Although he was very angry, he couldn't do anything to Lee DM, so he could only sigh and say, "Fart." After that, because he couldn't do anything to Lee DM, Lu Win got angry, so he took this anger out to the girl in a black dress who was standing in front of him, pouring wine, with a gray face, stood up, then swung his hand and slapped the girl so hard that she flew to the ground. Then he yelled at her, "Fuck, you know how to eat but don't know how to do it." The girl who was beaten by Lu Win turned out to be Duong Hai's housemate named Lam Nai Tuat. Now she was sitting on the ground looking extremely pitiful. Her cheek that was beaten by Lu Win was also red. She sat down. On the ground, he looked at Lu Win fearfully. Lu Win was holding a bottle of wine and standing on the opposite side. After beating Lam Nai Tuat, he was still angry and cursed at her for trash wine like this. After that, he angrily looked at Lam Nai Tuat and continued, "Why don't you let me drink?" Lu Win is fine when he's happy, but when he's not satisfied, he gets a little angry at the innocent person. He puts one hand in his pocket, the other hand uses the same bottle of wine that Lam Nai Tuat just poured for him. He slowly pouring wine on her head made her startled and scream, "Ah!" Duong Hai had been there and witnessed everything, so he was extremely angry. He stood up and was about to go back to that place when Pham Bang saw him suddenly stand up and quickly held him back and spoke up to stop him, saying, "Old Duong, don't get excited. That young master is Lu Yuan, the second son of A-level mechanical hero, Kunlun Company's warrior. That bodyguard is a C-level hero, boxer Lee DM." Then Duong Hai said, "Let go of me." Hearing that, Pham Bang held tighter and reminded him, "You are just an ordinary person, not his opponent." Hearing Fong Bang say that, Duong Hai spoke up to explain, I know, I'm just going to the bathroom. After saying that, Duong Hai walked towards the bathroom. Fong Bang heard that and didn't say anything. He just looked after. Duong Hai just looked worried. Lam Nai Tuat here looked extremely pitiful. She cried in frustration but did not dare to cry loudly. At this time, Lu Win was sitting on the chair, continuing to put his arm around the shoulders of the other two girls, looking extremely happy, his legs crossed over each other. He proudly told her in a calm tone that, in this place, magic was allowed. I apologized. She understood. Then he cruelly continued, after drinking all this, I would forgive her. So a tall man wearing a suit, apparently one of Lu Win's people, grabbed Lam Nai Tuyat's hair tightly and put the bottle of wine into her mouth, looking at her extremely pitifully. The name Lu Win on the opposite side had no human feelings but happily smiled and was extremely pleased and satisfied. The two sisters sitting next to him joined in the fun and shouted, drink, drink, drink. Then Duong Hai suddenly appeared with his hero costume, kicking Lu Win's junior away. After being released, Lam Nai Tuat quickly knelt down on the ground, feeling uncomfortable and vomiting all the alcohol she had just been forced to drink. After rescuing Lam Nai Tuat, Duong Hai also looked towards them and spoke up, saying that there was a gentleman here who was the son of a mechanical warrior. Bodyguard Li DM and other bodyguards, after hearing Duong Hai say that, quickly stood in front of Lu Win. After that, Li DM asked, who are you? Lu Win is still behind, continuing to sit on her back. She looked up to the sky to drink a bottle of wine and then drunkenly said that she was definitely another guy who had committed suicide. Seeing this, Duong Hai was not at all worried or afraid, but calmly sat down on the chair next to him and leisurely said, I'm just a person who wants to negotiate a transaction with brother Lu Win. Even though Lu Win was drunk, when he heard that, he turned around and looked towards Duong Hai and asked, transaction? What transaction? Seeing this, Li DM also loudly stopped him. He told Lu Win, young Master Lu, I see that the time is not early anymore, the party is about to end. Lu Win heard Li DM say that and was extremely angry. He threw the bottle of wine he was drinking in his hand straight at Li DM's head, cursing that you son of a bitch, get out of my way, get out of the way, I can't see you. Is there someone here who wants to discuss business with you? Li DM, after being thrown a wine bottle at his head by the young Prince Lu Win whom he protected so much, he was extremely angry but still tried to hold back. His face was gray, he was bitter, gritting his teeth, he glared at Lu Win but couldn't do anything. After that, Lu Win put his hands in his pockets and walked towards where Duong Hai was sitting. As he walked, he asked, this guy, what do you want to do with this young master? After Lu Win threw a bottle of wine at his head, Li DM still stubbornly held Lu Win's shoulder and reminded him that you're drunk, sit down and rest a bit. Then he continued, let me discuss this matter with this fake god and ghost. Duong Hai on this side was also holding up his glass of wine, his legs crossed over each other. He heard Li DM say that and spoke up, why, do you want to move your hands and feet? Then he continued, actually I don't, likes violence. Next, he slowly put the glass of wine on the table and said slowly, but if you stop me from discussing with your employer. Having finished speaking, Duong Hai immediately left his seat, walked towards Li DM and gently continued, so he had to be a little more reasonable. When Li DM heard Duong Hai say that, he was not afraid at all and started rolling up his sleeves to prepare to fight with him. Then he looked at him and raised his voice to challenge, come here. Then he wrapped bandages around his hands to prepare to fight with Duong. His whole body was burning with enthusiasm. He said angrily, let's see who is more reasonable. Li DM stood up straight, his hand was surrounded by a red flame and he was holding it into a fist. He smiled disdainfully and said, angering my Li DM fist, you are out of luck. Seeing him reveal his superpower, Duong Hai realized his guess that the fire element's attack was sea level. At this time, the shop owner helped the poor employee stand up and worriedly said, Nai Tuat, please take me to get rid of the hangover. She coughed and replied sloppily, thank you, Tian. Around the customers were chatting and chatting, you're really brave, daring to touch the disciple of a Class A hero. Hee, do you know how to fight? Another guest continued to whisper, his mask looked like a chicken, it looked very mysterious, could he beat Li DM's fist? Suddenly, Li DM rushed forward, preparing to give Duong Hai a punch with a very proud voice, ha! His fist was about to reach out when he saw him calmly standing still without any fear. He was startled and on guard, thinking, why didn't he avoid it? Maybe there was a trap. His fire punch was very fast and powerful, but Duong Hai seemed to be faster than that and easily dodged his attack. The name Li DM was not surprised at all but exclaimed proudly and innocently, since becoming a hero, no strange beast or enemy could withstand this move of mine. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately activated the move, his hand swung out, flames covering the entire hot room. A series of employees and customers screamed in panic, oh my god, people are about to burn. The huge fire rushed forward and surrounded him as if it wanted to swallow him. His hand gently protruded from the large fire, as if preparing to use some technique. Suddenly, with a puff, that terrible fire disappeared, and he was still standing there without wavering at all. Li Diem couldn't believe his eyes and gasped, he wasn't injured at all. Right now, Duan Hai waved her black cloak to reveal her inner body covered in metal with an extremely complex structure. Seeing that, Li Diem lost all his intelligence, his eyes widened and he froze, his mouth opened wide as if he had encountered something. He slowly walked forward and raised his hand to hit him hard on the back of the head. Finally, this sea-level bodyguard was also defeated, lying on the ground without seeming to have lost any strength. Witnessing the scene just now, Lu Wen stood up in panic, eyes widened in surprise and said, "Too strong." Li Diem was tackled by an iron-handed man. Duan Hai continued to kneel next to his body, placing her hands on her chest, performing the stripping move. At this time, the system analyzes and displays a sea-level ability, called Li Diem Huyen. In general, the fist can produce fire to attack the enemy, evaluating the kitchen god required. After dealing with Li Diem, he looked at Lu Wen who was constantly scared and trembling, unlike his arrogant nature from before, but at that moment the two remaining bodyguards disappeared. Lu Wen sat even further back, turned his head in all directions to look for the bodyguards, but they had already escaped. He shouted loudly, "Fuck you, these ungrateful people, running so fast." Without a bodyguard to protect him, he humbly begged to negotiate. Just now you wanted to discuss the transaction. How much money do you need? I will transfer it to you now. Duan Hai ignored his attractive transaction. He went to strangle him and lifted him up high. While his feet kept kicking around, he changed his threatening attitude. "Don't do it. Do you know who my father is?" That threat had no effect at all. He calmly provoked, "Your father is a mechanical warrior, but so what?" His face continued to sweat profusely, continuing to say, If you kill me, my father will definitely not forgive you." But suddenly he let him down, his face close to his ear. His voice was full of danger. "I won't kill you. Want to know if I want to do anything with you?" Lu Wen replied very eagerly. You said." He suddenly whispered and asked, "Lu Wen, do you want to possess special powers?" Hearing those two words, he was stunned as if he couldn't believe his ears. His voice was stuttering, strange, and supernatural. Duan Hai relaxed, regained her strength and removed her hand from his neck. Lu Wen got a life back. He sat down, touched his throat and coughed nonstop. Cough, cough, cough. "Do you think you are a god? That thing is just giving it away." He turned and walked away without paying attention, just threw out a piece of paper and said, "If you want, you can go alone to the address on the paper 7 days later." A while later, Duan Hai walked out of the shop with his original appearance. His phone kept vibrating. He picked up the call. "Hello." The other end of the line shouted loudly, "Mr. Duan, he's not even picking up the phone anymore. I thought he fell into the lake." To avoid suspicion, he found a reason. "The bar was too noisy, so I went out to get some air. What's wrong?" On the other end of the line, Fom Bang said excitedly, "You missed the good show." "Okay, I'll go out and tell you right away." "Eat the grilled food," Duan Hai replied. Eat it all." Hanging up the phone, he was standing and looking up at the tall, bright skyscrapers. He was deep in thought. The initial plan was going very well. Now he just had to sit and wait for Lu Wen to fall into the trap and start investigating from within. Kunlun on Hung Management Company. It will probably be much faster. Fi. I will soon find out the truth. The scene appeared, a large building with a large and bright sign, Hero of Kunlun. Duan Hai did not know that every action in the bar was being closely observed by a group of people. The screen was replaying the scene where he hit Li Diem on the back of the head and easily defeated him. A deep voice exclaimed, "After watching, do you guys have any comments? You have a serious expression on your face." "Old man, he is the mechanized Chen Hung." The group of people gradually appeared. The person called the Bing Shuyan Brave answered. The masked man used the Thu Dao to kill Li Diem Fist Thu in the blink of an eye. His strength must be above B level. Another guy objected. "That's not right. The one who killed Li Diem was not Thu Dao. The person who just spoke was Lang Tu's sword guest." As he spoke, he remembered the image of Duan Hai when he transformed. He analyzed that when the masked man raised his hand, Li Diem was already defeated. Next to speak was a scary-looking guy named Ma Long. He said, "This is the assessment and analysis of Li Diem Fist's injury last night. Everyone, take a look." Ma Long looked down at the appraisal and was extremely shocked. He opened his eyes wide and stammered, What? The three remaining people were like lightning struck in the clear sky. They couldn't believe it and shouted in unison. Li DM Fist superpower was gone. At this time, Mechanical Chen Hung placed his chin in his hand. Thin layers of sweat appeared on his face. He frowned and said slowly, "It seems we are in big trouble." The wandering swordsman's face looked fierce. He wondered in a hoarse voice, what was this guy's background, and how could he destroy the abilities of others? As for Ma Long, he also chimed in to add that, as far as I know, only the S-level Hero Saver card possesses this ability. Suddenly Mechanical Chen Hung spoke, making the others turn around to listen. He asked, "Do you think he is Bei Dun Yan?" After listening, brave Si Bang Shuyan stood up, slammed his hand on the table, and said with a panicked expression, "It's impossible. Bei Dun Yan is an old man about to enter the coffin. How could he appear here?" Ma Long turned to Chen Hung mechanized. "Our Kun Luan company cannot control this matter. We should still report it to the Hero Association." Swordsman Lang Tu continued, "But people with this special ability, no matter what company they belong to, will be hunted down as deadly weapons, not reported to the top." Mechanical Chen Hung waited for everyone to finish giving their opinions, then his finger pointed to his head as if he was thinking about something. He said, "This matter should not be disclosed for now. The company's top secret cell. Everyone, you all go out, let me think." Everyone who heard that responded, "Yes." On the other side of Lu Win Villa, he was lying on the bed with his arms folded, looking sadly at the ceiling and wondering to himself, could he really possess superpowers? Lu Win held up a piece of paper in front of his face, but did not look at it. He sighed and continued, "That guy said it was a transaction, he wanted to get something from me." Then Lu Win crumpled the paper with force and said, "Leave him alone." His lips smiled and he happily said to himself, "After all, in a few days I will have my powers, Lao Zhu doesn't need to worry about anything." Moving to the scene of Duang Hai and Fam Bang, the two of them walked and talked to each other. Duang Hai asked, "Lao Duang, why did you suddenly call me to the museum?" Fam Bang heard and replied, "I suddenly wanted to find knowing a little about strange beasts. In the future he would know how to run when he encountered them." In his mind, he wondered if the abilities of the level 9 strange beast here could be taken away. Arriving at the museum, the two were still talking happily to each other. Duang Hai said to Fam Bang, "I see that you don't want to learn about strange animals but to hook up with girls." Fam Bang replied nonchalantly to that statement, "Oh, I also know that beautiful girls like to go to museums." After hearing the answer, Duang Hai pointed at the vulture and said, "I came for it." It turns out that what he was just a plasma tyrannical beast, a level 5 strange beast, 7 meters high, 12 meters long, a strange beast that invaded in the early stages. The plasma release from its mouth caused a huge disaster, causing the Dongtan area of the city to Lok Khan Street was completely destroyed. There were 5 level A heroes, 13 level B people, 27 level 6 people died. Duang Hai added, "I intend to write a paper about the invasion of strange beasts." The dinosaur's head always opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth, looking very scared. Its body is large and very tall. It is even 10,000 times larger than a human. Its body also emits blue electric rays. After seeing this, Fam Bang gasped and exclaimed, "It's so powerful." In Duang Hai's mind, he thought, if I could take away this dinosaur's superpowers, then... As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out his hand to touch the dinosaur. But suddenly, a guard holding a stick came and shouted loudly, "Tourist, what are you planning to do?" That sentence made Duang Hai startled and turned around to look. Duang Hai walked up to the guard, pulled out a card from his pocket and politely greeted, "Hello, I'm a reporter. I want to write an article about strange beasts." The security guard received the card containing Duang Hai's information, looked at it for a while and said, "Reporters, write articles, just write. This place is only for viewing, not touching." Duang Hai finished listening and glanced down at Fam Bang. Then he hastily agreed with the guard, if it's okay, don't touch it, comrade police, I want to ask, where is the beautiful strange beast in this museum?" Fam Bang and the young guard go, talking aside. The security guard said, "What kind of strange beauty? You must be crazy." Fam Bang smiled and said, "Just that type, very special, unusual." Although Duang Hai's mouth agreed not to touch, his hand still slowly approached the dinosaur. Suddenly it rang, activating the ability to take away. After seeing that, he suddenly thought to himself, you can feel the power, but why does it take so much effort to take it away? The activation sound rang out after he finished speaking, stripped away. When Duang Hai heard that, he stood and looked silently, not saying anything. Then his eyes suddenly became strange. He said, That dinosaur echoed the words class, name, generalization, evaluation. When Duan Hai removed the superpowers from the strange beast in the museum, he was surprised by the results he received. Here, a notice board about the superpowers he took away appeared. E-level superpowers, name, plasma, concept. In general, it can produce plasma. Reviews, perhaps you can use it to charge your phone's battery. Duan Hai held in his hand the ability he had just stripped. It was a purple gem floating around and there were many lightning bolts around. He looked at it and wondered, from the body of an S-class beast, he only stripped it, has level E abilities. Duan Hai's eyes moved to where the strange beast was standing and he thought to find an answer to his question. Due to the long time of death, the supernatural ability in the body gradually weakened. Duan Hai thought about the last time he took away the superpowers from the clone of the one-eyed hunter. He continued to think about that incident. Could it be that the last time he was able to take away the superpowers from the clone of a strange beast, it was because hot relationship? After taking away his powers but it didn't turn out as expected, he left and said disappointedly, it seemed like there wasn't much to gain at the museum today, but he couldn't come for nothing like this and continued to touch the body. Another view. Outside, the sky had begun to gradually turn towards dusk with thousands of stars appearing to fill the sky. The scene transitions to a multi-story residential area and above the sky is a mixture of orange and purple, the transition between afternoon and evening. Duan Hai sat in his room. Perhaps his visit to the museum was not positive, so he was extremely depressed. After spending a whole day at the museum, he could only get 3 low-level power beads. The 3 power balls that Duan Hai took away had 3 different colors and shapes. The red power pill with flames surrounding it is an F-class power ability, called clone. In general, it can create a clone that lasts for a minute, estimated. Maybe you can ask the clone to help open the lamp. The purple power ball with lightning bolts surrounding it is an E-level power. Name, plasma, general, can produce plasma. Review, maybe you can use it to charge your phone's battery. The last ability pill is red-orange in color and has yellow-orange veins. It is an F-level ability. The name is human control. In general, it can make others sympathize with you. Evaluate, don't use it to do anything unethical. Looking at the 3 superpowers on the table, Duan Hai was depressed and extremely disappointed. He sighed and said, the power of these superpowers is so weak that it makes people angry. Suddenly he had an idea when thinking about the power balls. He said as if he was trying to do something new with the power balls. If the power beads can be merged, then can they be separated, or not? He held another yellow power stone in his hand and said, let's try Elite DMC grade power pearl. He concentrated, his eyes closed to perform the experiment he had just thought of. He said, analyzing. The hand began to concentrate magic, impacting the yellow power ball, causing it to emit yellow flames surrounding the power ball. But it seemed that the power ball did not react as he thought. It still maintained its old shape without changing. He said in disappointment, without moving, try again. This time, the power was more thoroughly concentrated. The chant was repeated continuously, split, 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 and the power ball reacted. It gradually cracked and seemed about to break. The notice board appeared with the words, separation ability, and it seemed Duan Hai had successfully used it. The yellow power pill shattered and formed 5 jet black squares lying on the table. Duan Hai looked at those squares with an extremely surprised expression. The notice board of the cubes from the yellow magic pill separation technique appeared. Class, Level 1, Name, Dark Energy, Overview, Basic Matter, Evaluation, Perfect Cube, Solid Try Not to Break. Holding a square block in his hand to observe, Duan Hai immediately had speculations. Dark energy, could it be that the nature of supernatural energy is made up of individual dark energy particles? And he came to the conclusion, it turned out that it's actually possible to split energy into energy. Duan Hai placed all those squares in his hand and stroked his chin to analyze. The ability could be broken down into the lowest level dark energy. Holding a dark energy pill in one hand and a clone superpower pill in the other hand, he began to think about the capabilities of these 2 pills. So if we consider the opposite, is it possible to take advantage of this dark energy to strengthen the mutant existing capabilities? The dark energy pill and the clone power pill were combined together by Duan Hai and they actually have that ability to make the clone pill stronger. The notice board for upgraded abilities appeared and Duan Hai succeeded in using dark energy to enhance the ability. A notice board about the new feature of the combination of the dark energy pill and the clone pill appears. E-level ability, name, human control, general, can use the subconscious mind to create suggestions for the target. Review, magic trick, can go buy a stick. The new power pill appeared and it was purple with red veins. Looking at the power pill, Duan Hai wondered in surprise. Promoted. Having succeeded with the recent experiment, Duan Hai seemed extremely confident and thoughtful about what he wanted to do when looking at the dark energy pellets. He happily said, if that were the case, I wouldn't have to. His eyes began to become more sinister and he continued to say what he wanted to do, which was to create an S-class supernatural person. Suddenly there was a very loud noise outside and someone shouted in front of his room door. That person said loudly, "Get out, don't touch me." Hearing the noise outside, Duan Hai remained calm as if nothing happened because he could guess who was making a commotion outside. He thought, Lu Win had come to find Lam Nai Tuat. But Duan Hai was wrong. The person who came to find Lam Nai Tuat was not Lu Win but her parents who came to demand money, causing her to stand aside and cry extremely pitifully, while her father was sitting on a chair. His mouth was holding a cigarette. He glanced at her and spoke in a disgusted tone, crying, just crying. After that, he smoked from his cigarette and blew the smoke out into the air, then slowly continued to say, "We didn't mean to deceive you." As for Nai Tuat, hearing this, she was still extremely miserable because she was deceived by her own parents. She covered her face in pain and cried, looking extremely pitiful, her tears flowing like a stream. Without knowing Duan Hai, I was in my room because I heard noise outside, so I opened the door to check out the situation. Next, her father saw his daughter crying like that and did not have the slightest remorse or apology but instead turned to blame him. He looked towards her and angrily shouted, "If it weren't like that, are you willing to volunteer to transfer money?" Hearing that, her mother, who was standing next to her, quickly spoke up to continue his words, saying, "Your younger brother needs money to buy a house, buy a car, and get married." Then she continued, adding up 100,000, husband and wife, "Where do we old people get so much money?" When Nai Tuat heard her parents say that, she was extremely angry and heartbroken. She clenched her fists so tightly that her veins appeared. She bitterly blamed her parents, saying, "That's why my mother tricked me and told me that my father is terminally ill and needs to transfer money urgently." After that, she touched her body with her hand, her expression extremely painful, tears falling down her face, crying and telling her parents, "Did you know when I heard that Dad was terminally ill? How desperate are you or not?" Next, because she was so miserable, Nai Tuat couldn't bear it anymore and had to bow her head to the ground and cover her face, crying. She continued in pain, because in order to quickly earn money to transfer money to her family, she had to pay for it every day, go early and come home late to work up to 4 jobs. Hearing her say that, her father did not feel a bit apologetic but continued to release smoke into the air and said, "Originally planning to see how much you can give, then take that much, I will collect the rest. Furthermore, the Lam family's lineage cannot be interrupted." As soon as he finished speaking, Lam Nai Tuat was extremely dissatisfied. She looked at him with an angry face and quickly refuted his words. She said, "Gathering what father said is calling you home and selling it, you give it to a man you've never met." Hearing Nai Tuat say that, her mother quickly grabbed her arm and comforted her, saying, "Tu Tuat, although that man is not highly cultured, he is an honest person, doesn't make me feel bad." When Lam Nai Tuat heard her mother's words, she felt extremely aggrieved. She quickly pulled her arm away from her mother's hand and said it was ridiculous, aggrieved. Then she continued painfully, "Her mother thought that in just 1 week, I can send back 50,000, where will it come from?" Next, she clenched her hands into fists. Her face was filled with tears. In pain and extreme humiliation, she cried, then told her parents that the money was for drinking. "I'll go and drink for you. Dad, do you know that person?" As soon as the old couple heard their daughter say they earned money by drinking in bars, they were extremely shocked. Like lightning struck their ears. Both of their faces were now extremely surprised and mixed with a bit of anger. After that, her father immediately stood up and pointed at Lam Nai Tuat with an extremely angry face. He looked at her and scolded her cruelly, saying, "You, this shameless thing, my Lam family had your face smeared with ash and rice husks." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly raised his hand towards her and was about to hit her, then said, "I will kill you, you stupid person with no self-esteem." Seeing her father preparing to hit her, Nai Tuat still did not avoid or be afraid, cried and then loudly said in a painful tone, "Father, beat him. After all, those guests beat him much worse than father beat him." He was about to hit Nai Tuat when Duan Hai, who had been standing and witnessing everything, suddenly came and grabbed his arm and spoke up to stop him, saying, "Take it easy, she is a child, that's your girl." Hearing Duan Hai say that, he also turned to look at him with extremely surprised and confused eyes because suddenly someone was interfering in his family's affairs. Next, he did not regret a bit, but angrily turned to Duan Hai and cursed him mercilessly, saying, "What the hell are you? I'm educating my daughter, it's your turn to be a wanderer, life like you meddles in." Duan Hai saw that and didn't say anything but just looked at him and thought to herself, her father didn't have any remorse for his sins. After that, Duan Hai continued to look towards her mother who was standing there watching with an extremely guilty face, he thought, but her mother seemed to be very regretful, giving her a suggestion, "See if you can help Lam Nai Tuat or not." So Duan Hai quickly tried the new ability that he had just completed upgrading before. It was a double task, and then the system also displayed a notification, Level C, Random Control, activated. Because Duan Hai used a new ability to add a hint to Lam Nai to its mother's head, thanks to that, she quickly slapped her father hard in the face and then angrily shouted, "That's enough," making him angry, extremely confused and surprised that my eyes widened. After being slapped by his wife, he seemed to have come to his senses and quickly knelt down on the ground to apologize in front of his wife. Then Lam Nai to its mother with an extremely angry expression. She had one hand on her hip, the other hand was pointing straight at her husband who was kneeling on the ground. She scolded him and said that his daughter had already done so in order to take care of him and even serve him alcohol. Was his heart made of stone or something? After scolding her husband, Lam Nai to its mother immediately hugged her and apologized. To it, "It's my fault for you, no matter what, you will always be my good daughter." When Lam Nai to it saw her mother say that, she was extremely happy and hugged her mother. She sobbed and choked up and said, "Mom." On this side, Lam Nai to its father, after receiving a slap from his wife along with her words, made him wake up and feel remorse for his actions with Nai to it. He also agreeing with his wife, his face showed sadness and then sighed and said, Okay, let your sister be independent." Duan Hai here, after helping Lam Nai to its parents become enlightened about their actions, at the same time he also thought of his little sister Fai Fai who was lying in a coma in the hospital. Then he said that he would wake up in time. Enlightenment is a good thing. In this world, there is no one who does not feel sorry for their loved ones. The scene changes to early the next morning at the train station. Lam Nai to it is seeing off her parents back to their hometown. Duan Hai also goes with her to see her parents off. Lam Nai to it is looking at the direction of the train car, waving, and said after me, "Parents, please be careful on the road. I will come back to visit you next year." When Lam Nai to its mother heard her daughter say that, she waved goodbye to her and said, "Okay, take good care of yourself and don't do stupid things anymore." After seeing off her parents, Lam Nai to it glanced at Duan Hai who was standing behind her with a look of gratitude mixed with a bit of trepidation. She gently said, "Thank you for coming with me to see them off, let's go back." After listening to Lam Nai to it, Duan Hai also brought the glass of water he was holding in his hand to her, then smiled and said to Lam Nai to it that she hoped her younger brother would understand. This is compared to what she sent, no matter how much money it takes. Lam Nai to it smiled and accepted his glass of water when she heard that. Next, Nai to it suddenly winked at Duan Hai. She smiled at him and said in a secret tone, "Come here for a moment, I have something to whisper to you." When Duan Hai heard Lam Nai to it say that, he suddenly realized something and became shy. His face turned red with embarrassment, then he asked her in confusion what to say. After that, Lam Nai to it suddenly approached Duan Hai, her hands placed on both sides of his shoulders. Next, she placed a sweet kiss on his cheek, making Duan Hai shy and blushing for the first time, being kissed by a girl. After kissing Duan Hai, Nai to it continued to lean close to his ear and said, "Thank you," twice, making his already red face even redder. In the dark night, when darkness covers everything, there was a stranger standing in the middle of that scene and said that it was indeed a center for processing the bodies of strange beasts. It was strictly guarded. This place stored a large number of dead bodies of strange beasts, making it even more convenient for us to retrieve the animals' bodies. Different types of abilities. It turns out he had already planned this before coming here. On the street, the cars gradually stopped running because they had to rest after a long day, and he decided that it seemed like he could only use a special way to sneak in. He also slowly and gently tiptoed to sneak inside. Because it was dark and covered in black from top to bottom, it was hard for anyone to recognize him, plus the cars were intertwined to cover him. He used his hands, which were covered with iron gloves to make them more stable, to hold onto the side of the car. Even if he was tired, he had to keep trying. As soon as I reached my desired destination, I breathed a sigh of relief and then rested. While sitting and enjoying and resting for a bit, he noticed a strange noise. Looking up, he saw a girl. It's none other than Tian, a girl with a strong personality. He was also quite surprised to see Dada's appearance. He was about to tell her, but her mouth was immediately stopped. She cried, "Shush." Even though they didn't know each other, right from the first time they met, he pressed her down, making Dada unable to handle the situation in time. She thought to herself, no matter what the situation is, this person would want to sneak into the center to process strange animal bodies. It turned out that he just wanted to cover her mouth so that no clues would be revealed. Pushing her down, he thought, this person is female, but it could be so heavy that it makes it difficult for her to breathe, causing her chest to feel compressed. He started talking and looked like he wanted to kiss her, but Dada himself didn't want to, so he turned away and greeted her. How clever, that was also the first compliment the two of them gave each other. Hearing such compliments, she resisted and objected, "What a monkey, how unlucky, but we encountered each other, so we follow the law of gypsies and compete with our own strength, truly a girl with a very strong personality and not afraid of anyone." But because of his delicacy, he didn't want to cause any trouble. She asked, "I'm Tian of the Brahma High Chamber of Commerce and you also introduced yourself, Dao Ke." "There was an unexpected incident where the two of them slipped or something," she said. "They were almost at the unloading area and shouted, 'Wait, how can I get down like this?'" Having said that, the two people from above, Dao Ke hugged Dida tightly and the two of them rushed down to the ground, looking very romantic. Before launching, he did not forget to tell me and hug me tightly. The two hugged each other tightly as if they had a predestined relationship and slowly landed. When he landed, he coughed and asked her how long she still wanted to hug her. That made her feel embarrassed and she stood up and walked quickly. On the way, she didn't think and told herself, if it weren't for the situation, who would want to hug him? After causing trouble, the two of them continued to go together into the area where strange animal bodies were handled. The surrounding area was dark, dusty, gloomy and cold. She turned to ask, "Why do you look like someone who hasn't experienced anything in life? Don't say you're a novice." Dao Ke also replied, "Yes, I hope my senior can teach you more." Hearing that answer, she also said, "If I was so sincere, I would reluctantly let him follow." Dida slowly led him to an area where the body of a big wolf was lying on a table in front of him. Arriving in front of the body, she showed him that if the boss wants to get the white hair on the werewolf's chest, this must be cut very carefully. Only then did she hold the knife to practice first for Dao Ke to see. She used the knife to carve each piece very skillfully. When she had finished cutting a little, she took out a green bag from her body and introduced while laughing, "This is my special ability. The storage bag can hold a lot of things. It's so scary." He could only smile awkwardly and think in his head, "What a pity for this spatial ability. I don't know how to think about it, dare to say it out loud for fear of making her sad." Back to serious work, Dida pulled me away. "Let's go to the next processing room." But she didn't know that this wasn't the first time Dao Ke had done this job. She didn't notice him using his ability to separate the supernatural powers. The D-level ability is called metal transformation. In short, it can arbitrarily change the appearance of metal, and is considered to open an auto repair shop. Just as he finished his work, there was a loud trumpet sound. Dida told him in fear, "Forget it, the alarm is ringing. Have we been discovered?" Panic scene with everyone running to their own place. Suddenly, a frightened man ran to tell them that it was in danger. He shouted and stammered. The strange beast had come back to life. Both of them were surprised by that terrible news and were frozen for a few seconds, and the scene before their eyes made them both believe it was true. They had to see him being dragged away by strange beasts. Although they tried their best to beg and save him, no one knew what to do. Everyone is afraid of losing their life. Tian Dida, after being frightened by a strange beast with tentacles, her arms and legs trembled as she clung to Duan Hai and said, "What is that, bro? My legs are soft, please help me, a little bit." Then quickly that tentacle wrapped around her and pulled her towards it. Dida was suddenly pulled and screamed loudly, "Ah!" Duan Hai saw that and immediately shouted, "Tian Dida." Then Duan Hai, in the identity of Dao Ke, immediately used the ball, Mon Fire, to launch it towards the tentacle. On this side, Dida was still screaming non-stop, "Dao Ke, save me!" Seeing that his fireball could not keep up with the tentacle's speed, he thought to himself, "This tentacle is too fast." Dao Ke ran after it, chasing it. He thought, "Here are all metal shelves." Then he suddenly realized, metal. As if an idea had just appeared in his mind, Duan Hai reached out his hand and received the D-level ability to transform metal. Thinking about it, giant sharp pieces of metal created by Dao Ke, one after another, rushed towards the tentacle holding Tian Dida. The pieces of metal approached quickly, cutting off the tentacle holding Tian Dida, causing her to fall straight to the ground. At this time, Duan Hai just ran to the place. He immediately asked, "Are you okay, Tian Dida?" On this side, Dida just fell to the ground. Without any defense, she fell face down. She screamed in pain, "Oh my!" Suddenly, something sticky touched her shoulder from behind, making her scream in surprise. Tian Dida fell to the ground. Her clothes were torn and not healthy. She pulled the tentacles out of her body and said, "These tentacles are full of sharp thorns. It hurts like hell." As Dida walked towards Dao Ke, she turned her head to look back at the tentacles on the ground. She asked, "What kind of strange beast is this? How did it come to life?" "Here," Dao Ke just coldly said, "It seems just no. Just mentioned, this strange beast has a skull shape. Inside it are tentacles inside. They are moving and capturing two other people. They compete with each other and scream, 'Help, who will help? I with, below.'" Dida and Dao Ke saw its shape and were so surprised that they couldn't say a word. When Tian saw that giant monster, she immediately broke into a cold sweat, froze in shock, and unconsciously exclaimed, "Oh my god!" Those tentacles saw the presence of two people and immediately moved as if sensing the surrounding space. Then quickly the tentacles rushed to where Dao Ke and Dida were standing, startling the two of them. Dao Ke immediately regained his composure. He opened his arms, used his metal transformation ability. The metal blocks quickly rushed towards him. Huge tentacles came from the air at an incredibly fast speed, punching straight down at the two people. Below, Dao Ke quickly created a metal shield, blocking the strange beast's punches. The metal shield took all the damage from the monster's attack and was instantly worn away. Tian, who was under the shield, couldn't help but worry when she saw this. She shouted loudly at Dao Ke, "Brother, the shield is getting smaller and smaller, you should quickly think of a way to go." Duan Hai heard that but didn't say anything, still focused on raising his hand, holding the barrier. On this side, Dida was holding his head, sitting down and shouting loudly, "Ah, I'm dead, I'm about to die, I'm about to be eaten, meat is gone." Over here, Dao Ke has begun to think of a plan in his head. If it continues like this, it won't be good. It seems like I saw a few oil cans around here just now. Thinking of a plan, our rooster immediately spoke up, "Don't be afraid, there is a way, I will protect you." Dida was sad, turned to look at him. She said, "What way?" Not long after thinking of a way to deal with it, he immediately waved his hands. The dome was thrown open, sharp pieces of metal were released as he commanded, "Go." The piece of metal that Dao Ke controlled began to fly everywhere, looking for nearby oil cans, and knocking them up. Turning towards the strange beast's tentacles, the strange beast stopped its attacks at this time, still not understanding the situation that was about to happen. The fireball that Dao Ke had been flying with for a while now finally had an effect. It flew down towards the oil cans. Dao Ke immediately let out a scream, detonated. The fire from Fire began to cover the whole place, one area, approaching the oil cans, causing a powerful explosion. Below, Dao Ke quickly pulled Tian Da's hand and ran away, along with the two people captured by the strange beast earlier. He shouted loudly, everyone ran away immediately, but the strange beast was too strong. A tentacle from inside the fire still quickly broke out. The tentacle kept moving towards where Dao Ke and Dida were running. It came close to the back of Tian Da's neck, causing her to panic. Before the tentacle could reach Da's body, it was cut into several pieces by a man who controlled the water flow sharper than a sword. That man blocked Da's path. Da and Dao Ke. The two of them were concentrating on running, looked up and saw a man blocking the way, so they suddenly stopped. It turned out that he was a middle-aged man. He lowered his head, glanced up at the two of them. His voice was cold and scary and said, "It's you petty thieves, resurrecting strange beasts to attack this place, right?" Tian Dida angrily put his hands on his hands, leaned up and said, "Why are you joking, uncle? Who are you? Why are you talking nonsense as soon as you appear?" Hearing that, the uncle she spoke to also replied hoarsely, cunningly and mischievously, "When Dong Tui Lu roamed the world, she was still breastfeeding." After listening to Dong Tui Lu's words, Tian Dida was even angrier than before. She shouted, "You're relying on the old man to bully the little girl." Duan Hai in the speculum mask, surprised after Dong Tui Lu's words, he asked suspiciously, "Dong Tui Lu is the hero who 10 years ago fought fiercely alone with a ferocious giant A-level beast. Why?" Senior paragraph. After Dong Tui Lu realized that someone recognized him, he turned his back to the two of them and said, "Humph, consider yourself polite, kid. Wait until I finish dealing with this beast and then find you to settle the matter." Duan Hai said to Tiu, "Dida, he is clearly a grade A hero. Why did he appear at the center for processing strange beast bodies?" Dong Tui Lu flew up in a cool way, then shouted loudly, "First Big Dipper, Tham Lang Slay." He swung his sword strongly and decisively down the tentacles of the strange beast. When Hungdi saw such an eye-catching scene, she exclaimed, "It was worthy of the Northern Dao blood inheritance line. Every move was as easy as a trick, even S-level psychics couldn't match it," and Tunida couldn't help but compliment her, "It's so cool." The strange beast kept making sounds, screaming, continuously, as if it was angry because its tentacles had been cut off. It raised those tentacles towards Dong Tui Lu, but he was still not afraid and shouted again, "The second Big Dipper, Tian Ky." Then he slashed those tentacles into many pieces with one swing of his sword. Its body was made up of tentacles that were thrown everywhere, leaving only the head. Dong Tui Lu's eyes suddenly became strange. Then he swung his sword one last time and stabbed it down on the beast's head to kill it. Duan Hai stood below, looking up and observing Dong Tui Lu's actions. After finishing fighting, he landed on the ground with his sword stuck straight down. Dong Tui Lu raised his sword, pointed at Duan Hai and Tiu Dida and said, "The animals have been dealt with, now it's your turn." Duan Hai heard that, thinking in his head, a pair of eyes were so killing and decisive. Duan Hai quickly replied, "Senior, the strange beast was not really revived by us." Dong Tui Lu angrily wrinkled his eyes and shouted loudly, making excuses, "Do you think I will believe the words of suspicious people like you?" Tiu Dida asked Duan Hai, "Dao Ke, are you confident that you can defeat this crazy old man?" Duan Hai turned back and replied, "I can't win, do you want to fight?" Tiu Dida laughed, held up something and said, No, I just want to lend you this magic weapon." She turned around and ran away playfully, not forgetting to tell him what she gave him. "This is armor made from that level B beast, it can definitely help him." Duan Hai suddenly said, Tiu Dida encouraged me to try harder." Duan Hai turned back and whispered to herself, "This playful appearance, a bit like my Fi. Suddenly, Dong Tui Lu suddenly rushed forward with lightning speed. He spoke loudly and continued the move, leaving Duan Hai before he could do anything. Dong Tui Lu swung his sword at Duan Hai, but he took the item that Tiu Dida had given him earlier. He thought to himself, "I'm dead." Then he exclaimed, as if he was very surprised. He looked up, silently continuing in his head, "This armor can really resist Dong Tui Lu's attack, it's truly formidable." Dong Tui Lu jumped up again, swinging his sword at Duan Hai again, but he was blown back, no longer showing the resistance from before. Duan Hai exclaimed, "Oh," then it activated, Super Brain. Dong Tui Lu continued to look like he wanted to fight to the end, excitedly rushing forward. Duan Hai whispered again to come up with a strategy to fight back. He said, after opening his super brain, he saw that Dong Tui Lu's attack speed had slowed down, but still not enough to confront him. Suddenly, Dong Tui Lu discovered something. He opened his mouth and shouted loudly. There was an opening. Duan Hai saw that he had been exposed and immediately exclaimed, "Oh, no, it's too late." Suddenly there was an activation sound, Spirit Control Puppet. Dong Tui Lu jumped down to attack Duan Hai but was stopped in midair. He could not jump down and swing his sword to hurt him, he was still standing there. He wondered why Duan Hai could do such a strange thing, and you could temporarily control my actions. His whole body stiffened, unable to move even a little bit more. Until the effect expired, he could move freely. He struck down but did not hit because Duan Hai had now retreated safely enough to keep himself from taking any damage from that attack. Duan Hai dodged cautiously, he kept his distance. Duan Hai said, "If I don't control it, I will eat it." The old man still rushed up, intending to cut him a few times, doing some trivial things. This little thief only has this little talent. Duan Hai uses the ability to transform metal. Yang Zai creates a weapon that can fight him. The two rushed to block each other's moves. Face to face between the two, Duan Hai and the old man did not give way. The sound of the two weapons colliding echoed throughout the space. As soon as he blocked the attack, his mind continuously worked to find the best plan. Each move was very skillful. I could only use my control ability to temporarily disturb him, otherwise I would have been cut in half, already. The two guys outside were wide-eyed, admiring the competition between the two of them, being able to fight against Dong Tui Lu. Could it be that he was Luke Ku's A-level hero than Tian? Hearing their conversation, Duan Hai had a question in her mind, who is then Tian? He expressed his feelings towards Duan Hai. Looking at his skills, he was probably not a thief. Dong Tui Lu checked the bag again and then ordered the others to leave the dismantling area. "I have something to say to him." The guy standing next to Tian Dida was surprised, so he asked again, "Are we all gone?" He glared at him with sharp eyes. "Why, I didn't even listen to the center director's words." The whole group hurriedly ran away. Everyone was afraid of him, including Tian Dida. She also retreated with them. Right here, Tian Dida. She didn't forget the appointment with Duan Hai. "My brother, I will wait for you outside." He asked the old man if there was anything the senior wanted to teach. Dong Tui Lu heard that and replied, "I know you are not a god of spears, your swordsmanship is not comparable to that person, but his metal ability you look a bit like him, but you have many different abilities." He commented on Duan Hai. He could also be considered a strong person. A person like him would absolutely not come to this place for a bit of fur from a strange beast. Dong Tui Lu used a question to answer his question. "I ask you, are you here because you want to find the truth of this world?" Duan Hai stood motionless. He didn't understand what the old man said. His purpose seemed to be very different from what he thought. The truth of the world, what was he talking about? He just remained motionless. Follow him like that. He used his acting ability and decided to go with the flow and act according to what the old man judged. "That's right, I came here to find the truth." Dong Tui-lu laughed out loud with excitement. What a promising youth, telling someone as talented as him is no problem, no mistake. Duan Hai listened more attentively. The old man continued to add, the real purpose of establishing a center for processing the bodies of strange beasts is to open the path to the world of strange beasts. When the time comes, hey, shout louder, Bak Koang. He was shocked to hear the old man say, what? The old man began to tell the story. 15 years ago, the Bak Koang of Dung City was successfully opened, and the Hero Association sent a small team of top-level heroes. Dong Tui-lu continues the story, carrying on a noble mission to enter the world of strange beasts. I am also among them. He said, during that action, all the S-class heroes died. Thanks to them risking their lives to protect me, I and 2 others were able to return to Enlightening. Dong Tui-lu pointed to the crematorium. In fact, each center for processing alien bodies was built on the weak space point of Enlightening. He said that as long as he continuously burned the bodies of strange beasts at this weak point, he could open the way to the world of strange beasts. Duan Hai listened to his story and asked the question, so, what is this revived strange beast? He explained that it was a way of dealing with the outside world. In fact, it was just the collision with Bak Koang that caused the mutation. Dong Tui-lu compares, humans in Enlightening are like cattle trapped in cages by strange beasts, only the strength of the strong can defeat them. He turned to say goodbye. You go, no matter what organization you belong to, you must always remember, we are a member of humanity. Inside a room of a high-rise building, 2 people were sitting in chairs, the other was his secretary standing next to them. They looked out the glass to observe the city scene and talk to each other. The girl spoke first. That old man Dong Tui-lu was really making a mess. She frowned. Could this matter be said in public? She said uncomfortably, even if he didn't say it, other organizations would have found out, and we can't take over the whole world. Then she turned away and told him that the headquarters video conference had begun. The call screen appeared. 1 person spoke first. There were more than 25 attendees, and there were conditions to vote on the S-level event. Both of them, the secretary and the old man, directly attended the meeting. The information they received caught both of their attention, based on the situation reported by the Dear City Hero Association chapter. When he heard that we were going to start a resolution, the old man reacted. The secretary next to him also paid attention. They began to discuss the content, whether they should inform Bak Zoang's truth to the organization for people with abilities at level A or higher. Scene changes to a room. In that room, Duan Hai said, Fi, do you know, he continued to say that last night he learned a cruel truth. He continued to talk about how after he finished talking to Dong Tui-lu, Duan Hai turned to go outside. The crowd whispered loudly about him. The crowd was noisier and more curious. What happened inside? He defeated Dong Tui-lu. Why was he the only one who came out? Tian saw him and immediately asked, Dao K-tu, cough, boss, are you okay? Duan Hai thought to herself and replied, don't let outsiders know about your intelligence abilities. He thought and answered her, I'm fine, look into my eyes. Tian heard that. It was difficult to understand. She asked again, what's wrong? At that moment, Duan Hai used hypnosis to make her stop. He tried to make her forget that he used fire and metal abilities. Duan Hai said, remember, I bought this armor, I owe you 10,000. After speaking, Duan Hai snapped her fingers. Tian immediately woke up. She turned away and left. It's good if you're okay, little brother, my family has a closing time, we'll meet again next time. After Duan Hai finished speaking, he turned around and said to Fi, Tian is very similar to you, he loves money and is also cute. He placed his hand on her cheek. Fi, maybe before I succeed in taking revenge, I can find a way to wake you up. When it was now dark, Duan Hai held a small piece of metal in her hand. He used his metal transformation ability, and immediately a piece of it turned into a ring and put it on his finger. The ring had an infinity symbol and he named it the Steaming Ring. And in her other hand, Duan Hai took out a medicine called a miracle drug. He was careful, he couldn't let others discover his true powers, he had to use these 2 things to trick Lu Yuan. He created a mask named T-Sa. Right after that, Duan Hai put it on himself. Duan Hai used that mask to transform. After changing, he put on a new outfit. This outfit is called T-Sa. He analyzed that his ability is different from Rooster Chicken's, which is sea-level plasma and can also use fire when necessary. In his mind, he and the other masks belong to the same mystical organization as Dao Ke, created by countless people, just call it judgment. After all, his original wish was judgment on fallen heroes. He continued to think, as for the organization's operating budget, let Lu Daitio reappear. The next day, in a building that looked extremely old, Duong Hai in the image of Rooster went to meet Lu Win, whom he had arranged to meet at the bar the previous night. He was slowly walking towards Lu Win, who was sleeping soundly on the ground without knowing he had arrived. Seeing that Lu Win refused to wake up, Duong Hai had to use his foot to wake him up. He called out to him, "Hey, wake up." Lu Win was sleeping soundly when he was woken up, causing him to react and frown in discomfort, but exclaimed, Because he was used to sleeping in and was woken up by someone while he was sleeping, Lu Win was extremely angry, immediately sat up and shouted loudly, "Are you tired of living? Dare to bother Lu Xiao?" Then he recognized the person standing in front of Duong Hai was extremely scared. His face gradually turned pale to the point of cold sweat and he stammered to him, Dao Ke, I'm sorry, I just fell asleep." After hearing what he said, Duong Hai quickly spoke up, "Very happy that you came as promised. It seems you still chose to believe what I said." As soon as he heard Duong Hai finish speaking, Lu Win immediately knelt down, hugged his legs and cried, "Big Rooster, as long as you give me your powers, I can negotiate if I want, money, woman, power." After hearing Lu Win say that, Duong Hai immediately kicked him off his feet and said, I don't want those things," and that guy Lu Win was pushed off his feet by Duong Hai and fell to the ground. The force caused him pain all over his butt and he cried out in pain, "I-oh." After that, Duong Hai walked closer and stood in front of him. He looked at him and said, "The way to get superpowers is very simple." He looked into my eyes. When he heard Duong Hai say that, Lu Win also listened and looked up at him. Immediately after finishing speaking, Duong Hai immediately used hypnosis to hypnotize Lu Win. At this time, the text, hypnosis, appeared on the system. Next, Lu Win began to feel dizzy. His mind was spinning. His eyes were dull as if he had lost his soul. After successfully hypnotizing Lu Win, Duong Hai also began to interrogate him, saying that I knew the intelligence of the green pill. Hearing Duong Hai's question, Lu Win still didn't make a move. He just silently looked at him like that forever without answering his question. After not seeing Lu Win answer his question, Duong Hai became confused. He worriedly thought to himself, "What's wrong? The activation failed." After that, Duong Hai began to continue to order Lu Win to check if his move failed. He ordered him, "Lu Win, slap yourself." Listen to what he said, but Lu Win continued to remain silent without any reaction. Duong Hai saw that Lu Win still refused to listen to his words even though he had used hypnosis on him, so he got worried and thought to himself, maybe it's because of him. Lu Win himself already has supernatural powers, it's still a C-level ability or higher, so controlling it won't work on him. After that, Duong Hai raised his hand in front of Lu Win and continued to use the mental attack on him. At this time, the system displayed the text, mental attack. Because Duong Hai used the technique, Lu Win now lay down on the ground and fell asleep so he could easily act. Duong Hai looked towards him and thought to himself, last time he bullied him at the bar, he didn't fight back either, he didn't look like someone with supernatural powers. But to be more certain, Duong Hai put his hand on Lu Win's belly and thought to himself, let's try. Next, Duong Hai continued to use the ability to steal his own abilities to separate Lu Win's abilities. At this time, the system displayed the text, separating the abilities. However, a green power ball appeared that still glowed strongly, making Duong Hai extremely surprised. He was very surprised and could not believe that the name Lu Win actually had real power. He exclaimed, "Come on, Mom, is it true? Probably this guy Lu Win, like Lam Nai to it, doesn't know that he has superpowers." After that, a notice board appeared about Lu Win's ability, A-level ability, name, reincarnation, summary, only once, after death, reincarnation 1 day ago, evaluation, level, you can't use it until you're dead, chicken. Seeing the information board of Lu Win's superpowers, Duong Hai was surprised to say that this guy was a real A-level superpower. At this time, Duong Hai was holding Lu Win's superpowers. Having finished speaking, Duong Hai immediately placed Lu Win's superpower into his body and said, "This superpower is absolutely a sharp weapon to turn the game around." Then he looked towards Lu Win and said, "Lu Win, after taking your powers, I will treat you well." Next, after taking Lu Win's power, he probably wanted to compensate him, so he used the purple power he took from the animal's corpse and put it into his body, he said, putting in the power gem he took from the foreign beast processing center into his body first. After Duong Hai finished arranging everything to successfully convert the power, he began to remove the power from Lu Win to wake him up. He said, "Wake up." Then Lu Win quickly sat up and exclaimed, panicked, "Boss, give me special powers. Wait, why did I fall asleep?" Hearing Lu Wen ask that, Duan Hai also pretended to answer as if nothing had happened. He said, he was tired so he fell asleep. It's okay, see this ring now. Hearing him ask that, Lu Wen also nodded. The head replied, After that, Duan Hai raised the ring high in front of Lu Wen's eyes and said, this is a star-absorbing ring made by the organization. Using it can take away the nucleus of the supernatural power on the superpower's body. After listening, Lu Wen when Duan Hai said that, he was surprised. He opened his eyes wide, his mouth gaped open and urgently asked him, can he still do that? Then, what after that? Next, Duan Hai gave Lu Wen a small bottle of blue medicine and continued, through special organization, it is possible to make superpower seeds into superpower medicine that ordinary people can also have, be supernatural. When Lu Wen heard Duan Hai say that, he was extremely surprised. He reached out his hand to pick up the bottle of medicine and asked him suspiciously, God, it's so miraculous, boss, you didn't lie to me. Did you see that Lu Wen didn't believe it? Duan Hai quickly spoke up and said, if you take the supernatural medicine, you will know if it is real or fake. When Lu Wen heard Duan Hai say that, he looked at the blue bottle of medicine that he gave him and sweat dropped in doubt. His expression seemed very doubtful. Then he thought to himself, this is not poison, but if he wanted to attack me, he wouldn't have come until now. Just ignore it, risk it. Immediately after that, without thinking too much, Lu Wen mustered up the courage to open the lid of the medicine bottle and decisively brought it to his mouth to drink it in one go. A few seconds later, Lu Wen drank it all, not a drop remained, and the medicine bottle also broke into small pieces. Next, after drinking the entire bottle of medicine, Lu Wen felt something mysterious flowing inside his body. His eyes opened wide and his blood vessels were clearly visible. He seemed to be in a lot of pain, then shouted, me. Lu Wen probably thought that Duan Hai was poisoning him, so he knelt down at his feet in extreme pain and raised his hands to the sky. Seeing him like that, Duan Hai quickly spoke up and said, you will soon discover the magic of superpowers. After Lu Wen drank the medicine Duan Hai gave him, his whole body began to grow hair, his whole body began to turn into a wolf, his body was hot, he said, my whole body, it's too hot. On this side, Duan Hai stood observing, thinking to himself, in fact, it has nothing to do with the medicine, but because I control the superpowers in his body. Not long after that, Lu Wen grew wolf ears on his head. His hands also became larger, hair grew all over his body, and his hands also grew sharp, black claws. After the transformation was complete, Lu Wen's body was twice as big as Duan Hai. His muscles were also amplified a few times. He continuously cried out, screaming, this is me. Duan Hai did not look at Lu Wen's face. He said, what does the transformation ability of the werewolf bloodline feel like? The name Lu Wen looked at his wolf's palm. He wondered out loud, is this a supernatural ability? My brother can also transform into a demon dragon, me and him, who is strong, who is weak. Hearing Lu Wen wondering like that, Duan Hai immediately answered, your brother is a level A ability, you are only an E level ability. Hearing his brother say that about himself, he immediately shouted angrily, level E, between A and E is the way to those 3 levels. Our Duan Hai then laughed and said, first of all, don't be impatient, people who have just joined the organization can, in principle, only give you grade F medicine. Hearing that he was being treated like that by Duan Hai, he immediately cried like a puppy, his face turned red, his eyes sparkled. Seeing him like that, our brother only thought to himself, this guy Lu Wen has become a werewolf, why does it look like a silly husky? Seeing that Lu Wen whining like a puppy, our Duan Hai immediately said, but it seems that you and I are destined for each other, I will exchange you with E-level superpower medicine. Hearing him say that, Lu Wen silently thought, hearing these words, their organization seems to have all kinds of abilities, so isn't it possible that one day I can be more powerful than my father? Thinking about it, he immediately abandoned all his shame, knelt down on the ground, hugged Duan Hai's body and said loudly, Bear, Dad, can you exchange for me grade A medicine? Duan Hai was suddenly hugged like that. He shouted loudly, don't call me nonsense. Lu Wen continued to cry and say, then I call you my father, I have never met anyone who treats me as well as you. Duan Hai used her hand to push his face away and shouted loudly, my father also know, the organization has organizational rules, waiting for you to accumulate a certain amount of merit before you can change the medicine. When Lu Wen heard that, he sat down as well as a puppy and said, okay, father, what kind of organization are we? Duan Hai immediately waved his hand and said to him, listen clearly, organization, we call it Tai Quet, founded by a powerful boss, below the boss, divided into 12 star managers. Then he pointed at himself and said, I am one of the stars, Jia Dao Ke. The name Lu Win heard Duong Hai. He immediately questioned and said, someone as powerful as the father is the manager, so how powerful must the boss be? Duong Hai heard him speak carelessly, so he immediately said, don't arbitrarily speculate, the boss is not someone who appears randomly, he is extremely mysterious. Lu Win immediately turned into a little puppy, and said, Father, how can I quickly achieve success? Duong Hai gently explained to this little puppy, the organization will naturally distribute tasks, now there is a mission for you. Duong Hai pointed at him and said, you took advantage of your identity as a young master of Kunlun Economic Company to investigate information related to Lam Sak Duok Hon. The puppy Lu Win sat still, looked serious and asked, Lam Sak medicine pill, what kind of toy is that? Our Duong Hai then softly explained, it seems to be a medicine that can enhance powers. This time, coming to Lok Kang, I wanted to find the power behind this medicine. Hearing that, Lu Win's eyes lit up, he bared his fangs with excitement, and said with a smile, you can enhance your abilities, it's a good thing. Duong Hai raised his hand, hit Lu Win's head and said, don't bother talking, there was a hero who used it, accidentally injured innocent people. Here Lu Win was stabbed in the head, scream in pain, alas. Lu Win was beaten, and immediately turned back into human form in pain, and rubbing the top of his head, he asked who accidentally injured the people. When Duong Hai was asked like that, he turned his head to look coldly at Lu Win and said, I am your company's A-level hero. The name Lu Win immediately shouted in panic and anger, Li Kan Duong, he usually pretended to be oppressed, secretly turned out to be a drug waste. Duong Hai continued to speak, until you find useful information, we will meet again here, at that time we will give you Class D superpower medicine. Lu Win patted his chest proudly and said, no success, problem. While walking, Duong Hai suddenly remembered and said, oh right, there is something I forgot to tell you. He continued to add that the medicine's effectiveness is only 1 week, time is limited, the person must complete the task within a week. Lu Win sat flat on the ground. When he heard there was a time limit, he immediately turned pale and said, what? Duong Hai held a glass of water and slowly walked on a large street crowded with people passing by. The streets were crowded, people were busy moving back and forth. He rolled his eyes and looked around at the bustling and noisy city. Oh! He walked into the hallway where there was a notice hanging on the wall, which attracted Duong Hai's attention. He walked closer to it to see more clearly. Duong Hai slowly drank water and read the notice. On the notice board that made him look attentively, it read, asking for someone, looking for Uncle Dao Ke. When he went, he wore a black robe and a platinum mask on his face. If anyone has news, please come, contact Tian. The portrait of the person you are looking for is printed next to the description along with the phone number. After reading the notice on the wall, he couldn't help but spit out the mouthful of soft drink he had just drunk all over the wall. Poof, the uncle sitting in the room got angry and reminded him with a loud shout, hey, that brat. The whole building that Duong Hai was inside was making noise because of the voices of 2 people, him and his uncle, sitting in the room. The uncle was annoyed and shouted at Duong Hai, what are you doing? I'm worried. He answered quietly, apologizing to the boss, sweat pouring down his forehead. Duong Hai then received the notice from earlier that kept him busy looking at the uncle sitting in the room. He sighed as he walked away. He didn't expect that the girl Tian would still have this game. He was shocked by her actions. Suddenly he stopped walking. He saw the silhouette of a girl entering another path with strange men. That girl was quite familiar to him. Duong Hai unconsciously exclaimed, is it Tian? What's wrong with her? The brown-haired girl that Duong Hai focused on was the one walking between the 2 men. Tian. She frowned, feeling uncomfortable as she walked down the aisle ahead. When Duong Hai saw that girl, he did not dare to raise his voice. He just silently observed and hid himself behind the wall, only revealing his head to observe what the girl was planning to do. They kept going into the dead-end alley. Tian was cornered in the alley. She spoke first. What do you guys want? Tian asked a question to the girl in front. It knew, and the 2 of them left. Follow her. 2 men followed and answered her, one with a piercing and one with a hood. The piercer spoke first. That girl obediently returned the young master's knife. The hooded man frowned and looked at her. She puts pressure. Tian looked straight at them. She responded strongly to them. I don't know what you are talking about. I don't have a knife on my body, she asserted, not even a penny of money. The crowd knew that she was alone, so they raised their voices to put more pressure on Tian. Don't act like a fool. You bullied our young master who didn't know anything, used fake jewels to exchange the demon sword. Muramasa, if you don't want to die, hand it over here. Duong Hai hid behind the wall and listened to everything, thinking to himself, demon sword Muramasa. He secretly looked inside. Duong Hai was a bit confused. Wasn't that the legendary S-class beast weapon? But it was on Tian Da's body. Miss Tiandida is very confused right now. It seems she really did this. Her eyes are avoiding them. She thinks, it turns out that broken knife is indeed a genuine product. If that's the case, she use your right hand to hold an object behind your back. Behind her back, she intentionally hid a bag with simple patterns. Tiandida continued to talk to them as if trying to pretend what she had done. Young master, never heard of it. You guys got the wrong person. Her eyes fluttered, sweat flowed more out of worry. Duan Hai was behind the wall witnessing, but he was speechless. This excuse was too false. As soon as he heard it, he knew that this greedy girl had taken the knife and still refused to admit it. Tuatnu began to give orders, without much need for words. Take action. The piercer took the lead and attacked first. He shouted, military form, 3 swords flow. The masked man responded to the piercer, the shadow consciousness, in the shadow of the deadwood clone. Duan Hai looked at them and analyzed. These 2 people were actually people with inherited abilities, and their level was still sea level or higher. Tiandida shouted loudly, I'm not easy to bully, she said, and pulled out a fan from the small bag she hid behind her back. She held the fan in her hand. Tiandida confidently said, this is a B-level beast weapon. After Tiandida finished speaking, she fanned herself very hard. She screamed, blowing everything away for this young lady. Her attack created a strong wind that blew out, causing the piercer to be pushed away. He couldn't speak clearly when under the influence of that move. Here. Seizing the opportunity when they couldn't attack, Tiandida immediately used the move to push herself into the air and escape. She smiled excitedly. This thing was in the hands of this lady. There was no way to return it. Tiandida fled right before the eyes of everyone there. Tuatnu saw this and was not willing. She frowned and refused to accept that Tiandida would leave so easily if she liked him. She started to use her moves, her level A ability, the Snow Girl. The girl's hair, which was originally black after transforming, became blue in an instant. Her outfit also changed, and the air around her cooled down. Tiandida couldn't escape. Her body got colder. She blurted out, hey, why did it suddenly snow? Duan Hai observed. He felt that the current situation was not very good. He thought to himself, this situation. He had no choice but to interrupt them. Duan Hai transformed into someone exactly like the description on the notice he read earlier to support Tiandida. Tiandida is in a dangerous situation. She is being chased by someone behind her. Tuatnu chased after Tiandida and unleashed a move, turning into a dragon fist and aiming at Tiandida. Small snowdrops flew at high speed, aiming straight at Tiandida's body due to the special move the girl was chasing. Before Duan Hai had time to react, he worriedly called out her name, Dada. The host quickly said that there was a fierce battle on Trong Tan Street between people with special abilities, and asked the nearby heroes to come here for reinforcements. Tiandida opened her eyes wide. She screamed loudly while being controlled by the ice tornado, making her unable to move. She fell down. Her skin hurt. It hurt me to death. Snow Girl came before her. Now, can she obediently hand over something that doesn't belong to her? Tiandida still refused to give up. Okay, then let me ask this beautiful girl, is it a gold sword or a silver sword that you lost? Tuatnu did not like this joke. She glared at Tiandida. Tiandida's legs were frozen tightly by the ice created by Tuatnu. She cried out, oh ah. Tuatnu warned her, advising her to be more honest, otherwise her legs would freeze and break into pieces. Tiandida asserted, this sister is willing to be soft and not hard. The things that she relied on her bravery to grab, even if she threw them away, she would not give them to her. Then she shouted loudly and backed away. Then she threw away the sword. Mr. Daokei, this broken sword is for you to play with, without taking any money. Duan Hai caught the sword. He happily said, you really saw me long ago. Dada, thank you. He looked at the broken old sword and scolded, Mung Bean, this sword is given away for free and no one else wants it. Tiandida has the same opinion, so I don't think they came to the door because of this broken knife. Tuatnu saw Duan Hai appear and gave the order, she has accomplices, let's go up together. Immediately masked men surrounded him. There was a person holding a dart who confidently said, you rotten boy, watch your moves. Duan Hai ignored them. He thought, this knife is sucking my spiritual power. Before he could control it, his body moved on its own. He suddenly wondered, his body, acting on its own. He swung his sword and slashed everyone around him, but it turned out they were just clones. But Duan Hai accidentally cut the owner, the creator of those clones, in half. He was so shocked by the moment just now that he said, it's over. The piercer was holding a sword and risked his life to attack him and died. Duan Hai immediately reacted, reflexively jumping up to avoid it. However, the sword burst out with power. This caused him to fan his sword with great force, causing smoke to cover the surroundings. Tuatnu looked at him and was overwhelmed by the power of the sword. She exclaimed, "Demon sword, Mu Ramasa." In the air there were only traces left behind by Duan Hai's fast-moving speed. The piercer groaned, "Master, save me." Meanwhile, he unleashed the final slash to finish him off. Duan Hai also obtained a yellow orb. He gained a new skill, according to level, C-level ability. It is Sun Moon 3 Knife Flow, introduced as 3 Knife Flow knife technique, can trigger blade energy to attack the enemy, is rated C-level, actually in tested as 1. The sword will not reveal its special handsomeness. With Duan Hai right now, he was trembling, his body was tired, not feeling well, his mental strength had been absorbed by the sword too much, he couldn't bear it anymore. Taking that opportunity, Tuatnu shouted, "Ah!" Then she used tens of thousands of sharp ice arrows to shoot towards Duan Hai. Duan Hai was in transformed form. He worriedly exclaimed, "It's gone. It seems like today I have to use my ability to regenerate." Suddenly a blue slash appeared from nowhere and quickly pierced through the air. The people below saw that move and said in panic, "This is it." The attack immediately flew past and destroyed the ice. Duan Hai stood still and suddenly shouted, the wall lamented. Both girls also looked towards him. Tian exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, wandering swordsman." Tuatnu next to him also suddenly followed, "What?" Then Ma Long appeared with Lang Tu's sword guest. He spoke up, "You arrogant cherry blossom group in the 6th district should stop. You dare to come to the 1st district to cause trouble." Tuatnu calmly replied, "We just came to take back what belongs to us, because you guys are raping people too much." Tian immediately got angry and protested, "That's not true, it was your master who exchanged the knife with me, that was already mine." Tuatnu looked at them and thought to herself, "With 2 more level A power users, I no longer have a chance of winning, I still need to ask philosophy to protect me," she said and stared at Tian, making it difficult for her. "Understand, Immediately, sharp ice arrows surrounded Tian, overwhelming her. Tuatnu coldly looked at Ma Long and said, "Although you guys killed my people, as long as you return the things here, I cannot kill this girl and leave Lukong City immediately." Ma Long laughed, "Ha, who said he would let her leave Lukong City?" He stared at the girl. "Area 1 is where you can come if you want, and if you want to go, you can go." Tuatnu implicitly understood Ma Long's intentions, but she just remained silent and did not answer. Ma Long told Lang Tu sword guest that this girl is in your hands. "I'm going to test the ability of that rooster guy." Lang Tu's sword guest reminded him that the company wants to take him in. "Don't do anything harsh, too." After that, Ma Long rushed straight towards Duan Hai. He said, "No, I'm just trying to help my brother first." He used his fist to directly confront his broken sword. Ma Long's punch caused Duan Hai to use his sword to block it, but because it was too strong, he had to step back, creating a row of white smoke. He exclaimed, "Ama!" Tian shouted loudly because he was worried about him. "Mr. Dao Ke," Ma Long calmly replied, "No, that's all." Tuatnu also took a stance. She said, "If that's the case, you'll die too." She also participated in this fight. Tuatnu launched an attack at an absolute pitch. Ice slabs flew past Tian and then rushed straight towards Ma Long. Wandering swordsman immediately moved, using his moves and sword intent to slash the ice and melt it away. His attack did not stop, continuing to aim straight at Tuatnu. She was stunned because she did not expect the power from the wandering swordsman to be so great. She had no intention of dodging the attack, she just took the full hit. But when the move affected her, the ice broke into pieces. Wandering swordsman realized, it was broken, couldn't hit, but Tian didn't believe what she saw. "No, wasn't she already broken?" Wandering swordsman gently explained, "Just pretend." She ran away, but she was nearby. Duan Hai also took that opportunity to escape. Tian couldn't find him, so he made a fuss. "Wait, where is Dao Ke?" He hid behind the wall, his whole body collapsed. The knife was damned, he didn't even have the strength to hurt him. What could he do to turn danger into safety? Duan Hai suddenly realized something. "Wait, if it's a strange beast weapon, can I also separate its powers?" Then he immediately used his ability to separate supernatural powers. And immediately get the result, get 2,500 units of dark energy. In Duan Hai's mind, the components, structures, and things he could discover from the power he had just analyzed appeared in Duan Hai's mind. Suddenly, many black squares appeared. He sat down on the ground, his back leaning against the wall. Duong Hai said, although he had not yet separated the power jade, he had so many squares of dark energy. I think the original material of this knife was also taken from the S-class strange beast, the cubes surrounding his body. Duong Hai pondered and wondered which abilities he had to upgrade to have the power to fight Ma Long. He took out a ball and held it. It was metal transfiguration, a D-level ability. Duong Hai took that sphere and absorbed all the black squares on the ground. He said, try this ability. Immediately the black cubes entered the sphere in his hand one after another. After the ball absorbed, it immediately emitted a strange blue light. Suddenly the ball rose to a level A ability. Now its name is Metal Control. It can control all objects surrounding metal within 1,000 meters. The heaviest control weight is 1,000 tons. It is also rated as an Iron Man. Duong Hai observed the ball and then put the ball back in its original position. The remaining light of the ball escaped and was noticed by that large amount of light. The process of absorbing Duong Hai's orb was discovered by the girl with the ability to die, the snow girl from earlier. Over there, she turned in his direction. Duong Hai, after that absorption process, he looked around. He realized there was a new change. He could feel it. All the metal was made of reinforced concrete, cars, machines, high-rise house. He confidently commented on this new ability. He finally had the ability to fight others. But as soon as he stood up, a combination of wind and ice created a tornado that was rushing toward Duong Hai while he was caught off guard. Duong Hai was in no hurry when he felt the thing behind him coming closer to him. He calmly raised his right hand, borrowing energy to create strength. He created a giant propeller. In an instant, the propeller went into action and erased the attack aimed at him. He was trying to test his new ability. The whirlwind created by Duong Hai's propeller blew away Tuat Nu, the mastermind of the attack just now. She took it all in and cried out, The angrier she became, the more determined she was to hit harder, continuously swinging attacks at Duong Hai without hesitation and exclaiming, deserve to die. But for Duong Hai, that was still too weak to cause damage to him. The propeller he created continuously worked. Every time it rotated, it blocked countless ice arrows, gaining momentum in battle. He slowly advanced. Tuat Nu was panicked when she saw that none of her attacks had provoked him, so she felt a little surprised. How could that be possible? Duong Hai stepped forward, his right arm dropped, the 4 fan blades separated and aimed straight at her. Soon, she was tied tightly by Duong Hai's power, controlling all movements. She angrily shouted, damn, let me go. Duong Hai replied, hey, don't move, I will be gentler, a little with my daughter. He put his hand close to her body. Tuat Nu thought he was going to play a perverted trick and screamed loudly, what do you want to do? Contrary to her thoughts, Duong Hai did not do anything evil. He took out another sphere from her body. The light from this sphere shined everywhere. Tuat Nu cried out in annoyance, you. Duong Hai uses the ability to separate skills for analysis. Later, he learned that this was the Snow Girl. He could call on the Snow Girl Shikigami to help him fight. He could also choose to integrate the Snow Girl, which was considered a portable air conditioner in the summer. After analyzing it, he came to the conclusion that he originally thought it was an elemental system, but unexpectedly it was a summoning system. This is truly the dream of all men. Duong Hai immediately supported her after she transformed back into her original human form, seemingly unable to stand anymore. Wandering swordsman discovered him. Behind him was Ma Long. The 3 of them looked at each other. Ma Long spoke up, what, was that the passerby girl you bumped into? Wandering swordsman thought to himself, why isn't his aura the same as before? Duong Hai put her on the ground, helped her sit against the wall. He explained that she was not a passerby, she was Tuat Nu, but I had already dealt with her. Ma Long doesn't believe what he said. What a joke. Snow Girl is someone that something like you that can't fight can defeat. If you don't believe me, then give it a try. Duong Hai accepted his proposal. If you don't believe it, give it a try. Say, which 2 people go first? I'll ask them back. He looked straight at them, directly suggesting, yes. Duong Hai is standing in front of 2 strong people, he confidently said, going up at the same time. The image of the host appears on the big screen of a building. He constantly warms up the audience with his tongue. We heard right, that guy wants one to fight too. The opponent is still 2 A-level hero. Some enthusiastic comments appeared on the big screen. Someone said, my Ma Long could handle him with 1 hand. What's the point of pretending to be cool? Another comment commented on Duong Hai, looking at his appearance, not like I was pretending. Another audience member was excited. I have become a fan of the man in black. Another person exclaimed, he is so domineering. At this time, the host was standing not far away. He was very excited and shouted, then, there will be an epic 1 versus 2 battle. Ignoring the audience's gossip, Ma Long slowly said, even if the audience is fueling the fire, I will not deal with you and the swordsman, doing so will ruin the image of an A-level hero. Duong Hai's voice was clearly disappointed. That was a bit of a pity, otherwise, the 1v2 fight would definitely have been very interesting. Ma Long whispered to the swordsman, to win against an opponent, he must understand him, so, before he could finish his sentence, the swordsman replied, we still have a little bit of chemistry. Your eyes now fell on the ring Duong Hai was wearing, Ma Long warned, the ring on your hand was a bit strange, the disappearance of the secret power could be related to it, you must be careful. The swordsman slowly approached, he pulled out his sword, the wind appeared from somewhere blowing around him, he replied a bit arrogantly, don't worry, I have to see how he dealt with the snow girl. He stared at Duong Hai and continued, as long as you defeat me, Ma Long will of course take action. Hearing those words, he didn't say anything, just silently raised 2 fingers and crossed them, indicating that he was ready to fight him. Suddenly, the swordsman stood still and slashed hard forward. That slash was aimed straight and rushed towards him quickly. However, before that attack could reach him, it was blocked by him using magic. His strength destroyed that slash, making it unable to touch a single hair of his. Taking advantage of the light emitted, Duong Hai rushed forward to counterattack, surprising him. But he quickly noticed and used his sword to block his attack, the 2 sides collided, creating a deafening sound. Duong Hai controlled his strength to wrap around his sword to take it away, but the sword guest cannot be underestimated, he said with a smirk, wanting to control my sword, dreaming. Having finished speaking, he counterattacked, that sword reflected its power and bounced back, he cried out, He flew backwards and took a kneeling position to land. At that moment, he created a magic barrier to block his attacks. He calculated that the sword was made from strange animal materials, not considered controllable metal, and in addition, there was nothing on his body. If you fight directly with any other metal, you are no match for him. What should you do? He continued to fall into thought. He must upgrade one more A-level ability, otherwise it would be difficult to quickly defeat the wandering swordsman, not to mention the demon dragon staring at him. He thought that in his hand, 2 gems containing the A-level ability, Snow Maiden, and the E-level ability, Puppet Control, had just appeared. Thinking for a while, he crushed the A-level ability, Snow Girl. The remaining power pellets are slowly released. The system displays, level A power level, named Puppet Control, in short, can use magic to cause confusion on level A targets, and brainwash the target. Objects below level B, including level have the target's absolute loyalty for 10 years, and the soul can operate in the puppet body for 2 hours every day. The number of puppets 03, extremely shameless skill rating. A thin layer of sweat poured down his face. He looked at that ability and said, I won't use it to do shameless things. Seeing that the swordsman was completely unfocused on the match, he angrily shouted, Hey, what are you doing? Are you still fighting? The shield opened a small hole to reveal his face. He slowly said, Don't rush. However, there is something strange about his glasses, they have hypnotic power. The swordsman looked at those glasses and was immediately affected by the magic. At this moment, the scene appeared in his imagination. A woman wearing a kimono gently said, Akan, do you want to attack me? After meeting his old friend from the past, he was stunned and stood still. Wandering swordsman looked at the person in front of him, his eyes filled with tears, his voice choked, Sister. Still unable to escape the emotional emotion, his sister slowly walked over and gently placed her hand on his cheek. At this time, he tried to escape from the illusion and slashed it. The wandering swordsman's face clearly showed loss and pain. Duong Hai stood still, using her powers to block his attack. He was breathing heavily, his face was sweating profusely. He looked up at him hatefully and said, Spiritual system, you really have 2 superpowers. He stepped back to avoid his sword strike, calmly replied, I knew it was too late, I didn't think I would have to be a wandering swordsman to endure the wind and rain, and yet there was this loophole. The sarcasm he just made him lose his temper. He angrily slashed as if he wanted to devour him. He shouted, What do you understand? Seeing his sister again, the wanderer swordsman's spirit was shaken. He knelt down and stuck the sword in the ground, his voice trembling, That was my lost sister, I couldn't bear to lay down my hand. The spectators outside who witnessed this scene did not understand what was happening. They were shocked and shouted, Wandering swordsman, get up. Another guy also said, It's over, swordsman has lost, I just don't know if Ma Long can catch him or not. An audience member continued to exclaim, Oh my god, he defeated the wandering swordsman, I'm sure he's spinning me around. The host was observing the match and constantly updating the situation. The wandering swordsman was knocked to the ground. Could it be that the man in black used the spirit strategy? From a state of excitement to focused observation, the host showed off his professionalism and continued, "The swordsman is still on his guard, now the swordsman's hands are shaking, trembling, it seems that the winner and loser are clear." At the same time, Tian excitedly shouted, "Great fight, brother Take, I thought you were defeated by Lang Tu's sword guest, if you die, who will pay me 10,000? Duong Hai was in the middle of the match and suddenly sneezed. He thought, who is scolding me? The swordsman was now disappointed in himself. Ma Long slowly stood next to him and placed his hand on his shoulder, comforting him and saying, "It's been hard, you forced him to the end, next time you leave it to me." Hearing that, the swordsman lowered his head, glanced at him and silently warned, "Don't look directly into his eyes. One hit, your most important person will appear before your eyes." Ma Long did not say anything but continued to walk towards Duong Hai. His whole body radiated a dangerous aura. He stood there looking at him, his mind extremely calm, ready to confront him. At this moment he spoke, finally willing to make a move. "Ma Long." Then, his eyes glowed, showing a scary, dangerous and unpredictable expression. He provoked, "Stop for a moment." He again, "Let's make a bet." He calmly asked again, "Interesting, what do you want to bet on?" Immediately, Ma Long burst out in power, surrounding him with extremely toxic black and purple aura. He proudly pointed at the ring he was wearing on his hand. He smirked, "If you lose, then you tell me the secret of the ring." "How?" Hearing that, he raised his hand. The ring was glowing. He generously agreed, "Okay, if you have the ability, then come here and get it." In his head he was thinking, "Fortunately Ma Long is not stupid. I stand at the head of the wind, just to make you pay attention to the star-catching ring." Before he could react, Ma Long made a move without warning. He was extremely surprised by his extremely fast speed. For a moment he exclaimed, "It was so fast, yet faster than the wandering swordsman." However, Duong Hai can still create an ice shield to block his kicks. Just blocking the first attack, he suddenly flashed behind him, making it impossible for him to catch up. Right after that, Ma Long poked him hard in the back. Without waiting for him to react, he kicked him again, sending him flying into the air. At this time in the stands, the host was extremely surprised. He couldn't believe it. What? Man in Black controlled the metal without using Ma Long's speed at all. Tian was also next to him, no less panicked. Switching back to the match, Duong Hai, after kicking into the air, fell hard to the ground, the surrounding smoke covering his whole body. Seeing his miserable appearance, Ma Long smiled complacently, but his powers were nothing more than that. Duong Hai in the identity of Dao Ke. When he was hit by Ma Long's attack, he stood on his knees, holding his stomach, looking very difficult. The smoke of the attack was still flying in the air. After a moment of silence and the smoke gradually dissipated, although Duong Hai was wearing a mask, the strong impact made him cough continuously, coughing and coughing. He calmly looked up at Ma Long. He stood with his legs wide apart, his hands clenched and looked very confident, but Dao Ke didn't notice that, making him stare at him to analyze the situation. Duong Hai thought, "This kid is fast, has strong attacks, the dragon armor's whole body defense is also high, and the fire-breathing skill is too unreasonable. I mean, it's not scientific." Ma Long's face was now haughtily looking at Duong Hai. He smirked and said in a sarcastic voice, "Not bad, the bones are very solid." Duong Hai ignored his words. He raised one hand, used his ability and the system immediately notified, randomly controlling. With a calm expression, Duong Hai raised his hand towards the Ma Long and said nothing. Then, Ma Long saw that Duong Hai could still continue fighting and stood up to attack immediately, making him surprised and stunned. He looked at him and shouted, "What?" Suddenly, a dark scene engulfed Ma Long, but before he could calm down, Lu Win appeared, holding his neck with tears flowing, coming forward and crying, "Brother, I'm in so much pain, help me." Ma Long couldn't help but look at Lu Win in shock. Immediately after that, Lu Win disappeared. When Ma Long calmed down, he held his head and shouted loudly, "Damn it, but you dare to turn into my adorable younger brother, it's so disgusting." He screamed for a long time and then angrily grew a tail with sharp purple spikes right behind the original armor, which looked extremely strange. Ma Long's pupils had now turned red, his face was frowning and extremely uncomfortable. He lay down and used his strength to crawl out of the deep hole that Duong Hai created with anger and hatred. Duong Hai couldn't help but look in shock at Ma Long climbing up angrily. He panicked and said loudly, "Oh my god, even if Xuanshu is destroyed, he can still choose to be angry with him." The people standing around could not escape the surprise with their mouths wide open and watched intently. The reporter standing nearby also seized the opportunity and said, "Today we saw Ma Long transform twice. I couldn't help but admire the masked person who provoked Ma Long to transform this time." As for the two of them, Ma Long from below used his strength to jump up to Duong Hai, saying with venom, "Die," while Duong Hai still stood motionless, looking at the angry Ma Long without fear. Without waiting for Ma Long to fly, Duong Hai slammed his hand on the ground to create a shield of spiked metal spikes in front of him to protect Ma Long's attack. He immediately rushed towards Duong Hai and revealed his power. That power covered Ma Long's body. There was a purple light and rotated like a drill directly hitting Duong Hai's metal shield. In that purple drill, Ma Long spoke with a triumphant tone, hoping to stop me with just these sharp needles. Not at all afraid of Ma Long's power, Duong Hai with a calm and confident expression said, turning into a drill, "If you have the courage, come here to arrest me." Ma Long, along with the purple drill, rushed straight into Duong Hai's metal shield. He turned those metal spikes into a metal carpet that flew into the air to dodge Ma Long's powerful attack. As soon as he dodged his strong blow, Ma Long still did not give up trying to defeat Duong Hai. He immediately flew up to chase Duong Hai and said in a provocative voice, "You think you can escape by flying, star?" Being followed by Ma Long, Duong Hai quickly swung his arm out as if he was doing something and shouted at Ma Long to go away. It turned out that Duong Hai waved his hand to control the metal bars to tie Ma Long in. Even though he was using his power, Duong Hai was still captured. Even though Duong Hai caught him, he was still not afraid. He smiled, eyes full of excitement, and voice full of confidence. He said, "Have you forgotten my black inflammation?" Duong Hai stood on his metal iron mat. He controlled the metal ropes that tied Ma Long tightly. At this time, his body burst into a purple flame in front of Duong Hai. His power created an extremely large heat. At this time, a reporter from a certain television was commenting on this dramatic match and was sweating profusely. The reporter said, "At this time, Ma Long's black inflammation had burned the metal, so the metal could not resist. How long has it been?" Hearing that, Tian was startled and turned to look at the reporter in bewilderment. Tian got angry. She was so angry that her eyes turned white. She shouted at the reporter's head, "Ayo!" At this time she yelled at the reporter, "Take is not only strong, his tactics are outstanding. He won't use such useless moves." After emitting a purple flame to burn Duong Hai's metal wires, when that fire had disappeared, Ma Long was surprised because the iron wires had not yet broken. His face began to exude with a look of fear. He said, "What?" But it burned without breaking. At this time, Ma Long no longer had a triumphant look on his face. He was starting to fear Duong Hai's strength. He was still as calm as always and thought leisurely. Even though the fire-resistant hardshell was grade C, it was still a bit good. Good or bad, it only burns once. At this time, suddenly, a yellow car parked on the side of the road nearby was swept up into the sky by a gravitational force from outer space. Nearby cars also flew into the air. Not only cars but also iron and aluminum materials also flew up high. It seemed that Ma Long had felt a tremendous power from Duong Hai. He stammered and said, This is. What Duong Hai had gathered formed an extremely large block of metal. Ma Long stood motionless under Duong Hai's metal block. He spoke loudly from the top of the metal block, saying that the metal belongs to the controller. The tall Ma Long is now just a small person under that giant metal block. Standing on such a large metal block, Duong Hai pointed down at Ma Long's position and controlled the metal block to fall on top of him. He ordered, "Fall down," with a calm fist. The metal platform increasingly landed on Ma Long's position. It seemed to be able to destroy everything it pressed on. People below the ground immediately raced to escape. Some people fell to the ground because they were too tired, scared. High-rise buildings were obscured by the shadow of the metal block. Only Ma Long stood motionless in front of Duong Hai's large metal block. Ma Long's face was stunned by Duong Hai's strength. He seemed to have lost his confidence. He looked up at that block of metal and said, "Am I going to die?" A loud explosion in that area created a large plume of smoke in the sky, creating a shock wave that pushed sand and dust in all directions. It seemed that Duong Hai's metal block had fallen to the ground. "Could Ma Long, are you still alive?" After the loud explosion shook the whole city, smoke and dust flew everywhere, but the reporter still held the microphone and coughed loudly. Cough, cough. "Now the dust has dispersed a bit. Let's go. See if Ma Long that fell into the center is still alive." Because of that, other people also gathered around the giant rock and chatted loudly. "He must be dead. He couldn't possibly be alive. Hey, isn't that lovely VM Deep?" At this time high up, VM Deep was flying around on the rock with a pitiful expression. She cried out, Mr. Ma Long, where are you?" Seeing that, Mechanical Chen Hung looked up at VM Deep with a calm expression. He told her, "VM Deep, stay away." She heard someone calling her, so she turned around and happily replied, "Senior Mechanical Chen Hung." Then he stood on top of a towering building, fearlessly looking down at the rock pressing on Ma Long. He used intense concentration, putting his hands in his pockets. Right after that, mechanical Chen Hung continuously shot a beam of emerald green light straight down towards the rock. His face was extremely frowned at this time, as if there was anger present. As soon as those rays of light reached and cut the rock into blocks, the small stones gradually cracked. When the people below saw the scene before their eyes, they couldn't help but be happy. Look, it's a grade A machine hero, saved. When the large stone under the cuts of mechanized Chen Hung split, right there, Ma Long was not broken or injured, but when the stone was completely opened, Ma Long was sitting with Lang Tu's sword, guessed. The wandering swordsman saw this and bowed his head, a little sadly said, I had to open the wall of complaints to protect my life, I'm sorry, I've made the company lose face. Mechanized Chen Hung saw that without any discomfort and slowly walked towards them, gently saying, it's good if he doesn't die. VM Deep loomed behind him, shyly sticking her head out and hesitantly asking, do you need help? She was a bit reserved as she spoke. When Lang Tu's sword guest heard VM Deep's question, he thoughtfully turned his head to look at Ma Long lying unconscious on the ground and replied, he was bothering her. In Duong Hai's city, the sky is extremely beautiful right now, white clouds racing across the sky. At Duong Hai's apartment, at this time the scene here was completely peaceful, unlike the chaos where Ma Long and he had just fought, the air was fresh and the birds were singing very gently. In the living room at this time, Duong Hai was holding a wound-healing disinfectant spray in his hand. He lightly sprayed it on the wound. Then Duong Hai immediately cried out in pain, angrily said, Yi, it hurts to death. That Ma Long's attack was really heavy. Duong Hai's stomach was now covered with a large bruise. He was in so much pain that he bit down, teeth endure. After treating the wound, Duong Hai sat absent-mindedly thinking. The last time he encountered Tuat Nu and Ma Long was both an accident. His first goal was still to concentrate on the blue medicine. The characters and clues were in front of him. There were two people. One was a brave warrior. This person was handed over to Lu Win. Having said that, he suddenly remembered his transformed appearance and felt a bit stunned as if he had thought of something. Right after that, Duong Hai remembered the scene when he first met the spicy sourdough Superman and couldn't help but think. Secondly, the spicy sourdough Superman level hero had recently had a meeting with his fans. Right, go check it out. After thinking about it, he immediately looked at the medicine bottles on the table and couldn't help but say seriously, I will bring more danger in the future. I can't rent them with others anymore, to avoid getting them involved. While Duong Hai was thinking about leaving for everyone's safety, suddenly Lam Nai Tuat came from nowhere and sighed and said, Phew, finally home. She suddenly came from behind. Duong Hai's back appeared, making him startled and scream, Mom. Lam Nai Tuat walked closer to Duong Hai. She looked up at him and asked worriedly, Duong Hai, the smell of medicine is so strong. What are you doing in the living room? After hearing Lam Nai Tuat's question, Duong Hai felt a bit embarrassed, shyly replied, Nothing, hit the edge of the table, just applied some medicine. When she heard Duong Hai faltering so awkwardly, she immediately stared at him and raised one eyebrow to show suspicion, but she did not say anything more. Duong Hai avoided Lam Nai Tuat's suspicious eyes. He looked the other way and pretended to calmly say, Oh, I just heard that everyone is back. I want to tell everyone something. I have to move out. When three people, Din Lam, Tui, and Lam Nai Tuat, heard Duong Hai say they were moving, they were all shocked like lightning struck their ears. The three girls gasped and asked in unison, What, you want to move? Duong Hai was extremely calm. He sat down on the chair with a serious expression and said, It's really not convenient for a man like me to be with everyone. Before it wasn't there, now I've been promoted to a higher salary, so decided to move out. Hearing that, Tui immediately turned and pointed at Lam Nai Tuat and asked, Wait, what should Nai Tuat do? Duong Hai heard Tui say that and was a bit confused. He raised a hand to his head and quickly explained, what should Nai Tuat do? She and I have nothing, and Lam Nai Tuat is standing nearby. Hearing Duong Hai say that, she could only watch silently. Hearing what he said, Tui put her hands on her hips and said, If that's the case, we won't stop you anymore. Anyway, everyone has contact information. We can contact you later when you have free time. Lam Nai Tuat was talking while everyone was talking, then she remained silent and slowly walked away to go back to her room. Duong Hai was a little speechless, looked away and replied, Okay, tonight I invite everyone to dinner. Consider it a farewell meal. As soon as he finished speaking, Lam Nai Tuat had already returned to the room. She closed the door firmly, causing the sound to reach the ears of the other three people, making everyone startled and not understanding what was going on. He had sweat pouring down his forehead with a bewildered look on his face, thinking, What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? As he thought, his heart was filled with question marks and didn't know how to explain it. Right after Lam Nai Tuat angrily left the room, our Duong Hai was still sitting on the sofa. He said to Din Lam and Tui, "Well, if you want to eat, you should still let enough people come, better." On this side, Tui shouted loudly at him, "Ams, Nai Tuat is so beautiful, and even treats him well, why is she not worthy of him? He treats her like that, Tray man." Duong Hai can only laugh, "It's hard to explain, here." Without letting him explain, Tui and Din Lam turned around and left to go back to the room. While walking, Tui looked back and said, "Let's go take a nap, I'll have dinner tonight after I deal with Nai Tuat." Hearing her say that, he also became more thoughtful, talking to himself, saying that it was fake that he had no feelings for Lam Nai Tuat, but that he really didn't want to drag innocent people into danger. Having said that, he immediately walked to Lam Nai Tuat's room, raised his hand and knocked on the door. Inside, Nai Tuat's voice rang out, "The door was unlocked, so just go in." As soon as our husband walked in, he saw Lam Nai Tuat lying face down on the bed. She propped herself up on her hands, looking angry. Seeing her so angry, he immediately broke into a cold sweat and said sorry. Lam Nai Tuat turned her head, glanced at him. She said in anger, "What are you apologizing for? Don't we have any relationship?" Duong Hai just said softly, "You know I don't have any relationship, that's what I mean." Nai Tuat propped her hands up, sat up, turned her whole body to look at him. She shouted loudly, "Duong Hai, you criticize my background, right?" The more she talked, the redder her face became like a tomato. Duong Hai was unjustly accused and raised her voice. How could it be a misunderstanding? Hearing that did not calm Lam Nai Tuat's anger, but she also said with tears in her eyes, "Then why don't you like me?" Because I'm ugly." Duong Hai immediately approached her, put his hand on her shoulder. He gently said, "No, you calm down a bit, Lam Nai Tuat, can't there be a pure friendship between us?" Right now my eyes. Nai Tuat's eyes had 2 tears. She shouted loudly, "Friendship, so you ask your inner self, don't you like me at all?" Hearing that, his mind was confused, thinking deeply, Lam Nai Tuat likes him. Most of it comes from the loss of the feeling of security, almost like when she split with her family, wanting to bring her inner feelings to her, convey a different kind of love. Thinking back to the time they met at the nightclub, he continued his train of thought, plus the fact that he didn't answer her back. Of course she would also think in a bad way, thinking that her background and experiences would make her angry. Others look down on you. She is a weak girl, only when touched by someone else's attention is broken. How could he be so cruel to hurt her? As he thought, the image of Lam Nai Tuat with tears in her eyes appeared in his mind. After thinking about it for a while, Duong Hai started to speak. "Actually, on this side." Lam Nai Tuat also turned away, avoiding him. She said, "Maybe what he said was right." He suddenly exclaimed, "Ha!" Nai Tuat sat kneeling on the bed and added, "It was because I was too hasty, thinking that the last hug, we both had each other in our hearts." Duong Hai climbed onto the bed, took her hand. He said, Tuat sat down and knelt on the bed. "Snow." Nai Tuat continued to look at him with steady eyes. She added, "But even if not now, I don't want you to become a stranger. Can you be my standard boyfriend now?" Duong Hai sighed, looked at her deeply and said, "Okay, I agree with you." The sky was now dark. The moon was high in the sky, in a luxurious house. On a huge sofa, the name Lee Kan Duong, the glacier hero, he held a glass of wine in his hand, laughed loudly, fell onto the chair and shouted happily, "Come on, keep drinking." Lu Win was hiding behind the door looking at the name Kan Duong. He silently thought angrily, "Damn it, if it wasn't for completing my adoptive father's mission, I wouldn't have spent a large amount of money to invite him here to have fun like that. That's it." Having said that, when Lee Kan Duong was drunk and fell asleep, he ran over, sat down right next to him, groping around looking for things. He thought, phone, computer, wallet. Suddenly he found a box, held it in front of him and couldn't help but wonder, silently asking in his heart, "What is this?" The name Lee Kan Duong suddenly woke up. He looked at him tiptoeing around looking for something. He asked, "Lu Win, what are you doing?" Hearing that, Lu Win's forehead sweated and his face turned pale. Lu Win quickly took out the cigarette, put it in his mouth. He coldly said, Mr. Lee, I was looking for the fire. I don't know where my lighter is." The name Lee Kan Duong was still drunk. His face was a bit red. He held out his hand. He said, "Here, where are the girls? Why don't I see any of them anymore?" Lu Win immediately made a despicable face, turned around and said to Kan Duong, "The girls are waiting. Which one will Mr. Lee see tonight? I will let her serve you well." Kan Duong also cooperated and said the same. "It's that girl, wearing that strap." A moment later, giggles rang out in the room. "Hee hee ha ha, don't touch anymore." Lu Win kept rummaging through his belongings. The things were flying everywhere. He said as he looked, "Where were the things?" Finding the box he had just stolen from Lee Kan-duong, he immediately held it out, his eyes sparkling and said, "Oh, found it." Holding one up, Lu Win observed it carefully. He said, "This is candy. Isn't this the taste of chewing gum? It's both strange and fragrant." Then he stopped, his eyes opened wide. He spoke, causing others to smell it and want to eat it. As if suddenly realizing something, he said loudly, "No, it's inside here." Blue pill. Holding the pill in his hand, he suddenly shouted loudly in surprise. Suddenly, from somewhere came a pitiful scream, "Ah!" Lu Win was startled, punching his mother, "Scaring me to death. Is Lee Kan-duong that strong?" He slowly took out a purple cube from the box. Lu Win put it directly in his pocket, stole one, and quickly put it away. He pretended to knock on the door right after to check, "Mr. Lee, are you two okay?" Lee Kan-duong immediately opened the door. He felt like he was being disturbed. Lu Win curiously peered inside. He was sweating profusely and asked in fear, Is that girl dead?" Lee Kan-duong picked up the shirt from the ground and simply replied, "Dead." Lu Win hurriedly said, "Fuck, it's okay, Mr. Lee goes first, I'll let the company people handle it." Lee Kan-duong put on his coat and replied, He sent Lee Kan-duong to the door, and Mr. Lee walked leisurely. Waiting for him to leave, Lu Win collapsed and breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, he threatened to kill my little master. If he had just revealed a loophole, his little life could not be saved. The scene changes to the parking lot, inside the convertible supercar. Lee Kan-duong angrily threw the box away. He screamed, "Damn it!" He collapsed on the steering wheel, the box flew everywhere. His face was full of veins. It was the first time since he ate this pill that he couldn't control his strength at all. Lee Kan-duong reassured himself, "No, I have to calm down a bit." He calmed down and looked towards the box he took away. Suddenly he discovered something strange. Counting and counting, Lee Kan-duong wondered, "Oh, why is one pill missing?" But this was not worth it. He sighed and left. After all, the next transaction was only a few days away. One pill more or one pill less was fine. After that, he drove out and was gone. On another bus, Pham Bang was the driver. He took Duong Hai along and asked, "Is your head flooded? Any normal man would not move out of that motel." "Where?" Duong Hai turned to answer, "It was all an illusion. Do you know how inconvenient it is to live with a group of girls?" Pham Bang heard Duong Hai ask the opposite. He replied, "The toilet is inconvenient, it is the place for the soul to live." When I heard that, it was a bit ironic. "Old Pham, sometimes you really are a pervert." Pham Bang didn't pay much attention when he heard that. As they walked and chatted, they arrived at a new house, big and grand, with a modern design that surprised Pham Bang. "Hey, Comrade Duong, where did you get the money to rent such a good house?" Duong Hai replied, "My adopted son is respectful to me." Hearing that, Pham Bang burst out laughing, saying, "Where did you come from to have an adopted son? You must have won the jackpot. You must invite me to dinner tonight." Listening to Pham Bang, he said it is obvious. To be honest, he didn't believe it. After eating, he lay back on his new bed, ate a full stomach, burped, and now he was finally alone, strange and quiet. Suddenly he stood up again and said that after fighting Ma Long, he still hadn't used his ability to summon the snow girl. Thinking about it, he took out the yellow ball. Although last time he used it to decompose a part and upgrade the puppet's control level, the remaining energy only had sea-level abilities. Let's see if it was a puppet master. How? Then Duong Hai created a breakout, "Get out," to it knew. The ears appeared soon after. Her eyes also opened to look at him. Duong Hai was lost. "Here, wait." Snow News petite figure said shyly. The owner, Duong Hai, was seriously shocked. "Why is she a lolly?" After Duong Hai called Tu Tuat out, she quickly made the house surrounded by cold. His glass door was covered with a frosty layer. The cold air when Tu Tuat appeared not only made the cold air cover the whole house but also made Duong Hai cower and tremble, so cold. Tu Tuat saw that Duong Hai was cold and eagerly asked if the owner was okay, but Duong Hai was extremely scared and shouted loudly, "Wait, don't come closer." Tu Tuat's lovely face appeared. She understood why he didn't want her to get close, so she gently explained, "Master, rest assured, Tu Tuat will not harm you. It's just the temperature, it's just a little bit cold." It seemed like the air was getting colder and colder, causing Duong Hai to tremble to the extreme, and his nose also started to run. He trembled and said, "Tu Tuat, is this a little bit?" "That's right." Duong Hai immediately used superpower magic to create fire. Superpower, firepower. When Tu Tuat saw Duong Hai create the fire, she was extremely excited. She excitedly told Duong Hai, "Fire, owner, Tu Tuat, can the snow come a little closer?" Even though it creates cold, it seems that Tu Tuat is not afraid of fire, which also makes Duong Hai wonder. He asked, "Aren't you afraid of fire?" Tu Tuat, who was warming her hands in the fire, immediately replied, Tu Tuat likes warm things." She happily warmed her hands in front of the fire. The warmth from the fire made her extremely happy. She smiled brightly and admired Duong Hai's talent. So warm, the owner was so powerful. At this time, Duong Hai sat looking at Tu Tuat and was secretly relieved. Fortunately, the cold air produced by Tuat knew was only her passive effect, otherwise the sea-level Lean Fist would not be able to withstand this cold air. Suddenly Tu Tuat's eyes looking at Duong Hai became absent-minded and a bit vague. She seemed to feel the warmth on Duong Hai's body, so she said, "Oh, the owner's body also feels warm." She ignored the fire and came closer to hug Duong Hai's leg with a very satisfied face. Duong Hai was extremely startled when Tu Tuat suddenly acted like that. He shouted loudly, little devil, this." But her lovely face made Duong Hai fall in love. She happily hugged Duong Hai's leg and happily said, "Phew, master," while Duong Hai reluctantly said that, in respect of her lovely love, "Leave her, go." He grabbed the white blankets and pulled them back. He wrapped a towel around him and her because the cold air on Tu Tuat's body continued to radiate. She shivered and said, "Just this once, there won't be a next time." She sneezed, and at that moment, Tu Tuat died. "Since when have you slept well?" The scene changed to the clear blue sky and rows of white clouds flying gently on that peaceful blue background. Below the sky is a crowded residential area with many high-rise buildings built close together. In one of the buildings down there was holding a live fan meeting of the spicy sourdough superhero with a sign of the superhero, and a lot of people came. Enthusiastic fans stood outside screaming loudly to show their love. A blonde guy shouted, "Spicy sourdough superhero, I love you." Others were equally boisterous, "Ah, spicy sourdough." Duong Hai also turned into one of those passionate fans. He even made his own crown with a picture of Superman and a sign with the words, "I love you the most." Holding up the sign he said, "Today I'm pretending to be a super fan, to get close to the spicy sourdough superhero." The stream of people coming in became more and more crowded. They surrounded each other, pushed him, causing him to panic and shout, "You stepped on my foot, don't grab my hair." The program's presenter started introducing the exchange. She attracted everyone with her extremely powerful voice. The spicy sourdough superhero was ready. I don't know if everyone is ready yet. The fans responded with great enthusiasm and were ready. When the female host heard that the fans' voices were not loud enough, she asked them to speak louder. Could everyone's screams be a little louder? The fans all competed to scream extremely loudly according to the host's words. "Spicy sourdough superhero, I love you." "Hands sourdough superhero, I love you." "Spicy sourdough superhero, I love friend." Fireworks exploded and many colorful ribbons were thrown into the sky. The spicy superhero meeting officially began. The bitter Superman appeared under colorful ribbons, a flashy appearance, and greeted fans in a very unique style. Everyone was safe, because all dangers were gone. "I crushed it in my fist." The crowd below quickly responded to Superman's greeting and they and Superman simultaneously raised one arm in the air and shouted, "Wow, ah!" Duong Hai was standing below when an excited fan pushed him forward. He angrily looked at that person and said, "Don't jostle." He was pushed straight in front of the bitter superhero by that fan, and because the push was too strong, he lost his balance and was likely to fall. As he leaned forward, he said, he fell. Just when he thought he was about to fall, suddenly a hand appeared in front of him, ready to catch him. The bitter Superman appeared right when he fell and helped him lie down in his arms. Duong Hai, now in the arms of the superhero, was extremely surprised and made the sound, "Eh." Superman looked at him sourly and gave him a friendly smile, at the same time reminding Duong Hai that when he saw him fall, "Be careful, I caught you." At this moment, Duong Hai's eyes lit up, but his expression was extremely worried. He was trying to appear to be a passionate fan of the bitter superhero. He warmly said, "It was because I wasn't careful." Duong Hai quickly stood up and shook hands with the sour superhero, while greeting him and happily said to the superhero, "Thank you, my name is Duong Hai." The superhero also responded, "Hello, fans below." Everyone shouted in admiration for the superhero's actions. They shouted loudly, "Spicy sourdough really pampers the fans. They admire that male student so much." The handshake between Duong Hai and the bitter superhero seemed to be part of Duong Hai's calculations, when during that handshake, he placed a special power gem between their hands and that gem was radiating power when coming into contact with superheroes. Duan Hai's eyes immediately changed when his plan to approach Superman was successful. He smiled sinisterly and said to Superman, "Hello, spicy sourdough Superman, I'm your fan." After the meeting between fans and superhero Chuaki ended, the crowd gradually left, but many people still lingered and continued to chat with each other. Backstage, Warrior Chuaki took off his hero costume and replaced it with civilian clothes. On the way, the manager said, "This damn fan meeting is finally over, mister, the owner has worked hard." Chuaki put her hands in her pockets as she walked to the car and replied dissatisfiedly, "Isn't it hard, shaking hands with so many dirty and tiring people? Quickly decontaminate me and clean me up." He sat in the car, his face looked tired but still told the manager, "You go eat first, I'll take a nap in the car, I have to participate in filming another program at night." Hearing the words of concern from the hero, the manager with a worried expression continued to ask, "Okay, can the boss's body still handle it?" Superman Chuaki angrily said, "Whether you can endure it or not, remember, leave time for me next week, I want to celebrate my birthday with my daughter." Then he closed the door. Outside the management car, Lee replied, "Okay boss, then let's go eat." Inside the babysitter's car, Chuaki still hasn't rested. He has a headache thinking, "I can't pay off the debt that I borrowed, I must earn a large amount of money to make up for it, should I go bet another one, bored?" But his reason returned in time. He quickly hit himself on the head to wake up and reminded himself, No, I can't get involved in betting anymore." Suddenly from the back seat, a voice suddenly rang out. No one knew when Duan Hai got in the car. He transformed into the identity of Dao Ke and asked, "Aren't you very tired living like that?" Superman quickly turned his head down, saw Duan Hai, sweat was flowing on both sides of his temples. He said in horror, "You are Dao Ke who fought with Ma Long and the others, how did you come here?" Remembering just now, while holding hands with Chuaki, Duan Hai quickly passed the strange pearl into his body. He thought to himself, "In the body of someone with my supernatural ability, of course I can feel it and reach it, here it is." Duan Hai quickly reassured, "Don't be afraid, I just came to ask a few questions." Chuaki thought to himself, he can fight solo with A-level heroes like Ma Long and Swordsman Wanderer, I basically don't have it. If you win, you should still listen to him. The hero quickly expressed his stance, "Even though Ma Long and I are in the same company, it doesn't mean we have the same stance. Don't touch me." Duan Hai replied, "You've thought too much, this can happen, only you know, look into my eyes first." Chuaki looked straight into his eyes but he did not expect that he was activating the mental skill puppet control. The hero was immediately hit, he was successfully hypnotized by Duan Hai, a stream of power awakened. Duan Hai slowly penetrates the world of Superman's brain. He entered the new space, everything around was extremely dark, in the distance there were dappled lights that made him wonder, is this the spiritual world of the spicy sourdough superhero? In the air, screens suddenly appeared showing the past memories of hero Chuaki from childhood to adulthood. Duan Hai looked around and continued searching, these things are all from his past, so where is the memory of the blue pill? Suddenly a memory screen caught his attention. It was recreating a scene of a man in a suit wearing a magician's hat. His face was blurred but in his hand was holding what Duan Hai was looking for, our. Duan Hai walked nearby to see more clearly. He was even more certain that it was a blue pill. Who was this person? That person gave the pill to Chuaki and said, "If you eat this, you can enhance your abilities very quickly, your career will reach its peak, and you can even pay off all your debts and return home." Hearing that, Chuaki quickly rushed forward to grab the pill, saying, "Really? Then quickly give it to me." But that person quickly took it away and gave terms, but needed someone to use intelligence to exchange. Although he did not know this person's true purpose, Chuaki could feel that the plot was not good. At this time, hero Chuaki was tense and sweating like rain, but he still worriedly asked, "What is your situation? What to report?" The mysterious person replied indifferently, regarding some of the hero's secrets. Chuaki felt a little guilty in his heart, but he still told it, the hero Deep Kyan. His private affairs were very messy, and there was also the hero Kwang Fook, secretly raising his children. Duan Hai was reading this part and didn't know what to say. What about this news? Duan Hai began to reason, the hero scandal was the intelligence he needed, could he also use this to exchange the blue pill? Were there any other transactions? He continued to view other memories of the hero Chuaki. The more he scrolled, the clearer they became. Duan Hai exclaimed, not only did they meet once, but also a second time, a third time, and a fourth time. When he scrolled to see the memories of their last meeting, the voice of that mysterious person rang out again. Rumor has it that recently a supernatural person named Dao Ke suddenly appeared. Hero Chuaki quickly answered what Chuaki knew. Yes, he not only bullied our co-chief's son, but also beat Ma Long and the wandering swordsman. Then that mysterious person asked again, "Do you know the secret related to his powers? Please tell me, everyone." In the underground parking lot, expensive supercars were parked in straight rows while the transaction between the mysterious person and Chuaki continued. The mysterious person raised a threatening voice and told me all of Dao Kei's information. The hero kept backing away and replied, "I only know that he seems to be able to remove other people's abilities, but he has never shown his face in front of many people. I don't know what it looks like." Hearing that interesting information, the mysterious person excitedly put his finger on his chin and thought, even if he couldn't see his real face, how could he remove the ability? Interesting. After finishing, that person took out a plastic bag containing about a dozen pills. The color was like the Milky Way and the white dots were like the stars in the sky, then threw it at Chuaki. He quickly used both hands to block it. "Take." The mysterious person turned around and leisurely left there, saying as he walked, "Next week is your daughter's birthday. Please gather more relevant information and then come see me." Hearing that, Hero Chuaki was confused, bowed his head and replied, "Yes." Duan Hai understood. He reasoned, "It seems that the power behind this blue pill grasped the weakness of people with supernatural abilities, then took advantage of the blue pill to add corrosion and control mechanism." The more he immersed himself in that reasoning, the more he suspected the conspiracy behind that mysterious organization and continued to calculate in his heart, what was the purpose of them controlling so many heroes in the dark? Having learned the information he needed, Duan Hai also left Chuaki's mental world, causing him to regain consciousness. Before long, he quickly cried out, "Please forgive me." But the person in the back seat had disappeared without a trace. He looked around bewilderedly and wondered why he couldn't see him anymore. Meanwhile, at Duan Hai's house, Lu Wen had been waiting for a long time. He said angrily, "Why hasn't his adoptive father come back yet?" The mosquitoes kept buzzing around him, wanting to taste him. Lu Wen shouted even more angrily. He was about to be bitten to death by mosquitoes. Duan Hai, still wearing the identity of Du Ke, suddenly stood floating in the air behind him. He let out a voice, saying something. Lu Wen heard the familiar voice and suddenly felt cold. Back. He quickly ran to Duan Hai, but his mouth still did not forget to say flattering words. "Adoptive father, you are here. People have been waiting for you for a long time." Looking at his flattering appearance, he could not help but despise him but remained silent, quiet. Lu Wen quickly took out his box to show off. "Dad, I have already destroyed the power of 9 Yun He Ho. Finally, I got this from Li Qinduang's hands. Inside are 3 pieces of medicine similar to the super Chuaki filling." Duan Hai picked up one and slowly observed it. He silently assessed that the color and material were quite similar to the memory of the super sour and spicy powder. Perhaps it was the same drug. Lu Wen unconsciously recalled, remembering that scene also made him sweat a little and said, "Just because of this, Li Qinduang still killed people. Does this pill have such terrible side effects?" Duan Hai explained that, in order to change their power and fame, those heroes could do anything, so why are they afraid of these small effects? That guy Lu Wen also excitedly chimed in, "Right, my adoptive father is right. This kind of person is not worthy to be a hero." Seeing that Lu Wen seemed to follow suit, Duan Hai continued to ask him, "So what do you think a real hero should do?" Faced with his unexpected question, Lu Wen was about to answer but quickly swallowed it back. He thought to himself, wait, could this question be about inheriting the organization's hopes for him? Thinking so, Lu Wen's whole body suddenly became serious. He placed his hand on his chest and said loudly, "I feel that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Heroes should rescue humanity, not for power and fame, that betrays one's own beliefs." Hearing Lu Wen's boastful words, Duan Hai secretly sweated in his heart. I believe that the new person who said that sentence is also dead. The lines were copied from a movie, right? Not wanting to continue blabbing anymore, Duan Hai threw a tube containing red liquid into Lu Wen's hand and encouraged him. The task was very well done, plus the organization's capital, it could be exchanged for special level medicine, D. Holding the tube of medicine in his hand, hearing about the medicine's grade, Lu Wen said contemptuously, "What is grade D?" Those words touched Duan Hai's pride. He reached out to ask for it back. His level would gradually increase. It couldn't be for the sake of immediate gain. If he didn't need it, then he would put it aside. But Lu Wen quickly flattered him. "I need it. Thank you, Dad. This color is really beautiful." Afraid that Duan Hai would take back the medicine bottle, Lu Wen quickly picked it up and poured it into his mouth. He had already finished the bottle of medicine, but he said, "Oh, why does it feel like tomato ketchup?" Duan Hai put his arm around him to comfort him. It must have been my hallucination, and in his heart he was thinking, he gave up first. "I'll give you 2 special power gems." The 2 E-grade pearls slowly merged to form a new ability. The information of the bead appeared. The D-grade ability, named Power of the Werewolf, was initially uncontrolled by moonlight and could be free, transformed into the power of a D-level werewolf. Waiting for a long time and still not seeing any changes, Lu Wen worriedly held his head and wondered, strange, this time you won't transform again. Duan Hai thought to himself, without activating the power pearl, of course you can't transform, I'm fine. But he was in no hurry to tell the truth. Duan Hai raised his fist and said, hee, maybe not absorbed, need to warm up first. Seeing Duan Hai's action, Lu Wen couldn't help but worry in his heart. His face was covered in sweat and asked again, what his adoptive father wanted to do. Remembering Lu Wen's disparaging words earlier, Duan Hai punched him directly in the eye when he just turned his head. That fist made him freeze. Before he could react, Duan Hai raised his fist and continued, for a moment to be patient, in order to become stronger. His adoptive father could only be cruel to his child. Lu Wen was afraid and crawled away. He quickly shouted, scream and cry, it's because it hurts so much. Under the romantic crescent moonlight, the surrounding trees were luxuriant and fresh, a suitable scene for fun, when screams resounded and tore the night away. Ah, it hurts. Ah, Dad, please spare my life. Ah, don't hit me in the face. After being beaten by Duan Hai, Lu Wen's superpowers began to activate. He grew a gray wolf tail and happily told Duan Hai that, Dad, my superpowers have indeed been upgraded, I feel even more powerful than last time. When Duan Hai saw Lu Wen begin to transform, he quickly reminded him to absorb his powers a little. Lu Wen has now transformed into a real wolf. In his gray wolf form, he is extremely large and strong. His eyes are red like blood, his teeth are bared, he looks extremely scary. Seeing that, Duan Hai continued to say, isn't it tiring to maintain the transformation? A few seconds later, Lu Wen transformed back into human form. He was extremely happy to be able to transform. He looked at Duan Hai, smirked and said, transformed back, foster father. Duan Hai saw that, then spoke up and reminded him that, well, the blue pill's clues continue to be followed. People with supernatural abilities who use the pill will have unstable emotions, so you have to pay attention to safety. Hearing Duan Hai's reminder, Lu Wen put on his shirt, smiled and said, okay, thank you for your concern. Next, Duan Hai continued to assign more tasks to Lu Wen. He said, there is a second task, you should go collect intelligence on some heroes with bad qualities in secret. I heard that. Then Lu Wen wondered why this is. Does the organization want to recruit soldiers? Duan Hai heard Lu Wen's question and continued to answer him. Our organization is not anyone can join at will. These heroes are just raw materials. When Lu Wen heard Duan Hai say that, he was extremely surprised. His expression looked very confused and a little scared. He opened his mouth and asked him, the ingredients, could it be that the organization only absorbs the nuclear power of people? Then stop. Hearing that, Duan Hai flew on the iron plate and replied to Lu Wen, otherwise, where do you think the medicine of the power comes from? Then he continued to remind Lu Wen, do it well, go in, try to collect more documents for your sea level. Because he heard Duan Hai say that he was only at sea level, Lu Wen was extremely angry. He bowed his head to the ground and thought to himself, so busy all day, he had only just reached sea level. After that, he immediately stood up straight. His posture was extremely solemn as if saluting the flag, one hand stretched out close to his body, the other hand raised above his head. He greeted Duan Hai who was flying away in the distance, seriously said, okay, Dad, I guarantee I will complete the task. The scene changes to an extremely beautiful beach. The blue water sparkles like crystal. The waves crash against the rocks. At this time, Duan Hai also flew over. He stood on the iron plate and flew over the blue water. After that, Duan Hai used his hand to remove his rooster mask. He smiled and said, the beach late at night without people is a good place to practice Tuatnu's abilities. Having finished speaking, Duan Hai also raised his hand high and immediately summoned Tuatnu to create a circle of light on the sea surface. At this time, the display system displayed, Tuatnu. When the magic circle just appeared, Tuatnu ran from inside it towards Duan Hai with an extremely happy expression. She was delighted, smiled brightly and said, Master, Tuat misses you very much. Duan Hai saw that, also extremely confused and panicked and sweating profusely. He raised his hand to stop her and quickly reminded her, hey, wait. When Tuat heard that, she immediately stood still and obediently listened to Duan Hai. When he saw that, he immediately pointed his finger at her and said, Tuat, now is the time to practice your abilities. You need to practice with the master. Hearing that she had to practice with him, Tuatnu was extremely worried and quickly said, but Tuat did not want to hurt her master. Duan Hai heard that and was extremely helpless. He looked at her with contemptuous eyes, then said, you're still just summoning a sea-level beast, you can't hurt me. As soon as Duan Hai finished speaking, Tuat immediately stepped back towards the sea and created a blue ice block at her feet to stand on. After that, she looked towards Duan Hai who was standing on the shore and shouted loudly to him, then Tuat will rush over there. Hearing Tuit speak so strongly, Duan Hai was extremely happy. He looked towards Tuit Nu and smiled and said in a challenging tone, "Be bold and attack here." Hearing that, Tuit immediately used her ability. She began to increase the dispersion of ice and snow, causing the water surface within the range of her standing to freeze. Suddenly, behind Tuit, a black door suddenly appeared and was emitting a purple aura. When Duan Hai saw that, he was extremely surprised and panicked. He seemed very worried and then confusedly asked, "Oh, that's it." Duan Hai was wondering when something came out of that door that looked like a frog's leg. Next, a giant frog that looked extremely scary crawled out of that door. It was a muscle-crazy mutant beast. Its limbs looked extremely toned. Its face looked very fierce, its eyes glowing red. At this time, Duan Hai's system also appeared on that frog's information panel. The system said, "Strange beast, frog human training, introduction, super fond of muscle training, strange beast type of person, possessing strong fighting ability, rating, D rank." Seeing that, Duan Hai said with a worried face that it was a foreign animal invading, but fortunately it was only D level. As soon as Duan Hai finished speaking, a strange beast appeared in the door in the shape of a horse with horns. It looked extremely fierce like a frog. Its eyes looked very sharp and strong. At this time, Duan Hai's system continued to receive notifications about that horse's information. The system said that the strange beast, pedaling Ma Long, introduced, the water-type strange beast, was extremely good at running, on water, rated, grade D. Suddenly, Duan Hai with a worried face, panicked and loudly shouted a warning to Tuit that Tuit was behind. Hearing Duan Hai's warning, Tuit turned to look, and it turned out that right now behind her were two strange beasts rushing towards her together, looking extremely scary. Because seeing two strange beasts suddenly appear, Tuit was surprised and temporarily froze. She widened her eyes and looked towards them in surprise. After that, because she hadn't had time to figure out everything that was happening, Tuit was carelessly punched by the strange beast frog trainer, causing her to be hit and fly away. When Duan Hai saw that, he panicked and immediately created a carpet and quickly flew to the rescue. As he flew, he cursed silently, "Damn it." Duan Hai was flying when suddenly a blinding light appeared in front of him, causing him to stop and be cautious. That light also suddenly went out. At this moment, Duan Hai opened her eyes and said in confusion, "It's so dazzling, this is it." The water surface within the area was completely frozen at this time. Tuit's other self has truly revealed herself. This is herself when fighting, very different from her usual self. Now Tuit Nu looks extremely tall and beautiful. She is no longer in body of another lovely little girl who now looks very attractive and mature. After that, Tuit Nu looked extremely angry and said to the two strange beasts, "Do you want to die?" The night sky and the moonlight illuminating the entire sky seemed even more beautiful when covered with blue and white snowflakes when Tuit launched a blow at the two supernatural beings. The frog trainer was sent flying straight to the ground and the impact from his giant body left him lying completely in a deep hole. The benevolent frog looked up from the hole at Tuit and saw her changed appearance. He immediately laughed mockingly, "He. Tuit now looked down from the sky and heard the laughter and teasing face of Nyan for her. She angrily said, "Tsk, the frog is excited." Duan Hai was now standing behind and was extremely surprised by Tuit's transformation. He looked at her with concern and said, "Tuit, you have grown up." Tuit now looked at him seriously and replied, "This is my battle form." Duan Hai seems to clearly see the changes in her body. Her bust has grown and Nyan looks plump like a mature woman, extremely attractive. Tuit's legs are also longer and slimmer, and perhaps that also attracted his attention when observing her sudden transformation. Duan Hai was extremely embarrassed when he saw her as a mature and extremely attractive woman. He blushed and turned away and spoke lightly, cough, still as strong as before. Tuit stood in the sky and launched many sharp blue ice arrows. The powerful lightning kept moving around the ice arrows. Her strength caused the frog trainer below, who was looking at her passionately, to immediately freeze, while his face was still smiling and his eyes were still clearly shaped like hearts. Duan Hai now put on the mask, looking at the frog frozen by Tuit. He asked her, "Is it dead?" She answered him immediately, "No, almost." At this moment, Frog Nyan suddenly rose up and broke the layer of ice surrounding him, sending pieces of ice pillars flying in all directions. He strongly stretched himself and let out a loud cry, "Oopa!" When Duan Hai saw that Nyan had escaped her power, he quickly performed his magic, electricity, lightning radiating from his palm. A sword-shaped bolt of lightning emitted from his hand and rushed towards Man, but it quickly dodged the attack. Not only one bolt was created, but Duan Hai released many lightning bolts. They all chased and destroyed Nyan, but it seemed that he was much more agile than expected. Frog Nyan didn't waste much effort to dodge most of them, all the moves that Duan Hai unleashed. Duan Hai was now standing on a block of ice and realized that Nyan was too fast. He immediately ordered Tu Tuit to hold it back. Tu Tuit next to him also received the order immediately. Yes, master. Tu Tuit continued to attack. One after another, thin ice pillars were released with her power. Frog Nyan was pinned to the body by ice arrows, unable to do anything but lie on the ground, unable to move. He could only make pitiful, squeaking cries. When Duan Hai saw that Tu Tuit had stopped Frog Nyan, he quickly performed another attack. He pointed at the frog and shouted, General. From Duan Hai's place, many areas of blue light flew straight down to Nyan's place. Frogman was attacked by that light, creating a huge explosion. Blue light surrounded Frogman's body. When Nyan was destroyed, Duan Hai landed from the sky and approached Nyan's place. The ability that Duan Hai extracted from Nyan is a D-level ability, which is a form of physical ability, can through training and constantly become stronger. The highest can exceed 5 times compared to due to the limitations of animals. This ability seems to be very promising. Tu Tuit also landed at Duan Hai's place, stood right next to him and said, Master. Duan Hai's eyes now became sharp and it seemed he had discovered something. He turned around and said, to Tu Tuit, it seemed like something was wrong. He looked around and couldn't see the dragon horse pedal. The frogman had been destroyed but the horse was nowhere to be seen. In the large space there were only 2 people and the frogman lying on the cold ground. He immediately stood there, got up and wondered, where did the horse go? Tu Tuit now looked towards the city that was suddenly appearing in the snowstorm and replied, I feel like it's in the city. Duan Hai felt that Tu Tuit's words were completely reasonable. He decided to take action. Well, let's chase, but suddenly he realized something. He asked, Tu Tuit. At this moment, Tu Tuit suddenly curled up as if she was protesting against something. She shouted loudly, I've only been out for a while, but you've taken control of my body again. That's not fair. Duan Hai looked at Tu Tuit, extremely worried about her. He quickly asked, Hey Tu Tuit, are you okay? But Tu Tuit's face was sweating a lot at this time. She still said loudly, Master, my name is Ling Nai. It's not Tu Tuit, that country girl. She suddenly grabbed his collar and approached him. She continued to say, Hateful, don't get what you want. I will definitely stand in front of you. Suddenly, Tu Tuit leaned close to Duan Hai's face. It seemed like she was about to kiss him. Her face was red. Duan Hai also looked shy. He was extremely surprised. There was nothing more he could do. He said, Hey. Just as she was about to kiss him, she suddenly turned back into her normal form, tiny, no longer in the shape of a grown woman. Duan Hai was once again shocked. Wow. He hugged her and helped her stand on the ground. Duan Hai looked at her appearance and asked, Are you Tu Tuit? At this time, the snow had stopped falling. Duan Hai let Tu Tuit stand on the ground, while he was on the opposite side slowly observing to see if she had returned to normal or not. After a while, Tu Tuit returned to normal. She didn't seem to remember what had just happened but looked at Duan Hai, wonderingly asking him, Owner, it seemed like Tu Tuit had just blown away. Duan Hai heard that and reached out to touch the girl's head and asked, Do you still remember what happened? Hearing Duan Hai ask like that made Tu Tuit bewildered. She looked at him with wide eyes and said confusedly, Don't remember, aren't we still practicing fighting? Seeing this, Duan Hai also realized something. He thought to himself, so Tuit Nu has a fighting form and a normal form. Are they 2 personalities? Moreover, both have no memories of the other. While she was engrossed in thought, Tu Tuit suddenly exclaimed happily. Her face showed happiness. She raised her hands in the air and smiled and shouted, Wow, I have been patted on the head by the owner. Tu Tuit always wanted to be held in her master's arms. When Duan Hai heard that, he looked at her with a helpless expression and said that the 2 of them had the same thing as coveting their bodies. Tu Tuit suddenly knelt down on the ground and asked him in confusion, what was the owner talking about? Tu Tuit was so sleepy. Duan Hai saw that and looked down at her and said, Are you sleepy? You should go home and rest first. After saying that, Duan Hai immediately summoned a light circle for Tu Tuit to go in and rest. Tu Tuit knelt in the light circle. She raised one hand to her mouth and yawned. The other hand waved towards him, then said, Goodbye master, Tu Tuit will always remember you. As soon as she finished speaking, Tu Tuit also disappeared into that bright circle, leaving Duan Hai standing there alone. Duan Hai then looked into the distance and said thoughtfully, Animals, there are indeed people in there. The scene changes to a beach inside the city. The night sky above the sea is extremely quiet and deserted. In the distance there is a group of people having fun. At this time, Lu Win was driving his convertible supercar around the beach at night. He was driving with one hand and his chin in the other hand. He seemed to be enjoying it very much, while driving and humming the song, "I am a wolf running on the plateau." While walking on the road, Lu Win suddenly looked towards the sea and saw the water surface moving strongly as if there was something below. He looked puzzled. When he saw that, he was extremely curious. He looked toward the sea and wondered, "Oh, what the hell is that?" As soon as Lu Win finished speaking, under the sea surface, the strange beast peddling Ma Long had now escaped from Tu to it to run towards the city. This strange beast was extremely aggressive and ran like flying across the water, causing the sea water to rise, splashing. Its glowing red eyes looked extremely scary. Seeing that, Lu Win was extremely scared and immediately turned the car around and exclaimed, "Fuck it," then he drove quickly somewhere. At this time, the group of people partying on the beach still didn't know what was about to happen to them but still leisurely enjoying this happy feeling. The blonde guy was sitting on a chair talking to two beautiful girls. The fat guy is grilling meat again to prepare for the party. Seeing this, Lu Win stopped the car. He looked at them and waved his hand loudly to warn, "Hey, these idiots, the strange beasts of medicine are here. Are you still there to eat them?" Lu Win's call caught the attention of the black-haired girl among them. She told everyone around her that, "Oh, everyone, look, there is a person on the street waving at us." The blonde guy among them saw Lu Win with the convertible and thought Lu Win was some car racer trying to attract their attention, so he scorned him and said, "Hey, isn't he good at racing?" And intentionally attracting attention to others is truly an act of deception. But the blue-haired girl didn't think so. She listened to Lu Win's voice and said, "Wait, it seems like he's saying something." Then, she repeated his words, "Behind the curtains, man, there's a strange beast, run away quickly." Hearing that, the remaining three people immediately turned back with scared faces. They exclaimed together in panic, "What?" Behind them now is a strange beast, peddling Ma Long, rising from the sea, flying quickly towards where they are standing, making them extremely scared and scream loudly, "Ah!" Lu Win, standing far away on the shore, saw this and immediately felt extremely worried about those people. He raised his hand to his head and awkwardly said, "Fuck, what should I do now? Go save people." Thinking for a while, Lu Win did not hesitate any longer and quickly ran towards the beach to save them. He ran and shouted loudly, "Ah, before I was not someone who worried about many things." And the blue-haired girl is now under the sea surface, being swept away by the fast-flowing ocean currents. She raised her hands high to ask for help, shouting, "Hoa hoa, avu, help me." When she heard the cry for help, someone grabbed her wrist. It turned out that the person who came to save the blue-haired girl was the fat guy who was grilling the meat. The girl saw that and shouted loudly, "Fat," and the fat guy came with a big piece of wood, shouting at her, "Hug her, tree." Hearing that, the blue-haired girl quickly hugged the tree that the fat man had just brought, holding the tree with one hand, the other hand reaching towards the fat man and shouting, "Fat, come here quickly." Hearing that, the fat guy also reached out one hand to hold the blue-haired girl's hand and happily said, "Lo, it's good if you're okay." Then he continued, "I will." Before he could finish his sentence, the fat man was run over by a strange beast called Ma Long. It jumped out of the water, grabbed the fat man's arm, and pulled it up right in front of the blue-haired girl holding the log. The blue-haired girl was extremely surprised because she witnessed her friend, the fat guy, being dragged away by the strange beast in the blink of an eye without being able to do anything. So she was so scared that she shed tears and screamed loudly, "Helpless, fat way." The water surface then shook strongly, bringing with it huge waves. At this time, the fat man and the strange beast Ma Long also disappeared without a trace along with the fat man's screams, "Ah ah ah." At this time, Lu Win also swam to save the blue-haired girl. He swam towards the blue-haired girl and shouted urgently to her, "Quickly get down here, I will bring you to shore." And the blue-haired girl, on this side, he was hugging a piece of wood because he was so scared about what happened just now that he was crying extremely pitifully. Suddenly, a helicopter suddenly appeared, flying behind the two of them. Inside the helicopter were two people, apparently a girl and a man holding what looked like a video camera. The blonde reporter was standing on the helicopter looking down and began to see what was happening below. Then she spoke to the camera. The TV station received intelligence, saying there was an appearance on the beach, strange beasts and big waves, so let's see how the deaths and injuries are. After that, the camera lens turned to Lu Win, who was carrying the blue-haired girl to shore. Seeing that, the blonde girl continued, "These two young people, it seemed like they had returned from the dead and had successfully escaped danger." Next, after turning closer to the two of them, the blonde girl seemed to discover something and exclaimed, "Look, it's Master Lu, the son of a rich family famous on the internet. Because he wanted to flirt with girls, you don't even need the internet." The scene changes to a high-rise apartment building that looks extremely luxurious and wealthy inside the city. Inside an apartment building, there was a brown-haired guy named Ma Long, Lu Win's older brother. He was doing abdominal exercises until his whole body was sweating. As he did sit-ups, he seemed angry, said angrily, "This brave guy Bang Shuyan recently went with my father to join the Hero Association." The guy with long purple hair running on the treadmill named Lang Tu Sword Guest heard Ma Long say that and immediately spoke up to tease him. "Why do I smell sour vinegar somewhere? Do I feel Li Kin Duang has replaced your position?" Hearing Lang Tu Sword Guest teasing him, Ma Long was extremely angry. He looked at Lang Tu Sword Guest and angrily said, "I'm jealous and angry with him. If you have time to talk nonsense, then let's talk nonsense. Help me, it's better to quickly increase my strength. I don't want it." Before Ma Long could finish his sentence, suddenly Lang Tu Swordsman looked towards the TV, panicked and said to Ma Long, quickly watch the live TV. Strange beasts appeared in the sea. His younger brother was also there, seen. Hearing Lang Tu Sword Guest's panicked words, Ma Long also stood and looked towards the TV and said doubtfully, did he see wrongly? That kid had already been scared enough to urinate when he encountered a strange beast. He didn't even have time to run, still remaining at the scene. But after seeing that the person on TV was his little brother, holding a strange girl in his arms and being chased by a strange beast, Ma Long couldn't believe his eyes and screamed loudly, "Amazing, how is that possible?" At this time at the beach, the blonde reporter witnessed Lu Win and the blue-haired girl being chased by the strange beast Ma Long and said in panic, "They were being closely chased by the strange beast. I hope you guys the superhero can quickly arrive in time." Seeing this, Ma Long, who was watching the live broadcast at home, was extremely panicked. He lost his temper and ran back to hold the TV to observe more clearly. He was worried and cursed at Lu Win, who was on the TV. This guy suddenly pretends to be a good person. Can't he quickly abandon the stupid woman and run away on his own? Then he exclaimed, "There's almost no time left." Lu Win was still in the heroic position of saving the beauty, carrying the blue-haired girl and running away from the strange beast. His face was extremely calm at this time. In his arms was the blue-haired girl looking at him with eyes, admiring and appreciating, while behind, the strange beast Ma Long chased behind them very closely. At this time, Lu Win also felt that the strange beast Ma Long was about to catch up with him, but he still did not show concern or fear, but still calmly glanced back as if he was planning something. At this moment, Ma Long saw his younger brother on TV about to be eaten by a strange beast. He could do nothing but helplessly open his eyes wide in worry. The wandering swordsman behind him saw this and pointed, "Know how to close your eyes and shake your head and say, 'It's gone.'" Hearing that, Ma Long of course was not willing to see his younger brother being eaten. He glanced at the swordsman behind him, then painfully gritted his teeth and said painfully, "Lu Yuan, my lovely younger brother, mine." Suddenly, the wandering swordsman with a panicked face looked towards the TV, his eyes opened wide and suddenly exclaimed. He told the suffering Ma Long below that, "Wait, Ma Long, it's his younger brother, do you also have the ability to transform?" At this time, Lu Win had also transformed into an extremely large and strong wolf. In his arms he was still holding the blue-haired girl with a surprised face because of his current gray wolf form. The sea water behind him, controlled by the strange beast Ma Long, it rose up as if it wanted to swallow them inside. Seeing this, Ma Long looked intently at the TV screen that was broadcasting Lu Win's image live and said in a very surprising way, "Does my younger brother have the ability to transform?" After that, Lu Win also escaped the sea water controlled by the strange beast Ma Long. He quickly carried the blue-haired girl and jumped into an empty field with an extremely strong landing, causing the ground where he jumped to fall. A large hole appeared. The blue-haired girl Lo, after being placed on the ground by Lu Win, suddenly blushed and looked at him passionately and confusedly and said admiringly, "Hero with special powers." Seeing that, Lu Win also started to show off. He stood up and started showing off his toned muscles and six-pack abs proudly and smiled and said to the blue-haired girl, "Don't be in love with me, bro, this is just a legend." After that, Lu Win left the blue-haired girl Lo alone on the shore and he quickly ran towards the beach where the strange beast Ma Long was galloping. Then he ran and raised his hands in the air, roar loudly, scream, "It's a man who has to deal with strange beasts." The scene changes to a place where there are large and towering rocks. Duong Hai had also promptly saved the fat man even though one of the fat man's arms had been eaten by the Ma Long. The fat man was lying on the ground unconscious with a painful expression. Duong Hai looked towards the man. Fatty then said, "Luckily I arrived in time to save you, otherwise it would have become a tragic movie." After that, Duong Hai stood on a high rock looking towards the beach and said, "Next." He smiled and looked down and continued, "Watching my adopted sons fight." After finishing speaking, Duong Hai also created extremely sharp iron blocks like knives floating in the air. A voice rang out, shouting loudly to be careful of being stabbed from behind, and a strange beast shaped like a unicorn ran away with a scream. It jumped up behind Lu Wen, Ma Long's younger brother, showing a cunning smile towards the strange beast. Ma Long's younger brother, in the form of a wolf, held back the strange beast. He still said with the same cruel smile just now, "Ha ha ha, just waiting for you to see this move." Lu Wen held the strange beast and forced it to plunge its head into the water, causing the sea water to splash arrows. After he controlled the strange beast, he spun it around many times as fast as a pinwheel. Then Lu Wen threw it away decisively and strongly and also made the sound, whoosh. Lu Wen stood looking at the strange beast falling into the water without saying anything. After a while, he bared his teeth and said, "In the end, I'm no longer a normal person who panics and runs away when he encounters a strange beast so that someone else can save him." Suddenly, he happily raised his hand and excitedly said loudly, howling, "I will definitely surpass my big brother and father, and become an S-class hero." On the cliff, there was a person who was silently observing every move from now on. He said with satisfaction that this adopted son really made him see things differently. On the beach, the people who had been rescued just now squatted on the ground and worriedly asked each other. The young man with blonde hair asked, "Lo, are you okay? It really made me worried to death." Just as the girl finished speaking, long black hair continued to ask, "Lo, where is Fat?" Lolo shed tears and tried to forcefully answer, "Because he was protecting me, he was pushed out to sea by a strange beast." After hearing that, the other two were so surprised that they were sweating, their mouths opened wide in panic, and they said, "What?" Lolo pointed at Lu Wen standing on the sea and said, "But the hero said he would help me save the fat man." Suddenly Lu Wen stood still for a few seconds, his expression as if frozen by something. He said, "Wait, what's the situation?" Then Lu Wen was splashed by the water, causing his body to fly as well. He angrily said, Damn it, I can't move anymore." The strange beast ran up behind Lu Wen and roared a few times. It stabbed its horn hard into Lu Wen's back, causing him to scream uncontrollably, "Ah!" The strange beast gained momentum and rushed towards Lu Wen, who was being thrown away. On the other side on the ground, some people were worried and ran away in panic because of a falling bomb. Lu Wen knelt on the sand, looking up at the sky. There was a helicopter flying above. Meanwhile, the group of Ma Long and Lang Tu sword guests were still observing the fight through the screen. The blonde girl panicked after seeing Lu Wen injured and said, "Lu Tio's back was seriously injured." Then, combined with the front facing a strong attack from both legs, this fight is at a disadvantage. Ma Long put the target on his back and was about to leave when Lang Tu's sword guest asked, "Are you going over there now? I'm worried about him. The company up on the shore asked you." But Ma Long still did not answer and instead immediately went outside to fly away. When Lu Wen was injured, he angrily cursed, "Fuck, this hurts to death." The strange beast once again growled and approached to continue the attack. Seeing this, Lu Wen's expression was no longer as happy as before. He said, "Are you coming again?" The seawater rotated into a tornado, heading towards Lu Wen, which was created by a strange beast. On the helicopter just now, was the same blonde girl with Ma Long and the wandering swordsman. She said, "No good." The strange beast was blown away. The vortex of seawater splashed onto Lu Wen's body, causing him to scream violently, "Ah!" The water got in his face so he couldn't breathe. He thought to himself, "I'm about to not be able to breathe. This time I'm really going to split into two pieces." Suddenly he looked up at the cliff and saw a man standing on it. He suddenly recognized that person, so he said, "Oh, that's it." After seeing it, Lu Wen realized it was his adoptive father, so he immediately called for help. The adoptive father, gulp gulp, saved him. Seeing the figure of Duke on the top of a nearby rocky mountain, Lu Wen tried his best to escape the waterspout created by the Lang Long Ma petal but could not escape. He struggled and shouted loudly for help, hoping that Duong Hai would survive. "If you can't hear it, Dad will take care of you." Everyone standing on the ground was still tensely observing the situation. The bald man spoke up, "Hey, Master Lu fell in." One of his friends asked worriedly, "Won't he die?" Among the crowd watching the match, perhaps the person who was most worried about Lu Wen was Lo. She nervously clasped her hands tightly in front of her chest, tears still lingering on her curled eyelids that had not yet dried. She screamed loudly, "I hope Lu Wen can hear. Hero, you absolutely must not let anything happen." Unable to stand still and observe any longer, Duong Hai quickly used his hoverboard to reach Lu Wen. A black shadow passed overhead, causing the audience standing there to look up. One person quickly shouted, "That is the hero who saved him. The hospital has arrived." Duong Hai stood tall on it, still controlling the board with both hands, still in the familiar all-black outfit combined with the fluttering cape. He was still wearing the familiar chicken mask. Someone recognized him and immediately said, "Is Mr. Dao K?" Parallel to him was a helicopter filming the battle live. The host said in surprise, "Oh my god, the mysterious man Dao K was on TV a while ago. Has he appeared again?" Coming close to the tornado, Lu Win was lying floating on it and couldn't escape. Duong Hai whispered, "If you expose the fact that you have superpowers, it's considered helping me." Duong Hai took out the blue pill and held it high into the sky. The blue light emitted like a giant shining diamond. He added, "Next, guess which organization this blue pill will take action against, human or not. There is indeed some expectation." Suddenly, the lamppost next to the brown-haired man standing was deformed, surprising him. It distorted in a zigzag pattern and was gradually sucked out. It seemed that it was Duong Hai who did it. He collected the surrounding metal and gathered them together. The shaped sharp chisels were hovering in the air under his control, preparing to attack. The long horse pedal heard the movement and turned to look. It realized he was standing there looking. Its pupils gradually darkened. It seemed like it was glaring back at Duong Hai. Seeing it looking at her with a provocative look, Duong Hai burst out in contemptuous laughter. "A small, ridiculous strange beast." Immediately, Duong Hai lowered his hand, causing the sharp chisels to use the fastest speed to destroy the strange beasts. The moonlight shined down, illuminating the chisels made of metal, and the sound of sharp tips rushing in the wind. The blonde female reporter standing on the helicopter was surprised and spoke into the microphone. The mysterious person Dao K used one move to kill the strange beast. Duong Hai quickly jumped on the board to help the exhausted Lu Win falling from above. Luckily, he caught it in time. The big werewolf's body hit the board, making a loud thud. The transformation time of the ability also ended. Lu Win turned back into a human. At this time he was still wearing swimming trunks and sleeping soundly on his adoptive father's flying board. Duong Hai moved the hoverboard to the strange beast. Its body was floating in the sea. There were still 3 sharp chisels on its body that were bleeding from the wound. He told himself to the body, "Who told you to do evil? Hand over the power pearl here." He put his hands forward, began to manipulate the energy inside his body and then deployed his ability stealing skill. The special power of the long ma stone petal was gradually withdrawn. The energy source went out and gathered into a round ball. The inside of the ball was still not stable, so the rays of light continuously moved without orbit. The information appears. The name Surfing Master introduced that he can move freely on the water surface and control and attack the water current. It is estimated that it can be used to wash the ass. It is very convenient. After collecting the new ability, Duong Hai turned to say to Lu Win, who was still sleeping peacefully, "If you can help me attract the attention of the Blue Pill organization, the credit will be given to you, adopted son." After arranging everything, Duong Hai surfed the board to bring Lu Win back to the mainland. Lolo stood on the ground and looked up to see the board flying but didn't see Lu Win, so she was a bit worried. She accidentally exclaimed, "Ha!" Duong Hai carefully placed the 2 of them to rest on the sand. Lolo immediately ran over to care. She happily said, "The wound was promptly bandaged. That's great. Perhaps there will be no danger to life." Where? Just lying down for a while, Lu Win suddenly woke up. He asked in bewilderment, "Hey, I'm in pain. This is me." Seeing that Lu Win had also woken up, Lolo couldn't hold back his emotions and rushed to hug him tightly and happily said, "Hero, that's great. You and Map have returned safely. Hoo-hoo." Being hugged by the beauty proactively like that, Lu Win blushed happily and replied, "Oh, my name is not Hero, but it's just a small matter. Hey, little beauty, don't hug so tightly. Put pressure on the wound, already." One person asked, "Lu Win, why have you changed so much? Haven't everyone on the internet said you're a useless rich kid?" He arrogantly said, It's all fake. Lu Win, I'll be your big brother. Heroic hero Dao K is the great god to protect people." Lu Win looked up at the sky and saw that Duong Hai had not yet flown away. Looking at his back accompanied by the moonlight revealing his strong back, he made up his mind to thank his adoptive father for saving his life. "I will do my best to be respectful to you." Everyone standing there continued to discuss. "That's right, that Rooster K is the real strong one. After killing the demon beast he left here," but they didn't know when a dark shadow appeared behind them. The black shadow continued to move forward to the center of attention, and a person next to him noticed and said, "Oh, he is." Lu Win saw the man in a suit walking towards him, recognized his identity, and unconsciously spoke, pulling the crab in his hand. His face darkened like a villain after the man said seriously, "Lu Yuan, you have violated the rules of the law of power. Please come to the Hero Association with me." The group of people standing outside observing became more and more crowded. They whispered to each other, "Who is that?" The person next to him replied, "Did you see the identification on his Hero Association clothes?" He continued to say, the people of the Hero Association, they like to take care of everything, but they do things very well, isn't that right? His name is Bang Yan Yan, and he always likes to get things done, a righteous excuse to do something disgusting. Before the Hero Association's involvement, Lu Yuan was also a little nervous. His attitude also had to be cautious to justify himself. I just wanted to save people. But that Pangyai monster didn't care about the explanation. He said in a formal manner that no matter what the reason, you don't have the right to use your powers in public. Using them is an illegal act. Now please follow me immediately. A familiar voice suddenly rang out, startling Bang Gai. This matter will be handled by the Kunlun Economic Company. I'll see who dares to take my Ma Long's younger brother for questioning. Fortunately, Lu Win's brother arrived in time. He transformed into a fighting state. An armored demon king landed from the sky, creating a cloud of smoke and dust. Everyone around cheered. It was Ma Long, brother, A-level hero Ma Long. Seeing his brother come to relieve the siege, Lu Win did not have any joy on his face. He asked a little uncomfortable, why did he come here? Ma Long quickly went to ask about his younger brother. It seems that the werewolf's self-healing ability is quite strong. Your wound is no longer a big deal. Win, don't be rude in the future. Lu Win heard the reprimand and replied angrily, I know, you really talk too much. Seeing that Ma Long was coming, he could no longer make things difficult for Lu Win. Bang Gai angrily left and said, if that's the case, I hope your company can give a reasonable explanation to the Hero Association. No, I won't be able to convince you, ha. Seeing that the other person had left, Lu Win continued to arrogantly laugh and joke with everyone around him. Ma Long looked at him happily, but his heart was full of feelings. Ah Win has never shown his natural talent. Why? Suddenly became a supernatural person. Scene changes to the next morning, at Duong Hai's luxurious two-story villa. Duong Hai had just finished showering and immediately sat down on the bed to dry his hair. At this time, he was naked with only a towel wrapped around his waist, revealing his solid six-pack body, but he looked like he was thinking about something. He summoned the strange bead he had just collected. As soon as the bead appeared, it glowed. The abundant spiritual energy surrounding it was vibrating strongly. After watching for a while, Duong Hai thought about something. The supernatural power of the water elemental system. I already have several of the elemental system. Then he summoned all his elemental gems. The yellow one was ferocious fire, the purple one was electricity, the green one was control metal, the blue one was surfing master. He thought, if you can collect all the elemental abilities and fuse them into one, then it will definitely be extremely interesting. Duong Hai put her hands on her head and closed her eyes to think. By using so many skills, I can understand the growth of superpowers. Maybe I should try to find healing power. Maybe I can cure it, treat you, but where should I go to find information about people with healing abilities? Then Duong Hai suddenly opened his eyes. He finally remembered someone useful for this job. He decided that for now he could only try to get into the body of the Superman spicy and sour powder to probe for intelligence. Stop. As soon as he thought of it, he immediately did it. Duong Hai closed his eyes and began to focus his mind, starting to use the puppet control skill to enter the superhero's body. The scene begins to change somewhere. The apartment building is painted yellow in front. Rows of trees grow straight. It seems like this is the garden of a certain building. Hero Chua Ki was happily walking in the shade. As he walked, he stuffed his hands in his pockets, his mouth leisurely whistling and humming, la la la. Suddenly he stood still, his eyes rolled back to reveal the whites, his head jerked back as if a bullet had hit his forehead. He looked like a person having a stroke and was about to lose consciousness. He shouted, ah! Duong Hai's spirit body has successfully entered the sea of consciousness of Superman Chua Ki. Now his whole person has changed his temperament, even his eyes are as determined as Duong Hai's eyes. He stood still in one place to get used to this body. His arms moved forward. He commented. The limbs were flexible. The five senses were agile. The parent spirit body controlled the puppet very effectively. Successful. He tried to see if his strength could be used in this body. His arm swung towards the steel tub. He shouted. Metal control activated. But nothing moved. Duong Hai regretfully assessed that it seemed that the power bead was still remaining in her body, not moving with the spirit body. On the other side of the tree line, there was a couple loudly talking back and forth. Duong Hai wondered, oh, then turned to look. He saw the girl screaming, my senior will not go with you. If you dare to move, don't blame me for being impolite. Feeling that something was about to happen, Duong Hai quickly approached the coral and hid behind a large tree. He opened his face and quietly observed the situation. There were still tears on the girl's face, but the blue-haired man in front of her still held her wrist tightly and threatened, not being polite. Don't misunderstand. He has entered the Heroic God Economic Company. Our Long is an intern, so he has to follow the company's rules. He blew into her face, causing her to be disgusted and avoid it, then continued, wondering if there is a girl who doesn't have to rely on her body and face to get promoted, either she serves me, or she serves me. For boss, he is an A-level hero, the leader of the Saint Du organization. But that guy still continued, in broad daylight in a crowded place. He blatantly put his hand up her skirt and said seductively, he is someone who knows how to use healing powers, he will help her function, move your bones a bit. Duong Hai was eavesdropping nearby when he heard the blue-haired guy say that his leader had the ability he needed. He excitedly thought to himself, the ability to heal, God really helps him. No longer bothering to seduce the tame girl, the green-haired man lost patience and directly tore her shirt, a piece of her chest exposed to the air, tears streaming down her face. The girl panicked and hugged herself tightly to protect herself, continuously screaming loudly for help, I don't need it, go away. Not seeing any movement anymore, she tried to open her eyes to look. What caught her eye was the scene of the blue-headed guy being kicked into the sky. When he was kicked he was startled and screamed, "Why oh! I just saw this guy fall into the bushes nearby." But immediately he sat up, his whole body appeared from the bushes, his mouth cursing, who kicked the old man away like that? In front of him appeared the terrifying appearance of the superhero Chua Ki. His fists were ready to fire, his face looked like he was about to fight and then said, I am the incarnation of justice, the god who came down to punish people. Hearing those righteous words of Duong Hai, the blue-haired guy got mad, pointed his finger straight at him and cursed, what kind of person is the hero of sour and spicy dough? Is it your turn to worry about so many money? As for Duong Hai, he was taking care of the bullied girl, his warm palm was placed on her shoulder to comfort her, he stood next to her looking like an older brother protecting his younger sister. He asked in return, if she had anything, what will you think if your sister or daughter is being used by others? But that guy didn't show any sympathy and brazenly replied, she had been a secret intern for the past few years at the company, don't look at how she struggled on the outside, but in fact, inside she already wanted to take this opportunity. Those words reached the girl's ears, making her feel even more angry and cry even louder, but the girl still strongly explained to herself, you're talking nonsense, I don't have it. Afraid that she would ruin someone else's good things, Duong Hai carefully asked again. She had to think clearly. Once this transaction started, it couldn't be stopped. Her original wish was to become a hero. Everything is mixed up. That sincere advice gave that girl more strength. She solemnly said, I understand, thank you for saving me, Superman Spicy Sourdough, you are a good person. And that blue-headed guy after his encouragement failed, so he stood to one side and gritted his teeth. With Duong Hai's help, the girl regained her confidence. She walked up to the green-headed guy, made a devilish face and said loudly, disgusting scum. Duong Hai was still here so that guy didn't dare do it. You can only scream, miss. Venting all the discomfort in her heart, the girl also decisively left that place. Now there were only Duong Hai and the blue-haired guy standing there looking at each other. The green-headed guy was a bit wary of Duong Hai but didn't dare to try it yet. He stood still in place, his face full of calculation. He thought to himself, saying that this person's transformation needed to eat spicy sourdough, and the transformation time was also only 15 minutes. But in this situation, where can you find flour? Feeling that victory was in his hands, the green-headed man raised his fist. He began to raise his voice in encouragement. Humph, the country boy who boiled my ducks is gone. Do you know the end result of worrying about so much money? What? Faced with that guy's appearance of trying to appear scary, Duong Hai still calmly stood with his arms folded, listening. He was not worried at all, but instead contemptuously replied, what's the outcome? That attitude of yours made that guy even more mad. He rushed towards you and then jumped up to gain momentum. His fist was about to strike. He arrogantly said, I will beat him to death. But Duong Hai still stood there calmly. Looking at the blue-haired guy's performance, Duong Hai despised him. Then he took out a golden orange pearl from his pocket and swallowed it in his mouth. It turned out that the pearl was a compressed spicy sourdough. After eating it, Duong Hai was able to use his superpowers. He shouted and transformed into spicy sourdough, and a superhero costume appeared. The blue-headed man was surprised as he rushed forward. He suddenly shouted, what? He didn't expect the opponent could still use this move, but he couldn't stop anymore and followed his body's inertia to continue straight. Go to Superman. He rushed forward to make it even more convenient for Duong Hai. He put all his strength into his arm and punched him straight in the stomach. He was punched straight in the stomach. He immediately vomited all over, feeling like his intestines were all messed up. That powerful punch sent him flying several meters away, but when he was about to land, he curled up and fled without a trace. His disappearance also surprised Duong Hai. His eyes widened and he looked closely, unconsciously saying, ha! Suddenly, where did his voice come from? I almost forgot that you can also transform like a pupa, but I know you can only persevere. Wait for 15 minutes until the time passes. I will go out and fight until you have to call me dad. Hearing him say that, he paid attention to the information, 15 minutes, then suddenly remembered that Chuaki's transformation could only last for 10 or so minutes before turning back into a normal person. He calculated in his heart that although the power bead could not follow the spirit body, it could enhance the spiritual power that was closely related to the spirit body. After collecting many power beads, the spiritual power, even though his powers are terrifyingly strong, his abilities are controlled by the strength and weakness of his mental power, so spicy sourdough can only persist for 15 minutes. Imagining the movement of true energy in his body, he continued to analyze. Because he could not control his power accurately, he could only release all his strength, until he became frustrated. Finally, he came to the conclusion that he could use his mental power to control his powers. In a few seconds of throwing his fist using all his strength, the transformation time could double and continue to maintain. Calculating all the countermeasures in his head, he was happy to have thought of a method to deal with this evil guy. His face revealed that victorious smile. He couldn't help but burst out laughing, coughing. He began to use mental force to look around. In that area, besides the orange power source that was using energy, there was another source sitting in the bushes. Isn't that the green-headed guy hiding there? Determining exactly where that guy was standing, Duan Hai immediately gathered momentum and prepared to jump up to catch him. Before jumping, he did not forget to mock, "Mice just like to hide and hide." He pulled him out from the bushes, his hand clutching his collar, causing his whole body to struggle uncomfortably. There was still surprise on his face. He screamed and screamed, "What did you rely on to find me? Are you still a B-level hero?" Successfully grabbing that guy, Duan Hai arrogantly answered his question, "Perhaps you don't know, I have always hidden my own strength." Faced with the terrifying strength of his opponent, that guy's face was dizzy, his whole body trembled in fear, sweat fell like a stream. He quickly gave out resources to try to save his life. "Today it seems like if I lose, you let me go and I will call the Long Company to give you some benefits." Duan Hai carried that guy's whole body up. The height difference between him and Chua Ki's body made that guy's feet unable to touch the ground. He said, "It was as if after he came back he wouldn't get in my way anymore, so..." Duan Hai's face suddenly revealed a dangerous look. He spoke in a low, dark voice, "But he was also reminding me." Duan Hai's calculating look and strange speaking tone made that guy tremble and doubt his reasoning. He stammered and asked, "Wait, what do you want to do?" Then that blue-haired guy asked, "Perhaps you have interest in that aspect." Then Duan Hai smiled mysteriously and said, After hearing the blue-haired man say that, Duan Hai in the body of the spicy sourdough superhero didn't say anything but just looked at him and smiled with an extremely sinister expression. The blue-haired man saw that and started to feeling scared. He took his brother's wrist and stammered, "Oh well, brother, no, big brother, if you have something, say it slowly, don't do that." Next, Duan Hai in the body of the superhero Bok Chua Spicy also gave a sinister smile and whispered that there is a good way to correct this scum, and can avoid this guy finding the superhero. Spicy sourdough calculation. So the spicy sourdough superhero started pulling the blue-haired guy into the nearby bushes and said with an amused tone, "Come over here, baby," while the blue-haired guy lay there helplessly as he pulled him in and protested, "Useless way." Next, I don't know what happened, but I only heard his voice calling for help from the bushes. He seemed to be in great pain. He helplessly screamed for mercy, "Begging you not to strip me of my clothes. Good man, spare his life." The scene changes to a while later. The sky is still blue as usual. Duan Hai in sour and spicy dough's body had returned to his original form and was walking leisurely. He put one hand in his pocket, the other hand holding the phone to look at something that seemed very interesting and smiling happily. Hi. Then continue, "With these photos, that scumbag won't dare to bother the female student and the superhero spicy and sourdough anymore." It turned out that what appeared inside the phone was a photo of a blue-haired guy crying extremely pitifully, tears rolling down his cheeks because Duan Hai stripped off all his clothes and forced him to pose for a photo. After that, Duan Hai also carefully left a note on Spicy and Sour Superman's phone along with the photo he just took of the blue-haired guy. He wrote, "The new photo cannot be on the phone, delete, to avoid Du Haip in the forest coming to cause trouble." He looked at the phone and said, reminding him like that, he would probably understand. Then, he continued, "Okay, if I took it, if you get the news you want, you should leave this body." Having finished speaking, Duan Hai in the body of the superhero Sour and Spicy Powder began to use moves to get out of the body of the superhero Spicy and Sour Powder. He closed his eyes and said, controlling the puppet, "Finished." At this time, Duong Hai had given freedom to the body of the superhero Spicy and Sour Powder. Now he had regained consciousness and seemed to not remember what he had done, but suddenly looked at the phone, say, "Oh, this is me." After that, the spicy sourdough superhero looked around with a skeptical expression, then wondered doubtfully, "I was still in the flower garden, could it be that I had fallen asleep just now?" Next, he looked at the phone in confusion and read the note that Duong Hai had left on the phone. The new photos on the phone could not be deleted, to avoid Du Haip in the forest coming to cause trouble. Then he said angrily, "What is that picture?" After seeing the naked photos of the blue-haired guy from earlier on his phone, the spicy and sourdough superhero suddenly blushed. Then, he shouted loudly, "What the hell is this, Mom?" The scene changes to the Lukang City branch, the Hero Association. At this time there is a group of people sitting together discussing something that seems very tense. The first person had long black hair and sharp eyes. He was the president of the Deer City branch, the Hero Association, Wu Ziji. The second person has long white hair. His bangs fall down to cover his black eyes. His name is Mechanical Chen Hung. Behind him there is a young man with bangs, with blue hair. His name is Bang Shuyan Dung. The last person is the vice president. His name is O Duong An. At this moment, Ngo 2 propped his hands on the table, his face extremely serious, and said, "The first quarters guard arrangement plan needs your support. This is very important. Don't be careless." As soon as Ngo 2 finished speaking, O Duong An behind him quickly continued. He said that through this plan, the people will build the image of a pioneer to fight back against the world of strange beasts. Hearing that, the heroes in the room quickly agreed. The brown-haired one shouted loudly, "We will definitely support the association with all our might. We will break our bones for the association and humanity." Another person also shout, "Yes, defeat the strange beast. Our heroes will not refuse." Mechanized War Hero also quietly thought to himself at this time, "The meaning of this conference is that each organization or company sends an A-level hero to deal with the corpses of strange beasts and participate in control. Bach, 0 points. Next, he continued to think that even though the harm was obvious, just by building up the image of a pioneer, he would definitely earn a large amount of money. He looked at the heroes who were happily agreeing and continued to think. Most importantly, there was also information, saying that the strange beast world might have equipment or items to upgrade abilities. This is new, is the reason why great heroes are moved. After that, he continued to think thoughtfully. In this place, strength is the important thing for people with abilities. The ability of people with abilities is the key to the organization, and behind him is Ice, Shuyan Dung Si with an extremely sinister and scary face. The hero named Bang Shuyan with a scary face and an extremely sinister smile thought, special item to upgrade abilities, hee hee. At this time, in Duong Hai's room, the light was still on. He shouted orders, cloned, and launched. Duong Hai has now created a clone of himself. He stood facing his clone and said with his hands on his hips, "So the clone is this principle, but looking at himself is really strange." On both sides of Duong Hai's hands at this time were 2 power balls. One side was the green power control power ball, the other side was the purple power ball. He looked at the 2 power balls and was puzzled, said, "How can I distribute his powers to him?" Thinking for a long time, Duong Hai continued to say, "First you have to reduce the control of metal, upgrade the electroplasmic level to level A, need to have level B ability to support." At this time, black squares appeared, floating in the air. Having finished speaking, Duong Hai began to do what he had just said. Blue streams of light gathered in his palm. After that, Duong Hai also began to control the 2 newly adjusted superpowers into the clone so that it could integrate into his transformed body. Next, Duong Hai raised his hand in front of his clone and said, "Dao Ke is an arrogant and domineering person, then you will be ruthless and cold." After adding personality to the clone, he began to change clothes for his clone. At this time, the message board displayed the words, "Change clothes." Immediately after that, Duong Hai's clone was also in a completely different interface. He changed into a new black outfit and wore a mask. At this time, Duong Hai also approached his clone. He glanced at his clone and smiled and ordered that this time, "You will be the saint leader to harvest the abilities of the leader of the saints, Ti Sa." The plane landed in the second city of Sichao City. Duong Hai, he got off the plane and set foot in a new land. He stepped outside and looked at the surrounding landscape of the city. "Before coming here, I really didn't expect it to be so hot." Suddenly, out of nowhere, a yellow passenger car stopped right where Duong Hai was standing. He suddenly exclaimed, "Ha!" The car window rolled down. The blonde driver inside leaned out. He asked him, the passenger of Area 1, if he could get in the car. He agreed to the driver's suggestion and got on the bus. While the car drove to another location, Duong Hai turned on his phone to read the message. Foster father, the documents of the members of the Saints organization that you asked me to investigate, I have sent them to your email, wishing you 3 success. The driver observed Duong Hai through the car's mirror. He suggested that the most prosperous city in Sichao was the card game. He advised him to go to the big casinos like Samba and Alibs to ensure his money. If you win, you can safely return to the hotel. He turned down to look at him. Young man, looking at such a handsome young man, I will introduce another good place for you. Duong Hai began to pay attention, where it was. The driver's face suddenly became a bit perverted. He handed out an advertisement. Dreams of Paris. The girls there were extremely enthusiastic, and the prices were not high. Duong Hai thought, even if this profession is developing, Sichao is indeed very chaotic. The car stopped right at a large luxury building. The driver said, Marshal, we've arrived at the Seton Hotel. He was shocked when he heard the price quote, a total of 500 lean blue coins. Duong Hai looked at the price list and the distance traveled. He thought, 5 times more. Duong Hai boldly asked the driver again, did he misread the price? The driver replied, he did not misread. The other fees are introduction fees. The first time you come, it's like I'm teaching you lessons. Study first in Area 2, brat. He turned completely down, raised his gun to threaten Duong Hai. I think between the hundreds of bad guys in your small life, there's no need to hesitate anymore, right? He looked back at him, of course without hesitation. The one who needed to go to class was him. Duong Hai then used the ability to control the puppet to solve the problem. He safely entered the hotel to check in. That evil local driver was manipulated by him. The hotel staff assisted Duong Hai in checking in. Sir, this is your room card. Is there anything wrong? You can call the receptionist. Then he politely said thank you to the receptionist. He immediately returned to the room. The driver he controlled to help carry the luggage followed him to the room. Waiting until Duong Hai was gone, the flight attendant started chatting. It was really unexpected. That gentleman was able to let the native savage driver help him transport his luggage, which was amazing. The flight attendant next to her repainted her lips and replied, yes, I wonder if he wants to have dinner with me. Go to the elevator door, Duong Hai said to the other driver, I'm going to do some work, you can leave your luggage in my room later, remember to be a little more polite with the people in Area 1 later, he said, listen and obey the master's orders. Then the two people's elevator moved to the 37th floor. He immediately stepped out of the elevator and walked down the hallway, holding his phone in his hand, looking for someone to appear there. It was a masked man, a member of the Saints organization, a C-level supernatural person, a masked wrestler, and was in room number 441, on the same floor of the hotel he was staying at. To keep a secret while searching for him, Duong Hai used her disguise ability. He changed his outer outfit to avoid being exposed. His face was hidden behind a mask. Duong Hai walked to the door of room number 441 that he was looking for. Duong Hai used her supernatural abilities to slip through the door without opening the door and making any noise. Once through, he immediately rushed forward. He walked towards the room where there was loud laughter, the sound coming from the room. Come here. The guy I'm chasing is playing happily with 2 other girls inside. Come here, DM Tam, let me hug you. The girl he called looked at him in panic. Huh. A loud scream came from her. Ah, her scream made him stunned. He had not yet realized that behind him Duong Hai was about to attack. Tentacle arrows shot quickly to sneak attack from behind. The masked wrestler realized there was something behind him. He turned around and shouted, Who? Behind him is Duong Hai controlling 4 tentacles to continuously attack him. But he was really shameless, pulling the 2 girls as a shield. His mouth kept shouting, Rotten woman, he didn't stop me quickly. After that, 2 tentacles wrapped around their ants and carried them up into the air, making them unable to breathe. They could only groan. Oh, damn man, cough cough. After a while of struggling, suddenly their eyes turned white, their black hearts could no longer be seen, their mouths opened in agony, some strange aura flew out of their heads. Seeing that, the masked grappler braced himself. His body was stronger than usual. It turned out that the 2 girls had had their spiritual energy sucked out by him to increase his strength. He shouted cheerfully, Humph, even if you who are you, if you gave me the opportunity to absorb the terrifying force, you only have one way to die. Having finished speaking, he rushed towards him and threw a punch, shouting loudly, Die. Before his fingers could touch his face, he knelt down and used his supernatural power to control him from afar. At this moment, he realized something. He said, the ability to control the shadow. You were using the shadow to sneak in here, right? He still stood still without saying anything. The 2 tentacles behind his back were still tightly wrapped around the necks of those 2 unfortunate girls. Duong Hai stared at him, thinking about something. The cold image was really difficult to portray, but when it came to playing the character, I was very serious. On the other hand, the other guy was also thinking, if it weren't for these two women providing him with some strength, I'm afraid I wouldn't even have the chance to escape right now. That's truly cruel. As soon as he finished thinking, other tentacles rushed towards him, intending to attack him. Luckily for him, he reacted very quickly. He ducked down to avoid that fatal blow. He threatened, "Who are you? Don't you know that I am a member of the Tando organization? Be careful, I will report back to you, organization superiors, let others peel off your skin." But those threats were completely useless. Duong Hai was still not afraid of harm at all. He just remained silent and did not respond. The wrestler didn't get a response, so embarrassed that he became angry. He rushed forward and threw a punch at him. He shouted, "I'm asking you, are you dumb, hateful?" This time he was not controlled anymore. The punch was only 1 centimeter away from his face, but he did not blink or move. Seeing that, the wrestler clearly showed a beam of joy and pride. His punch did not dodge. This time he was finally able to hit. But when that punch passed through his face, he was stunned. What? His face was no longer a face anymore but looked like something strange. He tried to pull his hand back but was held tightly by that thing. Unable to move, he cried out in pain, "Ha!" At this moment, he was shaking all over because he couldn't do anything. His hand slowly approached. He trembled even more, humbly asked for forgiveness and then gave a warning, "Don't kill me, otherwise Tae-2 will absolutely not forgive you." Ignoring his words, he took off the mask, revealing a pitiful face crying for mercy. "Hoo, begging you, please spare me." He stuffed the mask into his mouth, making him mute. "Hold on." Looking at his crying appearance, Duong Hai sneered and mocked him, "You stupid chicken." At the same time, his brother's hand forced him to look up at him. His face was tear-stained. He looked extremely pitiful and cried out, "Ha!" He raised his hand to prepare to absorb the grappler's supernatural power. The surrounding metallic sparkling light continuously emitted. The superpower is gradually being removed until the system reports that the superpower separation is complete. The golden power pill looked very beautiful. It had been completely removed from his body. The system appears. The C-level ability is called Scary Mask. The introduction can absorb fear to increase strength. The reserve time of Scary Power is 30 minutes. Cinema Review Horror is where it comes out best. The guy named Vo Lun knelt down in fear and said, "What have you done to me? Where are my powers? Quickly give them back to me, otherwise I will absolutely not forgive you." Duong Hai replied without fear, Then let me see who the priest you always say is, and activate the control of the puppet." After shouting loudly, Duong Hai stood among those countless white panels as if in another space. Those white panels showed the grappler's past, he said. The memories were displayed. He had also gone through a battle with supernatural powers. At this time a voice spoke on the screen. "Are you about to die? I will make you die and come back to life, but you must swear to always be loyal to the saints." He opened and closed his eyes and looked up, his voice trembling, "I swear." After saying that, he was the only one left around with his wounds. When he woke up, he realized that he no longer had any wounds. Healed and healthy, he suddenly exclaimed. He couldn't see any wounds anymore. Could it be that he had really come back to life? He quickly bowed his head in thanks, his voice firmly swearing, "I swear to be forever loyal to the saints, loyal to you, Kwang Min Tae-2." The masked grappler left when it was dawn. The system appeared, controlling the puppet. The masked grappler walked up to a dock with a lot of neatly stacked goods and a ship that looked like it was about to set sail. He walked to the pile of goods and his eyes wandered around continuously as if looking for something. His eyes fell on a red container with a number written on it, FS 4396. Duong Hai was now controlling the masked wrestler's mind so he could see what he saw, and it seemed like he was controlling him to find the container because when he saw it he immediately said, "That was the red container mentioned in the masked wrestler's memory." The masked wrestler's memory scene was opened. He was now in a luxurious place. In front of him were 3 people sitting, 1 female and 2 males. On the stairs, the highest place with a man dressed in white was sitting with 2 girls. He seemed to be the strongest among them. The woman named T. Hyatt Maikei immediately opened her mouth before masked wrestler arrived. Rumor has it that a trader named Fan and Chi Kiem knew the location where you hid the goods. The masked grappler respectfully reported to the woman, "She is just a small problem, Lord Maikei. With just an order from you, I will immediately go and deal with her." A man with a scar on his face, the name Deep Sea Soul, immediately responded to masked wrestler, "Solving, she is an A-class hero. Can you solve her only by relying on you?" The remaining man is an old man who looks extremely old because his beard and hair are white. He is a great earth mage. He calmly responded to the words of Deep Sea Soul. So what about A-level? We are all saints, but are we still afraid of A-level heroes? The blonde man, who seemed to be the most powerful in this group of people, was extremely excited when he heard the rest of them talking. He smiled sinisterly and said in a commanding voice, what an unreasonable girl. You guys go get her back here. Let her taste the taste of an A-grade girl. The woman and two men immediately stood up and in unison obeyed the orders given to them, obeying Lord Taetu's orders. The masked grappler standing behind also automatically asked permission, so the villain asked to leave first. When Deep Sea Soul saw that he was about to leave, he quickly called out to tell him something. Masked wrestler, you come here. When the masked wrestler saw Tham Quan Han calling, he immediately turned around and bowed down ready to listen to orders. Lord Deep Hai Quan Han had something to advise. Shen Hai Quan Han immediately said, there is a shipment from the area. Area 1 has just arrived at the port in the red container. He raised one hand to the lighter to light the cigarette in his mouth, still continuing to order. Tomorrow you go over there and take a look. If there is news about the sort of ceiling, immediately notify me. Deep Sea Soul placed his hand on the masked wrestler's shoulder to instruct him further. Oh yeah, it's normal for each shipment to have damage. You can handle it. There's no need to waste the opportunity. I give it to you. The masked grappler accepted the mission and replied, yes. Guang Hai was now controlling the masked grappler to stand in front of the red cargo box in his memory and said, I don't know if the disguise will be successful this time or not. Cargo, what exactly is this? The box was very carefully secured, using a fingerprint lock to activate the box opening, but for Duang Hai it was not a difficult task. He used the hands of the masked wrestler to open the lock and say, fingerprint lock, small talk. The notification panel appeared. It seemed Duang Hai had successfully unlocked the red box. The door opened and he walked inside. Unlike normal containers, it was like a tunnel with stairs leading down somewhere. The masked wrestler went down to the basement under Duang Hai's control and he was also very surprised because there was a mysterious tunnel inside the box. He exclaimed, he didn't expect the box to be fake. The product was real, things were happening on the ground, and the air was also accompanied by a strong smell of blood. Each step was quickly taken to quickly discover what was underneath this basement. When going down to the basement, Duang Hai and the masked wrestler discovered that there was a guy sitting in front of the entrance. He immediately asked himself a question. There was someone guarding it. The guy sitting on guard suddenly realized someone was coming and turned around to look. When he saw the masked grappler coming, he quickly stood up and saluted very seriously. He shouted loudly, Master Mask. Duang Hai, who was controlling the mask, also pretended to know him. He said, cough cough, is there anything going on today? The watchman heard the question and immediately answered aggressively, yes, you don't know, there's a big business coming up recently. These little devils won't shut up for a minute. Duang Hai heard that and immediately thought, little devil, could it be? Duang Hai quickly ordered the guard to take him to see who it was. Sai, take me in there to see. As he passed through each cell in the basement, he heard screams coming from inside and they all attracted his attention and curiosity. Going to the blonde boy's cell, the guard shouted, stop crying, make so much noise that the masked man, you want to be whipped, right? A blue-haired boy sitting next to him looked at the guard scolding the blonde-haired boy and had an extremely angry expression on his face. Duang Hai witnessed everything through the masked wrestler and he also expressed his disgust with those cruel people. He thought, hateful saints, hiding people in this place. He just followed the gatekeeper, looked around and understood what this place was for. It seemed that they were also children from other areas who were taken here. They were so young, the oldest were just children. They are 15-16 years old. He remembered the conversation between the masked wrestler and the Dark Army Soul. It seemed he understood the hidden meaning of the order that the Dark Army Soul asked the masked man to do. Thinking of this, he angrily shouted, these people have such disregard for life. I will definitely make those who participated pay the price. In a cell in the basement, a scream echoed from a cell, killing you. Someone was tied with his hands tied and hung up by two chains. All over his body were wounds. He collapsed because of too much pain. Standing in front of him was a blonde guy holding a whip. His other hand he held his bleeding ear. The blonde man's face was angry. Part of his bleeding ear was missing and perhaps bitten off by the tied person. He shouted loudly, daring to bite Lao Zhu. Duang Hai controlled the masked grappler to come forward. At this time, the blonde man was still angrily swinging his whip, preparing to hit someone. He shouted, see if I can beat you to death. Seeing him preparing to strike, Duang Hai quickly spoke up to stop. Duong Hai followed the situation and continued to probe. Was he the one who caused the trouble? The blonde guy still hadn't calmed down. He answered Duong Hai so loudly as if to release his anger. That's right, Mr. Mask. This guy attacked me secretly and bit my ear. The tied young man now raised his face, raised his special green eyes. His eyes were filled with indignation and he did not scream before the blonde man's whip. Duong Hai looked at that young man's eyes and he was immediately attracted by those eyes. He was so impressed that in his thoughts he had to say, his eyes are not bad, and then he continued to ask, what was the reason, what? At this moment, when the blonde man heard the question, his face suddenly changed color and was covered in sweat, perhaps because of fear. He hesitantly replied, Duong Hai, sigh, this. A blue-haired man suddenly stepped forward. He was also a member of the Saints organization and had a name, Duong Lang Song Nyan. He continued to answer instead of the blonde-haired man's hesitation. What else could it be? Of course he doesn't have good intentions. What does he want to do with this kid's sister? When he learned that they had also arrested that young man's younger sister, Duong Hai couldn't help but be surprised. He was startled and exclaimed, what? Turning to look towards the corner of the wall, he saw that there was indeed a little girl wearing a pink shirt sitting motionless in the corner, and perhaps she had also been tortured to the point of fainting. Duong Lang Song Nyan continued to stand behind and mock the people they had just tortured. Unfortunately, it did not work. People were already scared to death. Duong Hai heard this and was extremely indignant. His eyes clearly showed his anger, angry, and he silently cursed them, these animals. Duong Lang Song Nyan approached the masked wrestler and asked, perhaps because they were both quite close people, my brother, aren't you on holiday? Why did you come to this place? That girl, my introduction isn't bad. Duong Hai replied and tried to pretend that he was familiar with Duong Lang Song Nyan so that he would not doubt his identity. Of course it would be great if you introduced him, but today I came here to replace Tham Hai. Lord Quan Han checked the condition of the goods. Duong Hai directed the masked man to point his finger at the young man who had been tortured to the point where he could no longer resist and said, let him down. If he didn't lack limbs, he could sell it for money. Duong Lang Song Nyan stepped forward, grabbed the young man's mouth and said in a provocative voice, why don't you keep him alive? Leave, even if you have no teeth. This little devil in Area 1 can still sell for a high price. The young man now shouted loudly at him, I will kill you. Duong Hai controlled the masked man standing next to him and heard the resentment in that young man's words, so he seriously responded to his words, try a little harder and you will immediately get what you want. When Duong Lang Song Nyan heard the mask respond to the young man's words, he was a little skeptical. He looked at the mask with suspicious eyes and asked, did you understand what he said? At this moment, the mask's hand suddenly surrounded him with blue fire and Duong Hai also spoke. Not only did he understand, I also fulfilled his wish, otherwise I came here in vain. Are you right? Duong Lang Song Nyan at this time had no defense at all and he was also extremely surprised. Before he could react, the fire in the mask's hand pierced his stomach. Duong Lang Song Nyan's face gradually turned purple, but his mouth still tried his best to ask, why? The mask controlled by Duong Hai at this time only calmly responded to his answer, but his face still showed anger, perhaps because he and I also came from the same area. Song Nyan seemed to sense it at this time. The difference screams loudly, you are not the mask. As soon as Song Nyan finished speaking, his head was immediately chopped off by the mask, which was truly a horrifying scene. The guard outside and the blonde guy quickly ran in when they heard the noise. The guard outside frantically called out, Lord Mask, and the blonde guy also quickly asked, what happened? The masked grappler was controlled by Duong Hai and immediately turned towards the other two guys. From around him, black ropes radiated and at each end there was a blue flame. He looked at them angrily and said, you all must die. The angry blonde man rushed towards the mask, shouting loudly as he rushed towards him, this guy. Before he could touch the mask's body, he was tied around and restrained by the ropes from the mask's body. He struggled, but there was no way to escape. Where did the lightning from those wires begin to radiate and spread throughout the body of the wire? As soon as Song Nyan finished speaking, his head was immediately chopped off by the mask, which was truly a horrifying scene. The guard outside stood behind and witnessed everything. He was so scared that he sweated and his nose flowed a lot. His face trembled and he was so scared. When he was about to run away, the ropes quickly chased him and were determined not to let him escape. This guy was so scared that he fell down before he could run and could only scream miserably, Not knowing what the mask had done, they only knew that behind the bars they saw a large pool of blood flowing everywhere and the pitiful screams of the other two men. The young man who had been tied up had been watching every move and everything. He was truly surprised and frightened to the point of being speechless with everything he witnessed. Now in front of him, the mask was happy and in his hand were 3 power pills, 1 yellow and 2 blue, which he had just taken from 3 cruel people. That young man probably knew that the mask standing in front of him was someone who came here to save him, and perhaps he didn't know that the person controlling Mask Duong Hai was the one who really wanted to save him, so he was serious. Tuck introduced himself and asked him, "My name is Deep Pham, who are you?" Deep Pham continued to ask as if trying to find answers to his questions about the person standing in front of him, who he really was. Duong Hai, in the identity of the mask, quickly replied to help him feel more secure about himself, being the one who saved him, but it seemed that the bad impression of the mask on Deep Pham was too strong, making it difficult for him to believe Duong's words. "Hi, you say it like you're skeptical, cough cough, but I've seen you bullying the children in this place." The mask raised his hand surrounded by blue flames and responded to Deep Pham's words, "You will know what happened right away." He raised his hand and cut a line in the chain binding Deep Pham's hands was quickly severed in half. He said as he did, "Deep Pham, wait for me a few minutes, I have to finish dealing with the people outside first." Deep Pham said nothing. When he was freed he immediately went to his sister's place with an extremely sad face. He hugged his sister in his arms and cried, "Hoo hoo hoo." The scene at this moment was extremely sad when witnessing the love between the 2 Deep Pham brothers. Duong Hai in the mask at this time also felt Deep Pham's sadness. He lowered his head in extreme sadness and thought, "Fi. After that, he got out of Deep Pham's cell. Outside, there were many people who knew that the mask was impersonated by someone. They surrounded him in large numbers. They rushed towards them and shouted loudly, "Catch him quickly." Duong Hai now created many black ropes with blue flames surrounding them. As he threw them forward, he shouted indignantly, "Die, scum!" Each black rope rushed towards each person one by one, causing each person's body to break apart even when they were surprised not knowing what happened. Many painful screams rang out around them, "Ah, ah!" Not only were they cut in half, but sometimes, the rope also cut each part of them to pieces, and that massacre did not have the slightest hesitation, only the screams did not stop, "Ah!" Once he had killed everyone who stood in his way, Duong Hai in his mask identity stood looking at each body he had just tortured, each part scattered everywhere, blood flowing out continuously. Suddenly, from behind the mask suddenly appeared a person with red hair and a very elegant-looking outfit. He walked while creating a kind of power with blue circles on his hands, saying sarcasm for the mask, "Very harmful." He is the hero of radio music, and that hero seems to have come not alone because he must say, "Hey, troublemaker, you and I will fight him together, let's see how he runs." A voice, "Okay," spoke from someone's face. On that face there were black and red lines, and on the bridge of the nose there was a white line. Standing in front of the mask was the man with the spear, in his hand holding a sword surrounded by a burning flame, and he told the hero singing music and radio that he should make the first move. The hero's eyes narrowed and his eyes became more serious than ever. Hat Knock Fat Radio began to unleash his ultimate moves, music. In the hero's hand was a music record floating among the blue waves. The hero raised his hand to support the record and shouted loudly, "Up!" The children in the nearby cells were also affected by the sound waves created by the hero. A series of red and blue melodies surrounded the children, causing them to hold their heads in pain and scream miserably, "Ah!" Duong Hai in his mask identity was also affected by that sound at this time. He quickly covered his ears with his hands and began to think, his music can stimulate the pain of people, other people's nerves. Fortunately my mental strength is strong enough, but the children can't continue to listen anymore. I have to deal with him quickly, I have to pretend a little. Duong Hai began to pretend that he was affected by that sound. His hands and head twisted and he let out a terrifying laugh. "Ah!" The hero now thought that the mask had been hit by his attack, so he jumped, proudly said, "Ha, basically no one can resist my music." The radio music singing hero began to fly up and threw the disc in his hand with great force, shouting loudly as he threw it, "Go to hell." The disc flew towards the mask, but suddenly Duong Hai, controlling the mask, dodged it quickly and was not scratched anywhere. After that, the mask flew up and appeared right behind Hat Knock Fat, making the hero extremely surprised and unable to react in time, only having time to say in surprise, "What?" The mask landed on his back with an extremely strong kick, causing the hero to fall immediately with a painful scream, "Ah ah ah." Being kicked so hard made the hero's face change color and he coughed up blood. His expression was extremely scared and he could only cry out for someone to rescue him. The spearman heard that the hero needed help and quickly threw his flaming spear towards the mask. The force of the throw and his voice, "Eat spear," caused the spear to fly quickly forward. At this time, the mask was sitting on the body of the hero singing music and broadcasting, so he did not notice the spear flying straight down from above to where he was. Immediately, the spear flew down and stabbed straight into the mask's body, causing him to freeze and tremble in pain. When the spear stabbed into her body, although it was painful, perhaps Duong Hai's anger in the mask was more than the pain. Her eyes darkened and she did not scream even though there was a knife on her chest. The wound was extremely serious. The mask somehow pulled out the spear from his body and delivered a powerful punch to the hero hat knock fat's body, causing the hero to only have time to cry out, "Huh!" The man with the spear saw his face covered in sweat. He was panicked at what he saw the mask doing to the hero and could only stand there in fear and scream loudly, "You really beat him to death. Why did you betray the organization?" The spear was now held in the mask's hand and perhaps the wound from the spear caused many difficulties for the mask because it caused the mask's body pain, to the point that talking was extremely difficult. Cough cough, why? The mask threw away the spear, stood up and shouted loudly, "Of course for these children, for the cause of justice." Behind the mask appeared images of suffering of children suffering torment in hell. The man with the spear was now extremely amused by the mask's words. He transformed into 2 more spears and laughed and said to him, "Justice, ha ha ha, the mask fights, bad things that you did before, there's not much left to do. Even if you defeat me, you still won't be able to leave this place. I'll tell you, Lord Deep Sea Soul is still on his way here." The mask's eyes are full of spirit, it also radiates sparks and a proud smile appears on every word the mask says. "Quickly come here to find death, then I will complete it for you, you." There was only one person holding 2 burning weapons in both hands facing Duong Hai, who was now in the form of a masked grappler. He was constantly sweating, his eyes were wary of Duong Hai, he was scared but still tried to resist. He realized something was wrong, he was trying to target his body parts. He shouted loudly, "Fate, crazy man, die, die," then continuously threw burning spears at him. The spear stabbed into his hands, causing blood to flow out, causing Duong Hai to tremble in pain. Before Duong Hai let those things penetrate deeply, he counterattacked, he threw those spears back to the miserable owner. He just ended the battle quickly. The other attacker was killed by his own attack. He could not resist but could only endure and scream the last sound, "Ah!" Once he had collapsed, Duong Hai could breathe a sigh of relief. He gasped, "It really hurt." The little boy inside rushed out to worry about you. "Big brother, you're injured," Duong Hai replied. "To save people, this little wound is nothing." Duong Hai then immediately freed everyone from the cage. "Quickly go out, everyone don't jostle." One of them reminded the group, "Line up, don't jostle." Suddenly he turned and saw Deep Pham carrying a little girl out, calling out, "Deep Pham." Deep Pham looked at him with determined eyes. He said, "The pain of not having strength, I don't want to feel it anymore. I want to become strong like you. Can you teach me?" Hearing the boy's feelings, Duong Hai agreed, "Yes, but the important thing is that you must forever be loyal to me. Can you do that?" When little Deep Pham heard the conditions, he did not hesitate to say, "I can do it. I will become your most loyal subordinate." Duong Hai heard everything Deep Pham said. He used his ability to control puppets, then he held out a ball, then he would be satisfied. Duong Hai directly gave it to Deep Pham. The boy was surprised. "This is the Tang Lang knife ring." He immediately explained to the boy that the power pearl could make his front hand turn into a wolf blade ring, and he could temporarily use it to protect himself. When Deep Pham received the gift, he was very happy, thanked the owner, then carried the little girl and left. Duong Hai watched their backs leave. They were the last people to escape the prison. He watched them leave safely, so he could feel secure in looking at the corpses of the cards he took down scattered on the ground. Next, he had to deal with these corpses. Duong Hai created a beam of light as he raised his hand into the air. He used his plundering ability. His ability began to affect them from the guy covering his face. As for the guy with colored hair, everyone was affected by Duong Hai's ability. He obtained different orbs after that. Last time it took a lot of effort to get 2 A-level power balls from Don Luan Owen Yan and Dap Lang Long Ma. Now in an instant he collected as many as so. If humans are compared to strange beasts, they are nothing. Duong Hai added, "First you have to upgrade the shadow to level A." He focused more on a green pill. This time it would be even more stable with the light offering. The orb that attracts Duong Hai is a shadow clone with a quantity of 5. During battle, the clone can change its identity and position, and can create shadow weapons to use, offensive. Duong Hai now walked out of that dark prison. Before he could calm down, there was a sword just waiting for him to step outside and put it on his neck. Duong Hai turned his eyes over. A blonde girl appeared. She angrily asked him, "Who are you? Where are you going to take these children? Tell me now." Duong Hai did not answer but asked in return, who she was. The girl didn't have time to answer, "Me." Then the children that Duong Hai saved came running. Oh, it was Sister Blanche, Sister Blanche. The children explained to her, Sister Blanche, that he saved us. The other children also took turns speaking up to explain their innocence. Yes, that's right, the hero's sister, this brother was also injured in order to save us, don't misunderstand him. Blanche blushed shyly and looked away, coughing, is that so? It's so embarrassing. Duong Hai saw her like that, so he added to help her, it's okay, she's a level 3 hero, right? Sealing the sword of Blanche, she replied, yes, I stopped the human traffickers so I could find them. Here, I didn't expect you to be a little faster than me, having already saved them from the cave. She turned to Deep Pham. Blanche checked on the boy, sorry, she was late. Suddenly the ground shook so strongly that everyone panicked. Duong Hai asked, what happened, his face full of worry. The vines emerged and pulled the children's feet up, they screamed loudly, ah, please help me. The night covered the large boat, it was not quiet because the disturbance of lightning kept resounding in the sky. Floating in the sky was pink with bright red, crimson, roses kept falling, thousands of thorny vines appeared, tightly wrapping around the boat and several crates next to it. The thorny vines wrapped around the yacht and entangled the innocent people within. The cries and cries for help were extremely pitiful. Save lives, mother, they were desperately screaming to save lives, calling for help, trying to struggle to escape the death vines. Suddenly a tall back appeared standing in front of two small bodies. A strong voice rang out, Master, don't rush, I will save them. That masked grappler stood extremely proud and firmly. Hopefully he will save the unfortunate people caught by the thorny vines of the beautiful rose. The scene became wider, covering the entire horrifying scene. The two sides stood facing each other. On the brilliant rose was a graceful white figure sitting like its owner. Below were three people who were standing guard in front of the beautiful flower. Not only were there fewer people, but the woman was also holding a baby in her arms. The identities of the three people standing guard in front of the rose were also revealed. They were Tiat Hayat Maike, Tham Hai Quan Han, Dai Giamage. Then Tiat Hayat Maike said contemptuously, help, saying that makes people laughing all his teeth. He thought he was a hero. Deep Sea Army Soul also frowned as he thought about that sentence. The Great Earth Mage is no exception. The person sitting on the rose also spoke up, with an arrogant face. It was Master Tutu, saying, Bloodthirsty Maikoi, Deep Sea Army Soul, and Great Earth Mage, let these ants open their eyes to the horror of the saints. Lord Tutu pointed his staff straight at the masked grappler's hand and recited the spell, with the ability to summon demons. But on the contrary, that light source stabbed straight at the back of Hayat Maike, causing her face to change. She cried out loudly and extremely painfully. Oh, the voice she uttered was surprised, because there is no prevention. Tiat Maike's arrogance returned and pushed harder, eclipsing the surprise from before. She was not discouraged and said loudly that activating her abilities on a large scale is very tiring, but there is a ghostly recovery, given by Lord Satu. My remaining abilities have all recovered. She wants to prove that her strength has returned. Following Tiat Maike's words, Master Tute repeatedly threatened the masked grappler, saying that the sword of sealing, the object of the saint, is not something you can touch. He continued, now let go of your bound hands, I will still keep you a way to live, with an extremely arrogant and victorious face. The fighter wearing a mask, Blanche, still calmly listened to the boasts of the other four. They kept talking about the terrifying power they held, and about the trash that betrayed the saints, then stay here forever. The masked fighter thought to himself, whoever stays here is still uncertain. Although the steadfast and fearless expression on Blanche's face did not change, there could not help but be a little stir in Blanche's thoughts. She was also a little afraid that, if it was just three people with B-level abilities, she would still be I can deal with it, but now that I have Kwang Min Tae 2, this level 3 ability person, supporting me, it will be difficult to take action. Blanche shouted loudly towards the supernatural beings, informing them of a way out. The Hero Association's reinforcements are on their way. You guys are still stubborn. There is only one way to die. Don't let the leader go quickly. Line. Blanche used her sharp words and the power of a heroic response to overwhelm Kwang Min Tae 2's pride and arrogance. The expression on Kwang Min Tae 2's face was no longer as arrogant as before. It seemed that he was not satisfied and did not follow his plan. Suddenly all three of them, Tiat Maike, Deep Sea Soul, and Great Earth Mage, rushed up at the same time. Their faces looked very malicious. All three rushed towards Blanche and had the same thought, fighting quickly. If you win quickly, before the Hero Association arrives, capture her. Blanche pointed the sword forward. She shouted loudly, the power of sealing and releasing. It seemed like she was concentrating on launching some very powerful attack. From the sword rose a red flame. The energy from the sword spread everywhere, making everyone afraid. The masked grappler, after seeing Blanche's strength, also showed fear. He opened his mouth, looked worried and raised his voice. To be able to burst out with such great energy, no wonder he was grade A hero. As he spoke, he raised his hand as if to block Blanche's powerful attack. From where she was standing, Blanche suddenly jumped up. Her eyes now became sharp. She shouted loudly while holding the fiery sword with a great source of energy and rushed towards the face grappler. Nah. Seeing Blanche rushing towards him, the old earth mage with a brown hat and white beard, he looked angry and pointed his stick straight at Blanche. He shouted loudly, "Earth formation, source of energy." The energy around him also began to change. Suddenly appearing before her eyes was a giant stone wall as high as a mountain. It forced Blanche, who was rushing at a very fast speed, to stop. She looked at it and looked very surprised. But it seemed that the giant wall was still not enough to stop Blanche. She continued to rush forward and used her sword to slash the giant wall of the old earth mage. His powerful attack, she caused the wall to collapse and fall everywhere to his surprise. Overcoming the wall, Blanche jumped into the sky, raised her sword high into the sky. She raised the sword and shouted loudly, "Ceiling." From the sword appeared a large source of energy that surrounded the sword and also enveloped it. Spreading around strongly. "A man," he shouted. The water flowed rapidly. The man standing in a defensive position wearing a cloak was Deep Sea Soul. After the spell, 3 whirlpools of water began to appear from the ground around him, rushing towards Blanche. Faced with the attack of Deep Sea Soul, Blanche also continued to attack without backing down. She shouted loudly, slashed her sword, and she swung an extremely strong slash. From her powerful slash emitted a stream of energy and a giant cut in the shape of a half-moon but surrounded by a fiery flame that rushed towards him. But before the attack could come, she suddenly became panicked. Her sharp eyes from before were no longer there, and beads of sweat rolled down Blanche's face. In front of her right now is a brown-haired child. The child is tied with hemp rope by a black-haired woman with a red dress. High at my K. She tied the child tightly with her hemp rope, she said smugly, instead of being the one to die. High at my K intended to use that baby to block Blanche's attack. Blanche's attack was coming at an extremely fast speed and there was no way to stop it. The child being held hostage was severely hit by Blanche's attack. The child screamed in pain at witnessed by another boy who was there. The fire from the slash completely engulfed the boy in flames. Faced with High at my K's cruel tricks, Blanche screamed loudly in anger. Using the child as a shield was so despicable. At this moment she stared at High at my K with murderous intent. The at my K looked at Blanche. She gave a despicable smile and told Blanche that honesty is your greatest weakness. There are a few hostages here. Let's see if you still dare to fight back, or not. Deep Sea Soul was now behind Blanche. He looked at her and, hi, with a sound, the smile on his face gradually became more sinister. He seemed to be planning something. His body was also gradually surrounded by surrounding water sources. Suddenly he turned into a stream of water. He suddenly appeared right behind Blanche with a large sword in his hand. He swung the knife and slashed at her. Blanche, who was standing still and motionless, seemed to also feel some presence behind me. The slash from Deep Sea Soul's sword was getting closer and closer to Blanche's defenseless neck, and it seemed that she had also realized the murderous intent and danger coming from behind her, but the attack was full of surprises. That surprise left her unable to react at all. Suddenly a loud noise rang out. Everything around was gradually surrounded by darkness. Appearing in front of Deep Sea Soul at this time was not a girl named Blanche, but in front of him was a young man with a tall body and a very heroic appearance. His appearance made him cry out in panic, "What?" A white mask suddenly fell to the ground. It was torn into 2 sides and looked very ruined. The young man who suddenly appeared in front of everyone was Duan Hai. Faced with Deep Sea Quan Soul's words, he responded angrily, you almost destroyed that mask. 2 are mine." Duan Hai held a knife in her hand and rushed forward. He stabbed a fatal blow towards the neck of Deep Sea Quan Han. The attack came so suddenly that he had no time to dodge. He took the stab and fresh blood flowed out. He could only cry out, "Ah." His legs were kneeling on the ground, his hands were covering his throat, his mouth was constantly moaning, his appearance was extremely pitiful. Blanche intended to move forward to finish him off, but she was stopped by Duan Hai's hand. He replied, "Wait." The great priest suddenly appeared. He arrogantly stood on a huge rose created by High at my K. He showed his magnanimous contempt for those in front of him. He raised his staff. He went up to create magic. The holy light cured him. There was a strong, dazzling source of golden light radiating from his staff. Immediately, Deep Sea Quan Soul's puncture wound glowed and then the wound healed in an instant, making him also surprised when he had just escaped from the hands of death. Standing in front of Duan Hai, Tham Hai Quan Soul was excited. He proudly laughed, "Ha, as long as we have the great sacrifice here, we will have an immortal body." Tae-tu Dai-nyan saw that his side seemed to be at a disadvantage. He pointed his staff at that group of people, then chanted a spell, increased pressure, and the staff glowed again, emitting a different source of energy than before. A green aura inside the three people of Deep Sea Army Soul, Tia Tui Maike, and Dai Jia Mage burst out, becoming stronger. Their strength was increased. Guang Hai saw that. He became alert and replied, becoming more cruel. Kwang Min Tae-tu has increased the effectiveness of the attack. Their abilities will be upgraded to level A in a short period of time. The Great Earth Mage placed his staff on the ground. He clasped his hands together, and the aura around him swirled and converged towards him. Blanche shouted in panic, "He's dead. He's been storing up power. If he successfully launches it under the support of the tank, the destructive power will definitely surpass A-level ability," she said while taking a standard stance, being attacked. Guang Hai thought, an attack in a large range will affect the child, he must save everyone before launching. Thinking so, he turned to Miss Blanche and said, "Seal the sword, as long as you can temporarily stop that person, let me handle the rest." Hearing that, Blanche still felt worried about the children. She still couldn't believe it because she had just met him, so she asked, could he really handle the Earth Mage's powerful attack, and what about the children? Understanding that, he just calmly waved his hand and confidently replied, "Trust me." Hearing that, she suddenly felt strangely relieved. She thought, why does he look so mysterious and trustworthy? I feel like I can trust him. Blanche held the sword in both hands and pointed the tip forward. She unleashed the power of a yellow aura that radiated around her. She decided to follow his plan. She replied, "If that's the case, I will help you. Open road." Sealing the seal, unlocking it, Blanche shouted loudly, each of her strong steps rushing towards Tham Hai Quan Han. Her sword slashed him hard, but he was able to block it. Her attack was so deadly that his legs sank heavily into the ground. His whole body trembled and he had to support himself. Even though he had increased his strength, he still found it difficult to block Blanche's attack. His face turned pale and he cursed, "Damn it." Seeing that he couldn't resist for long, he loudly asked T. Hyatt my K saved him, "You rotten woman, why don't you help me quickly?" Hearing him say that, she looked annoyed and angry but still helped him. She replied, "How many times have I told you not to call me that?" She shouted loudly. Rose petals appeared around her, creating effects for her moves. Blanche was stunned. What is this? The aura around her suddenly disappeared. Has my power disappeared? Tiat my K replied, "The desire fire in my body can stimulate the desire deep in your heart. Right now is your whole body feeling very uncomfortable and hot." Tham Hai Quan Ho used his supernatural ability. He turned into a ghost and then cloned himself. A clone of him appeared behind Blanche. He expressed his desire, smiled complacently. Hee, what a little girl. Do you need me to love you or not? Blanche looked annoyed and gritted her teeth. Endured. His face turned red because he was affected by this kind of abnormality. Mental seal, release, she shouted loudly with a strong light source shining straight from above and down at her. The two bodies of Tham Hai Quan Han were also hit by that light and fell out of her body. Tiat my K was extremely surprised. She didn't expect that Blanche would have this move. She shouted loudly, "What? I haven't heard of the sword of sealing that also has mental abilities." That light increasingly shined on Blanche, her silhouette gradually fading in it. A sword passed through the Tiat my K's body. Blanche appeared behind her in an instant. She answered, "This is a power I recently realized, after being forced to die and giving birth. So, it seems that the effect is not bad. I feel like you have let my desire come out." At this moment, there is a sword line extending from the top of her head down to the middle of her body, blood spurting out from there. She looked at Blanche with two red eyes and could only utter a few words, "How could you?" and no more after that. The Great Earth Mage had only now gathered his strength. He shouted loudly, "Get out!" An explosion occurred, followed by a brown dragon appearing. It roared and screamed. One of the children tied up in the air with barbed wire saw this and screamed in fear, help me." Roaring, the dragon began to attack Blanche who was in front of it. It rushed towards her quickly. Blanche looked panicked. Guang Hai suddenly appeared, ran and stood in front of her, his hands emitting extremely powerful purple lightning rays. The dragon opened its huge mouth towards the two people, intending to devour them alive. He quickly shot purple lightning straight into its mouth. The dragon was startled, but it was too late. Guang Hai retracted his hand. Immediately the dragon exploded, smoke and dust flying. The scene was desolate, filled with smoke and dust, and there was a helicopter still intact after the explosion. Daiji Afatsu was still alive, but his old body had been bruised a lot. Inside the cloud of smoke, he was constantly coughing and coughing. He said to the man in front of him, "Thank you, Tae. Lord Tu used his protective powers to save me, otherwise I would have been caught in the explosion." Lord Tae-tu had a frown on his face. He replied to him, "What a useless thing, which could easily solve the sword seal, but was beaten to such a pulp by the mysterious person. Even 2B rank members also suffered losses." He replied, "Sir, the saints have lost their base, although you are injured to the bone, but the organization can still endure." He seemed to agree with the old man. "Indeed, as long as I am alive, my position as a saint in Sechao will not be shaken." Looking at Duong Hai on the other side of the smoke cloud carrying the fainted Blanche, Tae-tu Dai-nyan thought to himself, "This mysterious person can break the level 3 ability boost in one blow. His terrifying strength is still there. Above all, it's better to run away first." Thinking so, he raised his staff to the sky and summoned a column of light to appear and shine down on them. Their images faded in that light and began to disappear. Duong Hai saw that the other two were gone. He spoke up, "Ran away. Hey, let you live a few more minutes." He placed Blanche on the ground and approached the body of Tham Hai Quan Han. "He probably died because of that incident. Your powers already belong to me," he affirmed. Looking at his dead body, he reached out his hand towards his body. The skill, ability plundering, was activated. A green bee began to form in the palm of Duong Hai's hand. The system panel appeared. B-level ability, named Deep Sea Ghost. Gender, introducing the strengthening of the water power in the body, upgrading the speed, only needing a little water to exist to be able to create ocean waves and water clones, assessing the universal power of water. Having finished, he went to the corpse of Tiat Mai Kei, followed by Tiat Mai Koi. The sky was already daytime. Duong Hai looked at her tragically dead body and couldn't help but shudder. "The sword that sealed the sword was really cruel," he said as he raised his hand towards her. He used the ability to deprive. Another bee was formed in his palm. The system panel appeared. B-level ability, named Bloodthirsty Mai Koi, introduced to use his own blood to summon the rope. Climbing roses. Roses can release aphrodisiacs that hit enemies and cause vines to explode. Roses always have thorns. 2 power beads floated in Duong Hai's hand. He thought to himself, decomposing these 2 power beads to level F, plus the power beads he had obtained before, he could upgrade to level A powers. Thinking so, Duong Hai made the 2 superpower beads begin to crack and transform into air streams. They combined together and floated in his hand to form a larger pearl than before. Its color also changed to become darker and brighter. Around it emitted blue electric rays representing strength. Contained within, System Information Panel, A-level abilities, Super Brain Names, Introduction to Enhancing Vision, Hearing, Smell, Touch, Taste and Sixth Sense, Enhancing Harmonious Abilities, can emit a mental shock wave to hit enemies. Evaluate whether you bought the props or not. Duong Hai put the pearl into his chest and began to absorb the supernatural power. He muttered, "Image, sound, taste, touch," everything was so clear. A moment later, Blanche opened her eyes and woke up. Duong Hai spoke first, "Have you woken up yet?" Blanche looked around at the desolate, terrible scene. A chaotic scene before her eyes made her look confusedly at the culprit who created it. Blanche couldn't help but be surprised and curious about him. She asked Duong Hai, "What level is his ability to be able to create such a large-scale explosion? What is his name?" Duong Hai replied, "Arbitration Organization, T-SA." Blanche replied, decisively, "I don't think I've heard the name of this organization in the Hero Association." Only then did she notice the group of children tied to the barbed wire and worriedly said, "Wait, where are the children?" Duong Hai dap, "Right behind you." The children happily ran towards her. They said loudly in unison, "Sister Blanche, ha-hoo-hoo, we're so scared." Blanche turned around and saw that the children were safe. She knelt down on one knee and opened her arms wide for them to run into her arms. She gently replied, "That's great. Are you guys okay? How did you guys escape?" A fat boy spoke up and told her, "It was Master's light bulb that saved us." All the children replied in unison, "There are many Master's shadows." She replied, "Master's black shadows." The blue-haired boy recounted that he controlled the shadow first, then slowly cut all the vines that trapped us, then dropped us to the ground. Before the explosion, he used the shadow again, form a circular shield to protect us. As he spoke, the scene at that time appeared in his mind. After listening, she said with some confusion, "So the owner is..." Blanche realized that the person the children were talking about was Duong Hai. She happily shouted, "T-Sa, why are you thinking so thoughtfully? Thank you." Where are you?" She just turned away and turned around and he was gone. Then, a helicopter flew in and was about to land on them. One of them said, "Here is the Hero Association, which has entered the area that needs to be controlled, and anyone who acts on their own is strictly forbidden." Dynamic. The helicopter also landed safely here and many people came to watch. The person stepping off the helicopter was a beautiful reporter, holding a microphone. She was Lam Nai Tuat and also Duan Hai's lover. Walking behind her was the uncle filming the report. She turned around and said to her cameraman colleague, "This is the scene of my first live broadcast when I worked as a trainee reporter. Please ask me what I will do next." When the uncle heard that, he sighed and went to interview the ceiling sword. She heard the uncle say that and immediately turned around to look. After that, Nai Tuat walked up to where Blanche was standing and said, "Hello, I am a trainee reporter for the Hero Association named Lam Nai Tuat. Would you like to interview her?" Blanche heard that, looked towards Nai Tuat who was coming. She also replied to Nai Tuat that, "Of course, I am the Blanche who sealed the A-class heroic sword of the Hero Association." The cameraman took a close-up of Blanche's face and a series of viewers commented during this broadcast, "That's A-class hero Blanche, it seems like she's injured, is she okay?" Then Tu Tuat said, after receiving news from her, "The Hero Association came to Sichao Port, now the port is like a mess, what exactly happened?" Blanche replied to Tu Tuat during the live broadcast, "Sorry for making everyone worry, I was rescuing the illegally trafficked children of the Saints organization in Sichao." The audience heard that. While watching, he also commented, "What, is there such a terrible thing? How are the children? Have the children been saved? Are they okay?" Nai Tuat immediately said with a serious expression, "Regarding this criminal organization, I have heard a little bit, they are criminals outside the law in Sichao. I hope the government can investigate thoroughly this case." Hearing that, Blanche shook her head. She said, "I don't know how long such illegal activities will continue. It was not easy for me to get inside information and finally save these children." In a place in the city center, the audience watching the broadcast on the street also had many people cheering and saying, "It's really pitiful, it's good to be saved. The Hero Association must definitely punish them severely, carved saints." Blanche continued, "But if I was alone facing the leader of the Saints, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to save these children. Luckily, a mysterious person helped." Hearing that, Nai Tuat was surprised and looked surprised. "What a mysterious person." Blanche also replied, "That's right, his strength is above mine, he can even destroy A-level ability with one strike, increasing the limit." The viewers also commented, "What the heck, you're a god, is he really better than an A-level hero? Are you all thinking the same as me?" After that, Blanche pointed at the rising cloud of smoke. "Did you guys see that burning pit? He was wearing a mask with a very strange snake pattern, saying he was a financial organization, named TSA." The live camera also turned around to look at the ruins, where the smoke was constantly increasing. They commented again, "Wait a minute, isn't he a metal-based superpower? This obviously using electric discharge energy. Oh my god, what is this?" Lam Nai Tuat also looked around and said, "But it seems he is not here." Blanche pointed towards the container. Kwang Min Tae Tu had already run away. He was chasing from the other direction. Nai Tuat was also looking in the direction where Blanche was pointing. Elsewhere in the car tunnel, the priest and the old mage are also here. Are they planning to steal someone else's car? That priest said to that old mage, "I have used the remaining abilities on you. Can your earth element magic handle that guy?" His face also sweated, worried, listened to something. He was also sweating no less than that priest. "Perhaps I had placed his powers everywhere. If he used electroplasma to attack us again, it would be absolutely ineffective." Duan Hai also hid somewhere to overhear these two people talking. The other priest said, "Find the car, let's go find another place to hide for a while." Duan Hai heard that and muttered, even wanting to run, "This is where you are buried." He was about to look at the evil faces of them stealing someone else's car, when suddenly the phone rang, beeping, making him startled and sweating. The priest and the old earth mage also heard the phone ringing, immediately turned to look at the ringing sound, and shouted loudly, "Who was it?" Duan Hai was trembling and sweating profusely and thought to himself, "Who would call me at this time?" The phone bell was still ringing continuously, while the other two people were alert, slowly moving towards the sound of the phone ringing. The person calling was Tu Tuat. Duan Hai saw that and exclaimed loudly, "Why is it Tu Tuat? Why is she calling me at this time?" After he finished speaking, he realized he was talking a bit too loudly. His phone was still ringing continuously, buzzing, buzzing, buzzing. He was sweating profusely. The other two people didn't dare to get closer to him. They were also very worried. The old man also exclaimed, "Oh." He felt it wasn't good to hide here forever, so he decided to use his transformation ability and started changing clothes so they wouldn't recognize him. After that, Duan Hai also turned into a normal person. He walked out and picked up Tu Tuat's phone who was waiting. "It's me, Tu Tuat. What's wrong?" The old magician was startled when he saw that. He also regained his composure, breathed a sigh of relief and said that, as a normal person, that master sacrifice also said, "Don't be negligent, observe a little more." Duong Hai continued to answer the phone. Tu Tuat on the other end said, "Boyfriend, guess where you are?" He also replied, "Where are you? Aren't you at home?" I was worried while answering the phone. The other two people discovered his true identity. Tu Tuat on this side was also inside the helicopter and said, "You are in Sachao, baby." She laughed loudly. He heard his girlfriend Tu Tuat say that and also sweated a lot. He thought to himself, "Sachao, why is she in Sachao?" Duong Hai said as he walked away, "Sachao is so chaotic, why are you going there? The two people behind are still following and observing you." Tu Tuat on the other end of the phone side and said, "It's okay, I just want to tell me, a while ago you found a very good job." He suddenly shouted loudly, "What, work?" His face was surprised when she said that. Miss Tu Tuat happily continued to tell Duong Hai, she has become an intern reporter for the Hero Association. Just now, she just finished interviewing the sword sealer, now preparing to interview people. Mysterious Snake, perhaps she doesn't know that Snake is her boyfriend who is talking on the phone. Duong Hai. When Duong Hai heard that, he was surprised, he was shocked beyond belief. He shouted loudly through the phone, "Whatever." His voice was enough to echo everywhere. "It's not okay, Duong Hai, I don't know what to do now. My face is full of seriousness, sweat is pouring down my face. I think, because the Hero Association is here, Tu Tuat can find her very quickly. I must fight quickly and win quickly." He returned to his normal expression. He continued, "You are amazing. Because to congratulate you on being accepted, I have to go prepare a big gift for you. Hang up first." She immediately replied, "Duong Hai, you really know a lot, I'm waiting for you." The two people, Lord Sacrifice and the old mage, were still watching him leave. The old man said, "It turned out to be a couple calling. It was really sour." The man Sacrifice didn't say anything. Anyway, Duong Hai has also disappeared from the sight of the two of them. The system offers up and changes clothes. He used the ability to change clothes to transform into the character of Snake. That Master Sacrifice also sensed that he was using the ability. He exclaimed, "That's not right, we were tricked, he was here we come." After that Master Priest finished speaking, Duong Hai, that is, the snake, rushed towards them at a very fast speed. The sharp, mysterious black shadows of the snake also rushed towards them and aimed at them. The old magician also quickly summoned wild wolves. They radiated yellow electric rays around their bodies. They looked very ferocious. He ordered them to rush forward. He shouted loudly, "Kill him, he's on the other side." Suddenly, a wolf rushed towards Tisa to bite and tear him, but it looked like it was rushing through Tisa's body. That great priest saw the wolf rushing towards the snake. He triumphantly said, "Let these sharp earth elemental creatures act so that it would be difficult for him to fight 10. The old man also continued, "Every creature here could challenge an A-level supernatural person. They wouldn't give them time to react." As for Tisa, he controlled his mysterious sharp shadow, making the two of them watching in bewilderment. He controlled those two sharp shadows to kill the earth-type wolves that the old mage transformed into. He destroyed them as easily as cutting a carrot in half. While these two bad guys were bewildered, not having time to react to the deaths of the wolves in front of them, he teleported behind them, killed the two of them, and used that sharp shadow to stab them, through their bodies. Only a few seconds after being stabbed did they have time to react. The priest shouted loudly, "How is this possible? Aren't you a person with electrical abilities? Blood is constantly leaking from the puncture wound." His mouth was also spitting out blood. His whole body was trembling. He didn't let them wait too long and answered, "Who told you that I only know about electrical abilities, you idiot?" The old magician was also shaking, vomiting blood and trying to speak, "But you are a person with supernatural abilities. It's a rare system, I don't mind." Cough cough, that Master Sacrifice trembled and begged, "You spare me a way to live, I am willing to repay you with my greatest sincerity." People don't live in this world just for profit, sometimes it's for justice. After he finished speaking, he began to strangle the two of them with the shadow he created. The old man screamed in pain. The other priest tried to take out the blue pills he was carrying. "Next to you, put it in your mouth and chew." Duong Hai felt dangerous, so he temporarily stepped back. He saw him swallowing the blue pills. He was surprised. He had also eaten the blue pills. After that big priest ate that green medicine, his power burst out. The whole person emitted a strong murderous aura. With a grimace on his face, an evil smile on his face, he turned to look at him and said, "This is because you forced me. I'm not just a mother, I also have the last trick." After he finished speaking, he reached into his throat and pulled out something. He took out a very long stick of some sort, perhaps a divine weapon. He saw that and exclaimed, "This feels like the sword in Blanche's hand." When the master priest pulled it out, it was a sharp spear. He laughed loudly and said, "I didn't expect it. Right, I also have a judge's spear." His face darkened and he uttered a loud voice, "A divine attack, prize." After taking the blue pill, his strength seemed to have increased tenfold. Lord Sacrifice stood, raising the judge spear in his hand and bursting with power. Then strange yellow round portals suddenly appeared in the air. He shouted loudly below, gathered together, and attacked endlessly. Lord Sacrifice finished speaking. Spears just like his came out from those gates. The tips of the spears still emitted a terrifying red flame. He angrily stretched out his hands towards the spears, commanding him to say loudly, "Judge the sinner." Immediately, the fiery spears followed his command and flew down to the snake at high speed. The snake standing below did not rush to look at them in fear. Just as they landed and had just enough distance, Tisa immediately jumped back, avoiding those spears without a single injury. But no matter how much he dodged, those gates in the sky would still produce more and shoot towards him continuously. Tisa ran and looked at them, thinking to himself, "This morning circle will always follow me." Just when he was careless, a spear pierced his leg and the color also flowed out from there, causing Tisa to cry out in pain. "Ha!" Lord Tae-2 stood there observing that Snake was finally injured and couldn't help but laugh out loud with pride. "Ha ha ha, keep jumping, troublesome troublemaker, I will pierce the top of your head." Tisa was injured and knelt down on one leg despite what he said. He looked at those open gates and couldn't help but think, "It's troublesome. If he was injured just a little, the huge destructive force would penetrate all four limbs." Then he kept staring at them and thought, the light spot has filled the entire Tian Hoa village, making it able to detect its destination in the blink of an eye. Then, after thinking about it, he spoke loudly towards the spears and the Lord Priest. He said, "Then he wanted to compare speed with me." Hearing what he said, he smirked loudly with a mocking tone. "Ahaha, speed, is there anything faster than my speed of light?" Then suddenly, in his eyes, the surrounding space seemed to stop motionless. He opened his eyes and now his eyes showed a burning light, blazing through the skill notification system. Super Brain. He looked at him who was pleased with his murderous voice and asked, "The speed of light, hum." The spear stopped motionless in the air. Even Lord Priest stood still as if he was affected by the snake's supernatural power. He held something similar to a knife in his hand and looked at him. Snake immediately moved back and forth to get closer to that master sacrifice. Then he flew from behind him back and forth in front of him. After getting the right angle, the snake rushed down and used some kind of force to slash 3 times in front of his body, but of course he still stood motionless. After slashing, he immediately jumped down and immediately glided up further behind Lord Satu. With Tisa's terrifyingly calm expression, he looked into the air and gently replied. Even though he had no physical damage from Tisa's attack, looking at the scene before his eyes, he was afraid that the guy's face turned pale and his whole body trembled, his smile gradually distorted. "Ha ha." It was the spears. They were now aimed at him and rushed towards him. He stood rooted to the spot and shouted loudly, "Ah ah ah." And then, as expected, the spears continuously pierced his body, splashing out like water. Master Tae-2, his mouth trembled and he vomited blood, but he still tried to look at Tisa and said, "Spiritual powers, are you a person with supernatural powers?" Cough cough. Having said that, with his painful hand he tried to lift it up and bring it towards him to speak and heal. Tisa's brother came from behind and saw him being so stubborn. He looked at him and said, "Don't treat him anymore, otherwise you will die again." Listening to him, he understood so he couldn't try anymore, but tears in his eyes also flowed from there. After saying that, he reached out to him and used his supernatural powers to surround his body, but he couldn't resist and tried to cry out, "You." After collecting Lord Sacrifice's abilities, the system displays a notification, A-level ability, named Kwang Min Tam, Introduction, Reincarnation, can restore the physical strength of people with abilities below B level, Growth Range, can increase the abilities of people with abilities below level B, Conceal the body of people with abilities below level A, Holy Light Tridu, can heal wounds of targets below level A, the Spear Judge, uses a large spear of holy light to condense and purify the enemy, Judging, can block and attack, rare inherited superpowers. Then, he took the power pill and placed it in the middle of his chest. It gradually hid in his body, its power immediately took effect and the system appeared, Tridu. At this moment, the supernatural ability slowly crept throughout his body, causing his body to emit a strange light. He was suddenly startled and gasped. He did not expect that this guy also had a blue pill. He almost died. Already, the space now fell into a quiet void. He was focusing on the power of that ability. After everything was settled, he slowly walked towards the body of the Great Earth Mage. Immediately, he used a technique to steal the power. He reached out to him and began to absorb the power. He seemed to expect it and said, "Earth star power, can be used, just stole it." With a special ability, the system displays a notification, B-level skill, the name of the Earth Mage, introduction, using the Earth element to change the terrain, summoning Earth element creatures to attack and attack, price, can open a zoo. Suddenly, he heard a sound outside. He realized, here was the Hero Association. Indeed, there was a helicopter flying in the sky, and a voice could be heard inside. It had already entered the military area. Seeing that, he transformed back to his original appearance and then turned around and walked away. He calmly let out the words, leaving it to them to deal with here. There are more and more helicopters in the sky. 2 helicopters landed in front of the tunnel's entrance, and a large squad of heroes slowly stepped out. Lam Nai too was also mixed in with that group of people. She was trying to spread the news. The echo was similar to what we had heard before. All over the scene were walls and the ground was cracked, as if it had been through fight fiercely. At this time, she said as she quickly walked inside and suddenly saw the body of the great priest standing dead with a stick through his heart, she suddenly said, "That's it." Coming closer, she recognized him and exclaimed, "The leader of the Kwang Min Sichao organization." Another voice shouted, "Look, there is another person over there." Her colleague ran to the body of the great Earth Mage and continued to shout loudly, "This is also a subordinate of the Kwang Min Te Tu." Lam Nai Tu witnessed such a bloody and deadly scene. She immediately covered her mouth and said in discomfort, "I'm sorry." As soon as she finished speaking, she ran out quickly. Seeing her tiredness, her colleagues immediately said with concern, "Go rest a bit, Tu Lam." She just replied, She ran to the corner of the wall, couldn't bear it anymore and vomited it all up, gagging and coughing. Meanwhile, someone gave her spring water. His voice was warm. "Tu it, are you okay?" She noticed that he suddenly exclaimed, "Duong Hai, why are you here?" Duong Hai looked at her and smiled gently. He pulled out a towel from his pocket and gave it to her, as if there was nothing to say. "When you called, I was nearby and saw the battle of the Hero Association. Such a big situation, I immediately knew you were here." Seeing him witness her scene just now, she shyly scolded him lightly, obnoxiously, "Why didn't you see my spirited appearance when I was interviewing, and saw such a miserable appearance?" She didn't dare look him straight in the eye, but walked over and hugged him, blaming herself for losing face. It was like this for the first interview. He patted and comforted her. "It's okay, I don't care, she was beautiful no matter what." In his heart, he was blaming himself for being careless. It would have been better if he had known earlier that he had to clean up the battlefield. At this time, her colleague who was attentively filming suddenly turned to ask her, "Tu Lam, are you feeling better?" However, after his colleague turned to see the embrace, he immediately stood speechless. An awkward atmosphere appeared. The colleague's face turned red. He forgot all the words he was about to say, hesitating. "What is it?" "The rescue team saved the girl who was taken away by the saints. She wants to go for an interview, or not?" Lam Nai Tuat buried her face in his chest, only opening a pair of eyes, but she embarrassedly realized that she had forgotten that she was on duty. She opened her eyes wide and looked at the staff working hard to help those who had been taken away. Seeing that, she escaped from his arms and rushed to the kidnapped girl. She shouted loudly, "I'll go there immediately. Duong Hai, wait for me." Up until now, the cameraman's colleague's eyes had not left. His face showed pain. He was secretly crying. Hateful. It turned out he had no chance anymore. He seemed to read it. He thought with a smug look on his face and silently replied, Another scene appears. Lam Nai Tuat ran to the girl who was taken away by the saints. The girl with the dirty face looked very pitiful. She gently smiled, reassuring her spirit. Duong Hai quietly leaned his back against the wall and observed her, a proud smile on his face. Pondering for a moment, he raised his hand to reveal the power of Kwang Min Tam. He told himself, "I will soon come back to save you, Fi. Then, he remembered the power pills he had collected and fell into thought. Now he had almost collected all the elemental power balls, including wind, earth, fire, water, and light, dark, wood, electric, metal. Then the third mysterious character of the organization has come to the stage. After thinking about it, he smiled dangerously. An imaginary figure appeared behind him. It was him wearing a mask that resembled the image of a dragon. He decided, just call him a divine dragon. The scene appears at Sichao Central Hospital. A kind and enthusiastic doctor guided the patients inside. "Everyone please get down, line up and follow me. I will take everyone for a health check." There were still 2 people left in the ambulance, including Deep Pham, who was looking down, muttering, "Sigh, I've been looking for so long and still haven't found the owner." Then, the boy suddenly realized something and turned around. It turned out, Tisaw was standing in front of the door. The boy excitedly shouted, "The owner!" He quickly raised his index finger to his mouth to make a silent, shush gesture. When he appeared in such a crowded place, it turned out he had used puppet control techniques. He had controlled the doctor and the victim so he could freely go in and out. Right after that, Tisaw got into the car and sat next to the boy, looking at the girl next to Deep Pham and said, "Your sister." The boy heard that and hugged her even closer, with a sad voice saying, "I know you, she's dead. I just want to bring her home. I don't want to leave her in a place like that." He realized his pain. He slowly said, "No, you should feel lucky to always have her with you. I feel like she is still alive, just extremely weak." His words gave the boy a glimmer of hope. The boy was stunned, afraid he had heard it wrong and asked, "Is that true?" He didn't say anything but used the technique St. Kwang tried to on the girl. A miracle appeared. The little girl slowly opened her eyes and looked at Deep Pham. Her voice was hoarse. "Brother." After seeing his sister wake up, the boy could not contain his emotions and shouted loudly, "Deep Suong." Behind the boy, he continued to use Saint Lai tried to treat him, continuously telling him, "Deep Pham, you should also recover a bit. Wait until the two of you leave this place. Don't let anyone others discover that she had recovered in a short time." The boy looked at him with eyes full of gratitude. He used his hand to wipe away the water drops, his voice trembling, "Yes, master." At this time, Tisaw held out an iron box full of money. He continued to say, "Just call me leader. This money is for the two of you. Your sister is still young. Let her return to normal life soon. And I only have one request for you. Take the exam for the hero system of Yenjing University." Hearing his brother's request, he responded a bit nervously, "But he must possess strong powers, me." He had quietly arranged it in advance and then slowly said, "You don't need to worry about this. Giving you this ability Chao Don Luan, using it in the two mantis blades before, is enough for you to enter Yen University. Terrible." Having finished speaking, the power ball slowly appeared brightly in front of the boy. The system appeared. The power level was sea level. The name was Don Luan. Introduction: 5 emotions. Strength and speed can be achieved through training, constantly becoming stronger. The highest limit is 10 times the talent of one's own race. It is estimated that being able to train 3 times more is already an excellent person. After receiving the supernatural power, the determined boy looked at him firmly and said, "Don't worry, leader, I will definitely not disappoint your expectations." He turned and walked away, leaving behind instructions: "Live well, don't actively look for me, I will contact you later." The sky is now clear blue, sunlight shines throughout the streets, on the green foliage. As soon as Duong Hai got out of the car, she returned to her original appearance and slowly walked away. Just taking a few steps, Lam Nai Tuat came out of nowhere with a frown on her face and shouted his name, Duong Hai. When he saw her, he started sweating, afraid that she would find out what had just happened. He stammered, "Tu Tuat." But it seemed like she didn't know what was going on. She ran to blame him. "Where did you run off to? I've been looking for you all day." You didn't dare look directly at her. You looked for some reason in the sky. "Oh, just help the doctor take care of the kids. What's wrong?" After hearing that, she breathed a sigh of relief. She said softly, "It's okay. The children are finally safe. The association is in charge of contacting their families." At this time, he wondered, what about a few people who had no place to go? She replied, they would be accepted into a foster home. Hearing that, he also sincerely wished the children in the foster care a big family, hoping they could grow up healthy. Just as he finished speaking, Lam Nai Tuat suddenly leaned up and placed her lips on his. Just before he realized what was going on, she left his lips, a quick kiss that made him blush, his face widened, and his heart pounded. She also moved her eyes shyly and gently told him, "These past few days have been hard for you, Duong Hai." Suddenly, a colleague's call came from far away, breaking this awkward atmosphere. "Tu Tuat, quickly come here," preparing for the meeting. Seeing that, she ran away, then turned back to look at him and winked, playfully saying, "I still have a lot of work to handle. Let's meet in Luke Kang in a few days, my boyfriend." Duong Hai still stood there without responding. Her face was hot. She blamed herself in her heart. Hateful, the previous opportunity had been taken away from her again. The sunset scene appeared, at Sichao Airport. Perhaps he had taken off to fly somewhere. Duong Hai appeared next to Fai Fai's bed. She was suffering from the torment of illness and looked extremely weak and pitiful. He stared at her, his voice full of anticipation. "Fai Fai, I hope St. Kwang Tri Do will work for you." Having finished speaking, he immediately used the holy light technique to treat her. The magic pill floats in the air, radiating a pleasant, transparent white light that illuminates the entire room and dispels the cold and gloom. Will a miracle happen to Fai Fai? Even though she tried her best to use her A-level healing ability, Fi still lay motionless on the bed, as if the healing power had entered her body and then disappeared without a trace. Seeing that the source of his healing power had disappeared but his sister had not changed at all, Duan Hai was surprised and couldn't believe it. He blurted out, "What?" He looked towards her and called out earnestly, "Fi." But she still didn't move. He tiredly propped his hands on the bed and said to himself in frustration, Fi didn't wake up. Did the treatment fail? Why is this happening? Desperate and frustrated because he couldn't cure his sister, Duan Hai suddenly looked up and saw something strange. His whole face uttered a look of surprise. Fi was still there motionless. She was still wearing a breathing tube to support her breathing, but strange blue light particles were flying up from her body, which made him wonder, what is this? Duan Hai was curious and tried touching those green light particles to see what they were. But before he could do anything, those blue light particles gradually separated into smaller particles. Duan Hai observed and said in shock, "Wait, these blue lights are about to separate and become stronger and swallow the spirit, her power." Seeming to understand where the real problem lies, he began to reason. It seems that now just relying on the ability of the light of the heart cannot solve these blue lights, but it can continue to grow. Fi will not be able to wake up again. The more I thought about it, the more time rushed. Duan Hai remembered that mysterious person and became more determined. I couldn't act any slower. If I wanted to completely solve Fi's problem, I had to personally solve it. Go see the man in the felt hat distributing blue pills. He summoned the strange balls one by one. The one emitting red light was disguise, the blue one contained the clone ability and the green one had the power of metal control. Duan Hai thought, before that, I have to upgrade my strength a bit. I will upgrade my 3 abilities. After that, he began to concentrate his energy. The air in the room began to fluctuate violently. The pearls absorbed power from the others, gradually forming an orange light that pulled back to one place. The first completed orb has appeared. Its information includes C-level ability, called Transformation, introduction that can complete transformation in 0,01 seconds, enough to change body shape, appearance and voice, speaking, at the same time being able to build a specific personality, provide supporting acting, evaluate life as a game, all thanks to acting. Acting is the soul. The second tablet was also successfully upgraded. Its information appeared, C-level ability, called Clone, introducing the creation of a clone, possessing 1/8 of the body's strength, duration of existence, now half an hour. It is estimated that if you are brave, you can open a new continent. The remaining metal control bead, Duan Hai, had not yet been upgraded. He nervously looked back at it while the bead was still emitting such abundant spiritual energy. His eyes changed from concentration to determination, his whole face slightly wrinkled, representing that upgrading this bead was very important. He said, until now I have only accumulated abilities. I absolutely have to try it, break through to S level and see how it goes. He pulled out all his remaining strength along with the power from the other gems to use all his strength to upgrade this gem to S level. Because of this, his whole body was exhausted until he was about to die, also fell down. Finally, Duan Hai was successful, he said happily. With the last gasp, the information bead appeared, S-level ability, called Metal Control, introduced to be able to control the body's metal impulses, around 10,000 meters. The maximum control weight is 100,000 tons. It is considered that you are the god of metal. The strange pearl has turned from green to a pure blue color. The aura emitted from it is far superior to the low-level ones. Duan Hai commented, this is an S-level ability. Why am I looking forward to seeing it more and more? There's the face of the man wearing the felt hat. Scene changed to dark evening, at the rooftop of a building. When he arrived at superhero Chuaki's rendezvous with the mysterious person, Duan Hai carefully used his puppet control ability to penetrate the superhero's body and begin controlling him. Waiting a while later, suddenly a tear appeared in the air. From within that tear emanated dark purple-black aura. From inside that crack in the air, a foot wearing stylish leather shoes stepped out. The mysterious person has arrived. He stands on the railing of the rooftop facing the hero Chuaki, hands stuffed in his pockets and leisurely greets, "Long time no see superhero Chuaki." Before waiting for the hero to reply, the mysterious person had already gotten to the point. He asked directly, "Did you guys have any new intelligence recently?" Superman Chuaki clasped his arms a little more comfortably and said, "Of course, last time it wasn't the person who wanted Dao K's intelligence. I recently found one. I wonder if you have gathered enough money to buy it yet." Hero Chuaki spoke first. "A few days ago have you heard about the saints being dealt with by others in Sachao?" The mysterious person replied, "Of course, it was the Hero Association's Sword of Sealing Blanche." The hero continued, "In that report, Blanche told important news." Hero Chuaki paused for a moment and then continued in a low voice, "Along with her, there was another person who destroyed the saints, named Tisa." Faced with those words of the Superman, the mysterious person replied somewhat doubtfully, I also know that Tisa and Dao K both come from the financial organization. Haven't these intelligence been made public to everyone? Hero Chua Ki said calmly, but people don't know that Dao K and Tisa are people with dual-type abilities. Faced with that fact, the mysterious person also hesitated to answer. Dual-type abilities, perhaps this is true. The criteria for selecting members of their organization are dual-type abilities. But Hero Chua Ki immediately denied that thought. He continued to lead the story. Is it really possible for someone with extremely rare dual-type abilities? Feeling that there was a secret behind that, the Hero Chua Ki knew the truth. The mysterious person probed and asked, what do you mean? Not having to wait long, Hero Chua Ki took out a well-sealed bottle of solution and asked again, have you ever seen this thing, the potent medicine? Seeing Superman Chua Ki pull out a tube of medicine and mysteriously say so made that mysterious person even more curious. He gradually stretched out his hand, wanting to touch it, repeating the words of the Superman, dosing the medicine. When the mysterious person was about to touch the medicine tube, the superhero immediately withdrew his hand to prevent him from touching it and said, yes, it is the medicine that can make people gain special powers. If you drink it, you will not have any abnormalities. You can have superpowers, but they are inherently there, maybe a little more. Those words of the Superman were beyond the understanding of the mysterious person, so he could not believe it and immediately refuted it. Absurdly, how could he prove it was true? Immediately knowing that the mysterious person could not believe his words, the superhero opened the lid of the medicine bottle and prepared to drink it to prove himself and said, you know, my ability is just to enhance the body's functions, so now I will enlighten the viewers a bit. Hero Chua Ki poured the entire bottle of medicine into his mouth. Because the medicine poured too fast, he couldn't drink it all, causing part of the medicine to flow out from the corner of his mouth. The other part was completely drunk. He could even hear the sound of him drinking water. When he finished drinking the medicine tube, the strength in his body was extremely abundant, causing the hero to immediately break the shell of the medicine tube, sending the fragments flying everywhere. As soon as the medicine was completely absorbed by Superman Chua Ki, he raised his arm. His hand suddenly emitted a large flame, causing the mysterious person standing opposite to scream in surprise, with fire-type superpowers. To further demonstrate his fire power to the mysterious person, the superhero raised his fist straight up, causing each fire attack to be launched straight into the sky. While that person was still frozen, the superhero continued, I once had a deal with Dao K, that's why I know so much. Luckily, thanks to their blue pill, I believe in their existence, at this thing. Knowing that the superhero Chua Ki has a deal with Dao K, the mysterious person who probes the secret of this medicine, this makes it hard for others to believe. So do you know what the ingredients of this powerful medicine are, or not? Contrary to the mysterious person's expectations, the Superman Chua Ki did not bring any more secrets because he said, I don't know this, my intelligence is so much, please give me a reward. Unable to exploit anything more from the Superman, the mysterious person had no choice but to take out a bottle of pills and say, the intelligence is not bad, there are 15 pills here. The mysterious person put the bottle of medicine towards Superman. When Superman was about to receive it, he immediately made a request. Wait a minute, I have a question to ask you. Hearing that, the mysterious person replied without being stingy, say it. Hero Chua Ki began to ask, recently I discovered that blue light spots appeared on my body many times. Is it caused by this blue pill? What will happen to me? But maybe the mysterious person didn't care too much. He turned around and walked back to the spacecraft just now to leave. As he left, he calmly said, it's just a little side effect, okay, need to pay attention. Before entering that space-time crack, the mysterious person turned around and said happily, looking forward to the next meeting, the superhero spicy sourdough. When the mysterious person completely entered there, the space-time crack along with the purple light gradually disappeared, and the superhero Chua Ki still stood there silently. A moment later, Duan Hai also neutralized his disguise skill. His outer shell as superhero Chua Ki disappeared and returned to his everyday appearance as a knowledgeable young man. Obviously you don't believe what the mysterious person said. You voiced your speculations. It's clear that after expanding, all the spiritual power will be swallowed up, but it's said that it's just a side effect. Why are you guys in the end? What plot are you hiding? Everything was done. Duan Hai slowly walked behind the wall where the unconscious hero Chua Ki was leaning against it. In such a quiet atmosphere, a little girl's voice rang out, catching his attention, Ba Ba. Duan Hai vaguely guessed whose child it was. He quickly threw the blue pill bottle towards where the superhero was sitting. Then he gave advice regardless of whether the other person heard it or not, even if it was for his daughter's sake, don't take this medicine anymore, just sort yourself out. Having finished speaking, Duan Hai quickly left, then the terrace door gradually opened. A little girl about 5 years old tried to show her face, her big round eyes carefully looked around. She saw something, so I said, The unconscious man leaning against the wall was the hero Chuaki and the little girl's father. This made the little girl very surprised and asked loudly, "Dad, why are you sleeping on the rooftop?" Hearing his daughter's cry, Chuaki also woke up dimly. He quickly comforted his daughter, apologizing to DM. It seemed like her father accidentally fell asleep, but this young girl did not believe it. She immediately objected. "Dad lied. He said he would celebrate your birthday with me." Suddenly, a medicine bottle containing the blue pills that Duan Hai threw back was lying on the floor. This bottle of medicine caught her eye, making the little girl curiously ask, "What is this?" Afraid of being discovered by his daughter, Chuaki immediately picked up the medicine bottle and held it high in the air to avoid his daughter's sight. He panicked and said, coughing and giving his father, that it was not a toy. And in his heart, he was secretly sweating. He thought worriedly, "I really went to the rooftop to find the man wearing a blue felt hat to change medicine. But when did he change it? Why am I not the least bit impressed? Come on, that's really strange." Afraid that her daughter would continue to get suspicious, Chuaki took her hand down and coaxed her, saying, "Let's go DM, let's go home and cut the birthday cake." Hearing that, the little girl happily shouted, "Yeah." Scene changed from the rooftop to another place, at the villa, home of mechanical Chen Hung. Lu Win was wearing pajamas and lazily walking around in the hallway. He whined as he walked, "I can't stand these few days of convalescence anymore. I can't do this, I can't do that either. When can I let myself out?" When passing by his father's office, the light was still on inside the room. Lu Win stood outside and looked curiously and couldn't help but wonder, it's already so late, he's still in the study room, what for? He opened the door and peeked in, his voice full of concern reminding him, "Dad, take a rest." Seeing that the lights were on inside but there was no one inside, Lu Win curiously went in to take a look. He wondered if anyone was there. Lu Win looked at the desk. There was a document placed in the center. This attracted his attention even more. He curiously picked up the paper and read it, constantly muttering, "What is this that keeps him busy researching day and night?" Seeing the important title placed right at the top of the page, requesting the arrangement of Bok Zoong's plan at Lok Kang, what made Lu Win more concerned and shouted out loud were the two words, Lok Kang. Reading the content inside made him even more excited. He cheered happily. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. Isn't this the best opportunity for him to become a hero to save the world? Duan Hai is currently at the company and standing in front of the photocopier in the photocopy room to print something. While he was busy taking photos, suddenly a voice from behind rang out, "Hey, Duan Hai, you still know how to go back, what are you doing?" He heard that teasing greeting and immediately responded. A crazy guy ran to the editorial office, saying he wanted to announce that he was looking for someone. The image of the conversation between Duan Hai and Lu Win appeared. Lu Win appeared friendly. "I came to you to ask for help. Tu Lao Da, aren't you Fong Bang's friend? I'm very close to him. Please help me a little." He held up the paper he was printing on and on it appeared the words, "A notice to find someone, looking for his cousin Li That Da." Fong Bang picked up the paper looking for someone to read. His face was extremely attentive. Looking at the name of the person he was looking for, Fong Bang couldn't help but wonder. His cousin, Li That Da, had never heard of this character. Duan Hai waved his hand to chase Fong Bang away, saying as he did, "This was a signal. Get out, don't block me from taking photos." Fong Bang was kicked out and immediately showed his attitude, "Sorry." At this time, Duan Hai continued to photo. Suddenly a very loud announcement sounded. Strange beast intrusion was detected. A-level disaster. Citizens should immediately go to the refuge. B-level heroes are on the way. Go to Min Naguyat Road to provide reinforcements. Fong Bang and the staff quickly ran away. He was not careful and Fong Bang fell down. When he looked up, he was extremely panicked. "Green beans, what is the situation?" At this time in the photocopying room, Duan Hai started thinking about the announcement just now. Min Naguyat Street, isn't that near the apartment complex where Tu Tuat and she used to live together? Worried about thinking of something, Duan Hai immediately called Tu Tuat, loudly asking her, "Hello, Tu Tuat, where are you now?" he said with an extremely scared face. On the other end of the line, Tu Tuat picked up the phone, but the way she answered Duan Hai showed that she was having a problem and may have been attacked by a strange animal. Her boarding house, a strange animal. Just answering like that, Tu Tuat immediately lost the connection. Beep, tut tut tut. Duan Hai was extremely scared. His face and attitude were showing his loss of calm when he suddenly lost connection with her. Little Snow. When Fong Bang saw Duan Hai's impatient attitude, he ran over to ask if anything would happen to Lam's sister. Immediately, Duan Hai ran away quickly to find Tiu Tuat. Seeing this, Fam Bang thought Duan Hai was just a normal person who could not fight strange beasts, so he called out to stop him. What are you running for? If you're not a hero, what's the use? From the rooftop of the building, an object flew out from there. Duan Hai was probably flying to find Tiu Tuat. His thoughts rang out, Tiu Tuat. Duan Hai wears a mask to become Dao Ke. His concern for Tiu Tuat's safety still appears in every thought. He cannot lose you again. Dao Ke flew to the strange beast. It was a golden rat with red and yellow eyes. It was destroying the city with its giant body. From its mouth, the strange beast emits yellow circles as if it wants to attack everything. A notice board about that strange beast appears. A-level strange beast, name, soul-devouring rat, introduction, can be detected, makes a sharp roar to attack the enemy. The skin of the whole body is unusually sharp. Normal attacks are very difficult to penetrate. Loves to eat humans, is an extremely scary beast. Assessment, rats are creatures cunning, not easy to deal with. Dao Ke looked at the strange beast that was destroying the city, analyzed how it worked and thought, the A-level strange beast would require at least 3 squads of heroes above A-level to be able to handle it, and right now there was only one. The 2 heroes sent to deal with the strange beast are B-level hero, Tan Lam, and C-level hero, VM Deep. The strange beast quickly discovered the presence of the 2 heroes, its eyes glowed and it immediately turned to face that direction with a terrifying, screeching cry. It let out a scream and countless circles rushed towards the hero VM Deep's place at breakneck speed. Tan Lam immediately rushed to VM Deep and carried her away from its screams. Tan Lam shouted loudly. VM Deep quickly dodged. The scream of the strange beast had extremely destructive power as soon as it impacted. The wall immediately caused the wall to crumble. The scream caused the wall to form a circle. No matter how thick it was, the wall was broken. Tan Lam loudly scolded, VM Deep, what are you doing here? A C-level hero is in front of you. They are just cannon fodder. VM Deep was scared and replied with a trembling voice, I was nearby and saw Senior Tan Lam alone, so I wanted to come over here to help. Tan Lam saw the good intentions from VM Deep and immediately sighed helplessly. Sigh, miss. Suddenly, Tan Lam suddenly heard an extremely silent cry for help, to save his life. From the hole in the wall caused by the strange beast, there were 2 silhouettes, one was hovering about to fall and the other was trying to hold the other's hand. Nai Tuat was the girl trying to save another girl who was in danger of falling. The falling girl screamed, saving her life. Nai Tuat above tried to say, Veen Veen, hold my hand tightly. Veen Veen's eyes were filled with tears, her face was filled with fear, begging Nai Tuat, save me, Nai Tuat, I don't want to die yet, I don't want to die yet. When Nai Tuat saw that Veen Veen was extremely worried, she immediately tried to calm her down. Veen Veen, please calm down a bit, I immediately pulled you up. From above, a rock was showing signs of cracking and Veen Veen's pleading voice still rang out, hoo, hurry up, I don't want to die yet. The cracked rock immediately split in 2 and plummeted straight down to Nai Tuat's place. The sharp part of the stone stabbed straight into Nai Tuat's arm, causing it to bleed and her face was extremely painful. She screamed, ah. Both Nai Tuat and Veen Veen immediately fell, both in extremely dangerous condition. Veen Veen fell down in extreme panic, she screamed loudly, ah! When Veen Veen thought she was about to die after falling from such a height, Veen Deep flew to her and immediately caught Veen Veen. Seeing Veen Deep she couldn't believe her eyes. She looked up at Veen Deep with teary eyes and asked, am I still not dead? Who wouldn't be afraid? C-level hero VM Deep of Ondao Company will come to save you. The reporter arrived at the scene and the image of Veen Deep rescuing Veen Veen and holding her in his arms was recorded. The female reporter who filmed VM Deep quickly wondered, wait, where is there another sister? The camera immediately discovered that Nai Tuat was also rushing straight down and screaming, over there. A black shadow rushed across the screen like a flash of lightning. It was impossible to determine who it was. We only knew that a black shadow rushed past very quickly and left only a black streak. The female reporter was also extremely surprised at the speed just now. She was surprised and told the audience, dear audience, there was indeed something flying over here just now. I'll see what it is. I don't know, but the other sister was taken away. Tan Lam suddenly looked up and shouted loudly to get out of the way. The screams of the alien trees are approaching the reporter's helicopter. They are coming extremely fast and could crash directly into that helicopter. Tan Lam immediately took action to ensure the safety of the helicopter as well as the people in it. She used her power, opened the wind, and launched a stream of blue light from her hand. That beam of light rushed directly towards the scream of the strange beast, preventing it from attacking the helicopter, and that direct contact created a huge explosion in the sky. The helicopter was affected by the explosion, causing the plane's wing to lose its alignment. The cries from the people inside rang out, "Ah ah ah ah." Deep standing to the side facing the direction of the explosion was also extremely loud. Worry. The person who saved Nai-Tua was Dao Ke. He quickly helped her down to a place on the ground after Nai-Tua's dangerous fall. Placing Nai-Tua on the chair, she seemed to be unconscious after the panic attack when falling from such a height. Dao Ke sat next to him and gently said, "Sorry, Tua." He gently placed his hand on her scratched face and said sadly, "He was late." After that, Dao Ke used his healing powers to heal her. A stream of blue light surrounded the bleeding wound caused by the stone. Dao Ke took off his shawl and covered her. He continued to talk to her even though Nai-Tua was still unconscious. Having finished treating the wound, there would be no more pain. Once Nai-Tua was treated for her wound, she slowly woke up. Opening her eyes, she saw Dao Ke standing in front of her. She looked at him in surprise and innocently asked, "I'm not dead yet." When Dao Ke saw Nai-Tua wake up, he didn't know how to react and face him. What is it like for her when he is wearing a mask and is Dao Ke? After a few minutes of not understanding the situation, Nai-Tua suddenly looked at him and was surprised to realize that Dao Ke often appeared on the internet. "Wait, aren't you the Dao Ke who is both good and evil on the internet? Save me." At this time, Dao Ke still had not revealed to Nai-Tua that he was Duang Hai. He coldly answered her, just passing by, but contrary to his words, he thought about what he was hiding from her sadly. "Sorry, Tua, I still cannot reveal my identity to you, otherwise I will bring you trouble." He still gently reminded her as her feet were placed on the board and about to leave. She should rest a bit and then go back to the asylum. Having finished speaking, Dao Ke immediately flew up into the sky. Nai-Tua below called out, "Hey, wait." Nai-Tua looked at Dao Ke flying away. A question arose in her heart. She said, strangely, it was clearly the first time meeting him, but somehow it felt very familiar. A white space appears, preparing to move to the next scene. On the board, Dao Ke used his clone power to transform into two Dao Ke. In front of Dao Ke, two superpowers appeared. He stood facing his clone and said, "These two superpowers of Light Chi Tam and Tuat Nu will be your abilities, if you have the knack for healing and support of ice system abilities." He immediately ordered the clone to confirm that he was a girl. His clone quickly transformed into a girl with long blue hair and a masked face of a rabbit. Seeing that his clone had turned into a girl, he immediately gave her a name. The third member of Tai Quet was born, named Rabbit Rabbit. Dao Ke asked his clone to do the work of treating the injured people, go save those people in distress. Once he let them increase the casualties, the cat rabbit clone immediately received the order, clearly. Turning back to look at the city, he saw the strange beast continuing to destroy the city. Looking at that ferocious strange beast, he said, the next thing was to deal with this rotten rat. Suddenly, who did he see there and shouted, "Wait, who is that?" On the rooftop of a building, someone was standing there observing a strange beast. A girl with a red shirt looked extremely strong. She was Violent Huyen Company. Looking at the strange beast, she said excitedly, "I just came back from leave, and this happened. Jian of Lukong City really makes people feel uneasy." The female reporter standing on the helicopter discovered the identity of the newly arrived personality heroine. She was surprised to introduce that she was not the A-level hero, the most genius in the last 10 years of Lukong City, star. The camera immediately turned to where Bao Li Huyen Company stood. Coincidentally, she also accidentally looked back. The audience watching the live channel commented frantically, making more and more lines of text appear on the screen. Comfortably interacting with the audience watching the channel, the heroine immediately raised her hand to greet the audience. "Do you still remember Violent Huyen Company?" One person commented, "The heroine has such a style, special." Dao Ke was standing on the steps of a rooftop, preparing to attack, then stopped to observe. He said, "Well, since there's already a hero to deal with, then I'll see her strength first and then move on." Violent Huyen Company stood high above, observing the soul-eating rat, watching it make noises, growls, and then go around destroying the city. She commented, "Such a big mouse, it must really like to be attacked. If you fight like that, then let me beat you to your heart's content." The monster discovered the heroine standing there and immediately attacked. It opened its mouth and prepared to use the Yin Ba attack. Bright circles were continuously created towards her. Hero Tan Lam saw the rat's continuous attacks and couldn't help but get worried and shouted loudly to remind Vio Li Huyen Company. His senior quickly avoided it. Its negative attack had great killing power. But in the face of Yin Ba's attacks from the soul-devouring rat, the red-shirted heroine still stood there proudly. She confidently responded to Tan Lam, "If she doesn't try, how will she know if she can block it or not?" The offensive beam of light attacked straight where Vio Li Huyen Company was standing. Its powerful attack force caused the top of the building to almost tremble, smoke and dust filled the air, and broken pieces of the wall fell everywhere. This made the female reporter standing nearby also surprised. She reported that, "Oh my god, Violent Huyen Company was clearly able to easily dodge the soul-devouring rat's attack, but she chose to fight head-on, which is indeed her style." The smoke and dust gradually dispersed. Looking back at the traces of the mouse's Yinba attack, the floors were penetrated into a large circle but absolutely no trace of Violent Huyen Company could be seen anywhere. Thinking that he had defeated that heroine, the soul-eating mouse stood up refreshed. His mouse language laughter rang out, squeak 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 squeak. But surprisingly, Violent Huyen Company had escaped its attack and now suddenly appeared behind it. She turned around in the air, her legs preparing to gain momentum to kick straight at it. Perhaps it also sensed that there were people around, but the heroine's speed was too fast. Violent Huyen Company's eyes gradually became sharper, his whole body was filled with aggression, his fists were raised, preparing to attack with all his might. That powerful fist slammed straight into the soul devourer's face. Its speed was so fast that it created a huge impact, causing the monster's face to be completely deflected to the side. Not stopping there, Violent Huyen Company immediately performed a series of punches, everywhere she went so that the huge lightning source could not dissipate. The more she punched, the harder she punched. Violent Huyen Company happily provoked the soul-eating mouse. She said, "Keep going, big mouse, why don't you scream again?" The soul-eating rat was punched repeatedly, making it angry, and its pupils became darker and darker. After performing a series of kicks, Violent Huyen Company gently landed on the ground, a confident smile still on his face. Before the soul-devouring rat had time to rest, Violent Huyen Company immediately grabbed its tail. She easily threw its whole body into the air and then slammed it straight to the ground. The soul-eating rat was frightened and in pain, groaning and choking. Then Violent Huyen Company grabbed its tail and spun it around like a pinwheel. The whole body of the big rat was lifted up and flew along, looking extremely pitiful, and the heroine happily said, "Wow, so happy, it's so fun, haha." When she saw that she had had enough, the heroine no longer grabbed its tail and spun it around, but immediately let go of its tail and threw it straight ahead. The mouse's huge body combined with the huge throwing power of the Violent Huyen Company caused it to fly hundreds of meters away. The mouse's body crashed onto the road, smoke and dust rose around it, and fragments shattered in all directions. Tan Lam, who was observing, also had to exclaim, "What a madman!" This destructive intensity was equal to that of a strange beast. The scene changed to where Rabbit was standing. She observed the people below. On the ground, there was a man trying to crawl out of danger, but a large stone fell from the sky and was about to hit him. Luckily, Rabbit saw it in time and quickly flew over. She gently lifted the man up and immediately left that place. Behind them, smoke filled the air due to the strong impact. The man held by the Rabbit blushed shyly and asked, "Thank you, which company's hero are you, and why haven't you met him before?" Rabbit took that person to a safe place and then immediately left. Before that, she left behind her identity, Taikwet Rabbit, that attractive back that made the rescued man continue to follow until the end. When she left, the people around saw the beautiful heroine and couldn't help but talk. Someone asked, "Hey, who is she? Her body is really sexy." The other guy agreed, "She must be a beauty." Someone said, "She appeared again, born a god. This Taikwet organization is truly a gathering of big men." Rabbit left but accidentally passed by a stone bench where someone was sitting. Realizing that it was an acquaintance of hers, she stopped and said to herself, "That's Yan Deep and Tuy's friend." Seeing Rabbit looking at her, a girl came out and reported everything, hoping for her help. "They fell from the sky and were all seriously injured. Can you save them?" Without saying a word, Rabbit directly used his healing ability to heal them. The white light created gradually covered both girls' bodies. People around saw the two girls being treated and gradually recovered and couldn't stop exclaiming, "Wow, their wounds have all healed. What kind of supernatural power is this? This beauty is so kind, and receive such powerful healing powers." Seeing that people were paying more and more attention to him, Rabbit turned around and kindly reminded everyone to quickly leave the refuge to avoid getting hurt again. From afar, the soul-eating rat suddenly emitted ear-splitting sounds that made normal people immediately cover their ears in pain, but Rabbit Mao remained unharmed and stood there as if nothing had happened. B-level hero Tan Lam here also had to work hard to cover her ears because she couldn't stand it. This scream was different from just now. It felt like her mind was about to explode. Violent Huyen Company on this side looked better. Her whole body was not struggling at all, but she still tried to cover her ears to avoid this sound attack. She realized that, damn, the strange beast was about to explode. Daokei was standing high up observing and immediately discovered that something bad had happened. He shouted in surprise, "He's dead, he's absorbing all the souls of the person in distress." The soul-eating rat is using its ability to frighten ordinary people through the terrifying sounds it makes to gather the fear of everyone around. The fear is transformed into blue rays of light that fly increasingly higher, much. The crazier the strange beast is, the faster it absorbs the soul of the person in distress, helping it replenish its energy to accumulate. It absorbed all the souls deep inside its mouth. Its eyes were fierce, revealing sharp teeth. The strange beast accelerated the absorption process. The two female heroes below were unable to move forcefully. They calmly observed what the monster's intention was after absorbing the soul. The girl asked her seniors, "What exactly is this?" Then the violent fist slowly analyzed. Her voice remained steady. This rotten rat was devouring all the spiritual energy of the dead. The strange beast glanced at the people below. The absorption helped it recover. Its eyes were even fiercer, and its physical strength now seemed even more full. The helicopter flying above the strange beast tried to keep its distance and continuously updated the situation, recording the entire battlefield and major losses. The voice emitted revealed the rat's anxiety and injuries. Has he fully recovered yet? Faced with such a soul-eating rat, can the predecessors with violent fists be sure of victory? They ask many questions. Where are the supporting heroes? After observing for a while, she made a decision. She ordered, "Little sister, retreat first. I feel like this soul-eating rat is about to explode." The girl next to me couldn't bear to hear that. Many hesitations, but below the two heroes, this strange beast ferociously used sound waves to continuously cause chaos, destroying the city, surrounded by only seas of fire and rubble. The damage was even worse. The strange beast still did not survive. Stop rebelling. Just destroy everything around or things right in front of it. She couldn't watch it continue to cause chaos, so after ordering her colleague to retreat, her violent fists quickly stopped the strange beast. She jumped up very high, threw her punches at it. "Be quiet for a moment, rotten rat." She jumped down, gasped. This time she might have defeated it. Her right arm to throw the punch was tingling and kept shaking. To throw such a strong punch required equal strength, leading to she had to endure side effects that consumed so much stamina. While she was trying to stabilize her breathing, the tail shot up from the rubble. From behind, the tail stabbed straight into the side of Violent Fist Company. She was stunned. The tail caused her pain. The Violent Fists had to try to suppress the pain, she said with all her might, trying to sneak attack again. Trash. The strange beast didn't let Violent Fist Company say more. He used his tail to fling her away, revealing an open wound, and her blood flowed out continuously. The violent punch caused her to fall to the ground. The impact made her vomit blood. The station kept updating the battle between her and the strange beast. The monster had the upper hand and she was covered in injuries. The strange beast standing in the distance kept calling and chirping, as if provoking her to continue. Violent with his fists, he struggled to get up. He couldn't fall. He had to hurry and deal with this strange beast. The junior girl couldn't hold back and jumped down to help her senior, Baolit Fist, up. Seeing this, she immediately scolded her. "Why are you still here? Aren't you afraid of death?" Tears flowed from the eyes of the junior girl who followed her. In response to those words, "I am also a hero with special abilities. There are many people behind me who need to be protected. How can I run away when facing with strange beasts?" When Violent Fist heard those words, she didn't say anything. She just silently looked towards that strange beast. Meanwhile, the blonde girl kept reporting. Everyone quickly looked. These were the respected heroes with special abilities of Lukong City. When the mutant beast was at a disadvantage for both heroes, it raised its claws to attack them both. Then Violent Fist Company quickly helped the junior girl up. She intended to shield them both. Duong Hai in rooster costume, he was watching from afar. He exclaimed with anger and insolence. He released the needle tip. Duong Hai aimed at the strange beast that was about to attack the other two heroes. The needle pierced straight through the beast's tail, pinning its tail to the ground. The beast screamed in pain and squealed. The station's lens panned straight towards where Duong Hai and the girl next to him stood. The messenger girl focused all her attention on Dao Kei's appearance. She shouted loudly, "Ah!" At Dao Kei's most dangerous moment, a person with super-level abilities appeared again. Moreover, next to him, he also has a beautiful sister. The station then immediately noticed the girl walking next to Duong Hai, focusing all attention on her. Violent Fist Company witnessed this unexpected help and wondered what they were planning to do. The girl next to her replied, "I don't know, but maybe to save us." Duong Hai pushed himself to float in the air. He created sharp needles covered with high-temperature flames, aiming at the strange beast. He shouted, "Go!" In an instant, the needle was pinned straight into the strange beast and controlled its body. It let out a few painful squeaks. The explosive fist realized, I know, this strange beast possesses the self-recovery skill of devouring energy, which is not something that can be easily solved, so the most important thing is to solve the technique, its self-healing ability. The girl next to her violently punched her in reality, how to break it, how to cover its mouth. Violent fist, hearing that, knocked on the girl's head, why would she cover her mouth? Duong Hai waved his hand and the strange beast flew up into the sky. Violent fist say, its distance. Duong Hai's needle pierced the beast's muzzle, causing it to cry out in pain and squeal. Duong Hai's move pushed the strange beast even higher. He also flew upwards following that strange beast, creating a thick metal plate right before his eyes. The strange beast was pushed up high by Duong Hai and fell freely to the bottom. It fell straight into the metal plate he had just set up. Duong Hai ordered the girl to follow him. Rabbit, rabbit, don't let her open her mouth. Rabbit, rabbit heard that and replied, clearly. Rabbit, rabbit listened to his words, used snowflower dragon roll, used cold air to attack the strange beast. It screamed in pain and squeaked. Using cold air to attack the strange beast, it screamed in pain and squeaked. The people below witnessed Rabbit Rabbit's signature ability and suddenly exclaimed, look, they have already frozen the strange beast, and, such a big strange beast, how high level is this ability? Everyone gasped. The strange beast was controlled by the ice and could not move. The ice spread throughout its body, forming a large block with only a squeak. The frozen beast still refused to surrender. It used some strength and tried to absorb the soul from the rubble below in a fierce way. Seeing this, she panicked. It was about to recover. She was anxiously afraid that the monster would become as aggressive as before. When Duong Hai saw that the strange beast was about to absorb the soul, he raised his hands and stopped dreaming about absorbing energy. He jumped higher. At this height you cannot contact any corpses, of course you cannot absorb spirit energy. Duong Hai decided to end the battle. He held out his hand. Let's end it here. He used the golden wind to storm. The strange beast was stopped by him, unable to do anything but let out a pitiful, shrieking sound. Duong Hai was determined to finish it off. He continuously slashed towards the strange beast. His slashes caused the strange beast to break into pieces and fall to the ground below. The people reached out to catch it, and it was cut into snowflakes. Duong Hai at this time, after ending his life as a strange beast, he used his ability to plunder supernatural powers to obtain the spoils of war. What he obtained at this time was a level A ability, called Soul Eater, that could devour the spirit energy of the dead to heal himself, but it would create a certain level of mental chaos, is rated to be used with caution. He felt that the Soul Eater, unlike the Heart of Light, the Soul Eater's recovery ability came from the mental power of others, but also belonged to the healing system skill. The helicopter remained in the sky from the entire war until the end. They updated the situation. Dear viewers, there is no need to rush. The host announced that I would immediately fly to the clouds to let everyone know the actual situation of the livestream. The helicopter flew close to Duong Hai. Look over there. The hostess called out to you, Mr. Dao Ke, we want to interview you a bit. Their lens turned directly to Duong Hai. His image appeared on the news. The explosive fist looked up at Duong Hai. The feeling of oppression he gave me was stronger than a soul-eating mouse. He was definitely an S-level powerhouse. Rabbit Rabbit jumped down behind the two heroes. Both turned around and looked in surprise. Huyen Company immediately asked what she wanted to do. Rabbit Rabbit saw the two of them. She fired two palms at them. The heroic girl next to her saw danger and immediately pushed her fist away. Senior, be careful. Tan Lam thought she would be hit by Rabbit Rabbit's move when the blue light from Rabbit Rabbit's move was gradually approaching her. Thatch Lam covered her face with her hands in fear. She was sure to die. The stream of light was like millions of shining meteors and rushed straight down to Thatch Lam's place. It seemed like Thatch Lam and Bao Li Huyen Company were injured by that light, but both of them were extremely surprised when that light was helping them heal. Thatch Lam suddenly said to Bao Li Huyen Company, Senior, my wound has healed. Huyen Company also replied in surprise, it's a rare healing ability. Who are you? When Rabbit Rabbit saw Huyen Company wondering about him, he turned around and replied, Tai Quet, Rabbit Rabbit. The reporter's helicopter flew above the three people's heads and observed the situation. Seeing the three girls talking to each other, they quickly transmitted the news to the audience. This person appeared in front of the big rooster. Again, as a member of the Tai Quet organization, she has healing abilities and is still treating injured heroes. Rabbit Rabbit's image is being broadcast and is extremely famous for what he does. So is Rooster K. When Huyen Company heard Mao Rabbit's answer, he scratched his head and wondered, is Taikwet a new hero management company? Why have I never heard of this title before? But still thank everyone for solving the disaster. Rabbit heard that and immediately replied, no need to be polite, she is a hero with special abilities worthy of respect. The reporters continue the situation about the two people, Dao Ke and Mao Rabbit. Dear friends, the superpowered heroes once again rescued Lukang City in the danger of strange beasts, which is a great achievement, especially belonging to the Taikwet organization. Let's run comments on the screen to thank them. The two heroes Dao Ke and Mao Rabbit flying in the sky are always filmed by reporters so as not to miss any of their moments. Tan Lam below looked up at Mao Rabbit with a look of admiration. She was so beautiful, while Huyen Company was angry next to her, obnoxious, her dignity had been taken away. Dao Ke and Mao Rabbit immediately left. On the way out, Dao Ke said, his adopted son contacted me and wanted to see me. I don't know what information he brought me. Suddenly realizing something, Dao Ke immediately turned back to look at Mao Rabbit. The rabbit behind is gradually disappearing, she said. Master, the time has come. Rabbit quickly disappeared. Dao Ke watched her disappear and said, is the time for being cloned over? The two power balls he gave to the clone quickly returned to him. Seeing the two power balls, he said with peace of mind, the power beads on the clone directly returned to his body. This is really convenient. Actually, in the future, I can let my clone take my place in carrying out the mission. Not only did the two superpowers return, but it seemed like the clone's memories also returned to him, making him extremely uncomfortable when he felt what the clone felt. He broke out in sweat and thought, even the clone's memories have also returned. Being stared at by those bastards with eager eyes is truly disgusting. He flew to his adopted son's place. The obsession with the female clone still made him think, from now on he absolutely cannot create a clone wearing female clothes or impersonating a female anymore. It's very easy to be flirted with, it's true, shameless, foolish. Lu Win is now standing next to a red car, leisurely picking his nose and singing. The superstar smile is not as sweet as hers. Dao Ke looked at Lu Win's image and was extremely bored. He stood up high and thought, this guy is his adopted son, can he pay a little attention to his image? Seeing Lu Win standing alone next to a building, surrounded by green trees, Dao Ke couldn't help but worry. In that forest, this little guy Lu Win was being followed by others without even knowing it. Dao Ke landed in front of Lu Win. He asked immediately, did he have new intelligence so quickly? When Lu Win saw his foster father, he was extremely cheerful and said, hi, foster father didn't even check on you. Whose adopted son is he? Suddenly a noise rang out, causing Lu Win's happy mood to be interrupted. Lu Win looked back in wonder. Lu Win wondered about the sound he had just heard, so he asked, what's that sound? Is there someone? Dao Ke didn't seem to care much. He ignored Lu Win's question and told him, cough, just give him the money, I'll let you know in advance, I'll check out the intelligence. Looking at the intelligence paper Lu Win had just collected, Dao Ke immediately said, it turns out that recently the Hero Association is planning to open the white compartment of Lukang City. I thought it was a long time coming. Lu Win didn't care about what Dao Ke said. He was excited about the Strange Beast world, so he kept saying, Dad, I heard that the Strange Beast world can be upgraded to special items or equipment of strange level, potential. Should we go one step ahead, get these things to hand? Dao Ke seriously listened to what Lu Win said. He replied, this information of yours is very valuable. The accumulated metals are enough for the organization to exchange for the C-level supernatural medicine. Having said that, he gave Lu Win the Class C superpower medicine. He was extremely happy and excited, gulping down the entire bottle and saying loudly, thank you, foster father, for your training. When he finished taking the medicine, Lu Win felt extremely uncomfortable. He immediately told Dao Ke, his foster father, that when he took this medicine, it seemed like it had added mustard, the bitter taste of dark chocolate, and Dao Ke was on Lu's back. Win said, bitter medicine is bad. Suddenly, Lu Win turned into a wolf with bloodshot eyes that looked extremely ferocious. He cried out, ah. What he obtained at this time was a level A ability, called Soul Eater, that could devour the spirit energy of the dead to heal himself, but it would create a certain level of mental chaos, is rated to be used with caution. The huge body made Lu Win extremely excited. He happily said, Howl, Dad, I clearly feel the strength and the sentience is even stronger. When Rooster saw his excitement, Lu Win also told him that if at this rate, becoming an S-class ability user is just a matter of time. After all, this is the ultimate goal of every person with abilities. Am I right, or not? Suddenly, a sound came from the forest that made both Dao Ke and Lu Win turn around to look. Dao Ke suddenly said, the hero's fighting machine, making Lu Win extremely confused. Hearing Dao Ke say such words, Lu Wen wondered, what did your adoptive father want to say? Your old man now says he might go out to drink wine and bathe with some beautiful women. Does he have time to take care of you? A man suddenly appeared with an extremely fierce appearance. He said, yes, but before we talk, let me peel off the skin of that bad guy first. A moment later, Lu Wen let out a few painful screams. Ah. He was sent flying into the wall in his wolf beast form. Lu Wen said in pain with tears in his eyes, there really is nothing at all. If you are merciful, it will kill someone. On the mechanical Chen Hung's side, he stomped his feet and shouted angrily, you bastard, who are you calling your adoptive father? You have sold all the intelligence in the house. I wish I could kick you to death, you too. Our rooster chicken stood to the side, using his broken arm even though he said to support Lu Wen. I really didn't expect that he would personally come here. The transaction between me and the second young master was also because he wanted to get something different. Well, don't blame him. Over here, Lu Wen's fate is not at peace. He was sweating and shouted loudly to mechanized Chen Hung, Dad has already beaten me. At best, after this time I won't steal intelligence from the house anymore. Dad will take care of his affairs less. You and your dad will take care of you. After raising him this much, now he's turned against me. Mechanical Chen Hung is angry. He shouts, shut up, you should kneel on the wall and don't come down here again. After yelling at his son, he immediately turned to Dao Ke, pointed his finger at him, and said, this bad boy, he was born without powers, you can easily let him have them. Star power. Hearing that he always underestimated his adopted son, Dao Ke thought to himself, without superpowers, it seems like he doesn't understand anything about his son. His A-level reincarnated superpower, I still hide it until the last minute. That's what he thought, but Dao Ke immediately responded to his immediate question. Small matters, whether it was for him to possess one kind of ability, or 2, 3, were all trivial matters. Hearing that, Lu Wen suddenly opened his eyes and shouted loudly, what, can you still get other powers? Seeing the definite answer from his own mouth, old mechanical Chen Hung silently questioned, anyone would be fine, including an A-level hero like me. Hearing that he was plotting something, Dao Ke immediately thought to himself, the old fox finally couldn't stand it anymore, but it's normal, as long as a person has a desire for power, he can't control it, desire becomes stronger. Thinking about it, he opened his hands and said, of course, but to get A-level abilities, the price must be very high. When the old man heard that, he immediately frowned and looked in his direction and asked, tell me in more detail. Hearing him say that, our rooster didn't hesitate at all. He directly took out a blue ball, threw it at him and said, do you understand this or not? Old mechanical Chen Hung saw this and easily caught the ball with his hand. After observing it for a while, he said, he had never seen it before. Seeing his firm assertion, he immediately said, Humph, a subordinate in your company has used this medicine. Don't you know anything? A person with special abilities using this medicine, could it be possible? Increasing his strength 3 times, he was immediately shocked when he heard this. After recovering, he immediately replied, is this also a product of your organization? Dao Ke immediately raised his hand as if to stop him. He said, no, this is a product of another organization. I started transacting with Lu Wen was because he wanted to get intelligence from this organization. Hearing that his son was involved, he turned around and said to Lu Wen, you get down here. Hearing that, he just replied, then jumped down from the wall. He continued to say, let's stop this matter, you know how to speak clearly. Hearing that, Lu Wen immediately recalled and told the whole story. Li Ken Duang was the fake Bang Shuyan Dung. He used stupid fake medicine and killed many people. I saw it with my own eyes. Looking at the pill in his hand, mechanized Chen Hung questioned, it's just a small pill, how could it have such big side effects? I said it, how could the Bang Shuyan Dung cause such an incident? So, finally found the cause. He continued to say to Dao Ke, after saying so much, do you want me to help you investigate the organization behind this pill? Seeing him ask that, he immediately replied, not only that, you also have to help me join the Bok Soong plan. As compensation, you will get a Class A supernatural medicine, which can make you to become an A-level dual ability person. He immediately said, you want to join the Bok Soong plan? Don't blame me for not reminding you first. Bok Soong is a place where you can enter but cannot leave. Hearing him say that, our rooster raised his hand to wear the ring. He said, you don't need to worry about me. I want to use this ring to get the cause of the superpower, mechanized warfare. Hung immediately asked suspiciously, the cause of the supernatural ability. Seeing his question, he immediately answered that the nucleus of the superpower is the most important material to create the superpower potion. The source could be the person who committed the superpower crime, or it could also be a weapon or substance. Is it possible to get hold of a strange beast, and the strange beast in Bok Soong cannot be killed at the right time? Listening to his explanation, he immediately asked more. How can you prove that the supernatural medicine will have a certain effect? Dao Ke replied, my existence is the best proof. If you feel that our finances are not trustworthy, it's okay if we don't cooperate. Hearing that, Lu Wen immediately jumped up to his biological father. He said, if you don't do it then it's fine. I'm afraid after you come it will affect my promotion space. Mechanized Chen Hung immediately turned angry, punched his stupid son on the head with a painful blow. He shouted loudly, what a foolish fool in the market, your father ate meat, and forgot to give you some soup, you bastard. Lu Wen's head was punched and he screamed in pain. After teaching his ill-fated son, he immediately turned serious and said to Dao Ke, okay, I agree to cooperate, and will also deal with Li Bang Shuyan Deng. Hearing the answer he had always wanted, he immediately stood up on the metal plank and flew into the sky and said, you have made a wise choice, I wish us a happy cooperation, looking forward to meeting you again. Then, just like that, Dao Ke flew away, leaving behind the newly admitted old member and his adopted son on the ground. At the hospital area, Lam Nai Tuat wore a patient's clothes. The shirt was hanging down, revealing a part of her skin. She rubbed her eyes and walked back to her room, sighed and said, the apartment building collapsed. She didn't expect to spend the night in the hospital institute. As soon as she entered her room, she saw a familiar figure. She suddenly exclaimed, Duang Hai, why are you here? He heard her calling and immediately turned to look. Duang Hai saw Lam Nai Tuat and immediately ran over, grabbed her shoulder, looked worried and said, I've been looking for you all day. I heard that the injured people in the refugee camp were moving here, so I came here. I'm looking for you. It's good if you're okay. Lam Nai Tuat blushed and replied, well, it's just a little skin injury. It's just that the apartment is no longer there. I have no place to live. Seeing Nai Tuat's small problem, Duang Hai happily replied, this is nothing. You can move to my house. When Lam Nai Tuat heard him say that, she suddenly stiffened and shouted, what, do you mean living together? That's too fast. Hearing her ask that, Duang Hai immediately became shy and explained, I didn't mean that. Hearing the denial of the person she loves, Nai Tuat immediately got angry, walked away and said loudly, no, then stop it, humph, I don't want to live with you. Over here Duang Hai is still indifferent when she's upset. The person said, little Snow, I'm just. Lam Nai Tuat walked to the window, leaned on her hands, sighed tiredly. She said, you should still think about Mr. Dao Ke. Hearing her name, Duang Hai immediately broke into a cold sweat and asked her, what did you say, Dao Ke? Over here, Lam Nai Tuat was happy. Her face was as happy as a flower. She said, you don't know, today I almost died. It was that mysterious old rooster who appeared to save me. He is very handsome. Hearing Nai Tuat say that, Duang Hai immediately turned black and stood behind her, as if he had not yet sensed danger. Nai Tuat still happily thought to herself, I will definitely find an opportunity to interview him. This is a good thing, for public newsletters. From behind, Duang Hai suddenly lifted her up, carrying her princess style, making her feel shy, screaming, Duang Hai, what do you want to do? Picking it up and having to drop it, Duang Hai immediately walked towards the hospital bed and dropped Nai Tuat on the bed, causing her to startle and scream, oh. Lam Nai Tuat was a bit surprised at this moment, mixed with shyness. Her face was as red as a tomato. She put her hands on the bed, turned back to look at him and said, wait, what do you want to do? Tiu Tuat was suddenly pulled onto the bed by Duang Hai. She looked at him both surprised and embarrassed with her cheeks red. She called his name in a very soft voice, Duang Hai. Duang Hai now responded to her call by calling her name, Tiu Tuat. His eyes and face both showed an extremely unpredictable expression. Duang Hai slowly approached Tiu Tuat, making her think he was about to do something wrong to her. She quickly turned away, avoiding his eyes and shouted loudly, not to do that in the hospital. Duang Hai and Tiu Tuat lay down on the bed together. The blanket covered both of their bodies and the bed they were lying on shook extremely strongly. The vibrating bed suddenly became silent and no sound came from it. Under the blanket, a romantic scene between two people appeared. Tiu Tuat with her shy red face gently called out her name, Duang Hai. Tiu Tuat's eyes were sparkling and full of affection when looking at Duang Hai. Duang Hai also responded to Tiu Tuat's eyes with an affectionate look, filled with love. Suddenly, Duang Hai hugged Tiu Tuat in her arms, gently telling her, go to sleep, tomorrow I will help you move house, from now on you will stay at my place. Tiu Tuat also gently wrapped her arms around Duang Hai and replied, okay, and she thought, what, is that all? The scene changes to an airport with a plane preparing to take off with a large group of people boarding the plane. Duang Hai is currently outside the airport and he is also preparing to board the plane. While waiting in line, he talked to Tiu Tuat. What is it? A flat-bottom pot. Look in the kitchen cabinet and take a look. On Tu Tuyet's side, she stood in front of his house's kitchen and grumbled, "I've searched everything, there's not even a grain of rice in the kitchen. Oh my god, Duong Hai, why are you so careless?" Duong Hai was already on the plane, packing up, and he was still talking to Tu Tuyet. Hearing her grumble, he just gently admitted his mistake. Okay, I was careless. Take the card I gave you last night, for me, buy whatever you want. Tu Tuyet continued to angrily say to me, "Okay, wait until I get back from work, I'll give you a surprise, Momo." Duong Hai sat down on the chair, nervously responding to Tu Tuyet's threat. "Momo, cough, I will answer your message when I get off the plane, bye. A man with brown skin sitting next to him seemed interested in Duong Hai's answer, so he teased him. "Hey boy, Momo." Duong Hai couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. Ha. After a period of stabilization, the plane finally took off. While sitting, Duong Hai suddenly discovered something. He quickly turned around to see and suddenly exclaimed, "Tian da." Next to him was Tian da. Sitting next to her was a pink-haired girl named Hu Dung. He looked at her and thought to himself, "I'm going to Sichao in the Panhai Chamber of Commerce to do business. I didn't expect to be on the same road as Tian da, but with my normal clothes, she probably wouldn't recognize me." Behind Tian Dada's chair, there were also lustful guys who were always peeking at the two girls. Their sinister eyes looked at the two girls looking extremely uncomfortable. Everyone thought, today there are two beauties on the same street. A flight attendant passed by Hu Dung's chair. She immediately called the flight attendant over and said, "I'm so shy, can I ask if I can get a sheepskin rug?" The flight attendant happily agreed. "No, it's a problem, wait a minute." When Tian Da saw Duong Hai staring, he loudly scolded, "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a beautiful girl before, you lustful thing?" Duong Hai was also angry but only dared to think in his head, what if she knows that she is the Dao Ke Dai then that she admires? She will definitely not dare to be so arrogant. The hostess went to Tian Da and said, "Sir, this is mine." Suddenly, the flight attendant dropped her towel and Duong Hai immediately noticed that a strange gun was pressed close to the flight attendant's back, making her extremely scared. Save her life. People around her quickly shouted that someone wanted to hijack the plane. The person holding the gun was an orange-haired man who looked extremely fierce. He stared at the flight attendant and threatened not to move, holding his hands above his head. A group of 4 robbers behind them also shouted loudly, threatening the people on the train, holding their heads. They all held their hands over their heads. The guests were also extremely panicked and shouted, "Don't hit me." Duong Hai looked at the robber's gun and he immediately realized something. He was surprised by that gun and thought, are the guns in their hands all weapons of strange beasts? When a bald robber saw him continuously looking at the gun, he loudly replied, "Peanut, what are you looking at? Quickly hold your head." Duong Hai continued to analyze the robbers and their weapons. Every person holding a gun is at least a B-level psychic. What kind of terrorist organization would dare to rob in public like this? Duong Hai looked at Tian Da next to her and thought, I can't turn into Dao Ke in front of many people. I have to think of a new way. A guy followed the flight attendant and threatened her. "She opened the door for me." The flight attendant panicked and said, "I'll open it now. Please forgive me." Suddenly, Duong Hai heard a very loud explosion and this also made him extremely worried. 2 robbers shot and killed the pilot and they were directly piloting the plane. The orange-haired guy was behind the chair giving orders. "You should follow the plan." The blue-haired guy was in the control seat and said, "Clear, boss." The flight attendant knelt in front of them, crying and fearfully asking, "Manual controller, where do you want to fly the plane?" When the boss heard what the flight attendant said, he immediately turned around, pointed his gun at her and replied, of course he was going to fly to the tallest tower in Sichao, working together with the area's senators. "Area number 2 you guys." Then he blew the horn and killed the female pilot, showering blood everywhere. The 2 robbers in the gang were arrested and searched all over the plane, their faces showing a fierce look, each of them holding a gun made from a strange beast. Wherever they went, they kept looking at it. In such a dangerous situation, the foreign passenger sitting next to Duong Hai was still in the mood to look at beautiful girls, his old face clearly showing the word pervert. His eyes glanced at Tian Da sitting nearby, and exclaimed, being able to go on the last trip of his life and be able to see such a beautiful woman, is not a loss. Duong Hai thought, silently, this old man is already dead and still thinking about this beautiful woman. Feeling that the girl sitting in the next row might have useful information, Duong Hai pretended to casually ask where these robbers came from. True to his hunch, Tian Da sat in the next row and answered his question. Just now he said he flew a plane to hit the White Tower. He must have really hated Area 2, so he must have been from that area. 35. Catching the key point in the answer, Duan Hai wondered again. Area 35, why did you say that? Tian Dida no longer held his head and put his hands down, but when he heard his question, he was a bit surprised. However, you don't know this part of history. Tian Dida recalled that fierce war history to him. Before Wat Lam Tin established the peaceful Area 50, Area 35 was invaded by the people of Area 2. She continued to say that after the establishment of Area 50, at the government conference, Area 35 asked Area 2 to publicly apologize and compensate for the act of aggression, but was rejected by members of Area 2, arrogantly deny and refute. After hearing the hidden story behind, Duan Hai said with some sympathy, no wonder they acted so extreme, but now times have changed, using terrorist attacks cannot be solved. Problem. Tian Dida also nodded in agreement. That's right, the only people injured in doing so were innocent people. One of the robbers suddenly came from behind. He shouted loudly, "What are you doing?" Tian Dida replied cunningly, not saying anything. "Sorry big brother, I didn't dare." Not believing her excuses, he grabbed her arm and pulled her whole body out of her seat. He said, "Don't you dare, I see you dare too." He lifted Tian Dida's whole body onto his shoulders and carried her to the plane door. When he opened the door, he suddenly threatened again, "If you want to die, I will throw you down there." Faced with the robber's threat, it seemed like he was going to do it, so she panicked and called for help to everyone on the plane. Don't throw me, save my life." Faced with that dangerous situation, Duan Hai could no longer ignore it. He urgently left his seat to run to save Tian Dida. As he walked, he angrily said, "This bunch of trash." But before he could take action, rescue arrived. The man flew in and jumped straight into the robber's chest, causing him to fall and hit the side of the plane, then snatched Dida out of his hands. The uncle gently landed on the ground, still holding Tian Dida in his hand, afraid that she would get hurt. The uncle continuously reassured her because he was afraid that she would panic after being rescued. "Don't be afraid, girl, I will hug you tightly." Duan Hai from behind, "I can't even see this hero." After him, there was another hero. A man with blonde hair wearing a cloak full of stars slowly raised his hand to greet him. He smiled and said, "Hello, sorry I'm late. I am the hero Tinju Phi Fan, an A-level hero, and the other uncle is Tuat Jia Tianj Wat, also an A-level hero." And Dida is thinking, he is really strong. When people around saw them, they easily recognized them. They were all excited and cheering. They were the A-level hero Tuat Jia Tianj Wat and the A-level hero Tinju Phi Fan. We were saved. Seeing that, Duan Hai also breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this time it might be okay. Seeing the two A-level heroes coming to support, the bandits did not surrender and even went crazy to attack Hero Tinju. Those guys punched and shouted obnoxiously while the hero stood there controlling his cloak, prepared to block the attack. The hero stood there skillfully controlling the shirt. It flew past the two oncoming men in an instant, leaving a shadow where they had to stop because they were surprised by that power. Duan Hai stood outside the battle observing. He admired and assessed that the coat on his body was the strongest soul weapon he had ever known, and his combat power could not be underestimated. Their leader, standing in front of the two heroes, looked at Tinju Phi Fan and said strangely, "It's you." His face showed an incomprehensible unwillingness. Hearing those words from the robber, he revealed a warm and threatening expression. "Only the two of you were left, not quickly putting down your weapons and surrendering." The subordinate standing next to him heard those words and immediately became angry. He screamed, "The people of Area 2 are indeed sinister and cunning, but do you think that's the end?" Suddenly, often at the last minute, they use their ability, Body Bullet. Their whole body swells up like a bomb about to explode. They intend to commit suicide with everyone on the plane. Seeing their bodies getting bigger and bigger, the two heroes saw the danger in front of them and shouted loudly, "This is not good." Those two guys swelled so much that they exploded. Its power was so great that it caused the front of the plane to explode. Due to the explosion of the head leading to severe throat damage, the entire plane shook violently and then slowly crashed to the ground. Passengers on the plane tried to cling to their seats and hold on to the person next to them. Some even fell to the ground. Screams rang out, saving lives. In the end it was extremely chaotic. Trying to calm the passengers down, Tuat Jia Tianj Wat quickly reminded him and quickly put on his anti-gas mask. Then the uncle turned to discuss the method of saving everyone's lives. The uncle asked, "Little Phi Fan, do you have any solution, for example using your coat to fly up?" Hearing that was too much, he replied, "Tell me right away, you think I'm an S-class hero?" He hastily added, "Everyone here is normal, I can only take a few people with my coat at most, if there are too many it won't work." Hearing that there was a way to live in death, everyone ran to the hero, begging from one person to the other, "Begging you to take me away, take me too, I will give you the money, for you, as much as you want, there's also me." Looking at the large group of people rushing here, Duan Hai thought to himself, perhaps they were planning to rush in like a beehive. Faced with imminent death, no one has the courage to calm down. The passengers inside are in complete chaos fighting for survival. The screams inside are getting louder and louder. I'm going, I beg you, go away, so take me first. Hero to Ajia Tianhua told Tiandida who was standing next to him, little lady, quickly return to your seat, remember to wear your seatbelt. With that thoughtfulness, she obediently obeyed and also praised the uncle that he is a very good person. Before she could return to her seat, she saw Hudong standing there looking at her in fear. Hudong sobbed and said, Dada, I'm scared. She also quickly comforted her friend, don't be afraid, haven't I come back already? Up there, Tinju Faifan bent down and spread his shawl on the ground. He said to his uncle, Lieutenant, I have thought of a way, you come out with me. Suspicious of his behavior, the uncle asked again, what do you want to do? We can't leave the passengers behind. He persuaded again, you can trust me, let's go quickly, otherwise it won't happen, no time. The uncle also temporarily believed him. The cloak spread on the ground turned into a large flying carpet. The two stepped on the carpet and flew to the roof of the plane. Duan Hai was sitting in the airplane cabin looking out the window, looking calm, but inside he was secretly calculating. That's right, I can make a photo clone in the airplane cabin, even though I only have one. Strength is 1/10 of the essence, but perhaps it can also save the plane. Duan Hai began using magic, shadow clones, to create another version of herself to save the plane. He sat and focused all his strength on his eyes and mouth that were tightly pressed together. Sitting inside the chair, Duan Hai slowly created a stream of smoke and gradually formed a copy of Dao Ke outside. The burning plane was still plummeting to the ground. On the roof of the plane, Tinju Faifan told his uncle, Lieutenant, to quickly use his superpower to create a huge parachute, making the plane fall slowly. The lieutenant at this time extremely sympathized with Tin. Faifan quickly replied, yes, why didn't I think of it, you're still smart. The lieutenant immediately absorbed the power into the cigarette in his mouth. The blue winds gathered to make the cigarette glow red. He said loudly, Superpower, fog and snow. Having said that, he immediately blew out a blue smoke but thicker and more abundant than normal smoke. That smoke spread to the four corners of the plane, forming 3 giant smoke parachutes. In the middle of the fuselage was a cloud of yellow smoke from the explosion just now. The lieutenant, after creating the smoke, quickly became exhausted. He knelt down tiredly and said, good guy, this is really tiring to death, now I have no strength left in my whole body. Tinju Faifan behind him created a red tornado. His face quickly became extremely cruel. He looked at the captain's back and pretended to ask, it was hard for him, Captain, why is it not easy to be a good person? Hearing that, the lieutenant replied without the slightest doubt, as a hero with abilities, this is what I should do. Duan Hai's rooster clone was standing behind. He saw the two people in the plane's condition, so he immediately said, the plane seemed to have been hit by something. It was 2 A-level heroes coming to the rescue. Suddenly, Tinju Faifan threw a red tornado that looked like a sword straight into the lieutenant's heart, making him scream. Because he was so smart, it made me feel disgusted. The sudden attack could only scream miserably, Duan Hai, standing above and witnessing everything, was also extremely shocked and shouted, what the hell is that? Tinju Faifan, when stabbing the lieutenant to death, still turned back to look at him in pain, gritted his teeth and said in anger, I consider myself no worse than you, but every time I carry out a mission, you stand in front of me, robbing me of all my authority, mine, causing me to have low morale and not receiving commercial sponsorship. When the lieutenant was stabbed, he was extremely painful. He weakly asked Tinju Faifan, cough, you want me again? Fu Fan still calmly replied, if you like being a good person, then go, die for these untouchables. I will tell the media again. Lieutenant Tuajia, while saving the plane, bravely sacrificed his life. Having finished speaking, Fu Fan quickly left the lieutenant's seat and jumped off the plane. Duan Hai immediately appeared, seeing that the lieutenant was dying. He immediately helped. Hey, hold on, I can use the healing system skill to save you. Having said that, Duan Hai used the holy light. The lieutenant's face was now drenched in sweat, trying his best to tell Duan Hai it was of no use. The wound caused by his soul energy could not be cured. Duan Hai was extremely surprised to hear that. He said in shock, what? The lieutenant now had no strength left. He fell down but still had last thoughts. It was my carelessness. I never thought he would hate me like that. My poor son is still alive, waiting for me to come home and play soccer with him. Duan Hai stood watching the lieutenant slowly die without being able to help him and said sadly, how is that possible? The plane no longer had the strength of the captain to support it and suddenly plummeted down at breakneck speed. Tinju Faifan returned to the cockpit. When the guests saw him return, they were happy. It was the Tinju jacket. We were saved, but he was alone, making them extremely worried and asked, there was one more, where are the other heroes? Tinju Faifan, with a fake sad expression on his face, announced that Lieutenant Tuajia had used all his energy to slow down the plane's descent, but still could not completely stop it. I'm sorry, I just had to bring one, just a few people went first. Having said that, his scarf turned into a rope and wrapped around the girls' bodies, making everyone extremely scared. Pudong was also wrapped away by the rope. She was being dragged away while screaming, "Don't, I want to go with Dada." Tian Dada also shouted when she saw Hudong being dragged away. Hudong. The plane was still falling and Faifan had already left with the people he chose to save. Those people felt dissatisfied and blamed him. Why did he just leave like that? The remaining guests on the plane were extremely frightened. Everyone cried because they were worried for their lives, sadly saying, "We are about to become Batman," meaning we are falling, we are definitely dead. Duan Hai was still at the captain's place at this time. He used his power to rob him and took the power gem from the captain's body with an oath. "Lieutenant Tuajia, I will take revenge on your behalf." The power gem, from lieutenant with rank, A-level ability, name, Snow Mist, introduction. Snow Mist materializes and absorbs. As long as it goes to a place with air, the mist can also come. Review, smoking is harmful to your health. You should stop smoking. The guests sitting near the glass door quickly realized whose silhouette was flying outside. They immediately shouted, "Look quickly, there is someone there. It seems to be Dao Ke Dai then. Have you come to save us?" Duan Hai stood outside the plane, using her superpowers to control metal, creating an air current that covered the plane. He used his powers while shouting loudly, "Stop for me." The plane continued to crash straight into the desert, even though Duan Hai used his superpowers on it. A collision occurred, causing surrounding soil and rocks to splash, creating a curtain of dust that covered the plane. No one could see the plane amidst that layer of dust. After Dao Ke used his superpower to slow down the flight and help the plane's head land in a sandy desert area, smoke from the plane rose. Fortunately for everyone on the flight, still safe and uninjured, groups of people were slowly moving to the ground to get out of the plane. They happily exclaimed, "I'm alive," falling again in the desert. After everyone got off the plane, they were extremely tired and panicked. Some held their chests to breathe, others looked around to find the heroes who had just saved them on the last flight. They shouted loudly, "Where is that grade A hero? Lieutenant Tuajia?" Another person also shouted, "And where is Big Rooster Rooster? I've seen him before." At this time, Tian Dada also stepped out of the plane. She put her hand on her chest and breathed a sigh of relief after escaping the death flight just now. She said, "I scared myself to death. I thought I was dead for sure. The feeling of dying and coming back to life is truly too good." After that, Dada also started looking around to look for Dao Ke and said, "Everyone said that Dao Ke is here. Why can't he see anyone?" That is, Dada seemed to discover something and opened his eyes in surprise. Naturally look forward. At this time, in the distance, there were 3 or 4 ambulances running at extremely fast speeds rushing forward to save people. Leading them was the A-level hero Tin Du Phi Fan flying on the carpet. Using his cloak, he pretended to be worried and shouted urgently, "Hurry up, the hijacked plane has crashed in front. The injured are still waiting for us to come to the rescue." Not only that, Tin Du Phi Fan also towed a helicopter, which had reporters and cameras recording live. At this time, the reporter's voice came from the helicopter. Now he will report back. Scene of the hijacked plane crash. Next, the blonde reporter closely observed the situation and spoke confusedly into the microphone, but it seemed like no one was injured at the scene. When Tin Du Phi Fan heard the reporter say that, he was extremely confused and surprised. He quickly jumped down from the cloak with a panicked face and said suspiciously, "How could there be no one injured? I'm sorry, I witnessed what happened to the plane. Why was everyone safe and sound?" At this time, Tian Dada also stepped in front of Phi Fan, one hand on her hip, the other hand pointed straight at his face and angrily shouted, "Hey blonde hero, what kind of attitude do you have? Where have you taken Dung Tu and her sisters?" Those who had just escaped from that fatal flight were now telling those who came to the rescue that we didn't know what had happened. After all, the plane had gone down safely. Another person said, continuing, "Someone saw Dao Ke before the plane crashed. He was the person with the ability to control metal. Maybe he saved us." Another person continued to talk. There was also Lieutenant Tuajia, just couldn't see them anywhere, and Tin Du Phi Fan here. When he heard someone mention Tuajia, Tin Juat seemed to feel guilty, because he was afraid that people would discover the bad things he had done. He came up with a plan. After that, he suddenly stood up, touched his chest with one hand and said that Lieutenant Tuajia, along with me, had conducted a rescue mission. Hearing that, a reporter also started pointing his mic, entered him and urgently asked him, "Tin Du Phi Fan, can you tell me what happened?" Hearing that, Tinju Faifan also began to pretend. He covered his face with his hands, expressing extreme sadness and regret, telling the reporter that at that time the plane crashed, the captain used all his strength. My strength to slow down the plane's fall eventually ran out and I died, and I was only able to rescue a portion of the passengers. He continued to act, raised his hand to rub his eyebrows to show pain, and also used his crocodile tears to fool the camera. Under such circumstances, I think it happened on the plane. It was a predetermined thing, so I used the fastest speed to summon an ambulance to the rescue. Unexpectedly, God took care of me and everyone was safe and sound. Right after that, a voice rang out from the air, "Stop being a cat crying over a mouse." Whether it was God's favor or not, he knew best in his heart. While Tinju Faifan was crying fakely first, the reporter's face was extremely confused when he heard that and looked up with a scared expression. It turned out that the voice just now was from Dao K flying on the iron plate, in his hand still holding the body of Lieutenant Tuajia. He slowly flew down in front of many people's eyes and told Tinju Faifan that, "Come see your good comrade, Tinju Faifan." He panicked when he saw that. After Dada saw Dao K, he quickly ran towards him and urgently asked, "Mr. Dao K, is it really you? They all said that you saved the plane, is that true?" When Dao K heard that, he slowly put Lieutenant Tuajia down on the ground and told Dada, "Dada, I was just helping a little, the one who saved everyone was not me, but Lieutenant Tuat, family." Dada heard Dao K say that and was extremely sorry. She looked at the lying lieutenant and said sadly, "Lieutenant Tuajia, did he really run out of powers and die?" Then she asked in confusion, "Next, why is there such a big bloody hole in his chest?" Thanks to Dada's discovery, everyone around was also panicked and asked questions. The purple-haired girl among them asked, "What exactly happened?" The long-haired guy continued, "Yes, on my body, it seemed like there was still a hole." Then the gray-haired guy next to him heard that and seemed to understand the problem and said, "This is not like dying from exhaustion, it's like being killed by someone else." The haired girl, purple, continued, "Just thinking about it was scary." Not letting the survivors wonder for long, Dao K did not hesitate to quickly point his finger at Tinju Faifan who was standing nearby. He followed suit and opened his eyes wide to look at Dao K. His expression at this moment was blank, with fear and panic. After that, Dao K asked him, "So what is the truth, Tinju Faifan?" When he heard Dao K ask that, he was extremely panicked. His face was extremely panicked and filled with anger, scared, sweat pouring down his face, then embarrassed and angry. He got angry and said loudly, "Don't ask me, how do I know why he did that?" Seeing that he refused to confess, Dao K was afraid he would forget, so he helped him recount the incident. "Let me tell you, I saw with my own eyes. Tinju Faifan took Lieutenant Tuajia out of the plane and used it to save him. The plane was just an excuse to exhaust his physical strength. Finally, he took the opportunity when he was at his weakest to use a move to kill him from behind." As he spoke, Dao K pictured that scene in his mind. Next, Dao K began to point out the evidence that Faifan had accidentally left behind. He pointed to the edge of his cloak and said, "The evidence was the blood on Tinju Faifan's body and that of the entire lieutenant. It's the same, we just need to invite a doctor to do a chemical test and we'll know right away." Hearing that, Tinju Faifan was also scared and looked at the edge of his cloak to see that there were indeed stains of the lieutenant's blood. Hearing Dao K reveal the truth in such evidence, the surrounding witnesses were extremely surprised to the point of fear as if they could not believe the truth. They panicked and exclaimed in surprise, "Really, there was blood? Could it be that he killed his comrade?" Another person continued, "Why is this person like that?" The other person also spoke up, "If the truth is not like what Mr. Dao K said, so there's no way to explain the blood stains on the lieutenant's body." At this time, the cameraman also pointed the camera at Tinju Faifan's face and told him, "Please answer the question of the great god Dao K." The other person continued, "Is that so? Can you take the shirt, show it to the doctor or not?" After that, the name Tinju Faifan had nothing more to discuss. He now spat in disdain. He also revealed his true face. His face was filled with anger, his eyes were red from anger, looking extremely scary, completely different from his fake crying face just now. I gritted my teeth and said, "It was because of my carelessness. I didn't expect that there would be no mistakes in the plan, but this random guy appeared and caused chaos." He also began to reveal the reason. At this time, the image of Lieutenant Tuajia being praised and admired by everyone appeared in Fu Fan's mind while he stood hiding in a corner angrily speaking his heart out. "I really don't understand. In terms of appearance, body, wealth, I can't compare to him. Why is he more sought after than me?" Hearing him say that, Dao K quickly spoke up and told him that the plane hijackers in Area 35, the first look they saw at him was the expression of being betrayed by others. "I guess, you personally colluded with them to hijack the plane, right?" When Dao Ke discovered too many things about him, Tindu Faifan couldn't bear it any longer and jumped up high in front of everyone around him, his face now extremely sinister and cruel. And then I said angrily, "How did you find out about this?" "Ha ha ha, guessed right, I am also a refugee from Area 35. After jumping high, Tindu Faifan continued to take off his cloak and threw it into the sky, continuing to say, "I sacrificed so many brothers, but ended up failing." After saying that, he used the power of the cloak to fly into the sky, pulling sand and soil flying high, angrily saying, "You guys in Area 2 are all fake scum, go die." It quickly created a giant sand vortex that swept both people and the ambulance into the air. Innocent people were swept away screaming, "Ah!" At this moment Tindu Faifan could not control himself, his anger is gone again. While creating a sand tornado circle, Tindu Faifan also began telling stories about the past. In his mind, an image of the cloak he often wore appeared in his mind, telling Dao Ke that, "When I was young, I like a jacket. It was the last gift that my mother gave me before she passed away. She said that all the superheroes who protect the world have such a jacket." Next was the image of an old, poor and extremely gloomy city. He continued, "I was born in Area 35, the water there is always turbid, the flowers there are always considered sacred objects to be nourished, it's a world without sunny days." The next memory that appeared in Tindu Faifan's mind was the image of him as a child happily rummaging through the trash with another child looking for leftover food that others had thrown away. He continued, "Despite even though we lived on leftovers every day, we were always happy. I originally thought that this was the world, until I accidentally came to Area 2. Next is the memory of the first time Tindu Faifan came to Area 2 with a face extremely excited and full of newness. Then he said, "For the first time I know, the drink turns out to be so sweet, then flowers can bloom everywhere, then the sky is blue and the clouds are white." He continued to say, "But the people in Area 2 are very scary. When they know I come from Area 35, they will look down on me and even beat me." This is the memory of Tindu Faifan. He was brutally beaten by people in Area 35 with his feet. He lay on the ground on a cloak and used both hands to protect his head. He angrily continued, "I thought I had done something wrong." After finishing speaking, he was angry. "I gradually found the truth, only to discover that the wrong person was not me, but this group of people who invaded and occupied resources and still relied on strength to coerce the weak. When I learned this, the soul weapon has awakened. It turns out his superpower is the cloak he often wears." Tindu Faifan now told about how he was able to join the hero company. "I used the fake identity of a resident of Area 2 to secretly reveal information to the people of Area 35, luring them to come, attack. I will appear to save everyone from danger." He was proud. "Just like that, I gradually went from being an ordinary person that no one knew to becoming an A-level hero admired by thousands of people, and the ignorant level 2 pigs still appreciated me." Next was the image of Lieutenant Tuatjia placing a hand on his shoulder and smiling in encouragement, while he responded with extremely disgusted eyes. Then he angrily continued, "I enjoy their worship for fun," but after Lieutenant Tuatjia appeared, the eyes of those people no longer looked in my direction. The next image is Lieutenant Tuatjia smilingly handing a baby back to the mother. Faifan continued, "I can't bear it. I waste my thoughts on killing people, but he tries his best to save people," he said, shouted angrily. It was truly ridiculous. Returning to reality, Tindu Faifan, after telling the story of the past, became even more angry, causing the tornado to become more intense. He was cursing at this time, "Damn Area 2, damn the pigs, damn Lieutenant Tuatjia, damn law enforcement, damn everyone." To witness the scene of Tindu Faifan getting mad and loudly cursed, "You crazy, perverted person, now that you have become like that, it is no different from the intruder you said." Then Dada also turned to Dao Ke and panicked, saying, "Great Master Dao Ke, this person is completely crazy, he plans to kill everyone here. Do you hear what Dada said? Dao Ke, say nothing, just stay silent." Dao Ke now looked up at Tindu Faifan's cloak, which was spinning around creating red lightning, which was also the cause of the sand tornado. Seeing that, Dao Ke thought to himself, that soul weapon was influenced by its owner, killed so many people, and upgraded many times, now it is an S-class soul weapon. Dada, who was next to her, also realized that the name Tindu Faifan had an S-class soul weapon, so she quickly rummaged through her bag of abilities. She quickly said, "S-class," she really wanted to put it in her bag, but I don't have anything in my bag that can resist S-class spirit weapons, what should I do? Dada's eyes filled with tears and then turned to Dao Ke and said, "Great Lord Dao Ke, are you sure you can beat him?" After that, Dada discovered that Dao Ke's tightly clenched hand was trembling and he was sweating in fear. He worriedly asked him, "Hey, Minister, your hand is shaking, if even you come, I'm also scared, so what should I do?" When Dao Ke heard being looked down upon, he spoke up to explain, "Duh, in M's, Dao Ke's eyes, am I a coward? I'm not afraid, I'm excited. Duh heard you say that and then opened up, with wide eyes in surprise, he said, Great God Rooster." Next, Dao Ke also stood on his iron board and flew up into the air. He looked at Tindu Phi Fan who was still standing below holding his head and said to him, "Tindu Phi Fan, you talk so much, you also killed a lot of normal people in Area 2 to vent your anger, right?" When he heard that, his face immediately became amused and sinister, looking extremely scary. He gave a crazy, complacent smile and said, "Yes, there are many people, let me remember a bit, there are people who admire them, grave to come." Then he started listing, "There was a passerby that I saved, there was also a teacher at my university, I saved them, their lives were all controlled by me." Hearing Tindu Phi Fan say that, Dao Ke could only shake his head helplessly and said, "An A-level hero with millions of fans, and also a murderer with a perverted spirit, immersed in destructive movies, destruction and rescue." Through the mask, it can be seen that Dao Ke's eyes are extremely serious and sharp. He speaks loudly, but when the victim becomes the victim, all his reasons are unforgivable, and agreed. Hearing Dao Ke say that, Tindu Phi Fan was not afraid or worried at all but became extremely excited. His face was extremely sinister and evil. He smiled with pleasure and said, "Ha ha ha, you said the same thing as Lieutenant Tuajia. Great, as a reward, I give you 100 seconds to escape." After 100 seconds, he spread his arms to the sides and raised his neck to the sky, laughing loudly, then happily continued, "That's when you died." Hearing the name Phi Fan say that, Dao Ke without fear began to use his ability to control metal. At this time, Dao Ke's hand also caught fire due to the effect of the S-level metal ability he had using. Next, Dao Ke began using his superpowers to melt metal objects in the sand tornado circle into sharp iron blades made of gold. When Tindu Phi Fan counted to 67, Dao Ke created 8 sharp golden blades. Those blades were arranged together to form a circle behind Dao Ke's back like fan blades. Looking at him now, extremely majestic like a god, he cried out, "Hum." Tindu Phi Fan at this time closed one eye and opened one eye and said to Dao Ke, "I'm not patient, hurry up and let me see where you run to." After that, Phi Fan also quickly realized that Dao Ke was nowhere to be found, but in front of him he only saw the girl Tian standing there with her hands on her hips. He also began to look around and exclaimed, "Where are you? Run, where did you go?" Dao Ke was now flying on an iron board in the air. He laughed loudly and teased him, saying, "Ha ha, you coward." When he heard that, he also raised his head to look at the direction he was flying with the mirror. His face was mixed with surprise and panic. Then, suddenly, the rotating circle that the S-class spirit cloak created also had a problem. It suddenly made a loud bang. Perhaps Dao Ke used the blades he just created to attack. After Duang Hai's words and contemptuous laughter, he caused the tornado to suddenly disappear immediately, and the objects caught up in it were also released. Innocent people who were dropped from above by the tornado that suddenly stopped could not help but close their eyes in fear and scream loudly, "Ah!" Seeing this, Tindu Phi Fan couldn't help but look up in confusion, both angry and suspicious, scolding loudly, "What happened? Why did you stop? What have you done to my coat?" Looking up at the scarf that was now floating in the sky, pinned to the 4 corners by Duang Hai's darts, he couldn't help but be surprised. Duang Hai was also flying high at this time, looking at the towel and thinking to himself, "This is the first time I used an S-class ability to encounter an S-class soul weapon. I didn't expect the power of this soul weapon to be so difficult to control." While he was trying to control the spirit of the name Tindu Phi Fan, he did not forget to call down, "Duh, quickly think of a way to save the fallen person." Hearing this, Tian rummaged through his bag and replied, "Don't worry, Dao Ke God, just let me take care of it." Having said that, Tian immediately threw fruits from her bag that looked like eggs. Then when she controlled the outstretched hand gesture, the eggs also followed the control and immediately enlarged, now several times larger than her. As soon as he finished, Tian immediately cried out in a regretful voice, with short tears and long tears and said loudly, "Ha ha ha, these strange beast eggs, one is worth 30,000 blue coins, what a waste of money." Then those eggs automatically broke in half, inside oozed an amount of ivory white fluid like egg whites. Substances that looked like egg whites spilled onto the ground. And then, after just a few seconds, it spread across an area, and those who fell from the sky upon landing immediately fell into the liquid without any injuries. Tindu Phi Fan saw the situation going further and further, stood up, holding a gun, glaring and shouting, "No, they cannot live, they must die, give me my coat back." When he finished reloading, he continuously fired red bullets towards Duang Hai frantically. But then Duan Hai bent down and dodged all the bullets. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "It's really dangerous." The bullets seemed to have flown away, but they immediately came back at a faster speed than before. Seeing this, Duan Hai turned around to look at the incoming bullets and suddenly frowned in discomfort and said loudly, "And could also track the bullets." Then out of nowhere, he pulled out a fiery whip and hit the bullets one by one, causing them to fly away. The named Tindu Phi Fan had already run away. While Duan Hai struggled with the bullets, he stretched out his hand to catch the towel that was slowly falling and said, "Blaming me for being careless and causing you to be tied up." As if the scarf was born for him, it flew behind him and automatically stuck to Tindu Phi Fan's shoulders. As soon as he finished, he rushed forward with extreme anger, his eyes red, and shouted loudly, "Dao Ke!" Tindu Phi Fan jumped up and immediately approached Duan Hai, while approaching him while avoiding nearby bullets with amazing speed. Duan Hai saw him, but before he could react, suddenly his bicep was slashed, blood splattered. He was startled and turned his head to look in surprise and exclaimed, "Ha!" Then he immediately used the Holy Light Tri-Do ability, raised his hand, and a circle of blue light appeared right on his wound. Even though he used his strength, the wound did not heal at all. He looked at the wound and thought to himself, like Lieutenant Tuatjia said, the wound caused by this guy's soul weapon cannot be used differently. Ability to cure. Stardew Phi Fan, he laughed proudly, "Ha ha ha, you must be wondering why you can't heal, right? Because my soul weapon is a soul system ability. It can directly attack stars, someone else's divine power, so you won't be able to heal it." Hearing that, Duan Hai calmly looked at him and replied, "Huh, so the soul weapon is not bad, wouldn't it be a shame not to use it?" Then suddenly the scarf on his back suddenly showed strange signs. Tindu Phi Fan also noticed it and looked at the scarf on his shoulder. Immediately after that, one side of the cloak changed. It reached inside his shirt as if it wanted to grab something. It took out 5 round purple-blue marbles and held them out for Duan Hai to see. Duan Hai didn't get excited when he saw it, but thought to himself, the metamorphosis of the hero was indeed related to the blue pill. This S-class soul weapon combined with the blue pill was really strong, he couldn't beat it. Thinking about it, he took the pills and stuffed them all into Tindu Phi Fan's mouth. He resisted, trying not to swallow, and said loudly, "I don't eat, gulp, cough cough cough." Seeing such a situation, Duan Hai couldn't help but think, it seems that with the evolution of the soul weapon, the owner has lost control. It has already acted according to its own consciousness. Then he burst out with power, his eyes lit up, and screamed loudly, "It was all because of you. I ate your damn thing again, damn, damn." Immediately the towel behind him rushed towards Duan Hai. It expanded several times in size as if it wanted to cover him. He stood looking at it and thought, "I'm dead. This soul is too big, it can't fly out, okay." It enveloped him and then gathered it into a bundle and fell to the ground. Duan Hai couldn't help but be surprised. In the dark space he said loudly, "Trapped." The name Tindu Phi Fan spoke out from nowhere. "It looks like you're unlucky. I can't control your soul. I'm here." Duan Hai immediately looked up and noticed the sky. In this pitch-black space, there were strange rays of light. It rushed closer like large meteors with a wide area to attack him. Tindu Phi Fan, he spoke again, "You can only let him handle it, die in despair." Suddenly the stars flew down at very fast speed. Seeing this, Dao Ke wondered, what are those damn pants, why are they still stuck on his body? He raised his hand, caught a star and said, The stars became more and more numerous, almost filling him up. He said, getting hotter and hotter. These things, could it be that they were all explosives? As soon as he finished his sentence, he was engulfed, leaving only his wandering hand screaming, "Ah!" In another place, the scarf was automatically creating strange shapes. Tian saw this and shouted, "Dao Ke Dai Nyan." Tindu Phi Fan said with a cunning look on his face, "Stop shouting, he has already exploded into ashes." The towel that was floating a while ago slowly fell down, and there was also a cloud of smoke next to it. Tian suddenly covered his mouth and said, "No, Dao Ke Dai then." Suddenly she saw something, her eyes opened wide and she looked forward. It turned out that it looked like a human being surrounded by rocks. At one corner of the foreign object, a small piece was chipped off. Tindu Phi Fan opened his mouth in surprise and said loudly, "No," like that he wouldn't die. Inside that strange object was Dao Ke slowly crawling out. He said, panting, he was almost trapped. The brown-haired boy happily and excitedly said, "Great, Dao Ke Dai then is not dead, it is indeed powerful, Dao Ke is my god." Tian standing behind Dao Ke, also waved his arms and legs and shouted, Dao Ke die then, I know you definitely won't die that easily. After hearing that, Dao Ke exclaimed, this girl really knows, real talk. The name Tindu Phi Fon was speechless in disbelief. Dao Ke looked at him and said, this is Tuajia that I took from Lieutenant Tuajia's person. Dao Ke took out a cigarette and brought it to his mouth to smoke. Tindu Phi Fon immediately remembered the image of a man smoking a cigarette and suddenly called out, Lieutenant. Suddenly Tindu Phi Fon rushed forward with his fist shouting, Lieutenant Dao Ke still had no fear. He raised his hand and said, I have helped you take revenge, Lieutenant Tuajia. He opened the star-absorbing mat sat skill. The other guy rushed in and cried out, huh. His face changed color, he was in extreme pain, and black liquid was sucked out of his face. His upper body was turned into a spherical black mass. Seeing that guy had been destroyed, Dao Ke said, melt into ash, all the trace metals in your body have been taken away by me. The pieces of that guy's body were still able to talk. He said his last words, I want to go home. A piece of cloth flew over. It was a jacket of mastery. Introduction, self-conscious, soul weapon, soul system, direct attack on the mental power or soul of a living body, immune to level A abilities, can prolong excellence, skills, stars, outside stars after being stored can self-explode to injure the enemy. Evaluate, the soul's desire becomes stronger. Dao Ke looked at Tin Thong's coat and said to it, you are truly a sensible guy. The old owner died, immediately ran to find a new owner, and transformed into an appearance that suits my aesthetics. That coat is quite clever, making itself into a heart shape. Dao Ke continued, hey, you have to tame your soul weapon like you. You can only be stronger than you forever, otherwise sooner or later you will be devoured. Phew. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and saw a person kneeling on the ground, raising his hand to ask for help. Dao Ke die then, can you save me a little, we are stuck and can't move. Tian smiled innocently and said to Dao Ke, well, even though the liquid and eggs were made by me, I couldn't take it back. When Dao Ke heard it, he could only make a noise. Dao Ke flew away but did not forget to say loudly, you guys just stay in one place, the next rescue team is coming, I'm one step ahead. Tian is below, raised both hands and said to Dao Ke, hoo, don't go. Dao Ke die then. On the other side of the backyard in Lieutenant Tuajia's house, there was a boy playing soccer. He was chasing his ball. After running for a while, the ball rolled to someone's feet and stopped because it was blocked. The boy looked up and saw Duan Hai, so he enthusiastically called out, ha, do you want to play soccer with me? Duan Hai smiled warmly and replied, I'm not playing, but look, there's someone there, he wants to play with you. Hearing that, the boy immediately looked over and saw an unclear figure of the man, but still happily said, wow, he really looks like Dad, then I'll go find him. Duan Hai created a pearl to put behind the boy's back. It was Yenvu Tuajia. Duan Hai also told the boy, go, he will always be with you. So the boy happily played soccer with the man he saw as his father. A voice came out, oh my god Dada, I really didn't expect that Tindu Phi Fon would kill Lieutenant Tuat family. In the end everyone was saved by Dao Ke. It turned out to be a conversation between Tian Dada and Hu Dong. The two of them chatted as they walked. She replied, unfortunately she did not witness it with her own eyes. The fight of the great god Rooster and Tindu Phi Fon could be called as extremely unique. The more Tian Dada spoke, the more enthusiastic she became. She gesticulated to describe the match. The great god Rooster moved to avoid Tindu Phi Fon's tracking bullets, then easily beat Tindu Phi Fon to pieces. Hu Dong saw her excitement and covered his mouth, smiling. At this moment, she spoke while recalling the scene of the girls being locked in the vast desert, including Hu Dong. It was truly a pity, the people he captured were all thrown into the desert. Hu Dong also remembered the scene where she was rescued. Her voice was relieved. Luckily people found her later, otherwise even if we didn't die on the plane, we would have died in this desert. Returning to reality, Tian Dada turned to hold Hu Dong's shoulder tightly, feeling lucky and said, Ems, Hu Dong, the two of us can continue to live, which is the greatest blessing, we should still cherish it now. Now, Hu Dong also responded in the same manner, saying it was correct. Today we represent the Fan Hai Chamber of Commerce to do business with the Tai Quet organization, we must show off our spirit. Having finished speaking, Tian Dada pulled out a piece of paper and excitedly raised his voice. This was the invitation he received from the headquarters a few days ago. The Tai Quet organization is the organization of the great man Dao Ke. He did not expect that the Chamber of Commerce would send me to complete this mission. It's true that God also helped me. After hearing that, Hu Dong clasped her hands together in excitement, so I can also see with my own eyes the heroic and martial god Dao Ke that you often talk about, but you don't know that behind you there is a shadow of a person passing by. On the opposite side, Tian saw it and immediately pointed and shouted, "Ems, Hudong," behind her. Hudong also glanced back and discovered someone standing behind her. She panicked and shouted, who are you?" It turned out that Duong Hai in the identity of Tisa was standing behind. He spoke softly, surprised. The two of them stared at him, their faces extremely puzzled. Tian guessed that his outfit and props looked very familiar. He was a member of Taikwet. Hudong remembered something and turned back to whisper to her, "Cough cough, I heard the level 2 hero Blanche say that. In Taikwet there is a member named Tisa, whose main characteristic is wearing a mask, solid pattern mask." After listening, Tian walked up to him, introduced herself. "Tisa, right, I am the life and death friend of the great god Rooster," he replied without paying attention. "Yes." Seeing him so cold, she thought to herself, "Why are they all Taikwet's people? This person is so cold, I should still calm down a bit." She didn't look at him anymore but turned around and said, "We received an invitation from your organization to help handle the spoils of war. I would like to ask you, sir, where is the spoils of war?" Suddenly, Tisa pulled Hudong's hand back. She exclaimed in shock, "Sir Tisa, this is it." In the hallway, only Tian stood furthest away from them. She turned around and asked in confusion, "Why did you guys retreat so far away?" He slyly replied, "Wasn't she asking where the treasure was?" As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled a rope from above, where Tian was standing. Suddenly a secret room opened. Because of that she also fell down unexpectedly. She reacted and shouted, "Ah." His eyes were now full of laughter. In his heart he was excited. "Haha, money lover, play with her a little today." After witnessing the scene just now, Hudong ran in panic to see the situation. She looked down into the hole and shouted, Are you okay? Where are you?" There was no sound in the secret room. He stood behind and calmly counted down, 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, from the secret room, a voice full of joy rang out, I'm so rich." That scream made Hudong startled and sit back. Tian from below asked his teammates to join in the fun. "Ems, Hudong, quickly come down here to see."
The scene below appeared. It was a place filled with gold, silver, and gems. Tian couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my god, I have never seen so much jewels and gold before." His voice laughed at her because she was so happy that she was deformed. He. She ran over and immersed herself in a pile of gold coins. Her eyes were filled with only money and gold. She drooled and shouted, "I wanted to stay here for the rest of my life."
Seeing that, Duong Hai coldly said, "These are all spoils of Taikwet. Because of some special reasons, all rights were handed over to Yufan High Chamber of Commerce." Tian gave a thumbs up and immediately agreed without hesitation. "Okay, we will definitely do our best to help your organization handle this wealth well, please rest assured." From her happy expression, she changed to a serious expression and asked Hudong, Hudong, why did the Taikwet organization send such a huge amount of assets to the Fan High Chamber of Commerce? Hudong also put forward his own guess and said that no matter what we say, our Fan High Chamber of Commerce is a first-rate merchant association. After the transaction, we also build a trust relationship on a basic basis, so future cooperation will be smooth. Okay, Tian still asked vaguely and cooperated. Seeing that, Hudong continued, if people with special abilities want to become stronger in the future, just focusing on themselves is not enough, they need strong weapons to support them. Tian said while looking at the shiny diamond, she meant that in our merchant guild, the equipment maker can create strange beast weapons. Hudong is indeed very smart, his voice is serious, waiting for later when he has a need for equipment and weapons. It will be time for our Chamber of Commerce to make an effort. In another scene, an unconscious blonde wearing a breathing tube lies in a hospital. Looking at her, she seems very weak and pitiful. Suddenly, her hand clutched the bedsheet tightly and cried out in pain, "Ah!" It seemed like she was having a terrible nightmare. Her face was wrinkled, covered in sweat, and she was muttering, "I'm in so much pain, brother." At the airport of Lukang City, people are checking in and preparing to board the plane to take off. Duong Hai was preparing to board the plane when there was a loud cry that made him stop. "Duong Hai!" From behind, Lam Nai Tuat ran up and kept shouting, "Duong Hai, I saw the news of the plane hijacking and crashing, and I thought I'd never see you again." Because she was so beautiful, when she passed by, men looked at her with interest, their faces full of charm, and their mouths exclaiming, "Wow!" She ran quickly and rushed into his chest, hugging him. Duong Hai softly comforted him. "Tu Tuat, it's not that exaggerated." In his arms, she kept whimpering, "Hoo hoo hoo, scaring me to death." His hand caressed her head, gently saying, "It's okay, you to it, don't you think I'm still doing very well?" As he spoke, he felt the surrounding men looking at him with diamond-shaped eyes. Bullet. She raised her face, her eyes filled with tears, looking at him pitifully, warning him, "Next time if something like this happens, you must tell me first." He took her by the shoulders and pulled her into his arms and gently agreed, "Okay, I will take you home first, I have to go see my adopted son later." She wondered, his adopted son. Duan Hai did not tease her, she smiled and explained, "Ha ha ha, it was just a way of addressing friends." She replied, "Okay, then you leave early and come home early." The men were still watching their backs. In another scene, Lu Win was getting drunk, and there were two beautiful girls entertaining him. He said angrily, "Damn old man, ever since he met his adoptive father, he's been so mysterious, I can't see him anywhere, I don't know what he's doing." He picked up the beer and took a gulp, continuing to say, "Sigh, it seems like I'm just a tool that my adoptive father used to get closer to that old man. Now those two people are close, there's nothing between them, me too." Suddenly, the spirit wave ability was activated by someone. The two girls drinking next to him suddenly became mentally traumatized, their eyes were lifeless, and their whole bodies stiffened. After that, both of them fell to the ground and Lu Win, not understanding what was going on, stood up and asked in panic, "What's going on? Hey, what's wrong with you guys?" Water flowed down from somewhere on his head, soaking all of his hair. He angrily shouted, "Ah, you bastard, who dares to wet this master? I will beat you to death." Behind Dao Ke appeared and said, "Why, do you still want to fight me?" When Lu Win turned around, he was startled and denied, "Dad, no, how dare you? If you hit me, it would be your dad hitting you." Dao Ke walked over and patted his head and asked, Win, just now you said Dad was taking advantage of you." Lu Win changed his sulky, childish face and said, "Is that not true?" Dao Ke comforted him, "You also look down on me, I'm so close, in my father's eyes, you are the person with the strongest potential, my confidant." Hearing those words, he turned back to look at him with teary eyes, overcome with emotion. He spoke with a trembling voice, "Is this true, Dad? I have never been affirmed like this by anyone before." At this time, he slowly raised his hand to his forehead in a ready position to flick. He slowly said, "Of course, in order to dispel your doubts, I decided to make an exception and give you a treat, official members of the new organization." His voice was low, spiritually contracted. A strange shape appeared, forming a barrier on his finger. He flicked Lu Win's forehead so hard that he fell backwards. In another dimension, the surrounding area was completely covered in black, with only the barrier just now and Lu Win inside. He slowly walked forward, raised his hand to gently touch the barrier, his eyes lit up and said, "This is it." Suddenly he lay down on the barrier. Where did his voice come from, forming a contract? Later, he suddenly woke up, his eyes wide open in panic. Another dimension, all around is covered with clouds, and he is floating without understanding anything. He wonders, where am I? Why do I feel like I have passed a distance, quite far away? Dao Ke's voice suddenly rang out, "Lu Win, you have reached a spiritual contract with me, and overcome the gap between body and soul." He turned back and saw the lower half of his body disappear. He panicked, Dad, baby, where's the other half of our body?" He spoke without paying attention, "Don't be so surprised, this is the soul space, it can transform the mental power and the imagination into giant statues. Recently Dad got a lot of soul skills and soul tools, and take this opportunity to find out the existence of soul space. If you sign a spiritual contract with someone, then you can share a soul space together." Lu Win said a little nervously, "This is a spiritual contract, I'm right, please feel this gem a little." On his forehead was a beautiful transparent blue-white gemstone. He closed his eyes and said with determination, "Then I will try to focus my attention." A while later, a large, spacious citadel appeared from nowhere, leaving Lu Win stunned, unable to believe his eyes. The citadel resembles ancient palaces for kings. In the middle there are tall and long pillars. On top of each pillar there will be golden chairs for powerful people. Lu Win was still shocked when he saw this scene. He stiffened and froze, his mouth speechless. At this time, Dao Ke was sitting on one of those chairs. He looked down, waved his hand and said, "You stupid boy, why are you still standing there? Come over here." He suddenly woke up and shouted loudly in exclamation, "Damn, the Taikwet organization is truly top-notch, this place is several times stronger than your company." From afar, he looks like a lowly person standing in front of Dao Ke is looking at the authority on high. Behind is the majesty and splendor of the palace. He cheerfully compliments, "It's really cool." He slowly opened his mouth. Didn't I already tell you the treatment of an official member? This place is the Van Din Palace that our Taikwet organization uses to transmit intelligence. From now on, the two of us can intelligence exchange here. Having finished speaking, his eyes lit up like car headlights, his mouth uttered a voice of joy and excitement. So Dad, now what should you do, where should you go? Dao was not in a hurry but slowly replied, yes. He continued, telling me the treatment of an official member. The trial is currently empty, please. Hearing that the position he craved had not been occupied for a long time, Lu Win excitedly ran to the pillar containing the golden chair. He also quickly said, good. Then from now on, little master will be Tu Thu. But before he could touch the pillar, as soon as Lu Win ran forward, he was stopped by an invisible wall. Due to his speed and surprise, he hit him hard, making him scream in pain. Falling to the ground made him look like a child who had tripped, which made Dao worriedly get out of his chair and run to check on him. Seeing that, Lu Win slightly teared up and turned towards him pitifully and said, Dad, raise your children. Dao gently comforted him and at the same time slightly threatened him, saying, what are you in a hurry for? I don't have the right to let you be Tu Thu. Dao continued to explain, my position and Tu Thu's in the organization are both the same level. Do you want to be on the same level as me? Hearing those words of Dao, I don't understand why Lu Win felt a bit shivery. He quickly clarified to himself, no, I thought, what Dad said was an official member. Knowing that Lu Win had misunderstood his meaning, Dao continued to speak, cough, listen to me first, I said Tu Thu's position is vacant, you can be one of the candidates. Hearing that he was just a candidate, Lu Win immediately guessed one of his opponents. He firmly said, one of the candidates, who doesn't know is your father. Dao replied, that's right, the heroic fighting machine is also among the candidates. The result of the election will be decided by the leader of the Tai Decision organization. He still thought in his heart, oh, my head, this kid's brain is quite fast, and Lu Win panicked and said, foster father, this is not the business of a worker, letting you and your old man compete on the same stage. Not at all softened by his pathetic words, Dao sighed and replied, I have no choice. Taikwet is an organization of supreme strength. If you want to sit in a high position, you must have strength and dedication, equivalent donation. Faced with Dao fair attitude, Lu Win also gave up going through the back door. He stood up lazily and said, I know Dad, I won't give up this opportunity. Please quickly arrange a new mission. Let me go. Ha. Finally getting down to business, Dao narrated the mission he assigned to Lu Win, saying, your father refused to give me the Bing Shuyan Dung, so I had to think of a way to arrange an appointment for him to come to the ambush location. Dad will proactively take action. Feeling that this task is not too difficult, Lu Win confidently smiled and said, no problem, guaranteed to complete the task. But Dad, I still want to ask. Dao is not stingy at all but is ready to answer. He said, if there's anything else, say it quickly. Who would have thought that this guy would boldly ask a question that made Dao freeze? Lu Win asked directly, if I were Tu Thu, could Dad introduce me to Cat Rabbit? That question made his ears ring like I was muffled and couldn't hear clearly, so I had to ask again. Faced with his surprised appearance, Lu Win passionately explained, since the last time after seeing Sister Mao Rabbit's appearance, she has engraved it in my heart. If I can marry Sister Mao Rabbit, Lu Yuan's entire life will be without regret. Before his sentimental words, Dao was scared and sweated like rain. On the outside he could only laugh, hee, but deep inside he was angry. This kid, wanted to flirt, awake his clone. The anger in his heart gradually turned into action. In order to not have to look at the face that secretly loved his clone anymore, Dao quickly kicked Lu Win out of the contract space. Before he got away, he did not forget to scream, dream away, go back to the lower line for me. Lu Win screamed in pain, When night falls, this time at Duang Hai's white villa. He was sitting at the dining table watching the news on TV. The news channel announced that the Round Table Knights Economic Company of Region 2 was offering a reward to the A-level hero, Blanche Sealing Sword, the supplier of the sword. If the clue is effective, you can win 500,000 blue coins and a capture reward of 500,000 blue coins. Hearing the name of the wanted subject, Duang Hai, who was waiting for food, was startled to pay attention. He suspiciously repeated, Blanche. After being lost for a while, a clear and gentle voice rang out. The grilled chicken was finished. Duang Hai and Lam Nai Tua walked over wearing a pink apron. In her hand she was holding a plate of grilled chicken. Her face was as pink as a ripe peach. Her eyes did not dare look straight at Duang Hai because of shyness. Behind the pink apron she was only wearing a black lace underwear. Her long, white legs continued to walk to the dining table in the presence of Duang Hai. As for Duong Hai, he couldn't calm down anymore. His face was as red as a ripe tomato. His chest was breathing so hard that it was making smoke. He had to stand up in surprise at this extremely seductive surprise, looking at her like so I can only say in surprise, to it. Lam Nai Tuat walked to the dining table. She gently bent down and placed the plate of food on the table, revealing a divine profile. Her rosy face shyly asked, "What's wrong? Is she beautiful?" Duong Hai was looking at her in a daze, so he stammered in response, "Pretty, no, what I mean is, why you?" She gently sat down on the chair to prepare to eat, obediently saying, as she said, it was a surprise for him, not just the meal on the table. Also, she was indifferent for a long time while Duong Hai was eating, sitting opposite. It seemed as if he was about to hold his breath and listen. Not daring to continue saying the next part because she was too embarrassed, Lam Nai Tuat shyly shouted, "Hey, it's okay, hurry up and eat." She used her hand to shove a chicken leg straight into Duong Hai's mouth, suddenly being stuffed with food. Eating made him almost choke but could only make a sound, ah. Lam Nai Tuat gently changed the subject. She casually asked him about the news earlier on TV. Was he watching Blanche's news just now? Duong Hai had chicken thighs stuffed into his mouth and was struggling to swallow. There were small grains of rice around the edges of his mouth. He choked and replied, "Cough cough, that's right, she, cough cough, what's wrong?" Lam Nai Tuat seriously recounted that she also heard from other journalists that the A-level hero Blanche colluded with a mysterious organization with supernatural abilities, and after beating many supernatural heroes, she was injured in Area 2 and then disappeared. The man opposite was still focusing on her. He asked curiously, why, wasn't she considered a pretty good hero of justice? She was both pretty and an A-level hero. Hearing Duong Hai's praise for the hero Blanche, Lam Nai Tuat was a little uncomfortable and replied, "I don't know, it seems like you care about her a lot." Duong Hai answered in his heart, because he had encountered her, the way she risked her life to save people, was not like someone who did bad things, but in reality he said, heroes have charm and humanity, especially like her. Maybe there is some hidden feeling. Wait, tomorrow I will go investigate the news about M's Tau Alpha. Hearing that her boyfriend highly appreciated the hero Blanche in her heart, the doubts inside Lam Nai Tuat grew bigger and bigger. Her sharp eyes looked at her and said vaguely, him. But Duong Hai still didn't realize anything was wrong. He still innocently chewed rice and praised her cooking skills. To it, your skills are really good, every dish is delicious. Seeing Duong Hai being so straight, Lam Nai Tuat couldn't eat rice anymore. She angrily put her chopsticks on the rice bowl. Angrily standing up, she straightened up and said loudly to him, he was right, I'm not as good as her. If I also had powers that could help others, you would care more about me, right? Lam Nai Tuat stood up, causing the chair to move away, while Duong Hai still sat bewilderedly holding a bowl of rice because he didn't understand what was going on. After hearing all her jealous words, Duong Hai also understood the problem and stood up, gently holding her shoulders. He gently called, to it. He quickly hugged her and gently comforted her with a kiss. To Lam Nai Tuat's surprise, he quickly explained, I investigated her, it's not what you think. After Duong Hai took the initiative to kiss Lam Nai Tuat and they shared a passionate smile, they slowly let go of each other's lips. At this time, Lam Nai Tuat also blushed shyly because Duong Hai took the initiative to kiss her. This also made her forget all her jealousy from earlier. Then she shyly said, Duong Hai. Next, Duong Hai also quickly hugged Lam Nai Tuat to comfort her. With one hand he stroked her hair, the other hand hugged her waist. He smiled and told her in a gentle tone mixed with a little flattery, she is not worthy to compare with you. In my heart, you are the most perfect. After hearing Duong Hai's sweet words, Lam Nai Tuat turned red like a gauze and asked him in a low voice, what you said just now was not what I thought. When Duong Hai heard his girlfriend ask that, he quickly answered her that he was just concerned about the reporter's identity and just wanted to clarify the truth. Hearing Duong Hai say that, Lam Nai Tuat continued to blush, then raised her sparkling eyes to look at Duong Hai and softly asked, really? Hearing that, Duong Hai held Lam Nai Tuat's shoulder blades to make her face him. At this time, he also blushed and looked straight into her eyes and shyly told her, aren't reporters like that? I don't have any other thoughts about her, I only like you. Hearing those words that were like pouring honey into Duong Hai's ears, at this moment, Lam Nai Tuat was extremely happy to jump into his arms and hug him tightly, then smiled happily and said, hee, you are so good. Duong seeing that, Hai was happy and hugged Nai Tuat back. But Duong Hai seems to have something to say. In his heart he feels extremely guilty. Sorry to it, sooner or later, one day, I will give you back your powers, and apologize to you, king. After finishing the meal with Lam Nai Tuat, Duong Hai was now in his room and sitting at the computer desk to watch something. Suddenly, he exclaimed, wow, that fast. At this time, Duan Hai's computer screen was displaying a new message inbox sent to him by someone. Duan Hai opened the letter to see. It turned out to be from Tian. The content in it read, Tian, Dao Ke Great Master, I never thought you would proactively contact me. As for me, don't you need intelligence from the dark web at Fan Hai Merchants Association? I will send it to you right away. Along with that message is a link to the Fan Hai Merchants Guild's website. After reading the content of the letter that Dida sent, Duan Hai without hesitation quickly clicked on the link of the dark website that Dida had sent. Then the screen turned black and red text was displayed on it, which was all information of the heroes in the company that managed the Hero Night of the Round Table. On it were names, codes, as well as the nickname of heroes with special abilities. When Duan Hai saw that, he suddenly exclaimed in admiration, as expected of the dark web, it was so quick, unlike some Vietnamese YouTubers. Next, he looked at one of the links of the website. The heroes then said, let's see the intelligence of the Superman spicy sourdough first. After that, Duan Hai clicked on the information about the superhero spicy sour powder and a QR code appeared and a line asking for payment. Please pay 100,000 blue coins, then check the intelligence. He saw that and said that, 100,000 blue coins, you can see it. At this time, an article's information was immediately displayed on the screen. The content of the article read, attending an event, the event of a hunter killing a strange beast that invaded Lukong City, a commercial road of Lukong City focused on causing trouble at the recent event that has increased popularity. The shows participating in it are running, Hero, the joy of playing golf. It seems that there are also plans to participate in acting in movies according to reliable news. Hero Dad, where are we going? We are inviting the superhero Bok Chua Spicy and his daughter to participate as guests. Analyze our strength, prepare for A-level. It seems that we are almost here. During the battle with Du Hayap in the forest, he researched a new ability that could control his own power of transformation. Because it had nothing to do with actual fighting in public, the name is broken, the power is still unknown, there is a high possibility of making a breakthrough, or he can be promoted to A-level in the Hero Poll of the Year. After reading it, Duan Hai was extremely satisfied. He said, this dark web is indeed trustworthy. Even the story of the last time he used to teach Du Hayap in the forest, the last time he was a superhero, sour and spicy dough, was recorded. Then he started to reason and continued, and specifically when he researched the new ability, who actually investigated and recorded it. Next, Duan Hai continued to look at the information of the second superpowered hero. He looked at the computer screen and said, what about Bing Shuyan Dung? But when Duan Hai clicked on Bang Shuyan Dung Fake's information, the screen only displayed red text, temporarily without intelligence. Seeing that, Duan Hai suddenly said, without his information, it was still intentionally hidden. Next, he continued to move the mouse to the next person's information. He continued, so what about Blanche? Next, Duan Hai looked at the screen and continued, she did. The intelligence price was 700,000 lean blue coins. Since he was curious, the amount of money did not matter, so Duan Hai did not hesitate and quickly paid the intelligence price to open Blanche's information. At this time, the screen displayed the words, payment successful. After successful payment, the screen immediately displayed Blanche's information, the sealing of the sword, and the betrayal of the company that managed the Hero Knights of the Round Table from beginning to end. The origin of this was from A-level hero. After a series of investigations, the Round Table Knights company finally confirmed that Blanche colluded with the newly emerged Taiju organization to assassinate the masked grappler. In order to let Blanche be tied up and attack, the Knights of the Round Table teamed up with special agents of the Hero Association to capture and seal the sword, but let her escape. Currently, the location where she appeared is Lukong City, Shazhou. Now there is news that Blanche and member T-Sa of the Tai Quet organization are having a romantic relationship. When Duan Hai saw such news, he was also surprised. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the computer screen and said suspiciously, the masked grappler, he is still the superpowered hero of the Night Economic Company, the Round Table. At this moment, in Duan Hai's mind, the image of the masked struggler appeared in Duan Hai's mind. Then he wondered, did their company not know that he was loyal to the Saints? Then he continued doubtfully, or is to say there's nothing strange about this company. Next, Duan Hai seemed to remember something from the information he had just read from Blanche and exclaimed miserably, moreover, what exactly is a lover? If this were to be seen by Tu Tuat, she would get angry again. After that, Duan Hai continued to want to see more information about other heroes. He looked at the computer screen and said, let's see some other things. At this time, on the screen it was displayed that, note, members Tai Quet's organization includes Dao Ke, T-Sa, and Mao Rabbit. The website has inherent organizational intelligence, and only needs 3 million to know the secrets of these powerful people. When Duang Hai saw that, he was also extremely surprised and stood up. His eyes widened as he looked at the computer screen as if he couldn't believe what was in front of him and suddenly exclaimed, "Damn, my intelligence can actually do this, sell 3,000 stars." After that, Duang Hai also sat down properly on the chair and adjusted his glasses, then smiled helplessly and said, "So now Blanche is being chased, there is a high possibility that I did it." On this side, Ma Long seemed to be very angry. In front of him was the mechanical war hero. At this moment, he did not show any respect and directly slammed the table and shouted at him, "Why, clearly you are my son, why did you give Bok So-ong's appointment opportunity to Bang Shuyan Dung Jia?" Seeing that, Mechanical Chen Hung put his hands under his chin, then looked towards Ma Long and said thoughtfully, "I'm questioning 3 stars. Hearing that, Ma Long stood up straight, spread his arms to the sides and continued to speak loudly, "I previously assured you that this rank is yours. You and Bao Li Huiyan Company were both appointed. Go to the Hero Association and go to Bok So-ong to have a chance to get valuable training opportunities." Hearing that, Mechanized Chen Hung could not bear it any longer and angrily stood up, looked at Ma Long and loudly told him, "Dad once said, but now he has changed his mind, you are not a human being, most suitable choice." When Ma Long heard his father say that, he did not give up and continued to loudly say, "Why, could it be because you lost to Dao Ke last time?" Hearing Ma Long mention Dao Ke, Mechanized Chen Hung immediately became angry, clenched his fist, slammed it down on the table, and loudly said, "Don't mention Dao Ke anymore, it has nothing to do with him." Seeing his father like that, Ma Long also realized something and suddenly fell silent without saying anything else. After that, Mechanical Chen Hung left the table and walked next to Ma Long and placed his hand on his shoulder. At this time, he gently explained to him that, "Son, I have my own considerations, I basically don't know how dangerous Bok So-ong is, and not letting me go is for my own good." Hearing that, Ma Long was extremely dissatisfied and quickly used his hand without any respect to knock away Mechanical Chen Hung's hand that was placed on his shoulder. After that, Ma Long turned his back and walked away and angrily said, Let Dad say anything, Dad clearly despised this son," and Mechanical Chen Hung stood behind and heard his son say, then his face showed his displeasure with him. After Ma Long finished talking to Mechanical Chen Hung, he quickly walked out. As he walked out, he suddenly saw his younger brother Lu Win standing there. Ma Long was still extremely upset. He was so angry that he clenched his hands and told Lu Win that, "Speaking of this, I was very angry. The 3 factions of the Bing Shuyan Dung Jia participated in recruiting Bok Dong." When Lu Win heard his brother say that, he was extremely surprised, said, "What, don't you know that going to Bok So-ong is equivalent to making a fortune? You will earn a lot of valuable strange beast materials." Hearing Lu Win say that, Ma Long also passed by Lu Win, and the more he talked, the angrier he became. That's right, if he didn't know, he thought that Li Kin Duang was the biological son of Mechanical Chen Hung. As for Lu Win, he heard when my brother said that, he didn't know what to say but could only glance at him. A moment later, Lu Win was in the men's restroom. He thought to himself, Dad wants to bring Li Kin Duang to join Bok So-ong's recruitment plan. What is he thinking? In the bathroom, Lu Win was sitting on the toilet lid. He seemed to suddenly remember something and continued thinking, "Quickly go to Van Din Palace. I have to report the news to my adoptive father." Next, he quickly closed his eyes and touched his forehead with a finger, and from there appeared a beautiful glowing blue crystal. At this time, Lu Win had just entered the virtual world when he fell to the ground with a landing on his face, causing him to exclaim in extreme pain, "Hey oh oh." At this time, Dao Ke also appeared in front of him and said helplessly, "It's really nothing." Hearing that, Lu Win also raised his head to look at him with his injured nose because he had just fallen and hit his face on the ground. After seeing Dao Ke, Lu Win quickly stood up and told him, "Dad, let me tell you, my dad wants to bring Bang Shuyan Dung Jia to participate in the Bok So-ong plan." When Dao Ke heard Lu Win say that, he suddenly said, "Oh, what exactly does he want to do?" Hearing that, Lu Win continued to tell him that, "I don't know, just now my brother quarreled with him because of this matter. I felt that he just didn't want to give Bang Shuyan Dung Jia to Dad." Hearing Lu Win say that, Dao Ke walked away and told him that if Dad dealt with Bang Shuyan Dung Jia now, he might pull the strings and stir up trouble. He continued, "Anyway, Bang Shuyan Dung Jia and the man wearing a felt hat communicates very deeply." Dao Ke continued to say that he did not wait for his father and he both went to Bok So-ong, so it is not strange that anything happened in Bok So-ong. Hearing that, Lu Win immediately turned to Dao Ke and asked him, "If it's like your foster father said, did your old man really have his reasons for doing so?" Next, Dao Ke continued to tell Lu Win that my next plan is to confirm that there are no errors in my father's plan. As long as he and Bang Shuyan Dung Jia go to Bok So-ong at the same time, the rest is easy to handle. Hearing that, Lu Wen immediately stood up straight, one hand stretched out to the ground and pressed close to his body, the other hand raised above his head like a flag salute position, then looked towards him and replied loudly, obeying the order, adoptive father. At this time, Duong Hai had left the dream of Van Den. He had returned home and was sitting on the bed and said that while Tiu Tuat was at work, I had to upgrade my abilities a bit, to prepare for Bak, Song. He continued, first upgrading the two abilities of disguise and clone to level B. After that, Duong Hai quickly took out the blue cube-shaped elements, which were the ingredients to strengthen the superpower beads. Duong Hai enhanced the ability to transform, which is the ability to change appearance. It only took a few seconds for the upgrade to be completed. On both of his hands are now two jade green ability balls that are emitting light. The blue light looks extremely beautiful and magical. At this time, the notification screen displays information of the first ability, level, B-level ability, name, disguise, introduction, and completes the change in 0,01 seconds. You can change clothes anytime, anywhere, map, 3/9, can change body shape according to range, appearance and voice while also being able to set specific personalities, provide acting support, evaluation, truly mindless acting so why. Next, on the bulletin board displays information about the next ability, level, B-level ability, name, clone, introduction, creation of a clone, possession of the true power, existence during the 6-hour period. It was estimated that the flying ability continuously increased a lot. After that, Duong Hai continued, the divine dragon ability used deep sea ghost and Monfire to upgrade to A-level ability. After that, the two power balls have been upgraded and turned green. At this time, the notice board continues to display information about those two power balls. The first power ball is level, power level, name, Tu Tui, introduction, skill 1, reign of carnage, skill 2, protection of the river, skill 3, water philosophy, review, God said rain, then the sky will rain, and the next ability is level, A-level ability, name, fire flame lord, introduction, skill 1, summon immortal bird, skill 2, control within area, review, you are like a fire, burning red, burning me. Next, Duong Hai is thinking about creating the next clone character after Rabbit. He said, then Long, the name sounds very cool, the personality will probably be set like Long Miao Tian, right? At this time, two power balls were floating on both sides of Duong Hai's shoulders. At this time, on the harbor side, there was a large boat slowly approaching the harbor and then a voice came from the boat saying, thank you for your help. And the owner of that voice was none other than Blanche, who was crossing the border to avoid the pursuit of the heroes of the Knights of the Round Table Company. After she finished speaking, she quickly walked out of there, and the red-haired man with a big scar near his eye also took the bag of money given by Blanche and told her, okay, thank you, great beauty, but I'm very curious, someone with money like you, why did you cross the border to come here? Hearing him ask that, Blanche turned to him with a dark face and sharp, dissatisfied eyes. She warned him that curiosity will kill you. The less you know, the better. If someone asks me, you can just answer that you don't know. Hearing Blanche's threatening words, the scarlet-faced red-haired man also showed a bored expression and glanced away and replied, okay, if you don't ask then don't ask. Time passed like that. Now it was dark. In a city, the buildings were still lit. Blanche had left the harbor and was wandering alone on the street. She walked and lamented, I couldn't stay in Sichao anymore. Just a few short days, I turned from a star hero into a wanted criminal. The people who came to arrest me were all A-level heroes. I had to run away time and time again. Blanche continued walking. She thought to herself, although that masked boxer was a hero in name, but behind his back he was loyal to the saints, there was no regret in dying. At this time, Blanche had gone to a nearby park. As she walked, she angrily continued to think to herself, why did the company, which did not distinguish between black and white, arrest her? Blanche is now sitting on a bench in the park. An image of Tisa appears in her mind. Then she continues to think to herself. At that moment Tisa appeared with the disguise of a masked boxer. Nah, I couldn't find his whereabouts in Sichao, so I had to try to find him in Kang. Blanche was engrossed in thought when suddenly a voice came from the bushes behind her. Hee, Blanche, do you think you can escape from my palm? Hearing that, Blanche was extremely frightened. Her face was filled with fear and panic. Her eyes opened wide in surprise because she didn't think she would be followed all the way here even though she intentionally escaped across the border. Next, Blanche quickly jumped out of her seat to avoid being attacked by the mysterious person hiding behind her, but she didn't see anyone behind the bushes. At this time, Blanche also jumped to the ground with an extremely strong landing with her feet, when suddenly there was a body thrown by that mysterious person, and that body was the scarred-faced red-haired guy at the wharf. The port helped Blanche cross the border. Seeing that, Blanche was extremely surprised and exclaimed, what, he's dead. Next, Blanche couldn't hold back any longer and was extremely angry. She angrily said loudly to that mysterious guy, "You keep targeting me, why do you kill innocent people?" Hearing what Blanche said, at this time, the mysterious man also ran around Blanche at an extremely fast speed, making it impossible for her to see who he was other than a mysterious black shadow. Then he said to her, she said, "Of course I will target you, everyone who helps you must die. Remember that you were the one who was dealing with me in the first place, and now you are also falling into this step." Seeing him keep hiding and appearing like that without showing his true form, Blanche was extremely angry. She angrily used her sword to slash to attack him and then loudly said, "If you want to fight, then fight, get out." Seeing that mysterious person quickly moved out of the way of Blanche's sword, then he proudly laughed loudly and said to her, "Ha ha ha, are you still angry?" Next, he continued, "I will sinisterly use a needle to stab you to death." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately released sharp poisonous needles that flew straight towards Blanche to attack the girl. Because she didn't have time to react, Blanche was immediately stabbed in the middle of her chest by needles containing poison, causing her chest to bleed. She quickly cried out in pain, cursing him, despicable. The mysterious man had now stopped running around Blanche, but he suddenly lifted up Blanche's legs and happily said, "Blanche, right now is the day you die." At this point, Blanche was completely devastated and gave up without resisting, perhaps because after so many days of running away from the pursuit of the Knights of the Round Table Company, she was extremely tired and exhausted. Now poisoned by those sharp poisonous needles, she could only bow her head and kneel on the ground with a dark face, helplessly preparing to receive death from that mysterious person. Suddenly, Lam Nai Tuat suddenly appeared here from nowhere. Seeing Blanche clutching her chest in pain, Lam Nai Tuat worriedly asked her, "Girl over here, are you okay?" Next, Lam Nai Tuat knelt down closer to examine Blanche more closely and then panicked and said, "What's wrong with her chest?" Blanche was in extreme pain at this time. Sweat was pouring down her face because she had to suppress it. Because of the pain of being poisoned, she didn't want more innocent people to be involved, so she painfully reminded Nai Tuat to go quickly. As soon as Blanche finished speaking, Lam Nai Tuat was also targeted by that mysterious person. He continued to launch needles containing sharp poison towards Nai Tuat, causing her to be extremely surprised and open her eyes wide to look towards her. Those needles. Lam Nai Tuat was terrified, closing her eyes tightly and screaming to save her life. At this moment, the poisonous needles were almost touching her, making her unable to do anything but scream loudly for help. When hearing Lam Nai Tuat scream, a force rushed forward at overwhelming speed, surrounded by sparkling electric rays. Immediately, those poisonous needles shattered into pieces before they touched Lam Nai Tuat. Then out of nowhere, Tisa appeared in front of Blanche and Lam Nai Tuat. The two girls were now sitting on the ground and looked up at him. Blanche saw her brother with joy mixed with some worry and said loudly, "Tisa." He listened and calmly replied, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." A black shadow with red, murderous eyes could only see half of its head, but it was still as dark as ink. Only one eye appeared. He looked at him and asked, "Tisa, you are the snake who is determined to destroy the nest, former sainthood, right?" Listening to him say that, Tisa couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. He coldly replied, "If you already know who I am, why don't you get out of here?" That guy smiled meaningfully and replied, "Ha ha ha, his tone is very loud, really not, I never thought you would appear here, so let me test your skills." Saying that, he stood in the darkness and waved his hand to shoot out a strange golden light. To release that power, he had to cast and recite the spell, Ho, Kui Hoa Chan Chi. Tisa was not inferior either as he raised his hand and used his strength to create a huge blue ball that shot back towards the direction where the attack was coming at him without any fear. But something unexpected happened. The snake's ball of power was completely destroyed by the power stream that the other guy released and then it rushed towards him. Tisa did not expect it and was so shocked that he remained rooted to the spot and opened his eyes wide in surprise. And then it rushed straight at Tisa. He stood to block the two girls behind him and immediately received the entire attack, making him cry out, "Huh!" Lam Nai Tuat and Blanche saw that and were extremely surprised and had no time to react. Even though they were shielded by the snake, they still couldn't avoid being injured from the small rays of light that flew past the bodies of Lam Nai Tuat and Blanche, causing their clothes to be torn, and the two of them screamed in fear, "Ah!" After the power stopped, Blanche's face was covered with drops of sweat but she still strongly shouted at him, "Kui Hoa Chan Kai, you are Vuong Tuk Tian." After hiding his face for a while, he came out from the darkness with a thin, haggard face, yellow eyes and wearing a very strange old eunuch's outfit. He smiled and replied, "Oh, you still remember Vuong Tuk Tian, star?" Blanche saw him and her face broke out in a cold sweat, but at this moment she stood up and said loudly, 2 years ago, I personally took you to prison and sentenced you to life in prison. How could you get out? Vuong Tuk Tian raised a hand to his mouth and smiled triumphantly and gently replied, ha ha ha, of course there are nobles to help. I am no longer that weak Vuong Tuk Tian, now I am a human being. It's an S-level ability. Hearing that, Blanche took the sword and stood in an attack position with determination. She strongly said, S-class sinner, then even if I risk my life, I will put you there once. Snake stood next to him, looked at him and thought to himself, his strength is indeed above A level. If he really moves, I'm afraid it will affect you to it. We can't fight now, we have to scare him. New. After thinking about it, he immediately took action. Tisaw looked at him and calmly said, you are very strong, but we have 2 people. Moreover, Dao Ke, the S-level superpower of the Tai Quet organization, is also on his way here. Do you have how many wins can you be sure of? Hearing Tisaw say that, Vuong Tuk Tian smiled sarcastically and replied, ha ha ha, what if I kill you all before he arrives? Tisaw calmly raised her hand and gathered strength in her hand, then looked at him and calmly said, then you can try. Blanche heard their conversation and immediately stopped it. No way, you guys run quickly, let me hold him back. Lam Nai Tuat next to her called and turned to Blanche and said loudly, we will not throw away, don't run away, try a little harder now, I'll call the Hero Association for help. Hearing this, Vuong Tuk Tian knew that if after a while more heroes came, he would definitely die, so he jumped up to a nearby light pole and said, Humph, it looks like there are many of you today, another day I will come and take your life, your dog. After saying that, immediately after finishing his sentence, he did not hesitate any further and immediately jumped down and ran away. Seeing this, Lam Nai Tuat breathed a sigh of relief and said, phew, was he really scared away by us? Tisaw then turned back to look at her and asked, didn't you call the Hero Association? Hearing that, she replied, I'm just like you to scare him away. Blanche now has a special status, calling the association will only be more troublesome. Blanche then asked him, Tisaw, I have something to ask you, related to the financial organization. At that time, Tisaw was standing with his back turned to Blanche, preparing to leave, but as soon as he heard her say that, he immediately raised his hand to refuse, then glanced back at her and reminded her, she should go back and heal her wound first. Wait, once you're healed, I'll go find you. Right after answering Blanche, without waiting for her to reply, Tisaw immediately flew away without a trace. Lam Nai Tuat spoke up, all of you supernatural powers came without a trace and left without a trace. Did Blanche then also speaking, behavior like to show off, normal people do not do that. Then Lam Nai Tuat turned to look at Blanche's poisoned area and worriedly said, you've been poisoned, let me take you to the hospital. Hearing that, Blanche immediately shook her head and replied, no, the hospital is crowded and can't go, I need a quiet place, slowly use supernatural powers to purify toxins. Hearing Blanche say that, Lam Nai Tuat immediately had an idea and innocently said, then you should go back to my house to rest. When Blanche heard it, she also looked at Lam Nai Tuat in a daze and exclaimed, huh. As for Duong Hai, he was jogging to find Lam Nai Tuat as he ran. He called out, Tu Tuat, why did it take you so long to go to the bathroom? Suddenly seeing her and Blanche standing there, he immediately ran over and when he looked closely he shouted in surprise, oh, isn't this the famous Blanche, why are you here? Seeing Duong Hai, Blanche immediately turned her head to look at Lam Nai Tuat and asked, is he? Lam Nai Tuat helplessly replied, my boyfriend, just now we were jogging, I suddenly wanted to go to the bathroom. Lam Nai Tuat continued to explain, then on the way someone attacked her, now she is injured, but her status is special. Then she shyly asked Duong Hai's opinion, I want to let her rest there, is our house available? Hearing her say that, Duong Hai didn't hesitate, his eyes lit up, he pointed to his chest and confidently said, okay, let me carry her. At this time, Duong Hai was carrying Blanche and Lam Nai Tuat was walking next to them as they walked and talked. Duong Hai asked, so, she had just arrived in Lukong City when she encountered someone who wanted to kill her. Blanche was on Duong Hai's back when she heard him ask, she looked down at him and replied, yes, then why are you two at the harbor? Lam Nai Tuat, who was walking next to her, when she heard her question, smiled happily and pointed at Duong Hai and said, you definitely won't be able to figure it out, we were jogging at night, but we just happened to see her being attacked. Hearing that, Blanche closed her eyes, smiled softly and said, thank you two, but now everyone knows I am a wanted criminal, so why did you two still save me? When she heard Blanche ask like that, Lam Nai Tuat smiled brightly and replied, the Blanche I have known so far has always risked her life to save people. Before in Sachao, she took the lead to rush in to save the children, both Duong Hai and I think she is not a bad person. Hearing Lam Nai to it Blance's sincere words, she looked down with confidant eyes, tears in her eyes and said, I did not kill the masked boxer, nor did I collude with the organization, Mysterious Wealth. When Duong Hai saw that, he seriously replied, I heard that the masked boxer was a lackey dog of the saints in Sichao. Even if he really killed him, his death would not be worth it. Blanche looked up and frowned and replied, it doesn't matter how he died, but there is a possibility that someone wants to use his death to get rid of me. Hearing this, Duong Hai immediately continued to speak loudly. It was also possible that everyone wanted to target the Tai Quet organization and become the target of attack. Blanche heard Duong Hai say that and asked in surprise, do you think so too? He remembered the newspapers and reports he had read, and then Duong Hai continued, because these rumors and reports not only targeted her, but also said she colluded with the Tai Quet organization. Lam Nai to it, standing next to her, also added, but the reputation of the Tai Quet organization is very good. That great god Dao Ke has saved Lock Kang City several times, and just now the snake appeared to save us. With a serious look on her face, she lowered her voice and replied, perhaps you two don't know that recently, people with special abilities in different areas are very scared when they hear about the Tai Quet organization. There are even rumors that Tai Quet has mysterious intentions, conquered Area 53, dominated Wei Lam Tin. Hearing what Blanche said, Duong Hai was so shocked that he stood still and whispered, what? He didn't expect that there would be rumors to this extent. Without knowing it, Blanche continued to concentrate. I also found out that the people who came to kill me included people with special abilities from different areas. If it were reasonable to say that this little reward wouldn't be enough to make people angry, we started such a war, so I guess they all came because of the news that I colluded with the Tai Quet organization. Lam Nai to it heard those words and looked at Blanche and replied, isn't that terrible? Then Blanche continued to say, in the 53rd area of Lam Wei Tin, the number of people with abilities in each area and their strength are balanced, so it can be possible. Avoid the situation of uneven military strength between the region and the Tao Tan area. This is the rule in the peace treaty. Duong Hai continued to carry Blanche on her back as she walked, which is also the reason why the Hero Association often sends people with special abilities from different areas to go to the area for long-term detention. They call it vacation. Listening to what Blanche said, Lam Nai to it also nodded and replied, so that's the case. These internal details are truly something we ordinary people cannot understand. Right after that, in the silent atmosphere, Duong Hai carried her as he walked and thought to himself, then Bao Li Huyen Company had not been in Lock Kang City for a long time. When the strange beast invaded, he said he had just gone on leave. When he returned, it turned out he had been sent away. Blanche was silent for a moment before continuing. There were too many powerful people in the Taiju organization, including the S-level supernatural person Dao Ke. Suddenly appearing like that, it was impossible to control the existence of such powerful people. People with special abilities in different areas will create an invisible oppressive force. Some people want to take advantage of this opportunity and gather people with special abilities to punish Tai Quet. The more he listened to Duong Hai's face, the more serious he became. He pondered, who could create such a large-scale group of people just by spreading rumors? Could it be that he wanted to rely on in the name of eliminating Tai Quet to gather an army of supernatural powers? Lam Nai to it heard that and immediately turned around to look at Duong Hai and said in surprise, oh my god, that's a big deal related to the peaceful planet. Duong Hai's eyes became more and more cold as he looked forward and thought, that Lam Sak Duok Hon organization also has the knack of taking advantage of people's hearts. Does it all have nothing to do with them? On the way, he kept thinking, Koi Mung's ability was just developed for 100 years in Lam Wei Tin, but now outside there is a strange beast Boxoong peeking in, inside hatching a plot to disrupt the peace, but the blue light flying above him still can't be resolved. It's really annoying. Thinking about it, he raised his eyes and turned his head back to ask Blanche, Blanche, did you come to Lock Kang to punish Tai Quet? Blanche immediately replied with a serious face, quite the opposite, I came to clarify the truth, to help Tai Quet. Decision. After hearing what she said, he was immediately bewildered. It was an answer far beyond Duong Hai's imagination. He asked again, helping Tai Quet. Seeing Duong Hai's question, Blanche blushed a little and looked away, shyly saying, I know T-Sa in the Tai Quet organization. We have been through life and death, fighting side by side. Just now it was also him, appeared strangely to save me. I believed him, so I wanted to ask clearly the true intentions of the Tai Quet organization. Hearing that, Duong Hai immediately thought to herself, wait, strangely, I heard a fight, so I promptly changed clothes and chased you to it. Lam Nai to it saw Blanche shyly speaking and smiled teasingly. Hero Blanche seemed to like T-Sa very much. Blanche was told that her heart was black and she shouted loudly, huh, not at all. Scene changes to Tianjia's house. At the headquarters of the Fan Hai Merchant Guild, the walls were filled with strange items that were not similar to each other but were almost all rare. At this time, Tian Bakui was sitting in his recliner. Tian Dada was next to him, rubbing his shoulder. Tian Bakui said happily, but he did not expect that in addition to Tu Dai Hai, a large Taekwondo organization would be born, strong and rich. Dada, if you can join this organization, the Tian family status in the Chamber of Commerce will be one level higher in the future. Hearing that, Tian Dada smiled complacently and replied, I also want the same, although I am very close to that great god Rooster, but up to now I have not said that I will join the organization, or that we give a gift, bowed to the masterpiece treasure to give him a sign. Hudung stood behind and praised. Dada was very smart, even though she was praising. Hudung's face was very calm, not surprised or happy at all. Hearing that, he laughed loudly as if he had caught gold and loudly said, ha ha ha, good, then let's invite him to a weapons exhibition. Bring that S-class superpower weapon to him. Let the judges know, with the strength and sincerity of the Tian family. After hearing Tian Bakui's words, Tian Dada immediately rushed forward and hugged him happily, saying, Thank you Grandpa, I know right away that Grandpa is the best for me. Hudung, are you still silently standing on the side? Say what? Hudung was silent from beginning to end, not saying a word, just bowing her head. Then in some hidden corner she clenched her hands into fists and thought to herself, Tai Quet. In an orange apron, Lam Nai Tuat is preparing breakfast. Looking at the dining table, you can see that Lam Nai Tuat is very dedicated to preparing breakfast for everyone. Suddenly from behind, Duong Hai rushed in and hugged Lam Nai Tuat tightly. He leaned his face against Lam Nai Tuat's hair. Her face turned red with happiness. She told Duong Hai she had just received news from the unit and said she wanted to meeting early, can't eat with everyone. Hearing that, Duong Hai immediately leaned towards Lam Nai Tuat's face, kissed her hair and said, I'll take you away. Lam Nai Tuat shyly refused and reminded Duong Hai, there's no need, quickly go brush your teeth and wash your face, otherwise, I'll have to prepare all morning in vain. While Duong Hai and Lam Nai Tuat were making love, nearby Blanche blushed because she saw those passionate actions. After giving kisses and hugs to Duong Hai, it was time for Lam Nai Tuat to go to the meeting, so she neatly folded her apron and placed it on the table. Before leaving, she did not forget to remind Blanche. Lam Nai Tuat turned back to look at Blanche with affectionate eyes and told her, I'm going. Blanche, stay home and recover well. During breakfast, when Duong Hai and Blanche were having breakfast together, the breakfast prepared by Lam Nai Tuat looked very attractive and full of nutrients. When Duong Hai was enjoying a loaf of bread, Blanche said, Thank you, you two took care of me last night, but I have to leave now. When Duong Hai heard that, he immediately stopped eating. His eyes widened in bewilderment, showing his surprise. He asked, Why? Right now there are people outside who want to kill you. Hearing that, her expression softened. Blanche said, I still have things to do and a mission to complete. No matter how dangerous, I can continue. Rest assured, my wound is much better, predestined to meet again. Listening to Blanche's resolute words, Duong Hai continued to eat the bread and smiled. He continued to prevent Blanche from rushing into danger. He said, I secretly treated you last night, not to let you die. Where? As soon as he finished speaking, Duong Hai raised his face to look at Blanche and said, But, oh, at that moment, Duong Hai no longer saw Blanche in front of him. He wondered, where is she? The blue sky gradually appeared. The scene reveals that Duong Hai is standing on a cliff protruding from under the sand. Around him is a sea view with blue sky and white clouds looking so peaceful. The peaceful sea scene is truly an ideal place for Duong Hai. Try the skill, he said. Just try the dragon skill here for a bit. Under the calm sea surface, a large wave gradually rolled up. Duong Hai crossed his arms over his chest and kicked a big wave that he had just summoned. Duong Hai in the dragon god costume is a harmonious combination of black and orange with the god mask. Duong Hai said, Oh, Hai, that figure seems somewhat familiar. Duong Hai was leisurely riding the big waves when he suddenly saw a very luxurious yacht coming towards him. On that extremely luxurious yacht, there were many people chatting, making friends and laughing happily together. Suddenly, in some corner of the yacht, there was an exchange of words. It turned out to be Tian Dada and Hudung. The two girls seemed to be arguing with a man. Hudung stood behind them, Tian Dada with a serious and angry look on her face. She yelled at him and didn't hurry up and go away. We don't welcome you. Katni standing between the two sides are two powerful supporting arms for Katni, the Fire Dragon Staff and the Dark Sword Master. Katni raised her voice and said arrogantly, Are you sure? If it weren't for the Lafu Chamber of Commerce backing you, you Chen family, I'm afraid you don't even have many S-class weapons. Hearing Katni's criticism and sarcasm, Tian Dada could not keep calm and responded loudly, A few years ago you were just a dog walking behind me. Do you now feel that you are qualified to step on Tian Dada's head? still with that disdainful tone. This time Katniss looked at Tian with cunning eyes. He was so carefree that he even used his hand to curl his bangs. He replied, "If you blame me, I only blame you Tian family for your decline. So fast, even if I were a dog, I could still step on Tian Da's head." Those words seemed to have pushed Tian Da's endurance to the limit. Hearing Katniss' meaningful sarcastic words, seeing that Tian Da had reached her endurance, Hudong quickly stood up in front of Tian Da to protect her. Hudong shouted loudly at Katniss, "You don't be shameless." It seemed that listening to bad words about himself, Katniss felt interested in those words. When he heard Hudong scolding him, he was pleased and ordered the Fire Dragon staff and the Dark Sword Master to say, "Then I will shamelessly show you. Strip Hudong's clothes for me. I want to see what the second beauty of the four great seas looks like." Then the two names, Dark Sword Master and Fire Dragon Staff, followed Katniss' orders and immediately went to stand in front of Hudong and Tian Da because of their size difference and fierce faces, which scared the two girls. "Move back." At this moment, breaking the atmosphere of not knowing where Duanghai rode the rising waves, he sat there with his legs crossed and calmly waved his hands and said, "Two beauties, I want to ask for directions, how to get to Lukong City." Seeing him, Tian Da immediately smiled happily and said loudly, "Oh, looking at this way of dressing, are you an accomplice of Dao Ke Great God?" Hearing her say that, he immediately raised his hands and pretended to look at her in confusion and replied, "Fellow, why does it sound so strange? I am then Long of the Tai Quet organization." The people on the train immediately took out their phones to take pictures and then chatted loudly. The Tai Quet organization appeared yet another star. This time it will definitely be on the news. There were only a dozen voices heard. "I'm only old, I don't know what my strength is." Seeing this, Hudong immediately ran to the side of the ship and said loudly, "Hello then Long, please take us out of here, is that okay?" Hearing that, he raised his hand to show his refusal. Then Duanghai calmly replied, "I'm afraid not, because..." Then he looked at Katniss and his two accomplices and said, "The ones who should go are them." Hearing that, those guys immediately looked at him in bewilderment and sweat. But then Katniss, not afraid of heaven and earth, dared to glare and curse, "Rotten boy, dare to provoke our Lawfu Chamber of Commerce, beat me." Hearing the order of the Dark Sword Master and the Fire Dragon Staff, they immediately flew up to surround both sides of Duanghai, while he was still sitting with his feet up on the ocean waves with a calm expression. The Dark Sword Master raised his hands and summoned 4 streams of black darkness accompanied by thunder from his body, emitting power that caused his long hair to blow away. Duanghai still calmly sat on his wave, his hands leaning back, his back turned and his head turned to look at the Dark Sword Master. The people on the ship witnessed the scene of people with special abilities fighting each other at close range and couldn't help but look up in surprise and stare, sometimes even forgetting to breathe. Tian Da witnessed all of Then Long's skills. She opened her eyes wide in surprise and stammered, "What is this?" The system immediately announced the skill. Ha Ba Thu Ho, a super large water person appeared behind Duanghai while he was still sitting calmly with his feet on the ocean waves, his face darkened. He looked up at them with disdain, smirked and said, "Ha, this is all your strength, so next, it's my turn." The Dark Ant Master used all his strength to rush forward and slash hard at Guardian Habaho's hand, but not only was he unable to do anything, he couldn't even pull out his sword. He trembled and yelled, "Hateful, not moving at all, anymore." Suddenly, a drop of water passed by, tearing the shoulder of his shirt, a sudden and dangerous attack. He froze in realization. Then, he fell from a high place, a flash of fear flashed in his head, even a single drop of water pearl became a sharp knife that let him hurt others. With such a difference in strength, I simply cannot grasp it. Winning part. From below a voice rang out, getting closer and closer to Duanghai. "I immediately knew that you were a person with water elemental abilities. Your strength would be greatly upgraded on the surface of the sea." It turned out to be the voice of Fire Dragon, Scepter. He smirked and said, "But there are some differences that are not advantageous so you can't resist." Having finished speaking, he waved his staff, a large amount of hot fire emitted around him. He proudly shouted, "Let my Fire Dragon staff come and teach you how to be human." Seeing him blabbering like that, Duanghai couldn't help but reply contemptuously, "He's not strong enough to talk so much. Who told you I'm just a person with elemental water abilities?" He used his actions to answer. 3 ferocious fire dragons rushed towards him, but at this moment he only thought indifferently, activating his lord's consciousness. Then he could control the level no more than the fire of the dragon. "Where is yourself?" At this moment, he activated the lord's consciousness ability. Just after activating, all 3 fire dragons changed direction to attack their owner. He stood high and mocked, "Today I will let you taste the taste of being chased by a fire dragon." The name Fire Dragon Fist. Trong panicked and said, "What?" He discovered his ability. Here, this kid is a person with dual-type abilities, just run quickly, as he said. He turned around and cowardly ran away. On the ship, other passengers continuously used their phones to take photos and videos to capture this moment, constantly praising them. Such a young man is already a person with dual powers of ice and fire. Of the Nightclub organization is really scary. So many elite people with special abilities gathered in the Nightclub organization. Could it be that there is going to be some big upheaval? After chasing away that weak guy, he landed on the deck and walked towards Hudong. He said contemptuously, "That Katni guy ran really fast. Just now he said he was beating me." Hudong was extremely grateful and thanked him. He really thanked him. Suddenly, Tian ran in front of him from somewhere, bursting out a line, "Little brother Than Long, if you are also a member of the Nightclub organization, can you help me find Mr. Dao Ke? I want to invite Dao Ke to participate in the auction of exotic beast weapons organized by the Fan Hai Chamber of Commerce." He slowly replied, "Well, I have a way to help you contact Dao Kca, you can tell him yourself." Tian was extremely confused and asked, "What way?" At this time, he slowly spoke of the solution, signed a spiritual contract, became an external member of the Nightclub organization, and as he spoke, 2 contract marks appeared on his hand like the one on Lu Win's forehead. After hearing that, Tian Da's eyes lit up and he said with excitement, "It's so simple that he has become an external member of the Nightclub organization." Duong Hai continued, "Actually this time I came here because of Dao Ke's instructions. He hopes that you can become external members and continue to help the organization handle the spoils." Even though he said that, he was a little uneasy. He thought, "This world is bigger than I thought. I want 4 big sea areas. The Tian family will be my most powerful ally." After hearing the invitation, Tian did not hesitate and agreed. "I joined." Hudong considered and said, "As long as it does not harm the interests of the merchant guild, I also want to join." As soon as they finished speaking, 2 contract seals were printed on their foreheads, causing them to suddenly freeze, their eyes widening. At the place where Ma Long is staying, in another scene, the TV was showing a replay of his recent battle. Ma Long was practicing and watching TV when he noticed the character Than Long. He realized something, immediately threw the weight on the ground and turned away. Scene changed to the Merchant Guild. At this time, at the Fan Hai Chamber of Commerce, an auction of strange beast weapons was taking place. In the banquet hall, the guests recognized Dao Ke and kept whispering, "Oh my god, isn't this Dao Ke? Recently, he is a very famous powerhouse. I heard that there is a powerful organization behind him, very strong. There is no shortage of S-class powerhouses. Isn't it said that the Tian family is ruined? How can they contact this organization?" After that, the boss of the Chamber of Commerce stepped forward to proactively welcome him, Mr. Dao Ke. He had heard of his name for a long time. He also politely greeted him back. "So did I. Today I finally got to meet Elder Tian." Tian Bakui solemnly invited him to the party. "Please sit down, the auction is about to begin." Suddenly, a voice shouted, "Wait a minute." Katni put her hands in her pockets and slowly walked forward. Behind him were 2 people carrying something very heavy and covered with a black scarf, making it impossible to see object inside. His face darkened and he said sinisterly, "The important guests had just arrived. Why were they in such a hurry to start?" Seeing him, Dao Ke calmly calculated. It seemed that this guy was prepared to come today. This auction would not go so smoothly. Faced with the not-so-warm attitude of the people there, Katni still proudly held up the invitation he had folded into 4. He also arrogantly said, "What's wrong? You don't welcome me. I have an invitation." Katni's arrogant attitude made Tian to feel uncomfortable. She immediately came in front of him, her hands on her hips and criticized, "Don't tell me I don't know what you have in mind. No one brought the strange beast weapon themselves. Come join the auction." Not allowing Tian to criticize him, Katni immediately approached her and responded with a mocking attitude, "It seems that the Tian family's situation is even worse than I thought, and they are looking forward to finding him, a place to depend on." He had just finished looking down on the Tian family, then turned around and deliberately shouted loudly for the people around him to hear. Of course, the Tian family's strange beast weapons were top-notch, but the price was also very high considering some recent rumors. "Here, I brought some strange beast weapons to check the goods, don't consider it too much." Hearing those words that were harmful to her family's reputation, Hudong was angry and was about to rush in. She said, "He was openly doubting our Tian family's weapons," but she was stopped by old man Tian. "Speak calmly, not in a hurry." Not wanting to stand still and continue observing the noise, Dao Ke stepped forward to prepare to start a conversation. Dao Ke's powerful aura was so powerful, when he stood in front of Katni, he couldn't help but be shy. He asked, "You are a kid from the Uruk family." That guy stepped back a bit, looking a bit cowardly, and answered, "Say, what's wrong?" Dao Ke put his hand on his shoulder and spoke gently like an elder talking to his children. He said, "Your parents and I have some roots." Hearing you say that, Katni thought to himself, "There is something else, is that good?" Feeling that he was about to get acquainted with the strong man, his face revealed a slightly cunning look and quickly shook hands with Dao Ke and asked again, not knowing which senior Dao Ke was an old acquaintance of the elder in the family, "That's what our Uru clan is like." Katni's question made Dao Ke secretly sweat. He thought in panic, "How could I know? Just making up a big lie and looking at his appearance. Lying will definitely be discovered then. For this problem, I just had to use it. The plan I came up with was to ask the opposite way, so I immediately pushed the issue to him. I went behind him and answered, 'Ha, related to this issue, wait until you return to the Uruk family, ask your elders again.'" The answer made Katni freeze, his heart full of question marks. Dao Ke went to the table where their weapons were stored. He lifted the curtain to see. Among those weapons, Dao Ke picked up a sword, a sharp sky blue blade with a hilt made from a sturdy metal-colored alloy, with a purple gem attached to the end. Observing the sword for a while, he then put it down to check out the remaining weapons. Katni stood next to him and tried to ask if Uncle Dao Ke knew my aunt, but he said something. "This has nothing to do with the question. The things the nephew brought are truly good things." Despite Katni still standing there, Dao Ke walked past him to his seat in the auction. He even said to him, "Please sit down," making that guy stand bewildered and could only shout, "Uncle Dao Ke." He went to sit next to old Master Tian, which made Tian Bakui, sitting next to him, feel honored to look around because he had a relationship with a strong man like Dao Ke. The auction has also begun. The host begins to introduce, "Distinguished guests, welcome to the auction of strange beast weapons of the Fan Hai Guild. The first item is colored centipede-shaped armor, green, can block a powerful attack from a B-level supernatural person." The host had just finished announcing the floor price. Everyone sitting below continuously offered prices overlapping each other. The first person shouted 360,000, the man nearby shouted 400,000, someone else shouted 600,000. Katni sat on the side watching everyone bid and secretly despised them. He mocked and said, "Stupid, this outfit is over 500 and it's a loss. The Tian family took this out to scare people. Can't even come, there are no decent strange beast weapons either." Coming to the next item, a white glove with yellow stripes with 2 pearls attached on it. The host introduced, "This item is probably no longer strange to everyone, one of the representative works of Tian Lao Kuang Min's starting price is 200 million. Having just despised the Tian family just now, Katni was now so surprised that he couldn't keep his mouth shut. He said in surprise to his subordinates, "Why did that old man bring out such a valuable thing first?" Fire Dragon Scepter sat next to him and said, "This is the 2-star equipment of an S-class strange beast." The Dark Sword Master also added that the person wearing the A-class body's enhanced ability system is truly an S-class powerhouse. On the other side, Hudung was surprised at the price of the rich people sitting here. She said, "The price has increased to 300 million, while Tiandida sat next to her and said anxiously, "But Kuang Min gloves, this is my grandfather's favorite collection, now it just has to be." While Mr. Tian was not worried at all, he instead turned to encourage, "Mr. Dao Ke, if you are interested in this, why not try adding a little price?" Dao Ke thought to himself, the entire capital of the organization Tai Quet has 200 million, what kind of extra? Afraid that his words were not sincere enough, Elder Tian placed his hand on Dao Ke's hand and added, "Fang Hai Chamber of Commerce is determined to create a good relationship with the Tai Quet organization, please accept this intention." Sensing that Dao Ke was wavering, Old Man Tian continued excitedly, "Mr. Dao Ke, please rest assured, with Tian's resources to take care of it." Hearing that sure assurance, he answered politely, "Then, being respectful is not the same as obeying orders." After the person shouted the price of 300 million, Katni immediately raised the sign and continued shouting the price as if he didn't worry about running out of money, 310 million. The host heard Katni's price and immediately excitedly asked, 310 million, does anyone else have a price? 310 million times 1, 310 million times 2, 310 million. Before the third word of the host could be heard, Dao Ke sat down and shouted the price, 315 million. To Katni he surprised because he thought the item was about to reach him. Seeing Dao Ke shouting such a price, Ho Along Huyen Trong couldn't help but turn to whisper to Katni, "Do we have more prices?" He replied back, not letting him know that a good movie is still behind. When Dao Ke offered that price, there was no one below who bid higher. The host happily shouted, congratulating Mr. Dao Ke for bidding on these gloves. After handing over the previous item, the host continued to introduce the sturdy shield, flashing metallic light. He said, "The third item, the S-class beast weapon, the Black Jade Shield, is due." Before the host could finish his sentence, Katniss walked up to the stage while still holding the jade-green sword from before. He interrupted his introduction and said, "Wait a minute." He approached the shield and began to put more force on his sword, preparing to slash. He shouted again, "Before selling the goods, he had to let us try the goods a bit." Dao Ke stood up to observe his summer game. He thought to himself, finally couldn't stand it. Hu Deng saw Katniss standing on stage deliberately causing trouble and couldn't help but worry. She worriedly said, "Although the black jade shield was made by an S-class beast, it was only strong in elemental attacks, green physics in his hands, I'm afraid." Unable to leave him alone and let him act majestically anymore, Tian did angrily turn to Dao Ke. "Uncle Dao Ke, can you lend me your Kwangming gloves? I want to separate them." Out comes that big sword. Faced with her impatient attitude, Dao Ke just sat there gently patting her head to calm the anger inside her. Seeing that warmth and comfort also made Tian did to suddenly calm down. Looking at her bewildered face, he gently comforted her, "Don't worry, just be patient and watch." On the stage, the sound of the big sword hitting the shield echoed in every corner. Even though he used all his strength, Katniss still could not damage the shield at all. Then he immediately realized there was something unusual here. His face could not hide the panic. He could not believe his eyes and exclaimed, "This is impossible." Everyone below the stage was looking up at him, looking like a clown performing a circus for the audience. After being so wild and causing trouble, he was now frozen by his own scheme, both hands still holding the sword, but the whole person stood still. Less than a minute later, the tip of the sword was broken into fragments flying freely in the air, and Katniss' face was even more unsightly. The viewers below saw this and couldn't help but chat. The man said, "He didn't expect it to be a fake." The woman said, "No, the young master of the Uruk family used fake goods. TSK. There are people who are more vocal, bringing fake goods to color. It's really embarrassing." Faced with Katniss' loss of face, Tian did not have the usual gloating look on her face, but instead remained calm. She stood there and asked the person behind her, "Uncle Dao Ke, he had already known about the big sword. That's broken, right?" Back to the greeting scene earlier, when Dao Ke talked to Katniss to distract him, while he used his stealing ability to take away the ability inside the sword to turn it into a normal sword. The sword suddenly broke, making Katniss extremely confused. He stood with his hands on the spot and muttered, "How could this be possible?" The fire dragon staff came to his side and respectfully called, "Young master." Based on the incident just now, he said his guess, just now that Dao Ke touched our strange beast weapon, and as soon as he touched it, the weapon would lose its spirit. Feeling that they were about to point their spear at Dao Ke, Tian spoke up to help, spitting out blood. "Your things are not S-level beast weapons. How could they be damaged by just touching them? Okay." But without giving up, the fire dragon's staff replied defiantly. His powers had reached S-level, perhaps he could change the structure of the metal inside. Hearing that below, there was even more of a stir. One person agreed with him and said, "It makes sense. Dao Ke just touched that strange beast weapon once, but you objected." "If you, sir, I see that old man Tian's alchemy tricks are capable." Katniss on this side is also fighting, wholeheartedly wanting to find the murderer but afraid of offending the strong man Dao Ke. He can only come up with a plan to try. Things have come to this point. Try 2 more strange beast weapons, just no otherwise. Ignoring the group of people still talking, Dao Ke stood in a corner as if the story had nothing to do with him. He stood with his arms around him and answered, "Exactly what I meant." Katniss picked up 2 S-rank weapons to try. He put on a warrior mask and tried his best to blow into that S-rank buffalo horn. Power did indeed come from it. He picked up the buffalo horn and blew a few times. Its power was so powerful that it made the people sitting here who heard it had to cover their ears. The guys groaned out. They had enough headaches. Having tested the functions of the remaining 2 weapons, Katniss picked it up in shock and determined that the attack and defense features of the S-class beast weapon did not have any problems. "Tian let him keep quiet so he can continue to flip the deal," she said fiercely. "Haven't you guys caused enough trouble? First, you destroyed this place, then you made things difficult for our guests, and now you still have the face to be here. Is this it?" Knowing he was being kicked out, Katniss could only shout, "Miss." Feeling that things were about to go further, Fire Dragon's staff stood next to him and quickly advised, "Young master, I find this very strange. Perhaps it was done by a family insider." No longer having the face to stay, Katniss and the others left after hearing their master call, "Go." Dao Ke stood there thinking to himself, "Fortunately I was about to steal the energy of other strange beast weapons," was interrupted by him. Remembering the scene just now, when Dao Ke had just touched the 2 remaining weapons, Katniss came to explore, startling him. He asked, "Uncle Dao Ke, do you know my aunt?" Afraid that he would discover that he was playing tricks, Dao Ke immediately put down the 2 weapons, causing the situation like before. Hu Dong stood next to him, his face still so beautiful, gently speaking his thoughts, so just now he was talking to him on purpose, for that purpose. Tian Bakui didn't want to make this public, so he generously invited me, Mr. Dao Ke. The old man also wanted to know if he had time to do anything with that big blue sword uninvited into the VIP room to talk. Scene changed to another place. At night in Lukong City, on a lonely street, a man wearing a cloak was wandering around the street. Suddenly there was movement and the girl was keenly observing that place. She looked up, revealing her face in the moonlight, and Blanche's face appeared. She looked up at the top of the building in front of her. The enemy was already standing there. 5 people with the nickname 5 elements. 1 person stood on top of the building. 3 people stood on the windowsill. The remaining person sat on a branch, trees, all looking down at Blanche. The girl sat on the tree, seductively said, "Little sister, no one told you girls can't go out at night." When Blanche heard such a joke, she felt uncomfortable, her face tightened and she said, "No one has ever talked to me like that before. Blanche, you are the first person." The bald man with 3 scars on his head raised his fist wearing sharp iron gloves. He threatened, "Sword of Sealing, encountering the 5 elements, we are considered unlucky people. Today is the day of your death." Tian Lao, Hu Dong and Dao Ke sat in a serious meeting room to discuss something extremely important. Tian Lao spoke up to avoid Dao Ke from worrying about someone eavesdropping. "Mr. Dao Ke, there are no outsiders here. I still hope you can answer my questions." Dao Ke also began to explain to Tian Lao about the superpower pellets in the weapons, whether they were strange beasts or superpowered people. They all had superpower nuclei in their bodies, which I randomly discovered in the weapons. Strange beasts also have nuclear powers. Hu Dong also expressed his doubts about the superpower nucleus when he heard Dao Ke's explanation. Can we understand that the power of the superpower nucleus is similar to the activity in alchemy? Old Tian Lao seemed to ignore Hu Dong's question. He continued to ask Dao Ke to get a satisfactory answer, but equipment makers like them can only use mental power to sense the activity, character. There is no way to practice it, and no idea how your organization does it. Dao Ke raised his hand with the glowing ring and explained, "To be precise, income, this star-absorbing ring, is a tool for us to harvest nuclear powers." At this time, Tian Dida also appeared. She looked at the ring on Dao Ke's hand and was extremely surprised at its magical effect. Just having this ring, can she gain nuclear power? So magical, period. Tian Lao turned his back to Dao Ke, listened to what he said about the ring and added, "Tian Bakui also has some experience in the metallurgy world, but the ability to harvest nuclear power is truly unheard of, via." He turned back to Dao Ke, now holding a pen in his hand, not sure when he got it. He held the pen towards Dao Ke. Tian Lao continued, "This long pen is a beast-level equipment, has the effect of speeding up wound healing. If you don't mind, just use it to simulate it." Dao Ke picked up the pen given to him by Tian Lao and began to think, there is only 30 dark energy, it's better to leave it in its normal form. After that, he performed the refute magic. When he was done, he returned the pen to Tian Lao and said, hoping that Tian Lao would check again to see if what I said was true. Tian Lao held the pen in his hand, his face suddenly showed surprise. He shouted loudly, activity can be collected. In metallurgy, this is absolutely a breakthrough development. Hu Dong stood next to her when she heard Tian Lao's surprise and acknowledged that what Dao Ke said was true. At this time, she also had a little worry on her face. She wondered if the abilities she had collected would be handled. How? When he heard Hu Dong ask, it seemed like it was a question Dao Ke had been waiting for someone to ask until he mentioned the nuclear power. He also seemed to have thoughts about whether he should say it or not, but in the end he thought, well, especially, I finally asked this question. Tell Tianjia about the concept of superpower medicine. It can also help Tianjia increase his strength. In the future war of the 4 great seas, I won't either, to the point of fighting alone. Dao Ke decided to tell Hu Dong that he prepared a medicine with special powers, so the position of the Bird Star Association ruled that we had arranged 2 or more special powers. Tian Dada's eyes lit up when she heard that. She started thinking about money and it seemed like she was thinking about something that could make money. She happily said, if nuclear power could be applied to the universe, strange beast weapons, 7-star S-level strange beast equipment can theoretically be forged. Dao Ke seemed to understand Tian Dada's purpose, so he quickly extinguished her hopes. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it. After answering Tian Dada, Dao Ke turned to Tian Lao and said, actually, I always have a question that I want to ask Mr. Tian to teach. Tian Lao heard that and immediately replied, just say it. Dao Ke continued to say, a strange beast weapon only needs to use a small part or group. Why can the nucleus of this small part reach 1/3 of the body? Tian Lao explained with the image of a strange beast appearing. After the strange beast dies, a phenomenon called active gathering in metallurgy will occur. The active will gather to a few special organs according to instinct. The image of the strange beast, a rhinoceros, appeared then disappeared and what remained was its horn. Tian Lao continued, we will take this active organ and use alchemy combined with metallurgy, metal array, trained into a superpower weapon. Tian Lao turned his back and crossed his arms and continued to say, if Mr. Dao Ke is interested in alchemy, he would be happy to show off his accumulations in alchemy over the past few years. Dao Ke listened, so I immediately answered, even if I prayed, I couldn't get it. Night fell, dark clouds began to cover the light of countless stars. The scene moves to Lukang City. Above the building a situation reconnaissance machine appears and from inside it is emitting an announcement. Guys, at this time Chang'an Street of Lukang City has gathered near 10 people with special abilities. When one guy heard the announcement, he seemed indifferent and didn't care. He said, what did he say? Why did he do so much? Suddenly, that guy suddenly turned back with a surprised face. His eyes were also shining with a fearful look when he discovered something. It was Ma Long, the wandering swordsman and violent Huyen company appearing together behind him. Ma Long spoke up, my hunt, you are also worthy to win. The bald man with 2 scars on his head nervously responded to Ma Long's words, Your Excellency Ma Long, the sealing sword is the element we discovered. You robbed like that, it's not good, right? Ma Long also expressed his anger, but he still hid it behind a sinister smile. He replied, Lan Ky is indeed a traitor, but you 5 human elements are just symbols in the association. You're just a hero, do you think I'll let you go? As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Long immediately disappeared, making Ha Ken extremely shocked. He suddenly appeared in front of the bald man and punched him straight in the stomach before he could defend or dodge the attack. Ma Long was too fast to catch up. Director Cat, who was monitoring the battle situation, was also shocked by Ma Long's speed. He said, Ma Long in the blink of an eye defeated Qin, belonging to the tiger element, the 5 human element. They create many evil things and can escape, from Ma Long. There are countless comments on the screen right now. Ma Long is so cool, Ma Long can definitely get a kill today. Some people are commenting like this, is there any principle above, liking a person with special abilities? If I do something bad, the person above immediately objected, I need you to take care of me, I like that, so what? Suddenly, from where Ma Long stood, Ran Fang Hanbing, Dai Jia and Mu Thun Yan suddenly rushed forward, preparing to attack Ma Long. Ma Long quickly defeated each person one by one. His strength was extremely terrifying and no one could defeat him. When he reached the 4th person, he threw him to the ground and said, 4th person. One of them was a girl who, when she saw Ma Long's power, just stood motionless because she was too worried. When witnessing the terrifying defeat of her predecessors, the girl, Hong Tun Yan, quickly retreated. She ran and thought, the difference in ability is so obvious, I don't want to die, I just want to escape. As long as you can escape, you still have a chance in the future. Suddenly, blood splattered and the girl's eyes also showed pain. Ma Long already knew that she intended to run away. He quickly ran to stab her, making it impossible for her to escape. While killing her, he smiled with satisfaction. His eyes and sinister smile both exuded coldness and cruelty. He triumphantly said, you can't escape. When they had destroyed them all, Ma Long turned around and saw that Blanche was left alone. She was extremely scared when facing him. Ma Long looked at her with a smirk and said, next, it's your turn. The scene suddenly moved to Lu Win and VM Deep's place. Lu Win was anxiously watching the battle. VM Deep sitting behind saw this and immediately comforted him. Don't worry, Lan Ky's condition is not good now. I want defeating your brother, is almost impossible. When Lu Win heard VM Deep say that, he immediately turned towards her and smiled. That's right, I'm not worried about him at all. Looking at the TV screen, Lu Win continued with his thoughts. What I was worried about was that if Lan Ky's head was really a member of his faction's judgment organization, he would be named as his stiff older brother. If I beat him to death, how can I talk to my foster father? VM Deep didn't understand Lu Win's worries at all. She still smiled and said that she didn't care, but on the outside, she sold him out. Your brother and sister are really close. After Yan Deep finished speaking, seeing that Lu Win didn't seem to care about what he said, he quickly avoided other things. You just watch, I'm going to the bathroom. Lu Win worriedly thought, no okay, I have to quickly tell this news to my foster father. The scene transitions to clear blue sky. Dao Ke came to see Lu Win. As soon as he met Lu Win, Dao Ke immediately asked, what is the urgent matter to find me? Lu Win hurriedly reported, that rotten boy Ma Long, who killed Hong Tun Yan today, is still trying to kill him, compete with Lan Ky. Lu Win suddenly approached Dao Ke to see if his brother, foster father, Bo Lan KY was a member of his organization. I saw crazy rumors online, saying that he was the lover of the great Snake. Dao Ke quickly answered Lu Win's question, don't listen to random rumors. How old is Tai Sa? How can they have this kind of relationship? Lu Win heard Dao Ke speak and immediately thought, old man, young girl, I understand. In fact, Bo Lan KY is the illegitimate son of the great Snake. Thinking about it over and over again, he deduced the circumstances, then shook his head and thought, I should pretend I don't know about the hidden feelings inside this organization, so I can't cause trouble for my foster father. Interrupting Lu Win's thoughts, Dao Ke immediately said that when he received Lu Win's report, I already know about this, I will send people to support. Having said that, Dao Ke said, go. Lu Win ran and happily told his foster father, don't worry, foster father, I will watch closely, if anything happens I will immediately report to him. When Lu Win left, Dao Ke turned out 2 green power balls and spoke, cleverly adding 2 elemental power abilities to them long. The information panel of a superpower pops up. Superpower, Great Gia, Introduction, can sense large-scale vibrations, control earth element when attacking. Function 1, increase magma weight. Function 2, Great Power of Earth. Evaluation, Level A, the remaining pill is a special ability. Then lack, Introduction, when creating wind chest, the spirit belongs to yourself. Function 1, compacting the storm pill. Function 2, flying. Function 3, research. Evaluation, Level A. Having said that, Dao Ke gave 2 power pills to them long and let him fly off to do his mission. A blank space appears, signaling that another scene is being moved. The scene cuts to Ma Long and Blanche's ongoing fight. Ma Long approaches Blanche and sweet talks her, can I give you some time to call Dao Ke out here? You know, I don't want to make a move on you. We were still in a relationship when we were students. Blanche looked at Ma Long's honeyed words with a look of contempt. She scornfully responded to his words, don't talk too much. If you want to fight, just fight. Looking at the TV screen, Lu Win continued with his thoughts. What I was worried about was that if Bo Lan KY's head was really a member of his faction's judgment organization, he would be named as his rigid brother. If I beat him to death, how can I talk to my foster father? Blanche quickly dodged Ma Long's attack. However, she was also a bit panicked by his lightning attack. Blanche immediately pulled out her sword. As soon as Ma Long passed her and she avoided the attack, the sword was also drawn to prepare to fight him. Blanche's legs started to get into position. She moved her heel, making it rotate to steady her fighting foot. Ma Long noticed the change in her heel. He seemed to have seen the move she was planning to use, so he was extremely wary. The sword that Blanche raised rushed forward with a faint red smoke surrounding it. Even though Ma Long was alert, he was still hit by Blanche. He groaned in pain. Ah! It seemed that the stab was not enough to kill him. Ma Long quickly dodged the attack and Blanche's sword still radiated extremely great power. The camera was still there monitoring every movement of the battle, but it seemed to be gradually breaking down. Blanche suddenly became unstable and seemed to be gradually exhausted. She was coughing and coughing. Director Kat saw this and quickly panicked. It's broken. Our live transmitter was unfortunately involved. The image was interrupted. Everyone don't worry. Our reporters will arrive at the scene immediately. Immediately. Resume live streaming for everyone. Blanche suddenly fell down in front of Ma Long. Even though he was hit by her attack, he still seemed extremely strong. Ma Long stood before Blanche's exhaustion and said, if she didn't call him out, she would probably die. There, Blanche looked at him extremely angrily and said, less nonsense. Suddenly, Ma Long flew up and prepared to strike the finishing blow to Blanche. Blanche raised her sword, forming a protective circle around her. Although Ma Long's attack did not affect her, it also caused the surrounding protective circle to crack. When Ma Long saw that his attack had no effect, he shouted loudly and threatened. This was just the part to warm up his body. Withstanding the attack from Ma Long, Blanche spent a lot of energy to create a defense circle. Her face showed a weak and frustrated look. In this current situation, Lan Nai Tuat is nervously updating the situation to the audience. Now they have arrived at Trong Tan Street. Here is a mess. Ma Long and Blanche are currently struggling with each other. Returning to the battle, Ma Long raised his hand to firmly squeeze Blanche's neck and then lifted her up, warning her in a harsh voice. I asked one more time, whether to call or not. Even though she was in a dangerous situation, she still firmly said and did not call. As soon as he finished speaking, he used his strength to throw her far away, causing the wall to crumble. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and she was lying motionless, with no signs of life. In the broadcast room, Director Kat attentively observed and commented that after being beaten at this level, it was possible that Blanche would not be able to stand up again. On the big screen still showing the match, comments and comments from the audience continuously ran on the screen. Some time has passed, but Blanche still sits motionless, her face lowered, her expression invisible. From behind, Vile and Huyen Company stepped forward to stop. Ma Long had enough. The wandering swordsman also spoke out to dissuade. Ma Long, control her a bit. If she continues, even if she doesn't die, she will be crippled. Ma Long turned his head, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He asked in a low voice, "Are you helping the traitor talk?" Suddenly a voice called him over, "Hey." Then, he turned around and saw Blanche struggling to stand up. There were injuries everywhere, her whole body was trembling, but she still calmly asked if she had finished speaking. She raised her face to look at him, her eyes were full of confidence and contempt, the corner of her lips curled up to continue to challenge. After finishing speaking, she continued to fight. At this time, Lam Nai Tuat stood outside looking at her with a worried expression, and said in a low voice, "Blanche, she has risked her life many times for the safety of humanity, her strong will is worthy of us, respect." Hearing her stubbornness, Ma Long got angry and rushed towards her, shouting loudly, "Did you all hear it? This is because she found it herself." But before the punch could reach her, it was stopped by a water barrier. He was stunned. Looking closely, in front of Ma Long was a huge water monster staring at him with fierce eyes. While Blanche was held in the arms of the water monster, the dragon god appeared and told her, "Sorry, Blanche, the organization was late." When he appeared, the audience couldn't help but be excited, commenting all over the screen, supporting him. Hearing him say that, she immediately protested, "Why did he say, 'I am a member of your organization'?" Then Long just slowly replied, "If she wanted to continue living, did she have any other choice?" Blanche understood her situation and just silently thought. The sound of stomping feet interrupted the two people's conversation. He looked at Ma Long's powerful step forward, he leaned on his hands and slowly said, "Okay, next you can say why are you bullying our lovely Blanche." He didn't answer my question but asked, "Another problem, why isn't Dao Ke coming?" Hearing that, he contemptuously replied, "What's wrong, you despised and Long, defeat me, naturally someone more powerful will come out." As he said, he clasped his hands together and prepared to use his power. From somewhere on the ground, two huge hands appeared intending to capture Ma Long. He was momentarily stunned and used his two hands to block it, but it was nothing compared to the great power of the two water hands. He groaned, "Ah!" Then Long looked at him with some praise, "But that's okay, let's try this." He continues to use other moves. At this moment, the two water hands disappeared, surprising Ma Long. He continued to look up, then frowned, showing a cautious expression. A layer of sweat appeared on his face. A giant hand was about to fall from the top of his head, making him unable to react in time. A loud explosion echoed throughout the building, all around him was covered by giant white foam. In another setting, at an old castle, Dao Ke is slowly walking out as if nothing happened. After that, he looked mysterious and looked around to see if anyone was following. In an instant, he quickly hid behind a large tree, a place where no one would find him. He pulled out from his chest an ancient notebook that had become rotten and soft with time. He looked at it and recalled the conversation he had just had with Tian Bakui. He slowly walked over and gave the notebook to him and said, "This is an experience related to metallurgy of alchemist Iman, and there are a few pages of his diary." At this time, Dao Ke picked up and read a few pages. He continued, "They were all precious materials." He was focusing on the page when a strange light radiated and reflected off his dark glasses. He was suddenly stunned and slammed the notebook shut. He was quite surprised by his attitude just now. He had a good intention and suggested, "Oh, Mr. Dao Ke, if you feel like it, you can borrow some space, time." Hearing that, he replied with satisfaction, "It was so embarrassing, the content above was extremely interesting, so I was immersed in it, so thank you." Back to the present, he was flipping through the pages of the book, whispering to himself, "The secret in this notebook recorded a conversation, only someone with mental strength could see it. I'm afraid it was Tian." The old man couldn't see it either. Having finished speaking, he suddenly pointed to a blank page and exclaimed, "This is it." He used mental power to read the words on it. "I come from the far continent of the Odyssey plane, a member of the Alfonso family, accidentally came to this plane of early magic power not long ago." The space was quiet at this moment. He was deep in thought. After that, he read and imagined the globe, but unexpectedly in this plane, he discovered the existence of the legendary Sage Stone. A bright stone with an unknown shape appeared in his mind. He continued reading, "Sage Stone, even a trash like me without magic power or talent can take this opportunity to become a treasure of strong people who understand the profound meaning in it." The words on the page continued to appear, after I absorbed more than half of the sage stone, surpassing any of the ancestors of the Alfonso family, successfully breaking through to the 4th level, becoming a powerhouse with a small bias that made respected by others. It's time to go home. The scene of the sky with buildings appearing, strange lights in the sky falling freely to the earth. He continued to read the developments. Before leaving, I silently helped a force in humanity to let them discover the way to open the door to the other world. Bok Zoong. In the diary, this strong man seemed to say something. Discovered luck in this notebook, went looking for the sage stone somewhere and we landed in. This is the treasure I left behind, to prevent humanity from being enslaved. Those messages also officially ended the last diary entry, and all imaginations disappeared from there. Suddenly, a light flashed in his head. Guang Hai behind the mask was closing his eyes. A strange white light was glowing in his head. He suddenly thought, this is the white light, the key used to find the sage stone. After a while, he floated in the sky, looking at the vast world. He raised his hand to measure, and said thoughtfully, it seems that the world next to the beast has an older civilization than we landed in. These worlds still have many secrets waiting for us to explore. He stood like that for a long time near the top of the still-lit castle. The night covered the sky, only the stars were competing to shine. Returning to the match just now, Lam Nai Tuat is actively reporting. Currently Ma Long is still pressed down. The injury is still unclear. The new member of this organization seems to be a good child, has amazing strength. The strength of this organization makes others afraid. At that moment, the divine dragon appeared before her eyes, making her startled. Then Long immediately reassured her, don't be afraid of her sister. Having finished speaking, he looked up at the remote control camera and waved his hand with a friendly smile to greet the audience. My name is Then Long. I am also the star of the Tai Quet organization. We, the Tai Quet organization, are all thoughtful, everything. He smiled with his eyes closed, emphasizing that people don't need to be afraid. However, a loud noise came from Ma Long, causing him to turn around in surprise. The smoke and ocean waves gradually spread out and clearly saw the Ma Long who had transformed into a strange beast, his eyes shining fiercely, and when he was holding one hand, the water suddenly rose. He unleashed his strength, shouted loudly, and transformed into stage 3. On the contrary, he folded his arms as if nothing happened, glanced at Lam Nai Tuat and slowly explained that this guy's stage 3 transformation seemed to have lost his human consciousness, and was extremely dangerous. My sister has to stay away for a bit and pay attention to safety. With that, he sped away without waiting for her to answer. Lam Nai Tuat stood below, staring at his leaving back. Suddenly she had an inexplicable familiar feeling. After Shen Long left in front of Nai Tuat, Shen Long was in a place called Trong Tan Street. He created a protective spirit made from the water system behind him. He stood on the ice pillar. He prepared to welcome the oncoming Ma Long. He was no longer human, but had appeared as a beast. Then Long also used his ability to create a giant hand. He controlled the hand to rush straight down from the sky to attack the Ma Long in front of him. This Ma Long rushed forward to gnaw on the giant hand that the dragon god created, with angry eyes trying to bite that hand into many pieces. He gnawed on his hand for a moment. He flew up to the rooftop of a nearby high-rise building. As he flew up, he used his tail to lightly hit the building, causing the glass to shatter. At the Kunlun Management Company, the fierce Lu Yuan and the hero VM Deep are also watching the battle of Then Long and Ma Long. Lu Win is cheering for his adoptive father's organization. He excited, that Then Long, obviously the same age as me, is that strong. Our skills are really powerful. VM Deep stood there, her face darkened and she didn't say anything. After that, she suddenly became worried, looked at Lu Win and said, do you feel like it's suddenly colder here? Suddenly, they looked up. There was a hole above them. They could see the starry night sky more clearly. They saw the tail of that Ma Long clinging to the wall where they stood. Could it be that Ma Long? Did you destroy the roof of the building? When VM Deep saw Ma Long's tail in front of her, she exclaimed in panic, as expected of the great Kong Tu, she almost destroyed my group. Ma Long, he is now standing on the rooftop of the building he flew up. He lifted and gnawed on the stone hand from a while ago. The stone hand of Then Long is now showing signs of about to break. Suddenly, Ma Long used his strength to jump up, but his strength caused the concrete wall of the building to break. Suddenly, a concrete block of the wall fell down. But, unexpectedly, Nai Tuat was standing under the concrete block. The concrete block was falling at a rapid speed right on top of her head. She was now so shocked that she did not have time to react. She closed her eyes tightly, letting fate arrange it. But when she didn't see any movement, she opened her eyes. Right now in front of her is Then Long, who rescued her from the rock just now. Then Long saved his girlfriend from a dangerous faction in front of her. Seeing this, Nai Tuat was so shy that she couldn't let go. She didn't know what to say other than thank you, because in just a little more time she would have passed away. Hearing her say that, then Long waved his hand to indicate that it was nothing. His other hand clenched into a fist, thinking in his heart, this guy's destructive power was too strong. It seemed like it had to end quickly, just fight. Because he was engrossed in thinking about Ma Long and saving Nai Tuat, he was careless and did not pay attention to his surroundings. He was suddenly attacked by Ma Long's accomplices and was stabbed through the protective spirit in his body. You were surprised, and before you could react, you vomited bright red blood. The person who attacked him from behind was the wandering swordsman. He also used all the supernatural power he had to attack him. He also said, I have been waiting for this opening for a long time. He had just finished stabbing the divine dragon. He fell down, dropped the sword in his hand. He said, that's enough. He used all his strength to use this attack to pierce the protective spirit in the human body, leaving him exhausted. Strength. On the live broadcast side, Mr. Directive Cat was also surprised to see this and said, in order to break the defense of the dragon god, the swordsman wanderer did not care that he was repelled by his sword intent, and used a move to reach it, S-level power 2. He continued seriously, the current Than Long's defense was extremely weak. If there was one more blow, it would be shattered, but all the gaps were because the Than Long was distracted saving an innocent reporter. Sin. Chi Dao Cat became quiet, seriously speaking, making people's emotions very complicated at this time. The audience watching the broadcast also commented loudly, while Than Long was saving people, he secretly stabbed people. That divine dragon, winning would be very humiliating. They commented further, do you understand who the heroes are fighting for? Then, on Than Long's side, Vio Li Huyen Company also used his enhanced power on his own punch. Her punch went straight into the guardian spirit created by the dragon god. The water guardian spirit also broke apart, then gradually disappeared. That punch also caused Vio Li Huyen Company to gradually lose her strength. She said, I can only do this much. Ma Long, I'll leave it to you next, as she said that she was panting to regain her strength. As for the nearby onlookers, because the divine dragon's eye spirit protection was smashed to pieces, it also turned into water. Those water drops splashed everywhere. Everyone nearby was drenched like a horse. As soon as it rained, Nai Tuat's whole body could not avoid it. She used her hands to shield herself from falling water. She said, now this place has turned into a swamp. Than Long is now also using another skill. His ability activates, lures, releasing many sharp sickles towards Ma Long. His tail is also restless, also trying to attack Than Long immediately. Immediately, the name Ma Long also received a fatal slash from the divine dragon spear launching skill, slashing through Ma Long's sturdy armor. A faint red smoke flew from there. Go out. Because of that, Ma Long could no longer fly and began to fall to the ground at a very fast speed, while the divine dragon behind him also used his ability to create an arm covered with stone, pointing down towards Ma Long, but changed with him. In Ma Long's frightened eyes, his eyes were bloodshot, clearly seeing the god dragon rushing down with a punch from his hand. This punch also emitted electric rays. So suddenly, Ma Long also received a strong punch from Than Long on his chest, breaking his armor. Than Long has now returned to normal. He is also releasing his other ability, which is the Daijia. He also reminds Ma Long, don't struggle anymore, this time it will end completely. He created another giant stone hand from underground. He controlled it to capture Ma Long and held him tightly in his hand. Then, pulling him underground quickly, at a terrible speed, Ma Long was surprised by what happened in front of him. He screamed loudly, ah! From there, smoke and dust appear and fly out from underground. The place where God Dragon pulled Ma Long down has also cracked. His demon dragon has now returned to its normal state, called level 1, due to the blow just now that caused him to faint. After that, the elder Than Long also created ropes made of water, tightly binding the bodies of the Ma Long and the wandering swordsman. They were now all unconscious. The divine dragon used this opportunity, showing them off in front of the live broadcast camera. He told old man Chen Hung. He coughed a few times. Mechanized Chen Hung, I think you probably know how to choose, right? Old man Chen Hung was in the conference room right now, watching the broadcast and hearing Than Long say that. It also made him tremble with anger, clutching the glass of water in his hand. Suddenly, the force of his hand was so strong that the glass of water broke into many pieces. On the side of the current battle, Nai Tuat, as a reporter and cameraman of the Hero Association, was worried and seriously said, letting Mecha Chen Hung make a choice, choosing one of the two demons, dragon or swordsman wanderer, or what to exchange with two A-level heroes. A moment later, old man Chen Hung flew in carrying someone who was fainting. Nai Tuat saw that and exclaimed, wait, the mechanized Chen Hung really appeared. He brought with him the fainting name Bang Shuyan Dung. Mr. Chen Hung also thought about what he said to Dao K brother before, saying so much, do you really want me to help you investigate the organization behind Duak Hon? Not stopping there, he continued, not only that, you also want to help me join the White Sinus plan. As for the reward, you will get a level A power potion. It can turn you into A-level dual ability person. Then Mr. Chen Hung stood in front of them long and told him that it was based on the original transaction. The guy named Bang Shuyan Dung was also awake, looked at him with fearful and worried eyes and said, Boss, is there any transaction between us and them? He lowered his face and turned dark, answered him that there was a transaction. Before, I thought about my old feelings and was a little hesitant, but now because I want to exchange Ma Long and swordsman Lang too, what's the point of sacrificing a subordinate? Hearing that, Bang Shuyan was shocked to hear his master's words. He said sadly, because in exchange for 2 A-level heroes, any sacrifice would be worth it. Hearing the name Bang Shuyan Dung say that, Mr. Chen Hung smiled evilly and placed his hand on his shoulder. You also think so? My heart feels more comfortable. After hearing what his boss said, he was scared, turned around and ran away, screaming, ah! Just after running a few steps, this Bing Shuyan Dung was attacked by his boss, cutting him into many pieces, both legs and arms. People around, who are watching the broadcast, people at Kunlun Company, both Nai Tuat and Nai Tuat froze at the situation before them. They were surprised and bewildered by the actions of old man Chen Hung. On the Kunlun Company's side, Lu Win was observing his foster father with binoculars in his hand. He said with a tone full of hostility, Isn't it okay to be so early? Why delay for so long? I have seen the new powerful potion waving at me. After that, he put the binoculars aside, looked up arrogantly and laughed loudly, while Deep standing behind him was angry and clenched his hands into fists. The name Bang Shuyan Dung was slashed by Mr. Chen Hung without any blood. He was like a model toy. He also said, Why did he attack me? Old man Chen Hung also grabbed him and threw him in front of them long. He spoke up, Let's talk. Bing Shuyan Dung, he lay on the ground angrily and said, You and I have no enmity, why do you want to kill me? Then Long brother also said, You don't know what you did, you not only used drugs but also abused innocent people, this is a just decision for your crime. After that, then Long also threw the 2 Ma Long and the wandering swordsman to the old mechanical Chen Hung. He also transformed his 2 robot arms to catch them. Then he happily said, I've finished cleaning up the house, the rest is left to you. While the 2 of them Long and Mr. Chen Hung were trading, that guy Bang Shuyan Dung was lying there and laughing, he. He is now like a corpse, his eyes are wide open, his mouth is also emitting green fluid. Then he seemed to explode with power, emitting a dazzling emerald light. Then Long and Mr. Chen Hung were running quickly out of the chaos before their eyes. He burst out with power, his body was now fuller than before, he had restored the full shape of his limbs, he emitted cold air and cold smoke flying all around him, his body was like ice, while hovering, he said, Next, how should I repay you guys? The ice-piercing brave unleashed his glacier power and said, Today you all must die. Mechanical Chen Hung turned and said, Let's deal with him. Then Long listened and replied, That's exactly what I meant. The dragon god created the skill summon immortal Chu. As for the ice cross hero, he remained calm, his face happily waved his hand and said, As long as the ice's power is strong enough, even a monster that creates fire will become a beautiful jewelry in the ice. Having finished speaking, he swung his power forward with an aggressive shout, freezing me. Strength gradually advances boldly, without fear but believing in your strength and power. As expected, his skill was quite good, with one swing of his hand he easily split the ice rock in half. After he finished, he turned around, raised 2 fingers, and said with a satisfied look, Bullet Dong Chi. As soon as he finished speaking, Bing Shuyan Dung immediately raised 2 fingers towards mechanized war and shouted, Freezing. Mechanical Chen Hung looked cold and also launched 2 missiles to attack. The missile launched immediately causing chaos. The mechanical Chen Hung stood there watching without saying anything, and the ice cross hero was nowhere to be seen. Mechanical Chen Hung frowned and said, It seems that even if you use medicine, you will only increase the quantity, not the quality. His eyes emitted emerald green light. That beam of light shot straight into the eyes of the brave hero, causing him to scream, Ah! Bang Shuyan Dung Jia was hit so suddenly that he immediately fell to the ground. After witnessing everything, then Long folded his arms and said, Was he destroyed like that? We should still confirm a bit. The 2 people, then Long and Mechanical Chen Hung, both flew down. As soon as they landed, Mechanical Chen Hung said in a hoarse voice, It was all in vain, it was all over. Suddenly, a small piece of ice protruded from Bang Shuyan Dung's chest. On top of that ice, something sprouted like water. Mechanical Chen hung and then Long realized the danger and immediately warned them that it was dangerous. The tentacles looked like tentacle soup but were green. The top of its head also had sharp ridges, so strangely that was from the small ice cube from before. The tendril soup bit into mechanized Chen Hung's arm, causing him to scream, "What the hell is this?" Then Long's limbs were also wrapped tightly. He turned and said, "I don't know, you can throw a few bullets in there to explode." The creature's body was in the shape of a flower and the Bing Shuyan Dung was standing on it looking at it. The masked man was bewildered when he saw that. Bing Shuyan Dung Jia's eyes were white, his face smiled in a scary way and said, "This feeling is so strange, is it reliving a legend?" When Mechanical Chen Hung saw this, he sweated profusely and said with a trembling voice, "What has this Jia Hoa become?" The masked man also added, "Could this be the secret on Bang Shuyan Dung's body?" In another place, there was a hidden person secretly watching their every move. Behind him stood a mysterious person wearing a monster-looking hat, expressing his regret. Unfortunately, he almost succeeded, and experiment number 52 was also declared a failure, but the destructive force is even stronger than the previous ones because of its willpower relationship. His face was covered by a heart mark. He thought to himself, "The soul is truly magical. The deeper I study, the more I discover my ignorance. I will soon break through to level 3 mental power and reach level 3, realm of domination." Having said that, that person also turned away, waiting for a moment to harvest the dark blue essence from his body, so that these two humans could digest him a little, so that he could have some less strength. Dao Ke stood behind him observing everything. Dao Ke wore a mask and listened to all the whispers, greedy for immediate profit and forgetting the trouble behind. On the other side, a girl wearing a shiny yellow cloak, holding a microphone, told everyone that all spacecraft could not come close to the battlefield. We had retreated to a safe area. Observation of the scene shows that the regeneration ability of this tentacle is extremely strong. Escape from siege is probably only temporary. As she spoke, for some reason, her sweat continued to flow, and the body of the ice-piercing hero experienced terrifying changes that were beyond our understanding. Instead, we knew that the body was more like a parasite. The tentacles attacked. He used a spear to stop it and thought to himself, "Damn, there are more and more tentacles clinging to him." The tentacles were immediately cut into many pieces by black streaks. His boss had octopus whiskers wrapped all over his body. When he had achieved his goal, he stood calmly and said, "Don't be so strange, boss. Don't you want me to continue to inherit the Kunlun Company? After I eat you, I will take all the money. Kunlun Company." He said confidently, "Why don't I feel the slightest objection to eating humans like this? It seems like you were originally the food of our Deep Blue race." Suddenly he stopped. "Wait, what the hell is the Deep Blue clan?" He held his head and screamed, "Damn, my head hurts so much." At the peak of his pain, he could only hold his head and scream, annoyed and blaming, "It was all because of you old immortal who roasted my head, causing me to endure this pain." The monster covered its head, he said, gasping, "After eating this position that made me uncomfortable, it was indeed much more comfortable." In the end, it was just a trap that then Hao set up for the brave hero to retaliate. When he saw him almost dying, he didn't forget to say that his body was probably not the remnants of the ice-piercing hero. His body is still unconscious. We must find his body for a fatal blow. Then Hao said those words to Chen Hung. After listening, he politely replied, "I can throw a Gaussian egg to deal with this stupid monster, but you also have to help me." Freed from this bondage, it turns out that Chen Hung is not dead but is just pretending to be a brave hero. Then Hao decided to use the immortal bird summoning technique to rescue him. He said, "Okay." As soon as it shoots out, the last, huge tentacles have to be torn in half. Slowly, those tentacles were gradually burned by fire and Chen Hung quickly took the opportunity to fly high. Then Hao used a black bomb to drop right in the middle of that fire. When he saw each tentacle being burned, Chen Hung stood behind him and forgot to say anything. "Explode within a radius of 500 meters, you won't have time to run now." As soon as he heard that sentence, then Hao suddenly turned around in panic and cursed, "Damn you." Before he could finish speaking, a white light appeared from under the fire. And just like that, there was a loud explosion. Around that area, smoke rose and filled the path. The smoke cleared, leaving only fragments of the previous bomb. There was a faceless person looking down from above and mumbling that this old mechanical hero was truly sinister and fortunately he was only a clone. Is the Dragon God's leg gone? Is this still a member of the arbitration organization? This is the first time the hero has injured him to that extent. The mechanical warrior probably wants to tell the Dragon God, when hey you should unite all the strength of humanity to deal with the monster. Each word resounds suggestively to the enemy. Luckily, this monster is still alive. Who can destroy it? I live in Lukang City. If I lost control, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to run away in time. Even that egg wouldn't be able to destroy this monster. There's no way. And just like that, gradually the tentacles of that octopus's antennae were gradually destroyed to the point of smoke rising up. Suddenly there was the sound of blistering footsteps. This figure could be a man. And none other than the spicy sourdough hero stepped forward and said, "How can we fight this kind of monster without my spicy sourdough superhero?" It turns out he is a hero who, although not beautiful, is his own character. He is very good. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a girl in the distance with a high ponytail, slim body, and shouted, "Including me." Standing in front and behind the two of them, there were a few people who excitedly shouted, and there was me. I also joined. I could also lend a hand. The black-haired girl wearing a yellow scarf just now was also standing holding the microphone and speaking loudly. "This is the longest night in Deer Harbor City. Mysterious power beyond perception has infiltrated this city. Great power. This will cause us serious losses and throw up our hands." She also declared, "But we have never given up hope that countless heroes will join this battle. I believe dawn will come," she said with a very serious look. "There must be something going on. What's not good?" Chi Dao Cat sat down listening and had to scratch his head. Compared to protesting, perhaps this is like going to death, but like our reporter at the scene said, there is only eternal hope. We will wait for dawn. Then there was a tall building, dark and filled with smoke. Just looking at it was so scary that no one dared to enter. Suddenly then Hao stood above the sourdough hero's people and mockingly said, "Hey, you guys plan to gather to make nutrients for monsters." The girl with the high ponytail just now heard it was reasonable, so she responded and asked him, "Do you have a better way?" Then Hao also said respectfully, "Of course, so stay away for a bit. I don't want to hurt anyone else." Having said that, then Hao used the move to suppress the windstorm ring, a very powerful spell. He used his hands to roll all the winds and storms together and told himself, "Luckily this time it was a clone, otherwise I really wouldn't have been so righteous." The girl with her hair tied up high could only stand from below, looking at him above, wondering what he wanted to do. In the sky, then Hao created a blue pedestal like ice tips and used his magic on it. There. Knowing the girl's question, the spicy sourdough hero approached her and said, "From the fight just now I can see that the injured area is not the basic cause of the monster's damage, the center of the attack. It was hidden very well. Someone must have come close to give it a fatal blow." She asked the hero in return, what was his plan to get close to him. Then Hao above heard everything, knew everything but did not pay any attention to it and kept muttering the incantation for his evil magic. He pushed his hand out and the storm exploded into a boom, causing the girl standing below to dodge as much as possible because it was too intense and too strong. Even the spicy sourdough hero needed to dodge. He tried his best to use his hand to block it just in case, but because it was too loud, he had to cry out, "Ah!" Whatever happens will happen when there is such a loud explosion. The smoke will rise and spread to the entire surrounding area without missing a single spot. Chi Dao Cat, on this side, was grumpy and uncomfortable, but still took the trouble and tried to make the cloaked girl understand, which made us never expect that the arbitration organization would stand up. A member of this arbitration organization, his legs were blown off. He could have retreated, but he still decided to rush towards the monster and join him in death. After listening, she shed tears of emotion. The dragon god thanked him for bringing light to us. Tears gradually fell, from my eyes to my chest and down to my stomach. Then comes the shirt underneath. But it fell into the hands of a man and turned into a glowing white pearl that was quite shimmering and magical. It turned out that person was Dao Ke. He held the pearl that was the girl's tears and said to himself, "From now on, you will be the new dragon god. Combined with your powers, you will still be the lord of the 2 level, a Hoa DM, the big brother of the earth, and the god of music." When Shen Hao heard what Rooster told him, he only knew, obeyed and followed, but did not dare to argue back even for half an hour. The two stood and talked against a serious backdrop of the sky shining with bright yellow sunlight. The gem stopped in the air and radiated beautiful magical light as if it contained an entire ocean. At this time, mechanical Chen Hung raised his hand to absorb the pearl. As soon as he finished absorbing it, his face darkened and he said harshly, "Humans are senseless, that is not something you can touch." Before he could react, a ray of blue light flashed through his stomach. He was suddenly stunned. How could this be possible? My armor had no wounds, but I was indeed injured. He was so far away from me, the armor's warning system did not react. Right after that, a mysterious person suddenly appeared from behind, controlling the blue light just now, mockingly saying, "As expected, the vast majority of human beings with supernatural abilities just rely on luck from magic power, just starting out." The leader cat stood from afar watching and shouted, "What's going on? The blue light, could it be that he and the monster just now are the same force?" Mechanical Chen Hung reacted, launched into the air, inexplicably shouted, "Who are you? Why did you sneak attack me?" The mysterious man slowly said, "I didn't attack, it's just that you couldn't detect my clear and direct attack, so you can only glare at me and I'll act like it. Your body is injured," he said as he tried to bend down to pick up the blue crystal. But before he could touch it, something faster suddenly passed by and took the crystal away. It turned out that the robber was Dao Ke. He picked up the object, looked at it, slowly spoke, apologized, and informed the two of them that this quintessential Tham Lam stone was the property of the Tai Quet organization. At this time, on the commentary panel, Director Cat excitedly shouted, "Tai Quet's Dao Ke has appeared. As long as he is there, he will definitely calm this matter down." On the big screen, he was standing arrogantly in midair and countless comments appeared, excited by his presence. The mysterious person stood up straight, one hand in his pocket, the other holding a knife. He calmly said, "Mr. Dao Ke, our Wenshu organization did not want to become an enemy of Tai Quet. Return it, the quintessential deep lamb. I consider that nothing has happened." In another scene, a cameraman was constantly adjusting the camera because he couldn't take pictures. He was complaining, wondering, "Sigh, why couldn't he take a picture? Was the machine broken?" Tian next to him was observing the camera in the air, then realized something was wrong and spoke up. It wasn't that the machines were broken, it was that all the machines were being disturbed by some kind of mental force. "Let's see," reported situation on the radio. Going back to the situation just now, Duang Hai and the identity of Dao Ke was falling into thought. It turned out that the organization behind Lam Sak Wak Home was called Winso. He specifically disturbed all the cameras. It seemed that he was still in trouble. I don't want to reveal it too early. There must be a bigger plot behind it. Returning to reality, Dao Ke issued a challenge. "What if I still want to become your enemy?" As soon as he finished speaking, the mysterious person suddenly appeared unexpectedly, preparing to deal a fatal blow to him. He shouted loudly, "If you want to die, this lord will fulfill it for you." However, he soon defended by activating the triple strike spirit. After activating, the knife in his hand shattered. He shouted in shock, "The spirit of Luke Tam Gyai." Seeing his strength just now, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Leading us when he broke through to the third stage 15 years ago, and was still admiring that only our Deep Blue clan had broken through to the human race's defense line. Unexpectedly, there is still humanity breaking through to the third stage." He didn't answer, but he was deep in thought. He remembered the image of Phi Phi lying unconscious in the hospital and speculated that it seemed that the blue light spot on Phi Phi's soul was definitely related to Tham. The Blue Clan absolutely cannot forgive this foreign clan. Seeing him so silent, the mysterious person continued, "Hey, that's no coincidence. I originally wanted to fight you, but I didn't expect the organization to have an urgent mission." Having finished speaking, he turned around and left, leaving behind the words, "This quintessential deep blue, just let you preserve it first. Until the next time we meet, I will get back both the original and the prophet." Of course Dao Ke wouldn't let him escape that easily. He spoke up, wanting to run away. "Obediently stay for me." Just walking a few steps, the god turned around in panic, not having time to react. From behind, he suddenly attacked his back. At this moment, he staggered back to defend. Thoughts suddenly flashed in his mind. His attacking spirit was too strong. I'm afraid Hak Tuan couldn't block several such attacks. After that, he used his superpower to block his next attack, but it was no use. Dao Ke pierced his chest. He cried out in pain, "Ha!" The mysterious person was seriously injured and said tremblingly, "You sinister person." Because he was seriously injured, he fell hard to the ground. And he nobly looked down at that loser, raised his voice, "Friend of the Tham Lam clan, congratulations on becoming a prisoner of Tai Quet." The envoy of the mysterious organization was beaten to the ground by Duang Hai's power while in the identity of Rooster. He knew he did not have enough strength to resist, so he lay still and shouted, "If you want to kill then kill, I admit defeat." Duang Hai, standing next to him, looking down at him, he said in a provocative voice, "How did you feel just now? Do you want to do it a few more times?" Duang Hai gradually brought his face closer to him, looked at him in a threatening voice and said, "As long as you obediently answer my question, I will spare your life." The envoy of the mysterious organization looked up at Duang Hai with fear. Duang Hai came closer and closer, looked at him very gloomily, and asked him in a suspicious voice, saying, "What exactly is the fake Bang Shuyan Dung in the blue medicine pill?" The messenger of the mysterious organization he was afraid of because of the pressure that Duang Hai was putting on him. That mysterious person, he trembled and replied, "Cough, it's okay to tell you about the primordial grain." Having said that, he began to tremble as he spoke. The primordial particle existed on the spiritual body of each deep blue clansman. During the initial transformation, these blue points of light would gradually change the creature's soul. He continued, the sapling's rhizome was located through the light point to the reserve soul of the clan. The stronger the soul essence, the higher the concentration of primordial seeds, and the stronger the rhizome developed. Speaking here, he hesitated for a moment and then added softly, the rhizome is strong, the body can get more power from the seedling, such as secret techniques and fighting techniques. The envoy of that mysterious organization reminded him of the box filled with eye-catching round blue pills and explained that the Deep Blue tribe was selling blue pills on a large scale, just looking for a suitable individual, transformed into the Deep Blue tribe. Then that mysterious person continued to say, of course, not all living beings can receive the shock that the rooted seedling brings. Once they fail, they will become low-level. After that, the image of the brave hero appeared in Duan Hai's mind. Only the whites of his whites were turned to stone and his body stiffened. He calmly continued, different shape, dark blue, dark blue. Hearing this, Duan Hai couldn't keep calm, so he agitatedly grabbed the collar of that mysterious person's shirt and pulled him up, shouting, after being infected with primordial particles, is there any way to cure it? Hearing that, the mysterious person somewhat sarcastically raised his voice and asked with suspicion, why do you ask this question? Could it be that in the experimental body there is someone you care about? Duan Hai was really losing his temper at this point. He wanted to hear the answer immediately, but that mysterious person looked like he didn't want to talk. He was annoyed and said loudly, whether he would say it or not. He asked while using his attack power. Spiritual force stabbed him 3 times. Because it was a passive attack that caused mental damage, his body was still intact. He took the opportunity for Duan Hai to let go and immediately stepped back laughing loudly, ha ha ha. And then right at his strange face that didn't look like a human face but looked like an infected spaceman, a ray of blue light shot out at extremely fast speed into the sky without having time to stop Duan Hai's hand. He watched the mysterious person just run away without being able to do anything. Duan Hai angrily yelled at him, damn it, let him run again. The body that the envoy of that mysterious organization flew out of was lying on the ground with strange signs. In the middle, the face where he flew out was smoking. The surrounding areas also had strange signs of evaporation. Seeing that, Duan Hai couldn't help but stand in shock and look at his changing body. Mechanical Chen Hung stood from above and looked down, but he didn't expect it and opened his eyes wide, forgetting to breathe to see the strange scene taking place. Then when the smoke gradually faded, the body of a completely different girl appeared. To the surprise of Duan Hai and Mechanical Chen Hung, one of them said loudly in surprise, she is Manager O Duang, the one who manages the chapter of the Hero Association in Lugang City. Duan Hai looked at the manager who was lying motionless and said seriously, it seems that the original organizational power has penetrated the Hero Association. Mechanized Chen Hung heard that. He also looked at Duan Hai with a serious face and frowned a bit and replied, regarding the matter of the manager of the Hero Association being killed, I will help the judge testify, as if repaying the debt of gratitude first. This injured them long. When Duan Hai heard him say that, he couldn't help but feel annoyed and said loudly, do you know what it means to cultivate a 4-system ability? Just a few words from you seem to be passing by. He stared at her with a serious face and said, it seems that the primordial organizational power has infiltrated the Hero Association. When he heard Duan Hai's request, his face darkened and he raised one side of his mouth to answer, letting Lu Win inherit the company is fine, but its strength must at least reach A level, if no, it won't convince anyone. As if he was just waiting to hear that, Duan Hai immediately summoned a pedestal under his feet to lift him up. He stood with his back to mechanized Chen Hung. Then he slowly said, then let's decide like this, wait until Lu Win becomes A-level hero, the day he officially took over the Kunlun company. After saying that, he immediately controlled the platform under his feet and rushed forward at a very fast speed with thoughts full of thoughts in his head. Duan Hai stood on the surfing platform for a while, then behind him there was a figure rushing towards Duan Hai at an amazing speed that could still keep up with his speed in the sky. He was not surprised and said, you go handle Blanche's matter, I have to go to the hospital immediately. The guy standing right behind him replied, okay. Then that guy immediately left. Duan Hai continued to move forward quickly as he walked, thinking, when Bang Shuyan Dung Fake died, creating a very special wave, I kept feeling like something was wrong, must quickly confirm Fai's situation. In the middle of the blue sky, large and small clouds alternately flew across the sky. Duan Hai stood on a pedestal with thoughtful thoughts in his mind, gliding across the high-rise buildings along the sky, unable to help but ponder many things. At the mechanized war hero's side, he now stood with his arms crossed, his back turned to the hero bok chua spicy, Lu Win and the girl with brown hair. He pondered and then spoke. The identity of the dead man was probably everyone's. I know, he is the manager of the Hero Association, O Duang Yan. Then he turned back with a serious expression and continued, currently, he is a spy for some mysterious organization, and is also the guy behind the mutated ice crossy dung. After speaking, mechanized war hero, he stopped for a moment to think and continued, so when the Hero Association interrogates, I hope you can answer honestly. Hero of spicy and sourdough listened. He placed one hand on his hip and the other hand out with an obvious look and replied, this is natural. The brown-haired girl next to him crossed her arms over her chest and turned her face away and said in annoyance, if there's nothing else, we'll go first. After saying that, seeing that there was nothing more to say, the three of them turned their backs to leave. Lu Win walked away. Finally, Mechanical Chen Hung called him back and said, Win, come here. Lu Win heard him calling and turned around and walked towards him, his face clearly showing discomfort with his hands down his pants, grumbling and saying, what's going on? As soon as he walked to Mechanical Chen Hung, he immediately placed a hand on Lu Win's shoulder with a rather triumphant expression and said, Win, Dad and Dao Ke made a deal. Then he looked up at Lu Win, who was standing still, his hand still on his shoulder, and continued, as long as Dad lets you become Kunlun's heir, he will provide you with A-level superpower medicine. Then he raised his hand and gently patted Lu Win's head fondly and said, you rotten boy, take advantage of this opportunity, while Lu Win clenched his hands in discomfort and replied, didn't he say the company would let Ma Long after inheriting, suddenly change your mind, hurting our brotherly relationship? Having finished speaking, Lu Win stepped back and shook Mechanical Chen Hung's hand from his head, then he turned his face to the other direction and thought to himself, moreover, my goal is to be the star of the court, inheriting the will of the dragon. Thinking for a moment, he pouted and turned his head to look at him and said poutingly, Dad raised me, arranged a bright future for me, and Dad made me take over the cafeteria in the house. Suddenly, Lu Win clenched his fists, not knowing if he was angry or determined. He said loudly, this is not to upset someone else. Mechanized Chen Hung has been working hard from the beginning until now. Then he secretly said, Dao Ke, your agency is the key blood, and you underestimate the bondage between us father and son. After resting, he couldn't help but feel moved and rushed forward to hug Lu Win tightly and happily said, rotten boy, when you touch him you've grown up. Lu Win saw this and shouted in surprise, let him go. How old are you? Sad, I could vomit to death. On the street, outside at this time, a girl with orange hair was sitting with her back against the wall, looking very tired on her face and her body had small wounds everywhere. She was still holding a sword next to her. Suddenly a hand wearing a black glove reached out towards the girl very gently without any killing intent. It was the guy who listened to Duang Hai's command just now. He extended his hand towards her and kindly asked, could she stand up? Even though he asked like that, his hand still extended to show help. That girl saw him coming. She trembled, picked up the sword next to her and leaned on the ground, her voice stammering with each tremor. She said, I can do it myself, she said. Then she leaned on the sword and slowly stood up. But before she could stand for more than 3 seconds, she immediately sat down because she didn't have enough strength. Seeing that the girl was stubborn, he had to say helplessly, stop being reluctant. Then she sat on the floor with tears in her eyes. She raised her hands to cover her crying face and choked out, sorry, because of me, then Long died in battle. Hearing the girl cry and say that, he couldn't help but feel sorry for her and raised his hand to gently pat her head to comfort her. It has nothing to do with you, let's go, the organization sent me to make arrangements for you. Having said that, he once again reached out his hand, but this time the girl reached up to hold his hand and shyly said, okay, I will follow everyone's arrangement. At the hospital, outside, Duang Hai was standing on a pedestal looking down at the hospital from above. He saw that the hospital was surrounded by a layer of something and then he put one hand on it and thought, the hospital is indeed has dynamic energy. The hospital's floor was covered by a blue light curtain, which surrounded the entire hospital as a campus without leaving a single corner. After that, Duang Hai walked into the hospital corridor. He couldn't help but feel a little surprised and said, there was no one there. Then suddenly, opposite Duang Hai, a large blue circular gate appeared, making him a little startled. Then from inside a foreign object that looked like a devil with a long tongue, sharp teeth, no hair and strange blue skin, it rushed out while making plaintive cries, ah ah ah. Seeing that the situation was impossible, Duang Hai immediately stepped back and panicked, saying, it's dangerous. The wave just now caused the victim of the convenience store incident to suddenly turn into a different dark blue shape. Suddenly as he was backing away, a hand gently placed his shoulder on his shoulder from behind. Duong Hai was startled and turned around. A green-skinned monster was running towards him from behind. It opened its mouth and stretched its arms forward, shouting loudly, "Swallow you, ah!" In the hospital corridor, although it was daytime, it was extremely dark inside. The door opened, causing the smoke inside to gradually diffuse outwards, and more primitive mutants arrived one after another. Winter. Faced with that terrifying and gloomy scene, Dao Ke did not panic, but on the contrary, he calmly held the mutated man's hand on his shoulder. Then he grabbed its hand tightly, used a strong force to throw it up. He threw the mutant over his shoulder with just one hand. Its whole body hit the floor hard, creating a loud echo. Before it could calm down after the impact, Dao Ke sat down, his elbow raised and his fist ready to gain momentum. Dao Ke put all his strength into that fist. He punched the mutant in the stomach, causing it to arch its body up, and suddenly it vomited all the blood out, just like that, and died. Inside the hallway, Dao Ke took out his sword and used the fastest speed to glide through that group of mutated people. He quickly disappeared, leaving an afterimage behind, and before the mutated people could do anything, they all fell down. Dao Ke looked back at the corpses lying in the hallway. He didn't see his sister there, so he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Luckily there was no Phi Phi inside. Maybe Phi Phi had not mutated yet." Continuing to look for his sister, when he was almost to her hospital room, Dao Ke saw a hallway camera coming. Worried that the incident would be revealed, he threw an arrow and broke the lens. He listened to see if there was any movement inside, then he carefully and gently opened the door handle to enter. Inside the room was his sister floating in the air. Her whole body was still unconscious and not moving, but next to her were condensed primordial particles also floating. Phi Phi's body is almost transparent. Her weak body is painfully fighting against the mutated power inside. Her constantly beating heart is emitting a green aura to resist the intrusion of primordial particles. Seeing the scene of his sister struggling in pain, Dao Ke stood to one side heartbroken, thinking about a solution. He thought in his heart, Phi Phi has mutated, but the original particles are only condensed on one side of the body, but there is also another, beside. At this time, Phi Phi's whole body was shaking more and more. She was trying her best to struggle. Her eyes had gradually turned to the blue color of mutants, but the other half of her body was still normal. Dao, according to further estimates, Phi Phi's will holds half of her body. It seemed that Phi Phi had succeeded in her struggle. The surrounding light gradually disappeared. The original particles were no longer visible. Her appearance had stopped fading and became a normal person, but then she cried out in pain, "Ah!" The floating state ended. Her whole body fell onto the hospital bed with a loud thud. Her blonde hair had gradually turned back to its original black color. The girl was lying in pain, hugging her body into a ball. Her hospital clothes after the torment had become disarrayed and crumpled. Seeing his sister escape the mutated energy, Dao Ke quickly ran to her side, reached out his hand to see if she was still breathing, then quickly called out, "Phi Phi." Hearing someone calling her, the girl slowly opened her eyes. Her tired face tried to look up. Two different colored eyes gradually appeared. One was the original green and the other was blue, of pristine seeds. Suddenly a gust of wind appeared in the air. Since when did Phi Phi pull out the hammer that condensed the word from its primal power? Now that blade was placed next to Dao Ke's neck, the little girl cautiously asked, "Who are you?" Faced with her doubts, Dao Ke panicked and explained to his sister that, "Phi Phi, I am your brother," but she did not believe it, so she replied, saying, "Nonsense, my brother's voice is not like that." Faced with his sister's doubts, Duong Hai raised his hands in the air, hastily turned off his disguise skill to change back to his original appearance. He continued to explain, but forgot to turn back. "Is that okay?" But that made her even more suspicious, her sharp eyes threatening. She said, "My brother doesn't know how to transform. Who exactly are you?" In the end, Duong Hai had to evoke the two brothers' shared memories. He reluctantly said that on his 7th birthday, he wet the bed because he didn't let his parents find out that he had tricked him into sleeping with them and then falsely accused him. Consider him a bedwetter. Hearing her embarrassing story as a child, Phi Phi realized that the person in front of her was indeed her brother. She obediently sat kneeling on the hospital bed and asked him, why did he suddenly transform? Afraid of someone coming, Duong Hai did not dare to stay too long. He quickly grabbed Phi Phi's wrist and led her out of here. Then he replied, "I have to take you out of here first. On the way there will be, please explain to me." After leaving the hospital, Duong Hai took her sister back to her apartment, while Phi Phi was taking a shower in the bathroom. Inside the kitchen, Lam Nai Tuat was busy arranging food on the table, watching the beautiful girl wearing an apron cook like a talented wife taking care of the housework. Wherever they came from, Duong Hai quickly hugged Nai Tuyat's slim waist from behind. Both of them blushed and looked at each other passionately. He lovingly asked her, had he prepared so many dishes? Not letting Duong Hai prevail for too long, Nai Tuat turned around, both hands placed on Duong Hai's shoulders. She leaned closer to him and answered, Fai waking up like a miracle, of course we must congratulate her, already. She continued to coo at Duong Hai, her slightly sad eyes expressed her inner feelings. Do you know that this time I went out to work, feeling the power of the person in front of me that I don't know how small it is. Following the flow of emotions, Nai Tuat's eyes sparkled even more. She hesitantly recounted that even a strong person like Then Long would. From sadness, that girl gradually turned it into motivation. Her eyes were no longer filled with tears but instead confidently looked straight at Duong Hai. She spoke all the words in her heart, so she had to learn how to cherish the people she loves. Love. After confiding everything in their hearts to Duong Hai, the two stood looking at each other passionately, his hand placed on her waist and her hand placed on his chest. The surrounding atmosphere gradually became hot and romantic. Then, following the rising emotions within the two of them, their blushing faces gradually came closer together, their lips slightly pouting, preparing for a passionate kiss. Before their lips could touch, something jumped in and ruined it. Duong Hai's face was filled with regret, but Fai, unaware of what was going on, stood inside and asked loudly, Is lunch over yet? Have you finished bathing? Hearing Fai's question, Nai Tuat was no longer in the mood to kiss. She was startled and quickly pushed Duong Hai away, causing him to regain consciousness and then replied to her sister, finishing immediately. On today's lunch table, 3 bowls of rice were neatly arranged, 4 salty dishes and 1 soup were arranged like a restaurant. Every dish looked delicious. Looking at the delicious dishes on the table personally cooked by Nai Tuat, Fai couldn't hold back her happiness and happily swayed her body. She humorously said, Yeah, all are my favorite dishes. Nai Tuat, love older sister. After dancing, she tied her hair into a bun and went to the table to eat. First, she picked up the chicken thigh with the silky, cockroach-colored sauce on the outside and took a bite. She didn't forget to say, I won't be polite anymore. Duong Hai sat on one side, watching the scene of a family of 3 eating lunch in harmony. Her sister sitting next to her was deliciously munching on chicken thighs, and her lover was sitting opposite her, looking affectionately. He felt the family atmosphere and couldn't help but raise his chin happily and say, as long as the person he loves doesn't have to worry, he can accept any price. After finishing eating and drinking, the 2 Duong Hai brothers went into the room to answer Fai's previous question. Fai sat on the bed and asked worriedly, Brother, didn't you really tell your parents about me waking up? Duong Hai sat across from her with a gloomy face and said with a helpless expression, No, the Hero Association is investigating the hospital's mutation. At this time you should be in a dead state. Then he continued to think, unconsciously clasping his hands together and continuing to speak, the more they know, the more dangerous it will be, including his matter. Don't tell Ems, Nai Tuat. It seemed that Fai could understand the huge burden in Duong Hai's heart. She also happily replied, I know, but in the future, don't bear it alone anymore, let me help you. But the feelings in Duong Hai's heart are still there. Looking at his understanding sister, he regretfully said that he blamed him for not protecting her well and causing her to now become half a person of another world. But Fai is still so optimistic. She innocently replied, It's okay, on the contrary, I have some more knowledge in my head. For example, this one can directly attack the spirit body. Just after speaking, she immediately raised the mallet made from primordial strength. Then Fai picked up Duong Hai's hand, gently held it, her affectionate eyes clearly showed trust. She gently said, Please use the puppet to control me. From her confident and resilient appearance, Fai's slightly shy face said, Don't look at me now, but I'm really afraid of being controlled by the Deep Blue clan. Faced with Fai's trust in him, Duong Hai no longer blamed himself. He regained his confidence, began to act like the eldest brother. He said, Well, but your physical condition is special. I have to upgrade the control puppet to S level. He summoned the power control bead. The S-grade bead no longer had a bright color but was only pure white, but it showed a brilliant aura just like a large crystal. The information bead appears. Superpowers, puppet control, introduction. S-level targets can perform black magic. For below A-level, including A-level, the target can be brainwashed. Get the absolute goal of 30 years. Every day the spiritual power descends LM in each puppet's body will accumulate 6 hours. Evaluation, S-level. Finally you have done it. Duong Hai transmitted a piece of the superpower's energy into Fai's head. Her eyes gradually became lifeless. This was a sign that the control puppet had successfully penetrated and controlled her body. The remaining piece of pearl was put into his body by Duong Hai. He tried to connect with his consciousness in Fai's body. He gradually felt it, but something made him sigh in his heart. This feeling was not the same as before. Inside his sea of consciousness, a whirlwind of mental power appeared, while the energy source gently fluctuated around. A question rang out: what is the end point of the meaning and rules? In the center of that tornado, a young shoot slowly grew into a small tree. The voice continued to sound: what I saw, could it be true? Duan Hai slowly walked into the center of the vortex where a young tree was growing day by day. Inside, he heard a voice that didn't know where it was coming from. How should he pass? It became more and more difficult to understand, so he asked, loud, who's talking? Suddenly the surrounding ground sank. Duan Hai's whole body slowly sank into that mental sand. Unable to cope with the quicksand, Duan Hai was swept to the ground. He quickly reached up to ask for help, but no one could hear. The mysterious voice continued to ring out. Right is a discouraging discovery. After being buried, his soul returned to his body, and at the same time that pain also followed him to reality. That pain made his heart ache. His whole body trembled slightly. After luckily escaping the accident, Duan Hai could not recover immediately. He still remembered that painful feeling and felt dizzy with exclamation. His mental strength was almost crushed. Fai Fai's worried face raised her hand to touch Duan Hai's face and eagerly asked him, are you okay? At this moment, Duan Hai seemed to have something very serious to say to Fai Fai. He held Fai Fai's hand and said with a serious look, the puppet's control had been completed. Next, he had an important task to assign, for you. Nai Tuat walked in and interrupted the conversation of the two Duan Hai brothers with a plate of fruit in her hand, and she gently said, let's eat some fruit. Duan Hai turned to look at Nai Tuat with eyes full of love. He also happily answered her, yes. Duan Hai and Nai Tuat went out to the dining table and ate fruit together. In front of Nai Tuat, there was a computer and it seemed like she was busy doing something, so Duan Hai, sitting opposite, immediately asked, what are you doing? Nai Tuat's eyes still stared intently at the computer and her mouth quickly answered Duan Hai's question. Last time her performance was not bad. The station gave her a new program. Duan Hai heard that Nai Tuat was preparing to receive a new program and was extremely worried and asked her if it was as dangerous as last time. When Nai Tuat saw Duan Hai's face becoming tense with her work, she smiled and reassured him, no, this time I will be in charge of explaining. Duan Hai suddenly stood up and walked behind Nai Tuat. He picked up her hand and put a blue magic pill on her hand, making her extremely touched. Nai Tuat's face suddenly turned red. That special ability is Tan Sa Chains. Special ability, Tan Sa Chains. Introduction: the chains can automatically protect the owner. When the owner is in danger, can turn into a large green snake, attack the enemy, evaluate, rank B. Why is it a chain, not a chain? The outdoor scene at this time is extremely blue and beautiful with white clouds floating. The scene changes to a hot water area surrounded by dim steam rising from the hot water, surrounded by rocks, and in the distance are hidden mountains. In that hot bath there were 3 girls enjoying the hot water, 1 girl with orange blonde hair, 1 girl with red-orange hair and 1 girl with purple-pink hair. The blonde girl looked more serious and mature. The girl with pink buns on both sides looked at the orange blonde-haired girl and said, Miss Blanche, this hot spring has healing effects and can help your wounds heal faster. Hearing that, Blanche immediately took a sip of water, and it seemed like that was something she also learned through the pink-haired girl's words. She looked at the water in her hand and said, is that so? After soaking for a while, Blanche stood up, turned around and told the other 2 girls that the organization was looking for me to do something. You 2 should soak first, I would be a little rude. Blanche went ashore to lie on a purple carpet and thought about the mission assigned by the organization, and what mission it was. Tian with red-orange hair immediately stood up and couldn't help but admire Blanche, as expected of a senior who joined the organization early, and at the same time completed the ambush mission excellently. The scene is again transferred to an extremely splendid space, Van Din Tien Kung with huge yellow citadels. In the middle are 12 green and gold pillars placed in an arc. In front of the pillars is the image of a curiosity. Duan Hai is a person standing on a pillar. He stands high with a mask on his face and he assigns tasks to someone. Have you heard of the 4 Great Seas? The organization is preparing to send you to the 4 Great Seas. Dai Hai Vuk investigates the affairs of the Deep Lam clan. Duan Hai continues with a gift that Blanche will receive if she completes the task. If she passes this challenge, she will have the opportunity to become 28 stars of Tai Quet. Blanche was now respectfully kneeling down to accept the assigned task, and she said, I agree to accept the trial and go to the 4 Great Seas. Duan Hai behind the mask looked at Blanche and thought, the trick was successful. Tai Quet's small scouting squad finally had a strong member. Duan Hai raised her hand to signal to Blanche that she could go home and told her, okay, go back to the Tian family to take care of your body. Blanche immediately stood up, bowed to Duan Hai and answered him, yes. A new scene opens that is a strange land. There is a blue-haired girl with those ears standing in front of a yellow light that looks like someone is coming through space. That girl is Fai Fai, Duong Hai's younger sister, and Duong Hai is also the one who just teleported in. The two brothers are both wearing masks to hide their faces. Fai Fai asked her brother, "Can I talk?" "No." Duong Hai replied, "Yes, yes." When Fai Fai received his agreement, she suddenly shouted with joy, "Old brother, that's Blanche from the management company Round Table Nights. I really like her. Can you get her autograph for me? Is that okay?" On one side, Duong Hai stood with his arms crossed, listening to every word Fai Fai said, and he responded to her words, "I said just now, why didn't you say anything? So you met an idol." Duong Hai placed his hand on Fai Fai's shoulder, an action that served as a reminder of her current status. He added, "Fai Fai, in the future you will be Rabbit Rabbit, you must try to act well, don't let others see loopholes." Fai Fai, after hearing Duong Hai's instructions, immediately responded with a very receptive tone to what he said, "That's right, from now on you and Blanche will be colleagues." Suddenly, Fai Fai raised her tone and it seemed she misunderstood Duong Hai's meaning as her goal was different from what he thought. She spoke with a very determined voice, her chances of getting a signature would be greater. Duong Hai looked at his sister who had a goal beyond his expectations and was extremely worried. Sweat flowed even though he was wearing a mask. He thought dejectedly, "No, the point lies in the sentence behind, but..." Next, Mao Rabbit turned to Duong Hai and asked him, "Brother, what are your next plans?" At this time, in Duong Hai's mind, images and tasks of each person appeared. He quickly followed Mao Rabbit's words that he had already arranged the connection between the company that manages the Round Table Night Hero and Tham Lam. The clan sends superheroes Bok Chua Spicy and Lu Win to investigate. Then there was the image of a seductive Blanche in a low-cut white dress. Duong Hai continued, sending Blanche to explore the 4 major sea areas. Finally, there is the image of the boy Deep Pham with sharp eyes and full of temperament. Duong Hai continued to say that Deep Pham needs to enter the high-level hero association, become a pawn buried in decision. After finishing speaking, Duong Hai told Mao Rabbit that, speaking of which, he had to visit an old friend. Scene changed to evening at the park. At this time, Deep Pham was sitting on the bench unscrewing a water bottle. His face seemed very sullen and sad. Suddenly, Duong Hai in the rooster costume suddenly stood behind him and asked if he was tired recently. "If he's tired, it's okay to rest for a bit," and the boy Deep Pham suddenly appeared because of the rooster. I was a bit startled. Hearing that, Deep Pham also turned towards Duong Hai and smiled and said to him, "The leader, long time no see." Dao Ke also put his hand on Deep Pham's shoulder and asked, "What is his current strength?" Deep Pham didn't seem very happy when he heard that. He sadly looked away and said, "I still can't bring out the full strength of my ability to train. Now I have an urgent physical quality, 7 times that of normal people." Hearing Deep Pham say that, Dao Ke was extremely surprised. He told him that it was 7 times better than that. 10 times the physical quality of a normal person is standard A-level combat power. After that, Dao Jia turned back and satisfied Deep Pham that he had done very well. He would become the highest-rated new student of this course's global supernatural conference. Hearing that, Deep Pham seemed very determined. He clenched his fist and raised it and said to Duong Hai in a strong voice full of determination, "I will definitely give all my strength for the organization." Hearing Deep Pham say that, Dao Ke also raised his hand to signal for him to stop talking. After finishing, Dao Ke also turned his head to the side and told little Deep Pham that there is danger near this place. Now I will use the control skill on him, and when necessary, I will take over his body. When Deep Pham heard Dao Ke say that, he did not object but bent down, closed his eyes and politely told him, "Yes." Immediately after that, Dao Ke also started using the ability to control puppets on Deep Pham's body to take control of his body. The message board displayed the words, "Control Puppet." At this moment, a blonde girl wearing a pink hat appeared and slid on the ground, emitting smoke. In front of the girl were 2 tall men. One was white with long blue hair covering one eye. The other was an extremely tall and fierce black man, with 2 pairs of horns on his head, looking very scary. At this time the blue-haired man spoke up and threatened the blonde girl, saying that the rotten girl who worries about money and sabotages the business of the Hoa Van Sa organization, we will not forgive you. When the blonde girl heard him say that, she was not afraid or worried at all, but instead denounced him. She angrily spoke loudly, "Looting ordinary people's assets is also called business code. Your organization's money is violating the law." As soon as the blonde girl finished speaking, they attacked by throwing a black object that flew straight towards the girl quickly. Seeing that, the blonde girl quickly moved aside to avoid that object with a face of surprise and panic. Then, not to be at a disadvantage, the blonde girl quickly counterattacked them. She jumped high and used her sword to cut off the horns of the tall black man with the horns, so that he could not catch them, shaped the situation which was extremely surprising. Quickly, a hole was punctured in one side of the black man's horn. He was bewildered and looked at the girl with wide eyes. The blonde girl not only slashed with a normal sword, but it also contained purple poison, causing the black man to quickly get poisoned and bleed from the purple substance from his nose. He was extremely panicked at this time, and was so scared that he started sweating and then angrily asked the girl, "You used poison?" He was still panicking because he was poisoned when he suddenly stepped on something on the road that looked like a mine. So in the next second, a loud explosion rang out at the place where the horned man had been standing, causing the ground to shake violently. As for his blue-haired teammate, he was thrown away but was not injured. He closed his eyes and covered his face, saying, "Ah." Then, before he could calm down, a fiery sword tip appeared behind him and flew towards him. He also realized the danger and opened his eyes wide and glanced back. Next, he quickly bent his body back to dodge that sword with a panicked face. After dodging the sword, he lost his balance and fell on his butt, then looked at the girl in fear. He said loudly, "What kind of power do you have? Why did it appear on you?" Many strange things like that. Seeing that, the blonde girl stood up straight and looked at him. She had one hand on her hip, the other hand was carrying a gun on her shoulder, then smiled smugly and said to the blue-haired guy, "Guess what? If you guess, I will tell you." The blue-haired guy heard the girl say that and was extremely bitter. He looked at her angrily and shouted, "I will risk it with you." At this moment, his whole body was emitting purple-black smoke that looked very mysterious. Before he could do anything, he glanced and suddenly saw someone's white shoe fly close to his face. At this time, before he could fully grasp what was about to happen, Deep Fom flew in and kicked the green-haired man in the face in front of the blonde girl, making her extremely surprised. After that, Deep Fom looked at the blonde girl and told her, "Beautiful girl, if you explode again, you will be ruined here." Then he continued, 5 days later there will be a selection match here, Yenkin University. Hearing that, the blonde girl looked at Deep Fom and said, "You can easily suppress people with C-level abilities. It seems that your strength is at least above B-level." Next, the girl took off her hat and introduced herself to Deep Fom. She smiled at him and said, "My name is Honku, maybe we can meet at the selection match. Until then, can cooperate a little." After that, Deep Fom and the blonde girl shook hands. Deep Fom looked at the girl and said, "Okay, if 5 days later we are in the same group." While shaking hands, Deep Fom suddenly discovered something and stared straight ahead. It turned out that Honku used his strength to hold Deep Fom's hand tightly while holding hands with him. The girl's hand also trembled. After that, Honku also smiled widely at Deep Fom and said, "Marshall little brother, do you want to go out for dinner?" The first time he heard an invitation to eat like that from a beautiful girl, teenage Deep Fom was also extremely confused and had to ask for the opinion of Dao Ke, who was temporarily residing inside his body, and asked, "You, the leader, how should you answer her?" Hearing that, Dao Ke said, "Don't be confused, look at me." Next, Dao Ke controlled Deep Fom's body, raised one hand to his mouth and clenched it, then turned to face the other direction and said, "Cough cough, I still have some business at home, I have to go home first." Having said that, Deep Fom quickly withdrew his hand from Honku's holding hand. This also made Honku confused, looking forward in bewilderment, not knowing what to say. Deep Fom didn't say anything after that, but directly closed his eyes and turned to walk away, leaving Honku standing there alone. At this time, Dao Ke residing in Deep Fom's body spoke up to remind him, "Have you learned yet? Absolutely do not let a girl cling to you. Your sister is already a lot of trouble, you don't have the strength to deal with another girl." Deep Fom also replied to him, "I have learned, thank you leader." As for Honku, seeing this, she felt extremely interested in this interesting guy Deep Fom. She looked in the direction he had just gone and smiled happily. It seems this selection match will not be boring. Today on Van High Street is a beautiful day, blue sky, white clouds, golden sunshine. At this time, there were many people on the street, whose 2 supercars looked very nice. An extremely beautiful purple-haired girl was speaking. She raised one hand to greet the audience through a microphone and then began to introduce herself. "Hello everyone, I am the narrator Nabi." After that, Nabi turned to Lam Naituit who was sitting next to her, smiled, reached out to Naituit and told the audience that my new collaborator is Naituit, the MC with extremely high popularity recently and on the internet. Lam Naituit here heard this and happily said hello to the audience. "Hello everyone, I am Lam Naituit." Next, Nabi started doing her narration task. She told the audience that next I will tell everyone about the selection match of new students of Yenkin University's hero system this time. The rules of this time. The rules are very simple. Within the allotted time, they must pass the prescribed routes, and do not restrict candidates from using them in any way. Having finished speaking, Nabi closed one eye, then smiled and continued to tell the audience, is it really that simple? The answer is no. Then she continued, let's see if the school will set up obstacles and what kind of trap. Scene changes to where the contestants are preparing to compete. At this time, Deep Fam was being shouldered by a tall man with orange hair, wearing racing glasses on his head, and he told him that his brother did not bring any tools to hand over. You're also a person with the ability to strengthen your body, right? Why don't you wear goggles to protect your eyes from the wind? Hearing what he said, Deep Fam replied that I was not considered an enhanced body system. My speed was okay, but not enough to need eye protection. Hearing Deep Fam say that, he smiled widely and said, hee, it's okay, if you don't bring anything to the exam, a miracle will happen. After that, the orange-haired boy continued to put his arm around Deep Fam's shoulder and said, have you heard? The S-level Soul Weapon Person 2 Kim Ban Long Khan, A-level La Kwang and the Hero 2 Duk were also invited this time. The two of them were talking intently on this side, not knowing that in the distance behind them was the silhouette of a girl standing and watching. Suddenly, that girl suddenly called out, hey, Deep Fam. When he heard the girl's call, both of them stopped talking and were bewildered together. Turning back to the caller, it turned out to be the beautiful girl Honku. Today she was wearing a pink tracksuit that hugged her body and looked extremely seductive. She clasped her hands behind her back and spoke to Deep Fam. Seeing each other again, it seems we have been assigned to the same group. After that, Honku came closer to Deep Fam and said, last time he promised to help each other. Today he can't go back on his word, because the distance with Honku is too close. Deep Fam suddenly blushed, embarrassed. He turned away and answered, The two of them were talking when suddenly the orange-haired boy from before suddenly came and interrupted and stood between the two of them, causing them both to suddenly dodge to the sides. He crossed his arms over his chest and winked, looking at Honku and grinning. He told Honku that, classmate, I have a speed-type ability. Even if I take you along to run, I can easily test it. When Honku heard the orange-haired boy say that, her expression was not at all interested. She turned around directly, put her hands on her hips and said to him in a cold tone mixed with a bit of hate, a muscle-enhancing system guy, if you want to flirt with me on the street, stay away. Hearing Honku's hateful words towards him, the orange-haired boy felt extremely hurt. He looked at Honku with tears rolling down his cheeks and was helpless to speak words, and Deep Fam standing next to him saw that and stared at him without knowing how to comfort him. A moment later, on the street, the contestants are sitting in their supercars preparing for the competition. There are many people surrounding the competition to watch. Then, there are voices, rang out from the host of the race, inviting the contestants to prepare, starting the countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2. At this time, Deep Fam was also sitting in his supercar preparing for the race. His face became extremely serious as he prepared to start. His sharp eyes were filled with enthusiasm. At this time the sound of people counting was heard. The host counts to 1. Next, the gunfire began, ringing loudly, signaling that the race had officially begun. The sound of soaring high into the sky attracted the attention of the boys standing below. The rockets launched straight into the sky, leaving only a wisp of smoke below, making the scene here flutter with white smoke. He looked up in bewilderment as those manned missiles flew through the clouds. A man piloting a rocket in the air turned his head back and looked down at the ground with a fierce expression. He said with some contempt that it was naive to rely on his feet to fly into the sky. In fact, he was not focused on flying in the sky but instead looked down and uttered those contemptuous words, not knowing what consequences he would receive for that action. As soon as he finished speaking, from afar a white duck rushed forward and kicked him right on the back. The big, strong duck spread its wings wide as if it was gaining momentum to prepare for the next kick. The duck also had a piece of meat in its beak. The small tree looked like a cigarette made for it. The white duck's eyes were as bright as stars as it kicked hard at the man, making him extremely panicked. Before the man could move back and forth to determine what had just kicked him hard on the back, the large white duck repeatedly used its thick and sharp beak to peck at the man, causing him pain. Unable to fight back, the man could only cover his head and shout, "Hey, what's going on?" The man now had to pay the price for what he had done before. That big white duck is called the high-power duck. They are as strong as a true warrior with a thick, sharp beak and big, strong feet. They can attack anyone at any time. Is an extremely powerful duck and its cry also made the man scared, quacking, quacking. On this side, the narrator Nabi continued to host the program. With what had just happened, she leisurely commented that if they could travel in the air like that, everyone would be able to buy a plane. That's true, as the voiceover said, flying in the air is not an easy task. That man was too reckless and arrogant, leading to an unpredictable outcome. After speaking, the narrator glanced at the woman standing next to her. The narrator saw the expression on that person's face and felt that she must have some knowledge about those ducks. The voiceover smiled gently and asked directly, Nai, do you recognize these geese? Lam Nai too had heard that question, but she didn't look at the narrator, but instead looked intently at the white duck with interest, and in response to the question, it was probably a black envoy, a B-level summoning hero. Lam Nai too confidently answered. At this moment she had the appearance of a beautiful, intelligent woman with extensive knowledge. Suddenly the woman's voiceover shouted, the squad after falling became the leader and became a super fast runner. She screamed in surprise, her eyes opened wide, her eyebrows furrowed. He looked very surprised at what he had just seen. On the road, a red racing car was running so fast that it seemed to tear the wind, rushing straight forward without any hesitation. The racing car sped away, leaving behind it a thick cloud of smoke, covering the entire road. The driver sitting in the car happily said, "It's true, it would be great if all future exams were racing." It seemed like this speed as fast as light made him excited. On the road ahead, there was a manager with roadblocks signaling the other racing cars to stop, but those cars did not stop but just kept rushing forward. Two green and red racing cars, running side by side as if racing to see which car would take first place. The two cars drove so fast that the entire road was filled with white smoke emitted by the car's engine. The owners of the two cars were driving without paying attention to the obstacle in front, but they were both talking and joking. The boy with short brown hair turned to the side and joked with the owner of the red car. "Hey, did you write a card?" The guy sitting in the red car with a serious face and yellow hair responded to the other person's words. "Yes, on the rules only before the top 100 arrive. Not writing cannot violate traffic rules." The black car suddenly sped up and rushed forward, not paying attention to the signal to stop in front. The wheels squeaked on the road without any signs of stopping. The manager had regained his composure. With a stern expression, he stood straight, one hand out in front as a stop signal, the other hand holding the whistle, bringing it to his mouth and blowing loudly. Suddenly, a thick cloud of smoke rushed out, obscuring the vision of the black racing car driver, causing the young man to suddenly exclaim, "Oh!" Then the car braked suddenly and was gradually surrounded by that white smoke. The racing cars stopped and the people in the cars got out and lined up in a horizontal line. Everyone's faces were bowed to the ground as if realizing their mistake. The manager standing in front of them shouted angrily, heroically obeying, "The mission is to save people, but on the way to carry out the mission, we cannot violate the rules and cause others to be injured." Those who were scolded admit their mistakes and apologize. In the distance, a person appeared jogging at a very fast speed. It turned out to be a guy with a speed-type ability. True to his name, he moved very fast. He ran past people standing. There he turned around with an arrogant expression and laughed loudly. "Ha ha, I knew there must be a trap for you guys to arbitrarily use transportation tools." He was so engrossed in looking back that this superpowered guy didn't know that in front of him was an old man whose eyes could no longer see clearly. When the speedy guy turned to face forward, he was extremely surprised. When he saw the old man right in front of him, this guy with special abilities only realized in time that he couldn't avoid the collision that was about to happen. Because he was moving at a very fast speed, he did not have time to stop and hit the old man. The impact was quite strong, causing both of them to fall backwards. The old man was suddenly hit and fell, unable to respond in time. Coupled with his old age and weakness, he fell to the ground and hit his head. His nose bled non-stop, his whole body ached, forcing him to close his eyes, frowning in pain. The other guy promptly used his hands to support himself behind him to prevent himself from falling onto the street. Because of the strong collision with the old man, his nose also bled a little. He was surprised by the previous incident. The old man was lying on the opposite side, suffering pain and suffering. Without looking into his eyes, he exclaimed, "How could this person be seriously injured?" The people around left one by one. The purple-haired guy said, "This kid bumped into me. It has nothing to do with us. Let's go quickly." The purple-haired guy left first and didn't seem to care about this at all. But the black-haired boy accompanying him was worried about the old man. He said, "But he seemed to be seriously injured. He should be taken to the hospital." The speed-type person heard what the black-haired boy said, looked at that person's back, remained silent and thought for a long time. Perhaps he was also thinking about taking the old man to the hospital, but he was also skeptical as to how he could be injured so seriously. He put one hand on the street and lifted his upper body up. With the other hand, he pointed at the guy who made him fall. He shouted loudly. He bumped into an old person and still wanted to run. He wanted to become a hero and run away from responsibility. At this time, the sky is extremely blue. Above a nearby high-rise building, Deep Phom jumped from one building to another without any aids. He jumped very quickly and proficiently as if he did it every day. Deep Phom had been there since while no one could tell. He observed all the happenings down the road and he discovered something interesting. While focusing on carefully observing the people below, Deep Phom had a premonition that something was approaching him. His eyes suddenly changed. His eyes were like an animal alert to the dangers around him, and ready to fight. Turning his head to look back, he realized it wasn't anything dangerous. That was Phi, a girl full of life, holding an aerial support device in her hand. Thanks to it, she appeared on this building. Phi glanced at Deep Phom with an expression, her face full of excitement and happiness. She greeted him with a cheerful tone. Hello. Deep Phom stood coldly and watched the girl land next to her and did not respond to her previous greeting. Deep Phom turned around and looked at what had happened just now. He said calmly and leisurely, for the entrance exam of Banking University this time, it really didn't take much thought, even magic, also used. Deep Phom's words attracted Phi's attention. She turned to face the other boy and listened to him from beginning to end, looking very admiring and respectful. After hearing all the words Deep Phom had just said, Phi suddenly widened her eyes and looked at him and asked, "Did you also see that the old man was using magic? That's pretty good." Phi thought to herself, but she didn't expect that there was someone besides her who could see that the old man was just pretending to be in pain, secretly appreciating the guy standing next to her right now. The moment of relaxation had ended. Deep Phom realized someone was watching him and he began to prepare for battle. He knelt down on one knee. His eyes and expression had completely changed. His eyes were sharp. His wall glanced back to determine his target. At the same time, he signaled a warning to the person next to him, preparing to strike. There were two thorns coming from behind. Phi also felt that there was someone behind her waiting to attack her at any time, but Phi still didn't show any signs of worry and became even more excited, laughing and smiling, looking back to clearly identify the target he needs to destroy. At this step Phi clearly showed excitement and said, "Is this the last challenge the school leaves behind? I have finished preparing." That high-rise building in the distance has the appearance of two guys whose faces cannot be seen clearly. Only know that there are two people. One is very huggable and thin with one hand in his pocket looking disdainful, and the other is a guy with a close relationship, big, fat, muscular, holding a weapon like a giant hammer. He was very violent. Both of them looked towards Deep Phom and Phi who were standing in the building on this side. That scene was seen by Lam Nai Tuat. She seemed to realize that something was wrong. Worried, she quickly asked, "These two people are a bit familiar. Which hero is playing the real role?" Nai very worried about the safety of Deep Phom and Phi, afraid that these two students might be in danger because those two violent guys are not easy to deal with. Narrator Nabi standing next to Lam Nai Tuyan seemed to know in advance what would happen. She said, "Cough cough. The information received now is that these two people with special abilities were not arranged by Yanqing University. No." Feeling as worried as Nai, she spoke and smiled as if not worried about the safety of Deep Phom and Phi. The narrator continued leisurely, but the school had sent teachers there. Once there was danger, they would take action to stop it. Under this premise, check the students a bit. The narrator Nabi smiled, confidently. It turns out that it's not that she doesn't care about the safety of her students, but because this is a test for Yanqing University. An old man with white hair was thoughtfully observing the entire scene of the bustling city here. He kindly offered to reassure Mr. Lakthan, who appeared nonchalantly behind, trying to help him run. "It's been a trip, Master Lakthan." Immediately, as soon as Mr. Lakthan heard that, he immediately laughed proudly and confidently replied, "Rest assured, homeroom teacher, I will protect these two guys well, as if carrying out my responsibility as homeroom teacher, I." At the same time, the scene changes to Deep Phom. He is being constantly threatened by an angry Phi Mu, making you two brats open your eyes to the strength of a B-level hero. As soon as he finished speaking, Phi Mu immediately began to transform. His entire body gradually had unique changes in form. His fangs became sharp, his whiskers grew out, bristling like a wild animal. In just a few seconds, Phi Mu's entire body was completely transformed. He suddenly squatted like a giant wild cat and angrily growled and let out a distorted sound. Seeing that, Hongku, who was standing nearby, could not hide his surprise but excitedly blurted out, "Wow, the cat is so cute." At this point, Deep Phom just heard it and was speechless. He was helpless and had to stay silent until the matter was over. Then, without any further hesitation, Deep Phom immediately took the initiative to speak up and firmly affirm, "I will handle this guy. You are responsible for the other guy." Once the word was said, he immediately rushed forward alone to eliminate the enemy. Suddenly, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from somewhere, reminding Deep Phom, "See, when controlling the power, you can also feel the movement of every muscle and bone." That's what he heard, immediately nodded respectfully and replied, "I remember." Seeing that, Fai Mu, who was in the distance, rushed over and couldn't hide his jealousy but was angry. The rotten boy whispered something. However, Fai Mu really underestimated Deep Fam. With just one sudden punch, he crushed Fai Mu in the palm of his hand, making him scream in pain continuously, without stopping. In an instant, Fai Mu's bones instantly shattered into hundreds of pieces. He immediately spat out blood from his mouth in pain. His mind could not help but feel indignant, angrily thinking, Black Arrow, Mu Dao, good brothers of my Hoa Van commune, it turns out you have all encountered this guy before, such a perversion. Seeing Fai Mu's miserable expression at this moment, Deep Fam immediately felt a little guilty and shocked and suddenly blurted out, this employee looks like he knows how to be agile and capable. The fight wasn't strong, I should have been a little more gentle just now. Then, Deep Fam proactively reached out to support Fai Mu. Without any hesitation, he directly asked him, Are you okay? I'm so shy, I acted a bit harshly. Seeing that, Fai Mu couldn't help but feel indignant and shouted angrily, Bullying people too much, after defeating me, do you still want to insult me? Immediately, an enemy just took advantage of Deep Fam's inattention and gave him a powerful surprise attack. Luckily, Deep Fam was able to dodge in time. He immediately rushed out, escaping from the cloud of flying dust and smoke. At the same time, in the distance, Fai Mu's fat, bald teammate was constantly launching difficult moves, causing Hongku to immediately feel a bit cautious and defensive. In just a split second, standing in front of the rushing firestorm, Hongku promptly turned into a giant fire extinguisher that would somehow save her life. Immediately, Hongku immediately seized the opportunity. She immediately used the fire extinguisher to easily extinguish the fire, causing Deep Fam, who was looking from afar, to be surprised and thought to himself, it turns out her abilities are physical objects. He carefully observed her in a questioning manner and then silently conjectured that she could only be a creature of science and technology. If she could make real equipment, that would be good. However, at that very moment, something unexpected happened. Deep Fam foolishly realized that Fai Mu had disappeared. The cat person was nowhere to be seen. It turned out that, taking advantage of the loophole just now, Fai Mu's fat, bald teammate grabbed him and quickly carried him to find a way to escape. Deep Fam, standing from afar, could not help but see this, laughed boredly. Immediately after that, the scene changed to Lam Nai Tuat. She was extremely happy when she happily recognized the silhouette of a familiar person appearing in the photo. Now it was clear that these two people belonged to Hoa Van Sa. Their names were Fai Mu, a person with special abilities of the transformation system, has B-level strength. In particular, Lam Nai Tuat, full of doubts, bluntly expressed that this contestant named Deep Fam can defeat a B-level hero with one punch. This proves. However, before the words could even finish, Nabi stood next to him because he was so excited that he immediately enthusiastically interrupted Lam Nai Tuat's words, proving that everyone should follow and give gifts while it's still early. Add a gift for him, maybe he will become a big man in the future. Very quickly after that, the view moved to a dark, narrow alley. Fai Mu's fat, bald teammate was carrying him on his back when he suddenly froze, startled by the scene that suddenly appeared before his eyes. When did Lack then appear and wait here? He angrily looked at the two of them and continued to threaten them. If you dare to touch my students, you must bear the corresponding consequences. Once the words were decided, Lack then immediately glared with murderous intent. A tragic ending for the two idiots was also directly envisioned. At the same time, on Deep Fam's side, he was hastily running away with Hongku next to him. The two of them couldn't help but be enthusiastic and clearly showed worry on their faces. Looking at the number that had just appeared on the giant board, Hongku couldn't hold back his surprise and blurted out an exclamation. What a pity, it was the top 15 and 16. Seeing that, Deep Fam immediately softened his voice and offered comfort. Without hesitation, it's okay, I believe the battle just now was enough for the school to pay attention to us. With this very loving encouragement, Hongku couldn't help but feel moved and resolutely bowed his head and replied, yes. On the other hand, also at that time, Dao Ke suddenly spoke up to remind Deep Fam, I have to go, which immediately made him not flinch but enthusiastically affirmed loudly, the leader can rest assured, I will handle the remaining matters. Some time later, in the midst of the dark and gloomy space of a lush island, from afar, an abundant source of brilliant blue light suddenly rushed forward from nowhere. It immediately crept into a cave, lighting up the entire sky. The bright source of spiritual energy rushed deep into the forbidden area, ready to reveal the mysterious person dressed in black who had been standing and waiting here ever since. He suddenly frowned, glared at his red eyes burning with murderous intent and then said in a loud voice, Are you still alive, La Tu? Immediately, as soon as his words ended, that blue source of energy immediately changed. It quickly divided into long tentacles, sprouting up to cover the surrounding space of the man in the shirt, mysterious black. Then, one of those long tentacles suddenly jumped up. It proactively spoke up and got straight to the point. "Leader, I have important information to report." The giant terrifying tentacle suddenly emphasized solemnly, Tai Quet's rooster had already broken through to level 3 mental power. Hearing that, the mysterious man in black couldn't hide his shock and was suddenly a little startled. He suddenly woke up angrily and indignantly asked loudly, "Was a third-level guy born in this plane?" The next morning, the scene changed to a magnificent house filled with sunlight. A familiar voice suddenly loudly echoed from somewhere, "Brother, I don't know why." Han Naguyat, with an innocent face filled with many sins, suddenly spoke softly and recounted that just now the dark blue tree root suddenly woke up for a few seconds. Hearing that, Duan Hai couldn't help but be shocked and asked in shock, "Did you then connect with someone else's vision?" Indeed, Han Naguyat, without any hesitation, resolutely hugged her knees and bluntly admitted, "Well, she saw a total of 3 scenes, perhaps other scenes that the people of the Deep Blue tribe had seen." Seeing that, Duan Hai immediately opened his familiar computer without hesitation and kept asking questions, specifically where it was. The girl didn't hide anything anymore, but bluntly explained that the first was the White Tower of the second area of Ross City, the second was the club, and the third was in the villa. With the girl's dedicated information provision, Duan Hai quickly found out a large amount of suspicious information. He was shocked and surprised to realize that he was sweating in shock and asked, "I found it, did you see it at the Tisk Club?" Indeed, Han Naguyat suddenly woke up. She suddenly blurted out a loud sound. Han Naguyat recalled and then loudly and firmly affirmed that it was here that she saw people from the Tham Lam tribe doing hair and nails. Hearing that, Duan Hai immediately made a pensive face and added in a harsh voice, "The daughter, a high-ranking member of the Round Table Knights Management Company does indeed have a daughter, owning 50% of the shares, but she doesn't have any powers." Seeing that, Han Naguyat felt a bit uncomfortable, so she frowned angrily and quickly continued, "In the third scene, I only saw the lawn, the fountain and a few ancient decorations, the others were no longer visible." Then, she lazily lay down on the bed and kept complaining, "No, brother, I really don't remember the details anymore." Immediately, she was bored and proactively suggested, "You should take a look at my memories." Some time later, the scene changes to a tight meeting room, where the atmosphere is extremely serious. Mechanical Chen Hung suddenly fell silent for a long time. It wasn't until a while later that he dejectedly sighed and helplessly said, "Sai, I called you two here today because there's something I want to announce." Mechanical Chen Hung proactively turned to A Wan and directly emphasized, "Ah Wan, Dad has decided to hand over the company to A Win to manage. The quota to go to the Hero Alliance is yours." Hearing that, A Win felt a little guilty and then shyly looked around. On the other hand, A Wan could not hide his joy and eagerly affirmed, "Dad, you have finally seen A Win's potential. She is much more suitable to manage the company than me." Then, he suddenly emphasized with a serious face, "As for you, you have always wanted to become the strongest hero." Hearing that, Mechanical Chen Hung couldn't help but calmly and solemnly added, "Son, I know you're always keeping in mind the fact that you lost to Tai Quet's people, but there's something I've always wanted to tell you." He suddenly frowned and darkly asked, "Do you know why the people of the Tai Quet organization are so powerful?" Immediately, Awan was startled and quickly responded loudly to this very common question, thereby insisting that of course they worked hard and were even more talented. Seeing that, mechanized Chen Hung did not hesitate and loudly refuted his son, "Wrong." He immediately explained in a harsh voice, because they had the technique to create powerful medicinal potions, and behind them, immediately, as soon as he said this, Awan had only just heard about it. I couldn't help but be shocked and turned pale with round eyes. Things had come to this point. Mechanized Chen Hung did not bother to hide anything further. He suddenly straightened his face and directly expressed the resentment that had been lingering in his heart for a long time. "I was afraid it would happen. The power of the other world." Duong Hai appeared in his subconscious. Duong Hai clasped her hands behind her, looking up at the pictures that were also the memories of Duong Hai's younger sister Fai Fai from when she was breastfeeding until adulthood, forever stopping at the beautiful youth, watching the photo continue to slowly drift from left to right for Duong Hai to see. Duong Hai looked at that pile of memories. Her eyes were cold, her face expressionless, her eyebrows furrowed as she just found something. Duong Hai said, "Found it." Two images in the memory appear. The image on the left is one morning. The center of the picture is a monument of an armless woman sculpted from stone, and that statue is built inside a fountain. There are 3 streams of water sprayed from that fountain. On the right-hand side is an image of a rabbit depicted in a very shiny metal material. The rabbit's eyes are extremely red, like blood. The sculpted rabbit is displayed on a brown platform. These are the images that Duong Hai is looking for. The scene changes to the yard of the Duan Dan Liet Diem villa. This villa area is planted with plants everywhere. There is a fountain where the trees are meticulously cut neatly. On the left is a villa with cardboard. The color is warm like wood. The villa has many floors and a terrace. Above this villa there are 2 very suspicious people standing in the air thanks to a silver board, with the shape of a triangle. A woman with blue hair standing is Mao Rabbit. A man with black hair is sitting on that board. That guy is also wearing a black cloak. It is Tisa. Tisa told Rabbit, wait a moment, stay by my side and watch. Don't make a move. It seems like the 2 of them are siblings. Mao Rabbit is wearing a rabbit mask with very minimalistic patterns, but especially this rabbit mask can also express the wearer's expression through painted eyes and eyebrows. The mask also has rabbit ears that can move. Rabbit is angry with Tisa. It turns out you agreed to take me away, just intending to see me as jewelry. Cat Rabbit was angry and was about to turn around and scold Tisa again. He had just said a word when Cat Rabbit's hand reached for Cat Rabbit's head. Tisa gently patted Cat Rabbit's head to calm Cat Rabbit's anger. After rubbing Rabbit's head, Tisa rubbed Mao Rabbit's head and then removed his hand from Rabbit's head. Tisa's face was shown in close-up. Tisa was wearing a mask that hugged his face tightly, shaped like a human, only emphasizing the stripe details, with sparkling jade green. Tisa's eyes calmly talked to Mao Rabbit. What's going on? Rabbit put his hand on Tisa's shoulder and praised Tisa's talent just now. Brother, I discovered that your strongest thing is not your superpower, but your acting skills. Ha. Tisa heard it and stiffened, not knowing how to accept this compliment. Inside the villa grounds, there was a guy wearing a neat purple vest leisurely holding a cup of tea to enjoy, smoke continuously coming out of that hot cup of tea. In the distance, there was also a statue of a woman, armless like an image that Duong Hai has seen in her subconscious. That guy in the purple suit is Helen's husband. Helen's husband is holding a cup of tea but he doesn't drink it, but instead glances to the left to ask who is interrupting his morning. You're not invited, whatever happens comes naturally. That was the snake that had jumped down from the silver board a long time ago and was standing in front of Helen's husband. The snake used its power to shout and die. The monsters had all black bodies and their heads had bright flames. The blue color was rushing towards Helen's husband. On the way, they also destroyed objects that stood in their way, such as the statue of an armless woman, which they cut into 3 pieces. Helen's husband is also not ordinary. Helen's husband sat on a chair, holding a cup of tea, one hand raised in front of him as if he was blocking the attack, causing 2 black tentacles to rush towards him, was immediately knocked away and returned to its original position. The wooden table used to place the teapot was also knocked down by a black tentacle, cracking one side of the table. Helen's husband couldn't sit still anymore. Helen's husband immediately jumped into the air, then landed gently on his knees in front of Tisa and said, Actually, I'm also curious about your decision. I heard it behind your back. You have the support of the Bernadotte family of the undead family. Tisa stood still in the original position listening to Helen's husband speak. Tisa looked expressionlessly at Helen's husband's name, but her mind was full of thoughts. Where did this rumor come from and spread so quickly? Helen's husband looked straight at Tisa with serious eyes, his hands in front while talking to Tisa. So you can let a soul that has been dead for many years return to her body, or not? Tisa looked straight at Helen's husband and said, The Deep Blue Tribe is not bad in terms of soul achievements. You still ask me what I do. Tisa is asking this guy. Helen's husband saw that the problem was not being resolved in front of him. He looked sad and said to Tisa, It seems that the answer is the same. Helen's husband's hand did not stay still, was groping behind his back, seemed to be taking something out. Immediately, Helen's husband held out a pistol in his hand. Without hesitation, he immediately pulled the trigger and a copper bullet was immediately shot out, flying straight towards Tisa's place. Helen's husband shouted aggressively at Tisa, Then you are no longer useful, go and die for me. That bullet was flying at an extremely fast speed and directly friction with the outside air, causing the bullet to ignite a fierce flame. Tisa was no less competitive, so he used the technique of splitting into many parts, version of the snake itself. Those clones stood in a long line. That bronze bullet had chosen its target and immediately flew straight through the body of a snake clone. The clone was a little surprised and leaned back a bit because the force was too strong. But the strange thing is that the bullet did not get stuck inside the body or had all the force to fall to the ground. On the contrary, it continued to fly back towards the other snake clones standing in a row. The clones recovered, just got hit by a bullet and screamed, Ha! Tisa looked at what was happening and began to consider a plan to fight with Helen's husband. This lead bullet has an automatic locking function, but fortunately the speed is not fast, going and coming back can take a while. Helen's husband was determined not to give up on the plan to kill Tisa, so he pulled the trigger twice in succession. This time the two bronze bullets flew in separate directions. The clones of Tisa were surprised by two bullets at the same time. Flying out there, Helen's husband spoke strongly to Tisa, at the same time attacking your shadow, you won't be able to dodge, right? The main snake, who didn't know when, appeared behind Helen's husband. The snake was holding the sword with both hands close to Helen's husband's back. The snake said loudly for Helen's husband to hear, "That's not right." The other husband was startled when he heard Tisa's voice behind him. Helen's husband did not show any signs of fear. He raised his hands above his head, turned his head back a bit, glanced at Tisa and smiled disdainfully. He began to count, 3, 2, 1. Just as he counted to number 1, an explosion broke out, creating an earthquake that shook the ground of this villa area. The explosion was accompanied by a fierce stream of white smoke, which blew everything inside to pieces. Near it, the snake clones and Helen's husband were all swallowed by that milky aura. The smoke and dust from the explosion quickly dissipated, dispersing to reveal a burning black patch on the ground. The snake clones stood back to wait for the situation. Immediately after that explosion, a light blue aura slowly approached Helen's husband. They wrapped around Helen's husband's arm in just a moment. Helen's husband was amazed at the power someone was using. Eyes widened, pupils narrowed. Helen's husband looked in panic at his arm as those air currents slowly penetrated every blood vessel and skin cell of his arm. The blood vessels immediately turned blue. Helen's husband turned pale, her eyebrows furrowed, her face covered in sweat, her mouth wide open, frozen, not knowing how to handle the situation. Helen's husband screamed pitifully, "Ah! That stream of power is the rabbit's. The rabbit is sitting on a throne with large white leaves mounted on a pedestal with colors like sparkling marble. The rabbit is sitting cross-legged, too." She crossed her arms and looked at Helen's husband who was panicking and scared below. Helen's husband was so angry that he vomited blood. He yelled at rabbit and snake, really showing off, because in order to deal with me, he activated rabbit and snake at the same time. Snake and rabbit stood still and waited. Watch his drama. He was afraid of sweating, and said eloquently, "If that's the case, then you should also take action. Helen." He ordered Helen to rush forward to fight. Behind him on his left side appeared a silhouette of a woman. Helen listened closely to his words. Helen jumped forward and rushed away, holding the ice blue sword in both hands, and at the same time the sword was also emitting a dim luminescent light. Her eyes lit up. Helen's face was extremely determined when she ran up. When she ran, Helen made smoke rise up. Tisa panicked and worried about Mao Rabbit and shouted, "Fi, be careful." So Cat Rabbit is Duong Hai's sister Fi and Duong Hai is transforming into Tisa. Rabbit over here is holding the ice sword with both hands. Rabbit's appearance of holding the sword seems to be the first time he has done it, so he feels very shy and the sword hilt is pointing a lot towards the ground and pointing on people continuously. Helen didn't have time for Rabbit to hold the sword properly, so she dived into the air. A sword slashed at Rabbit's body, but luckily Rabbit used the sword to block that fatal blow for himself. Rabbit seemed very scared and was sweating. The two swords collided strongly with each other, creating extremely large ultrasound waves. Helen jumped back and landed on one foot very skillfully. Helen had formidable skills. Helen fiercely said to Rabbit, "Are you also from the Deep Blue clan?" Rabbit was so angry that he didn't want to fight with Helen anymore, so he flew up to Rabbit's seat. Rabbit crossed his legs to the side, making a huffing sound. Helen's husband also contributed. Helen's husband had his cells eaten away by the Rabbit's previous aura and had lost the flesh of that arm. Now only the bright red blood of the flesh remained. Helen's husband was disabled but not crippled, picked up the pistol and continued to pull the trigger. Bullets flew out. Helen's husband shouted, "Tisa, go die." Tisa here is closing her eyes tightly, thinking about how to overcome Helen's husband's strength. Fortunately, Fi is okay. I have to solve the lead bullet's automatic locking method. Snake appeared as two people. One side was Duong Hai and the other was Tisa. Both of them closed their eyes and judged the path of that bullet. The bullet kept flying but the person did not move. That copper bullet flew at the same speed as firepower. The fire kept flickering on that bullet. The speed did not decrease but seemed to increase. Tisa's heel suddenly moved up a bit. Tisa happily said loudly that she had found it and that was the way to overcome Helen's husband's power. Beneath Tisa's feet was wearing a pair of black sneakers with dark green accents. The flame image from earlier on the shoes suddenly disappeared into a red smoke coming out of those shoes. The bullet reached T-Saw's place. Surprisingly, T-Saw easily dodged the bullet. T-Saw just needed to tilt his head to avoid the bullet going through his head. The bronze bullet went right through the tree stump behind T-Saw's back. That bullet went through the tree's roots, causing the tree to burst into flames. The fire started from the roots and spread to the tree's foliage. Just like that, the fire flickered and the tree burned down. Helen's husband's face darkened and he shyly asked T-Saw, "How is this possible? You broke my trick." T-Saw dodged the attack and immediately ran in front of Helen's husband, with one hand taking out a purple ball with electric shocks continuously. As she ran, T-Saw raised her head and looked up, front. Rabbit sitting above also contributed some strength to T-Saw by holding the ice sword from earlier. Using the momentum to launch down below, Rabbit flew in a straight line to where Helen and Helen's husband were. Helen was running ahead of Rabbit and Snake. Helen was surprised by Snake's purple ball being thrown straight in front of her. Helen quickly dodged, but unfortunately the purple ball grazed Helen's arm, causing Helen to tear her shirt and tear the skin inside, and the ball followed the flight path and crashed straight into the ground of the mansion. Actually, even though Helen lost blood, her expressionless face continued to run and fight. Rabbit took out the ice sword from the air and smashed it straight at Helen. Helen quickly summoned a black shield in front of Helen's face. The strong impact of the ice sword on the surface of the shield caused the shield to collapse. White electric currents appear continuously. Helen's husband was angry when T-Saw and Rabbit injured Helen. He took out his hand and took out the pills. Blue pills. Helen's husband shouted loudly, "Damn, you guys dare to harm my wife's body." Helen's husband was holding the blue capsule pills and swallowed them straight into his throat. Helen's husband immediately transformed into another version. His hair turned light blue. The arm that had just been amputated had its cells regenerated and returned to its original form. Helen's husband is now very happy, much power in his body through the blue light surrounding him. Helen saw her husband doing something foolish and immediately turned her eyes towards her husband in panic, saying loudly, "Teacher, don't do that." Helen has completely lost her fighting spirit. Helen rushed down to her husband's place, holding a long blue needle in her hand. Helen's husband stood in front of her without moving. Helen took that needle and gently poked a line into the top of her husband's forehead. Helen's husband's eyes opened wide. His mouth could not close. Helen said with pain, "Your soul still cannot withstand so many pristine particles. If that's the case, it will turn into Tham Lam's deformed shape." After inserting the needle, Helen kissed her husband's lips passionately. The poisonous aura of the rabbit was also sucked by Helen through her body by kissing each other's lips. The two kissed very happily and were afraid to blush. T-Saw standing in the air, looking at the two of them in love. Next, T-Saw took out another purple ball from her body like before, looking down at Helen and her husband. T-Saw didn't say much, shot the ball straight at the couple. Helen's husband opened his eyes wide in panic to see the deadly ball flying towards his wife Helen. Helen's husband immediately turned Helen's body around, used his body to block Helen's fatal blow. The ball went through Helen's husband's internal organs. Helen's husband cried out, "Ah ah ah." Helen looked in horror at her husband dying in front of her. Helen hugged her husband in her arms with a worried face. She sat down, touched her husband's cheek with her hand and said, "Please wake up." Helen's husband knew he couldn't survive this crisis, so he said, "I'm about to die, so what?" He opened his eyes looking very haggard and extremely anemic, his eyebrows furrowed and raised upwards, trying to use his last breath to talk to Helen. "This day has finally come. Thank you everyone for your support. Help me escape, I'm so tired." After he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly drooped, his face turned purple, he grimaced and said his last goodbyes. "Since my wife died, every day I have experienced a life worse than death." Helen's husband tried to forcefully touch Helen's palm and said, "Vilya, leave your hair as it is. I want to see Helen's original appearance." Helen's eyes were filled with tears, her eyes were red. Helen's husband used his hand to wipe away the tears rolling down Helen's cheeks and said, "The Deep Blue Clan said they could bring my wife back to life. The price is betraying humans. Just save my wife's life. Betraying humans is it's nothing." Helen's eyes couldn't bear to leave the person who was holding her head and kneeling with her. Helen closed her eyes and cried. She said with a choked voice, "I voluntarily become a dark blue clan. That way I can replace the soul of the teacher's wife and let this body recover its chance to live." Helen's husband gradually exhausted his strength and struggled to say a few words, but suddenly he coughed up blood violently, his whole body trembling, but in the end he was still lying to himself. "Helen had already left me." Helen's husband lay on the ground and looked up at the snake and the rabbit hovering above and made a request before dying. "Snake, I used intelligence to exchange a life for Vilya. She was not wrong. She just loved right. Just a trash teacher who doesn't love her." Helen sat next to her, tears constantly flowing from the corners of her eyes. He said in a pleading voice, "Those people are related to the Posey Merchant Guild." That piece of information was his last word. After that, Helen's husband breathed and laid his head on Helen's body. There were no signs of life left, only the cold body and the pain of the resident. It was Helen again. Helen hugged her husband and cried in pain, "No, please don't leave me alone." Rabbit above bent down to look and said, "Brother, should we deal with this deep blue person?" But Tisaw's arm suddenly stopped Mao Rabbit and said, "Wait a minute." Helen seemed to have given up everything and wanted to be with her husband forever. When I became a member of the Dark Blue clan, I was prepared to sacrifice everything for the teacher I loved. She said such painful words. The listener's heart tightened, tears rolled down her cheeks and her heart was broken since her lover passed away. Helen and Helen's husband collapsed to the ground. Helen's face was red, eyes closed, smiling contentedly, her hand on her husband's chest. From within Helen's body, streams of blue light came out of her body. Helen's body was accompanied by a blue ball, which was a power pearl. When the power ball came out, there were sparkling starlight crystals floating in the air. The rays of light disappeared in an instant as soon as the power pearl was taken out. The power pearl fell and rolled on the ground. The power pearl had streams of blue air continuously radiating out. Snake's hand reached for the power pearl. Snake held the ball tightly. It seemed that this was Tisaw's purpose, which was to collect the power ball. Rabbit stood next to Tisaw, with both hands clasped behind his back, saying to Tisaw, "They are so loyal. Will you also meet someone who loves you like that?" Tisaw held the power pearl and stood next to listen to Mao. The rabbit spoke but did not respond. On the ground are now the bodies of Helen and her husband. Snake Cat turned around and left first, then called Rabbit, "Let's go." Rabbit behind him seemed very sad when he heard Snake Rabbit say that. Rabbit remained silent. They both stood on the silver board and flew away from this villa area, bright sunlight shining into the villa area. Rabbit stood behind Tisaw, crossed his arms and asked Tisaw, "Brother, where are we going now?" Suddenly, Tisaw changed his mask again, so quickly that it was impossible to see the transformation. Tisaw now wearing a mechanical mask shaped like a platypus. Rabbit suddenly thought to himself, "He has transformed again." Rabbit seemed angry and said loudly to Tisaw, Your transformation skills are really proficient." The scene changes to the sports field of Yanqing University, where many students are gathered in 3 long lines. In front of the students is a greeting platform, with 5 people standing on it. On that podium were 2 students wearing school gym uniforms, a blonde-haired female and a black-haired male named Deep Pham. Deep Pham and the blonde female were taking pictures together because they had won the prize. Above, the shirt also had a medal. The girl happily posed while Deep Pham blushed shyly and stood still. Tisaw flew to Deep Pham's university to check on Deep Pham's studies and said, "It seems that Deep Pham has adapted quite well, and even made friends." Mao Rabbit did not come here with Tisaw. Tisaw and Deep Pham were in the living room of Deep Pham's boarding house, a living room with a beautiful tiled floor, on both sides built like medieval architecture. Tisaw stood in front of Deep Pham, on top of the floor. His hand was holding a green power bead that continuously glowed. Tisaw praised Deep Pham. "Deep Pham, you trained very well." Deep Pham stood opposite with his hands on his hips listening to Tisaw praise him. Tisaw took the hand holding the power pearl and brought it straight to Deep Pham's chest. The snake also said, "I will promote your power to level A." Deep Pham was surprised by this generous reward and suddenly backed away. For a moment, Deep Pham's eyes were fixed on the power pearl, his face shy. The notice board appears. Training abilities, introduction, 5 senses, strength and speed can continuously become stronger through training. The limit is 64 times the talent of the own race. Rating, grade A, no one can exploit to the limit. Tisaw stood behind Deep Pham, patted Deep Pham's shoulder and said, "Continue trying for the next selection test. I have to go out for a while." Deep Pham looked up at Tisaw a little shyly. Deep Pham was worried about Tisaw, so he asked where he wanted to go. Tisaw turned around to face Deep Pham and said, 4 great C's. Lu Win is in Ma Long's office of Con Hero Management Company. Lu Win is sitting kneeling on the floor, his head constantly looking back and forth to see if anyone is nearby. Lu Win's face is extremely worried. Lu Win was sitting right in front of a safe with a password. Lu Win sat thinking about the password, his hand on his chin, his eyes staring at the safe and said, "This password, is it also my birthday?" Lu Win speculated that it was his birthday. Lu Win also tried to see. Lu Win used his finger to repeatedly press the screen with the number. As soon as he pressed the button, the safe automatically opened. Inside was a very thick book with brand new pages with no yellowing. The title on the book was Data About the 4 Regions, a Big C. Lu Win was stunned. His hand had not yet been retracted after pressing the password. Lu Win sweat dropped and said, "What is wrong with my brother? Why does every password use my birthday?" Lu Wen didn't think too much anymore, so he took the book out of the safe, held it in his hand and walked out of the office, happily whistling, eyes closed happily, holding the book in one hand and putting the other in his pocket. Lu Wen was happily walking in the office hallway. Lu Wen did not notice that Ma Long was hiding behind the wall looking at Lu Wen with an extremely perverted face. Ma Long said, even though he did not know A Wen, what do we need intelligence from the 4 major sea areas for? Ma Long was happy, raised his eyebrows, his mouth curled into a smile, but now that he had gotten it, perhaps he would be a little happier. Ma Long and Lu Wen were brothers. Lu Wen followed the instructions of Tisa, also Duong Hai, took that book and brought it to Duong Hai. Duong Hai was at Tian Kung Din Mei. Duong Hai picked up that book and flipped through the pages, studying the contents. Inside, it turns out that there are 4 large sea areas. A map image of the southern continent and the northern continent appears. Both continents are divided by a rather large river. On Wilam Tin there were originally 2 pieces, the next human continent, the Great War of the Otherworld, the colonization of the southern continent, the number of people enslaved. The list of strong men tried to turn the situation around, building defense lines with the islands of the 4 major sea areas. The Hero Association, the Iron Blood Army and the Chamber of Commerce Alliance were established. The areas are divided by different colors. The Free Alliance Sea area is colored in green, the Chaos Sea area is colored gray, the Tiatzuitsu Sea area is red and finally the Heroic Sea area is colored blue. All 4 areas are divided by the same river. The Iron Blood Sea area is in charge of the Iron Blood Army, the Heroic Sea area is in charge of the Hero Association, the Free Alliance Sea area is in charge of the Merchant Alliance. The chaotic area is divided into many different areas. The chaotic sea area is occupied by large and small forces, but under the coordination and common planning of the 3 major forces, defensive arrangements are made. Whether the Posey Chamber of Commerce was related to the Deep Blue Clan or the Stone Sage, they all pointed to the area of the Free Sea. A red flag planted on the Free Sea symbolized its destination. Duong Hai thought, the Free Alliance in the sea area would be his first step. Lu Wen standing next to Duong Hai's eyes did not understand what Duong Hai was thinking, his eyebrows raised clearly. Duong Hai finished thinking and decided, then turned around to Lu Wen, placed his hand on Lu Wen's shoulder and praised, your intelligence gathering work this time was completed very well, it also shows me your maturity. Lu Wen stood with his hands on his hips listening to Duong Hai praising him. Lu Wen's eyes immediately lit up, his cheeks turned red, he rubbed his hands together and said, then Dad. Duong Hai raised his hand to tell Lu Wen, rest assured, if it passes Dad's test, the special medicine that the organization distributes to you will not be lacking. Lu Wen received the medicine in a test tube and poured it into his mouth to drink, but the smell of that medicine was so strong that Lu Wen had to cover his nostrils when drinking. Sweat poured down on Lu Wen's face, his eyes closed, he was so tight that he didn't dare look. Lu Wen asked for information about this medicine. Dad, what level of medicine is this? Duong Hai replied, grade B. Lu Wen heard it was grade B, immediately froze, sat on the ground, expressionless. Duong Hai reinforced his answer. Duong Hai raised 2 fingers and said, 2 types, dual type B level abilities. The first notice board appears, the werewolf ability, introducing the bloodline of the werewolf. After transforming, you will have the ability to self-heal and have a strong body. Violent skills, the price is lost. Reason, gain regeneration ability and 3 times speed. Evaluation, B rank, evolves from husky. The second type bulletin board appeared next, the terrifying mask ability, introducing the ability to absorb the enemy's fear to increase the power of the number that can absorb 9 reserve times of terrifying power, 45 minutes, grade B rating, giving people a feeling of fear, not a scary thing. When Lu Wen heard those 2 powers, he jumped up and hugged Duong Hai in his arms and said, thank you, foster father, thank you to the organization, from now on I will definitely devote myself to the organization. Duong Hai was suddenly hugged, it was so sudden and so surprising. Switching scenes to the dining table of Duong Hai Inn, there are 2 glasses of red wine and 2 luxurious glasses being clinked together in a very romantic space. Lam Nai Tuat was having a love dinner with Duong Hai. Lam Nai Tuat was wearing an extremely seductive tight black dress. Lam Nai Tuat's face turned red, she used her hand to push her hair back, the other hand was holding a glass of wine that he had just finished drinking. On the table were 2 plates of food and 2 very large candles. Lam Nai Tuat told Duong Hai, no matter what she said, having the opportunity to be sent abroad to work for a year is a good thing. Duong Hai smiled and listened to Lam Nai Tuat talk. Duong Hai said with a sad face to Lam Nai Tuat, but in this 1 year, I have no way to be by your side. Duong Hai loves Lam Nai Tuat very much. Lam Nai Tuat put down the glass of wine and didn't look sad about it. Lam Nai Tuat happily told Duong Hai, I will take good care of myself, what you need to do is, try your best for your future, Duong Hai said with a serious face, yes. Duong Hai picked up the glass of wine on the table and drank it all in one gulp. Duong Hai thought, waiting for the day when the world is at peace, I will always be by your side. Lam Nai Tuat had been waiting for this opportunity. Lam Nai Tuat walked to Duong Hai, put her arms around Duong Hai's neck, her face turned red, her eyes looked inviting and said to Duong Hai, then remember to bring me a souvenir. Duong Hai also followed the wind, hugging Lam Nai Tuat in her arms. Duong Hai's face turned red because she was touching Lam Nai Tuat's waist. Duong Hai closed her eyes to enjoy that feeling. Lam Nai Tuat took off her tight dress. The outfit fell to the floor. Lam Nai Tuat's feet were tiptoeing on the bed. Duong Hai's face is red from drinking wine, her eyes are closed. Duong Hai is not wearing anything, lying on Lam Nai Tuat's body. The blanket is being placed on Duong Hai's back. Lam Nai Tuat is underneath, holding her hand touched Duong Hai's cheek. Duong Hai moved closer to Lam Nai Tuat's face and kissed her. I will miss you very much. Lam Nai Tuat also laughed, closed her eyes and kissed Duong Hai. Me too. The vinyl record player in the room resounded with melodious music mixed with the romantic and hot scene. The vinyl record continued to play like that until the end of the night. The darkness mixed with the music. The notes of the sound jumped out and took over the atmosphere tonight. Duong Hai was standing in front of the big door of Tianjia Manor. Duong Hai used her hand to knock twice on the door. Butler Afuk came out to welcome Duong Hai and Han Nguyat. Afuk happily put one hand behind him and the other extended out to show the two of them the way in. Perhaps you two are members of Taikwet, please come in, inside. Han Nguyat's face is cold, but the special thing is that Han Nguyat has two eye colors, one blue and one green mixed with yellow. Duong Hai smiled politely and said, thank you. In Mr. Tian's study room, sitting in the middle was Mr. Tian. The girl with orange hair was Dada and the girl with pink hair was Hudung. Old man Tian sat on the chair with a kind face welcoming Duong Hai and Han Nguyat. Welcome to both of you. Taikwet has already greeted you first. Dada stood next to old Tian and greeted Duong Hai. I was impressed with you. We were on the same flight with Tin Diu Ti Fan. Duong Hai happily closed her eyes, smiled and chatted with Dada. It was embarrassing to say it out loud. That was the time when my performance when I was on the plane and accidentally encountered something was seen by Mr. Dao Ke. Duong Hai raised his hand with a serious face and said, Master Dao Ke therefore gave me A-level magic medicine and told me to join Taikwet. Dada's face was full of doubts. He raised his eyebrows and asked Duong Hai, just like that, he was able to get a Class A superpower medicine. What superpower did he awaken? Elder Tian was angry at Dada's question, used his hand to block Dada's body. His eyebrows furrowed and shouted loudly, Dada must not be rude, how can he casually listen to other people's abilities? Duong Hai's face was calm. She raised her hand and said, it's okay, everyone cooperates together. It's okay to say it first. The ability I awakened is called Hai Quan Tin My Consciousness. Hudung heard the name of the ability and was full of surprise. He moved up and asked Duong Hai, Hai Quan Ti at my tuck. He had never heard of it before. Duong Hai did not hesitate to explain in detail to Hudung. Duong Hai raised two fingers and said, it is normal if you don't hear it. This is a fusion of two martial arts skills, Hai Quan and Ti at my Luke Tuck. Han Nguyat stood next to her and smiled looking at everyone in the room. The skill information panel appears. The Hai Quan special ability Ti at my tuck, introducing the multivariable preparation of Hai Quan martial arts and Ti at my Luke Tuck at the same time. Fighting apricot is like apricot flower's body technique to dodge the enemy's attack. The dragon can suppress and grab Loni, and with one leg it can split one part of the sea into two. In terms of assessment, grade A is not cool enough. Dada continued to ask, turning to Han Nguyat. Dada pointed at Han Nguyat and said, is there still a way to play like that? What about her? Han Nguyat stood silently, arms crossed. Duong Hai looked at Han Nguyat and said, this is Lord Rabbit's disciple Han Nguyat, also an A-level supernatural person. Han Nguyat's face was serious, her eyebrows slightly furrowed together and she said, my ability is to control ice. Duong Hai continued to negotiate with Old Man Tian. Master Dao Ke told us to operate in the name of Tian family in the Free Alliance waters. I don't know what Old Man's opinion is. Old Man Tian's face looked thoughtful. He put his hand on his chin and said, of course, it's time for the Tian family to return to the Free Alliance waters. On an evening full of starlight in the sky, tonight is a night where silver is hidden behind clouds. A black sky covers this night. Han Nguyat is sitting on a wooden crate in the port area. She looked very thoughtful. She silently looked up at the sky without saying anything. The water also rippled gently and peacefully on the lake's surface. A deep black color haunted the water's surface. The light of the flute was also shining down. A night without sound, leaving only thoughts. Duong Hai came from behind. Duong Hai patted Han Nguyat's shoulder and asked, what are you thinking? Han Nguyat turned her head to look at Duong Hai and said, brother. Han Nguyen looked at Duong Hai who was sitting down, telling Duong Hai her feelings. It's nothing, we have to leave Loc Kang City tomorrow. A little regretful, Duong Hai said with serious eyes to Han Nguyen. It's not like he won't come back anymore, Duong Hai said to reassure Han Nguyen. Han Nguyen continued to speak with worried eyes. Well, I was just thinking, people living in Loc Kang City may not know the existence of the 4 great seas in their entire lives. Duong Hai looked down at the harbor floor and said, it is understandable that the 3 major powers in the federal government do not want them to know about the existence of the 4 major seas. Duong Hai continued to say, once the existence of the 4 great seas is revealed, and ordinary people know the truth about humans in the other world starting a war, it will create collective panic and fear. Han Nguyen listened to Duong Hai's analysis for a while, then Han Nguyen sighed and looked sadly at the sea. The moonlight shined on the sea, reflecting a silvery golden color on the water's surface. Han Nguyen looked at Duong Hai and said, compared to the 4 great seas, those who are still alive are truly happy. Duong Hai silently listened to Han Nguyen admit, determined. Duong Hai rubbed Han Nguyen's head with her hand and said, the relationship with the Free Sea Trade Association is complicated. At any time, you must know how to protect yourself. Han Nguyen continued to Duong Hai, rest assured, brother. Early the next morning at the port that day, there was a 6-star metallurgical ship docked right at the port. It had a very beautiful bronze color and the ship was very large. Elder Tian, along with Duong Hai and Han Nguyen, were standing on the port looking at that 6-star ship. Elder Tian said, little brother Duong Hai, the bottom of this ship is made of strange materials and engraved with 3 types of alchemy giants. During the match, Han Nguyen stood next to him with his hands on his hips listening to Old Man Tian's introduction. Old Man Tian happily explained to Duong Hai, his eyes closed, as long as he put mental power in, it could temporarily float up, fire a big gun, open a defense screen, and accelerate the boat's speed. Suddenly Old Tian raised his hand and flicked it with 2 fingers to make a sound. A Fook standing behind heard the signal and was startled. A Fook listened to the command and immediately took out 3 items placed on a wooden tray. Those 3 items were respectively a dark blue cloth, a transparent blue ball and a rectangular piece of iron. Old Tian introduced 3 items to Duong Hai and Han Nguyen, 3 indispensable things in the 4 great seas, shoes for walking on the sea, light armor and air bubbles. Old Man Tian looked solemnly at those items and said, it can make you walk on the sea, breathe in the sea, and at the same time the shape is decided by yourself. You too should try it. Han Nguyen was wearing a rather fashionable outfit, with a cheerful expression on her face and said, that's really interesting. Duong Hai stood next wearing a suit and said, where are the others? Behind Duong Hai and Han Nguyen appeared 2 silhouettes. Girl is coming. That was Dada and a blonde-haired girl, both wearing beach clothes but modified to a fighting style. Behind there was another figure walking up. That is Hudung. Hudung is shy, afraid to blush, hands behind her back, dressed extremely neatly and beautifully. Elder Tian noticed that behind him there was a group of people talking very loudly, affecting Elder Tian. Elder Tian turned his head to look at that group of people and asked A Fook, who was making the noise over there. A Fook spoke to Elder Tian, Bate Chamber of Commerce, the 2nd son of the Koch Lam family, Asat Koch Lam. As soon as he finished speaking, Duong Hai was extremely surprised by the information about the group there. His eyes glanced over, his eyebrows furrowed together. Duong Hai turned his head to look at that group of people and thought, the Brazilian Chamber of Commerce came to the door. The old man in a blue shirt with a beard and glasses frowned, a middle son, what is he making noise here? Another old man replied, he was originally on the 4-star alchemy boat of the Bate Chamber of Commerce, but heard that we were arranging a 6-star alchemy boat so he came over here. The old man wearing glasses smiled and arranged a room for him. He wears a suit and bow tie respectfully, yes, but Master Asat wants Duong Tian Sinch's 608 platinum double room. On this side, Asat spread his arms in front of a beautiful girl with pink hair, as expected of being the top 2 beauty of the Big Sea. The old man with glasses came over, ahem. Asat respectfully, Tian Lao. Asat greeted him. The glasses-wearing old man smiled and replied, young Master Asat is an honored guest, welcome. Tian Lao put his hands behind his back and turned away. Ah Fook, within the scope of what we can do, please take good care of young Master Asat. A Fook held out his hand and pointed in the direction. Master Asat, Tian Lao told him that his platinum double room could be used for people to live in. Asat's face suddenly darkened, after he got on the boat to investigate a bit, who rented room 608, just a small Tianjia, he still dares to go against my will. Black-haired man holding a glass of water looking outside. There is a lot of noise behind the door. The man took out a towel, wiped his mouth, and looked toward the door. After wiping, he went to the door and opened it. The fake young master and 2 bodyguards stood outside. The black-haired man smiled. Here he is. Asat angrily shouted, Brad, you know we're coming, so hurry up, you'll carry the luggage, or will my people help you carry it? The black-haired man came closer and leaned into Asat's ear. Young Master Asat didn't know if he was interested in Lady Hudung's private portrait. Asat's face turned red and he smiled shyly and replied, Are you okay? The black-haired man laughed. Of course I wouldn't dare to fool the second young master of the Koch Lam family. Asat touched his face and coughed out the price. The man continued, If that's the case, Master Asat, come in here to see one picture first, I'll give you a price. Asat turned back solemnly and told the bodyguards, You guys just wait at the door. Asat continued, quickly letting the young master check the goods. Then suddenly he seemed to be stopped, controlling the puppet. The black-haired man put his hands in his pockets. At the same time, the yellow-bearded man seemed to discover something. Byron, a middle-class man, was a borderline figure in the family, but suddenly rose up in a short period of time to become one of the managers. A certain man, with sharp eyes. Even if Byron comes prepared, facing his nephew Asat, there will still be a flaw. Asat suddenly froze. Master. The black-haired man became dangerous, impersonating the original appearance of young Master Asat, interacting with Byron a lot. It is possible that he is a member of the primitive organization. Fake Asat bowed. I will try to pay attention to the situation inside the family and promptly report to the master. Then the young master walked out. A bodyguard spoke up, Can the young master start moving the luggage yet? Fake Asat was angry. Turn your head, this house is not worthy of this young master. This young master wants to stay in Tian Lao Jia2's room for a while longer. The bodyguard sweated a lot. Yes. Then the 3 of us went home together. Young master, the front is free at customs, you can have a little fun. Does this young master still need you to teach him? The 6-star alchemy boat was slowly running on the sea surface, seemingly heading towards a stronghold in front of it. The sea surface continuously rippled violently as the boat passed by. The stronghold in front of it was built very darkly. Simply put, the main material is stone. Behind the citadel are undulating rocks and bushes. Han Nguyen and Duong Hai stood on the deck admiring the landscape. Han Nguyen pointed straight at the citadel in front of her. Han Nguyen said loudly, Look, what is that? Duong Hai looked at the citadel in front and told Han Nguyen that it was free customs. Han Nguyen asked again, Free customs? Suddenly a middle-aged man came up on the deck, his hands in his pockets, wearing a dark brown shirt and trousers, and a specialized tool for customs on his waist. He was the 97. It's Soul Chaser. Soul Chaser walked up to Duong Hai to say hello. Welcome to Free Customs. I'm the one in charge here. Duong Hai suddenly turned her head to look at soul-chasing Tian. Duong Hai was surprised and thought, how strong. When he appeared behind me, I didn't feel it at all. Old man Tian stood on the deck, hands clasped behind his back, turned his head to look at Soul Chaser Tian and said, Long time no see, Soul Chaser. Tracing Souls Tian and Old man Tian shook hands and greeted each other. Tracing Souls Tian said, At first, when Brother Tian went through customs freely, I guess he would definitely return one day. Soul-chasing Tian used his hand to point old Tian and Duong Hai to the other side and said, It seems that he also brought along a young talent from the mainland. Please move to the main hall, I will arrange a dinner party. Tian the old man and Duong Hai looked in the direction of Soul Chaser's hand. Transition to an extremely spacious room, paved with light-colored wooden panels combined with extremely sophisticated minimalist furniture, with lamps recessed into the wooden panels and a large window, used for door railings. Inside that room was a party. A table full of food was laid out. Thousands of people were gathering for that meal. There were girls wearing very attractive outfits surrounding Duong Hai and said, Talk, Marshall, can we exchange phone numbers? It's your first time going to customs freely. Need someone to accompany you. You look very similar to the type I like. Let's make friends. Duong Hai is surrounded by those girls. Duong Hai shyly closes her eyes. Her face turns red. Sweat pours down her face because of shyness. Duong Hai's handsome beauty is really an obstacle when performing mission. Dada and Hudung on the side are eating and drinking. Dada's mouth is chewing the food. His eyes are frowning at the girls surrounding Duong Hai, extremely uncomfortable. I don't know where these ugly people come from. Confident. Hudung is still here, daring to seduce big brother Duong. Hudung stood next to her, afraid to blush at Dada. Hudung angrily said to Dada, You know the relationship between me and Duong Hai well. It's clear. Stop spreading dirty rumors here. Dada stood chewing next to his mouth and not bothering to argue with Hudung anymore. Han Nguyen stepped in from the crowd surrounding Duong Hai and loudly said, Get out of the way. The girls surrounded were extremely surprised by Han Nguyen's actions. Han Nguyen pulled Duong Hai's hand away from that group of people. Duong Hai suddenly didn't have time to react, so she let Han Nguyen pull her away. Han Nguyen didn't care about others as she walked and said, "Brother, I'm here to save you." Han Nguyen turned to the table where Hu Dong and Dida were and spoke loudly to the two of them. "Don't just watch the excitement, quickly think of a way to get rid of all these troubles." Dida and Hu Dong heard Han Nguyen talk and were surprised. Hu Dong quickly suggested a place to go, "So let's go to the famous seashell bar of the customs and have some fun, okay?" Hu Dong smiled and asked the three of them. Dida immediately responded to that proposal. Dida happily and excitedly said, agreeing, "The special activities of the clamshell bar are very famous in Tu Hai." Duong Hai's eyes looked puzzled and asked again, "What special famous activity?" Duong Hai didn't seem to notice that on Duong Hai's face there was a lipstick mark from a woman who kissed her and left the mark there. Blanche's finger pointed to the hickey on Duong Hai's face. Duong Hai unconsciously followed that finger. Blanche closed her eyes, crossed her arms and said seriously, "You'll know when you go," while Duong Hai blushed shyly and used a handkerchief to wipe off the lipstick. At the seashell bar, an aquarium is being visited by many people. The center of this bar is a very large aquarium, with many species of fish swimming in that lake. Reefs, corals and sponges continuously emerged. In front of the aquarium there was a podium for the host. There is a staff member with dark red hair, a gentle face smiling at customers. She is wearing a very beautiful orange swimsuit. That staff member points to the aquarium and introduces it to the guests, welcoming them. "You have arrived at the seashell bar. We mermaids are very happy." We immediately started. Duong Hai wondered if Hu Dong, the mermaid, was a person with special abilities of the transformation system. Hu Dong spoke back to Duong Hai with a mysterious face, and he would know immediately. Dida cheerfully ran up from behind Duong Hai, then turned around and said to Duong Hai, "Big brother Duong, you sit first, we'll go change." Everyone has finished changing. The guests are looking up at the fish of many different sizes swimming around. The scene is very poetic. The water continuously moves up and down without a trace, the silence of the sea. Suddenly there were holes cut into the surface of the aquarium. Water was pouring out from those holes violently. The water kept rushing non-stop. The sound of the water drowned out the sounds of human conversation. The guests who saw that were not only not afraid but on the contrary were extremely happy and extremely excited. Everyone's faces were looking forward to this activity. Cheers! Duong Hai panicked as she looked at the continuous flow of water outside the waiting yard. Duong Hai shouted loudly, "What happened? What happened?" Duong Hai did not know that this was a performance of this bar. Suddenly, a host ran up to the stage and pointed his hand towards the water and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the mermaid is so excited to begin. Are you ready to be a free mermaid?" The water continued to rush. Going out caused the host to speak as loud as he could. Duong Hai and the other customers in the bar are drowning in that water. The customers at the bar have continuously transformed into mermaids with different colored fishtails. They are swimming in that cool water, and Duong Hai was extremely surprised. Duong Hai could not yet turn into a mermaid. Duong Hai was covering her mouth to prevent water from spilling in. Her eyes were extremely surprised looking at everything around her. Duong Hai glanced at the fish swimming calmly in the water. Suddenly, Dida swam from above Duong Hai's head, his face full of joy, and asked Duong Hai, "Gulp, big brother Duong, why don't you turn into a mermaid?" Duong Hai suddenly looked at Dida swimming above. "I couldn't help but open my mouth and the water rushed into my mouth again." Duong Hai's friends who were with him had all turned into mermaids and were swimming around Duong Hai. Only Duong Hai was still in human form, floating in the water, looking back and forth to see them swimming happily. Duong Hai saw Hu Dong in the body of a mermaid. Duong Hai blushed and looked extremely passionate. Hu Dong looked but didn't say anything. Duong Hai's entire body suddenly transformed into a mermaid. Her legs grew a black fish tail, and her upper body was completely naked without any clothes. Duong Hai was extremely surprised by the natural transformation of her body. Duong Hai looked back and forth at his body and looked very interested. Hu Dong looked up and down to observe Duong Hai. Duong Hai has turned into a mermaid. He switched to swimming state in this aquarium. Duong Hai swam and looked around to scout the environment here. Suddenly Duong Hai discovered something unusual while swimming freely. Duong Hai's eyes widened and glanced to the right. That was a shark escaping from the dense layers of rocks at the edge of the lake. It broke through the rocks, causing the broken rocks to fly out and fall into the water. Its whole body was coming out of that hole. Its eyes glowed, and the guests saw the phenomenon and stood stunned. Unable to let themselves lose their lives, the bar's customers immediately swam away in extreme fear, each swimming to escape the shark and save their lives. The killer whale looked at the group of swimming mermaids with bloodshot eyes. Duong Hai saw this and frowned, thinking, is this a strange beast or a person with the ability of the transformation system? Then he immediately used his supernatural ability to strike down the dragon. He tightly grasped the killer whale's tail. Make it scream in pain. Then in fear, he turned and ran away. After chasing the whale away, Duong Hai held her chest in pain and thought. It seemed the whale's purpose was to test her in Phi strength. He continued to think, if he can't reveal too strong a strength, then to deal with this guy, he has to think of a way to destroy it. Blanche immediately rushed forward and used her sword to whip the killer whale. The killer whale immediately bit hard on Blanche's sword. The pink-haired girl screamed in fear. The opponent's strength that could directly bite Blanche's sword was not S-class but also a top A-class existence. After losing the sword, Blanche was violently thrown away by the killer whale. The pink-haired girl looked at Blanche worriedly and said, "Blanche." Hongku seemed to see something and shouted in fear, "Ems, Hudong, look quickly." A powerful source of supernatural energy emitted and hit the killer whale, causing the killer whale to freeze in the blink of an eye and making it unable to move to escape that block of ice. Then the killer whale slowly sank deep into the ocean. The two mermaids hiding above saw this and said in surprise, "Is it over? Maybe it's okay." Before he could finish his sentence, the killer whale once again escaped and then rushed to attack. It opened its sharp teeth and fiercely rushed towards Duong Hai. Seeing this, Duong Hai immediately swam away and used his superpowers. He tried to swim away while thinking, just relying on the A-level Navy's magic technique cannot break its defense. It seems that only had to just use that. Duong Hai had a serious expression, her hands clenched tightly. And finally, he launched a strong attack towards the killer whale, causing it to turn around in time and receive all of Duong Hai's punches, screaming in pain. Suddenly Duong Hai discovered something. The killer whale lay motionless. Duong Hai saw that and immediately thought, is he dead? His face showed concern. It was dangerous. If it was discovered that one of his punches killed it immediately, then he would be exposed. Because he was afraid of being exposed, he immediately hit the killer whale with a series of palms and thought, while no one had discovered it, he quickly slashed his knife. Everyone below looked up and felt surprised. Hongku said, "A while ago I thought Big Brother Duong had won." Blanche heard that and said, "The A-level guy is not easy to deal with," and the pink-haired girl said, "Should we go help Big Brother Duong a little?" Then Duong Hai suddenly turned back into a human and fell in front of them. He immediately turned back and bowed. He stretched out his hand to absorb the dolphin's powers. Superpowers: killer whale, can transform into a killer whale, possesses strong mind and body, is a terrifying amount of food underwater, slippery skin skill can make attacks slippery on the outside, rated grade A, the black and white color scheme creature is indeed very adorable. Hudong was worried about Duong Hai and asked if he was okay. Duong Hai wiped the blood from the edge of his lips and said, "It's okay, the water of the four seas is really deep." The pink-haired girl told Duong Hai, "Please return to shore to treat your wound first, your wound looks very serious." Blanche immediately carried Duong Hai like a princess and said, "You didn't need to risk your life like that just now, wait for us to act together." Then he turned his face away and thought shyly. It seemed like this scene was seriously injured, so he had no choice but to continue. Duong Hai was lying on the hospital bed in old Tian's private room. Old Tian and the doctor came in to see the situation for him. Duong Hai was still sleeping there. Old man Tian stood next to Duong Hai's bedside looking at him. Duong Hai slowly opened his eyes and said to Old man Tian, "Old man Tian, it's actually my wound." Elder Tian smiled gently at Duong Hai with his kind face, raised his hand to stop Duong Hai from apologizing. "No need to explain further, I know your thoughts. If someone else wants to come and investigate the truth about you, of course, cannot let them achieve what they want." Duong Hai's eyes were serious as he lay on the hospital bed and asked Tian Lao, "The origin of the killer whale, can you guess which force sent it?" Elder Tian turned around, took out a cigarette, and said, "There are too many people targeting the power of our Tian family now, everyone has the ability." Elder Tian walked over and leaned against the window of the room, looking at the scenery, clasping his hands together and saying, "We've arrived at Lapfu Island. Here is controlled by the Lapfu Chamber of Commerce, and the main owner of the Lapfu Chamber of Commerce is Uruk family." Duong Hai lay on the hospital bed, his head turned to where Elder Tian was standing and thought about the information Elder Tian had just mentioned. The boy from the Uruk family who caused trouble at the last auction was a member of the Uruk family. Old man Tian left the room to let Duong Hai rest and said, "Soon the Tian family will spread the news saying that you are seriously injured, making it difficult for you to pretend for a few days." Duong Hai replied lying on the bed, "Thank you." On the deck, Duong Hai and Han Nguyen, both wearing swimsuits, were lying on long chairs, enjoying the extremely pleasant sunlight. Han Nguyen suddenly sat up. She saw it again, the vision of the Tham Lam clan. Duong Hai turned her head to look at Han Nguyen. Duong Hai was surprised by Han Nguyen's ability, took off her sunglasses and said, "Did you see it again? It's the second time. You have to quickly find the sage stone." Han Nguyen happily turned her head to Duong Hai and said, "Old brother, this time there are a lot more than before. Wait until you are a little more proficient. Maybe you can directly help me find their lair." Duong Hai shook her head back and forth with Han Nguyen and said, "I don't expect you to help me, as long as you are healthy and safe." Han Nguyen silently listened to Duong Hai's concern. Han Nguyen also happily followed, jumped out of the chair and ran back to hug Duong Hai's hand and happily said, "I know, maybe I'll read your memories again, see if I can find out anything new." Duong Hai was a little shy, surprised by Han Nguyen's actions. Duong Hai agreed. He began to read Han Nguyen's memories. Suddenly Duong Hai's vision was blurred and Han Nguyen's image quickly blurred. Duong Hai entered Han Nguyen's memory space. A series of images from the time on the port appeared. Duong Hai watched those memories slowly pass by. Duong Hai calmly glanced to the left. Appearing is a scene of mountains and forests in the morning, with luxuriant trees, and a mountain in the distance above which a tower is built. The next image is of two hands holding a scarf tightly wrapped around the man's neck, causing him to suffocate, his eyes bloodshot, his mouth bleeding, his fur furrowed extremely violently. He tried to scream loudly, but can't make any sound. The scene changes. The same hand is holding a black bottle making a colored solution and pouring it into water. Next is the scene of the boys wearing ragged clothes, sweaty faces, fearful eyes avoiding, standing in a line silently without saying anything. At this time, Han Nguyen was sleeping on the recliner, and Duong Hai was standing on the deck looking out to sea and thinking. This time Phi visually linked was a not young male of the Tham Lam clan. Duong Hai looked at the scene of the sun falling into the sea like a ball of fire. He calculated that he spread the powder so that many people would be infected. Those young girls and boys were the subordinates he trained. In the middle is a large bathing pool strewn with rose petals and a transparent pink curtain. A man soaks in the pool waiting for the woman to come. She wore a pearl necklace on her head, her skin was tanned, and she wore a red dress that was boldly cropped on the chest and thighs. This was the top 10 beauties of the 4 major seas. Jima belonged to the family, Uruk tribe. She lifted her red dress to reveal her seductive legs, then slowly dipped her feet into the rose-strewn water. Jima walked over to that man and said, "Do you miss me?" "I miss you, dear." That man didn't speak or move, just looked at her and smiled. Jima took out a cherry and gave it to the man, eyes full of charm, and said, "Baby, let's play a game." She brought the cherry to her mouth and approached the man. During the climax, a voice suddenly rang out, informing Jima, Mrs. Gill, and young Master Gill to come find them. Both were stunned by the interruption. Jima walked out of the water, leaving the man in there and said, "Baby, wait a minute." Jima turned his head, his eyes wild and full of meaning, saying, "When we come back we will play more excitingly." Jima walked out of that room and went to the living room to welcome young Master Gill. He was holding out his arms to greet Jima. "My lovely aunt, I didn't know if she knew a powerful metal element superpower named Dao." "No." Jima lay directly on the sofa, his hand resting on his chin. His cold eyes said again, "Maybe yes." "Did he tell me my name? Did you say Dao K is handsome or not?" Young Master Gill was a bit shy and said to Jima, "Auntie, you have to ask yourself this. If you know Dao K, wouldn't it be simpler to help me attract the Tai Quet organization behind him?" Jima stood up with her hands on the sofa. Jima didn't want to waste any more time with young Master Gill. He immediately sat up and turned around to leave. "Maybe that's it. Wait for me to think a bit. When you travel, you'll make a lot of friends." Young Master Gill, standing behind, had no intention of stopping Jima's footsteps. Jima looked at that scene in fear. She was covered in sweat and was extremely confused, not knowing what had happened. The man in front of Jima was the swordsman Tuong Vai who had just killed the man in the lake. The swordsman Tuong Vai looked at her with a frown and annoyedly told her, "This despicable woman, who already has an engagement with her, still dares to flirt with another guy." Swordsman Tuong Vai was holding a sword, pointing it straight at Jima's body, with cold eyes saying, "Today, I will kill you." Swordsman Tuong Vai shouted angrily, speechless. Jima ridiculously used a sarcastic tone to mock him. "You only know how to bully us women. If you are good, then go find a man, kill him. It looks like you have the ability." Swordsman Tuong Vai replied angrily, "Ha, your man just died." "Who knows?" Jima still laughed in his face. "He is just a sweet, my true lover. If you say that, you dare to touch him, or not?" He violently rushed in and strangled her, loudly questioning her, telling her who that wretched man was. Jima trembled and confessed, Dao K of the Tai Quet organization, every time you call, he and I listen to your idiot talking together. Swordsman Tuan Vai was so angry that he vomited blood and had to stick his sword into the floor to stand. He bitterly gritted his teeth and cursed, bullying people too much, Dao K, I swear I will kill you. Over here, Duang Hai is peacefully breathing fresh air. Suddenly, from afar, something with an unclear shape appeared moving towards Duang Hai's ship. He wondered, oh, what is that? The clouds were blown away. Under the bright moonlight he recognized the shape of a strange boat, an urgent scream calling for Duang Hai. Blanche quickly informed him of the situation and quickly went to the captain's room. The dolphin was blocked by powerful pirates. The captain said seriously, the one blocking us is the evil Lac Tin pirates, the leader of the S-class mutant, Pham Bui. He nervously continued, Pham Bui had 3 A-level generals, the seductive fox girl, the seaweed giant beast, and the deep sea overlord. The captain bowed his head and sincerely asked for help from Duang Hai. Now use the defensive formation to protect the passengers. In the boat will take 3 minutes, so I'm bothering you all. Tian Bakui replied carefully, this time the pirates secretly attacked. Perhaps other forces came to explore the methods of Tai Quet and our Tian family. We must be careful. Duang Hai was very excited and thought to himself, he had never seen anyone come directly to gain experience like that. He quickly made a battle plan. The leader of the Lac Tin pirates was temporarily assigned to me and Han Nguyen. The others were bothering you. Hu Dong insisted on stopping him, but he couldn't, his wounds still hadn't healed. Tian Bakui happily laughed at her. Rest assured, Hu Dong, brother Duang Hai's wound is almost healed, no problem. Hu Dong still refused to believe it. The injury was so severe, how could it heal so quickly? Duang Hai smiled and quickly replied, you should still act quickly, time is precious. The ship's sirens were turned on and blaring. All rooms are automatically locked for the safety of passengers first. The pirate ship came very close to the dolphin. The necromancer, Lonely Star 97, was Pham Bui. He arrogantly ordered his subordinates, the 2 wolves of the Great Sea. In front were the Tian family's dolphins. He raised the skull stick and loudly asked, tell me what you want from them the most. His subordinates responded with excitement and shouted, we want sparkling jewels, we will play prostitutes, we will massacre. After that, they jumped down and surfed the sea surface to board the dolphin ship. It seemed like their shoes were magically made to be able to walk on the sea. Duang Hai took the lead and rushed past them. By the way, use their heads as a stepping stone to quickly jump over. He immediately encountered the seductive fox girl blocking the way. She jokingly said, little Marshal, do you only know how to bully these ugly little troublemakers? As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her 2 claws and rushed to attack Duang Hai. He gently bounced his legs to gain momentum. Then he jumped up and dodged her claw attack with ease. She angrily provoked Duang Hai, you just know how to dodge, so what kind of man are you? Duang Hai realized that she quickly used charm on him. He smiled and thought to himself, are you using mental tricks with level 3 mental power like me? Of course, he couldn't easily fall for such a petty trick. Duang Hai rushed forward and squeezed the fox girl's neck. She happily complimented Duang Hai, how could you block my mental attack, but it's very unfortunate. Han Nguyen urgently shouted to Duang Hai to be careful behind her. Behind Duang Hai there is a dry skeleton holding a sword and intending to attack him. The skeleton warrior controlled by Pham Bui rushed forward, brandishing his sword, attacking Duang Hai from behind. He smirked confidently. Then he held out the fox girl as a shield, absorbing the full slash from that skeleton warrior. Duang Hai separated her magic power into a blue power pearl. Holding her power pearl in his hand, Duang Hai proudly quipped, rest in peace, even though your hands are definitely stained with a lot of people's blood, I hope you can be a good person in your next life. The system displays information about the mysterious ability, introduces it, transforms into a fox girl, can use mental force to spin the enemy, normally through absorbing a man's positive energy to strengthen the spirit, and own body, charm skill, using action language to mediate, charm the enemy, fall into a state of stupor, rated A level, spiritual bloodline is not bad, there are many ways play. Suddenly, the Dark Sea Tyrant, holding a mace, rushed forward to attack Hu Dong. She quickly figured out how to deal with it. In an instant, she appeared behind the Deep Sea Tyrant. He was still in shock because she suddenly disappeared from sight. This girl's speed is really fast. Seaweed head, where's your trap? The giant seaweed beast smiled sinisterly and replied, preparing. Countless tentacles simultaneously rushed in to attack Hu Dong. She couldn't react in time, so they tied her up, her whole body floating in the air. Blanche bravely rushed forward and cut off a series of tentacles to rescue Hudong. The giant seaweed beast laughed loudly. "Ha, seaweed can't cut it." Once again, he ordered the seaweed to attack both Hudong and Blanche. Hanaguyat appeared to help promptly. She shouted and froze. The giant beast seaweed immediately turned to ice and broke into pieces. There was a pair of eyes observing the situation below through binoculars. In the captain's room, he commented on the situation that little brother Duong Hai killed an enemy general. Miss Hudong and Miss Han Naguya could also deal with the remaining two. Tian shrugged and said helplessly, he really wanted to fight side by side with them, but unfortunately his strength only let me obediently be a spectator. Suddenly below the boat, on the sea surface, a glowing magic circle appeared surrounding it. It forcibly controlled the direction of the boat and crashed straight into the boat of those evil people. Fambui happily tapped his wand on the deck very hard. He laughed proudly and disdainfully. Duong Hai, right, I will definitely use your head to make a urinal. The skull stick in his hand was used by him to summon magic, and the darkness spread out to cover him. It gave strength to the skeleton warrior who was defeated earlier. The skeleton absorbed the power and then slowly transformed. From a weak skeleton, it has now grown bigger and stronger, with both hands holding a baton full of sharp spikes. Fambui arrogantly said, "This is an S-level giant skeleton, how long do you think you can hold on? 1 minute or 30 seconds? Duong Hai was not moved at all, smiled and replied lightly, "Just try and you will know right away." That S-class skeleton rushed to attack Duong Hai as soon as he heard the order. Both batons hit hard, causing sea water to splash. Duong Hai quickly jumped high to avoid the attack, making it surprised and unable to react. He kicked its big back. Use the momentum to push it forward. Then quickly jump back to keep your distance. Duong Hai seriously thought about how to deal with it. It seemed that if he did not deal with the giant's flexible tail, it would be impossible to destroy its nape. Its huge tail whipped forward and hit him straight. Duong Hai calmly blocked it with one hand. Then he quickly dissolved the giant's entangled tail in an instant. With no more obstacles, Duong Hai rushed forward. Kick a kick into the athlete's back. It collapsed its huge body to the ground motionless. Duong Hai waved his hands and leisurely quipped at Fambui, "I didn't hear what you said just now, should I say it again?" He got angry and shouted provocatively, "If you want to die so much, then I will let you open your eyes a little. What is called S-level power?" Fambui cunningly said, "Seeing your performance, I have changed my mind. I want to use your bones to make a warrior's skull to deal with your former comrades." The black aura from his skull stick spread again. A magic circle appeared in the air. When the passengers saw it, they immediately started talking about what it was. Fambui summoned a white dragon skull, huge and terrifying, with its mouth still spewing toxic gas that swept away no one. Before the subordinates could get on the boat, they were flooded with toxic gas, screaming miserably. Long Tuk died. "Ah, I don't want to die." Their screams echoed throughout the sea. It was so painful. Duong Hai also had to admire Fambui's unique move. What a terrible skill. He became even more excited, clenching his fist to fight to the end. "Is this the summoning of beasts? Then let me enjoy a little, the feeling of leveling up combat." Those who witnessed the battle commented in surprise, "This S-level undead mage, Duong Hai, is planning to rise above the level to fight. This is something only a few perverts from the Four Seas list would dare to do." When Long Tuk died, he determined that the enemy was Duong Hai and immediately launched toxic gas streams straight at him. Duong Hai quickly dodged aside. He rushed forward at an extremely fast speed, approaching the dragon's head. Then throw a full-force punch aimed at its head. Fambui arrogantly mocked, "Hey, running away is useless." The dragon died and promptly shot out a stream of toxic gas to counterattack. Duong Hai summoned a shield to block all the poisonous gas. While shielding, gradually approached the monster dragon. In an instant, he was able to reach its mouth without being affected by the toxic gas. He used his hand to grasp its jaw. Fambui saw the danger and immediately flew up to help his death dragon. He arrogantly shouted, "Even if you can catch it, it is useless." He took advantage of the time when Duong Hai's hand was busy locking the dragon's mouth. He raised his skull stick to cast an attack. "This time I'll see what you do." Duong Hai smiled meaningfully. Then turned to deal with Fambui. He had planned it in advance. As soon as he saw Fambui appear in his sight, Duong Hai immediately rushed up and loudly scolded him, "Who knows what else you will summon next, by me directly dealing with your essence." Fanbui turned pale and realized he had been tricked. Could it be that your starting target was me? He was startled and quickly turned around and ran away. But Duan Hai's powerful fist punched a hole through his chest. Fanbui was shocked and wondered, how could this be possible? I couldn't even force the star of the Taikwet organization, and I failed. He and Long Tuk died and immediately fell into the sea in front of their subordinates. They panicked and shouted to each other to escape. The boss is dead, everyone stop fighting, just run away quickly. Duan Hai stood above, observing the chaotic remnants of the army fleeing in all directions. Suddenly he noticed something. There is a guy swimming in the sea with surprising speed. Duan Hai thought suspiciously, this guy runs so fast, he has a habit of being startled, it's really troublesome. He immediately called Dao Ke to follow and investigate. I sent a clone to see what happened. Dao Ke appeared to receive orders and immediately chased after him. La Ky was swimming quickly on the sea surface without knowing that someone was following him below, silently watching him. Thanks to the bird-nosed mask, that person could speak even though he was scuba diving. Compared to running away, it looked like he was going to some special place. Coming to an island, La Ky slowly waded to shore. Along the way, there were also some clear footprints left in the sand. The masked man, still on the beach, just raised his head to look and said, could this be the lair of the Tin Lac pirates? La Ky grabbed the shirt of a subordinate and angrily said, what are you talking about? My foster father is an S-level supernatural person, how could he lose in the hands of an A-level domestic person? The subordinate who was lifted up by the purple shirt replied without trembling, not only the leader, the bewitched fox girl, the deep-sea overlord and the seaweed giant beast were all dead, no one came back. Another subordinate said, the strength of our Tin Lac pirate group has been destroyed. The bald head also said, oh my god, why did the leader go and tease the family? La Ky said loudly, that's enough, their adoptive father died fighting, we will develop silently, avenging our adoptive father. The guy who had just been caught said, if that's the case, then I'll suggest to the survivors that we divide the things. When the other guys heard that, they followed suit and said yes. They all split up, everyone ran to their own place. We have worked for many years in the group of Kalpa in the Sea of Stars, these things should originally belong to us. La Ky raised the crowd and said, you guys. He quickly punched and drew blood from one of his subordinates and announced that all of his adoptive father's assets are mine, including you, who are also my subordinates. If you want to divide the property, are you tired of living? Then he grabbed one of the guys by the neck. Lift that guy up high and say, if you don't want to end up like him, then obediently listen, I guarantee you will have a future. Then La Ky threw the body on the ground and said, if the majority of saints are dead, then the luxury items and beauties of those B-level powerhouses will also be given to you. He said with a face, why are you hesitating any longer? Hearing that, the subordinates happily said, since we agree to do it, let me drag a woman over here to play first. Two girls are sitting trembling in the prison. The bald man pulled out a black-haired woman, making her moan, don't save her life. His face was full of lust and lust. Pushing that woman down, she still cried out in tears, don't do it, just go ahead. The masked person looking at that scene could only exclaim, has. The masked person picked up a stone, intending to do something. Suddenly the stone was launched with force, it shot from one person to another. The bald man was still lying motionless, with a hole in his head, resting peacefully in the young girl's lap. She announced that he was dead. La Ky stood aside, looking at the scene of his subordinates dying and asking, what exactly do you think this is? While he was about to die, one of his subordinates kept saying, ha ha ha, it's people from the dolphin shop who came to our island. La Ky didn't expect that before I died, I could still be with you. La Ky squeezed his neck so hard that he had trouble breathing and died instantly. He said, damn, you're all hateful people, why don't you die in battle? Both knees fell to the ground, unable to resist. The masked man knelt down in front of the cave and said, I don't know which senior visited our island, I respectfully greet you. He continued, if the Lord does not criticize, the villain is willing to accept him as his adoptive father, from now on be loyal to him, jumping into the sea of fire and not refusing. A sword pierced his body. The person wearing the strange face said, sorry, I already have an adopted son, so you should go and die. He glared and said regretfully, he had mistakenly offended a big character of too high. La Ky's body 5 years ago had a wound through his abdomen that was still bleeding. The mysterious person in the black robe placed his hand on the small, bright white gem. An introduction panel appeared, and it turned out that the bright gem was a special ability called a red bronze battle robe. After reading the introduction, the mysterious person raised the gem and wondered, "It's not strong enough, so let me level it up for you to try." The introduction panel appears again, this time when the red bronze battle clothes have been upgraded. Now it has become an S-class ability, the magic battle clothes Lu Jin Divine DM. The mysterious person opened the iron door and told the people inside, "You will all be rescued." When the girl heard that, she was a little scared and sweat was pouring down her face. The Black Cloak continued to say, "I will leave half of the pirate's money to you to support your future life." A couple in the cell heard this and hugged each other with joy and happiness, so happy that tears rolled down. "That's great, I'm finally saved." In another scene, the black-cloaked man is standing on a towering cliff watching the rushing sea below. The bright moonlight along with the stars shined across the dark sea surface along with the melodies of the mountains and forests. The mysterious person held out his hand in front of him. After arriving at too high, he felt that the S-level strength was not enough, so he should try upgrading an ability to SS level. His jet black gem emitted extremely dense streams of negative energy. The Black Cloak has upgraded that gem, now it has become an SS level ability with many excellent skills. The mysterious person happily praised, "Not bad, after decomposing it, upgrade to another ability, see how it goes." Having said that, he really wanted to decompose it to upgrade other abilities, but suddenly discovered that it had no effect. The mysterious person was a bit annoyed. Why didn't it work? Could it be that the level of the exploited ability was actually SS level? Then, he felt something was wrong, not right. It can upgrade S-level abilities to SS level, proving that its potential is not just SS level. At this time, that mysterious person remembered the Tam Gyai ability from before. He thought, perhaps it was related to the third stage, perhaps the third stage was a symbol of another world used to balance the strong. The black-cloaked man looked at the pearl in front of him and exclaimed, but he didn't expect that after reaching Tam Gyai, the power pearl could no longer be decomposed. Another black-cloaked guy appeared. It seemed like he needed to research the golden divine demonic armor, and would have to rely on it for the next time. Seeing that, the remaining black cloak immediately said, "I will come and coordinate with you." As soon as he finished speaking, the black-cloaked man flew into the air. "First try this third skill Ngung Tai Vu." Then Hao held a big stick in his hand. "Let me use the magic stick to see what it was like." Then Hao said, "Physical, mental, elemental attacks, one by one rushed over here." That stream of light rushed into the room and straight into Then Hao's body, along with the mysterious black-cloaked man. He looked at the mysterious person's hand. This physical power was absorbed by the divine magic armor, again. The cloaked man shot out of Then Hao's body. He used a blue force to push towards him. Then Hao quickly used his stick to block his attack. He used the stick to cover his face, and the S-level elemental attacks were also absorbed. Then Hao whipped his stick in another direction and continued speaking, so this third skill was a weapon. Then Hao swung his stick strongly into the calm sea, allowing me to open my eyes to the concept of Tam Gyai's power. As soon as the stick was swung down, the water surface rose up with strong and intense waves. A drunk man was sleeping soundly on a small wooden raft. He suddenly woke up. His face was still red from the alcohol in his body. He was surprised. What happened? From the lens of a binocular, the sea view looked so poetic and pleasant. Dead fish had drifted to the beach, lying motionless on the white sand. Then Hao saw this scene and immediately wondered, is this a strong man from the third stage? He asserted, "I was looking forward to a little duel, to see who was strong and who was weak." Then Hao leaned back a bit, his hand holding the stick as desired, his masked face looking down and said, "Let me try flying in the air again." Rooster K suddenly fell freely from the sky, his head turned in the same direction as the sea surface. While falling, Dao K showed no signs of struggling or trying to survive. The sea surface continuously undulated as if waiting to devour Rooster Chicken. Dao K's whole body fell straight and was submerged in that cold water. As soon as Dao K fell, the sea foam immediately rose violently and the water shot into the air, creating continuous ripples and waves, blizzard. Then Hao, floating in the air, also flew down to the water to dive in search of Rooster K. Then Hao swam like a mermaid, only waving his legs but not moving his arms. Then Hao was heading down to the river water. The bubbles appeared, bubbles continuously emerged and fish swam around as a scene for Then Hao. The notice board appeared, destroying the golden bronze. Then Hao activated the skill. 2 yellow rays of light appeared in Then Hao's eyes, shining straight at the bottom of the lake as if destroying something. Wherever those 2 beams of light shine, the sea creatures within the range of that light are immediately burned to ashes, leaving only the fallen skeletons that slowly rot in the water, dying instantly. The man fishing at sea took out his binoculars, put them on his eyes and looked at the area where a streak of light flared up violently, even rising to the surface of the sea. The drunk fisherman was stunned when he saw this scene. His face was sweating and his head was still wrapped in a towel. The fisherman took the binoculars out of his eyes and said to himself in surprise, "There, what is it? Have I drank too much?" The next morning scene, on the bow of the 6-star metallurgical ship, Tian Lao and Duong Hai were standing there looking at the sea ahead. Elder Tian looked at the rich landscape ahead and introduced it to Duong Hai. In front was the first island, Bok Lok Island. The clouds were still lingering so they hadn't completely dissipated. The sunlight was shining through, whip every corner of this sea. Duong Hai moved closer to Tian Bakui, then looked down at old Tian and asked, "What force controlled this island?" Old Tian's eyes seriously answered Duong Hai's question. "Bok Lok Min, the leader of Tu Xuan, Dao No, 39 Li Du." Tian Bakui glanced at Duong Hai and said, "Their strength cannot be underestimated." Not long after the collapse of the Tian family, Bok Lok Min repeatedly expressed the idea of wanting to replace the Tian family. In the port scene of Bok Lok Island, where goods are being transported in bustlingly, stairs and storage areas and machinery are placed almost to the full of this port. Li Du, the man in old Tian's introduction, appeared. Li Du was wearing a gray suit and a brown plaid tie. Accompanying him was Li Tai Vai, a girl with black hair and a shirt, purple tube tops, short skirts and black stockings, many meters shorter than Li Du. Li Du smiled and said as he walked, he had heard his name for a long time. He stepped forward and shook hands with Elder Tian. Both of them smiled happily. Li Du had a small talk with Tian Bakui. The Fanhai Merchant Guild could come to Bok Lok Island. It was truly Bok's honor. Our Lokmin. Old man Tian didn't say anything, just looked at Li Du and smiled. Duong Hai's side was not stable at all. Li Tai Vai stood opposite Duong Hai's face. Her face turned very red and her eyes were glued to Duong Hai's face without leaving. Duong Hai suddenly looked back at Li Tai Vai. Duong Hai was quite confused with her eyes. Duong Hai pouted and thought, what does she keep looking at me for? As soon as he finished socializing, Li Du turned to Duong Hai who was standing behind him, dressed very neatly. Then he asked, the handsome young man of the past few years, Old man Tian, can you introduce us? Tian Bat. Kui looked at Li Du who was asking. Then Duong Hai also raised his head to look up and listen to what he said. Old man Tian smiled slightly and opened his mouth to say, just a few juniors, not worthy of the 4 words young and talented. Li Du looked at Duong Hai and said, but he didn't see that. He stepped closer to Duong Hai's body and touched his body with his hand and said, this little brother just looks at him and knows that he is talented and talented. The strong man of Tu Hai definitely has his place. His eyes suddenly became cold and cunning as he looked at Duong Hai and said implicitly, this is Li Tai V's daughter, ranked 43 on the Tu Hai list. She is young, she should exchange feelings a little. The girl showed her face and looked at him. He grabbed Duong Hai's hand, then Li Tai V's hand, then pulled the two people's hands together and made them hold hands for a while. Li Tai Vi shyly said, hello. Duong Hai is not. He opened his mouth to say hello but his face turned red. Seeing this, Li Du didn't say anything but just smiled happily looking at this talented and beautiful couple. Li Du said in a serious tone, Bok Lok Men has prepared a lavish party and a relaxing hotel for everyone, please stop walking. He turned to leave, but the sound of Li Du's laughter continued to echo. Duong Hai and Li Tai Vi stood behind him, looking at him without blushing. Duong Hai is currently participating in the party that Li Du mentioned before at the port. At the party, he was surrounded by many acquaintances, chatting happily and celebrating Duong Hai. Congratulations, little brother Duong from rank 99 to rank 30. One should drink a glass. Yes, drink. Duong Hai could hardly refuse to drink and could only laugh. He tried not to drink so he said, thank you for your good intentions, I really can't drink. The friend next to me didn't give Duong Hai any way out, so he had to drink 3 glasses before he could leave, otherwise you won't respect us. Come on, let's drink. He had just finished drinking 3 glasses of wine at the banquet table and was lying on the hotel bed, his face completely red, his eyes looking up at the ceiling in a daze. Duong Hai said, this wine is really strong, it's too hot. He had just sat up from the bed when he heard someone knock on the door twice. Duong Hai quite suddenly looked at the door and asked, who? He got up from the bed and walked to the front door and opened it. The person standing in front of him was Li Tai Vi, her face redder than a tomato, and she shyly invited Duong Hai, hello, our island has not bad scenery, would you like to go see it with us? Duong Hai looked bewildered and asked Li Tai Vi again, are you coming with me? Her face turned red, she looked away and answered, yes. He knew the meaning so he politely refused, it was too embarrassing, I was a bit tired. Another day, Duong Hai slowly closed the door. Before she could close the door completely, Li Tai V's hand blocked the door with a bang. She was holding on, waiting a bit. In Li Du's office, there is a woman with short light purple hair and a tight dress named Detrithu. She is banging on Li Du's desk and shouting, "Boss, I saw Tai Vi, it matures." Detrithu said with an unpleasant expression, "I'm really not cruel." Li Du responded to Detrithu's words, "There is nothing that he cannot bear. The Tian family has already used Kui Hu Dung. We cannot bear to feel resentment for Tai Vi. How can we take Duang Hai over?" He said the next information, "That person had already promised me, as long as the Tian family loses the support of the Tai Quet organization, we can change the Bok Lok Min to the Bok Lok Chamber of Commerce." New information. This made Detrithu extremely surprised and stunned, his face sweating as he looked at Li Du. He was afraid to look directly at Detrithu and said, "Because of all this, Tai Vi's sacrifice was very worthy." In Duang Hai's hotel room, Li Tai Vi is now lying on the bed covered with a blanket, her body wet with sweat while Duang Hai stands and watches without touching her. Duang Hai tried to remember why Li Tai Vi was so drunk. "I don't remember how much she drank. How did she get so drunk?" His face was still red and sweating. "So many." Mr. Duang Hai realized that his breathing was very strong and steeper than usual. He asked himself, what happened? His body had become hotter. The shower in the bathroom was turned on. Water continuously poured out from small holes cut into the surface of the faucet. The sound of water continuously echoed in the bathroom. Duang Hai was naked, trying to use cold water to wake himself up. He thought, "It's useless to bathe his body. This is really strange. This is definitely a problem." Suddenly, someone's arm opened the bathroom door in an instant. It seemed like this person didn't notice that someone was taking a shower. Duang Hai was startled, turned her head to look at who was opening the bathroom door. Her eyes widened in confusion. Her face was covered in sweat even though she was taking a cold shower. Duang Hai was taking a shower when she suddenly heard a noise coming from behind her. Li Tai Vi pushed the door from outside to enter Duang. While taking a shower, her face was burning, her eyes were sparkling. She softly said, "It's too hot." Li Tai Vi's body was naked. Duang Kai saw this and quickly took a towel to cover Li Tai Vi's body. Li Tai Vi couldn't control her hands and touched Duang Hai's body. Duang Hai shouted loudly, "Hey, hey, calm down, don't touch my body like that." Li Tai Vi saw Duang Kai standing near her and quickly hugged Duang Hai. Her eyes were sparkling, her face was red. She whispered softly into Duang Hai's ear, "Your body is really cold." Duang Kai saw Li Tai Vi like that on her face. Blushing and embarrassed, she used her hand to push Li Tai Vi. Duang Hai couldn't bear it anymore and said, "Okay, it's come to this, I can't help it." Duang Hai hit Li Tai Vi's neck hard. Duang Hai got dressed and took Li Tai Vi back to her room. Duang Hai sat on the chair thoughtfully, her hand resting on the chair and said, "It seems like she was really drugged." So was Li Tai Vi. Luckily, her mental strength was at the 3rd level, can defeat the medicinal power, but Li Tai Vi was tied to the bed. Duang Hai scratched her head and looked at Li Tai Vi and said, "The drug addict absolutely cannot be a person of a dolphin, nor is she like Bok Lok Min. After all, Li Tai Vi is Li Du's biological daughter." Good for Mr. Duang. Li Du pushed the door and rushed in. Behind was Auntie Da. Auntie returned to Li Du and looked silently at the bed where Li Tai Vi was tied up. Duang Hai looked in the direction of Auntie Da and Li Du wondering. Auntie Da ran to Li Tai Vi's place. Tai Vi woke up, spoke and untied Li Tai Vi's hands. Duang Hai looked towards Auntie and whispered, "It was them who quit smoking. I'm afraid these two people were already prepared outside. Fortunately I'm also a gentleman and a gentleman. If not, you'll really run away." Li Tai Vi opened her eyes. Li Tai Vi hugged Auntie and cried loudly, "Hoo, Auntie Da, I almost missed it just now." Li Tai Vi sobbed. While crying, Li Tai Vi opened her eyes and saw Li Du standing in front of her. Li Tai Vi wondered, looking worriedly at Auntie, "Auntie, why is everyone here?" Auntie stammered and said, "Here." Li Du shouted loudly at Li Tai Vi, "Did you teach me to talk to my elders like that?" Li Tai Vi's eyes were filled with tears, her face was red, she screamed loudly, "So that's it, can the elders give medicine to the juniors?" Li Tai Vi pointed at Duang Hai and said to Li Du, "I have agreed with you guys, I will try to approach him, but I didn't expect you guys to want to take the medicine so that the rice can be cooked into rice." "Shut up, Li Tai Vi, don't forget that I'm your father," Li Du shouted. Li Tai Vi did not compromise anymore. She also shouted loudly at Li Du, "What father would put his daughter in someone else's bed?" Seeing the discontent, Auntie hugged Li Tai Vi, who was crying because of disappointment in Li Du. Auntie interrupted father and son's words, "That's enough, brother, it's our fault, Tai Vi," Auntie Da assured. "Whoever uses you to achieve their goals in the future should step over Auntie's corpse first." Hearing words of protection from Auntie Da, Li Taivai was moved, her eyes filled with tears, and she called out her name, Auntie Da. Li Taivai immediately hugged Aunt Da and cried. Behind was Duang Hai standing and watching. Li Du angrily closed the door, huffed, and left. Duang Hai helplessly said, "Oh, you two beauties, how about leaving this room for you two to use? I'll go back to the boat and deal with it a bit." Aunt Da looked at Duang Hai and said, "No need to do that, Duang Hai brother, can you go to the bathroom and hide for a bit? After I finish dressing Tai Vai, we will talk more." "Little brother Duang Hai, what happened tonight? I apologize on behalf of Bak Lok Min to you." Aunt Da bowed her head to apologize to Duang Hai. "Yes, senior, there's no need to do that. In any case, I haven't suffered any losses, so it's considered a tie," Duang Hai said as he held his hand to support Auntie Da. Auntie Da grabbed Duang Hai's hand and said seriously, "Duang Hai, little brother, please keep this a secret for Tai Vai. In fact, she is also the victim." Duang Hai seriously promised Auntie Da, "Of course, I will keep my mouth shut and not let Miss Kai V's reputation suffer any loss." This time, the two of them also seem to understand each other. If possible, Aunt Da hopes the two of them can continue to develop, Aunt Da said. Duang Hai smirked and thought, "I'm afraid of being beaten." Li Taivai shyly pulled Aunt Da's hand away. "Auntie Da, don't talk anymore, let's go quickly." Duang Hai looked at the two people and whispered, "This whole night was truly special." The knocking on the door made a fierce sound. Duang Hai said helplessly, "No, come again." Duang Hai passed by and suddenly looked at the room door, which was slightly open. Li Taivai is practicing saying thank you to Duang Hai. "Thank you for protecting me tonight." When she saw Duang Hai standing there, she quickly ran away. Duang Hai stood there thinking, "That's so cute." At the harbor, a number of people had gathered and prepared to board the boat. "Duang Hai, little friend, can't bear to let you go like that. It's better to stay and be my son-in-law," Li Du said, placing his hand on Duang Hai's shoulder. Duang Hai thought to himself, "This person acts like he doesn't act. He is truly an example of our generation." Master Li Min was joking. "The orderly didn't come today. Could it be because his body is not well?" Duang Hai told Li Du. Li Du looked at the clock at the harbor and said, "I've already calculated. It's past the good time to go away." Li Du, Duang Hai and others slowly followed each other onto the boat. Suddenly a voice came from far away, "Dao Ke, if you are a man, get out of here." It was the appearance of a man wearing iron armor, holding a sword, haggard face, brown hair, looking towards the group of people boarding the train. Everyone around looked excitedly at the man. One of them said, "Isn't this the swordsman Tuong Vai? What is he looking for Dao Ke to decide?" The other person answered, not knowing what to do, said there was some grudge. Duang Hai saw that and slightly frowned. "Do we know each other, uncle?" The man wearing a blue shirt, round glasses, white hair and white beard, immediately said to Duang Hai, "This is swordsman Tuong Vai number 72, little brother Duang Hai. Do you know what grudge he has with Dao Ke?" Duang Hai listened attentively to his uncle. Duang Hai replied, "I didn't spend much time with Dao Ke, so there was no misunderstanding." The man wearing a blue shirt, round glasses, white hair and white beard, immediately replied to swordsman Tuong Vai, "Swordsman Tuong Vai, I also consider him an old acquaintance of Dao Ke. I didn't know you were looking for him today. Is there anything wrong with him?" Swordsman Tuong Vai immediately looked at the man and said loudly, "I originally did not want to make enemies with the arbitration organization. My fiancée was seduced by Dao Ke. Today I want to reclaim justice." Whispers appeared. It turned out that Dao Ke let the swordsman Tuong Vai be cuckolded. It was only natural for him to take revenge. The old man Dao Ke had a prosperous life with the top 10 beauties of the 4 great seas. What's wrong with this Uruk family, insulting their reputation? Duang Hai pondered, why didn't Dao Ke dare go out? Swordsman Tuong Vai replied, "Unless the judge's organization is a coward, I've already scared him off, so it's fine if he doesn't come out." Strangely enough, he's a bit excited today. "Now that I've achieved my goal, I have to leave here. If you want to rely on the big to bully the small, ask the 2 Xuan Dao in my hand first." The face of swordsman Tuong Vai began to change color. Li Du couldn't bear it anymore, pointed at the swordsman Tuong Vai and shouted, "If you want to rely on big to oppress the small, ask 2 Xuan Dao in my hand first." Hey, this is about me and Dao Ke, swordsman Tuong Vai replied. Li Du held the sword in his hand and rushed towards the swordsman Tuong Vai. "Tu Xuandao, don't get involved in this matter," swordsman Tuong Vai said, his hand holding the sword to block Li Du's slash. Li Du is so upset. Today I have Bak Lok Min here. Don't try to fight back. I'll take action. Please go home." If that's the case, then I, Swordsman Tuong Vai, said with a determined look. Swordsman Tuong Vai remembered the man with long white hair, with a white beard, lifeless black eyes, wearing a blue jade ring in his hand and said, whether Tu Xuan Dao or Tian Jia took action, force Dao K outside, otherwise you will know the consequences. Swordsman Tuong V's body trembled. Swordsman Tuong Vai angrily gritted his teeth and shouted, damn, what's the matter? I'm a powerful person, so why did I become a tool for you big guys? Out of nowhere, a small golden dragon appeared and wrapped itself around Li Du's leg. Li Du was surprised. Huh? Swordsman Tuong Vai rushed into Duong Hai, surprising Duong Hai. Duong Hai did not hesitate to throw out his fist. Swordsman Tuong V's sword and Duong Hai's fist created a large explosion. Duong Hai's hands trembled as he thought to himself, hateful, the power I injected is limited to this bra, it's time for him to appear. Duong Hai put on his clothes, wore a red mask on his face, and held a golden stick in his hand. He appeared behind Swordsman Tuong Vai and said, if I see you guys messing around for so long, I will fight no matter what, it might kill you. After hearing this, Swordsman Tuong Vai was bewildered. Swordsman Tuong Vai glanced behind him and thought, this time it's troublesome, the judge is really here. Swordsman Tuong Vai raised his hand to swing his sword. Duong Hai immediately leaned to dodge. Swordsman Tuong Vai looked into the distance and thought, not caring anymore, he just needed to lure the referee's people to the messenger Tianzlong. Swordsman Tuong Vai said, looking at this brother's mask, he is probably a servant of the Taikwet organization, right? I would like to introduce myself, Swordsman Tuong Vai said with a sweaty face. Duong Hai shouted loudly, don't waste words, I haven't moved my muscles in a long time, today I will fight you. Swordsman Tuong Vai raised his hand, his face was now scared. Wait, today's matter has nothing to do with you, or can you call Dao K out? Duong Hai raised her hand to scratch her ear, not wanting to listen to the Swordsman Tuong V's words. You insulted my big brother's purity, do you still want to see Dao K? Come through my door and decide. Hearing Duong Hai's insult, Swordsman Tuong Vai looked at Duong Hai with sharp eyes. Duong Hai used teleport behind Swordsman Tuong Vai, making him lose his guard. Duong Hai suddenly kicked Swordsman Tuong V's body behind him, causing him to collapse. He immediately shouted, how is this possible? Swordsman Tuong Vai fell into the sea. The water surface from calm became rippled. He shouted, hateful, this guy is not only fast, his strength is also so perverted. After falling into the sea, he tried to get ashore. When he was about to reach the shore, he suddenly looked behind him and exclaimed, is there more? Duong Hai jumped down from above. Swordsman Tuong Vai stood up and used his sword. Tuong Vai flowers appeared on the sword accompanied by purple light. Unfortunately, those moves did not affect Duong Hai. Duong Hai stepped on the Swordsman Tuong V's body. That kick hit Swordsman Tuong Vai in the chest and caused him so much pain that he vomited blood. After that kick, Swordsman Tuong Vai and Duong Hai sank into the deep sea. When he saw himself sinking, Duong Hai used his strength to kick Swordsman Tuong V's body to launch himself out of the water. Duong Hai flew out of the water to everyone's surprise. Duong Hai stood still in the air for a long time, arms crossed over his chest, looking down at the sinking Swordsman Tuong Vai and said, this is called a strong man, it's really funny. Everyone looked at Duong Hai and exclaimed, this strength is truly terrifying, strong people are kicked back and forth like a punching bag. The blue-haired man added, I am suspicious of Swordsman Tuong Vai today, someone is faking it. Li Du said in surprise, is this the strength of the Taikwet organization? It is absolutely impossible to provoke this organization. A cloud appeared in the sky, behind which a gray-black dragon appeared, watching everything. Rank Casualty Messenger No. 25 thought, if the strength of the Taikwet organization is like this person, then this organization really needs to be treated with caution. Casualty Messenger No. 25 continued to observe, after all, sacrificing a strong person can create a situation, it cannot be wasted like that. His steely eyes looked at everything. Duong Hai looked at the Swordsman Tuong Vai and said, do your best to attack me, if you can defeat me in battle, you may also be spared a life. Then Marquis, that will let you open your eyes a bit, this sword of mine hopes to give you a little surprise, Swordsman Tuong Vai said as he leaned on the sword with his hand and struggled to stand up. He raised his sword to the sky, the lightning was absorbed into the sword, creating a red light. In the sky that red light appeared more and more intensely. A man with white hair and white beard and wearing a brown shirt appeared, looked at the red light and said in surprise, Swordsman Tuong Vai, you Lao Luke. Swordsman Tuong Vai looked up at the sky and said, if you want to sell your life to me, you stand behind and reap the benefits, where can you find such a good deal? The man with white hair and white beard and wearing a brown shirt landed, his hands clasped behind his back, his expression pensive. The man with white hair and white beard and wearing a brown shirt clasped his hands together and politely said to Duong Hai, "This is Duong Tianjlo. He happened to pass by here and saw him relying on big and bullying small, so he originally wanted to take action to subdue him, but was robbed one step ahead by his brother." Duong Hai whispered, "Who are you fooling?" Duong Tianjlo walked away and suddenly turned around to look at the swordsman Tuong Vai. "Kang Dragon number 2, Assassination Dragon," Duong Tianjlo said with a serious face. From behind was the appearance of Casualty Messenger No. 25, howling. Swordsman Tuong Vai was suddenly startled when he heard it. Swordsman Tuong Vai immediately turned around and looked at Casualty Messenger No. 25 with a surprised face. Seeing this, Duong Hai immediately went to touch the hand of Casualty Messenger No. 25. "Since when did it become your turn to dirty my prey?" Casualty Messenger No. 25 suddenly glanced in Duong Hai's direction. Duong Tianjlo immediately said, "What do you mean, my dear brother? I just want to help the predecessor eliminate this corrupt guy." Duong Hai's hand gradually disappeared with purple flames. Casualty Messenger No. 25 stood behind Duong Hai, his fiery eyes curled up. Duong Hai laughed loudly, "Haha, interesting." Initially, Tuong Vai and that old man were originally working together to lure Tai Quet's people to reveal themselves, but now they turned around to eliminate each other to gain the favor of Tai Quet's organization. He shouted, "Old immortal, how dare you, out to kill me?" That old man didn't care either, he was simply a pawn and dared to show off like that. He smirked, "So what's the matter?" Tuong Vai knew she couldn't fight this old man and replied cowardly, "I admit defeat. I also consider forcing people from the Tai Quet organization out, going one step ahead." After Tuong Vai finished speaking, something suddenly tied his neck, making him unable to breathe. His whole body trembled in panic, his hands seemed to be pulling at something tying his neck, shouting loudly, "Don't try to kill me." Not long after, he vomited blood. He used all his strength to pull the thing wrapped around his neck but couldn't. Other people's naked eyes couldn't see that thing, but he was not mentally alert and only thought about resisting and pointed the sword towards his neck. "I will cut you to death." As a result, he stabbed himself, as if he were committing suicide. Tuong V's face was now pale, with her white eyes unable to close. Perhaps the old man had used some kind of evil magic to make him kill himself. On the other side, the two girls with pink hair and blonde hair looked at this scene and were a bit surprised. The blonde hair stuttered and asked, "What is that?" The pink hair looked calmer and replied, "It is the third summoned beast, the hidden dragon." "How can these tricks escape the eyes of our great saint?" Duong Hai raised his stick towards that old man and warned, "You have killed the strong men in order, you must be punished." Hearing that, he laughed and said, "Which of your eyes saw me kill him? He committed suicide." Duong Hai heard that and thought again that he and Phi Phi saw a jade ring that looked like someone from the Tham Lam tribe was wearing it. This guy was also from the Tham Lam tribe. He also wanted to interact a bit with this old man, so he opened his mouth to provoke him, hoping that he would know how to fight better than the swordsman Tuong Vai. Hearing a young boy with an unfinished nose talking to an experienced old man like him like that, he burst out laughing, "Haha, I hope you can continue to be so arrogant after being trampled under my feet." Duong Hai discovered this old fox's trick and immediately screamed and tried to sneak attack again. His dragon was planning to sneak bite him from behind. But how could he escape the loving gaze of the great Saint Chi Tian? Duong Hai immediately used a move to destroy the golden bronze. His eyes shot out like golden laser beams that penetrated that dragon. The dragon instantly dissolved into black smoke. It seemed that it was just a clone of this dragon, and the main body was next to the old man, puffing away in anger. The old man saw that and comforted him, "Good child, don't be afraid that I will avenge you." After speaking, he looked at Duong Hai with sharp eyes. He immediately used a technique to corrupt his father, making his black dragon become larger. Then he also flew into the black dragon's head. Both of them were floating above the sea, looking at each other with passionate eyes like long-lost lovers. On the other side, old man Tian also told Duong Hai about that old man. The ranking of the Tianjlong envoy was No. 25, and also sent a few words of advice. "Are your lordships a bit arrogant?" Hearing that, Duong Hai also responded confidently, "Rest assured old man Tian, Master Then Hao is absolutely sensitive to the sense of smell in combat. He is not someone who carelessly underestimates the enemy and can lose." Then Hao is continuously using moves to attack that dragon, so fast that only the ray of light created by Then Hao hitting the dragon can be seen. After many times of bathing his whole body, Then Hao also discovered weak points and gaps. He did not hesitate to turn full speed and rush into that rotten mouth. The dragon trembled and screamed and then roared. The old man was also very surprised and somewhat worried about his dragon. Then Hao inside continuously caressed the dragon's stomach, causing it to rush straight into the sea in pain. Seeing this, the old man shouted a warning. Then Hao, you dare to kill my number 2 dragon, today, I will definitely kill you. Seeing that he could not talk properly with this monkey, he immediately became angry and created a green formation right on the sea surface to summon another dragon. Not long after, a huge dragon emerged from that formation, 100 times larger than the boat below. It turned to talk to the person who had just summoned it. "Oh Duang Tianzlo, it has been 10 years since you last summoned me. Have you prepared the sacrifice for this summoning?" Hearing that, the old man also replied, "Give me 10 days, I will give you another sacrifice." The other dragon also knew how to bargain. He held out 2 fingers and said, "2 more parts for 7 days." Hearing that, he quickly replied, "Well, as long as you can deal with him, 2 parts is 2 parts." The transaction completed, that dragon also launched like a rocket towards Then Hao. It appeared in front of Then Hao and said, "Aunt, do you want to commit suicide to keep this corpse intact, or put it in my teeth?" On the other side, the pink-haired girl also recognized the identity of this dragon and exclaimed in panic, "Something bad happened." The messenger Tianzlong summoned Stark out again. Fei also didn't know if she should ask Old Man Tian or Stark if there was any problem. Old Man Tian also didn't hesitate to add his knowledge to his friend. Well, last time he helped humanity repel strange beasts, but he also intentionally ate dozens of people with special abilities. His distant eyes looked in that direction. If Then Hao lost this time, the people on the boat would also be eaten by Stark. Fei also became worried when she heard that. Then this match definitely cannot be lost. You must try your best. How could the male lead with such a fiery aura be able to lose? Unless the author wanted it, no one could do it. Then Hao proudly turned the stick as he wished and said, "Who will eat who? Don't know yet." Then Hao rushed straight towards the dragon, his hands still spinning the stick like a fan, spinning rapidly. Then he gracefully knocked on its head. Oh, I could still hear that sound clearly in Vietnam. The impact made both of us tremble. Its tough skin was also broken by the wish-fulfilling stick. The dragon screamed in pain and then flew straight into the sky. Surely after that blow, my dragon was enlightened, that's why. Then it got so angry that its eyes emitted electric rays. It rushed down towards Then Hao very quickly to retaliate. "Hateful little ants, I will show you the consequences of hurting this lord." How? It was planning to use its 3-toed feet to grab Then Hao. Looking at the size of both of them, Then Hao was really just like an ant to it. But children often have martial arts. Then Hao did not bother to dodge, but firmly held the stick as if he quickly gathered his strength to prepare to counterattack, and it came at the right time. Then Hao continued to use his cane to block the approaching giant foot. The interaction force of both sides caused the stick to bend. The momentary impact created a powerful sound wave that immediately echoed in all directions. The dragon had 4 words written on its face. He was angry, continuously exhaling white smoke. "I will smash your ants to death." After he finished speaking, he put out his legs to hit Then Hao, almost hitting a mosquito in the palm of his hand. Then Hao was like so scared. With his inherent bravery this was no use. He pointed the tip of the stick straight towards that dragon's body, his mouth still praising. It came at the right time. The dragon also hit hard. White smoke also exploded. Then Hao was nowhere to be seen. The dragon thought he had finished dealing with this mosquito. But then his eyes opened wide as if he couldn't believe what was happening. Because the little mosquito or ant he said was so terrible, the wish-fulfilling stick is like a toothpick compared to its 2 feet and yet it can still block its legs. My dragon, trying to press harder made the stick and his whole body tremble as he was subjected to pressure from both sides. Then Hao held the stick tightly in his hand and said to that dragon, "Now, in return, I will beat you." He flew up and stood parallel to it, face straight. Seeing that, the dragon also opened its mouth to reveal shiny, white, even teeth. Thinking that the dragon opened its mouth to advertise the sponsoring brand, it turned out that it was spraying a strange blue fire to burn Then Hao. But Then Hao was not easy to play. He quickly turned the stick like a wind turbine and immediately blew away the blue flame. Even one end of the stick was covered in its strange fire. "You rotten dragon, you're done vomiting, it's my turn." He didn't need its answer, he just informed it. Immediately, the stick became large and yellow electric rays spread out in all directions. Immediately after that, Then Hao immediately gave the dragon a stick on the head for daring to leave his brain at home and then go out to cause trouble, not knowing that children should not be underestimated these days. The wish-fulfilling stick repeatedly hit the dragon's body, causing it to scream in pain. The foot that just a moment ago wanted to smash him like a mosquito was also hit by a stick. The dragon cried out, it hurt so much. Even though the dragon's skin is very hard, it will still break, it can't stand it anymore, so it asks for help from the name that summoned it just now. Oh Duang Tianzlo, I don't need a sacrifice anymore, quickly summon me back. A certain mosquito said contemptuously, it's too late to go now, obediently stay, I want to try and see what dragon meat tastes like, comma. Just when he was lacking protein, he couldn't let this flying piece of meat escape, so he decided to strike the finishing blow. Then Hao flew the stick as fast as an arrow, aiming one end straight into that dragon's mouth, fatally. Finally, the dragon fell and dissolved into many small pieces like dust, immediately destroyed by the wind. The Marquis in front of the old man happily continued to provoke, old man, if you have any other tricks, just use them all. Seeing that he was just talking happily but in fact he had 7 or 9 different strategies running through his head, he timidly thought to himself, I instead want to see if he dares to use the combat skills of the Deep Blue tribe or not. The old man now ran out of tricks to use and immediately decided to leave in one go. He dispersed his body into many small black dragons that flew out and split up to run. Before leaving, he did not forget to say echo, then how, today's humiliation, later I will repay it 100-fold. Then Hao looked bewildered and immediately guessed that it was just a clone technique. Then in just a moment, without wasting a second, then Hao grabbed his essence in his hand and said, I say, if you obediently ask for forgiveness, I will not kill you. How about that? Seeing that, the old man immediately struggled and shouted, how do you know this is my essence? It really made him angry. The old dragon angrily asked, what exactly do you want? Then Hao replied, I not only know your true nature, I also know what kind of identity you have, what your trait is like as a traitor to humanity. Hearing that, he immediately transformed back into his original form, not forgetting to stay a few meters away from then Hao. O Duang Tianzlo angrily shouted, stop spitting blood, I have fought for humanity all my life, how could I be a traitor to humanity? He strongly criticized Sinchu Vi, you say that, don't you want to use an excuse to kill me? Then how, you really have a lot of heart. Sinchu Vi straightly grabbed O Duang Tianzlo's neck, I don't believe that facing the threat of death, you can endure without using the ability of the Deep Lamb clan. O Duang Tianzlo scolded in panic, because kill me, you didn't use any means, right? Sinchu Vi clenched his hands even tighter, he coldly shouted, even pretending. O Duang Tianzlo groaned a few times because of suffocation. He strongly threatened, I am a member of the O Duang family, aren't you afraid of being killed by my nephew? Han Neguyet spoke out indignantly, this is the strong senior, who can't beat others but still relies on his grandson. Hu Deng calmly explained to Han Neguyet that his nephew is the 5th rank O Duang Quanha, the current person in charge of the Free Alliance's Maritime Defense Line, Commander-in-Chief of the Free and Clear Navy, owner of the Allied Merchant Guild. Han Neguyet coughed a few times shyly and replied, coughing, as if I hadn't said anything. O Duang Tianzlo was so scared that his face turned purple and his whole body trembled. Suddenly from afar, O Duang Quan Ha ranked No. 5 suddenly appeared. He coldly asked, do you want to kill him? Sinchu Vi contemptuously replied, are you Li unseen? My hand is here, maybe I'm playing with him. Seeing this, Elder Tian immediately exclaimed, Your Majesty, then Hao's personality is truly straightforward. His subordinates also quickly agreed, yes, too straightforward. O Duang Tianzlo begs O Duang Quanha, good nephew, to save me once, consider it as if I owe you a favor. O Duang Quanha flatly refused, saving the monkey, second uncle, when he left Tian Yet Island, didn't he say that from now on he would not ask me to do anything anymore? He continued sarcastically, and he also has Stark, giving him more sacrifices, and the 20th rank powerhouse can also risk his life a little. O Duang Tianzlo panicked and argued, good nephew, stop teasing me, I have already summoned Stark, he has already killed him. Who would have thought that O Duang Quan Ha did not care at all and enthusiastically said to Sinchu Vi, brother wearing a monkey mask, are you interested in being my subordinate? The treatment is absolutely not good. Sinchu Vi replied frankly, that's okay, when I became Sinchu of Taikwet, I swore an oath of eternal loyalty to the leader. He scratched his ear and said, if there's nothing else, please stand aside. O Duang Quan Ha happily advised, good, but I'll remind you, if you kill a counterfeit money without a legitimate reason, you will be hunted down by me. He was filled with anger and asked sharply, do you think you would fight me or not? Sinchu Vi replied calmly, it may not be possible now, but who can predict what will happen in the future? O Duang Quan Ha laughed loudly, ha ha ha, interesting, then you can kill me in the future, now let go. Since Chu Vi didn't care but tightened his grip even more. Oh, Duang Tianzhuo screamed in shock. Since Chu Vi insisted, no, of course I have a reason to kill him. In times of danger, Duang Tianzhuo transformed into the Tham Lam clan with his beard and hair turning blue. He shouted angrily, then how? I will risk my life with you. His true form was seen by everyone. Oh, Duang Quan Ha shouted in surprise. He was from the Tham Lam clan. He shouted angrily, Duang Tianzhuo, I didn't expect you to do something that would shame the family. He angrily replied to Duang Quan Ha, the Duang family is controlled by you, do you still have my position? Duang Quan Ha sarcastically continued, these past few years you have always relied on the identity of a member of the Duang family to carry out activities, now it is quick to draw the opposite line. Duang Tianzhuo ate the porridge and kicked the bowl and immediately brushed it off. Now, the Duang family is no longer worth using to me. Since Chu Vi soared up from the sea. Duang Tianzhuo shouted in surprise, what? Since Chu Vi used his cane to hit him straight. His face, receiving the full force of the wish-fulfilling stick, was painful and distorted. He was thrown straight into the sea, while Sinch Chu Vi, without a scratch, looked on with disdain. He turned to ask Duang Quan Ha again, I said there was a reason to kill him, was this considered a legitimate reason this time? He quickly proposed, if that's the case, let's make a deal, I won't pursue today's matter, you must take over the BO5 line of the 7th island chain. Sinch Chu Vi agreed, in one word, okay. After finishing dealing with Duang Tianzhuo, Sinch Chu Vi immediately landed on a boat. Sinch Chu Vi gave Duang Hai a mask and said, your performance today has passed the elite test, the elite status of Tat Naguyat Yu is yours. It was a mask with a bluebird motif engraved on it. After handing over the mask, Sinch Chu Vi immediately watched the boat from above. Elder Tian and Han Naguyat smiled and waved goodbye to him. He rode the clouds in his heart and thought, it seems that the scale of the organization has to expand a bit to be able to cope with the complicated situation of Tuhai. We have to think of a way to absorb peripheral members. At the top of the heavenly palace, Duang Hai thought as he entered, Tai Quet and the power of other families are not the same. If the power of another family is said to be an entity, then Tai Quet is an electric merchant. Thinking of doing it, Duang Hai quickly decided to buy some magic medicine. Peripheral members will work for me, I will give you a way to get paid. He took out a blue bead and locked it, then tried to increase his ability to control people to S level. Duang Hai activates the ability to separate. The system immediately displays the following information. Spiritual contract ability. Introduction. Can use mental force to harass enemies. Conduct mental communication with the contractor. Contract. Skill 1. Firmly imprint the spirit. Firmly imprint the spirit on the special item. Maintain the creature of the item implicitly considered to be the contractor. Skill 2. Star space. The god can make the spirit body survive in high space for a long time. If the S level rating doesn't already have a premonition, doesn't it? Duang Hai looked at the white mask he was holding in his hand and thought to himself, as long as he made a solid mark to create a mask, and a member of the periphery wore the mask, he could have the authority to post to the Cloud Palace. He quietly calculated that there were 12 living peppers and 28 star essences, plus the peripheral members of the next layer would use 36 heavenly cultivations. Duang Hai summoned the masks to surround him and then planned to spread them in the Tu-Hai area. The masks gradually became engraved with specific patterns. Duang Hai looked at them excitedly and said, the great forces that crave the supernatural medicine will probably also gather and collect the masks of the heavenly cultivation. He pondered, the remaining dark energy was enough to upgrade the ability to SS level, which one could he choose? Duang Hai thought for a moment and decided that then he would test the effectiveness of the SS level super brain power. The system immediately displayed a notification, the super brain ability, introducing the opening of the brain area, strengthening the 5 senses, the 6th sense of certainty, the 7th sense of the final mask, skill 1 of capturing the spirit, after look, continue to take away the target's memories, the intensity of the spirit power is lowered by 2 levels, and carry out repair, skill 2, conduct a raid, create a spirit attack anywhere around 2,000 miles in the body, attacks the enemy's soul, creates a sustained mental force, skill 3, spirit blockade, blocks the spirit within 1,000 meters around, blocking the spirit body run or infiltrate, skill 4, judge, after knowing the opponent's real name, conduct criminal judge, SS level 3 assessment. Duang Hai admiringly admitted, as expected of a 3rd level ability, just the skills provided were enough for 4. But there is still something that makes Duang Hai confused. I can still understand the 6th sense, what is this 7th sense? He said decisively, just try it and you'll know right away, and then activated the mask mode. Duong Hai closed his eyes to concentrate, but felt like it had transformed his thoughts into his head, creating a new person. He constantly told himself that, but just don't appear as an ugly person. A girl quickly took shape and appeared in front of Duong Hai. He blushed and thought to himself, is this completely the lover I have in mind? The girl bowed and softly called, Big brother. Duong Hai coughed a few times in surprise, then suddenly replied, why do you address yourself like that? It must be a mistake in your sense of dependence. He seriously told her, from now on just call me leader, there are many people coming here and we need to build and expand a little more. Duong Hai quickly built 4 towers and named them Tan Long, Bak Ho, Chu Tuok, and Wien Vo. He divided the work for each palace as follows. Tan Long Palace was in charge of Tiat Hai at Hai, Chu Chu Palace was in charge of An Hung Hai, Bak Ho Palace was in charge of Lin Min Hai, and the Chaotic Sea area was Wien Vo Palace. He explained to the girl that each of the 4 palaces was presided over by 7 celestial beings, temporarily distributing 9 celestials. Duong Hai frankly asked her, which position do you want among Tan Long, Vermilion Bird, Bak Ho, and Wien Vo? The girl smiled and said her opinion, I am a part of you, I want to be with you forever, I will be in charge of the Vermilion Bird judge. Duong Hai shyly turned away and replied, then the Vermilion Bird's image will be left to you, you should quickly change your clothes. The girl nodded and replied, then quickly changed her clothes into a stylized black cheongsam and an orange mask. Looking at the Vermilion Bird flying back to the throne, Duong Hai regretfully thought, unfortunately she is only a part of his spirit, in this world there truly is no perfect girl. Duong Hai turned around and left, not forgetting to tell Chu Tuok, someone is looking for me, I'll leave it here for you to handle. Vermilion Bird respectfully replied, yes, great leader. Han Nguyen was knocking on Duong Hai's door, she urgently called out, you, the dolphin are about to depart, Elder Tian asked me to come and call you to participate in the sea sacrifice activity. Duong Hai asked bewilderedly, the sea-worshipping activity. Han Nguyen quickly grabbed his hand and pulled him away. She excitedly replied, yes, that sounds quite interesting, let's go quickly. When Elder Tian saw that Duong Hai had arrived, he happily said, little brother Duong, just waiting for you. The captain loudly shouted and began to sacrifice the sea. Everyone is burning incense before boarding the train. Duong Hai held 3 incense sticks, looked over there and was surprised, wondering why they were here again. It was Li Min with his daughter. Li Min happily extended his arms and said to everyone, ha 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 everyone, we specially came to see everyone off for a while. Elder Dung bowed his head to thank Li Min for his enthusiasm. Master Li Min, Elder Dung thanked him for his virtuous action. Li Min saw this and bowed and replied, not daring. Bak Lok Min vowed to resist, strange beast. After that, Li Min also introduced to the girl standing next to him, this is my only daughter, willing to train with you all. Old man Dung looked like that and didn't know how to respond, so he could only say, here it is. Duong Hai, who was next to him, was puzzled and thought, look what he was doing, wasn't he just messing with her father just now, why is he now a tool? Li Min's daughter smiled gently and said, everyone should be more considerate. Duong Hai assessed the other person's face and attitude, thinking to himself, besides, he looked quite willing. Then, shyly, he raised his hand to shake hands, said with a friendly smile, welcoming her onto the boat. She also shook Duong Hai's hand and said thank you. A week later, Old Dung and Duong Hai stood on the deck of the ship. He said that ahead was the sea island. Looking at the island right in front, Duong Hai was secretly happy, finally being able to let the 4 seas see the clear path of the arbitration organization. The boat docked at the dock. Everyone on the boat was moved to tears. Some people said that they had finally waited until today. Our Tian clan has recovered again. The old clan leader is still the old clan leader. The situation is difficult, can also find a way to solve it. Elder Dung was on the side, happily telling everyone, it's been hard for everyone, now as long as we cooperate with the financial organization, we can definitely revive the family. When 2 girls heard that, they were so happy that they burst into tears. At the former family's mansion. Inside the room, old man Duong Hai and Dung were sitting and talking. He said that there is an elder from Tian Lao's organization who will visit Fin Hai Island, and we will announce the initial plan. Elder Dung heard that and smiled, about to pour tea and said, I wonder who the gentleman is coming to, and if we need our Tian family to prepare anything. Duong Hai immediately said a name, Vermilion Bird. He continued, this gentleman's status was even higher than that of Tu Vai, a private judge, and the powerful medicine was his most valuable thing. When old man Dung heard that, he was surprised. Duong Hai continued his words, this time the Tian family needs to find some more media to hold a press conference. The organization will provide the people of the 4 Seas with an opportunity to become stronger. We will call it the Natural Crop Plan. Then old Dung gave him a cup of warm tea and said, it's been so hard for little brother Duong to convey that we will definitely do well at this press conference. At Bakho Palace, Duong Hai's voice came from the room asking, the layout was not bad, how was the mechanism? In front of him was the Vermilion Duke announcing that the missions here were divided into 3 types of intelligence missions, normal missions and secret missions. Normal tasks are normal days of gathering resources, such as organizing activities after killing monsters. The accumulated points are the stones. The Vermilion Bird's voice continued to echo, let's take advantage of this time of plundering the power pearls and dark energy, and use 1/10 of the harvest to be counted as accumulated points, as a reward for the tool. When Duong Hai heard that, he was surprised and said, this sounds like exploitation. The Vermilion Bird smiled slightly and corrected, saying, all my thoughts are just projections of your consciousness. Hearing that, Duong Hai blushed shyly, coughed a few times, then continued. Then the Vermilion Duke turned around and continued, the main intelligence mission was to collect intelligence to exchange accumulated points, and finally there were secret missions, such as assassinating or ambushing people. Then there was a mask in her hand. She looked back at Duong Hai and said, this mission only has a time and location on the mission panel. Wait until it actually starts, then mentally print out the content, specifically. Hearing that, Duong Hai replied to the Vermilion Duke's words, how is the mask situation? This is the best way to advertise the supernatural medicine. Looking at the delicate clock on the table that was showing the time, the Vermilion Bird said, soon the first tool was about to appear. At a sugar island, a certain livestock farm, there was a young man lying with his eyes closed, tears flowing. He gritted his teeth and whispered as if he were talking in his sleep, sister, I will definitely become a strong man to save you from inside the haunted cave. Thunder and lightning filled the sky with dark clouds. Then he woke up from the dream and screamed. The mask placed next to it had rays of light that attracted the attention of the strange guy. He closed one eye, opened the other eye to look at those rays of light. His mouth asked, a mask, what exactly is this? In the empty room, there was a bewildered man mixed with a bit of confusion. Where is this? Am I dead? Then suddenly the door opened. Another person with a mask walked in. You were the first worker. His hand was still wiping his face. He looked tired and sleepy. Then gently patted the freckled man's head. Little devil, if he became a speed star and still cried like that, he might die. The young man with red eyes still looked at him bewildered. The masked person put his hands on his waist and asked, what's your name? The boy with freckles replied, my name is Augusta. Remember the speeding star mask you wear. If others ask you this question in the future, don't answer, the person wearing the mask lightly warned. Thank you, big brother, he said. Thank you, go ahead, I'll introduce the situation here to you. He pointed around and wanted to show you around. About 1 hour later, hey, Chu Kui, no matter how good or bad you are, you will join the Tai Quet organization. Can you stop being so gloomy? He reminded him when he saw him sitting down, still panting from fatigue. This masked big brother, Augusta raised his face, I still haven't awakened my powers, I haven't even completed the simple task of killing a D-class monster. You have some doubts, you yourself have destroyed him. Oh, what else do you need to do? The masked man put his hand on his chin in thought. This is indeed a problem. Vermilion Bird, do you have any solution? He softly called her name. The woman replied, we can provide the cumulative points of the sea-level supernatural medicine to new people without supernatural abilities, but they have to pay off the accumulated points within a month, she said as she appeared, present behind, directly take temporary measures. Newbies with sea-level abilities can only start quests from D-level, based on the standard cost. He must at least hunt and kill one supernatural beast every day to complete the target, he directly explained clearly. But from the beginning, forcing people onto the battlefield, isn't she being a bit too much? He immediately pointed his finger at her, saying the cold-blooded nature in her, isn't this forced work? Vermilion Bird smiled, I was just reflecting his consciousness, not to mention they could flex their resources even if they didn't want to fight strange beasts, and didn't forget to clench their index finger towards themselves. The masked man put his hands on his head helplessly, so the student loan was decided. He immediately changed the direction to lend him something else. Being the first lucky person, when he came to the lucky draw, a big wheel appeared in his hand, surprising him. Augusta immediately grasped the stick and pressed it down hard, as if extremely excited. The rotation stopped, the red needle pointed straight at the dark yellow box, then stopped at the gray fog, a B-level ability. Your luck is not bad, go back to reality and wait, your reward will come soon, remember to sign it. He crossed his arms and looked at it. Boo oh oh, oh 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 oh, the sound of a rooster waking everyone up, the vast green fields, the transition to the farm, in the middle is a 4-level house with storage. A man had water poured on him, not paying attention, so he sat still and suffered. The guy with blonde hair, fat body, holding a whip in his hand shouted loudly, "It seems I sold your comfortable sister, I can't let you be obedient, do you dare to sleep around?" Begging him to stop hitting me, he ignored everything and struggled to resist, constantly begging him. That blonde man kept hitting him, he was a naturally thick-skinned guy, like his sister, he had to be beaten. After finishing the fight, he immediately turned around and left the room, not forgetting to remind him to quickly get up and get to work. What kind of arbitration organization, what kind of B-level supernatural medicine, it seemed like it was just his imagination. He helplessly looked at the mask, and he immediately wanted to collapse. The mask immediately glowed after his words. Suddenly, your special medicine has arrived, take it, the woman from before has arrived, holding a green tube of medicine, smiling. Is it all true? I want a drink. Augusta's expression darkened with suspicion. After speaking, he raised his head high, poured the entire bottle of medicine into his mouth, drank it all at once, and had no regrets at all. Please let me go, the woman screamed, scared and cried, but he ignored it and continued to do it. He noticed outside the door. Seeing the young man in front of him, he said, "Good, Augusta, do you think I won't recognize you by wearing a mask and not wanting to get out of bed after half a month?" As he finished speaking, a foot rushed towards him. This time those eyes no longer carried a look of fear, but carried a long-suppressed anger. "Where did you end up selling my sister to?" You held his legs up high with one hand, causing him to lose his ability to resist and shout, "What? Tinhui Club, what if I told you?" Hearing this sentence, he was immediately surprised and scared, sweat pouring down. "It's all you stubborn scum that made Too High become like this, making others feel nauseous." As he spoke, he gave the fat guy a kick in the stomach, sending him flying away. Right after defeating the fat man, he set fire to him, burned everything related to him, and left. "Augusta, don't worry about me, run away quickly, no, I'm here to save you." He blocked the front, looking at the leopard with anger. A person with the body of a red-eyed leopard was furious. "You rotten boy, your sister has already been sold to me, you dare to come here to rob people, are you tired of living? Then that leopard will come and strangle you, I will bite you into pieces." As soon as he grabbed his neck, it seemed like he was shocked again, his eyes widened, his mouth opened wide. The leopard immediately fell down, there was a dent on his left chest, smoke flew out from there, but he remained unharmed, on the contrary, he was somewhat calm. That brat is treating someone with a B-level ability so well. What is his background? The style of this mysterious masked person reminds me of a mysterious organization, Tai Quet. They are related, to each other or not. Unrelated people became surprised by this power. Baklok Palace, it seems that the first person's advertising effect is not bad. He is on the side, looking at the spreadsheet and talking. In the middle of a dark and quiet forest, suddenly a large, deep cave entrance appeared. This place was dark and pitch black without any life. Deep inside the cave, there exists a mysterious forbidden place. The atmosphere here is cold and bone-chilling. From afar, a mysterious person wearing a black cloak is slowly approaching the lush flower garden stretching out in the background. Land. These flowers are so beautiful and enchanting, they glow with a cold blue light. The mysterious man hid his identity in a black cloak. He could not hold back his anger and viciously shouted reprimand. "O Duang Tianzlo, your death led to the situation in the Free Alliance waters of the group. Serious errors have occurred, you really disappoint me. Things have come to this point, there is really no way." Tianzlo in the form of a flower is also helpless but has no choice but to hastily answer, "Lord Commander, this time really cannot be blamed on me, I was wronged, Tai Quet's people plan." But at this moment, the mysterious person no longer wanted to listen. He angrily shot laser beams directly from his eyes, directly attacking Tianzlo, angrily cursing endlessly, even daring to make excuses. Of course not. When Tianzlo was hit, he was extremely painful. He cried out in pain, "Not daring, not daring." Immediately, the mysterious person suddenly turned serious. He said in a harsh voice the plan he had been harboring for a long time. If O Duang Tianzlo, who was in charge of planning the camp, had lost his body, then what would happen on Moon Island? Kwang must find a new manager. In addition, implementing the plan is also very important. Must let them see the growth of the Tham Lam clan. The words were set. Tianzlo quickly nodded in agreement. He excitedly spoke with a tone full of promise. The implementation of the plan was still proceeding normally. It must bring surprises to people. Then, Tian added seriously, he insisted on reminding, Tai Quet recently wanted to hold a press conference, you all continue to follow, I have a hunch, they will become strong enemies of our primitive organization. At the same time, the scene changes to Bak Lok Palace. Duong Hai is lying down depressed here. He is bored while enjoying a glass of water and thinking to himself, the ancient castle that Phi Phi saw can probably ask people, a iron tool there. Indeed, without hesitating for another moment, Duong Hai immediately got to work. He quickly used secret magic, activated his superpowers, and controlled the puppet. Very quickly, the signal transmission reached Posey Island in an instant. Here, a blonde-haired man was engrossed in looking at his claws in the middle of a magnificent room. Suddenly, he received a signal and exclaimed in shock, "Leader!" In a split second, Duong Hai immediately gave a blunt order, introducing the current situation to me. Hearing that, the blonde man without hesitation immediately obediently and respectfully replied, "Yes, I'm going to a family party soon." Immediately, Duong Hai was a little curious and asked, "Who was there?" The blonde man followed without hesitation and immediately introduced himself, "My brother Chris Green, ranked 27th on the board, Too High, Victoria's younger sister, a B-level psychic, top 7 beauties of Too High." "That's okay," Duong Hai was somewhat reassured. He quickly gave the order, "I know, you go down first, look at the picture of the ramparts that I sent you." The word was decided. In an instant, the blonde-haired girl did not hesitate and respectfully bowed her head and quickly replied, "Yes." Very quickly, the clock struck golden hour, the dinner party began, everyone gathered together around the large table. The blonde-haired man was a bit awkward and quickly smiled wryly and replied, "Duong Hai, the leader, I have no impression of that citadel, but with a little effort I can probably find it." Then, without hesitation, he directly pulled out a chair and sat at the dining table. At the same time, in the distance, a girl wearing a beautiful black dress was carefully walking towards him. She suddenly respectfully bowed her head and politely softened her voice to welcome, "Brother." Then, the blonde man was a bit happy. He happily smiled and quickly introduced, "Leader, this is my sister. According to etiquette, you should kiss Victoria's forehead." This was too intimate. Duong Hai was stunned when he heard it. He was startled and quickly asked again, "What?" But without letting him say another word, Victoria took the initiative to whisper, "Brother," followed by sparkling eyes full of expectation. At this point, Duong Hai was truly at a loss. He helplessly and shyly gave her a warm, loving kiss on her forehead. Then, once again, everything went smoothly. Duong Hai continued to seriously and loudly commanded, "First you talk to your brother. I want to take the opportunity to use my mental power to probe these people a little." It was a given. The blonde man cautiously and slowly replied, "Yes." Immediately, Duong Hai did not hesitate and immediately implemented the plan. In an instant, a stream of spiritual power quickly crept out to all around. In particular, it quickly covered Chris Green's entire body. At the same time, on Duong Hai's side, he solemnly surmised that Chris's mental power was above level 3. With his inherent quickness and flexibility, Chris Green suddenly realized something was wrong. He darkened his face and secretly surmised that someone was using mental power to probe him. This is truly too suspicious. Duong Hai was a little apprehensive, so he immediately ordered in a stern voice, "Pay attention to this brother of yours. I'll go first." Immediately, the blonde man replied without hesitation, "Yes, leader." Once the words were decided, Duong Hai returned to Bak Lok Palace in a moment. He lazily and dejectedly stretched his arms. Seeing this, Chu Tuok immediately approached with a file of documents from afar. She immediately kindly asked, "Greetings, you are awake. This is the document of the new member of Bak Lok Palace." Holding the document in her hand, Duong Hai was a little confused and asked who was coming to today's press conference. Immediately, Chu Tuok immediately announced in a serious tone that major media companies and video network websites would all come, and several business associations would also have to represent them. "It's just that there are still some doubts." Chu Tuok suddenly stopped. She emphasized softly, "Only the Oduang family has not sent anyone yet. On the one hand it is too far, on the other hand it is their status, somewhat supernatural." Then, everything was somewhat clear. Chu Tuok bluntly expressed, "The press conference is about to start. Do you need to prepare a little?" "Of course not." Duong Hai proudly laughed. He raised his voice happily. She replied, "Well, it's my time to perform." Then, Duong Hai quickly moved to the front of the hallway. He proactively asked if he was ready. Immediately, since Chu Vi immediately appeared, he was excited, calmly affirmed, "Starting from today, Too High will no longer have any organization that can stop Tai's rise." Decisive again. Then, whatever happens will happen. The clock struck the golden hour, and the two people began to appear. The door opened and a beam of light appeared for a moment. Immediately after that, Duan Hai and Tu Vai appeared at the scene of the press conference at the same time. The two of them were floating in midair, meeting all the people appearing there. Immediately, Duan Hai landed on the ground. He confidently raised his voice and proactively introduced himself, welcoming everyone here, and today's press conference officially began. He smiled confidently at those present. The atmosphere was tense due to Jill's psychology when sitting next to his aunt. Mandina Pasi has a hot body, black hair and dark skin and looks very attractive, speaking with a rather scary facial expression to Gil. What's wrong, my good nephew? Is sitting next to you uncomfortable? Or do you want to become like Walton? Jill's expression of fear as if he was afraid of being eaten alive was very funny. The manager of the Uruk family, the S-class psychic Walton turned around with an expression of fear that was hard to describe. Gil was sweating in fear. Gil stammered in response that his Aunt Mandina Pasi was joking. Being able to sit next to you is Jill's life's blessing. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, there was a girl wearing a mask flying from above with a hot body. The conference participants discussed who this person was. Her temperament and body were not inferior to the beauties of the Four Seas. Judging by the way she dresses, she's probably a member of a financial organization. At that time, Gil felt a familiar spiritual force but couldn't remember whose it was. There was a loud voice that respectfully welcomed the Vermilion Lord. Mandina Pasi was sweating as he thought to himself and said to himself, Lord Vermilion, who is more noble than the Marquis's birth title, why didn't he receive any information? Vermilion Bird held the green bottle of medicine and gave it to Duan Hai, saying that you have done very well this time. This is the promotion reward that the organization has prepared for you. Duan Hai took the medicine and smiled, thinking that the medicine and the product's numbers were not the same. It was impossible to list a bunch of data to reason, and could only use a practical plan to express it. He picked up the bottle of medicine and finished it in one gulp. Then let me show you guys. There was a voice from below. Is this the legendary superpower medicine that allows people to possess superpowers? It seems very high. I don't know what the superpower medicine tastes like. If you look at it from the outside, it looks like juice, fruit. He smiled. There were particles floating in front of his face that others couldn't see. New special ability notification system introduces naval extermination skills. There are countless forms of sharp 6-form iron armor of naval martial arts. The immense apricot flower step is as gentle as an apricot flower. It can neutralize most of the body techniques of the attacks that come down to the 18 claws, and can easily apply it. The opponent's body shape, exaggerated weight, communicating with a dragon, is just a small matter of breaking apart the sea. Faster than a knife, powerful and extremely sharp kicking technique that can split the surface of the sea. S-level skill assessment. Duan Hai loudly declared to all of you that the judges must decide that we are very clear about the current human situation. Whether under siege or not, we can completely suppress it. He wore glasses and confidently raised his hand, so the organization sent me to introduce the heavenly plan to everyone. Below, most people liked this idea and looked up at Duan Hai with eyes as bright as stars. Duan Hai continued to say that the organization would open rosters for a total of 36 members to guard the Four Seas area. After explaining, Duan Hai confidently reminded that the above content was the entire heavenly plan. Chu Tuok, Duan Hai. The maid stood on the table and seriously listened to everyone's opinions. The organization's decision was truly generous, and they were willing to share the medicine. It was the most favorable organization of the Four Seas this year. I will definitely vote for the arbitration organization. The hot search board appeared, 1 supernatural medicine, 2 heavenly plans, 3 ordinary people who could also become heroes, 4 press conferences. Duan Hai held the mask and held it forward. The Heavenly Star mask was the only mask that still had 35 remaining Heavenly Star masks that had been distributed all over the world before today. The request given to the person who wants to get the star mask is that whoever is on the winning stage continuously will get it. Shouted I don't agree. The person who shouted was Kwanghwa Island Chamber of Commerce. 4th no, 20 on the list of too high. KY Nin, how can we young people compete with our seniors? Duan Hai interrupted the young people, don't rush, we have also prepared gifts for everyone. The image of medicine was shown on the screen. If the younger generation can defeat the people below, they can control the wind of this B-level supernatural medicine, Duan Hai told the young people below. Gil raised his hand and asked Miss Dam, who would we go up first, or would we give priority to the women first? Miss Dam Tianj Nafon Win Dao 5th full 10 pounds 4C Dam Kalik. She proudly walked up with her hands on her hips. She shouted loudly, the sword danced, the sword danced. Miss Dam created many surrounding sword blades and rushed straight towards Duan Hai. Duong Hai jumped back with the move Apricot Blossom and Duong Hai jumped back, dodging the attack. Duong Hai used the dragon costume Ma spread to grip the tip of the sword with 2 fingers. At the same time, the people below were so beautiful, and the effect of upgrading their abilities was so terrifying. Don't be noisy, watch the game. Damn, Dai family hasn't developed yet, everyone is excited to watch the match. Miss Dam looked sinisterly at Duong Hai and only snorted. All the arrows around now simultaneously stabbed towards Duong Hai, who was holding the tip of the sword with 2 fingers. Not surprisingly, Duong Hai easily dodged all those moves beautifully. He glanced to the side, calculating something in his mind. Then he jumped up, doing a kick above his head. Miss Dam, who was sweating, fell into a difficult position, thinking that this guy's strength was clearly in the 30s on the C-high chart, but after using that special power medicine, his strength really became so terrifying. She reacted and raised her sword to block it above her head, thinking that now she only had to use her powerful force to block this fatal blow. The power of 2 people touching each other creates a great shock. A deafening sound rang out, causing everyone present at the scene to raise their hands to cover their ears. At this time, Duong Hai's black leather shoe was firmly on Dam Dai Dao's sword. Dam Dai Dao sat on one knee, his right hand holding the sword horizontally in front of him, yet he could still firmly hold the sword when Duong Hai was standing on it. Dam Dai Dao gritted her teeth, raised her eyes to look at Duong Hai. Duong Hai stood on one leg, both hands behind her back, slightly bowed and said to her, "I've given up, Miss Dam Dai." Suddenly there was the sound of footsteps coming, along with the sarcastic voice of a man. Duong Hai, hitting a woman is not considered to have any skills. Having said that, he walked next to Duong Hai and Dam Dai Dao, curled his lips into a smile, then stretched out his hand and said arrogantly, "We should still let Ni Lang of our 4 Cs come and fight you." Dam Dai Dao was in an unhappy mood, but when he saw Ni Lang's proud face, he felt uncomfortable. When he passed by, he glanced at him and snorted coldly. Ni Lang did not care about this small thing. He took a stance to prepare for battle, smirked and said to Duong Hai, "Let's try, my flying lightning divine halberd." As soon as he finished speaking, his whole body emitted a blue light, and his right hand emitted light rays like small lightning bolts. He shouted loudly, then stretched out his hand and rushed towards Duong Hai. His 10 fingers had now grown sharp claws. The onlookers at the scene saw this scene and started to talk. The gray-haired man told the blonde man next to him that this was KY Nin's killer move, the lightning digging his heart. The heart of this S-class strange beast was taken out. The blonde man next to him also frowned and said, "How could the power of this thunderbolt be so strong? It truly made people unable to open their eyes." Duong Hai frowned and blocked his rushing arm, secretly calculating in his heart, "His strength is very strong, I have to use good energy to upgrade the power bead at once." Ni Lang saw Duong Hai's expression like that and burst out laughing, arrogantly saying, "Ha, can't stand it." He smirked and said in an extremely disdainful voice, "There are thousands of dark energy filling my body, it's just a matter of time to hit you." Duong Hai didn't say anything but just smiled at him. His power skyrocketed, yellow light seemed to cover his body. Duong Hai could easily block Ni Lang's attack. This made Ni Lang couldn't help but glare at Duong Hai in surprise. His face changed from white to blue. He could hardly hide the panic on his face, loudly said, "You hide your strength, you are really sinister." Duong Hai didn't let him continue, directly grabbed his wrist, making him scream in pain. He couldn't stand and fell down in front of Duong Hai, like he was kneeling in front of an elder. In the end he failed. Duong Hai turned towards the stage and said seriously, "Koch Lam brother, why don't you come up and try it too?" The Wei Lam Duong did not answer Duong Hai but turned around and smiled and said to Victoria sitting next to him, "Victoria, we also want to try the feeling of flying. Brother will definitely help you win." Victoria frowned and looked at the stage, her cheeks turning pink for some reason. Duong Hai and Koch Lam Duong looked at each other. Duong Hai looked serious, while Koch Lam Duong smiled faintly. Both of them had their own thoughts. Duong Hai thought to himself, "This guy has mental power above level 3, there must be a problem. I have to take advantage of the time to give it a try." Put the ceiling power bead into his body as a locator. The Wei Lam Duong spread his legs wide, one hand clenched into a raised fist, the other hand was placed in front of his chest to defend. His mouth had grown a fang, and on his forehead were 2 round red spots, all in the past, ready to fight. Duong Hai also smiled, his 2 fists raised. On his 10 fingers an eye-shaped mark appeared. They also emitted a brilliant aura. Duong Hai thought, Chur's strangeness is that the blood Viscount Fishy of the bloodline, the weakness is fear of garlic and holy light. Duong Hai stretched out her fist towards Koch Lam Duong, but the lower end of her wrist was hiding a red power pearl. Around it were also extending tiny legs. Duong Hai was plotting, right now, insert an F-class power pearl. At this moment, Koch Lam Duong glanced down at Duong Hai's fist. He quickly leaned back a few steps, Duong Hai's fist still hovering in the air. Duong Hai and Koch Lam Duong kept going back and forth like that for a long time on stage. The red and blue light scattered from here to there. The speed was so fast that the audience was really surprised, distinguishable. Duong Hai no longer chased after him but stood in thought, always avoiding, but not wanting to take action. As expected, he was startled. After thinking clearly, Duong Hai smiled and then kicked him, activating her supernatural power, breaking the wolf and dividing the sea. Koch Lam Duong was a bit surprised by Duong Hai's move. Duong Hai's kick is like a powerful sword/forward. At this moment, in front of him was no longer Koch Lam Duong, but something with a mysterious orange body. It was split in two by the kick just now. The power of the kick must be said to be extremely strong. It chopped off the hair of a man sitting in the stands, making the spectator's head become smooth. The man cried without tears, "I feel sorry for my hair that no longer belongs to me." The orange thing that was cut in half by Duong Hai's kick was now flowing to the ground like a slightly slimy liquid. It was gradually evaporating from the stage. The Wei Lam Duong stood stunned, looking at that object slowly disappearing into nothingness, looked somewhat regretful. Right at this moment, Duong Hai took the opportunity to punch him in the chest. He didn't have time to take precautions, so he was hit and cried out, "Ah!" The red power bead also smoothly entered Koch Lam Duong's body without him knowing anything. Duong Hai frowned at Koch Lam Duong, thinking to himself, "This guy has mental strength above level 3, but chose to endure it secretly. I won't let you continue to be so proud." Thinking of this, he smirked and shook his fist at Koch Lam Duong, continuing his inner monologue, talking about acting. "Duong Hai, I have never lost to anyone." This time Koch Lam Duong was prepared. He quickly raised his hands to block the attack from Duong Hai. Duong Hai pretended not to be able to withstand Koch Lam Duong's strength, was shot away, and screamed in panic. Duong Hai stood up, put his hands on his chest, coughed a few times and then said to Koch Lam Duong, "Brother Koch Lam is worthy of being an excellent person of the 4 Cs. I am convinced, your strength is stronger than the previous 2 friends, much." Then he took out a tube of medicine from his pocket, held it up and said to Koch Lam Duong, "If you want to play, you're welcome. This is the medicine of the Wind Eater. Please use it quickly." After speaking, he threw the tube of medicine in his hand towards Koch Lam Duong. He quickly caught the tube and exclaimed in bewilderment, "Ha!" Koch Lam Duong's face was covered in sweat. He looked towards the stands, and said nervously, "So Victoria should try it." Duong Hai stood with her arms crossed, thinking to herself that Tai Quet's technique could soon gain widespread recognition. She was not a member of the Tai Quet organization that used the first supernatural medicine. At this time, Victoria was holding a tube of special medicine. She stood up and poured the tube into her mouth. Her face turned red due to stress. Her image was also shown on the big screen. Victoria was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth and laughed. She flew up high and screamed loudly, "I know how to fly." Ah, what a beauty with a face like a flower. A smile can move people's hearts so much. No wonder, why did Chris Green tolerate her like that? The surrounding audience watching the scene couldn't help but gasp, "Ah, she can really become a supernatural person, and is also a B-level soul weapon with supernatural abilities." Now this magical medicine is the center of discussion. People are starting to have conflicting opinions. Which one should I choose for the level-up superpower medicine and the normal power-up medicine? I'm so confused. Taking advantage of the public's confusion, Duong Hai launched another big blow to promote the product. He smiled sweetly and said, "The effectiveness of the medicine, you have seen with your own eyes. What will happen next is the decisive battle of Angel Mask." Having said that, he turned towards the stage and purposefully shouted a name. I think the senior petty officer of the Campbell family was probably the first to go on stage. Senior Ni of course did not guess Duong Hai's intention to make a public move, but he still happily accepted, mainly because he wanted to see what Duong Hai could do. But before that, he still had to let me tell you, I got this Tian Koi mask today. The match was about to start when suddenly from under the stands, a tall man in a neat suit arrogantly challenged, "Wait a minute, Walton of the Luofu Chamber of Commerce will come to deal with his cloud palm, you first." Viewers who saw this scene were both curious and cautious of newcomers. They whispered, not to mention that even the 72nd ranked swordsman Tuong Vai had to kneel and lick them. How could they have the courage to be overbearing with Nhype Tu Quan like that? It seems to them that Senior Ni's arrogance is not without reason. But 9 people out of 10, there are still people who show interest in this seemingly unequal match. Strong, a normal S-level faker is a fool in front of a powerful faker. But Duan Hai looked at this guy and broke out in a cold sweat. His eyes showed a vigilante. His hunch showed that this guy was a bit strange. This Walton's body and facial features were stiff, his facial muscles were indescribably stiff, his eyes were sunken and lifeless, his lips and skin were both pale and scary. Medina truly deserved the position of judge. She squinted her cat eyes, clearly realizing that Walton was basically just a puppet, nothing more or less. His real soul was still flawed, his expression so stiff. At first glance it was "I know the puppet." Having said that, she smiled coldly. Every word expressed her contempt for having to watch this drama, but it didn't matter. He would immediately fight and die. Gil looked at her expression and couldn't help but chill. Once returning to the arena at this time, Senior Junior Officer Ni seemed to have been angered by Al's provocative words. He rushed forward and shouted, "Let you try my Cloud Palm card. The Cloud Palm card is really strong." Winds as strong as a storm surrounded him, gradually gathering, forming an extremely terrible force. Yun, a precise blow hit Walton in the middle of the stomach. It seemed that the match was already in the heat of the moment. But surprisingly, or not, or for some reason, Walton could not withstand that attack and flew freely like a ball. His huge figure flying away so easily made people wonder. I wonder if it's because Senior Little Officer Ni is too strong or because he's too weak. But Gil is truly a stupid blonde. He's only thinking in the direction of Master Ni, which is absolute. It's so pathetic. I'm afraid this move will break my head. Teacher Ni arrogantly clasped his hands politely and smiled coldly, giving in. But suddenly something made his calm appearance disappear. Old Man Hype cried out in surprise. "Oh, how is that possible?" On the other side, Wilton, after taking a blow from Old Hype, stood up leisurely. His eyes were still lifeless, his voice was stiff and robotic. Was it over? After speaking, he held two hands in both hands. The mace weighs a ton. The special thing was that the two hammers did not reduce his flexibility. The tall figure flew towards Old Hype so quickly that he had no time to react. When he realized that Wilton was approaching, Senior Ni weakly dodged and took Wilton's palm without paying attention. He quickly stepped back, painfully rubbing his chin while swearing, obnoxiously. But Master Hype's title was not for show. The pain did not reduce his destructive power at all. He took momentum from the ground and soared with unbelievable speed. Pop, pop, pop. Master Hype continued to attack Wilton's dangerous areas, so fast and strong that he didn't have time to respond, or perhaps he wasn't even affected by those attacks. After Master Hype counterattacked, he regained his leisurely expression and gently landed on the ground. But sure enough, this model didn't lie down so easily. He let out a loud scream, as if he had activated the start button. For a moment, his originally lifeless eyes seemed to completely disappear, only to his appearance was as pale as a ghost. It seemed he had entered a fierce fighting state. Bang, bang, bang. All the rocks around him exploded under his power without a single fragment remaining. The special thing was that the rocks were broken in an orderly manner, forming a whole. What was even more terrifying was that his originally white head suddenly turned blue. It wasn't even a head, like a mushy, shapeless and stinking clay. That strange, shapeless thing had disappeared without a trace, leaving only Old Ni looking bewildered. Less than a second later, Master Hype fell into tragedy. He bled from the sudden attack of that strange shape. It grabbed his shirt, using extremely strong force as if trying to pull him. We go into that strange, deep hole. But Old Hype was still alert enough to warn everyone. He screamed. He was a dark deformity. The surrounding people, after hearing this, were afraid and trampled on each other and ran away. There were screams all around. "Don't jostle with me, just run quickly." It was at this dangerous moment that Vermilion Bird, or the other version of our five main selves, Duan Hai, appeared. For some reason, standing in front of her, the mutant began to scream in pain. Seeing this scene, Chu Tuok remained silent and did not speak, just like her unruffled heart. Right at the moment the mutant demon rushed to attack Vermilion Bird, Dao Ke appeared within an inch of his life. He created a barrier circle to block the demon. Without hesitation he reached out and pulled the flabby hand. That, as light as a feather, Dao Ke threw the demon into the sky without hesitation. Without knowing when, a dazzling golden spear appeared in his hand. Fast as lightning, Dao Ke threw the spear straight at the foreign object. The demon was stabbed through the heart with a spear, as if marking the defeat of evil before the power of light and good. Medina appeared in the midst of that dazzling light like a red devil trying to squeeze into the holy land of light. She laughed sarcastically. The representative of the financial organization. Her strength is indeed extraordinary. It seems she predicted the appearance of Dao Ke. It seems that this female demon seems to have the ability to predict the future, or she is the one who decides the fate of that demon, Medina said in a low voice. Unfortunately, it was like a omen. As he finished speaking, under the spear that should have contained the demon's body, the body suddenly disappeared in a strange way. The pieces of the flabby body were like water, gently bunching together into a block. The strange mass that was just a doll a moment ago has now turned into a large, flabby green hand, squeezing Dao Kei's body as if trying to crush him. Those clay-like pieces continued to accumulate gradually forming a block. It was terrifyingly stubborn, if not perhaps this demon was immortal. A glowing liquid was splashed everywhere. Medina Passi smiled provocatively. Vermilion bird, don't just watch the excitement, come and learn from my Dinyamung realm. As soon as she finished speaking, a black light emitted from her eyes, shining straight at Vermilion bird. The black light hit the Vermilion bird, radiating into a large black patch that covered the Vermilion bird's body. Looking at the Vermilion bird's stance before being engulfed by the power of that shadow, the Vermilion bird was probably planning to dodge and block the attack, but cannot. The unconscious Vermilion bird fell into the dark void, surrounded by many skulls slowly approaching the Vermilion bird. A skull approached and touched the hair, seemingly sucking the Vermilion bird's hair. The recent incident caused the Vermilion bird to wake up and use his strength to escape. Golden light radiated and the skulls dodged. Medina Passi was laughing on the outside. Her eyes were sinister, her sharp red nails on her fingers seemed to be controlling string puppets. Even if she was a level 3 powerhouse, if she fell into the Night Fang dream realm, she could only struggle. Vermilion bird fell unconscious in a strange land, a poetic place filled with colorful flowers. A vast sky full of colors. Those beautiful flowers suddenly came to life. They had mouths with sharp teeth, red faces opened wide and looked scary, their stems stretched out like vines reaching out to attack Vermilion bird. Vermilion bird still lay there motionless with flowers surrounding his body. Above the purple sky appeared the face of Medina Passi, full of cunning and complacency. We knew right away, no one could escape the Dinyamung realm. But she underestimated her opponent too much. Vermilion bird was able to escape from the dream. She opened her eyes and used her strength to burn those strange flowers. Panicked and unbelievable, Medina Passi continued to push Vermilion bird down to another dream level. Impossible, continuing to fall for me. The Vermilion bird fell into the third-floor dreamscape. The space was as if the Vermilion bird was sinking into the water, but she was still able to escape the dreamscape. Coming to the fourth-floor dream, Vermilion bird fell into the middle of a huge fire, but was still able to get over it easily. However, when arriving at the fifth-floor dream, Vermilion bird was frozen in a giant block of ice, unconscious and unable to react. The dreamy sky again showed Medina Passi's satisfied and smug face. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore. But once again, the Vermilion bird still managed to escape. The ice was broken into pieces. The Vermilion bird opened his eyes, his face as if nothing had happened. Medina Passi was surprised, her mouth gaped open, her terrified expression was clearly visible in the sky of the dreamscape. She looked at the standing Vermilion bird. It couldn't be, she was already approaching the limit of level 3. Vermilion bird stretched out his arms, using his strength to break the dream. The dream was broken. Medina Passi shouted unwillingly, "What kind of monster are you?" The fragment of blue sky gradually dissipated to reveal black space. Vermilion bird escaped from the dream, approached Medina Passi. She was collapsed, kneeling barefoot on the floor of the ring. Vermilion bird spoke, "Lost lamb, tell me your real name," she replied. Medina Passi. Vermilion bird raised his hand, his face benevolent. Then Medina Passi, "I will judge you, you are guilty of arrogance." Immediately changing his face, Vermilion bird pointed his finger at her and said, "Giving you fire punishment." The fire burned, burning Medina Passi's body. No longer arrogant like when fighting, she held her head and screamed in pain. Seeing the defeat, the green liquid like water flew away and ran away. Just run away. After all, there is a leader. The failure of the mission cannot be counted on my head. Looking at the green liquid fleeing, Duong Hai said, he wanted to run away again, but luckily the surrounding area was blocked with spirit. Chris Green quickly used his superpower to stop it. His superpower shot out red like liquid. That liquid turned into a giant blanket blocking the escape of the green liquid. The blue liquid was quickly captured. Chris Green tried to control the red liquid to avoid the green liquid's resistance to escape. Suddenly, the red liquid flew away to Chris Green's surprise. It turned out that it was Duong Hai who directed it towards him. He exclaimed, "Brother Duong's skills were really good." In a moment he caught the fleeing enemy and worshipped him. "Look at that green liquid sleeping peacefully in that red liquid." Duong Hai expressed doubts. His eyes looked at Chris Green tentatively. This guy certainly had a habit of being startled. If it weren't for him using his bloodline energy to kill him, he might have asked more questions. Suddenly Duan Hai had a flash of thought. He wanted to extract the power from this red liquid of Chris Green. What if he tried to exploit the abilities of the Deep Blue clan? After that, he immediately performed the operation and exploited the supernatural power. The introduction of the Dark Lamb bloodline comes from the bloodline of the Mother Tree Deep Lamb, possessing many types of combat techniques, the first skill of ninja, the skill of 2 black shields, the skill of 3 souls to make the target become a puppet like a corpse, soulless, skill 4 uses a large amount of primordial particles to give birth to a deformed shape, skill 5 Kwang Tuan wraps the spirit body at extremely fast speed and returns to the seedling, skill 6 Night Horse Dream Realm level 5 is considered strange, S-level ability. Ha, it's not bad, this time's harvest is quite a lot, the S-class ability is still of the same quality. Vermilion Bird also began to fade away and said that the matter here had been resolved, see you next time. Because the press conference mission was almost over, she returned to Cloud Peak and her body flew up from the cracked hole on the stage, with many people still watching. He looked at his hand with blue liquid on it and said the glue was so nauseating. After that, the servant also put his arm around Duan Hai's shoulder and said that the boy had left the rest to him. As for Mr. Nhype Quan of the Kanbeo family, he was crawling on the ground, probably injured, clutching his stomach. Duan Hai also brought the mask with the scorpion print on it, showed it to him and said, Senior Neep, this mask is yours, I hope you can use it well. He also accepted the mask without blinking his eyes like it was difficult to get and then forgot all about the pain. Some time later, Duan Hai also returned to Bakho Palace, so she asked the Vermilion Bird girl how many people had gotten the celestial mask now. The girl also replied that the people who got the mask were from the Lean Min Sea area, 6 people in Freedom, 3 in Heroic Sea, 2 in Iron Sea, and 2 in Chaos Sea. Among them, member Tian Khan of the Heroic Sea has an acquaintance who is Ma Long, the son of the mechanical Chen Hung. Hey Ma Long, when did this guy come to the 4 Great Seas? I don't know. Do we need to think of a way to chase him away? The girl asked. There's no need, as long as he does a good job for me and creates enough benefits for the organization, I still have this bit of tolerance. He pushed the ability pill out and said that this harvest was enough to upgrade the S-level virtual cube to SS level, and Duran also successfully promoted the ability. Introducing the cube world of supernatural powers, can use the virtual world to store and transport items, one-stop skills, through the rotation of the virtual world, to move items to people who can sense the location of life that cannot go through the vortex. The second skill of the virtual world can, with the help of the space anchor, transmit the life form, level 3 rating, SS, fast delivery of the world needs you. This is a useful delivery ability for leveling up juniors from afar without touching them, but a being that cannot pass through the virtual world is a being that only death can enter. In the virtual world, living beings will die if they enter the virtual world, so can't they transport living things? Duan Hai wondered and then tried to verify that he created a round purple-black transport door in front of him, holding a fresh or still alive fish in his hand. He also threw the fish into it like swallowing a fish with only the tail visible. Then from within that circle on the backside returned to him the dead fish that looked like it was dead or withered. Seeing this also says that we can feel the void realm seems to be absorbing the life force of living beings, no wonder it cannot transport living things. Then he also took out the second fish to continue testing, if he considered it an offensive tactic. Duran directly used the transport door to create a smaller purple circle right on the live fish. Void World Vortex is an attack ability of the space system. Void World Vortex can also be used to absorb enemy attacks. Pig Horse Armor is using this SS level cube virtual world, which is considered to have good fighting power, so let's start setting up Pig Horse Armor. He wanted to create another character, Hoi Chu, something that also stepped out of that circle. And a new character has been successfully created now. Duan Hai is experiencing being the debtor of the character Hoi Chu. The Vermilion Bird girl also came forward to report that she had received new information that the Hero Association was arresting people of another world because of the thoughts of other people. The Deep Lamb tribe is also a foreigner, right, but it seems like they don't need to think about it. The Deep Blue clan and the aliens of the Oside plane are not the same group of stars. After all, they are not the same in dealing with the inheritance of supernatural powers. Oh, there's one more thing. Duang Fai Fai, your sister and Kui Hu Dung, Tian Dede and Blanche have already arrived at the Unicorn Palace. Hoi Tru shouted loudly, why didn't you say it earlier? At KY Land Palace, he quickly went here. In front of them are 2 girls, Blanche and Dede, discussing the mission given to their members by the organization. Many missions like this also have a list of items to exchange for special medicine, but to exchange for a tube of medicine, level up skills require 4,500 accumulated points. Based on M's, who Dung's accumulated points from hunting and killing strange beasts, doesn't she need to kill 18 strange beasts to be able to exchange for a tube of S-level supernatural medicine? Huh, it's really not easy. Making chicken isn't easy, but also wanting to kill a demon beast, how can you bear it? That's not necessarily the case. There are also missions to gather intelligence for relief and assassinations. The rewards for these missions are not bad and are much simpler than killing strange animals. Then a blue light appeared in front of the girls and a voice rang out the words silence. That's Duong Hai, who turned into Rooster Chicken to talk to the girl, instructing her staff in this alley. Cheu Hoa, you guys came here to discuss a plan with some students. That is, the organization will lend accumulated points, also considered for welfare people. Hearing that, the two girls also began to see a bright future and looked at each other. Does this mean we can get the special medicine first? Dao Ke immediately said, yes. After that, Dao Ke also showed off the board of superpowers displayed before their eyes. They can freely choose one according to their preferences. Hurry up and choose the superpower that you like the most. He also whispered that the stronger the strength of the central member, the faster the speed of gathering resources will be, and the higher the chance of winning against other people will be. At Hung Tu Island Harbor, there is a white luxury yacht preparing to set sail. Behind that yacht is a port with houses built to serve the purpose of housing and moving goods. As it turns out, the river water begins to ripple with white patches. Afuk and Duong Hai were standing on the bank of a river. Afuk extended his hand to point to the river and introduced, young Master Duong Hai, this place is Hung Tu Island, the last island that can be repaired before arriving at the BO5 line. Duong Hai put his hands in his pockets and silently listened to Afuk's introduction. Duong Hai sat down on one knee, her eyes looking towards the endless flow of this river, the clear river with blue color flowing continuously. Duong Hai looked at it and smiled and said, this river is really beautiful. Afuk stood next to Duong Hai, turned his head towards the direction this river was flowing and said, this is the Nguyat Luang River, the largest source of fresh water on Hung Tu Island. It is said that drinking Nguyat Luang River water can make you sick. People become lucky. Duong Hai listens to every word of Afuk. Duong Hai also wanted to try as Afuk told him. Duong Hai used both hands to scoop up river water, but it only left a little water in his hand. The rest fell back into the river. Duong Hai said with an amused expression, does it really have this effect? So I'll try it too. Duong Hai suddenly looked intently at the amount of water in her hand. What appeared were tiny blue beads, unusually darker than the color of this river. The water continuously flowed out of the gap in Duong Hai's hand. Duong Hai looked at those particles and thought back to the scene of a hand holding a black bottle pouring a blue solution into water. In here, there was a small amount of original particles. Did the third scene in Phi Phi's dream happen on this island? Duong Hai's face darkened. Duong Hai looked at the water on his hand and sweated. He frowned and thought, for what purpose did the people of the Tham Lam Nyet clan pour the blue powder into the Nguyat Luang River? Duong Hai looked behind and asked Afuk, Fukba, where is the source of Nguyat Luang River? Afuk silently listened to Duong Hai's question. Afuk answered Duong Hai's question, on K Tung Mountain in the center of Hung Tu Island, a scene with a towering gray mountain. Below the foot of the mountain and the body of the mountain is completely covered by rocks. The white clouds moving together create a scene like that of cultivating immortals. The clouds keep bobbing up and down. As one cloud goes, another cloud takes its place. Duong Hai used the power to hover in the middle of K Tung Mountain at the source of the Nguyat Luang River. The source of this river flowed very strongly and extremely fast, and clouds appeared floating above the source. Duong Hai looked at it. The situation of the Nguyat Luang River, based on this concentration, even if a normal person drinks it for more than half a year, it will not be able to reach the point of transformation or mutation. Duong Hai sweated worriedly as he said, he really couldn't see through the thoughts of the Deep Lam Nyet clan. Duong Hai stood with his arms crossed and thought about it. If he could create a secret base on K Tung Mountain, it would be convenient to monitor their movements. Duong Hai said, T-Sa, this place is for you to monitor. The clone of T-Sa appeared immediately when Duong Hai finished speaking. T-Sa obeyed and said, clear. On the white luxury yacht just now, it is now moving on the river. Wherever the boat goes, the water is pushed back, the ripples are extremely rapid, the yacht is approaching the 7th island chain of line BO5, which looks like an industrial park. On that chain of islands, there are many workers working on peeling off walls. They carry wooden crates with goods inside to follow the instructions of the owner. The sunset light is also gradually rising to shine on the chain of 7 islands. This In that chain of islands, 3 men appeared to welcome Duong Hai. The one in the middle was dressed like a monk with a necklace around his neck. His name was Don Lichbang. The one on the right was wearing a green military uniform. The one with the blue hair is the flame fighter. The guy on the left with the red hair is the gem collector. He looks quite old. Don Lichbang happily talked. The zodiac animal accompanying the organization is Your Excellency then how? Or Mr. Dao K. Duong Hai appeared to continue speaking. The organization was temporarily stationed by a star like me at the BO5 line. Don Lichbang was extremely surprised by the answer and said again, there are no strong people with the zodiac animal, is it just you? Duong Hai sweated and smiled awkwardly as he looked at them and thought, unable to say, then how is me? Dao K is also me, even if he needed Rabbit Cat to appear. Duong Hai also did not forget to introduce the person accompanying her. Duong Hai raised her hand to Hudong, Blanche and Han Nguyen standing behind and introduced, besides me, the 3 people behind me have also reached S level in strength. Don Lichbang said again very cautiously, whether this Duong brother is S class or not, it is not his word that counts. The flame fighter said in a scornful and provocative tone, whether it's S class or not, you'll know right away if you try. From now on, everyone will have to work side by side on the battlefield. We'll have to learn about each other a bit first, yes. The gem collector said it all bluntly, I won't attack these girls, their arms and legs are weak, I can't pay for the damage. The eyes of this red-haired guy are also contemptuous, often go to Hudong, Blanche, and Han Nguyen. Duong Hai also added a condition for these people's battle. These 3 people can challenge one person at will. If anyone can successfully challenge, I will give Kwang Ming gloves to that person. The flame fighter immediately pointed his hand at Blanche, who was standing with her hands on her hips, and said, if that's the case, I'll try fighting with you. Blanche didn't pay much attention, her eyes coldly looking at the flame fighter. The flame fighter is still talking very strongly and doesn't care about Blanche. If I were you, I would choose to admit defeat, otherwise it wouldn't be good if I got hurt later, he said as he raised his hand. In the sky, precious stones of all shapes and colors flew up from below the ground according to that guy's instructions. He smiled very cunningly. The flame fighter opened his arms. The summoned gems immediately combined to form a continuously rotating circle behind the flame fighter's back. He said, but she could rest assured, I won't hit you in the face. Who says I'm a gentleman? The crystals and gems were flying following the direction of the flame fighter, heading straight to where Blanche was standing. Blanche raised her head to look. Blanche is also not easy to be humiliated and bullied. Blanche raised her sword straight in front of her face. Her eyes were sharp and cold words poured out. If you have experienced what I have experienced, you will know, these words have absolutely no effect on me. Suddenly, Blanche opened her eyes wide and looked straight at the crystal flying towards her. Blanche used the momentum of her feet to rush forward, holding the sword in her hand and slashing at the shiny crystals and demon stones. They immediately fell out of that circle, and a flickering fire appeared on the blade, flares due to friction with air. Blanche rushed towards the place where the male flame fighter was standing, extremely confused. Blanche held the sword in her hand and the fire continued to burn. Blanche shouted, "Hey!" The flame fighter also quickly raised his hand in front of his face, creating a shield made of blue crystal like ice. He shouted, "Whoosh!" That shield blocked his face, but very quickly, soon, Blanche flew up and took her sword towards that shield. The sound of crystals and gems continuously falling to the floor was heard. The shield was also cut into many pieces by Blanche and scattered, creating a jingling sound. The tip of Blanche's sword stopped right in front of the flame fighter's face. He was sweating in fear, his head tilted back slightly, his eyes full of fear as he looked at Blanche. Don Lichbang quickly spoke up to relieve the firefighter. "Today's match is here, let's go see the commanding officer's mansion first." Don Lichbang happily smiled and applauded. Last match. Don Lichbang stood in front of Duong Hai and pointed the direction to them, inviting Duong Hai to walk. Blanche, Hudong and Han Nguyen also followed and walked forward. Duong Hai looked back at the flame fighter and Blanche and fell into deep thought. In this world, in the end, we still have to rely on our strength to speak. There is a person fighting with a demon beast. In front of him is a man holding a sword facing 2 large monster beasts. While underwater, Ma Long also participated in the arbitration due to his luck in finding a mask. He also whispered that if the intelligence was not wrong, the otherworlder hiding at the bottom of the sea and returning to the appearance of an otherworlder would probably be able to exchange a lot of accumulated points. At the same time, at the bottom of the sea, there were no mermaids, only a beautiful monster girl with light blue hair and fairy wings was sitting curled up inside a large seashell with 2 eyes. The monster also said that the strange beasts were really stupid. They were clearly strong, but they were played around by a group of weak natives. If it weren't for the major city-state forces that sent adventurers like us to command them, humans would have long ago plotted to destroy them. Hearing that seashell also say that yes, yes, he thought about the magic crystal mine and his anger was gone. That's right, as long as there is magic crystal of extremely high purity, it can help me break through to level 2. If the magic crystal mine here could be brought back to Odyssey and sold, it would be unimaginably rich. After she finished babbling, she discovered the Ma Long swimming down like an arrow. She also exclaimed that someone is coming. How disgusting, let's run away. Ma Long's side saw the girl hiding inside a seashell to escape. Ma Long then released a ray of dark divine power to chase after him. Do you want to run? It's too late. The purple energy of the demon dragon quickly covered the seashell. The big, round demon girl had also escaped, holding her bow and arrow tightly in her hand, aiming to shoot. She had arrows enhanced by green magic, the hateful native. The arrow flew past Ma Long and was able to dodge it. But her magic enhancement arrow had circled back. Then it immediately pierced Ma Long's body to his surprise. The yokai girl also spoke up saying you thought the speed-changing arrow was easy to avoid and so why? After she finished speaking, she chanted a spell to make the magic arrow that was stuck in the demon dragon's body grow. So from inside Ma Long's body, a tree branch grew, much to the confusion of the demon dragon. And that girl also sat back in the shell and said that the native was so stupid that he didn't even know magic power and still wanted to fight with me under the conditions of a peer who didn't know how to control his own strength. After she finished speaking, she swam away very quickly with her seashell. That is the image that Duan Hai saw. Is this all the images that the demon dragon passed down? It seems that if people want to fight against the colonialists from Odyssey, there are still many paths to go. Not only in terms of energy use, but also in terms of exploring supernatural powers, they were ahead of humans very early. Vermilion Bird also said that luckily, despite the huge odds, a powerful genius will still appear. Duan Hai also asked Chu Tuok what was going on with Tian Kuang's plan and had the people who had to get the mask got all of them. Vermilion Bird replied that there were 3 major forces that basically collected the masks of heaven, and the mask of the petty officer was taken away by people of the Oduang family. On the Oduang family's side, there was a man holding a mask and on the floor were the corpses of monsters cut into pieces. He told the girl that Tin Chu left this mask matter to you. Remember not to provoke the limits of your talent. The other girl also took the mask and said, but they have the technology to make supernatural medicine. Even if we don't fight, the other 2 families will still take action. It's okay, the decision won't be easily handled by Iron Blood or the Hero Association. So after exchanging for the supernatural medicine, do I need to bring it to you? There's no need for this realm of yours, you need to pay attention to something else. In another room, there is a young man practicing meditation. He is also on the too high number 3 list. His name is Oduang Nguyen. Then the youth also opened his eyes. Seeing that lady coming with a mask of wealth randomly distributed everywhere, she said, "You're a big boy. Your father said to let you handle it as you please. I'll leave it to you. Go find someone to check. Let's check the authenticity of the medicine and see if the medicine they gave us really works. You can't take the risk of testing the medicine yourself. You're the heir to the Merchant Guild. Your body is very precious." That young man also looked at the mask when he heard it. On the other side of the Tian Hyatt Army headquarters, the man wearing a hat was also in the discussion room. He said that the matter related to the financial organization was left to Tian Duang to handle. Hearing that, Tian Duang also spoke clearly, "Great Commander." Scene changed to the Hero Association. There were 2 people playing chess with each other. The bald guy with the red cloak said that the number of people in the other world was increasing and the number of people with abilities was decreasing every year, and the situation was not very positive. He said, maybe it's true that as that person said, the only way is meditation to save people. It's a pity that even though the 2 of us know how to meditate, we can't teach it to others. After all, how can other people do that? The gray-haired guy also said, "Have you heard of supernatural medicine? I think it can become an alternative part of meditation. I've heard of it, but I just don't know if it can create strong men of the same level as us. It's best to raise your hand and hang me up to hit me like that, then the burden on my body can be a little lighter, ha ha ha." So the matter of arbitration is left to that kid Dukbok. The gray-haired guy replied, "I have no opinion. After all, I am your disciple." Those words were also shown to Duan Hai. He also said that it seems that in addition to finding the Sage's Stone, acquiring the meditation method of another world must also be included in the schedule. "Have you finished changing your powers?" the meditator gently asked the blue-haired person standing behind. "Well, I chose my old man's ability as the dragon messenger," Duang Lang replied. Then Alang scratched his head with his hand and continued, "I really didn't expect him to give me such a good opportunity." Alang showed a polite face. Suddenly, from afar, a girl wearing a black dress and mask walked forward. Her appearance surprised A Lang and the meditator. The girl had one foot covered with a black sock and a clog on her foot, making a sound as she walked. Yet I didn't feel her presence at all. The brown-haired man who was meditating just now thought deeply. "Sao Tian Koi, prepare to use the special medicine," the masked girl asked A Lang. After asking, she immediately threw into A Lang's hand a bottle of liquid medicine that was half red and half blue. As soon as he received the bottle of medicine, A Lang immediately opened the cap and prepared himself to drink it. "So let me drink it." The brown-haired guy was frowning and looking at me. Duan Lang forcefully brought the medicine to his mouth and put it all in. As he drank it, he frowned and frowned, showing discomfort with this medicine. "Next, I want to try summoning Tian Long." As he spoke, A Lang held his hand out in front of him and cast a spell to create a blue magic circle, emitting blue light right in front of him. Suddenly, inside that magic circle, a dragon began to appear on the surface of the magic circle. It seemed to be the Tian's dragon that A Lang was trying to summon. "This is the dragon separated from my old man, so I can actually summon it. Ha hoo hoo." Duan Lang happily touched the dragon and said. The masked girl turned around and was about to leave when a voice said, "Please stop, I have something to ask." After hearing this, she glanced back. The brown-haired man was suspicious. The usual mission of the Tian gang member was to hunt strange beasts. It could be seen that the corpses of strange beasts were the main ingredients to create strange power medicine. Then the brown-haired man continued to say, "Could it be that this is the activity that metallurgy mentioned?" The masked woman turned around and glanced at it, explaining softly, "You guys call it active. Why, within Thai blood, this thing is called the ability factor." The brown-haired man was mixed with surprise and confusion. Could it be that he had a supernatural ability? Then behind the girl appeared Duong Hai's face with a sinister expression. "This kid is interesting. He really wants to be accepted as a junior." Scene changes to a dark cave. Kaitung Mountain, Tai Hai at secret base. There is a masked person lying on a chair in the mountain and reading a book. Duong Hai went to the masked person and said, "You live comfortably. Plasma gave you this SS." In Duong Hai's hand right now there is a blue gem emitting blue smoke. An information panel appears. Plasma ability. Introduction. Controlling plasma to attack enemies. Skill 1. Rain. Plasma. Skill 2. Plasma explosion. Creates plasma insects with simple intelligence. Uses self-destruct attack to cause great damage. Skill 3. Plasma destruction cannon. Assessment. Level 3 SS. Suddenly Duong Hai realized something. His eyes closed. There was a change. Duong Hai closed his eyes and thought, the F-level superpower particles in Chris's body were active near Hongtu Island. Let me go and see. The scene changes to Chris's face. The system board shows the power and control of the puppet. Green family's internal conference, surrounded by people sitting in chairs participating in the meeting, including Chris participating. The blonde man raised his right hand and said seriously, after the previous time destroying the Tianjia with extremely high combat power, the second opportunity to organize the creation of level 3 powerhouses has come. As members of the Green family, I hope you can live and become strong men of the Dark Blue family, the blonde man shouted with great enthusiasm. Only by sacrificing oneself can one use more advanced methods to pass on the flame of human civilization. The blonde man pointed with his hand and spoke seriously for everyone in the meeting to hear. If you betray humanity, just call it betrayal. Is it necessary to say it so nobly? Chris sat down, unable to hear it, and immediately thought. Then a boy stood up and shouted loudly, I'm far from being a monster, let me go home quickly. Then the blonde man's face darkened, his eyes seriously asked the boy again, who did you say was the monster? The boy spoke again with a strong voice, even though his face was very scared of the blonde man, my cousin Chris, I'm not scared of you. I know right away, not everyone from the Green family can agree with my ambition, he said as he grabbed the boy's hand and dragged him in another direction. The boy was now scared of his actions when as he was dragging me away, he panicked and said, are you planning on hitting me in front of so many acquaintances? Then he put his hand on his chin, because to continue the fire of human civilization, any sacrifice is worth it. He then strangled the boy so tightly that he was speechless and blood kept flowing from his mouth. Arthur, what do you guys think? After killing the boy lying on the floor, he stood up, put his hands in his pockets, and asked coldly. I will follow in your footsteps, dedicating my strength to preserving the flame of civilization. Me too. Chris and the man wearing glasses next to him were scared by the actions of the blonde man and agreed with their ambition. His. Very good, he smiled smugly, then we will head to Hongtu Island and start harvesting this time's fruits. Very quickly, Duan Hai in the form of a blonde man suddenly appeared on Hongqiu Island, the presidential suite of a certain hotel. Lost in the middle of a spacious room, he felt a little guilty and became enthusiastic. I thought to myself, the time was less than 3 hours. I still didn't know what trick the people of the Thamlam clan were planning to do. The scene changes to a luxurious and beautiful room, where a solid brown-skinned man appears kneeling on the ground. He is none other than number 68, the 8-armed martial artist, Napong Po Salon. He was tied up tightly in an instant, unable to move, so he bitterly cursed the man in front of him. Despicable little man, what are you trying to do by kidnapping me? This is really hard to say. Chris held a sharp knife in his hand. He proudly affirmed that I invited you here just because I didn't want you to mess up later. Then, suddenly Chris Green suddenly stood up. He vaguely said, conveniently, to show him a good play. This word came so unexpectedly. Napong heard it and quickly exclaimed, what? Immediately, a bloody scene suddenly happened in front of the two people. A giant truck instantly crashed and shattered the car. This really made the car owner angry. He angrily jumped down from the car and shouted loudly, hey, this is because you swerved and hit us. You must take full responsibility. Honestly, step down here for me. Then, right after that, the owner of that giant truck quickly got down, but he looked so deformed. His legs were bent 360 degrees. His head bowed as if he was in a daze. Character, not only that, he was even more terrifying and laughed maniacally. Ha ha. When the man driving the car saw this, he couldn't help but be shocked. He was extremely frightened and quickly backed away, screaming loudly, damn, your leg is broken. But it was incomprehensible that the bald man driving the truck was constantly out of shape, rushing forward like a fierce beast. Faced with such a strange situation, the owner of the truck couldn't help but be scared, constantly threatening, I warn you, if you come any closer, I'll call the police. But at this moment it was too late to say that useless sentence. The driver of the giant car had turned into a beast. He was screaming wildly. The situation at this point was indeed too serious. Napong could not hold back any longer. He shouted angrily, did you guys release the virus on Hongqiu Island? That's true. Chris did not refuse but frankly admitted with more beautiful words, our methods are not that low. We just released 3 special dark blue deformities, only mobility. He smiled proudly and affirmed that the residents of Hongqiu Island have been drinking water with original seeds for several months, although the quantity is not much, but... Once the words were decided, Chris could not hide his joy. He enthusiastically and resolutely emphasized that there were hundreds of thousands of residents on Hongqiu Island, enough to give the 3 dark blue deformities special characteristics. This mobility has developed to level 3, look. Indeed, above Hongqiu Island at this time, the green-skinned monster in an instant disposed of the body of the unfortunate man. Faced with this extremely cruel behavior, Duan Hai could not hesitate any longer. He looked seriously shocked and thought to himself, he had to think of a way to stop them. At the same time, Napong had also reached his limit. He could not tolerate it for another moment but was indignant and cursed endlessly. Do you guys still have humanity or not? And yet you used your lives of the entire island to create a level 3 powerhouse. Instantly, in a split second, he burst open the rope and shouted angrily, rushing forward and resolutely attacking Chris. Go to hell, even if I have to bet everything on my Napong Po Salon, I won't let this kind of thing happen. But Napong is not essentially Chris's opponent. He easily avoids his attacks without wasting any effort. In an instant, Chris soared into the air. He aggressively launched a killing move. The attack came so fast, Napong had no way to react in time. In a moment, he was unfortunately seriously injured in the arm area. Holding the injured part of his body, Napong gasped in pain and suddenly confided, how could this be possible? Immediately, while Napong was still standing stiffly, Chris took the initiative to suddenly attack. A series of fatal damage instantly rushed towards Napong, leaving him stunned and unable to fight back. Chris was proud, extremely. He happily shouted, starting from now on, be a little more honest with me. As soon as he finished speaking, Napong collapsed under the overwhelming attack. He lay harshly on the ground, screaming in pain. Seeing that, Chris suddenly turned serious. He was vicious and angry and kept threatening. The mental connection between his limbs and his brain had been severed by me, obediently staying here as the last nutrient of the dark blue deformity. The words were decided. Chris was dejected and simply turned away. He did not forget to angrily emphasize, Uncle Byron, this place is left to you. I'll go see how those 3 guys are eating and drinking. At this time, Napong was lying on the floor. He was angry and trembling but helpless to do anything. He could only do his best to silently curse, despicable, hateful. At the same time, Duan Hai was standing from afar looking at him with thoughtful eyes, fervently thinking, I have to help this 8-armed martial artist heal the wound caused by So Nyan first and then recover. Mental connection with limbs. Immediately, the situation had become too urgent. Duong Hai did not hesitate any longer. He immediately took the initiative to start a conversation. Uncle Byron, this Napong is a famous powerhouse. There is no need to tie him up, star. Hearing that, Byron immediately felt a bit uncomfortable. He frowned and confidently asserted, "It's okay. He was injured by your brother, Sister Nyan. Only third-level mental power can relieve the condition. This attitude is for him." However, despite those words of reassurance, Duong Hai was still stubborn with his intention. He resolutely approached Napong, forcing himself to smile complacently and saying, "Still tied up a little more securely." Seeing that, Napong could not hide his horror in an instant. He struggled indignantly and shouted angrily, "Are you still human? Just stand by and watch that group of aliens massacre your fellow tribesmen." But Duong Hai calmly said this and didn't want to care. He darkened his face and pouted his lips full of criticism. "What are you saying? Nutrients must have the enlightenment of nutrients." Immediately, Duong Hai did not hesitate but gently and thoughtfully lifted Napong's arm. For a moment, Duong Hai couldn't hide his joy. He laughed proudly. Very quickly, all the wounds in Napong's meridians were treated in an instant and completely cured. This made Napong stunned. He exclaimed in a daze, "You." Then, Napong seemed to suddenly understand something. He was silent in an instant. Immediately, Duong Hai did not hesitate any longer. He took the initiative to speak. "Uncle Byron, I finished tying up. Please come over. Here, let's see how you're tied up." Hearing that, Byron did not hesitate at all. He excitedly approached immediately without stopping praising him. "Unexpectedly, you tied him well." However, life is truly unpredictable. Right after that, the word death suddenly rang out, and his life followed and ended in a careless manner. Chris was stunned and shocked by the scene before him. He foolishly and unintentionally cursed, deserving of death. Looking up at the high-rise building where the base had just been, Chris couldn't help but sadly blurt out, "Is Byron dead?" Indeed, the glass door of that room had long ago shattered. Now only the unfortunate spiritual energy of the intruder remaining was scattered. They quickly gathered into a giant, dark, powerful figure. Looking at Byron's cold body lying lifelessly on the ground, Chris was horrified to realize that this was Napong's trace, but he had clearly severed the connection between his limbs and brain. He already is. However, without leaving him distracted for too long, a source of energy suddenly appeared from behind, causing Chris to widen his eyes in shock. "Huh." Very quickly, with his naturally agile movements, Chris promptly crouched down to avoid the attack. A dark shadow rushed forward, waiting to deliver a fatal blow to kill him. Chris was startled and shouted loudly, asking who was hiding in the dark corner. Immediately, Napong suddenly appeared. He punched hard into the void and resolutely uttered one word, "Death." Chris was lucky to have narrowly escaped death. He was furious and kept reprimanding him. "I didn't expect it, but I was mistaken." Hearing that, Arthur suddenly slowly appeared from afar. He loudly shouted at me, asked forcefully, "What are you talking about, brother?" Seeing him, Chris smiled faintly, full of indignation, then said sarcastically, "Ha, Vermilion Bird, this is the third time I felt your spiritual power." Indeed, this time he guessed correctly, but by this point it was already too late. Chris angrily and loudly conjectured with regret, "I'm afraid that by the time Arthur arrived on the continent, he would have been completely controlled by you guys, right?" Then, without hesitating any longer, Chris bluntly made a move, frowning and firmly affirming that the commander wanted to deal with your Tai-Quet organization. "If I kill you, I will also make a great achievement." Immediately, Chris held the sharp spiritual energy in his hand. He rushed forward, determined to eliminate Arthur. At this moment, Arthur did not seem to flinch at all. He stood still, calmly thinking, Snake has already gone to kill 3 dark blue mutants with teleportation properties. What I have to do is to hinder Chris. Immediately, Arthur jumped up. He easily dodged the attack and then loudly affirmed, "If you attack me, your brother will definitely die too," making Chris stunned and wide-eyed. This instantly made Chris angry. His face was full of anger, and he shouted indignantly, "That was also his honor." As he finished speaking, a source of dark spiritual energy rushed out from Chris's eyes. He decided to attack suddenly to eliminate Arthur. However, this was not so easy. Vermilion Bird appeared in the next instant to block his powerful attack. From behind, Napong appeared from nowhere. He hurriedly ran away, not forgetting to turn his head and say loudly, "Your Excellency Chu Tuok, this place depends on you. I'm going to solve the troubles there." Hearing that, Chris immediately reacted. He angrily asked loudly and wanted to leave. Immediately, Chris rushed forward and suddenly attacked Napong. He was angry and shouted loudly with hatred, "It's not that easy." The situation at this time was really too tense to say the least. Arthur was sweating feverishly and thought to himself, now on Hongtu Island, the dark blue anomaly can be destroyed. Except for himself, there is only one person left, just this Napong powerhouse. Then, without hesitation, he rushed forward to block Chris's attack on Napong. But no one expected it. A stream of bright red blood suddenly spurted out. Arthur's eyes widened and he didn't understand what was going on. It turned out that he had been seriously injured. Seeing that, Chris couldn't help but laugh proudly and say sarcastically, "You've fallen into the trap. This is just a feint. You are the target." The scene changes to Hongtu Island. In the commercial street, a giant green monster is constantly sweeping and eliminating people. In the distance, a man was hiding behind a wall. His face turned pale in fear and he kept complaining, "Hello everyone, I'm your Kendi." As everyone is seeing, on Hongtu Island a monster appeared. Blue things, if they meet someone, they kill them. Indeed, on his phone screen, a sad scene suddenly appeared. Our monsters were constantly slaughtering people. Unfortunately, a brave man suddenly accepted to sacrifice himself, rushed out to block. Kendi was shocked and heartbroken and expressed, "My brother Ferrero, the cowboy, is fighting to the death, the heroic 8-armed martial artist, please come quickly." At the same time, on this side, Cowboy Ferrero was constantly firing bullets to stop the monster. He helplessly thought to himself, he just needs to delay until the 8-armed martial artist arrives, and he can solve it. However, life is as beautiful as a dream. Our monster is not stopped in the slightest, but still rushes forward, constantly calling and screaming. Faced with this sudden attack, Ferrero couldn't help but be stunned and asked in surprise, "What?" But at this point, it was already too late. The giant blue monster had already chased away. Kendi had no time to react. He exclaimed in horror, he deserved to die. The monster roared and then bared its fangs and claws to devour innocent people. The screen suddenly turned off. Kendi painfully and indignantly exclaimed, "No," and his life was no longer clear whether he was alive or dead. Kendi was suddenly in a dilemma. He couldn't move forward and he couldn't retreat either. He was powerless and had to leave his fate to the angry monster that rushed in front of him, screaming loudly to save him. Network with. Immediately, how lucky, 3 sources of black spiritual energy from afar suddenly rushed forward at a speed faster than light. The monster was defeated in an instant before Kendi's stunned and bewildered eyes. Sitting and collapsing on the ground, Kendi couldn't help but be surprised by this unbelievable truth and exclaimed in surprise, I'm not dead." Indeed, under the protection of the snake, he could not easily leave this world. In an instant, the snake used her whole body to block him, resolutely protecting him. Snake coldly raised his hand. In an instant, a rich source of energy appeared, shining brightly in his palm. Snake coldly shouted indignantly and disappeared. Instantly, the giant green monster was quickly enveloped in bright flames and had the unfortunate end of being burned mercilessly. Immediately, after the green giant monster died, a huge black pearl also flew out, and the system suddenly loudly announced that it had won the ability. The huge black pearl floated in midair. It quickly displayed magical properties, superpowers, dark blue bloodline, mutation, introduction, mutation of dark blue bloodline, skill 1, burst, skill 2, teleportation, absorb primordial particles, perform teleportation refinement, evaluation, S rank. Looking at it, Duan Hai, in the identity of the snake, was a little hesitant and suspicious, wondering if this could be used to move the spiritual body within the dark blue bloodline, but her spiritual body was already there. Once it takes root, the situation will be more complicated. The word was decided. Snake looked at the blackened body of the giant green monster in front of him and then harshly waved his hands and silently decided. The expert named Tian Kue, who was in a coma at Tianjia, also seemed to have encountered love. In this case, when that time comes, I'll take him out to try it out first. Then, whatever happens will happen. Kendi has now regained his composure. He enthusiastically hugged the snake's leg in shock, constantly crying and flattering, "Boss, who are you? You saved me, I want to follow you." Seeing that, Tai Sa could not help but feel awkward and immediately raised his foot to reprimand him, letting me go first. At the same time, on the other side, the battle became more and more fierce. Duan Hai promptly came out of his soul and left Arthur's useless body. Seeing that, Chris immediately trembled with anger. He was angry and confused about his emotions and angrily exclaimed, "Why do I have this unhappy feeling?" Then, not letting him immerse himself in his concerns for too long, Vermilion Bird suddenly appeared and spoke in a soft voice, "I will judge you, Chris Green," which momentarily caused Chris to stop dead in shock, silent as a statue. He panicked and quickly looked around the empty room and angrily shouted loudly, "Who Immediately, Vermilion Bird appeared floating on the ceiling. She was indignant and continued to reprimand. Chris, you have committed the crime of greed. Do you know the crime? It seemed that at this moment, Chris had lost control of his body. He helplessly trembled and replied in a low voice, I do. Once the words were decided, Chu Tuok did not hesitate any longer. She bluntly and harshly gave her verdict, sentencing her to punishment. Immediately, a powerful attack was delivered. Chris was instantly entangled in the lightning vortex. He immediately cried out in pain, Ah, it hurts. Looking at Vermilion Bird's back, he trembled with anger and said, Disgusting, if this continues, I will have to give up this body. Then, the golden hour finally struck. Vermilion Bird decided to leave. She followed suit, not forgetting to loudly remind her, Chris, just apologize in the lightning. A moment later, he was freed from the lightning vortex. Looking at Arthur's brother's body lying cruelly on the ground, he couldn't help but feel heartbroken and choked up and exclaimed, My stupid brother, yeah. Chris immediately hugged his body tightly in his arms and painfully expressed, indeed, an unhappy feeling. Then, things could not be delayed any longer. Chris lied with determination and turned around and left, leaving Arthur's cold body lying motionless on the lifeless ground. The scene changes to the difficult situation of people outside the city. Here, regardless of age, young or old, everyone is in panic and fear. The giant green monster was still constantly attacking, growling, threatening the crowd, and screaming. From afar, Napong with a strong body promptly appeared with a powerful attack to attack the monster. In an instant, the monster was hit painfully. It didn't have time to react and was knocked to the ground before the bewildered eyes of all the people present. Napong was suppressing the monster. He was helpless and trembling with anger and exclaimed, It's not good, I'm about to not be able to hold it anymore, run away quickly. However, this reminder came too late. With just a scream, Napong was knocked down by the giant green monster. It immediately attacked him with a painful blow. Napong did not have time to react. He was suddenly knocked down by the monster, flying thousands of meters away, causing the windows of nearby stores to instantly shatter. The monster immediately stood up and let out a powerful roar. Napong gradually appeared in the middle of a pile of smoke and dust. He helplessly stood up, making the wisest decision of his life. It seemed that I had to use that trick, one blow to kill it. Looking down from above, through a crack in the ceiling of a hospital, one can see a person standing in the middle of the room, the air around him glowing. A scene that seems to signal a war or terrible event just happened and is about to happen. He shouted with an expression full of determination and anger, Hey-ya! His eyes were shining, his body was on fire, as a symbol of explosive power and readiness to attack. From inside the room, through the hole in the ceiling, he flew up and threw a fatal punch at the strange beast standing above. He was like a missile piercing through the beast's chest, a triumphant smile on his face. Below, two men were observing the battle and exclaimed, This is the fatal counter-attack of the 8-armed martial artist. Great, we are saved. Concern was clearly visible on the two men's faces. Both of them had sweat on their foreheads. At this moment, the man's face was full of pride. He smirked and held his hands as if celebrating a glorious victory. Suddenly he glanced and turned his head. Someone suddenly pointed a sword at his forehead. His eyes showed that he was extremely confused. At this time, the guy could only utter one sentence, Boy. It turned out to be Chris Green. Taking a sword through an apple like that, he fell down, witnessed by two men and Chris Green. The two men now looked panicked and worried, with sweat pouring down their foreheads. Next to them was Chris Green with a clearly satisfied look on his face. Chris Green dragged the man towards the body of the strange beast. As he walked, he cursed, You idiot, it's been so long, and you still haven't reached high school. The strange beast was now screaming loudly, its face full of pain. Something was being pulled out of its body. Chris Green said with eyes full of contempt, You're useless, luckily I absorbed you, and there's no need to waste my energy on treating you anymore. The strange beast screamed loudly, flexing its arms to show extreme pain, as if a tendon had been pulled. The strange beast's eyes glowed. It screamed loudly, revealing two extremely sharp teeth. Something blue seemed to be pulled out of its body. This feeling of skyrocketing energy is truly refreshing. Chris Green's face is extremely confident, smirking, and his eyes are arrogant. It turns out he is sucking the monster's energy. He wondered how much distance there was between him and the commander now. His face was proud, his eyebrows furrowed, and he smirked smugly. A voice shouted, Are you a step late? It seemed like someone was coming, along with the curious look on Chris Green's face. The name Chris Green now spoke with a provocative tone. Oh, the zodiac animal of the Taekwondo organization, just in time to use the power that I had just seen. In response to Chris Green, the snake now just stood there and say nothing. He continued to ask with a challenging look on Snake's face, Snake, why don't you take action? I'm waiting for myself to digest my power, what are you waiting for? Contrary to Chris Green's arrogance and encouragement, with a confident demeanor, Snake replied, I'm waiting for you to finish digesting. If the enemy is too weak, it's very boring. Chris Green said as he raised 3 fingers and said loudly, interesting, to thank you, I decided to divide you into 3 parts, how about? The expressions on Chris Green's face showed that he is as if teasing Snake. Chris Green suddenly threw his sword and rushed towards the snake and said arrogantly, I now have level 3 strength, I will die. He clenched his other hand and swung it back to gain momentum. It seemed like he was very angry, determined to defeat the snake. The snake still stands still despite Chris Green's extremely impatient attitude. Wow, but Snake didn't dodge, he was directly stabbed in the stomach by Chris Green's sword. The snake turned into a black shadow and scattered in all directions to Chris Green's surprise, but instead turned into a shadow. Snakes rushed like arrows towards Chris Green, who was standing still. It seemed like he was still very surprised by this ability of Snake's. Chris Green quickly pulled out his shield to block Snake's attack. His expression seemed very determined. Chris Green pursed his lips, his eyes full of indignation looking towards the snake. Snake suddenly wondered if he could predict his position. Without waiting for Snake to recover, Chris Green used his sword to rush towards him like lightning. Snake reminded himself to be careful. It seemed he could only protect himself for so long, standing straight with a confident demeanor, his body exuding power. The electric light surrounding him seemed to increase his heroism. The bright lightning bolts and burning energy balls, looking so fierce and powerful, were rushing towards them at the speed of light. Hateful. Chris Green was sweating profusely. He seemed terrified and was surprised by that scene. From Chris Green's shadow, pig-faced Batman beasts with blue eyes and sharp, ferocious iron fangs were rushing out in all directions. They took turns rushing to block the falling green energy balls. Their faces showed pain. It seemed like the power of these energy balls was terrible and could take their lives, them at any time. Chris Green was now kneeling down on one knee. He put his hand on his chest with a somewhat helpless expression and said, indeed, although the strength and weakness of the power user has a great influence, in battle if used correctly, it is not impossible to use weakness to overcome strength. Then those birds, after completing their mission, returned to join Chris Green. Chris Green stood up, his face full of confidence and provocation, and said to Snake, but how many times can you use a big move of this level? He wielded his 3 swords at once, his other hand clenched tightly, showing his great determination to defeat Tai Sa. Suddenly, someone used a stick to suddenly hit Chris Green from behind. He was suddenly hit, couldn't avoid it and fell forward. Damn, now there are 2 more zodiac animals, 4 zodiac animals, what else can I fight? In his eyes now are the images of Vermilion Bird and Cinch Chu Vi. Their appearance makes Chris Green worried, extremely quiet. He fell over, face down, and something seemed to fly up from his body. Yet he ran away in the mental blockade, Cinch Chu Vi said majestically. Vermilion Bird said, but he also had to pay a huge price. The large amount of water beads he released caused the mental blockade to be eroded. After both of them finished dealing with Chris Green, they flew up to continue saving people first. Chu Tuok is currently reporting the situation to Duong Hai. After the incident on the island of Hung Tu, the arbitration organization in the Tu Hai area is also known to everyone. Duong Hui is now standing with his hands folded behind his back, watching, extremely majestic. Vermilion Bird wore a very beautiful mask. She continued to say that there were more people who wanted to join the Taekwondo organization. Unfortunately, the 36 constellation names were limited, so someone had an idea for Tian. Once married, Chu Tuok's eyes exuded an extremely proud look. Vermilion Bird's body seemed to be engraved, able to attract everyone, she said. Surely the supernatural beings flocking to the Tian family included many spies with their own intentions. Given the seemingly dangerous information, such a danger is said with absolute confidence. I believe the Tian family has its solution. Duong Hai now put his hands in his pockets. He turned away and said back, it's time, go back to Lok Kang City to see what's going on. The space has now moved to Lukong City. Dao Ke is now standing on the roof of a high-rise building. He spreads his hands to enjoy the atmosphere of this city, the breath of a city that has not been seen for a long time, said in a voice full of joy when returning to the place of love. Dao Ke said as he looked at his ball, taking this opportunity, I will upgrade my ability to control S metal to SS level. Now there are 36 employees. The dark energy unit is truly extremely abundant. SS level, the ball turned gray, looking extremely attractive. Superpower, introducing the ability to control metal, control range of 30,000 meters, weight of 100 tons, skill, metal creation, highly compressed metal, terrible power, rated SS level, third phase, seems to be related to the deep rules, which are some introductions to supernatural abilities. Dao Ke said with a majestic tone, the god of metal, this name sounds awesome. Suddenly someone shouted, please help, interrupting Dao Ke's thoughts, and he looked down. Yet it was a three-tailed black wolf. It was looking into the room through a broken hole in the glass door. The wolf opened its mouth wide, revealing its two sharp teeth. Looking at the purple-haired girl, she seemed to be frozen before that scene. Sweat poured out, she trembled. Ah! The wolf suddenly ran away, its eyes burning with extreme ferocity. It turned out to be an S-class beast, the Black Night Demon Fox. In the sky at this moment is a messenger plane. It is reporting an emergency situation to the city. Warning, warning, an S-class disaster has appeared, inviting heroes of A-class or higher to land Hoa Chi City, Institute. An old man slid down from the concrete slab, and then he said in fear, so I'm still not dead. On the ground there was a red car that had just turned a sharp corner. The swordsman and Lu Wen stepped out of the car. The swordsman swung his sword to show his readiness to fight strange beasts. Lu Wen propped up his hands and said, getting ready. Both of them had sharp eyes filled with anger, determination. The wandering swordsman rushed towards the strange beast at the speed of sound. The strange beast stood there with eyes showing extreme ferocity. Suddenly, Lu Wen transformed into a mutant with a human body and a fox face, roaring and tearing his shirt to show his strength, ready for battle. Now in the livestream room, the host is reporting urgent news. His eyes show that he is very scared. Every time an S-class strange beast appears, it means a huge disaster. He speaks quickly with a tone of voice, extremely worried. The closest S-rank hero La Kwang will have to wait 2 hours to get here. Will they be able to arrive when the S-rank heroes arrive? The strange beast opened its mouth wide. A green ball of energy suddenly flew out. There were many thunderbolts around it, looking extremely scary. The wandering swordsman is extremely agile and avoids attacks from strange beasts. Lu Wen turned to remind his friend to be careful. Lu Wen now used both hands to block the attack of the strange beast, and it could be seen that his two hands were scratched and looked extremely painful. Behind him, the swordsman Lang Tu was standing still, holding his hands tightly as if he was extremely frightened. Force. Then quickly take advantage of the opportunity to defeat this ferocious beast. Hurry up, good opportunity. Not letting his friend wait too long, the swordsman Lang Tu quickly stepped forward and slashed hard at the strange beast. Hey! The strange beast's eyes were now glowing like it was very angry. In its eyes now there was only the sharp iron sword of the swordsman wandering forward as fast as the speed of light. The strange beast suddenly lost control and ran wildly as if encountering something unexpected. It howled loudly, opening its mouth wide to reveal 2 rows of sharp iron teeth. To the utter confusion of the swordsman wanderer, he stood still and looked at the strange beast screaming in pain. It turned out that someone had bitten a bow right in the middle of the eye. Its eyes were red and its mouth was open. You could see that the strange beast was in a lot of pain. The strange beast fell to the ground in front of everyone's surprise. Even though its eyes were closed, the eye wound from the bow and arrow was still flowing. A girl with blue hair and eyes, her face radiating determination. She held a bow in one hand, an arrow in the other. She was Li Tu DM. She defeated the ferocious beast, fierce with one of his arrows. Dao Ke stood high up and observed all the fighting with strange beasts. He exclaimed, this girl Li Tu DM, she has a secret. Her strangeness has reached S level, suddenly level 2, grant. Judging from the results of the mental scan, her strength increased to this level in a short time. Interesting, interesting. Even though Dao Ke is wearing a mask, you can see that he is very interested, surprised and curious about this girl. Moving to the scene in the livestream room at this time, there were currently no casualties on Lan Hoa Street. Based on the population information we were provided, it seemed like there was a mysterious person using a metal throwing disc to help them leave. Scene. The host continued to report the news. Suddenly he furrowed his eyebrows as if he had just remembered something. The old man with the knack for using metal, isn't he the old man of the rooster who has returned? He suddenly exclaimed with a face full of doubt. At this time, everyone is whispering about you, Mr. Dao Ke. We miss you so much, Mr. Dao Ke, Mr. Dao Ke. Is it really Mr. Dao Ke? Mr. Dao Ke is back. You seem to be doing very well. Everyone wants to remember. The sky suddenly turned black. Something was flying in the sky like mysterious black smoke. Everyone was extremely confused and surprised by that smoke, asking, what is this? Those were black smoke emanating from a strange beast, activating its superpowers in violent black night. The three-tailed wolf stood tall and howled, its sounds echoing everywhere. The blue-haired girl's face showed tension mixed with discomfort. She raised her bow and arrow, which was burning with fire, preparing to shoot. Realizing the danger that was threatening his life, the three-tailed wolf quickly rushed onto the shiny glass surfaces of the high-rise building to find a safe place for himself. On the screen appeared the words, "Ice Mountain sending God, please try your best." The goddess Li Tubo heroically shoots the strange beast. "Go ahead, cheer with all your heart, don't hesitate, kill it." In that livestream room, the network showed enthusiastic messages, using the goddess Li to DM, "Shoot the strange beast one more time, go, cheer with all your heart, don't hesitate, beat the beast to death, it goes." The viewers are excited, but on this side, the commentator calmly observes the match meticulously and speaks, "The black fox hides in the darkness, and can borrow money from the crowd, using darkness to avoid any attack. This time I'm afraid it will make it difficult for Li 2DM to aim properly." Returning to the battle, after realizing the danger, the strange beast jumped to the ground and started running to disrupt the blue-haired girl's shooting range, making her unable to concentrate. However, out of nowhere, another wolf's gray hand rushed forward to grab and hold the strange beast's leg with such strong force that it could no longer move. It shouted loudly at her, "That blue-haired girl, hurry up and aim for it." When she realized the opportunity had come, the blue-haired girl pointed the arrow at the strange beast, aiming accurately and releasing her hand to shoot. The fiery arrow rushed quickly and stabbed straight into the beast's eye, causing it extreme pain. Being hit by a fiery arrow made the strange beast extremely painful. It waved its claws everywhere, its eyes closed tightly, it became angrier than ever and howled miserably. Because the beast was in so much pain while struggling, it accidentally stepped on the gray wolf just now, pulling the beast's leg with extremely strong force, making the gray wolf's eyes widen in pain. After being kicked by a strange beast, the gray wolf choked up with tears in his eyes and said, "Sorry, foster father, sorry, before I died, I still couldn't let us recognize each other." At this moment, in the gray wolf's apology, there suddenly sounded a scolding and harsh sound, making the gray wolf feel surprised and suspicious. After hearing that scolding, the gray wolf forced himself to sit up with trembling and fear and asked again, "Who is scolding me?" At the same time, the strange beast was in extreme pain after being hit by a fiery arrow and collapsed and died. Above the corpse of the strange beast suddenly appeared a floating figure. It was Dao Ke as if he had been observing the battle from the beginning. The gray wolf was extremely heartbroken, filled with tears mixed with happy emotions when the strange beast died in touch when he saw Dai Ke appear and said, "Adoptive father, no, my biological father came to save me, ha hoo hoo." On the top of the screen appeared a number of lines expressing anticipation and admiration for the person who had just appeared. "Big Millet has arrived, our big boss misses you so much." Lord Dai Ke landed on the ground, facing the blue-haired girl and asked, at the same time, he also admired her and praised her, "She is a good person, right? She is very good." After asking the question, the blue-haired girl had not yet opened her mouth to answer when Dai Ke left by flying into the sky, making the blue-haired girl feel speechless and indescribable. Returning to the livestream room, Lam Nai Tuat, after completing her work, was being praised by the leader of the Sand group and placed a hand on her shoulder in gratitude. "Tu Lam, today you brought information about Kim Tu Ban saving people, very important." Lam Nai Tuat suddenly stepped back quickly after hearing the thanks from the cat team leader with a scared and wary look on her face. She was afraid that she would suffer a disadvantage. "Thank the Sand team leader for the compliment, there's nothing else to do, I came back before." She turned around and walked away gracefully, clutching the bag handle to reassure herself, but was called back by Team Leader Cat. "Wait Nai Tuat." Lam Nai Tuat turned around and heard Team Leader Cat continue praising her for her potential to develop in the future. "Tu Lam, recently she has performed very well, believes that she will be able to be a commentator in the main show. Let's finish quickly." When hearing the compliments and the fear that they will definitely develop in their work, Lam Nai Tuat couldn't help but feel happy and responded, thanking Team Leader Cat. When she felt that Lam Nai Tuat was in a good mood, the leader of the Cat Nyan group suggested going out to eat together to show her sincerity. "It's okay to say thank you, or we could eat together, rice." After Lam Nai Tuat heard Team Leader Cat's proposal, she seemed embarrassed to refuse. "Too shy, I." While Lam Nai Tuat was speaking, suddenly Duan Hai appeared. He walked over and hugged her waist and refused the invitation to eat on her behalf with a confident face. "I'm afraid not today. My girlfriend and I have already had an appointment." At the same time Lam Nai Tuat, standing next to him, was also blushing and looking at him. Lam Nai Tuat was in Duan Hai's arms when she shyly asked her question, "Why did you come here?" After hearing her question, Duan Hai smiled and answered, "I came to pick you up from work, let's go." Lam Nai Tuyet's eyes were filled with tears and her face was red. Her lips smiled slightly, feeling happy because the person she loved came to pick her up from work. They both turned to leave under the gaze of team leader Kat. Lam Nai Tuyet was suspicious and asked, "Why did you come back without saying anything to me?" Duan Hai also responded with a cheerful tone, wanting to surprise me. The backs of two people leaving were very happy. At this time, Lam Nai Tuyet hesitated with her eyes sparkling with tears and asked him, "How long will he stay with me when he comes back this time?" Because she is afraid that he will come back and leave quickly. After Lam Nai Tuyet's question, Duan Hai still hugged her waist, smiled gently and said, "Don't worry, this time I will stay with you for a while." Lam Nai Tuyet felt happy and excited and said, "Good, okay, then let's go to the newly opened Japanese restaurant to eat. I've always wanted to take you there." Duan Hai wore the typical symbolic mask of Dao Ke. He stood tall at the top of a high-rise building full of thoughts, worriedly thinking, "Nai Tuyet, I have to let this avatar of mine stay with you, so..." Immediately, right after that, the scene changed to a certain office. Lu Win was slowly walking in when he suddenly woke up with the scene before his eyes. He was happily surprised when he recognized Wang Hai. In a split second, Lu Win suddenly smiled as if he had a good time. He happily said, "Foster father, I'm about to miss you to death, but there's an important thing ahead." Moreover, Wang Hai suddenly didn't care and instead bluntly asked, "A Win, do you want to go to Teihai to explore?" This name sounds familiar, right? Lu Win suddenly wondered in a daze. Teihai. Indeed, Duan Hai did not hesitate and immediately reported and introduced this place. He immediately emphasized, "That's right, the Teihai area, that's where masters should live." Then, Duan Hai suddenly turned around and asked in a serious voice, "A Win, what do you think?" To Lu Win, this was truly amazing. He couldn't hide his emotions and immediately knelt down and respectfully bowed his head, thanking his father, nurtured. In a split second, Duan Hai didn't hesitate to gently help him up. He gently expressed his feelings. "Do we still need to say this between us? But right now I'm afraid my ability level is low, difficult to develop." Things had come to this, there was really no other way. Duan Hai wanted to fix that awkward situation but was helpless, so he took the initiative to ask, "Like this, I will transfer a part of my loan limit to you. That's enough, let me exchange it for a bottle of S-Class Superpower solution." Once the words were decided, the two of them quickly moved to the KY Land Palace, walking slowly on the beautiful, clean stone floor, while Duan Hai took the initiative to constantly ask questions, care and worry. "Ah Win, what S-level ability do you want to change?" He had planned it for a long time, so as soon as he heard such a potential invitation, Lu Win couldn't hide his joy and happily replied, "S-level werewolf bloodline. I've thought about it carefully and swung it. The width of the net is not as deep as the head of a well. I want to promote the werewolf bloodline to its peak." These words immediately pleased Wang Hai. He was filled with pride when he heard them. He kept praising you. "Very good, I appreciate you. In addition to giving you the superpower solution, I also remember the promise I made to you earlier is not there." Of course there is. Lu Win's heart immediately boiled when he heard it. His eyes suddenly lit up. He smiled brightly and happily, secretly guessing, could it be that his adoptive father finally wanted to acknowledge him? Indeed, Duan Hai did not hesitate and immediately took out a mask from his cloak. He proudly laughed for a moment, firmly affirming, "Ha, that's right, Kue Mok Lang's essences of children." Receiving the mask in his hand, Lu Win suddenly felt a little sad. He thought with a heavy heart that it seemed that only when he completely controlled the Taikweta organization would it be time for father and son to truly see each other. Immediately, the final goal was clear. Lu Win had found the truth of his life. He kept laughing and frankly expressed the gratitude hidden deep in his heart. "Thank you, father, nurtured. Then, without hesitation, he directly expressed his feelings for a long time with a face full of satisfaction. "Don't worry, that day will not be too far away." These words are so difficult to understand. Duan Hai felt a bit awkward when he heard them and expressed, "I'm really curious about what this kid has in his head." Immediately, without wasting any more time, Duan Hai explained all the reasons why he came here today. "Kue Mok Lang depends on Bakho Palace. I am about to go with Tat Nguyen O Chin, Western Alliance Sea War." Then, he gritted his voice and firmly emphasized, "After handling the matter here, then follow me to Teihai." The word was agreed. Duan Hai without hesitation disappeared in an instant. This made Lu Win he couldn't help but be shocked and quickly turned his head around. He looked around intently and wondered, oh, where did his foster father go? At this point, he couldn't hesitate any longer. Lu Win immediately decided to put on the mask and excitedly expressed, it seems it's time for Lu Win to embark on a new journey of war. For a moment, he couldn't hide his excitement and raised his fists, resolutely aiming for success. Foster father, rest assured, the Nightclub organization will eventually become something in the pockets of both of us. Stop. It's so magical. As soon as Lu Win's words ended, Duan Hai on this side suddenly felt guilty and sneezed. He naively wondered, who is missing him? The scene changes to a certain apartment building. The sky is now pitch black. On the rooftop of that prosperous place, a guy suddenly appears. He keeps doing push-ups, causing him to sweat profusely, poured out like a stream. 5,554, 5,555. However, surprisingly, behind him at this moment a familiar figure suddenly appeared. The young man, somewhat naively, timidly surmised that his body had a breath similar to that of a killer. Field. Indeed, it must be said that he was too observant. In a split second, Duan Hai appeared standing proudly in this place. Seeing that, the young man couldn't hide his joy, immediately respectfully bowed his head and hastily bowed and greeted the leader. Immediately, Duan Hai did not hesitate any longer. He immediately went straight to the main issue and began to interrogate endlessly. I heard that you won first place at the Supernatural Power Conference. You received an invitation to fight, of the Hero Association yet. The matter was inevitable, the young man immediately admitted without hesitation. Well, Li Tu Diem, La Tu, Ao Siu, and Hon Ku all also received invitations to fight from the Hero Association. Then, Duan Hai suddenly turned serious. He was a little confused and proactively asked, do you know Li Tu Diem well? But this guy doesn't seem to be very close to her. He's a bit hesitant. I thought about it for a long time when I heard her name before suddenly coming to my senses and answering honestly. We had eaten together before, we weren't too familiar. Hearing that, Duan Hai still couldn't calm his doubts, so he told himself to wonder if she had any special habits. Thinking about it for a moment, yes, the young man replied confidently in a split second. Seniors like to meditate and meditate. Just hearing this word is already very strange. Duan Hai was a little confused, so he started thinking about it. I was confused and wondering, pondering. For a moment, Duan Hai absent-mindedly remembered the past. He naively surmised, perhaps Li Tu Diem was fighting wildly and accidentally enlightened to some meditation method. I have to go find out about this girl. The words were decided. Duan Hai did not hesitate any longer. He resolutely turned around and left, but did not forget to kindly say goodbye. I still have something to do first. You continue to practice. Faced with these responsible words, the young man immediately felt at ease upon hearing these words. He excitedly and resolutely confidently affirmed, well, one day, he will become the strongest tool in the leader's hands. Once again, as soon as the young man's words ended, Duan Hai suddenly sneezed. What's wrong with him today? Maybe he has a cold. The sky was pitch black. In the middle of a park in the forest of Lukang City, suddenly appeared the figure of a beautiful girl meditating. From afar, Duan Hai had appeared hiding behind a tree. When he saw her, he kept observing and then secretly judged. It was truly a contemplative method. No wonder she was able to upgrade to S level in time, such a short time. It seemed that with her inherent strength and flexibility, the girl quickly realized the abnormality and immediately shouted loudly, I. Without any fear, the girl was ready to draw her bow to attack the enemy, accompanied by a powerful threat, come here. Immediately, Duan Hai hiding behind the tree appeared in time. He immediately raised his hand to surrender and did not forget to reassure, don't be afraid, I have no bad intentions, I just want to do business with you, stop. This statement is also very difficult to understand. In the middle of a quiet night, a young man and woman went to transact something. Seeing that the situation was not very clear, the girl did not hesitate to ask and transact, what? Immediately, Duan Hai didn't hide anything anymore and got straight to the point. He spoke softly, of course the secret to help her get stronger quickly. This was too confusing. The girl listened in shock and silently guessed. Sure enough, she had been discovered. Then, without letting the conversation stagnate for too long, Duan Hai immediately made an offer. He began to give the girl urgent conditions. In exchange, I can make her become a girl. Becoming an SS-level expert can also help you enjoy the lifetime protection of the Taiju organization. Or, I can also give you money that will never be spent. It was so good, the girl couldn't hide her curiosity after hearing it, so she directly asked, is it above S level, is it SS level? Indeed, Duan Hai did not hesitate and immediately replied, it can also be called third level. However, there was still a problem. The girl still didn't understand, so she frowned and asked further, if your organization has a method to help people become SS level psychics, why, do you still want to know the secret that makes me stronger? Immediately, Duan Hai suddenly turned away. He coldly and bluntly emphasized that the superpower liquid technique can only help a few people become stronger, but increasing the overall strength of humanity is the goal, the end of our organization. That's so noble. The girl couldn't hold back her emotions when she heard it, so she hesitantly confirmed, "Are you telling the truth?" Faced with this young girl's suspicion, Duan Hai did not hesitate and immediately responded, "Of course." "That's really great." The beautiful girl suddenly bowed her head. She recalled the past and then reported the secret power she used to increase her cultivation. "Okay, I accidentally discovered it in the past. My spirit energy supernatural ability has a meditation skill. It can increase the level of supernatural ability in a short time. But, this secret technique still has a few limitations," the girl suddenly emphasized with a serious face. "But the demon meditation spell I created is not universal. It can only be used in conjunction with my abilities." "Oh, it's really a bit inconvenient." Duan Hai absent-mindedly stroked his chin and asked, "You mean it can only enhance a separate ability?" "That's right." The girl nodded slowly and replied, That's it, like that. I thought there was something big going on, but it turned out it was just a small problem." Duan Hai confusedly scratched his head for a moment and confidently affirmed that there was no big problem. At the same time, a perfect plan was instantly drawn up in his mind. Duan Hai happily thought to himself, all he needed was the magical meditation spell to copy Li Tu-Diem's abilities, completely, can create a large and powerful army. That's true, but it took too long for Duan Hai to think about it. Immediately, the girl couldn't wait and immediately patted him hard and viciously repeated, "What you just said still counts. I choose protection, of the Taikwet organization, hey. Of course, Duan Hai immediately didn't hesitate any longer. He quickly took out a mask and gave it to the girl, firmly affirming, "Of course, take it. This is my star guard, Vermilion Bird Palace, Trong Naguyat Lock. Master Vermilion Bird will come to save you in time." Immediately, in an instant, the girl received the mask in her hand. As if remembering something, she hummed and added, "Oh yes, I'll make it clear first, this meditation of mine is very capable, it only works for me alone." Duan Hai knew this from the beginning. He calmly asserted that he only needed to collect enough of her superpowers to make a superpower solution, so that the superpower solution would give people superpowers. If the magic palace is paralyzed, the problem is solved. This statement was too wild. The girl listened without hesitation and suddenly stepped back to ask if the ability to collect nuclear particles would have any effect on my body. "Of course not," Duan Hai awkwardly emphasized. "Of course not, it only takes 2 to 3 minutes to complete." Then, right after that, the two of them quickly got into position. The girl had already been lying quietly on the stone floor. Seeing her so obedient, Duan Hai did not forget to warn her, "Remember, don't thoughts rebel against me." The word was given. The girl lay still, agreeing instantly, "Yes." Very quickly, just a moment later, Duan Hai proactively announced loudly, "Okay." Hearing that, the girl immediately sat up. She was bewildered and confused and asked Duan Hai, "Oh, it's over, so quickly." Faced with this extremely hasty statement, Duan Hai couldn't help but feel embarrassed and warmly thought, "Hey, your words sound very strange." A moment later, Duan Hai quickly returned to the KY Land Palace, holding the secret technique book in his hand. He kept frowning. Energy, activity, and magic were just different names, are essentially the same. However, the picture that later appeared on the notebook was so unexpected. Duan Hai looked at it in surprise and involuntarily exclaimed, "Archery picture, oops, is this okay?" Duan Hai didn't bother to think any more. He ignored everything, immediately sat down to meditate. "Let it go. Let me try to see how this meditation absorbs dark energy." In an instant, a brilliant ray of light from the secret book shone brightly, and Duan Hai sat in the middle of the circle, glowing like a god. Transitioning to the world of Han Huang, this place is desolate and bare with only rocks and giant monsters that look extremely savage and are constantly attacking and surrounding. Duan Hai in a new form with white hair is in a dangerous position. He suddenly cannot control his anger and raises his arrow, determined to eliminate the monsters, disappear into dust, under light. Instantly, the powerful arrow immediately rushed forward. It passed through everything like a wind and very quickly tore through the gloomy cloudy space before our eyes. From afar, a phoenix suddenly appeared. It flew majestically and suddenly let out a chirping sound. This phoenix represents the fiery power of the arrow. Returning to reality at the KY Land Palace, Duan Hai was shocked and sweating. He was so naive that he could not believe the incident that had just appeared. For a moment, Duan Hai was shocked and did not hesitate to exclaim, Is it a meditation spell? I didn't expect to go from F level to D level so quickly." However, this method still has a few shortcomings. Duan Hai looked at his hand covered with hidden energy and sighed in frustration. He is used to digesting large amounts of hidden energy and magic. Meditation for me is too ineffective. Indeed, he thought with a headache, although the meditation path was different from the body's soul, only duplicated parts could retain the hidden energy. That's really too limited, Duong Hai thought to himself and sighed in boredom. Even if ordinary people absorb dark energy through the simulation map, and can't continue to use it, then it's possible. How much energy can it hold? Then, suddenly Duong Hai's face turned serious. He firmly affirmed that this was the limit of the magic spell. Where did the meditation magic of other people come from? Coming to this point, it is truly suffocating, with a series of problems such as, where did the first superpowers on the 5-star blue star come from? What is the nature of the superpowers? And the meditation of other people originates from the skills. Why was he meditating? And he started to constantly crush him, Duong Hai thought in frustration, going back to the last few issues. Immediately, right after that, Duong Hai did not hesitate and immediately outlined a clever plan. It seemed that only by having the meditation ability of another worlder or reaching Oside's position could the answer be possible. Your questions? Some time later, the scene changes to the Taihai area, where the whole scene is surrounded by blue sea water that looks so poetic and lyrical. Lu Wen appears next to Duong Hai at some point. He is surprised, endlessly exclaiming, with so many experts, is this the Taihai? Indeed, Duong Hai without any hesitation immediately admitted, this is the Sea of the Free Alliance. Line B is 0. The 7th island chain is the area where the organization started setting foot not long ago. Then, without any further hesitation, Duong Hai immediately rode his magic weapon into the air and led Lu Wen to meet the crowd. He did not forget to carefully and kindly give instructions and adjust his mood. Follow me to meet the members of the organization. Very quickly, the two of them moved to the 7th island chain B line port, where a crowd of people had been waiting for a long time. Seeing him, a young man immediately came forward to greet him. Hello, I pay my respects to Lord Rooster. The words were decided. Duong Hai did not hesitate and immediately got straight to the point. He quickly grabbed Lu Wen's hand, who was shy behind him, and proactively introduced himself. This time I came to bring Kue Mok Lang. Through this, in the future I will ask you to wholeheartedly take care of this young adopted son of mine. Following that, Lu Wen also felt a bit awkward. He awkwardly stepped forward to say hello. Hello everyone, I am Kue Mok Lang. I hope you will help me a lot. Very quickly, the greeting was finished. The masked young man immediately warmly continued, welcome to Taihai, my friend Lu Wen. This was too sudden. Lu Wen was stunned when he heard it and quickly asked awkwardly, foster father, is it okay for him to say my name so directly? This is just a small matter. Duong Hai kindly patted his shoulder to reassure him without stopping with sweet words. Don't worry, Tat Nguyedo was promoted by me. Before coming here, I told Tat Nguyedo, I believe about you. Then, he suddenly added with a serious face, moreover, because Nguyedo is in charge of the advanced defense is also the organization's intention, I brought my child here. It was necessary to inform him in advance. Ah, so that's it. Lu Wen now realized the problem. He thought in shock. It seems that the relationship between his adoptive father and Tat Nguyedo is not very harmonious. Could it be that Tat Nguyedo has grown full feathers and wings, no longer under his father's supervision? Immediately, he was stunned and darkly surmising, that's right, no wonder my foster father brought him here in a hurry. It turned out that the pawn his father arranged had already fallen. Funny, things have come to this point, it's really hopeless. Lu Wen proudly laughed and then firmly thought to himself, indeed the father can trust, only him. Right after that, Lu Wen did not hesitate any longer. He immediately turned to Duong Hai and proactively whispered, reassuringly, don't worry, foster father, we share the same bloodline. I can take control of this place again, you understand? In a split second, Lu Wen immediately rushed forward without hesitation, excitedly getting to know the strange masked boy. This made Duong Hai confused for a moment. He naively thought, it must be, do you really understand? Can I really rest assured? Then, without further hesitation, Duong Hai immediately turned to talk to the old man standing nearby and proactively said, Old Tian, come over here and talk for a bit. In the command room of the reception room, opposite Dao Ke is Old Tian who is listening to Dao Ke discuss. Old Tian, this time our organization decided to do an experiment. I don't know if the Tian family is interested in participating. Old man Tian bowed his head slightly and said, I can't even pray. Dao Ke continued, have you ever heard of meditation? Old man Tian's face was extremely surprised. Old man Tian replied, does your organization even have meditation? Dao Ke continued without explaining anything further. It seemed like he understood a little about meditation. Old man Tian picked up the glass of water, looked thoughtful and said, I also heard about meditation from my son Tian Hu Kue. It is something that only the high-level master class of humanity can comprehend. Elder Tian continued, but the meditation that human experts possess was different from the meditation of other people. The former did not form a system at all. Dao Ke bowed his head and continued, our organization now has a magical meditation technique that can help ordinary people cultivate supernatural powers. Dao Ke looked straight at Elder Tian and said, in order to improve the effectiveness of cultivation, we plan to provide a batch of low-level superpower solution for general use. Elderly Tian was extremely surprised by Dao Ke's intention and said, this action of your organization is truly bringing blessings to humanity. Is there anything Tian Mo can do to help? Dao Ke continues to spread the news. For the first batch of experiments, we need 100 young men and women, preferably with delicate, tough, and hard-working personalities. Tian Lao's eyes turned cunning and said again, rest assured, when I select experienced crafting master students, 1 week is enough, so where should I choose the location? Dao Ke looked out the window and said, choose Hengtu Island, then let's meet there. Duang Hai returned to Tian Kung in the clouds. He stood with his hands behind his back, looked at the Vermilion Bird Judge and said, listen. The Vermilion Bird Judge stood in front of Duang Hai and said, Sao do that you entrusted me to study, got some clues. Judge Vermilion Bird said seriously, I discovered that when you watch Sao Do, the spiritual frequency also changed accordingly. The frequency change led to dark powers that could be absorbed into the body. Dark energy absorbed through the simulation map and dark energy cubes have differences in properties. The body is penetrated by black smoke and the body is surrounded by floating cubes. The Vermilion Bird Judge explained that it was demon energy. After entering the body, the demon energy moved along a fixed route. After enhancing its abilities, it became dark energy without attributes. Suddenly she became cold and told Duang Hai, Sao Du can both adjust his mind to a frequency that can absorb energy and enter this body into the corresponding special energy needed by the ability. Duang Hai, who was standing opposite, heard this and thought about telling the Vermilion Bird Judge, so, the simulation map has an irreplaceable effect, but if the spirit of the asterisk can create a simulation map, I'm afraid, to be. Duang Hai closed her eyes to concentrate and said, I have to simulate a painting like that myself. A scroll was revealed. Above the scroll was an image of a girl holding a bow and aiming forward. Duang Hai raised his hand and said to the Vermilion Bird Judge, directly pulling the experimental sample into the space above the clouds, wouldn't it be easier to comprehend this simulation drawing? The scroll immediately flew into the air. A beam of light surrounded it. Below were the experimenters selected and brought here by Elder Tian. Everyone sat seriously. No one said a word to anyone. Duang Hai happily put her hands on her hips and said, this looks like the rumored dojo. The Vermilion Bird Judge stood behind Duang Hai and spoke up. That group of people was assigned a rank below the general of the KY Land Palace, whose name was Duang Hai, who stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the experimenter below. Suddenly, Duang Hai spoke loudly. The squad was paralyzed, his face showing excitement at this topic. The boat docked at Hengtu Island, in the evening. Duang Suoyu called Tian Dui Tran, who was sleeping soundly, to wake up. Hey, wake up and go to Hengtu Island. Duang Suoyu walked first and Tian Dui Tran followed behind. He immediately called out, hey, wait for me. My name is Tian Dui Tran, and you, we've been sailing together for so long, I still don't know what your name is. Tian Dui Tan asked Duang Suoyu. Duang Suoyu immediately replied arrogantly, we've been together for so many days, and it wasn't until we were about to get off the boat that you remembered to ask my name. Duang Suoyu crossed his arms and looked at Tian Dui Tran and said, my name is Duang Suoyu, maybe I am also related by blood to that famous big brother Duang Hai. Tian Dui Tran whispered to Duang Suoyu, she must be a distant relative of big brother Duang Hai. Duang Suoyu laughed and said, haha, but you call Duang Hai big brother, I'm his aunt, so what should you call me? Good boy, quickly call grandma. Okay, you can call me, but your grandmother often likes to give me money when we meet, so please give me money too, Tian Dui Tran said, smiling and holding out his hand. Suddenly there were eyes looking towards them, making them scared. Tian Dui Tran looked towards Duang Hai and thought, no, standing so far away you can still hear it. Duang Hai turned his head in another direction to avoid Tian Dui Tran's eyes. I was shocked, I thought he heard me, Duang Shuyu said, breathing a sigh of relief. Tian Dui Tran said, I'm not afraid to hear it, we were just joking about big brother Duang, it has something to do with it, what does it matter to Dao Ke? Haha, I remember your faces already, my auntie and that rotten boy who doesn't know how high and how thick the sky is, Duang Hai said with an angry face. Duang Hai asked, do you want to become strong people? Everyone said in unison, Sir Dao Ke, please give me advice, as long as I can become a strong person, I am willing to do anything I want, said the purple-haired woman. Duang Hai smiled, very good. Duang Hai uses a mental shockwave, his body emits waves. Everyone fell to the ground in shock. One of the men, "What's going on?" "This." Tian Tran reached out to Duang Suotyu, who was kneeling on the ground trembling. Tian Tran immediately fell to the ground and fainted. "I didn't expect the judge to use such a brutal method to do the survey," the brown-haired man in the blue shirt said. Then he also collapsed. Duang Hai said, "Write down the names of the last 18 people who fell." The next day at the NGO Dao Pavilion of Tian Kung Van Din, Duang Hai said, "First of all, congratulations on passing yesterday's test. Here is the NGO Dao Pavilion of the judge. You are about to participate in the greatest experiment related to the future of humanity," Duang Hai told everyone. "As you all know, there are no rules for awakening the abilities of the majestic blue star." Everyone is listening attentively. Duang Hai continued, "But now the solution is to have the Ming Thought Dharma to be able to cultivate supernatural powers, and the Ming Thought Dharma you need to practice is called the Demon Hunting Ming Thought Dharma." Tian Tran said, "Meaning, normal people can also cultivate supernatural powers." "That's right, but in order to understand the effectiveness of meditation under different conditions, Duang Hai gave 9 bottles of medicine. You will be divided into 2 groups," Duang Hai said. Duang Hai said, "There are 9 people who will directly possess the F-level ability Demon Hunter. The remaining 9 people, who have nothing, will cultivate the ability." Duang Suotyu looked at Tian Tran. "Whether it is possible to cultivate superpowers from nothing or not is truly unknown. Whoever agrees to practice the demon hunting meditation technique should take 1 step forward," Duang Hai said. Controlling the spirit, the mirror appears. All in unison, "I agree for the future of humanity." Choosing to only practice meditation, Duang Hai said. Everyone stepped out. "Very good, then everyone start practicing," Duang Hai said. Everyone sat quietly doing the exercises. The popularity of the demon hunting meditation method is too low. If we can get more people to practice the meditation method, only then will this change in the current situation be effective, Duang Hai thought to himself. It seems that going to the occupied island chain, and even the southern mainland, is still a forced situation, Duang Hai thought thoughtfully. What can I say about that? A shipper has already brought it to my door. When Duang Hai heard it, he was startled and didn't know what was going on. On the opposite side, several large strange beasts were standing there waiting, just waiting for the right time to attack. Duang Hai raised his hand and spoke loudly. Everyone listened to the command and followed the commander to go into battle. As soon as Duang Hai finished speaking, the war between the 2 sides broke out, and the water surface also rose violently. The strange beast that looked like a moving rock rushed up and punched the werewolf in the stomach. But next, the werewolf did not stand still and endured the battle, immediately seizing the opportunity to grab the stone beast's hand. The werewolf used his strength to throw the strange beast into the water, shouted angrily, and dared to punch me. Do you think this old man is easy to bully? Standing behind and witnessing the werewolf battle, Duang Hai felt relieved. It seemed like the battle situation was quite good, and he had to choose a suitable strange beast. Suddenly, a strange beast appeared from nowhere and attacked Duang Hai. Just like that, Duang Hai was knocked into the water by the bear-like beast. Even though she was secretly attacked, Duang Hai's expression was not angry at all. She only asked, "Do you dare to attack secretly?" He had just fallen into the water, and before he could react, a huge crocodile appeared before his eyes. When Duang Hai saw the strange beast, he immediately determined the target, which was you. On the other side, a different worlder girl swam from the seashell to observe the situation outside. She saw the crocodile lying at the bottom, leaned on her hands and yelled, "Do you want to hide here to be lazy?" On the outside, it's a crocodile, but inside it's actually Duang Hai. Duang Hai is very happy to see someone from another world coming, he thought to himself. Originally he intended to disguise himself as a strange animal and blend in from behind. Now there is another person from another world. Hee, my luck is indeed not bad. Duang Hai immediately decided to turn her into his puppet first, then go to the southern mainland to learn the Ming Tuong method, saying that he would immediately carry out the plan. The system panel appeared. Strangely, puppet control ability, introduction, can perform harassing genjutsu on SS level targets, and conduct brainwashing on targets below S level, including S level, gaining the target's unwavering loyalty for 50 years, and at the same time, can put the soul into the puppet body every day to work for 9 hours. The number of puppets is 3 out of 9. Evaluation, SS level, 3rd level. Reaching this level is mandatory. Pressing and picking green melons will also be extremely sweet. The otherworldly girl saw that the strange beast remained motionless and got angry. She raised her foot and stomped hard on its face. She said, "What's wrong with this fighting crocodile? There are no wounds on its body. How dare you lie here and pretend to be dead?" Seeing that the crocodile kept looking at her with wide eyes, she asked uncomfortably, "Why are you looking at me?" As soon as she finished speaking, the girl was immediately hit by Duong Hai's puppet manipulation technique. Looking at the white frames appearing in front of him, Duong Hai decided, "Let me find out if there are any memories related to the Min Tuong Dharma." After a while of searching, Duong Hai happily said, "Found it." Duong Hai immediately placed his hand on that piece of memory to take a look. At this time, on the forehead of the otherworldly girl appeared a star symbol in a circle. This incident made Duong Hai suddenly scared. What was going on? The more Duong Hai in the girl's body thought about it, the more he didn't understand what was going on. He thought back, when he came into contact with memories related to the Min thought method, it seemed like he had activated some kind of seal. In order to protect the memories related to the Insight Dharma, this otherworlder's physical will was directly burned into ashes. Duong Di secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately he ran fast, otherwise he really wouldn't have dared to think about the consequences. At this time on the water, suddenly all the strange beasts ran away. Everyone was very happy and shouted loudly, "We won, let's see if you still dare to come." Duong Hai, who was in the body of a girl from another world, was also riding on the back of a huge strange beast and left there. Seeing everyone so happy, Duong Hai also smiled and said goodbye for a short time, everyone. Moving to another scene, now the 9th island chain, Sixsuong Island. On the ground, there was a pair of feet walking, and around the ground were skeletons. Witnessing that scene, Duong Hai was very surprised. This was the condition of the captured island, so miserable that it made people unable to breathe. After careful observation, Duong Hai realized that it seemed that the otherworldly forces did not rebuild the captured island. The area outside the city turned into a paradise for strange beasts. The girl's face became even colder. The mercenary guild, the strange beast management department, and the military court were built in the city center, but they were nothing more than miniature images of the colonial powers in the world, New Fry continent. After walking for a while, we finally arrived at the mercenary guild on Sixsuong Island. As soon as she entered the door, a girl with horns on her head appeared and said, "Master Anasta, you definitely want to finalize the mission." Hearing those words, Anasta immediately agreed, "I'm sure." Then, the girl with the horns held out the purple quartz stones and said, "These are 10 gamma-level demon crystals, please accept them." Anasta looked very calm on the outside, but on the inside she was thinking, well, there are about 100 units of dark energy, but I can't find a way to release it. How can I use this demon crystal? Unable to think for a long time, Anasta took a few stones and left there, leaving, going to find the sage stone first. She could already feel its existence. Having said that, Duong Hai in Anasta's form immediately flapped her wings and flew away. After searching for a while, Duong Hai in Anasta's body suddenly stopped in front of a cave. Hearing a noise, a giant python slithered forward. It stuck out its tongue and wheezed. When Anasta saw the python, she was not afraid. Her face was cold and she said, "Get lost." Seeing this, the giant python became scared and frustrated and left. Seeing the python like that, Duong Hai thought, if there was a chance to clarify the reason why the Odysseus made the strange beast obey, then the strange beast army would be able to defeat itself without fighting. Next, Anasta did not hesitate and walked inside. As I walked forward, I thought, there are indeed people here who have lived for a while. Why does Lord Daimong live in a cave? After completing the confirmation of Anasta's identity, the tightly closed door slowly opened. Looking at the empty room in front of him, Duong Hai in Anasta's body carefully looked around and raised his vigilance. When arriving at a location, Anasta's forehead suddenly lit up. Immediately after, an image of something that looked like a map appeared. Duong Hai suddenly said loudly, "What is the situation?" Before he could clearly understand what was going on the opposite wall suddenly appeared the same scene as before, to Duong Hai's bewildered surprise. The two maps slowly moved closer to each other, then combined perfectly. Then, the wall slowly opened, revealing a mysterious box inside. Anasta had a worried look on her face and cautiously approached to observe the box. At this time, a man suddenly appeared. Anasta unconsciously screamed. He flew out like a genie, then crossed his arms and said solemnly, "Is it you who discovered the little gift in my card? Little one, hey guy, you're lucky." After that, he continued to ask, "Are you from the Cecil family? Could it be that the people from the Odyssey plane have broken through the island chain defense line and obtained the alchemy card?" Before he could say anything, he revealed a disappointed expression and said, "What a pity, I thought the UI Lambton plane could create miracles." Hearing those words, Duan Hai quickly transformed from Anasta's form back to his original form. He opened his mouth to respond, Lord Daimeng, actually the card you left behind was found by me. I am a human, Wei Lam Tin. When Daimeng saw that Duan Hai had the ability to transform, he laughed loudly. He asked him with interest, haha, very interesting ability, what is your name? Hearing that question, Duan Hai paused for a few seconds then smiled and answered, Lu Win. Lu Win, real product, real price, was suddenly called by his name and sneezed incessantly. He wondered who reminded him. Daimeng looked at Wei Lam Tin's human race in front of him and happily said, Little guy, before you go get the sage stone, please chat with me a bit. Duan Hai heard those words and was extremely confused. He thought, silently in my head, am I wrong? You are just a projection, why do I need a service to talk to you? But when he remembered his plan, Duan Hai immediately agreed. He asked again, what do you want to talk about? Daimeng without thinking immediately opened his mouth to answer, tell me about the changes over the years, the Wei Lam Tin human race goes. In an instant, an hour had passed. Duan Hai was so exhausted that he could not stand, but he still did not forget to remind, Master, Stone Sage. In contrast to Duan Hai who was impatient, Daimeng slowly said, don't rush, the Sage Stone is the crystallization of miracles in a plane, my body still has some kind of test left behind. Having finished speaking, Daimeng playfully winked, then gave a thumbs up in praise. He said, but I think you are great. Right after that, Daimeng pointed to the box behind him and said solemnly, then, get ready to witness the miracle of the largest plane. As soon as he finished speaking, the lid of the mysterious box was immediately opened, revealing a bright light inside. Daimeng looked at the object that was constantly shining, and introduced with a proud tone that it was a stone full of life-giving miracles, and it would constantly change its position without any rules. The lid of the box was completely opened. Inside the box was a beautiful light pink gemstone. Duan Hai was filled with excitement, slowly reaching out to touch it. However, instead of touching the sage stone, Duan Hai's hand suddenly went straight through. Daimeng saw that Duan Hai could not pick up the sage stone, so he opened his mouth to urge, why are you being so slow, hurry up. As he stared at the stone lying in the box, feeling extremely confused, he thought to himself, this is too strange, I can't touch it at all. After a short period of thinking, Duan Hai decided to try again, but Duan Hai's hand continued to go through the stone. When Daimeng encountered this scene, he also opened his eyes in surprise. He said that this situation of not being able to see or touch, could it be that the sage stone is not pleasing to your eyes? At this moment, Duan Hai suddenly heard footsteps approaching, quickly informed Daimeng, someone is coming, you should hide first. After hearing this, Daimeng immediately protested without even thinking. He angrily said, no, after being stifled for so many years, I won't hide anymore, I absolutely don't want to. Duan Hai didn't have time to pay attention to Daimeng who was protesting, he just quickly reached out and closed the wall. Being treated like that by Duan Hai, Daimeng couldn't help but scream, hey, you can't do that. Duan Hai did not respond, but immediately transformed back into Anasta's form. At the same time, a voice rang out, Miss Anasta, what are you doing here? As soon as Duan Hai turned back, a man appeared. That person was the son of the lord of the bright city of New Fry, Duran Keith. He approached and asked, Miss Anasta, what are you doing here? In Anasta's memories, this person once appeared. He was one of Anasta's suitors. Because of Anasta's noble Cecil bloodline, he insisted on marrying her. Duan Hai remembered that Anasta really hated this person, so he immediately darkened his face and said, it has nothing to do with him. Duran Keith stopped Anasta, frowned and said, Anasta, I respect you so much, how long are you going to pretend in front of me? Behind him suddenly appeared two more henchmen, their faces dirty. Do you think I will come empty-handed, obediently become the one who gives birth to my child? Seeing that he couldn't speak, he immediately transformed. A dragon tail grew from his back, and a pair of horns and sharp teeth protruded from above. Duan Hai then used Anasta's special ability, Withered Arrow, shot an arrow towards Duran Keith, worthy of death. Duran immediately used Dragon Flame, spitting fire at Anasta. The dragon's fire just made the arrow burn quickly. Not only that, it also turned into a lava hole in the ground. Duran Keith laughed loudly. Think carefully, if you are obedient and willing to be tied up, I will gently agree with you. Duan Hai knew he couldn't win, so he immediately decided to jump straight into the lava pit, shouting, Anasta, even if I die, I won't let you achieve your goal. When Duran Keith saw that, he suddenly said loudly, what? He stood there dumbfounded. What's going on? Is her brain damaged? Wouldn't jumping in there be suicide? Then he jumped down too. I had to go save her. After a while, he went up and told his two subordinates that this despicable woman was burned to nothing. The two subordinates saw this and comforted the young master. She jumped in there completely to kill herself. Young master, we can still find this type of fallen noble in other places on the New Fry continent. This. Duong Hai and Duran Keith's body chuckled. Arriving early is better than arriving on time. Disguising as Duran is more convenient than disguising as Anasta. Duong Hai just turned away and said, "Let's go, it's really a waste of time." At this moment, a mysterious person appeared from the door, smiling sinisterly. Unexpectedly, the young master of the Keith family was unsuccessful in flirting, and even forced Lady Anasta to commit suicide. Duong Hai is on guard. "Who are you? What do I do with you?" The mysterious guy replied, "Who am I? I'm just an ordinary mercenary." He walked over. Duong Hai saw his face clearly and remembered, based on Duran's memory, this person was a wanted criminal of Quang Min Tan, the killer Song Yan, whose arm was bitten off by Duran's father. Assassin Song Yan held two daggers in his hands, his eyes filled with hatred and said, "I had to pay a very high price to get this arm back. I swore that I would make you both pay back twice as much, this pain." The bespectacled subordinate also recognized this person. He warned Duong Hai, "Young master, that when he was chased by the patriarch, he was approaching level 3, and now it is likely to be level 3. Suddenly, the assassin Song Yan disappeared. Duong Hai stepped back, ducked his head to the side and avoided the assassin's sudden attack. He was very surprised when he saw that Duong Hai could dodge one of his attacks. "Hey, did you see my movements?" Duong Hai said with his hands in his pants, guessing, "Do you know?" At this moment, suddenly the space had a strong vibration. Duong Hai felt something was wrong and turned his head to look at the sage stone. It turned out that it was Daimong. While everyone was not paying attention, he broke the door and crawled out. He laughed loudly, "Haha, this alchemy matrix can indeed still be used." When he passed Duong Hai, he immediately winked and signaled like, "I recognize you." Duong Hai saw that and could only cough and cough. Assassin Song Yan saw the appearance of the sage stone and became greedy. "Well, there is also a sage stone, so I can't spare your lives." Seeing the unfavorable situation, Duran's bald subordinate was willing to sacrifice himself to protect you. "Young master, I'll stay a while to stop him. You two should rush out and bring the information back to tell the clan. Chief, go." The subordinate wearing glasses immediately stepped forward to block him. "You lead the young master away. I was alone, not afraid of death. My sister-in-law was still at home waiting for him to return." Duong Hai saw them like that and sighed in his heart. Odyssey's colonists also have their own joys and sorrows. In this world there is no division between righteousness and evil, there is only the difference between the strong and the weak. Daimong stood there thinking, "Isn't that enough? It's only 2 levels 3 and 2 levels 2. It's impossible for me to escape at all. Hee, fight a little harder. Only by letting the matrix absorb enough energy will I be able to create even greater movement." Assassin Song Yan immediately ran to the box, reached in to take the stone. "This sage stone will belong to me." However, when he touched the stone, his hand was pierced through, unable to touch it. He exclaimed in surprise, "What is this?" Duong Hai turned around and laughed at him, "Proving that you are not a predestined person. This sage stone belongs to our Keith family. Come on." Hearing the young master's orders, the two subordinates immediately transformed and screamed, ready to attack. But the two subordinates were not his opponents. The assassin Song Yan had only launched one blow, and one person was already lying down. Wearing glasses, when he saw the bald head being hit, he shouted, "Stout," wearing glasses, rushed out to block the assassin's knife. His strength was not as strong as the assassin's, so the glasses wearer's hand was shaking, but he did not give up, still holding the knife. Seeing that he couldn't stand it anymore, the guy with glasses turned around and said, "It's now, young master, use your dragon breath to burn him to ashes." Duong Hai did not hesitate at all, spitting out a pile of hot fire in his opponent's face and roaring. Feeling the terrifying heat of the wide fire, assassin Song Yan did not dare to confront him directly. He did not want to die yet, he deserved to die. He quickly dodged aside to avoid the attack. The space once again shook violently. "Huh. It's because Daimong is absorbing the energy emitted from the recent war." Then he stretched out a finger and pointed it into the air. Immediately a beam of pink light appeared, shattering the roof of the space into a skylight. Daimong looked at the sky above with emotion on his face. It was truly a blue color he hadn't seen in a long time. Daimong said loudly, "Come here quickly, greedy human powerhouse, the more the better." Quacking, a nice blue evil bird appeared. It flew over the heads of the humans below without looking back. For it, treasures had a stronger attraction, those praise were not enough for it. When everyone saw this scene, they were in an uproar. Damn it, what the hell was that pink light column, attracting so many terrifying strange beasts, such powerful magic power? There must be a strange treasure. You guys, that foreign animal is much more sensitive than us. Daimon did not want to do bad things alone, but also wanted to attract more accomplices. He turned back to his original form and ran towards Duan Hai. Hey, human boy, obediently listen to me, otherwise I will reveal your identity out there. Duan Hai glanced at him, the corner of his mouth twitched and replied, he was indeed playing a trick, kicking the sage. Daimon did not expect that this guy would actually discover his identity. That human, when did you discover my true identity? Duan Hai did not bother to answer but asked in return, can I marry you? It suits you, tell me frankly, what do you want to do now? Daimon didn't bother to hide anything, it was very simple, just make them fight. The more people died, the happier I was. Duan Hai knows the real purpose of this evil guy, not simply to watch the excitement, but also to be clever and not scheming, but to fit his plan. The purpose of this damn rock, I'm afraid, is while they were fighting, he absorbed the energy that escaped, certainly to allow himself to escape, but it also fit his needs. The bald subordinate turned out to be not dead but only seriously injured. Seeing this scene, he happily said, young master, wait for Lord Baksa to come. The death of the killer Song Nyan is certain. Lord Baksa is the powerhouse is close to level 4. As soon as the assassin Song Nyan heard the name Baksa, he immediately saw the crisis coming. He immediately thought of a plan to escape, and even fiercely let out a few more threats. Consider yourself lucky this time, but just I'm not dead yet, so I absolutely won't forgive you. He had barely spoken for 3 seconds before he ran away with smoke. In the blink of an eye he was gone, the words still lingering in the wind. I'm one step ahead. Assassin Song Nyan didn't run far when he was hit by a pink electric ray. Ugh! He fell to the ground, his hair stood up, his body stiffened. The subordinate wearing glasses saw this scene and immediately said, he's dead, young master, do we need to go over there and kick him? Duan Hai knew well that that damn rock would not be so kind. He cautiously said, something is strange, wait a minute. In his heart he secretly wondered, strange, why did this rock beat him to death? It's more reasonable to let him make a new tool. Sure enough, another beam of pink light hit the killer Song Nyan. He thought he was dead, but he didn't expect to have a new ability, so he laughed crazily. Hey, unlimited healing ability, ha ha ha. Daimon didn't know what he was playing. He turned to look at Duan Hai and winked. Killer Song Nyan said loudly, I now have unlimited healing ability, I'm not afraid of anything. Duran, today will be the day you die. Duan Hai still wanted to test this guy's abilities a bit. He pulled out the dagger from his subordinate's hand, and the subordinate cried out, pain pain pain. He did not hesitate and threw the knife straight into the sky. The knife stabbed straight into the blue bird flying in the sky. It cried out and squawked. This knife even flew back into the hands of assassin Song Nyan, making him bewildered. The blue bird was extremely angry, sending a giant blue supernatural blow towards the assassin Song Nyan. Looking at the shadowy figure of assassin Song Nyan behind the blue light, the bald subordinate also felt pain for him. Could he still be alive? Duan Hai calmly replied, I don't know, let's see, satisfied. However, assassin Song Nyan was still able to stand up. He shouted, I'm so embarrassed, I'm the champion here. At this time in the air, countless other people had also followed the pink light earlier and found it here. The leader was the white snake sword master. He glanced at Duan Hai. Isn't this is that my great-grandson Duran? After all, who has no eyes and dares to bully my nephew Duran? As soon as Duan Hai saw the adults in the house coming, he immediately reported, Uncle Baksa, this killer Song Nyan did not dare to look for my father, so he came to me to do it. Baksa calmly patted his shoulder, Duran, don't worry, I'm here, no one can touch you, not even a hair. Assassin Song Nyan, who was still afraid of White Snake, became completely arrogant after having unlimited healing ability. He pointed a series of fingers at the heroes in front of him, his tone lacking any provocative tone. Fight, you two, let's rush together. Today I will accept 10. He even licked his knife and said, I will show you what a strong person is. Hearing his words made everyone extremely angry. The white snake sword master took a step forward, holding the white snake sword in his hand that was emitting white light, then calmly said, you don't need to act, I will turn this kid into nourishment food for the white snake sword, mine. The white snake sword master raised his sword and said coldly, let's see how much longer you can be arrogant against my white snake sword. Immediately, a giant snake appeared. It released purple mist to attack the assassin Song Nyan. He was scared, sweating profusely. It was broken. This purple mist had the effect of bewitching people's minds. Having said that, he quickly took a knife and stabbed himself in the leg, wanting to use the pain to keep himself awake. But he was shocked to realize, how could this be possible? Pain couldn't even keep him awake. At this time, the white snake was wrapped tightly, not giving him a chance to struggle. The white snake sword master turned to ask Duran, "Good boy, could this pink pillar of light be the legendary sage stone?" Duran hesitantly replied, "I don't know, but no matter what treasure it is, it will definitely be in Uncle Baksa's hands." The sword master heard that and laughed happily. "Haha, don't worry, if you eat meat, you won't forget to give me a bowl of soup." Duran immediately replied, "Thank you." At the same time, Daimon stood next to him and watched the entire conversation. He silently calculated, "This assassin Song Nyan is so useless, I have given him unlimited treatment, but no, mercilessly stabbed you a few more times." He thought in his heart, "Honestly, if I gave you an opportunity that you didn't take advantage of, it would be better if I personally took action." A ray of pink light suddenly shot out from somewhere, shooting into the eyes of the assassin Song Nyan. Assassin Song Nyan suddenly turned to look at Baksa, said loudly, "Accept death." Having said that, he used a knife to cut Baksa into several pieces and freed himself. He laughed loudly, "Haha, that was it." The sword master still remained calm when he saw this. He was considered a lucky person. "Today I will open your eyes and know what is called a great move." Having said that, he swung his sword into the air and shouted, "Thak Baksa." Thousands of snakes suddenly appeared from there, shooting out everywhere. A group of people still rushed past the dog-headed man, causing him to panic and quickly dodge, throwing his palms away. The white snake sword master's big move was out of range. "Boss, please pay attention." Another guy said, "The boss's white snake has spread everywhere, he will die young." At this time, suddenly a giant blue whale appeared flying in the sky. It cried and roared. It released 3 pulses of light, and the white snakes were swept away by it one by one. Unfortunately, the 3rd pulse beam was flying towards the guy wearing glasses. The guy wearing glasses was pierced through his body by a triple pulse ray, much to everyone's surprise. The bald man saw his comrades being swept away and was extremely scared. The remaining people were startled and shouted loudly, "Ma Q, damn it." The bald head couldn't keep calm, so he transformed. His whole body grew red horns. He roared, "I have to kill you, beast." Seeing this, Duran quickly stopped. "Do you want to die? I guarantee you, today I will definitely kill that blue whale to avenge him." The bald head seemed to have discovered something, quickly turned around and shouted, "Look, the body is disappearing." The metallurgical matrix had been surrounding them for some time. Those bodies suddenly turned into pink molecules. The other guys felt the change in their bodies and immediately shouted with joy. These things seemed to be able to increase their strength. "I just broke through level 2. Duong Hai in the form of Duran, as soon as he saw the scene before his eyes, a guess arose in his heart. The death of the strong people increased the strength of others. Here, he was clearly transformed into a stone sage. It's a place to take care of your neck. At this time, the white snake sword master had not yet discovered Duong Hai's identity. He turned to talk to his brother. His good nephew came closer. The current situation was a bit complicated. Dead powerhouses produce abilities that cause each living person to receive a fixed increase, so the growth of low-level powerhouses such as 1st or 2nd level powerhouses is very obvious. Then, right after that, the white snake sword master immediately put on a serious face and said cautiously that, but for 3rd level powerhouses, the level of increase is insignificant. That is, if let the level 3 people be left alone, as we continue to strengthen, the gap between their strength and ours becomes increasingly smaller. At that time, it is difficult to know who will die at whose hands. Dai Meng, hiding in the distance, heard this and chuckled, he. With this you no longer have a reason to kill each other. Dai Meng secretly hoped, let's kill each other, the more the better. The others still don't know the tragedy that is still waiting for them. Right now they are still happy, enjoying this heavenly blessing. A buffalo-horned man was immediately destroyed by the sword of the white snake sword master. Before he died, he even cried out, "You." After that, he collapsed to the ground in front of everyone. Seeing this, the crowd in the distance gradually dispersed in fear, not daring to come closer, but ran and shouted, running quickly. The white snake sword master turned to look at Duong Hai and said, "Duran, stay by my side, I'll guarantee you get out of here alive." He carefully replied, "Uncle Baksa must have done something right, and besides, he didn't really want to take his life. I just prayed that he could kill that animal for me." When the swordmaster heard that, he somewhat unexpectedly complimented him. I really didn't expect that this grandson of mine, Duran, would be so virtuous. The Keith family already has a successor. At this time, the assassin Song Yan immediately spoke up. I said, you guys are idiots. Now if you capture the body and kill all the first and second level guys, then you will increase your strength to approach him. Having said that, he stood up. If he didn't wait until he beat you until there was only a little bit left, you wouldn't die. He began the absorption process. Seeing that, everyone panicked and ran quickly. They wanted to kill us, to turn us into nutrients to help them increase their strength. But the pink wall suddenly rose, blocking their final exit. They continuously banged on the wall, screaming, "Let me go, save my life." Emperor Spiny and Lord Taro suddenly appeared. Looking at their scared looks, they laughed contemptuously. Where do you want to run to? Having said that, she immediately attacked, kicking sharp arrows at them. Baksa quickly advanced, creating a barrier to block the attack. I knew right away that you despicable villains would attack everyone. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Don't try to kill anyone, innocent. Lord Taro immediately said, if today you were in the same situation as us, you would probably be even more terrifying than us. Looking at this chaotic scene in front of him, Daimon stood aside and laughed cheerfully. Ha ha ha, a bunch of idiots, helping me kill people, the more dead the better. Very quickly, those who were defeated gradually disappeared. Lord Taro has absorbed all of them. He laughed loudly. Haha, White Snake, this is an inevitable trend. When we reach the third level limit, we will rely on our own skills. Baksa suddenly used his strength to jump up high. He squinted his eyes and smiled sinisterly, calmly said, bang. Having said that, he used a sword to slash down. Just like that, it caused a huge commotion. Purple smoke covers everywhere. The Lord Taro and the Emperor Spiny were both seriously injured. Taro saw this and angrily scolded, fuck you, are you crazy, what are you doing? Baksa lost one of his arms because of a blow just now, but he still calmly replied, of course I have my own plans. The assassin Song Mian took advantage of Baksa's inattention, grabbed a knife from behind and rushed up, dying. Baksa immediately reacted quickly, using his sword to pierce his body. He laughed loudly, ha ha ha, have you forgotten something? I have unlimited treatments. Baksa just coldly looked at him and asked, is that so? At this time, the assassin's body did not heal. He panicked, how could this be? My wound cannot heal. Baksa is proud, it's so embarrassing, it seems like the stone sage has chosen me. The assassin was still stubborn at this time, trying hard to say, no, the person who kicked the sage was me. As he finished speaking, he was kicked to the ground by Baksa. White Snake alone faced Taro and the others. His arm was restored to its original state. He said, even if the strength is the same, but I possess infinite healing, you will not resist. Where can I get it? Lord Taro said, capture the young master of the Keith family. The White Snake Sword Master has a good relationship with the patriarch of the Keith family. Let's take Duran as a hostage. All of his subordinates quickly pressed on Duong Hai. Seeing that, he just gently said, what a fool, this young master won't pretend anymore. Duong Hai spread her hands, her face darkened, only two eyes appeared and said, I'll turn over the cards. Then he quickly transformed into Tian Mokvium Long. Seeing that, they were terrified. Lord Taro trembled and said, this is level 3 strength. Duong Hai opened his mouth and grabbed a guy. Next, use your hands to knock another guy away. Even the fireman behind him was defeated by his tail in one blow. In a moment, the 3 third-level guys were all wiped out by him. The girl sitting below saw this and trembled, frightened by Duong Hai's giant appearance. Duran shouted angrily, even trash people have leveled up to level 3, someone with noble bloodlines like me, is stuck at level 2. After being beaten by Duong Hai, those guys gradually turned into particles that flew into the air. Duran turned to Baksa to discuss, Uncle Baksa, you and I working together are enough to destroy all 5 of these guys. But the scene just now made Baksa think twice. His eyes were complicated. If that boy could kill 3 guys who had just reached level 3, he definitely had the strength to capture them. Baksa looked at Duong Hai, seeing that the boy could not even know that he had lost his third-order fighting power, which was the most advantageous for him, unless he also wanted to kill more strong people, to increase his food, self-force. I don't know what Baksa thought after that. He suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, okay, my good nephew Duran, the 2 of us working together, we can definitely kill them all. Daimong was hiding in the back, observing all this time. He couldn't help but be surprised. This kid Duong Hai was really interesting. Once he took action, he killed 3 third-level guys. Lord Taro suddenly attacked again. He launched an attack against his teammates. Spiny Lin Huang was tied up, so she panicked and shouted, "You sneak attacked me again, what are you doing?" But she was soon strangled and could no longer scream in protest. Lord Taro continued to be cruel and killed all the people who were once his comrades. White Snake could not see the scene before his eyes, so he spoke out indignantly, or told Lord Taro that his actions were even more sinister than mine. Baksa turned to say to Duong Hai, who was in the form of Duran and Duran, "Let's join forces to subdue Lord Taro first and then we'll figure it out." Duong Hai quickly replied, "Okay, Uncle Baksa." He thought to himself that Lord Taro would act decisively. He was an arrogant and ambitious man. If he was allowed to continue to develop, it would be difficult to say who would die at the hands of the current people of the New Fry continent. There are less than 9 points on Sixsuing Island, but there are 5 more extreme level 3 powerhouses. Lord Taro suddenly turned to negotiate with the 2 of them, Baksa and Duran. "Now we and the strange beast are 3 and 3. How about all 3 of us join forces to kill all 3 of those living insects first? How?" Duong Hai spat in his heart. This Lord Taro is truly a genius, shameless, cruel heart. He can live until now, absolutely not because of luck. Baksa loudly warned him, "Good boy, don't let him trick you into killing him first." At that moment, a giant figure appeared from above. Lord Taro didn't pay any attention and jumped up to attack, leaving only one sentence, "Think for yourself, I don't have enough time to spend, what a waste." The beast also did not give up. With a roar, it let out a blow towards its lord. Baksa suddenly shouted loudly, "Level 4, there is level 4 coming." Lord Taro heard that and turned his head in surprise. At that moment, a silver light appeared just outside the curtain. A man with an arrogant appearance, flying in the air. He is the Saint of Kwang Tuk. His presence shocked everyone present. He was a 4th-level powerhouse of the Alfonso family, the Saint of Light. When the White Snake Sword Master heard that, he immediately looked panicked. Lord Taro immediately bowed down and paid his respects. He stood there and said, "Daimeng really didn't lie to me, he really found the sage stone in this plain." Having said that, he suddenly raised his face to the sky and cried, "Ha ha ha, I will immediately revive you right here, my good daughter." He used his hand to wipe away his tears, revealing sharp eyes and said, "Although Daimeng loves this plane very much, everything is worth it to save my daughter's life, even if the price is to destroy this world, to lose hope." He held out his hand, approaching the pink wall. But at that very moment, the old man behind him seemed to smell something on the other person's body. Why did this guy have a smell that made people hate him like Daimeng? Suddenly he understood something and exclaimed that, "That's right, the moral principles on him had the same origin as Daimeng." He was even more happy when he realized that the moral principles would be even better. It's easier to shake the seal that Daimeng arranged. Seeing that, he laughed even more happily. "Ha ha ha ha, heaven also help me. If I can force that guy to use his full force and profound principles, maybe I can take the opportunity to escape." Just like that, the Saint Kwang Tuk passed through the curtain. Duong Hai thought to himself, "This is the strength of a 4-star level, everyone cannot break through the curtain, yet he entered so easily." Suddenly a voice came from somewhere, "Listen, I will help heal each of you 3 times, let's kill the 4th-level powerhouse of Light Food Saint together, otherwise, I will take back your energy," was given as a gift. Everyone who heard it seemed worried. At this time, the Saint Kwang Tuk stood in front of Duong Hai and everyone. The White Snake Sword Master stood up and asked, "Lord Light Saint, you want the Sage Stone?" Having said that, White Snake stood up in the air, pointed his sword at the Saint Kwang Tuk and said loudly, "I must ask the sword in my hand if I agree or not." Seeing this, Saint Kwang Tuk also jumped up and said, "Relying only on you, I dare to stop me." He looked down, "What about you guys, just like him?" Duong Hai thought to himself, after all, he still had the trump card, so he might as well take the opportunity to feel the strength of a level 4 powerhouse. Duong Hai and Duran's body also flew up, telling Baksa, "Uncle Baksa, I risk my life to stand side by side with you." Lord Taro saw this and smiled, "So I'll try to learn about the skills of the 4th-level powerhouse." Saint Kwang Tuk's face darkened, his mouth smiled slightly, "It's very interesting, then let's play with you a little, consider that I've exercised to warm up my body." The sword in Baksa's hand vibrated. A giant white snake appeared, standing behind the White Snake Sword Master. His aura skyrocketed. The Saint of Light smiled contemptuously. He didn't even understand the nature of his own powers, and he still dared to attack me. he continued to say, to me, your moves are truly vulgar to the point of making people angry. Having said that, he raised his hand in the air, forming a ball. He gently shot the air balloon away. Just like that, the air ball flew to the snake's mouth, which opened its mouth and wheezed. The snake felt something fly into its mouth, so it immediately closed its mouth and swallowed. Saint Light Tuck said softly, destroy. Just like that, the snake suddenly disappeared and turned into molecules. One of Bok Sa's arms was also gradually disappearing. He cried out in panic, how could this be possible? Why is this happening? Luckily, Bok Sa has unlimited healing ability, so his arm was regenerated. He raised his face to look at the Saint Kwang Tuk and said, he deserved to die. The Saint Kwang Tuk continued to point and said, up. With just one move, before Lord Taro could react, his body was split into two. He cried out, ah. Lord Taro extremely regretfully shouted, damn it, I shouldn't have dealt with the 4th level light saint with these insects. On this side, Duong Hai was also chased by the airball, silently cursing in his mind, damn, what kind of move is this ball of light? Why is the pressure so terrifying? Duong Hai's tail was touched by the airball and gradually disappeared. Below, the old man was still observing. He said, only containing a little bit of purification meaning, but was able to wipe them out. It seems that only the true level 4 can fight with Kwang, true saints and fakes, which then leads to a collision between the meanings and causes the seal to appear loopholed. Bok Sa was angry, his face appeared with snake scales and said loudly, I don't believe this evil. At this time, Bok Sa had transformed, his body, his snake's tail, his mouth emitting a wheezing sound. Bok Sa just like that threw a move, the purple crest stayed, causing the air ball to melt. The Saint Kwang Tuk saw this and exclaimed, oh, that's very interesting, but he wasn't purified at all. The old man looked at Bok Sa and said, that guy is about to break through. The white snake sword master suddenly stopped moving and said, ah, there it is again. Then, he opened his arms, ah, this magical feeling, it was truly wonderful. Bok Sa just broke through, behind him countless giant white snakes rushed up. When the old man saw that, he was surprised, with a little more strength, I can break through this seal. The Saint Kwang Tuk's heart began to feel uneasy, not good, this guy was about to break through. At this time, Duong Hai had turned back into human form, thinking in his mind, the white snake sword master was about to break through. The fluctuations on his body made him vaguely come into contact, the hidden meaning of the law containing the ability to peel off. Duong Hai in Duran's body was worried about what his path would be. His mind is now confused, wondering whether it's decomposition, or fusion, or energy. That Saint Kwang Tuk shouted loudly, I will definitely take the sage stone, revive my daughter, apologize to future generations, but if there is any blame, I can only blame you for your bad luck. The fake Dai Meng on this side was also angry, he deserved to die, he just needed to put in a little more effort. The vision just now was clearly about to shake the seal, just a little bit more. It seemed like he suddenly realized something, his eyes lit up, he smiled darkly, that Saint Kwang Tuk wanted to sneak attack, ha 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 ha, I won't let you get what you want. On this side, the light food saint continuously attacked, countless light arrows shot straight towards the white snake. The pink walls were also increased, to block the attack of light arrows. The fake Dai Meng also spoke up, ha ha ha, the light arrow has been consumed by 7 or 8 parts of my curtain, this last layer of shield is enough to stop them. The Kwang Tuk saint saw this and smiled sarcastically, he said contemptuously, rocks are just rocks, too naive. At this time, those light arrows all passed through the pink curtain one after another. The light arrows just now pierced through Bok Sa's body, making him only cry out, whoosh, it hurts, I'm about to die of pain. Suddenly, Bok Sa's arm rose and weakly exclaimed, me. Bok Sa's eyes also lit up, stammering, I see the way, so that's it. At this time, everything, including the white snake, emitted blinding light. When that light disappeared, White Snake had evolved to a level 4 powerhouse. Saint Kwang Tuk approached Bok Sa with a regretful look and said, it's a bit late to act, and let you successfully upgrade. Bok Sa heard that and happily replied, not as much hostility as before, besides, that's right, without the pressure and humiliation you gave me, I simply wouldn't have been able to break through level 4. Bok Sa put his hand on his chin, pretending to be thoughtful, then said, how should I repay you now? You caused me such pain, so please repay me twice as much. After that, he suddenly stopped for a moment, but before that, I have something to take care of. At this time, White Snake looked towards Lord Taro. His lower body had disappeared. He heard this sentence from White Snake and immediately had a bad feeling. Not good. This White Snake wanted to attack him. But before he could finish thinking, he was swallowed by the giant White Snake. Baksa looked at his nephew and said, "Good boy, look carefully, wait until I defeat the Saint Kwang Tuk, and you will also have a share in kicking the sage." When the Saint of Kwang Tuk heard it, he smiled cunningly and said, "It's not urgent, you should feel it, there are 2 guests coming." Baksa heard that and tried to feel it, but after feeling it, it made him a little more worried, thinking that there were 2 powerful auras approaching. Without waiting too long, 2 people appeared in the sky. The one standing on the left was Leader Tham Lam, and the one on the right was the 3rd-ranked Fan, the Yuduang Quan Ha. Yuduang Quan Ha spoke first. "There really is a sage stone. As long as you possess the sage stone, you will be able to become a noble purple pearl." The Saint Kwang Tuk immediately changed his expression, showing sincerity. "You too also came for the sage stone, but after all this is something from our Alfonso family. How about this? You two give me the sage stone, tell me, these things will belong to you too, what do you think?" Leader Tham Lam heard that and laughed mockingly. "You guys, stop joking. Alfonso, as a famous man of the Otsi Plain, invaded the treasures of the native plain. Why?" Saint Kwang Tuk heard people's ridicule, his face darkened, and he said angrily, "Our Alfonso family still has the turn of you deep blue insects to show their mouths." Yuduang Quan Ha saw them talking back and forth. His head hurt, so he jumped in and said, "You two, why are you talking so much? This stone sage is definitely from our Lamtin human race." The fake Dai Meng saw these people arguing back and forth and thought, these 4 level 4 powerhouses have been arguing for so long, why don't they fight each other? Then, he looked at the brat standing in front of him and started the fire. "This human brat, this guy is an Odsi, he must want to cause great harm to the Lamtin human race, he still has no color to start." When Yuduang Quan Ha heard that, he immediately believed it and secretly calculated that he could use his wind power to solve this potential disaster. He then rushed up to attack, launching a blow towards the White Snake Sword Master. This attack caused Baksa's upper body to disappear into smoke. The Saint Kwang Tuk saw this and snorted. Then he flew high, using the Holy Light Divine card skill. Quan Ha was completely motionless. Baksa's body part was also restored. He was surprised, after eliminating it, these 2 types of energy could cancel each other. Then Baksa happily looked at Kwang Tuk and said, "Kwang Tuk, old brother, our resentment will be erased. Baksa, I owe you a favor." Suddenly a stream of power passed through the White Snake Sword Master's body. He was surprised, but immediately fell down. The person who took action was the Tham Lam clan leader. Duong Hai saw this and shouted in panic, "What?" Before he died, Baksa still looked at him and said, "Run quickly." When he heard that, he thought, it's over, you and I have been uncle and nephew for half a day." He secretly made up his mind, "From now on I will definitely kill Commander Tham Lam and avenge you." Suddenly the ground shook violently, laughter echoed, "Ha ha ha." The ruby stone released a stream of power, accompanied by a loud laugh, "Ha ha ha." Duong Hai now remembered Duran. He was sweating and whispered in his heart, "This is it." The touch of Dai Meng's handwritten letter appeared brightly. At this moment, the ruby flew out of the box, happily shouting, "I can finally escape the bondage, ha ha ha." The 3 people, Yuduang Quan Ha, along with the leader Tham Lam and Kwang Then, also chased the stone. Kwang Then shouted loudly, "It is mine." A dramatic chase took place between the 3 people. The Tham Lam clan loudly declared, "Yes, whoever gets it belongs to that person." Yuduang Quan Ha came here without any patience, eager to take the stone back into his own hands, so he threatened, "This belongs to Lam Tin, no one will force me out, hand." At this time, from somewhere else, another voice full of triumph came and attracted them. "Everyone, haha, kick this sage from the Tai Quet organization, please allow us to take it." On the ground, a person wearing a pig mask said, "Kick the sage, it won't come to me soon." The stone sage couldn't control himself and flew down. It let out a scolding sound, "Damn Dai Meng, you're planning on me again." It was tied up by a golden rope, then fell into the hands of the pig-masked man. The other 3 were extremely surprised when they saw this, so they immediately jumped down to surround him. Saint Kwang immediately frowned and threatened, "Whoever you are, if you know anything, quickly hand over the stone to the sage." Patriarch Tham Lam asked, "You are the leader of the Tai Quet organization?" Yuduang Quan Ha smiled cunningly. He said, "I have a cooperative relationship with the Tai Quet organization. You agree to share the sage stone with me, then I will get you out of here. How about that?" The pig-faced stranger turned around and said, "Sorry Lord Fondhan, I'm afraid it won't work. This stone sage is very useful to our organization." Yudwang Quan Ha immediately darkened his face and asked, "Why did you Tai Quet organization use this sage stone?" The person in the pig mask explained, "Lord Fondhan knows about Dragon's story. We are looking for the sage stone to revive Dragon." When Yudwang Quan Ha heard that, he was very surprised. He said loudly, "Can this humble stone really revive the dead?" Seeing that he didn't understand anything, the patriarch Tham Lam explained that the sage stone was extremely magical. It was a miracle stone of a plane. Of course it could revive a life. Saint Kwang angrily said, "Stop wasting your words. If you want to live, then obediently hand over the sage stone, otherwise I will completely destroy your organization." The leader of the Tham Lam clan also agreed and immediately spoke up in support. Our Tham Lam clan agreed to help the Alfonso family. After all, the Tai Quet organization had a grudge against our Tham Lam clan. It was possible to kill a bandit. On the contrary, I find it very worthwhile. Yudwang Quan Ha raised his hand to touch the shoulder of the person wearing the pig mask and said, "This sage stone originally belonged to us humans, so you dare to touch it." The person in the pig mask immediately dodged aside. "I acknowledge Lord Fondhan's good intentions, but these two petty level 4 guys cannot do anything to me." When Yudwang Quan Ha heard that, he was shocked. Two petty 4th level guys. Yudwang Quan Ha immediately said, "If Hoi True Brother already has a plan in his heart, then clearly I have done something redundant. You two can do as you like." Kwang then and Patriarch Tham Lam looked at each other, not knowing what they were thinking. Hoi True spoke again, "If you two still don't move, I will leave first." The divine light immediately launched a move and rushed straight towards Hoi True. However, Hoi True stood still and did not dodge. The airflow hit his chest. At this moment, a black square appeared behind him. Hoi True said, the meaning that he understood was okay, but unfortunately, it could not cause any damage to me. After that, Hoi True turned around and used his teleportation ability to leave. He did not forget to turn around and continue to say, "Our Tai Quet organization is waiting for you to visit." Seconds later, he and the black mask disappeared without a trace. Yudwang Quan Ha was a bit confused and raised his voice, wondering if this guy was actually dead. Chief Tham Lam asked, "Are all star bearers that strong, or is it just this pig?" They didn't know that Duran was standing behind them, trembling as he tried to hold back his laughter. He even told himself in his heart, "Don't laugh, hold it in." Meanwhile, on the side of Commander B's palace, Hoi True fell from the cube. The stone sage gave him a few cubes of the virtual world. Duong Hai in Duran's body thought to himself, after going through so many things, dying so many powerful people, the sage stone finally fell into his hands. He smiled complacently. "Next I have to make good use of this sage stone." When Yudwang Quan Ha saw that the sage stone was gone, he turned and left. If the sage stone had fallen into the hands of the redetermination organization, then you too, say goodbye. After saying that, he immediately flew away, leaving Kwangnan there with the thought, "The only hope of reviving my daughter is the stone sage. I will absolutely not give up." Chief Tham Lam turned around and said to Kwangnan, "If you want to go to Taihai to find a solution, I can give you a hand." Kwangnan actually did not agree, turned around and said sorry. "Compared to the decision, I see you guys, we Nam Tin, are even more unsatisfactory." Having said that, Kwangnan gradually disappeared behind a white light. When Patriarch Tham Lam saw this, he shook his head. It was truly a narrow vision. Having said that, he suddenly turned around. Duong Hai in Duran's body was suddenly startled. Perhaps this guy had seen through him. He closed his eyes and calmly said, "Brat, clean up your elder's body properly. As a 4th-level powerhouse, you should have the last bit of dignity." Countless planes can comprehend the profound principles of the law, and only a few people can reach the 4th level in their lives. Having finished speaking, he also took off like a rocket, leaving Duong Hai standing there. Moved to another side, at Wien Vo Dien. Duong Hai also returned to his real body at this time, sat on the chair and said, "Hey old man, don't pretend to be dead, quickly answer my question." The tide stone still lies on the ground, motionless. Duong Hai's face darkened, her mouth curled into a scary smile. "Ha ha ha, pretend to die with me." The stone's bright golden rope was now tightened. The stone cried out in fear, "Hey, don't, I give up, quickly relax, it's tightening my stone's ancestor to death." The old man disguised as Dai Meng appeared, held his head and said, "Most of the energy I absorbed was given to you to repair your body, only a few were converted into original power." Duong Hai slightly frowned and asked, "What is that original power?" He immediately said, Let me breathe a little, then I will tell you." Then, he continued to say, the reason why I can become a miracle stone is because I absorb all kinds of energy and then convert it into primordial power. Simply put, primordial power can manifest, achieve what you want, to a certain extent. He continued to tiptoe to Duong Hai's side, covering his mouth with his hand and saying, Little Daimeng has consumed a third of his strength, my original source received the heavenly magic talent, I will also give you a third, primordial power to fulfill your wishes, you release me, how about it? Duong Hai rubbed his chin, thinking about something, then said, okay, that rock, I'll make a small wish first. He puffed out his chest and laughed loudly, saying, regardless of whether you want to enhance your magic talent or enhance your understanding, I can help you. Duong Hai looked at him with a cold face, I want to become the strongest expert in countless planes. When he heard that, he stopped laughing and didn't know what to say. When Duong Hai saw that he could not do it, he changed the request, which changed to a colonist of the Otzi plane who would never be able to enter the Lieutenant Nam Star plane. When he heard that, he not only became motionless but turned to stone. Duong Hai kept making different wishes, so world peace, or let the Lieutenant Nam Tin plane become the strongest, so on and so forth. Several hours passed, Duong Hai started to get serious again. Okay, before that I was just joking with you, next I will let you work seriously, if there are any mistakes. Duong Hai glared and threatened, I will crush you into powder to make tea to drink. When he heard that, he broke into a sweat. Duong Hai brought his sister over and told him to turn my sister back into a normal person. He heard that and winked in agreement, his wish was effective. Immediately after that, a strange energy enveloped Duong Fai. Duong Fai panicked and called out, Big brother. Duong Hai comforted, don't worry, very soon, you will completely turn into a normal person. The flow of energy around her became more and more dense. Duong Hai looked at her sister worriedly, thinking, this time there definitely cannot be any mistakes. After a long wait, Duong Fai's floating body finally touched the ground. Her dark blue hair has returned to a shiny golden color, her two colored eyes are now only emerald green. After Duong Fai returned to normal, his face was full of bewilderment, carefully observing his familiar body. But right after that, Duong Fai suddenly fainted. Duong Hai saw this and quickly ran to help her, then quickly asked, what was wrong with her? The old man smiled and said, don't worry, it's because the process of removing the dark roots takes too much effort, get some sleep and you'll get better soon. Hearing that, Duong Hai immediately felt reassured and gently said to the sleeping Duong Fai, Fai, my second brother's wish to enter the other world at first has finally come true. Duong Hai, after placing his sister still on the bed, opened his mouth to continue, but he still had a very long way to go. Once the Dark Clan and the Otzi people did not eliminate humanity, there would be no more, the day is peaceful. As soon as Duong Hai finished speaking, the old man couldn't wait anymore and urged him, Duong, I have used up a third of my strength to help your sister turn into a normal person, it's time to let me go, huh? After hearing those words, Duong Hai immediately showed a surprised expression and said, did he really consume a third of his original power? The old man slowly folded his arms, then carefully explained to Duong Hai that I am different from your kind of people, we have never deceived anyone before, we must know that those dark roots are very difficult to remove, also thanks to my magical primordial power. Duong Hai suddenly grabbed the sage stone, then squeezed it so hard that his hand kept shaking. Immediately after that, Duong Hai opened his mouth and expressed his next wish, for me to comprehend the 5 profound meanings of my destiny. Duong Hai felt the change in the sage stone, his face immediately revealed a happy smile, ha ha ha, as expected, he could not resist our wish. From inside the sage stone, an angry voice suddenly rang out, cursing, you bastard, you are no different from Daimeng, you are all a bunch of greedy dogs. Duong Hai did not care about those words, just closed his eyes to feel the power of the sage stone. Duong Hai slowly stretched out his hand, touching the lights in front of him, decomposing the meaning, fusing the meaning, and the energy of the meaning. After that, Duong Hai could not help but exclaim in surprise, he could feel that, with the support of the original power of understanding these 3 paths, it was increasing from 0% to 5%, there was that means with just one path, I'm already a level 4 powerhouse. Yet Duong Hai was not happy, on the contrary, he showed a disgusted expression, but it was not what he wanted. As soon as he finished speaking, the original power rushed into his body, Duong Hai couldn't help but scream, ah! At the same time, the sage stone that Duong Hai held in his hand suddenly became penetrating. Still in the sea of consciousness, Duong Hai stretched out his hand to feel the thick stream of power in front of him, happily saying, I have now understood that the family method of the ability to peel scales is to control the meaning. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely powerful light source suddenly appeared in front of Duong Hai, and soon his consciousness gradually became blurred. Duong Hai was now lying on the bed, her worried sister next to her. When he saw Duong Hai's eyes slowly opening, Duong Fai quickly leaned closer and softly called, "Big brother." After waking up, Duong Hai unconsciously asked, "Fai Fai, why are you next to my bed? Did mom finish making dinner?" After listening, Duong Fai gently replied, "Big brother, we haven't gone home yet." After remembering their current situation, Duong Hai immediately lowered his eyes, hiding his sadness. That's right, he was no longer the salted fish boy who liked to sleep until dinner time, but the leader of the group, organizes the 4th level of Yangshi's powerful judge. Duong Hai reached out and rubbed her head to comfort her. "Stupid sister, why are you crying? I just fell asleep just now. How do you feel? How does it feel to become a normal person?" Duong Fai looked at Duong Hai and slowly said, "I feel like after I returned to normal, my beauty seemed to have decreased a lot." After knowing that her sister was okay, Duong Hai finally breathed a sigh of relief, then used force to flick Duong Fai's forehead. "What a heartless person. Do you know how to forgive her for transforming back into ordinary people or treasures that level 4 powerhouses want to steal for free?" Hearing those words, Duong Fai was extremely surprised and asked again, "Does that mean you are now also a level 4 powerhouse?" Duong Hai coughed a few times before opening his mouth to respond. "That's right, to put it bluntly, he still doesn't have appealing ability, doesn't have a grain of ability, he has to wait until he cultivates his ability to the 4th level to be able to use it." The more Duong Fai listened, the more curious he became. What was the difference between a level 4 powerhouse and a level 1 to 3 powerhouse? After arranging the sentence in his head, Duong Hai immediately began to explain. Superpowers are equivalent to software. Level 1 to 3 people only understand how to use this software, and superpowers for the 4th level, start learning about software compilation programs. Afraid that Duong Fai would not understand, Duong Hai tried his best to explain carefully. Exploiting the move was equivalent to using his own understanding of the meaning and creating a hack for the player. The 3rd level could only be understood by completing each step of the release. Skills, of course, cannot be remade to level 4 using hacks. After listening, Duong Fai nodded and said, "Then I understand." Just as he finished speaking, Duong Fai suddenly pointed behind him and said, "Brother, that rock has become transparent." Duong Hai followed and discovered that there was a sage stone lying on the ground, cold sweat continuously pouring out like rain. At this moment, inside the sage stone suddenly emitted a weak sound. "Duong Hai, bastard, I have something big to discuss with you in private." Duong Hai absent-mindedly walked to the side of the sage stone, then crossed her arms and said, "Now there are only 2 of us, tell me, what's going on?" As soon as he withdrew his words, the old man in the stone sage immediately came out, furious. "Duong Hai, you bastard, you drained my loincloths, not leaving a drop, I will bite you to death." Duong Hai only used one finger to stop the angry man. Next, he opened his mouth to warn, "This old man, if you don't want to lose your consciousness, quickly follow the trail to my Van Din space. If I don't die in the future, you won't die either." Just as he finished speaking, Duong Hai's finger suddenly glowed, then slowly created a mark on his forehead. In the blink of an eye, his consciousness was sucked into Duong Hai, and his body gradually disappeared. The sage stone lost its sustaining energy, quickly fell to the ground, and then cracked. The treasure that everyone wanted to fight for, in the blink of an eye, became useless, and the legendary sage stone disappeared. Suddenly, the scene changed to another place. In Van Din Palace, Duong Hai spoke up and said, "Okay old man, I will absorb all your original power and will compensate you for a free life." He looked around and angrily asked, "How to compensate?" Duong Hai pointed behind him and explained carefully, "You can choose one of the positions like Tan Long, Bak Ho, Wien Vo, and KY Lan. I will think of a way to make you a flesh body, till you can go to the plains and take risks." He was surprised to hear that, forgot to react, and asked again in a trembling tone, "Is that true?" Seeing him bewildered and unable to believe, Duong Hai seriously affirmed that I am talking to you now as the leader of Tai Quet, absolutely not joking. After knowing Duong Hai's identity, cold sweat immediately poured out like rain. The leader of Tai Quet. Duong Hai's image in his eyes, in just a few short seconds, suddenly changed from being a bastard to being extremely huge. However, he did not rush to agree, but carefully considered it first. With this kid's scheming and cunning personality and countless tricks, the future will definitely be extremely bright. I live with him, just bad words. After pondering for a while, he suddenly turned away, clasped his hands behind his back, expressing sorrow and pain. "Forget all the previous grudges, from now on this world will no longer kick the sages." Before Duan Hai could understand what was going on, he pointed behind him and said eloquently, "I choose to become Wei-Vo of the North." Hearing that, Duan Hai immediately raised his hands, clasped his hands and happily said, "Congratulations on Wei-Vo's return." After he got his new body, he was happy, laughing non-stop, shouting, "Ha ha ha, I'll go first." Duan Hai raised her hand to block the bright sunlight, watching Wei-Vo's fading figure. Filled with satisfaction, she could finally do the main thing. The scene changed again. Hitting the screen was a face full of terror, yellow eyes wide open. Duan Hai slowly walked to that person's body, then knelt down and asked, "Bok Sa Sword Master, can I use you for scientific research? You won't mind?" Duan Hai's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of sadness. He sincerely said, "This is a very good thing, a blessing to humanity. Oh, I forgot he was an Otzi, but I believe in his impartial spirit, you will definitely agree." Next, Duan Hai immediately opened his mouth and told the White Snake Sword Master that, "If you do not object, I will consider you agree." As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Hai couldn't wait and immediately raised his hand to activate his ability to peel scales. Looking at the ball that had just been formed in his hand, Duan Hai's tone was filled with surprise. This was a 4-star superpower particle. It was indeed unusual. Suddenly a guess flashed across Duan Hai's mind. His face revealed a look of horror. Could this be the profound law that the White Snake Sword Master understood? The 4th-level scaly ability. Is it possible to separate out the whole principle and meaning? The superpower particle was floating in front of him. After pondering for a while, Duan Hai decided that it looked like a genetic chain, so how about calling it an absorbing meaning chain? Having said that, Duan Hai immediately tried to absorb it. He clenched his teeth to endure the pain that was coming. Duan Hai thought to himself, when he understood the meaning, all knowledge was like water flowing into a river, and transferring the chain of meanings means forcing oneself to accept experiences beyond recognition. A moment later, Duan Hai's whole body seemed to be drained of strength. He slowly raised his hand and touched his chest. As expected, creating a level 4 powerhouse was not a simple matter. Even though she was tired, Duan Hai was still impatient, trying her best to raise her hand towards the gene chain in front of her, or maybe she could try to see if she could resolve it. Before Duan Hai's expectant eyes, that genetic chain was slowly decomposed. Duan Hai screamed in surprise. The mysterious chain did not decompose the dark energy, but turned into law fragments. Immediately after that, Duan Hai quickly calmed down, closed his eyes tightly, stretched out his hands to carefully absorb the law fragments. Duan Hai suddenly frowned. "Ha!" Duan Hai carefully connected the superpower particles while exclaiming, the feeling of limitless access to the rules of the world was truly an indescribable joy. After that, Duan Hai reached out, touched the gray ball and activated the cube's virtual particle superpower. After finishing, Duan Hai's face did not show any happiness, but instead carefully thought about it. "Last time I stood in front of the Kwang Tuk Saints and them, I used the identity of pig to pretend. Now we have to raise that status to level 4. Meanwhile, the gray ball combined with Duan Hai's superpowers were continuously undergoing changes. Witnessing that scene, Duan Hai couldn't help but exclaim, once again comprehending the meaning of the void. Suddenly a thought appeared in his mind, so it seemed like he could try to reform the virtual world. Duan Hai stood and looked at the 4th-order superpower particle floating and glowing on the opposite side and said, "Then let me see the limit of the virtual space." Later, Duan Hai entered the space inside the superpower particle. He flew and said, he could feel a certain power. Suddenly, Duan Hai's body shook a bit. He said, it was tearing his body apart, and at the same time it was also absorbing his life force crazily. This was the reason there was no existence in the starry world. Duan Hai was surrounded by a halo of light and hovered. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately he had the protection of the false world, otherwise he would soon lose his life. He put his hand to his chin again to think, but it was too empty here. It always felt like something was missing. Next, Duan Hai seemed to separate himself and quickly transported rocks and cement. After a while, he wiped his hands clean and said, "Finally finished building." In a world full of darkness, there is a small piece of rocky land floating. Duan Hai has built a brand new house on it. Duan Hai lay in front of the house, saying with satisfaction that this was the absolutely safe base. Suddenly, he sat up and said, "Unfortunately, I can only borrow the morals of the world. Living here, normal people can't even breathe. It's so lonely." Duan Hai thought of something again, shouted, "Wait, I can directly exile strong people into the virtual world. This is truly an ultimate killer move." He smiled slightly. He had to go find the enemy to try. On a certain small island in the chaotic ocean, a frog croaked in the water, its mouth shooting purple water straight into the sky. It was a Class A strange beast, the North Sea langcap. In the air, the asteroid Vuong Boi Nin was attacked by Bok Hai Lang Cap and flew straight towards him. She took out the shield in her hand to block it from attacking her body directly. After blocking the water flow, Vuong Boi Nin's strength also decreased seriously. She gasped and said, "Phew, this strange beast is really difficult to deal with. If this continues, my strength will also be destroyed. It's all gone." Vuong Boi Nin immediately rushed up. He must fight quickly. She punched the strange beast straight in the stomach, making it cry out and croak. It swung its long tongue closer to her. Then, its tongue wrapped around her body, causing her to struggle as hard as she could but still couldn't escape, crying out, deserving of death. The frog controlled its tongue, spinning Vuong Boi Nin around. At this moment, she had lost all her strength, looked up at the sky and asked, was she about to die? The frog's tongue kept tightening. Vuong Boi Nin thought painfully, it was good, I just didn't know who would pick up my star mask. Suddenly, in the sky behind Vuong Boi Nin, a black vortex of void appeared. The pig also flew out from that vortex. He stood in the air and said, "You did very well, leave the next thing to me." Seeing this, Vuong Boi Nin turned around, flashing hope, "Lord Hoi Tru." Hoi Tru immediately snapped his fingers. A vortex of nothingness appeared, swirling around the frog's tongue. Its tongue was immediately cut off. It cried out, "Croak, croak." Vuong Boi Nin was just let loose. She cried out, "Sir, help me." Hoi Tru flew to hug Vuong Boi Nin. She blushed, a bit shy, thanking Lord Hoi Tru. Then, he gently landed. Vuong Boi Nin shyly said, "Sir Hoi Tru, I." Hoi Tru immediately spoke up, "Okay, before being discovered by others, you should quickly put on a mask and leave. You don't want your true identity to be known by too high, right?" When Vuong Boi Nin heard that, he suddenly remembered, picked up his mask and said loudly, "Yes, I will leave right away." After that, she immediately flew up, not forgetting to wave goodbye, "Sir Hoi Tru, see you later." Hoi Tru stood in the air and looked down. The frog was still angry. He thought to himself, compared to other beasts of the same level on the island chain defense line, the state of this Bok Hai Lang Cap was clearly not right, very bad. His temperament is also rougher. He looks like he really wants to pounce and bite him, like he's being controlled by something. Suddenly, the frog released a purple poison shot straight towards Hoi Tru. Seeing that, Hoi Tru smiled slightly. Then, he raised his hand and spun it around. The virtual vortex was immediately activated. It immediately absorbed the venom released by the frog. After that, the virtual vortex appeared again behind the frog, then released its move straight back to its original place. The frog still didn't know anything, when suddenly his stick hit him on the back and it cried out, "Croak." Hoi Tru stood looking down from above and said, "Well, we've tried out some of the basic abilities, it's time to try the final move." The frog then croaked and then suddenly jumped out of the water. Hoi Tru stood there sighing, not of the same kind as himself. The frog rushed up, also being sucked inside by the vortex of the virtual world. The frog was sucked into the empty world. It couldn't breathe, it struggled continuously. Duong Hai leisurely sat sipping milk tea, looking at the frog struggling in the void. After a while, the frog finally couldn't stand it anymore, foamed at the mouth and died. Duong Hai looked at the watch on his hand. Well, he lived for 3 minutes, the virtual world only needed 3 minutes to deal with an A-level strange beast. After that, he stood up and stretched. It was really boring being alone. He had to think of a way to renovate the temple. At least there was a convenient atmosphere for others to come as guests. Duong Hai suddenly remembered something. Hey, it seems like I forgot the main thing. He put his hands in his pockets and said with a serious face, I agree with Wienvo to help him have a physical body, so let's get moving. In another place, Deep Pham walked, looking left and right. After walking for a while, he arrived in front of Duong Hai. He immediately bowed, leader. Duong Hai smiled and said, she is used to living in too high. Deep Pham shyly raised his hand and scratched his head. It's okay, Hong Ku and I plan to live here. Duong Hai continued, well, I roughly understand the story between you two. Where is your girlfriend? I'll borrow it for a bit. When Deep Pham heard that, he didn't understand what happened and broke out in sweat. Duong Hai quickly explained, that's not what I meant, I just meant that I need your girlfriend to get the power factor. Duong Hai shyly cleared his throat and coughed. He was assured that this process would definitely not cause any harm to his girlfriend. Deep Pham heard that and bowed, yes, I will go call her. After a while, Deep Pham's girlfriend came and asked, Deep, are you looking for me? She saw Duong Hai standing there and was surprised. This person was. Duong Hai immediately introduced herself. Hello, I am the leader of Deep Pham. Nice to meet you, Hongku. When Hongku heard that, he was surprised. Leader, is he the president of the association? Deep Pham turned around and said, no, I still can't talk about that. Duong Hai did not hide anything and told Deep Pham, it's okay, just say it, let's change to a quieter place to talk. When Duong Hai passed by Hongku, he said softly, I think as Deep Pham's girlfriend, you also have the right to know some secrets related to him. Hongku was bewildered and turned to look at Duong Hai. Deep Two's secret. Duong Hai led them to the virtual world where he gained some vitality. Hongku now began to ask, then what is Deep Pham's secret? Deep Pham was confused, sweating, sorry Hongku, there is something I have always hidden from you. Not knowing what Hongku was thinking, she was startled and opened her mouth. No, it could be her Deep Two. Hongku looked at Deep Pham and Duong Hai standing there, looking like a couple, and said, I understand. Those two people are still bewildered, not knowing what Hongku is talking about. Deep Pham had an unstable premonition in his heart, thinking, could it be that this stupid girl misunderstood something? Suddenly, a voice came from behind Hongku, welcoming him to the virtual world. She turned around and suddenly said loudly, you are Mr. Dao Ke. Dao Ke spoke up, the secret related to Deep Pham that I want to tell you is that he is also a member of our Taikwet. When Hongku heard that, she was very surprised. She glanced slightly at Deep Pham, then Deep, you are Taikwet's man. Deep Pham looked at her and smiled slightly, sorry, Hon, I shouldn't have hidden it from you. Contrary to Deep Pham's thoughts, Hongku was extremely excited, so excited, why didn't you say it earlier? I'm a big fan of the Taikwet organization. Dao Ke stood behind and said that he came to see her today because he had something to ask. When Hongku heard that, he turned around and asked, oh, what's going on? Dao Ke explained that because her superpowers were excellent, the organization wanted to take a small amount of her superpowers and use them for research. Of course, we won't take your abilities for free. As a reward, the organization will give you a tube of level-up type supernatural potion, enough for you to upgrade your abilities to level S. Hongku, think about it when you hear that. Thinking for a moment, Hongku shook his head. Seeing this, Dao Ke asked, what's wrong? Isn't the S-level special medicine enough? Duong Hai in the identity of Dao Ke thought, if Deep Pham's girlfriend was this kind of greedy person, then it would really be a bit awkward, not knowing what conditions she would offer. Hongku raised his hand and placed it on his chest, with a very determined look on his face and said, Big Rooster, I don't want any special powers, I want to join the Taikwet organization. She grabbed Deep Pham's hand, making him blush. She smiled and said, then accompanied Deep Two to carry out the task. When Duong Hai saw them standing in front of him handing out dog food, he felt extremely helpless. Damn it. A moment later, Duong Hai returned to his true identity. He stood in the air and said, finally seeing off that crazy little couple who let go of dog food, now it's time for me to research my new ability to have it, already. Duong Hai immediately raised his hand and produced a cup, a brush, a ping-pong ball and a pencil. He said, Hongku's ability is to create specific shapes. As long as you understand the structure of the object, then can all be shaped. After that, he accidentally turned out an 18+ book. He quickly put the book back. His mind was mixed up. Cough cough. Duong Hai began to glare and concentrate. He wanted to transform into a gun, but the transformation failed. The gun did not have an intact shape. Duong Hai put his hand on his chin to think. It seems that the more complex the object, the stronger the power, the more difficult it will be to shape. If so, you will have to upgrade your ability to level 3 to try. A while later, after upgrading his ability to level 3, Duong Hai tried again, this time trying to create this thing. Now, he has gradually come to understand the power, considering it seems like the power of shaping is like a 3D printer. The precision and sophistication are completely determined by the purity and quantity of energy. The powers are just like that, gradually being incorporated. A man with a strong body appeared. Duong Hai looked at that body and smiled and said, it's okay, the body definitely suits Wien Vo's taste. After that, he placed a finger on the other man's forehead, then determined the spiritual imprint, then let Wien Vo's spirit body follow the spiritual contract to descend into this body. Duong Hai smiled mysteriously, all was waiting for Wien Vo to try this body. In another space, there are only two people. Wien Vo has arrived, he said with determination, then let me try. Duong Hai said with an encouraging face, let's try. Wien Vo immediately rushed towards that body, laughing loudly, ha ha ha. Just like that, consciousness and body are being merged. Everything happened successfully. Wien Vo in his new body immediately opened his eyes. Ha! Wien Vo, with his naked body, happily rushed to Duong Hai. I finally have my own body, come and hug me. Duong Hai showed a disgusted face, pushed him away and said, don't come over here. Duong Hai saw that his eyes were dirty and immediately raised his hand to cover them. Please put on your clothes first. A moment later, Wien Vo went to change into a shiny new outfit. Duong Hai asked, how is the appearance of this body satisfactory to you? Wien Vo's tears, snot, and nose flowed out as he laughed loudly. This was the feeling of shedding tears. The bridge of his nose was also stinging. Duong Hai explained thoroughly, the ability I combined with him was a water-type ability, with the addition of a fusion version of the Black Inflammation Giant Dragon Bloodline ability, both capable of fighting and suitable for the body, his fate. He turned around and smiled brightly, looked at Duong Hai and said, based on my regeneration and body regeneration, calling me father is not unreasonable. Duong Hai reminded again, don't be too happy, the organization still has other arrangements for you. When Wien Vo heard that, he no longer joked, his face was serious, whatever the organization had arranged, just say so. Hearing that, he explained, I have some understanding of the Odyssey people, they are not very united internally. He continued straight to the point, I want to divide them from within. Then, he took out a mask and said, the organization also took this opportunity to prepare to enter the 7 or 2 killing grounds. Next, take out another shawl, you should be a land puppet for a while in the chaotic sea area, while propagating the land puppet plan. At this time, Duong Hai explained why he came up with such a plan. A star area in the sea area is making waves, and is also a third-level powerhouse, enough to make the outside world even more suspicious about the truth, the dividing force of Tai Quet. Upon hearing that, Wien Vo immediately took out the instruction book to make waves in 2 high and sea. Do you mean let me go and cause trouble in the sea area? Duong Hai wondered, is there a problem? Wien Vo immediately showed an enthusiastic expression, no problem, guaranteed to complete the task. I heard that the women there were very liberal. On the other side, a man was being strangled, crying out in pain, letting me go. In the Free Alliance in the sea area, the person who strangled the man just now was Kwang then. He said, if you talk nonsense without knowing your own strength, you will die. After killing the man, he immediately threw his body onto the nearby bodies. When the strange beasts saw those corpses, they rushed forward to hold a party. At the same time, these scenes were also being shown on the big screen in the Free Military Headquarters conference room. Yuduan Quan Ha spoke loudly. Unexpectedly it was this guy. The subordinates behind him immediately announced that the high front line had been occupied. Once a large army of strange beasts entered the survival zone, it would definitely cause huge civilian casualties. When Yuduan Quan Ha heard this, his face darkened and he said, a level 4 powerhouse of the light food saint, an ordinary elemental power user, cannot stop him at all. Luckily, I roughly knew his purpose and directed him. Want to go? The subordinate asked, isn't the target the survival zone of the battle line a high 2? Yuduan Quan Ha turned to look. His target was the defense line B05, the Tai Quet organization. This time at Van Din Heavenly Palace. Judge Vermilion Bird reported to Duong Hai, regarding the reincarnation service plan as follows, before the dying member can launch rescue, but 100,000 points are needed. Duong Hai said, well, no bad, is there any better option? The Vermilion Bird judge continued to propose a plan. Members could choose to directly send the spirit body to the Van Din space, which only required 90,000 points. She continued to present the image of Wien Vo and said, but if you want to be reincarnated like Wien Vo, the intensity of mental power must be second level. Duong Hai happily replied, it's okay, members below the second level don't need to worry, obediently stay as little elves, do something cute to clean up the space of Van Din. As he spoke, he thought of the image of little elves working hard. He then laughed and said, let the little elves slowly review, and soon, I will be able to find a way to directly strengthen the spirit body. Judge Chu Tuok asked confusedly, so does the reincarnation service add anything else? Duong Hai heard that and replied that he still needed the most important activation program, reviving Dragon Ma Zop. After taking care of Wien Vo's business, Duong Hai's next plan was to revive Thin Long. Duong Hai dressed up as Dao Ke, then flew towards the island of incense and pepper. He thought to himself, it was still necessary to revive Thin Long. Creating the trend is the same as before. Anything that creates a trend will be left to the Pham Hai Chamber of Commerce to do. It's standard and doesn't need to be adjusted. Having said that, Duong Hai immediately flew away. A while later, at Hongqiu Island, the training center for the ghost hunting squad, everyone was still sitting and meditating. The aura on their bodies has changed more or less, clearly with the most obvious progress being Tian Dui Tran and Duang Swat Yu. Duang Hai stood looking down from above and silently nodded. It was clear in his heart why these two people had improved so much. It wouldn't be long before the teenagers using the power beads would be surpassed by them. Duang Hai thought to herself, this is the importance of natural talent. Everything was fine, the only thing missing was the east wind. It was time to meet old lady Tian. At Tian Jia's villa, Tian Bakhui was happily and lovingly pruning the trees and watering the flowers when a voice suddenly rang out behind you. It's been a long time since we last met, old man Tian. Hearing the voice, it turned out to be his old acquaintance, Dao Ke of the Tai Quet organization. He knew that if he had nothing to do, he should not leave Tan Bao alone, but his matters would bring practical benefits to the Tian family. In short, Tai Quet is money. He immediately put down the watering can that was in the middle of being watered to talk about politics. Mr. Dao Ke, please come this way. Entering the room, Tian Bakhui did not hesitate to take out delicious tea to serve the guests. His tone was gentle. Is there something wrong with Mr. Dao Ke coming here today? Duang Hai held a cup of tea in her hand and replied in a humble tone, Elder Tian, today I came here to bother you to help me arrange things. Tian Bakhui smiled, what's the trouble, you guys? Dao Ke, just need to directly tell me what I need to do for Tai Quet. Duang Hai did not beat around the bush anymore, saying frankly, the organization plans to revive a bird star, that is Dragon. When Tian Bakhui heard that, he spat out all the water in his mouth and revived, Dragon. He said loudly, Mr. Dao Ke is not joking, how can a dead person be revived? Duang Hai still calmly said, reviving Dragon was the core mission of the organization in recent days. He was destined to be the successor. When Tian Bakhui heard that, he was even more shocked. He asked, is that true? In the world, there really is the ability to revive the dead. Duang Hai let out a sigh, I understand your thinking, but the thing that revived Dragon this time is a treasure that consumes only one of we land 10. Hearing that, Tian Bakhui tried to calm himself down, sat down and said, I was too greedy, only people who gathered great luck could go against the sky. He continued to say, fellow roosters, please rest assured, I will definitely try my best this time to create momentum. Thank you for hearing that, Duang Hai, then I'm sorry. The next day, the top of the hot rankings of all social networking sites was occupied by information related to Tai Quet, the most prominent being the news of the organization's revival of Dragon. No one knew the exact story. Is it really because Tian Jia spent money to buy this top position, or is it because of its own attraction? But grab your pants, the news is like a drop of water falling into a boiling oil pan. The success has made everyone explode. Have you heard? Tai Quet is about to revive the dead. Really not like that, why bother? How can you do that? Right now, at a coffee shop, a beautiful waitress in a mermaid costume is holding a cup of coffee, smiling warmly. This is the magical milk coffee you ordered, please enjoy. Kwang then enjoyed the cup of coffee and said, yes, the taste is very magical. Suddenly, several people around shouted, strange beasts are coming, run away quickly. In the distance, a giant watermelon ran with two swords in his hand and said, watermelon, smash a super big watermelon, it is the strange watermelon Dao Tai Lang. Everyone who saw it was scared, run away. The waitress saw this scene and felt like she was about to die. She had just taken the medicine and transformed herself. Based on the horse's appearance, this woman could not escape. Even though she was very scared, she still kindly reminded the waiter, the guest next to you, sir, you should also quickly run away. However, the light food saint was extremely calm and took a sip of milky coffee. Of course, he is that strong. Even if he had 10 more watermelons, if he just waved his hand, he would fly away, just color. Wow, with her ladylike appearance, the waitress successfully showed that she couldn't even walk. She fell flat on her face. The girl immediately took out her phone and frantically typed, whoosh, this is Boy's will. Datney Island was attacked by strange beasts, no one came to save me. After that, she cried loudly, begging everyone, if 5 days later the Tai Quet organization can really revive Dragon, then please revive poor boy. The girl was not paying attention when a giant watermelon suddenly appeared in front of her. At that moment, the light saint suddenly appeared between the girl and the strange watermelon. He said, you just mentioned the Tai Quet organization. The watermelon saw that he didn't care about him, so he angrily swung his knife, watermelon, and smashed a super big watermelon. The girl, who was extremely scared, said, above, I can see, Before the Saint of Light could hear the entire answer, he was interrupted. He angrily turned around and said, "It's too loud." Having said that, he immediately waved a hand towards the watermelon beast. The girl suddenly exclaimed, "This is it." The strange water monster was transformed and gradually melted. The Light Saint immediately turned to look at the girl lying on the ground. "Now let's continue what we just talked about." There was still a day left from the press conference, and Duan Hai was lying leisurely in the sun. Duan Hai suddenly felt something. He opened his eyes. Why are there two fourth-order auras approaching? Duan Quan Ha and the other person's auras are even stronger. Duan Hai stepped out of the vortex of the virtual world, then called out many of his clones. Dao Ke spoke up, welcoming the two great gentlemen to come. Two people appeared. One was Duan Quan Ha. The person next to him was Thong Tian. Duan Quan Ha clasped his hands and said, "This time I took the liberty of coming to the meeting early. I hope the organization will not blame you." Dao Ke calmly and politely, "Mr. Fan has said too much. It is an honor for our Tai Quet organization to declare himself as a powerful man." Deep Pham saw them talking and exclaimed, "Wow, I don't know what Lord Thong Tian, Lord Fan and the men of Tai Quet are talking about." Hongku, standing next to Deep Pham, also guessed, probably reviewing old stories. Ma Long, standing from afar, saw this and thought, the name Dao Ke could talk about life with Lord Tong Tien, perhaps because of his strength. Violent Huyen Company standing next to Ma Long also spoke at this time. It was clear that Tai Quet's strength was so terrifying, yet when he was in Lu Kang City, he was always pretending. She thought back to the war in Lu Kang City, then smiled softly. Still the lovely dragon, in order to save Lu Kang City, she chose to sacrifice herself. Fortunately, Tai Quet will revive him tomorrow, although it sounds a bit wild. I hope it can succeed. Above, Dao Ke looked at Duan Quan Ha and said, "There is still one day left for the resurrection ceremony. Is there something wrong with the two gentlemen arriving a day early?" Duan Quan Ha frowned slightly. It was true that he had something to say. His Excellency Pigs probably also knew. The fourth-level Light Saint on Sixsuong Island. Dao Ke heard that and asked, "What did he do?" Duan Quan Ha immediately replied, "In order to take back the Sage Stone, he took the risk of penetrating too high. We can take this opportunity to join forces to kill him." Thong Tien also spoke at this time. "I can give you a helping hand, but first you have to lend me the Sage Stone to revive someone." Duan Hai said, well, in his head he was thinking, did this guy come here to show off, or is this guy Thong Tien's brain broken? Didn't you two discuss it before coming here? Dao Ke looked at Thong Tien and said, "We really need this Sage Stone. Tai Quet, please forgive me, but it is very difficult to comply with that condition." Hearing that, Thong Tien immediately left, not forgetting to say, "I hope you guys won't regret it." At Nguyen Quang Island, Tham Lam base, people are gathering in large numbers. Leader Tham Lam said that the base's plan is a way for the Tham Lam clan to strengthen the human race. During this time, we have always stimulated your souls, making your will stronger. He continued, "Today is the moment to test you. You will take over the human race and lose your root body. If you fail, your spirit body will be devoured to become a supplement." Then, he showed a scary face and raised his head to say, "On the contrary, if you succeed, you will become a dark blue human race with extremely strong potential." Having said that, he immediately took 3 deep blue bulbs out of the jar and said, "Chris, O Duong Tianjlo, and Raz, you 3 choose your body." When the Tham Lam clan leader shouted to begin, 3 Tham Lam bulbs immediately flew towards the group of people. After that, they chose 3 people and entered the sealing hall. As soon as a few people were penetrated by the deep blue root, their eyes, mouth, and ears immediately emitted blue light and cried out. Successful infiltration. The other 3 people stood in front of the Tham Lam clan leader, placed their hands on their chests and said, "I am Chris, not ashamed of orders. My strength has reached the limit of the 3rd level." The people next to me also said, "My name is O Duong Tianjlo. My strength has also improved a lot." Only the red-haired man lowered his head. After listening to the other 2 guys, he raised his head and answered, "I'm Bruno." As soon as he heard this answer, O Duong Tianjlo was extremely dissatisfied. He did not expect that the Deep Blue tribe would lose to a small human. Raz would lose. It was truly useless. Leader Tham Lam ordered, "Giving you a day to get used to your body. Tomorrow we will head straight to line B05 and fight the Tai Quet organization." On this side, the light food saint was hugging the waitress from before, flying like he was flying. The girl holding the phone said, "Wait a minute, fly to the right a little, it's almost Tai Quet's press conference." Hearing that, the light food saint immediately rushed away, piercing through the clouds. At the scene of the revival, many people had gathered backstage. The host said, "Ladies and gentlemen, considering the popularity of the Tian High plan in 2 High, Taikwet has decided to introduce the 7-2 Jia survey plan. Taikwet will give away 5 assassination masks. The champion prize winners in the B level, A level, 4Cs and self-defense level battles will be able to receive masks." The host reached into the lottery box and said, "In addition to 1 mask left over, there was no need to fight, just draw the prize." The host held up a lottery ticket and shouted, so the lucky person to receive an assassin mask was number 4396. The girl named Euphemia stood up and said loudly, I am number 4396. The girl burst into tears. "Kuang de Ca, Atla, you won the prize." The host continued to say, "Next is the B-level battle. As long as you win 3 matches in a row, or no one else dares to challenge, you will automatically receive the mask." A blonde girl in a black dress stepped up, letting me be the first challenger. Everyone was shocked when they saw that. Oh, the eldest lady of the Green family also appeared. I remember that she was able to become an ability user thanks to the blessing of the ability potion. Yudwang Tianlo turned to Christ and said, "Chris, you tell me if your sister can win." Bruno heard that and asked, "Is that person the sister of the original senior Chris?" A man with a large body, carrying a giant axe in his hand said, "This is the eldest lady, you have lost." The girl in the black dress still tried hard. "Don't cry, absolutely don't cry, Victoria, you no longer have a second brother to protect you, you must be strong." Chris sat below without showing any expression, just silently observing. Moving to the A-level battleground, Li Tai-vai won, already politely. Duong Hai gave her the mask and said, "You did very well." Li Tai-vai held the mask shyly and said thank you. The two immediately happily shook hands and welcomed them to join the Taikwet organization. Li Tai-vai said, "I will work hard." Li Du saw this and said, "Perhaps the best thing I should do is to secretly support her behind her back." Yudwang Quanha's face was cold. "The future belongs to them young people." Suddenly, Yudwang Quanha turned around in surprise. That guy was really coming. In the sky, Thong Tian was meditating on the clouds and said, "If you Taikwet agree to give me the sage stone, I will help you." Dao Ke refused. "There is no need for Lord Thong Tian to worry, a level 4 brat, our Taikwet organization can handle it." The light food saint appeared. Once there, he released the serving girl. After that, he immediately landed on the ground and said to Hoi Tru, "Dare to fight me?" Duong Hai, in the identity of Pig, turned back and said, "3 of you, I have been named, I will receive him first." Yudwang Quan Ha immediately cracked his knuckles and started, "Mr. Hoi Tru, let's compare to see who comes first." Having said that, Yudwang Quan Ha and Hoi Tru appeared at the same time. Hoi Tru spoke up, "The fight for the Sage Stone has already had results on Sixsuong Island. You chased to 2 High, aren't you afraid of staying here?" The Saint of Light had a determined look on his face. "To revive my daughter, it was all worth it." Yudwang Quan Ha immediately became excited. "If you want to fight then just hit. Today there will definitely be the blood of the 4th level to comfort the souls of my compatriots." Around him a bright yellow energy flared up. The other people saw this and were scared. The boss was fighting. We were unlucky. What kind of energy was this? It was just an aftershock and I felt dizzy and about to faint. When Thong Tian saw that, he smiled softly. "Ha!" He immediately summoned a sword. "This is a sword with endless transformations. It is very convenient to use it to kill people, but today it is temporarily used to save people." Having said that, he turned his wrist. Immediately, the sword shadow dispersed. Seeing this, the Saint of Light exclaimed, "He must be the strongest expert in this plane. Everyone below has been formed into a protective shield." The Saint of Light said with disdain in his eyes, "It was truly ridiculous for a level 4 powerhouse to use a shield to protect the ants." Yudwang Quan Ha saw this and put his hands in his pockets and sighed. Sigh, if this guy Thong Tian could join, this war would only take place within a cup of tea. Hoi Tru next to him also said, "Fan then sir, think about it from another perspective, at least now we can fight with all our strength without having to worry about unnecessary things." The divine light immediately cast a move around him, releasing evil yellow light that dissipated. He used beams of light to attack Duong Hai. He just used a black vortex to absorb everything. Then he said, "Look closely, this is called using your tricks to beat you." Around the Saint of Light, many black vortexes appeared, surrounding his body. Then from there, his moves attacked him back. He bitterly cursed this bastard. Yudwang Quan Ha was surprised when he saw this. He did not expect the situation to stabilize so quickly. At this time, Patriarch Tham Lam suddenly appeared and massacred everyone, causing them to shout, "Save their lives!" He shouted loudly, "Saint of Light, I will give you a hand." Then, he jumped up and said, "Kill Hoi Tru first, then slash Dao Ke." He looked at Hoi Tru with red eyes, smiling sinisterly, "Hoi Tru, let me see your lifeline." In his vision, a blue strip appeared next to Duong Hai. Seeing that, he shouted and beheaded. Then he used one blow to cut off the blue strip next to Duong Hai. Yuduong Quan Ha shouted worriedly, "Be careful." Duong Hai still didn't understand what was going on, when suddenly his body broke in half. Everyone who saw this scene was scared. What, did we have to witness another starbird sacrifice? But it was clearly not cut. Why was it cut in half like that? Duong Hai's body was cut in half, his head was still thinking, what did the rope he cut represent? Having said that, Duong Hai's body fell into the vortex of the virtual world. When the leader Tham Lam saw that he had defeated Hoi Tru, he happily laughed, "Ha ha ha, you Tai Quet also have today." Yuduong Quan Ha still couldn't believe his eyes, he was really dead. Leader Tham Lam turned to Yuduong Quan Ha and said, "Hoi Tru's life or death is unknown, you should still think about whether you can escape death or not." On this side, the Light Food Saint also suddenly asked, "Have you comprehended the profound meaning of the life rope?" Duong Hai, in the identity of Dao Ke, heard that and thought to himself, "Isn't the meaning of the thread of life?" When that guy finished cutting that knife, a wave of radiation appeared on his waist, his meaning seemed to be able to judging the target's death. Duong Hai smiled slightly, then just stop him from completing that slash, or make him change the trajectory of the slash, and that's it. The leader Tham Lam continued to look at Dao Ke and said, "Dao Ke Tai Quet, you guys have lost a level 4 powerhouse, quickly and obediently hand over the Sage Stone, otherwise, I will kill all of Tai's people, decision." Dao Ke's face darkened and asked, "You are threatening me?" Thong Tian didn't know when he stood behind and said, "Dao Ke, you are not his opponent, no need to force him, you use the Sage Stone to help me revive someone, I will help you handle it, that's it, any." Dao Ke immediately stood up on the board and flew up. Those superpowers with special abilities were talking nonsense, they didn't mind him taking action. Dao Ke looked at the two of them, "There is still time for the two of you to ask for forgiveness." Seeing this, Saint Kwangnan smiled contemptuously, "Please forgive me, did you see Hoi Tru die and then you were scared stupid?" The leader Tham Lam also tilted his head when he heard that. "I didn't expect Tai Quet's famous Dao Ke to be an idiot who didn't realize the problem. I now feel that killing you is no longer interesting, again." The Saint of Light smiled and offered a condition, "Rooster, your level of cultivation is not easy, hand over the stone to the sage, I guarantee you will not die." Dao Ke remained silent, standing still and motionless. Then, he took out a sage stone prepared in advance. He said, "What you want is here, if you have the skills, come here and rob it." There was a sparkling pink crystal that was emitting a brilliant light. "This is the stone that can revive the dead, with it, a Min can come back to life." "Very good, it seems everyone believes this fake stone is real," Dao Ke said proudly. "Give it to me," another bald man rushed forward. The system panel appeared, proficient in metal. Rooster immediately raised his hand forward and summoned a black metal bar. "Even if you want to stop level 3 skills, don't you know that below level 4 they are all just ants?" the bald man angrily said, grimacing. "Just like that, you acted majestic for half a day, but as a result, you used a level 3 skill." The gray-haired person wrapped around his body with bandages covering his stomach laughed loudly. "Then let's feel the power that can exert 1% of the control magic of the metal creator." Dao Ke with the soul inside is Duong Hai, confidently smiling softly. Dao Ke's hand immediately raised 2 fingers to transfer magic. A green light covering the metal bar appeared in the air. The bald man was surprised by this power, not understanding why it was like that. He shouted loudly, "What?" The gray-haired man with a scared face said, "This guy actually went underground and punched an elephant to death." "Dao Ke, what kind of monster are you?" As he spoke, the bald head quickly created a yellow shield to confront the power that Dao Ke had just created. Dao Ke happily smiled silently. Then he snapped his fingers and said, "Appear." When Dragon is revived later, he cannot be absent, Rooster then said to Tru Hoi, who was standing behind him with his arms crossed. "Why, how could it be that I had clearly severed his lifeline?" The gray-haired man spoke up in panic and sweat. Revived Dragon, Rooster launched a glowing pink stone. He placed his hand under the stone and began to summon. After hearing the summoning of Rooster K, the pink stone began to slowly chip away. At first, the bald guy was still trying to move his shield to block the attack of the metal bar. After hearing Dao Ke summon Dragon, he immediately rushed outside. He flew out and shouted, "No! It's mine, my sage rock," the bald man said while frowning to Dao Ke. Suddenly he stopped, his eyes opened wide, his mouth opened wide with a surprised expression, not knowing what was going on. Suddenly he was caught in the vortex of the virtual world, his face was sweating and he seemed a bit panicked and he let out a howl. Damn, that gray-haired man actually held something very sharp in both hands. That thing emitted a bright blue light and rushed forward vigorously. Hearing that, Dao Ke immediately moved the black metal bar to fly in the direction of the gray-haired guy. The metal bar immediately flew through the gray-haired man's body, causing him to be speechless in pain. He trembled and groaned a few times, coughing and coughing. Suddenly, from out of nowhere, behind the layers of smoke, there was the figure of a strong man who had just come to life. In the end, he was still one step late. The bald man closed his eyes, frowned and shed tears, speaking softly in disappointment. After the bald head couldn't get the sage stone, he started to get angry and flew into the air and gathered his strength. Around him emitted a beam of yellow light along with very strong lightning bolts. He shouted loudly, "Then everyone die, the natives, destroy everything before my eyes." A brown-bearded old man was so frightened that he was sweating profusely. He frowned and said that he was about to self-explode. If he was allowed to perform freely, the entire BO5 line could only survive. The brown-bearded old man had a blue light power around his feet that was slowly running towards the bald man's yellow light. As he ran and spoke, fawned and lamented. That stream of power was created into the shape of a long-haired man who looked very aggressive. The man behind him was supporting every step of the brown-bearded man. The two streams of yellow and blue power immediately collided to fight. Very quickly, Fondhen's attack was launched, suppressing the fruit, causing Kwang Tuk's esoteric technique to be surrounded and unable to move. In an instant, Kwang Tuk's ultimate move was transformed by Fondhen and disappeared into nothingness. Even though at this moment, he was kneeling exhausted on the ground, Fondhen could not hide his joy and suddenly burst out laughing. "Ha, I have achieved my goal." He immediately stood up, resolutely affirming that no matter what, now that he only had the Kwang Ming card left, he could not break through the barrier that the absolute immortal sword had obtained. At the same time, against the blue sky, the dragon god in its naked state completed its incarnation. His heart suddenly exploded, beating continuously, thump thump thump. Immediately, Dao Ke did not hesitate and threw out a set of clothes. He commanded loudly, "Revive the dragon." In a split second, then Long opened his eyes, he instantly regained full consciousness. The dragon god in a new life could not hide his naivety and shook his head repeatedly, looked around at everything around him and asked in confusion, "Aren't I already dead? Could this be hell?" He was shocked to realize that Dao Ke and Hoi Tru were appearing in front of him, so he was surprised and said, "Well, Big Brother Dao Ke and Big Brother Hoi Tru are also here. Could it be that our Tai Quet organization has been completely destroyed already?" "Of course not," Hoi Tro replied sadly. "Tu Thin Long, in the future don't act arbitrarily. To revive you, do you know how much trouble it has caused?" Indeed, Dao Ke also commented despondently, "You kid is dead, but this is too high, not hell." It was inevitable that things would come to this point. Fondhen could no longer hide the anger in his heart but had to be angry and shouted Kwang Tuk, who was kneeling on the ground in defeat, raising his hands to be tied, "Saint Kwang Tuk, you will face the judgment of the human court. We will give you compensation commensurate with what you have done." But Kwang Tuk was not afraid. He casually glanced around and sadly expressed, "You guys really used it, you ruined my hope." Then, he suddenly couldn't hold back his indignation and burned with anger, loudly shouting, "Today I will drag all of you with me." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately burst into anger and emitted a rushing, oppressive murderous aura. This is so unusual, Fondhen can't help but look shocked and exclaim loudly, "This is not good, he wants to explode again." Immediately, Kwang Tuk was overwhelmed by the water. He could not help but be happy and proudly affirmed that no one could stop me. However, to say the least, it was not easy for him to achieve his wish. Tong Tian had already prepared his ultimate move from afar. He calmly emphasized, "Then kill him before he explodes himself." At the same time, the stupid people below couldn't hide their shock. They frantically told each other to run away. "Quickly hide. If you stop for a moment you will die before you yawn. Don't push me." Cows and buffaloes fight each other, dead flies and mosquitoes. A moment later, the scene changes to Chris. He continuously and brutally slaughters innocent people. Suddenly, as if realizing something, he suddenly turned his head to observe the surrounding situation. It turned out that it was his sister, Victoria, and a giant ox-man about a meter tall. The two of them quickly appeared. Suddenly, Chris suddenly pouted with disdain. He suddenly spoke harshly, "You useless people." Chris immediately asked sarcastically, "Old man, are you not dead yet?" As soon as the horse-faced buffalo-haired man heard that, he was shocked to realize that he was Chris. "Yes, this is so wonderful." Victoria from afar could not hide her emotions. She hurriedly ran back to hug Chris and sobbed, "Big brother, you are finally back." "Hahoo, me, I miss you so much, I'm really tired." However, this time, Chris's reaction was surprisingly strange. He coldly lifted Victoria's chin and harshly asked, "Hey, are you mistaken?" "Of course not," she said chokingly with 2 tears rolling down her rosy cheeks. "Brother, I will always recognize you." However, life was truly not like a dream. Very soon, Victoria regretted her decision. Her eyes turned white. She cried out in shock and pain. In a split second, Chris stabbed her painfully. Victoria burst into tears, unable to believe this cruel truth. She was confused and hesitantly asked, "Why, why?" Then, Chris also harshly said his criticism. He briefly emphasized, "My naive Victoria, remember, the only person you trust is you." This attack was truly fatal. Victoria collapsed immediately after being hit without having time to move or even move. She struggled to get up and saw Chris eliminating the old man. The old man was so unlucky that he died at that moment and immediately fell to the ground. Victoria couldn't help but feel heartbroken when she saw that. She let out her last breath, her eyes filled with tears of disbelief in the cruel truth but still stubbornly wondered, "Why, big brother?" Taking that opportunity, Kwang Tuk quickly burned with murderous intent and released a giant shadow. He was upright, fearless and steadfast in confronting and fighting Tong Tian. At the same time, Dao Ke was constantly observing him and determined to carefully and secretly judge that, with the help of mysterious control, he could feel that the structure of his blood was a colored substance, yellow. He used his magic eyes to shine, intently looking through him. His eyes were like an electron microscope. Looking at the fiery light before his eyes, Dao Ke couldn't help but be surprised and exclaimed, that yellow matter had deployed everything it had in front of him. Very quickly, it was time to take action. Dao Ke did not hesitate any longer. He immediately raised his hand to point, suddenly loudly affirming, "This is all." Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, he immediately without hesitation emitted a source of sound waves into the air. From afar, Kwang Tuk almost instantly lost all his strength. He immediately fell into an unsightly situation. His energy reversed. Then, some time later, he suddenly lost all his strength. Kwang Tuk looked at his hands in disbelief and naively said, I can't explode on my own." At the same time, Tong Tian who was nearby could not hide his shock and exclaimed, "Controlling all the energy of this world, in front of this mystery, no source of energy can resist." Again. Indeed, this is so absurd. Kwang Tuk fell into an extremely shocked state. He immediately became completely confused and quickly asked, "Dao Ke, what kind of monster are you?" Hearing that, Dao Ke laughed a little and directly teased, "That's too much praise, I'm just an ordinary person." At this point, there is really no way, Kwang Tuk suddenly sadly expressed, "I take back my previous words. If you can escape the shackles of Lam Tin, countless planes will pass down the legend, yours." Then, in a split second, he immediately agreed to disappear into nothingness, but with disappointment, he did not forget to say again, "I am not as good as you," and disappeared. His life ended carelessly just like that. Looking like that, Fondant could not hide his regret but felt sad. A strong man of the Odyssey plane failed like that in Lam Tin. As soon as the words fell, Kwang Tuk quickly fell onto Duong Hai's familiar pedestal. He was temporarily suspended in midair. The secret technique of separating the supernatural power was immediately practiced. In a split second, a small energy pellet suddenly appeared, hovering above Kwang Tuk's body. Holding the energy pellet tightly in her hand, Duong Hai could not help but feel proud and confidently affirmed that this was a fourth-order superpower particle, so she could bring it back for research. However, surprisingly, as soon as he finished speaking, a familiar hand suddenly patted Duong Hai's shoulder and extended an open invitation. "The Dao Kes, the remains of people of another world, are extremely valuable for research. I don't know if your organization can give it to us." It turned out that it was old Fondant. This was easy. Duong Hai had already taken the things he needed, so he was very comfortable and happily replied, "Okay, this favor must be given to Lord Fondant. Later, the organization of the Free Alliance in the Sea region still hopes to rely on Fondant." Having finished speaking, he proudly thought to himself, "The superpower seed has already separated. Why do I want his body? I would rather do it as a favor for someone else." This is also so wonderful. Old Fondant couldn't help but laugh happily when he heard that. Haha, brother Dao Ke, no matter what we say, it's still a relationship that includes fighting side by side on the battlefield. I'm a few years older, or should we call ourselves brothers? The words were decided. Duang Hai had no reason to refuse, so he calmly replied, if old brother O Duang keeps insisting like that, then I'm offending. At the same time, on this side, Victoria had already collapsed, the girl lying on the ground, without any signs of life. A moment later, the scene changes to the temple of the virtual world. This place is dark and gloomy with magnificent castles. Rooster leisurely rests under the warm light in the middle of the garden. Suddenly, from afar, Victoria suddenly appeared. She flung open the door and nervously called out, Sir, Dao Ke. Seeing that, Dao Ke was a bit startled, so he asked and woke up. He immediately stood up and took the initiative to explain, when I discovered her, she fainted from losing too much blood, so I brought her here for treatment. Then, he softly and kindly added, when I operated on you, I discovered this thing in your body. This mask represents that you are now an outside member of Tai Quet, and at the same time kindly give that mask to her. At this moment, Victoria naively remembered what had just happened a moment ago. She absent-mindedly blurted out and called out, Big brother. Then, Victoria immediately recounted the past in a daze. She insisted, I witnessed my brother kill my grandfather with my own eyes, hoping that Mr. Dao Ke could capture my brother, that's it. Immediately, Victoria did not hesitate at all. She immediately took off her clothes in the blink of an eye and firmly said loudly, I will agree to pay any price. Having said that, the girl suddenly burst into tears with her rosy cheeks and choked up and emphasized, Sir, you can do whatever you want to me. This is really too wild. Dao Ke can't look anymore. He quickly turned around and shouted in shock, You quickly put your clothes back on me. Your brother is from the Abyss clan, inherently an enemy of Tai Quet. Then, he suddenly said in a serious and decisive voice that there were only a few people left in the Green family. Their power was falling to the bottom. What she needed to do now was to reorganize the family, and Tai Quet will give you a helping hand. Once the words were decided, Victoria was somewhat relieved. She awkwardly put her clothes back on, shyly turned away, and said awkwardly, Master Dao Ke, you can come back now. As long as Tai Quet can help me to revive the family, I will definitely do my best for Tai Quet. Immediately, these words really suited Dao Ke's wishes. He happily took the initiative to shake hands and calmly asked, Then happy cooperation, Lord Countess. In the middle of a shimmering fairyland with clear blue water, 4 girls, each looking perfect, were happily chatting and bathing together. Unexpectedly, Fai felt a bit lost in the crowd. She shyly hid her face and thought to herself, next time we have a bath together, I will definitely use my makeup ability to transform into a pair of more massive hills. That's a win. Hudong too. However, surprisingly, suddenly the stone on Fai's head suddenly glowed. She was surprised to realize, her second brother was looking for her. Immediately, without hesitating for another moment, Fai immediately ran towards Duang Hai and loudly called out, Big brother, are you looking for me? Duang Hai had been here waiting for the girl for a long time. When Fai saw him, she couldn't hide her joy and immediately hugged her. This momentarily made Duang Hai unable to react in time and blurted out in surprise and awkwardness, Come on, how old is the lady and she's still like this? I don't know how big or small she is. Even so, Fai was not embarrassed at all but immediately replied bluntly and sarcastically, Not big, only Hudong and the others are big. This statement was too confusing. Duang Hai was furious when he heard it. Without hesitation, he immediately knocked Fai down on a nearby bed. He angrily shouted, Duang Fai, it seems like today, now my brother has to teach me a lesson. This happened so suddenly. Fai couldn't react in time. She was a bit shocked. She kept screaming, Oh no big brother, I was wrong. Then, Duang Hai didn't joke around anymore. He immediately got straight to the point and said in a serious voice, I came to you because I have something important to say. I'm prepared to give you some legal fragments. This was so wonderful. Fai was so happy to hear that. She immediately asked excitedly, Can you become a level 4 powerhouse? Of course not. This is just a small method to support the girl. Duang Hai immediately softened his voice. He gently patted her head, kindly explaining to the girl, This is just to make her understand the meaning easier, but it doesn't 100% make you a level 4 powerhouse. So what? Fai immediately pouted and replied loudly, I definitely can. Don't look down on me. A moment later, time really flew by like a shuttle. Soon the sky turned dark. Thunder and lightning roared loudly in the dark sky. Still in that room, Fai suddenly had a great change in her power flow. The girl suddenly radiated a bright aura and floated in midair. Immediately after that, Fai calmly woke up. She carefully and easily landed on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. Fai suddenly winked triumphantly and kept bragging to Duong Hai. She was pleased, Duong was proud, and playfully emphasized, luckily it was a success, hi. Seeing that, Duong Hai immediately felt a little proud. He smiled brightly and proactively asked kindly, Fai, what meaning do you understand, and to what extent have you understood it? Hearing that, Fai without hesitation replied loudly, the meaning restored. It seemed like the meaning of the treatment. Very good, but really, this is too normal. Duong Hai immediately burst into laughter as he listened and expressed, the recovery of the meaning, seems like the treatment of the meaning. Very good. However, Fai is not such a puppet. She immediately recognized Duong Hai's kindness and immediately shouted angrily, it's not just an empty healing, I feel the meaning is restored. While attacking, it also has great power. This stubbornness really makes other people helpless. Duong Hai listened but was helpless. He laughed, and stiffly replied, okay, then you have to try to practice more. Next you also have to upgrade an extra account to level 4 first. Immediately, right after that, Duong Hai immediately opened the virtual world, and a stream of white light quickly covered his entire body. Looking intently at the energy pellet that appeared in front of him, Duong Hai was a little surprised and then exclaimed, the meaning he comprehended this time was actually the meaning of strong words. However, annoyingly, in the distance, a strange energy suddenly appeared, making Duong Hai a little startled and then turned around in shock, realizing in shock that there was a commotion. In a split second, without any hesitation, he immediately rushed out of the cave entrance. At the same time, the scene changed to a strange place. This place was filled with human corpses. Chris stood in the middle of the pile of corpses. He was not worried at all but even smiled complacently. Suddenly, a giant drop of water suddenly appeared. It was terrified and kept screaming, Chris, what are you doing, kid? Seeing it, Chris did not hesitate at all and immediately provoked him, taking over sir. He finally came back. I couldn't wait for him to wait so long. As soon as the words ended, Chris instantly transformed into a new entity that looked no different from a monster. His mouth suddenly became long and densely covered with sharp teeth growing out. Very quickly, that barbaric mouth approached the area where the giant drop of water was. It immediately opened its mouth wide, causing the drop of water to be shocked and terrified and scream loudly. It turned out that the talent he awakened was village. But have you forgotten the difference between level 3 and level 4? Who gave you that courage? To be honest, Chris had already grasped this a long time ago. He confidently affirmed, how could I forget? But Commander, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. At this point, the lifeline of the giant drop of water was truly at an end. It could not hide its horror any longer, so it shouted angrily, impossible, why is it on you? You have the pressure to control my Tu Chao, don't eat me. However, it was already too late to say anything. Chris's long mouth instantly swallowed the giant drop of water. His goal accomplished, Chris proudly retracted his mouth and suddenly let out a full burp. Then, right after that, a strange thing suddenly happened. On Chris's forehead a small, sparkling pearl appeared. It suddenly flew out, making him startled and widen, 2 eyes. Immediately, Chris sadly held the stone in his hand. He was angry and frustrated and spoke harshly. It had changed. It seemed that if he had no choice, he shouldn't use it. It would be better if he didn't use it. And then, a moment later, Chris couldn't hold back his excitement and suddenly showed a savage face. He laughed happily, firmly emphasizing, humorously, in my head, it seemed looks like a few more things have appeared. Dao Ke suddenly appeared in the vast blue sky. He kept riding the spare parts, rushing forward. Seeing him, Fan then, who had been waiting for a long time in front of the cave, immediately waved goodbye. He suddenly couldn't hide his joy and exclaimed in surprise, I thought it was Hoi Tru coming, but I didn't expect it to be you. Ah, old brother Dao Ke. Hearing that, Dao Ke without flinching immediately explained frankly that Hoi Tru had been a bit busy recently and had to help Dragon restore his strength. Then he didn't hesitate any longer and got straight to the point and proactively spoke, asked, what happened here just now? Immediately, Fan then was a bit confused, absent-mindedly quickly replied, actually, we were only one step ahead of you, and didn't discover any more traces, but you and Thong Tian guessed, someone must have broken through level 4 here. Hearing that, Dao Ke couldn't help but ask again, can you confirm that he is a strong human being? This is truly surprising. Fan then was embarrassed and replied, it is not a finance organization, what's your decision? Then, he suddenly affirmed in a serious voice that our organization had not recently had anyone break through to level 3, let alone level 4. Seeing that, Tong Tian, standing to the side, could not hide his anger and said, who knows if it is or not. Seeing that the situation in front of him was not so good, Fondant had no choice but to awkwardly smile and say, "You two, let's go inside and see the situation." At the same time, the scene changes to the new Guangming city mainland, where a group of people are gathering and talking endlessly. The fake arbiter mercenary guild took the initiative to ask for opinions first. Then, regarding the local army's counterattack plan, do you have any thoughts? Then, he straightforwardly reported the current war situation. Based on the situation, the counterattack of the native humans will begin soon. If we don't prepare early, our layout in the sea area will be different. The Free Alliance will be destroyed. Hearing that, the strange beast ally, Purple Snake Python, could not contain their joy and enthusiastically replied, "Humans are always suppressed and beaten by our army of strange beasts. Even if we risk everything to counterattack in the sea area, the Free Alliance will not be able to attack our defense lines." However, he could not be satisfied for long. Occam, the 100 City Federation's Platinum Agenda, bluntly pointed out the limitations. "Your Excellency the Purple Snake, the Freedom of the Sea Region Alliance is no longer the same as before. A top-level force appears there. Once they join the battle, the number of level 4 humans will surpass ours." Even so what? The giant snake felt angry when he heard it and immediately pouted and said criticism. "You are so sure that organization called Tai Quet will participate? All the strange beasts that come will be defeated. The seal is violent in the middle of the seal line." Then, he added with a serious face, "Under the influence of this spell, they will attack living creatures regardless, until they die." That's why, this strange beast couldn't help but feel proud and firmly affirm that such an army of strange beasts is invincible. If you are really worried about being chased by the natives, then you should think about how to secure your work and implement blockade techniques. Seeing this, Taijia did not hesitate to add that unintentionally revealing high-level civilization was a matter of the early days. Since the Mercenary Guild proposed the secret seal, this type of situation has decreased. So many. He immediately emphasized with a serious face that the thing we should be worried about right now is the upheaval of the Tai Quet organization. Let's do it. The 4 sides will each come up with a level 4 to participate in the war. But right when the crowd was still excited, surprisingly, the representative of the Bernadotte Empire, General Tiat Dap, suddenly announced a direct retreat. "You, our Tam Duong family," Lord Hongdi said, "we will not participate in the affairs of the Sea Region Freedom Alliance." As soon as his words fell, it immediately caused a stir in public opinion. The leader of the mercenary group was furious and kept asking questions. "Bernadotte Empire, what do you mean?" At the same time, the head of the Strange Beast clan could not help but confusingly. He added bluntly, "If you Bernadotte Empire hadn't participated, would our army of strange beasts have been disbanded?" At this point, the story had become tense. Tiat Dap was helpless and had to scratch his head in confusion and reply, "I don't understand that either. You guys should tell our Duong Jia. I only know about today's discussion. We do not participate." Hearing that, Tai Jia felt a little depressed and thought, Hongda deliberately sent this stupid and unreasonable name. Tiat Dap, it seems that today there is no hope of dragging the Bernadotte Empire into the water. Immediately, he did not hesitate any longer and took the initiative to speak up. "Okay, you guys stop arguing. Whether the people of the Bernadotte Empire participate in the war or not, let it be. I will introduce someone to you." In a split second, Chris appeared from afar. He continued to say hello, I'm Chris. Seeing that, Occam pouted full of criticism and then hated and scolded the abyss insect. The strange beast was also a bit confused, so he asked, "Why did you bring this abyss clan here? I don't want my descendants to have their bodies taken away." Seeing this, Taijia did not flinch and immediately reassured the crowd, "Don't be angry, the Bernadotte Empire does not want to participate. This friend of the abyss clan can fill in the blank." Then, he happily and excitedly added an introduction. "This friend of the abyss clan is very sincere. In his mind he has the alliance seal placed on him and will not have any thoughts of betraying us." As soon as his words finished, the seal on Chris's head immediately glowed. Seeing that, Occam was somewhat reassured and nodded and said, Okay, if you are a good brother who has an ally seal, then of course you are welcome to join our big family." The strange beast next to him was also full of interest and continued, "As I said, in every family there are good people and bad people. I see that little brother Chris is a super good person." However, those people didn't know. Right now, Chris was happily thinking to himself, "I'm so stupid. As long as I want, I can break through the limit of the seal at any time." He immediately put on a fake face and directly asked, "So I will play with you guys first." Then, the word was decided. Taijia without any doubt immediately replied, "Then, if no one objects, we will begin to discuss the specific plan." The image of a pile of corpses lying on the ground creating a mess once again suddenly appeared. Fan then looked at them with a sour heart, so he continued to express that we were late, but from the state of the scene, it was not difficult to guess that the situation had changed again. Then, he immediately emphasized that this is the time for humanity's counterattack. If this continues, the situation will become even more unfavorable for us. Seeing this, the young bald man was immediately angry when he heard that. He did not hesitate and immediately objected, firmly asserting that he should concentrate a large amount of troops on Sixsuong Island as a breakthrough point to attack the enemy, other forces of the foreign colonialists. Hearing that, the bearded old man sitting next to him couldn't hide his shock and gave his opinion in horror. I think we should mobilize the Sixsuong Island defense line to attack the A-line defense chain. What should we do? Sure. That bearded old man was not suitable. As soon as he heard that, he was angry and loudly replied, "We don't understand anything about the enemy, and dare to take the lives of the entire human race. Come out to bed." However, at this point, there was no other way. The bald man couldn't help but suddenly stood up and shouted indignantly, "If we still don't have a way to understand people of the other world, can you just sit still and wait to die?" Standing on the side, Fan then could not hide his fear and said sadly, "To put it bluntly, we still do not understand people of another world well enough. Whether the enemy has a fourth-level faction, how many fourth-level factions there are, then completely unknown." However, surprisingly, in a corner of the room, a familiar voice suddenly rang out, making everyone startled. Perhaps Tai Quet could help. Seeing that, Fan then instantly fell into an awkward state. He was a bit naive and asked again, "Dao Ke, brother, you said Tai Quet?" That's right. Dao Ke frankly admitted that if he told the strategy, Tai Quet would send Hoi Tru to infiltrate the enemy's heart to gather intelligence. This is so wonderful. Fan then couldn't help but be so happy when he heard it that he burst into tears and thought to himself, at an important moment, Tai Quet is still trustworthy. Is this how people who have assistants feel? I'm finally not alone anymore. A moment later, the scene changes to Sixsuong Island. Duran happily stood tall above the canyon and thought proudly, "Duran, I'm back again." Suddenly, he transformed into a giant red dragon. Duran did not forget to call out loudly and scream. From afar, two green and yellow dragons immediately received the call and immediately flew towards them, brightly calling loudly and purring. In an instant, they transformed into Shirley, Keith, and Hood. Seeing Duran, Hood could not hide their joy and excitedly took the initiative to speak. "Finally, we found the boy. I knew right away, the family's heir. We Keith clan will not die so easily." Hearing that, Duran couldn't help but feel moved and quickly replied, "Second uncle, Shirley, it turns out you two are here. Second uncle, not only did you not die, but your strength has also broken through to the third level. This is truly amazing." Hood listened with joy and laughed loudly. "Oh, not bad, the family has another third-level powerhouse. This is a fun thing." But, contrary to him, Shirley was strangely shy. The girl was so jealous that she suddenly gasped. Seeing Shirley struggling like that, Duran immediately came closer and reminded her, "I think your strength is still lacking a bit. Please work harder in the future. Haha." Hearing that, the girl blushed shyly, shouted angrily, and firmly affirmed, "Don't worry, the age at which I broke through level 3 is definitely earlier than you, Duran." Because he didn't want to make a big deal out of it, but took the initiative to comfort him. "Okay, Duran, you've suffered this time, so go back home to rest, where are Todd and the others." Hearing that, Duran immediately replied with a dark face. The two of them died in the chaotic battle. At this point, there was no other way. Hood had to calm down and comfort Duran. "The two of them are the heroes of the family. Hold your head high and puff out your chest. You are the heir of the Keith family." Then, he proactively suggested, "Let's go home now." At the same time, Duong Hai in Duran's body thought to himself, although the Odyssey people were almost slowly being assimilated by the Blue Star's culture, but in the battle for resources between the two planes, if you die, you will die, that we live. At the same time, the scene now changes to the nearby port. Here, two barbarians are constantly chasing a young man. They are constantly cursing, "Don't let that bastard run away." Immediately, they shouted loudly, "Captured him alive." The boy awakened his lightning power. "Haha, it seems I have earned a large amount of money again." From afar, at the same time, Duran suddenly passed by and witnessed this entire scene. He frowned in thought, looking at this young man's appearance. The time to awaken his powers was probably not short. Perhaps this escape had been planned for a long time, and soon, he would become a prisoner again, victim of the slave trade. I have to think of a way to save him. Finally, one of the two barbarians caught the young man without sparing any words and loudly threatened, "Are you still running? Damn it." Seeing that, from afar, Duran in the form of a strange beast flew towards him, momentarily letting out a powerful growl. Seeing that, one of the two barbarians immediately knelt down. He kept asking for mercy. Sir, please ask what this despicable person can do for you. Hearing that, Duran loudly growled and threatened, arresting a child and delaying it for so long. You scum, how dare you let this young master wait for so long? Immediately, these words were very immediate, making those two people tremble in fear. They panicked and kept screaming, the villain deserves to die, insulting your dignity. I will immediately kill that brat. To calm your anger, sir. Seeing that, Duran immediately ignored them and angrily snapped his fingers and shouted, go away, instantly causing the two barbarians to fall into a panic. Right after that, he continued to threaten the young man, whether he wanted to die under my claws or in mine. Shirley stood proudly, leaning on her arms and looking at the monster with a red body, a long tail, a scary face. Behind his back was a pair of huge wings. He was holding a young man floating in the sky. Behind her, she raised her voice. Duran, how long are you going to hold back? Hurry up and strangle him to death and go home. When the monster Duran heard that, he bared his sharp teeth, looked at his sister and said, are you commanding me to work? Shirley heard Duran's protest like that. She looked uncomfortable, her face turned into a frown and replied, so what's the matter? He's so rotten, just strangle him to death. Hearing his little sister say that, the monster Duran now held the young man even tighter, making him scream in pain and scream. Suddenly, Duran stopped his tightening action. He released the young man, looked toward Shirley and said, he changed his mind. There is still a bad guy in this young master's security team. Petty, let him do that. Seeing that his request had been rejected, the blonde girl at that time, she frowned, ruffled her hair, strained her voice and shouted loudly, Duran, you just wait there. Then Duran, he transformed from his monster form into the form of a handsome young man who made many girls fall in love with him. As soon as he appeared, many girls were enthusiastic and envious, surrounding him and shouting, young Master Duran, I'm back from marrying you. Young Master Duran, do you miss your family? The one young Master Duran remembers must be me. These continued sentences made Duran just stay silent, stand and watch. Duran walked towards the young man. Among the girls surrounding him, he raised his hand and pointed straight at the young man and asked, what is your name? The young man was now coldly looking at Duran without answering his question. Duran looked at the cold and silent young man looking at him like that. He now looked uncomfortable, his face darkened and he spoke in a threatening voice. Think carefully, don't oppose me over a small thing. Is it worth it to die? Surely you still have relatives to save. Hearing that, the young man with the disheveled body turned a gloomy expression and replied to Duran, my name is Tuvium. Hearing such a reluctant answer, Duran gradually approached Tuvium. He smiled proudly and said, very good, if you are my subordinate, you must do well. Who knows his mood? If this young master is better, I will let you go free. While Duran was talking to the young man Tuvium, behind butler Humphrey Walker Keith slowly approached them and said, young master, the clan leader is looking for you. What do you say? Duran suddenly turned to look at the butler. On this side, the patriarch, Duran's father, was engrossed in cleaning that strange black ball in his room. Duran came up from behind and asked his father. In the end, the white snake died in the process, the fin of a level 4 powerhouse. Seeing his father so silent, Duran took out a snake scale from his pocket and continued to say, I know you are very close to the white snake, so I deliberately brought this back for you. The patriarch picked up his son's snake scale and touched it, observing it. After a while, he spoke in a voice full of nostalgia. Remember, at first, your father and the white snake had just met each other. I firmly believe that we can all become level 4 powerhouses. After saying that, he quickly put the scale away and turned back to look at Duran and reminded him, Duran, the most important thing right now is still his position as city lord. He approached Duran, placed his hand on his shoulder and cautiously said, not long ago a four-way conference was held in Kwangmin City. The next city lord of Kwangmin City will become the commander-in-chief of the new coalition, having the right to know all the key arrangements in advance. Our Keith family must have this position. Mr. Duran fell silent, his face darkened without saying anything. As he thought of a young man with a handsome face wearing glasses. He thought, just wondering what to do, report, then take advantage of this father to know all the information. Mr. Duran fell silent, his face darkened without saying anything. As he thought of a young man with a handsome face wearing glasses. He thought, just wondering what to do, report, then take advantage of this father to know all the information. Hearing the questioning question from his father, Duran's face immediately turned sour. He could only laugh and explain, Father, you have wronged me. I simply saw the slave's talent. It has nothing to do with little Shirley. Seeing that, the clan leader breathed a sigh of relief and turned around to walk forward, but he did not know that his son's face behind him was as cold as ice, his face clearly showing anger. As he walked, the clan leader spoke, with a tense look, "It's just a slave's matter, don't let your sister get hurt, quickly go kill that local slave to appease Shirley." At this moment, Duran's face had visibly darkened, he frowned angrily and replied in a harsh voice, "Yes, he was just a local slave." At this moment, Duran's hand was clenched so tightly that it was shaking, revealing the veins around his hand. On this side of Shirley, she was having vulgar and lustful fun with that human native slave. The scene was so real that it made people despise her. With one kick, the door from the other room kicked away, causing these two depraved people to startle and panic. Shirley, she panicked, somehow got angry and turned around loudly. "What are you doing, coming to bully me?" As soon as Duran kicked the door in, he held a long sword in his hand, a sinister smile on his face. Behind him on the right was the butler Humphrey, on the left was Tuvium. The scene was no different from a fight. "Mr. Duran shouted, a gentle and sinister voice said, "My good sister, how could I bully you? Aren't you still going to visit your father today?" Miss Shirley quickly took a white towel to cover her mortal body and shyly said, "I'm just telling the truth." Duran suddenly pointed the sharp sword straight at Tian, causing him to suddenly panic. Then he said, "That's right, father wanted me to kill this kid to make you happy, didn't I just obediently come? Here it is." Hearing her brother say that, Shirley's eyes lit up and her face lit up happily and said, Then kill him quickly, I'll tell my uncle to ignore this matter." Duran's face darkened, he frowned and said coldly, "Okay, my precious sister, look here." Tuvium was now trembling with fear and closed his eyes as if accepting the horror that was about to happen. He thought to himself, "It looks like I have to die here today." Suddenly there was a scream of panic from Shirley. Under the bed was the mortal body of that local slave lying motionless after receiving a fatal blow from Duran's sword. His blood was flowing red all over the body. While in bed, Duran killed that subordinate instead of Tuvium. Duran looked at her with steely eyes, slowly wiped away the weapon, gave a warning, "Remember, from now on if you lay a hand on this slave, you are hitting this Duran's face, and the outcome will be the same as this guy." After Shirley regained her composure, she started to get angry but still couldn't hide her fear and shouted loudly at Duran, "Are you crazy? Are you bullying me again?" Duran now slowly walked toward Shirley, his cold face full of murderous intent. He frowned, tightly grasped Shirley's arm, looked straight at her and said, "Little sister, there is a knife on the tip of the sharp letter. This is me. I'm also an experienced person. You'd better practice hard in the future and reach level 3 as soon as possible." When he heard the news from butler Humphrey that Duran had sent the servant back to his grandparents, the clan leader was extremely surprised. He opened his eyes wide and turned to Humphrey and asked in a loud voice, "Duran actually did so, killing Shirley's servant?" Seeing the patriarch look so surprised, Humphrey continued to speak, or more accurately, Miss Shirley's lover. The clan leader seemed to have seen something. He frowned and looked at the butler Humphrey and said in a deep voice, "Humphrey, do you feel that things have changed since Duran came back?" Hearing that doubtful question from the head of the clan, butler Humphrey thought slowly and then answered, "It seemed that young Master Duran became more opinionated. If it were the same as before." Humphrey spoke while thinking, "Cease." Humphrey continued to speak his thoughts, the things that the head of the family told him to do. Even though he didn't like it, he would still kill that slave. Hearing this, the head of the family suddenly burst into laughter, full of joy. The clan head's face became cheerful and proud as he said to Humphrey, "Ha, I also think so. It seems that after going through a great war, my son has finally grown up. You go back down. Remember to find Miss Shirley another servant, as compensation." Butler Humphrey heard that and quickly bowed his head and replied, "Yes." As for Duran, he is now lying on his bed seriously thinking. Only the representatives of the 4 major powers know about the specific arrangements. They are all level 4 powerhouses. Arbitrary actions will definitely make them wary. Those thoughts lingered in his head, causing him to roll his eyes due to fatigue. He thought about those things again. For now, the only thing he could do was help the Keith family compete for the position of Lord of Kwangmin Citadel. "Let me take advantage of this, father, and become the commander of the coalition so I can gather the information I need to know without the devil knowing." After a while of resting, Mr. Duran sat up, raised his hand and rubbed the back of his head, his face showing obvious discomfort and disgust, saying, "This damn security seal takes a while to be lifted. If you understand, knowing the Odyssean method of creating clear Dharma would be great." Suddenly there was a loud knock on the door. A loud voice spoke from outside Duran's door. Young Master, dinner had been prepared. It was the voice of butler Humphrey. He brought dinner to Duran. He heard the butler Duran's voice answer, "Please bring him in." Duran's face turned sinister as he looked at the door and thought, Humphrey is also very good at delivering. From outside, Butler Humphrey entered a cart filled with food. As he left, he said, "Young master needs others to serve dinner." Controlling the puppet, something suddenly made Humphrey's body vibrate, but there was some force that looked to control his mind. At this moment, he could only open his mouth to say, "Young Master Duran, sir." On this side of the dark room, Duong Hai was silently observing every move of the members of the Duran family through the giant screens above. Duong Hai was wearing a pair of thick glasses and his face had a mysterious look. He raised his voice and said, "I found it." On this side, the chief of the clan was delighted in front of a sparkling golden stone. He was delighted and said happily, "This is the Tian Mukvium Long Min Dharma that Humphrey gave to the Keith family." The idea that the Keith family gave to Humphrey was, just looking at the yellow magic stone on its body are the circles of ancient characters. It emits a mysterious golden glow. The clan leader secretly thinks it is a magic crystal engraved with a large amount of magic. Alchemy battle. This is what they call inheritance stone. Looking closely at that demon crystal, he continued to think about what was contained inside it. Inside there were pictures of thoughts, operating routes and meditation postures. This and the demon hunter Ming thought of the Dharma. The principles and meanings of the words are also quite similar. Duong Hai on the other side, after eavesdropping and seeing what was inside that magic crystal, he said with a bored look, "That's all." On this side, the clan leader, he took out a small bottle from somewhere, slowly walked towards Humphrey and said, "This is the blood essence left by the founder of the Keith family. I will now give it to you. Give him a drop." The clan leader took a drop of blood from the bottle and put it on Humphrey, making Humphrey extremely shocked. On this side, Duong Hai was silently observing the activities of the clan leader and Humphrey at that time. When he observed the clan leader dab a drop of semen on Humphrey's forehead, he looked intently at the screen and said, "So this is the key step in inheriting the Odyssean meditation method, but this blood essence." He stood and observed carefully and seriously, observing him while saying, according to what was in his memory, the old ancestor of the Keith family, as an extreme level 4 strong elixir, could only condense 433 drops of blood, but only in Humphrey's memory, people of the Keith family who died in battle, were not just this quantity. He increased his speed and quickly scrolled through those screens. As he scrolled, he said, "There must be another method that can fix the soul's return path in the body." Coming to a strange photo, he finally stopped. The screen showed a silhouette of a person meditating. When he saw it he shouted loudly, "Found it! The magic crystal stimulates the Dharma." He was so happy. Furthermore, analyzing the effects of that stimulant demon crystal, the first time you practice using demon crystal to stimulate your body, you will have the same chance of achieving the same effect as using the blood essence of the corresponding powerhouse, and the quality of the demon crystal will be even higher. The higher, the better the efficiency. His face at this moment revealed a cheerful look and said, "If it was an alpha-level demon crystal, then fixing the reincarnation of the soul would be a matter of 9 out of 10 chances." He proudly and happily waved his hand to disperse and turn off all those screens and said with a sinister look, "Great harvest, for all Blue Star humanity. This is a sudden important step. Break the intellectual blockade of the Odysseus." His face became more mysterious than ever, revealing a sinister and terrifying look. He slowly said, "Perhaps I can use the method of creating the meditation method to deal with the 3 forces. Big, the day when the Tai Quetta organization leads the Blue Star, seems to be getting closer and closer. It's true that everyone with 4 eyes is scary." As proud as he was, Duong Hai suddenly thought of something. He thought for a while and then said, On the New Fry mainland it seems you can't buy inheritance stones for free anymore." On this side, Duran was standing and talking to Butler Humphrey. Butler Humphrey was speaking right in front of Duran. "Master, Duran," he seemed annoyed and said, "As before, let's be like this now, otherwise we are afraid we will be exposed." Hearing such a request, Mr. Humphrey immediately responded and obeyed. "Young Master Duran." Upon hearing that, Mr. Duran calmly continued, "You go out first." Humphrey went out and saw the door slowly slammed shut. In here, Duran seemed to have noticed that strange thing. He turned around with a puzzled expression and looked over there, thinking, "Hey, there's a strange aura appearing in Walker's study." On the Clark family's side, they were holding a party to celebrate. On this side, Mr. Duran was sitting quietly. Suddenly there was a girl. Her face was full of alcohol. It was Joey Clark. She walked up to Duran and asked in a loud voice, "Duran, I heard that you just went through the battle is so terrifying." Seeing that, Shirley proudly walked closer to Duran and said, "Big brother, quickly tell Joey." Hearing his sister bade him like that, the green brother Duran revealed an embarrassed face and replied, "In fact there was nothing to say, just." The party was over. The head of the clan stood up and said to everyone, "It's not early anymore, me and Old Hood will take our leave." Hearing that, the man representing the Clark family raised his voice and said, "Okay, let me see you two off." Thanks to his father saying that, Duran quickly had the opportunity to give a reason and replied to Miss Joey, "It seems we have to go first, so that's all for now." Hearing that Joey, she had to sigh and say, "What a pity, it sounded good." While Joey was speaking, Shirley suddenly rushed over and hugged her brother's hand to interject and tell Joey again, "Next time continue, Duran's favorite is talk to her." Seeing that, Joey looked at Duran with a gentle face and said, "Then people have a chance to visit him and hear him tell the whole story." At this time, Duran's face turned awkward and he smiled industrially and replied, "Okay." After saying goodbye, they went to the car to take them back to their mansion. In the car, Duran frowned, grabbed his sister, pulled him back, and said in an annoyed voice, "Shirley, are you itching to be beaten again?" Miss Shirley was now annoyed as she replied to her brother, "Why is Mars compared to if you kill my lover? It's basically nothing." Two people were arguing in the car like that, when suddenly there was a big explosion in front of them, which caught the two of them's attention and ended the argument. Suddenly from above appeared people wearing black cloaks rushing towards the Keith family's convoy. As they rushed towards those black cloaks, they shouted loudly, "Walker, today will be the day you die." Walker at this time was the name of the clan leader. He slowly crawled out of the smoke from the car explosion. His body was full of wounds. Walker raised his face and looked at those black-cloaked people, raised his voice and shouted, "Who are you, daring to attack our Keith family?" As soon as he finished speaking, Walker immediately transformed into a giant red dragon monster and screamed fiercely. On this side, the second uncle who was with Walker earlier, he looked at Duran and Shirley who were struggling in that smoke, and said loudly, "Duran, take Shirley away quickly." After giving instructions to his two grandchildren, the second uncle immediately transformed into a huge green dragon monster and rushed towards those black-cloaked men and shouted, "Brother, help me." Realizing that the situation was so dire, Duran turned to tell his sister, Shirley, that his father and second uncle were no match for them. "I'll go help." "You go back to the family for help. You heard what happened, it was so serious." Shirley immediately replied to her brother in a panic, Yes, I will go call someone, but Mr. Duran." Miss Shirley's eyes were now filled with tears, her face showed concern, but she still sulked and said to her brother, "You just rose to level 3, don't die. If you die, I can't take revenge." She seemed so worried at this moment that she didn't want to look directly at her brother anymore and continued to speak. Furthermore, the heir to the Keith family would also become her. Hearing her sister so worried, Mr. Duran with a gentle smile, he gently raised his hand to pat his sister's head and said, "Don't worry, I won't die." After comforting his sister, Duran immediately transformed into a red dragon monster like his father. After transforming into Duran, he soared high toward his father and second uncle. Below, Shirley drove the car and rushed toward the family to ask for reinforcements. Shirley, as she drove the car, her tears flowed into two streams, thinking, "Father, uncle, and that hateful Duran, everyone absolutely must not let that happen." Up here, Duran Walker's father was growling and attacking those black-cloaked men, when suddenly a hidden weapon from them flew towards him from behind. Thinking that Walker would be hit by a hidden knife, but he didn't expect that Duran would come out of nowhere and use his hand to knock that hidden knife away. That action, along with the appearance of Duran, made Walker extremely shocked. Fever. As soon as he finished blocking that knife, Duran turned to tell his father, "Your father was late." When Walker saw his son, he was extremely surprised and asked in a somewhat angry voice, "What are you doing here?" Walker was about to scold Duran again when suddenly his uncle interrupted and said, "Big brother, now is not the time to teach children. If it weren't for Duran, our situation would get worse." Hearing that, Mr. Walker suddenly hesitated for a long time and then said, "It's my fault. I didn't expect these guys to be so cruel and crazy, daring to attack in the city." Hearing my father say that, Mr. Duran asked curiously, "Father, you know the background of these guests?" Seeing his son's curious question, Mr. Duran continued to say, "I don't know, but there's a high chance they were sent by people from other families. These 4 level 3 powerhouses can't see their origins." Walker, he was saying. Then the second uncle interrupted and said, "I feel that the biggest suspect is the person from the army guarding Kwangmin City. As long as a new city lord is not chosen, the current city lord will rule Kwangmin as the city's lord, automatically becomes the commander of the allied army." Listening to the statement that seemed reasonable given the current situation, Walker still somewhat speculated and protested, "Not sure, the Murphy family, the Garrett family, are all possible. It is even possible that there is someone the Clark family sold us out, otherwise why would they appear at the right time to sneak attack?" They were talking to each other when suddenly there were stone arrows rushing towards them. Realizing the danger, Walker shouted loudly, "Be careful." The last sound was for his second uncle and Duran to pay attention. As soon as he finished shouting, Walker immediately sprayed out a stream of intense sparks that blocked those stone arrows. Seeing being beaten like that, Mr. Duran was extremely angry at this moment. He frowned and shouted loudly, "You rats, if you want to kill my father, you have to overcome this Duran's fist first." After saying that, Duran growled loudly angrily, but it seemed like something was wrong. His body suddenly emitted light. His body was undergoing a breakthrough change. At that moment, the second uncle was extremely surprised and looked towards Duran. Seeing that Duran was gradually breaking through like that, Walker suddenly shouted, Duran was about to break through. Mr. Duran is gradually breaking through, he thought to himself in anger, forcing this young master not to break through is impossible. Seeing that, the black-cloaked man, he turned into a sharp hidden knife-pointed weapon around him and said, "This kid cannot be spared or killed." Having said that, that guy's subordinates began to surround Duran. Each of them controlled a different weapon, fire, knives, and stone arrows, directing it towards Duran. On this side, the four-eyed guy stood there, watching and smiling proudly, thinking, it's time to test his skills again, so just wait and see, the birth of Tian's Museum Long Supper. Countless hidden weapons, missiles, rocks, and knives began to attack the three of them at the same time. At this time, Walker and his second uncle were still releasing fierce fighting fire against the attacks of those black cloaks. While fighting back, Walker raised his voice and said to Duran, "Duran, you go quickly, too, I will cut off your tail for you." Suddenly, those black cloaks stood up, they gathered and surrounded Duran. Seeing their son surrounded like that, Walker and his second uncle were extremely shocked and afraid. They looked towards Duran and shouted in worry, "Son, Duran." As soon as he finished shouting, Walker and his second uncle immediately rushed to Duran to help him fight those black-cloaked men. Walker, filled with courage and anger, rushed forward and said, "Hey Duran, today is my father, my son, standing side by side. I don't believe I can kill him alive." Second uncle flying behind also said enthusiastically, "Ha big brother, Duran, second uncle is also here." Seeing that the situation didn't look very good, the Black Cloak leader turned around and changed a new tactic. He looked at the remaining guys and said, "Don't scatter and attack, kill this Duran first." Hearing this decoy order, the remaining black-cloaked men began to surround Duran, causing him to suddenly increase his vigilance. Seeing his father and second uncle coming, Mr. Duran was even more motivated at this moment. His body emitted a bright and powerful light. He turned his eyes to his father and second uncle and raised his voice. "Strong, you came at the right time, father and uncle, you two look here, my son Duran is undefeated today." Having said that, the surrounding of Duran's body became brighter day by day. The source of energy radiated extremely terrifyingly, shining brightly across the entire night sky. The leader of the Black Cloaks at this moment, he looked up at Duran and said in surprise, "What is that, Super Spear Dragon?" Seeing that the situation seemed unfavorable, if he stayed and continued to fight, there was a high possibility that the loss would go to him. The Black Cloak leader at that time had to order a retreat. He said, "Let's disperse. Today I couldn't kill Duran, but fortunately, I didn't reveal my identity." Hearing the order to retreat like that, another black-cloaked man nearby raised his voice full of dissatisfaction and said, "Just retreat, credit for doing it, what's going on?" Hearing the other guy's dissatisfaction, the leader continued to speak at this time, "The people of the Keith family are chasing us. It's not easy to attack, let alone the merit. It's good that the superiors don't cause us trouble, that's a lot." When the group of people in black cloaks had all retreated, Mr. Duran had now transformed back into his original form and exhaustedly collapsed to the ground. From afar, Walker and his second uncle were tired and slowly walking towards him. Seeing that, Duran, he had to think, even if he had a breakthrough, he would have to cheat. Why did the two of them come here? Let it be. Mr. Duran continued to think, fainted first, sneaked through the barrier, thought then he pretended to faint in front of his father and looked at his uncle. Seeing his son faint like that, Mr. Walker looked at his son in surprise and worry. Seeing Duran faint like that, the second uncle quickly ran to help him up. He put his hand on the boy's nose to check and said, he was okay, it was probably his first breakthrough, he didn't know how to use force, so he temporarily fainted, get some rest and you'll be fine. Duran gradually regained his strength, he gently and slowly opened his eyes. Opening his eyes, Duran saw his father sitting there worriedly. He gently spoke, "Father." Only then did Mr. Walker smile with great pride and satisfaction and say, "Good son, worthy of being a genius of the Keith family, thanks to that encounter." Mr. Duran's face looked surprised as he asked his father, "Thanks to that encounter?" Mr. Walker's face now became serious and tense as he spoke to his son, remembering that it was true, "There is something that your second uncle and I have not talked about yet, but now, you must know." Seeing his father so serious, Duran immediately replied, "Yes, father." Seeing this, Mr. Walker continued to say, the position of Lord of the Bright City, on the main front, our big families are fighting for, but the real subordinates are actually the forces from all directions. Talking about the world, forces from all directions include the Mercenary Guild, the Bernadotte Empire, Strange Beast Allies, and the 100 Cities Federation. Imagining the people ready to usurp the Citadel, Walker continued to say, Kwangmin's Citadel in the sense of being a colony of the 100 Cities Federation, but other than the three major powers, will not let its important position slip away. The important commanders of this new coalition, even the defenders of Kwangmin City, were also capable of intervening. Seeing that Duran looked so confused, Walker continued to say, you are the only person I trust, so I want to tell you that the person behind our Keith family is the Soldier Association. Higher. Hearing this, Mr. Duran became even more confused. He looked at his father with eyes full of wonder and said, Mercenary Guild. Listening to my son wondering like that, Walker's face changed and became gloomy as he said, it's just a temporary partnership. They will help me sit in the position of City Lord of Kwang and Gai Citadel. We will corresponding response, this time in the competition for the Lord of the Luminous Citadel. We are sure of 8 wins, so waiting for the local summon to succeed. We also have the capital to return to the Odyssey Plain. Seeing his father say that, the elder Duran immediately turned to the side and smiled smugly and thought, there is a super marshal here, the ultimate winner must be us Blue Star lieutenants. Then he turned his head back to his smiling face, showing only a triumphant look, and said, Father is right, under your guidance, our Keith family is stable this time. On this side, the Keith family is holding a secret conference to discuss. During the conference, there was a certain idea that made the second uncle protest and stand up and shout loudly, I objected, at least let you go with me. Has the elder brother forgotten about the assassination last time? Looking at his younger brother so worried, Mr. Walker immediately reached out to his brother and said, don't worry. He himself knew that when he visited the Platinum Manager tonight, he couldn't let too many people go. After saying that, Walker slowly clasped his hands behind his back and slowly walked out of the conference room. Behind him, Duran looked at his back and thought, these thoughts don't seem to be from Duran anymore. Now it seems like the Guild Walker's mercenary has an item. He needs to use it now. Looking at his condition tonight, he's definitely 90%. 3 hours later, Duran was now joking with his sister. He raised his hand to pinch Shirley's cheek, making her angry and shouted, what are you doing? At this moment, Duran had no choice but to smile and say, I'm so bored, let me pinch you again. Seeing that, Shirley angrily turned her face away and shouted, Duran, this lady doesn't have time to argue with you. The second uncle on this side was nervously standing still and talking, why hasn't there been any movement for so long? Mr. Duran continued to think, fainted first, slipped through the barrier, thought then he pretended to faint in front of his father and second uncle. Seeing his son faint and saying so, Walker looked surprised and worried at his son. Suddenly the second uncle burst through the door from outside and ran in with a frightened look and shouted loudly, this is not good. Saying that, the entire Keith family transformed and flew to the palace of the main merchant street. At this time on the ground was Walker's body. He died without closing his eyes. The fat green monster shouted angrily, who was it? Who exactly was it? He was so heartbroken that he choked up and tearfully expressed, if he had insisted on following, the elder brother might not have ended up like this. These words were accidentally heard by Duran. He was stupid, thinking to himself, Walker is a level 3 ultimate powerhouse, either he will be killed by a group of level 3 extreme powerhouses, or a level 4 powerhouse will attack. Then, a series of conjectures poured out in Duran's mind. Tonight, Walker secretly went to see manager Bok Kim. As a 4th-level powerhouse, Bok Kim was strong enough to kill Walker. At the same time, in front of the gate of the City Lord's palace, the place was crowded with people. Everyone was talking about a serious case that had just happened a while ago. Duran puzzled and thought to himself, the expression of the guard when he saw the body was not the same as the expression of the murderer, so, the murderer was the manager standing up there. However, this had its inadequacies. Duran could not hide the resentment in his heart and thought to himself, if he were the one to kill, then everyone in the Keith family would have been completely destroyed by him. Immediately, at that time, General Sikfon bluntly and firmly affirmed that Hood, your brother's death, had nothing to do with us. When you come to this point and you deny it, the green-skinned monster immediately goes crazy when he hears it. He curses endlessly in anger, even daring to argue. The first person to appear on the scene is you guys. Hearing that, Sikfon couldn't help but show his displeasure and coldly replied, I told you, we have nothing to do with it. This was too absurd. Hood couldn't hide his resentment and foolishly surmised. He said while looking up at the top of that tall building, if it weren't for you guys killing my brother, could it be that great man? From afar, when Akam heard it, he could not hide his indignation and shouted loudly and arrogantly. At the same time, he did not hesitate to release a powerful sound wave. The people of the Hood tribe were immediately hit. They were unable to react in time and suddenly cried out in pain. Facing this precarious situation, Duran could not stand still any longer. He quickly sweated profusely and offered to explain. Because of the death of his loved one, his second uncle's emotions were unstable. Please, the manager's subordinates are merciful. Indeed, this cannot be blamed. For the first and last time, Akam accepted forgiveness, out of respect for Walker. Today I will not deal with something that does not know that. Besides, your father's death has nothing to do with me. The situation kept getting more and more tense every time it turned into a dead end. Duran helplessly thought to himself, could it be that Walker's death was related to something from the mercenary guild, something that caused the manager of the Bach Federation? Tian took the risk of killing Walker. What was that? Seeing that, Shirley standing next to her couldn't hold back her enthusiasm any longer. The shy girl directly asked Duran, what should we do? At the same time, the people of the Keith family at that time could not help but tremble and trust Duran so much that they said in unison, Duran, whatever you say, we will do it. Yes, we all listen, your words. At this point, there was really no way. Duran was helpless and had to speak up. He respectfully bowed his head and said politely, General Sikfan, just now my family has offended me. I will bring my father's remains, and the family members left. With that said, the entire group of the Keith family immediately left. Looking at their silhouettes, everyone standing on the ground could not help but bitterly exclaim, unfortunately, the Keith family originally had I can take one step to heaven. I see that Duran handled the matter very well. Tell me, what force is so cruel? The Mercenary Guild, the Bernadotte Empire, and the Strange Beast allies. Ability. Very quickly, a short time later, Walker was finally buried. He was wearing white clothes, his face was pale, lying silently in the coffin without any signs of death, life. Faced with this very sudden departure of his dear senior, Hood could not hold back his emotions and choked up and expressed, Brother, now I am finally alone. Seeing that, Shirley standing next to her couldn't help but sob in reassurance, Father, you still have a child, and also Duran, my cousin. Indeed, at this point, all three of them have to accept the truth. After this cruelty, Hood quickly regained his composure. He immediately spoke solemnly and firmly affirmed that the death of senior brother Duran was a reality, but our Keith family could not go a day without a master. The words were settled. Hood without hesitation patted Duran on the shoulder and gave him a big responsibility. Next, it will be your nephew who will inherit the position of head of the family. But this incident came so unexpectedly, it was hard for Duran to accept it. He quickly protested loudly. His second uncle, the position of the head of the family, should be his successor. At the same time, in fervently thinking, I am in chaos, becoming the homeowner. Could this be the mission of an insider? Once the words were decided, Hood did not hesitate and firmly shook his head, frankly emphasizing that the position of homeowner is no different from you. Now you are not only mature but also have the potential to be a super demon dragon. At this point, he couldn't refuse anymore. Duran immediately enthusiastically affirmed in a loud voice, Second uncle, I swear, as long as this Duran lives for one day, our Keith family will definitely prosper day by day, develop. These words were true to Hood's wishes. He listened proudly and nodded in praise. Very good, this is a good man of our Keith family. Seeing that, Shirley, who was standing next to him, felt a bit unwilling and angrily pouted, so I can only be called Big Brother from now on. I'm so embarrassed. Immediately, Old Hood did not hesitate any longer. He turned around in a split second and pointed to lead the group. Let's go, I will show you the way to the family road. Very quickly, a moment later, both of them quickly moved to the Keith family street. This place was decorated extremely spacious and clean. As soon as they set foot here, Hood immediately clasped his hands together. I respectfully bow my head and say, since our ancestors founded the Keith family until now, we have fought and sacrificed more than 1,000 supernatural warriors. Then, he solemnly emphasized that he could enter from the street and be worshipped by future generations, only third-level strongmen. Indeed, at the same time, an old, bald old man was hurriedly holding a lamp from afar. He was none other than Evans. Immediately, Evans respectfully and politely said, I pay my respects to Lord Hood, young Master Duran. Seeing him, Hood immediately introduced himself. Tell him, what force is acting so cruelly? He is the close butler Evans of the previous patriarch, and is currently in charge of taking care of him. Worship Hall. Then, he spoke directly and said to Old Man Evans, Evans, you know the location of the inheritance stone and the powerful blood essence. Now there are only two of us left, so I brought Duran here first just in case. Prevent Hearing that, Mr. Evans immediately felt a little suspicious and quickly asked again, did he detect anything unusual? Yes, Hood admitted without hesitation that it seemed like the Keith family was being attacked by a powerful force. If you can see clearly, we can only use an umbrella before it rains. Then there was really no way. Evans did not hesitate any longer. He turned his back and reluctantly said, young Master Duran, in my opinion, you should know the location of the inheritance stone in the powerful blood of the family. This is also so wonderful. Guang Hai, in the identity of Duran, couldn't help but feel happy when he heard it. He happily thought to himself, he was able to contact the secret center so quickly, it was really not a waste of time to come here, but... A short time later, the three of them moved to a mysterious room, where Mr. Evans was so familiar that he proactively opened the door to lead the way. The door opened, and very soon, a floating pure stone appeared before their eyes. Evans took the initiative to introduce himself. This is the inheritance stone in the blood essence of the powerhouse of our Keith family, Ta. Then, take the gloves and carefully put them on, but don't forget to gently warn, young Master Duran, remember, before reaching level 4, absolutely do not touch the inheritance stones and blood essence of strong people. Immediately, after his touch, the stone immediately glowed, and a dragon appeared, radiating a brilliant light that dazzled the eyes. He continued thoughtfully, this is the first form of the inheritance stone, Guan Tuong painting. Do you remember the sequence, young Master Duran? Then, Evans immediately held a jade green marble gourd in his hand. He felt a little discouraged and sighed sadly, saying, funny, our family's origins are indeed poor. Even though he was still very weak, some of the family's blood essence experts came from a few seniors. Hearing that, Duran couldn't help but be surprised and thought, so these are blood essence experts. Immediately, Evans suddenly raised his voice and warned loudly, young master, the inheritance ceremony for the position of head of the family will be arranged after the funeral. During this time, you should study the etiquette diligently, don't make any mistakes. In an important ceremony, one word was decided. Duran did not hesitate and firmly emphasized, rest assured. Very soon, the funeral was held. Standing under the pouring rain, Duran couldn't help but think anxiously, why do these otherworldly people like to hold funerals in the middle of the night? At the same time, from afar, Dick suddenly appeared. He bowed respectfully and spoke to ease old Hood's pain. He tried to suppress his sadness. I represent the Platinum Manager, Lord Occam, once again, express deep apologies. Hearing that, Hood couldn't help but feel grateful but immediately frowned and replied, thank you Lord Occam for your concern. Our family sends our gratitude to him. Suddenly, behind the group of people belonging to the Keith family, a mysterious man who had been sneaking behind him suddenly appeared. In a split second, Duran recognized him in time and thought inexplicably, it seemed like the guests who had been secretly ambushing had finally taken action. 1, 2, 3, 4, the forces of all directions. It was truly bustling. These 4 guys are very familiar with the Keith family, even more so than an heir like me. And then, the shadow of that mysterious man suddenly appeared, making Duran immediately feel a little confused. This man's body seemed familiar somehow. It turned out to be an acquaintance. Duran was startled and silently realized, it was General Sikfon. Immediately, a question arose in Duran's heart. He frowned and secretly surmised. He also said it had nothing to do with Walker's death. I'm afraid he was also looking for that thing. And there was also an aura. The familiar meaning comes from the Mercenary Guild. As for the last person, it is not a member of the Strange Beast Alliance, but a member of the Bernadotte Empire. Seeing Duran reveal such a strange attitude, Shirley became a little worried and asked him what he was doing. At that moment, because Duran was too sudden and didn't have time to prepare everything in advance, he accidentally came up with an excuse that couldn't be more careless, a stomachache. Hearing that, Shirley immediately shouted angrily, lying. It was clear that the bathroom was there, but she didn't let her finish her sentence. Very quickly, Duran took the initiative to cover his mouth in panic and reminded him, shh, there's someone, infiltrated the family, I'm secretly following them, do you understand the situation? This was so unexpected. Shirley heard it and blinked her eyes in embarrassment. She was suddenly puzzled, panting and asked, Duran, why don't we tell your father? Mobilize everyone's power, subdue them. Hearing that, Duran did not hesitate and said bluntly, replied, these 4 guys are all extremely powerful level 3 people, it's useless for me to call my second uncle. He immediately suggested with a serious face, what you need to do now is to tell the current situation to your second uncle, tell him to get ready and go quickly. At this point, the matter was already too urgent. Shirley did not hesitate any longer and hurriedly ran away, not forgetting to repeat, "Duran, you must be careful." Suddenly, Duran listened with peace of mind and quickly replied, I know. At the same time he helplessly thought to himself, when did you still have such feelings? Don't hinder me for the sake of the organization, for the sake of the noble human race. Crystal, requisitioning her house's treasury. The scene changes to a nearby land. Mr. Evans is surrounded by ambush. They keep threatening to oppress their target, so why don't you come here and handle it for your master? Immediately, right after that, the other stranger proudly laughed and explained, I came here simply because I had a look at the Keith family's property, but, listening to your tone, it seems like I came here is to destroy evidence. He constantly teased and teased. The item that Walker used to transact with Lord Ockham was extremely important. In order to ensure his own safety, he arranged it around it. I am sure you have to take that thing away before the arrangement Walker left behind begins to activate. I advise you, don't get involved. After all, cultivating to the limit of level 3 is not easy. Hearing that, the remaining mysterious guy was not inferior at all. He replied aggressively and bluntly, who are you scaring? I must have that thing. At this point, Evans couldn't keep quiet any longer. He instantly shouted angrily, those 3 guys dared to rush into our Keith family's territory before our people chased us, then obediently retreat. Before he could finish his words, one of them suddenly rushed forward to attack. Seeing that, Evans did not hesitate and shouted loudly and boldly. Immediately, he promptly transformed into a giant green-skinned monster. Evans was so tall that he was probably 10 times larger than the current mysterious person. But he was no match, so he immediately jumped up and attacked, not forgetting to curse and curse. Immediately, this source of power quickly impressed the mysterious person from the opposing side. When he saw it, he couldn't help but shout in shock, this guy can actually compress the element of lightning to such an extent, At this point, it was already over. Evans did not hesitate any longer. He immediately took a defensive position, ready to welcome the enemy. Old Avance was pointed straight at him by a hand with blue lightning made into a weapon, his eyes closed and his fangs bared in a very scary way. Suddenly a hand filled with fire approached the man with the black face who was pointing his weapon made of lightning at Old Avance. What kind of black face was that? After that, they were trapped by a large black ball. The rays of light inside the ball radiated strongly, causing the ball to gradually crack. Duran appeared. I came to relieve this problem. You 3, bullying an old person like this, don't you need any more face? Old Avance returned and said, young Master Duran. The guy wearing glasses felt guilty and thought to himself, what's going on? If you have great talent, you won't be able to progress to this level in a short period of time. Then Duran turned to Old Avance and said, leave the matter here to me, you should go preserve the fusion of life formation. Hearing that, he immediately complied and replied, yes, young Master Duran. Duran approached and told them that, you guys, although you don't know what the family is hiding so important, whatever it is, it's not as important as the family. If you guarantee it, if you don't do anything to anyone from the Keith family, I will personally open the secret warehouse and let you in and search. The guy wearing glasses laughed and said, you're welcome, Duran, I've already looked down on you. Duran's face coldly told them, there is only one of this thing, and there are 3 of you. Outside there is also General Sikfan. All 4 of you are fighting over this thing. TSK. Think about it, I already feel excited. The guy wearing glasses heard those words and immediately turned to glance at the 2 guys with dark faces standing behind them, thinking about something. Seeing that they were silent, Duran immediately said, don't be so tense, let's do this. You guys should find that thing first, then decide who it belongs to. How about that? One of the 3 guys answered, words, as you said. Quan Sikfan stood outside and heard everything. Duran was talking to the other 3 guys when Quan Sikfan quietly walked out. That's great, 3 of you. When he saw Quan Sikfan, he immediately said, no, you 4, please follow me. All 4 people ran towards the blue sphere in front of them. Everyone hurriedly ran towards the ball. As they ran, the guy wearing glasses shouted, it's mine. The guy with the black face couldn't help but scream, let's see who gets it first. His face looked intently at them fighting and thought to himself, it seems that what they are looking for is just a glass ball. The glass ball is the metallurgical artifact the Odyssey people use to record images and sounds. Why are they looking for this? A guy with a black face held the green ball and screamed, no, not this. Another guy turned around and told the guy wearing glasses that there wasn't one on this side either. Seeing that, the guy wearing glasses approached Duran. He grabbed his collar and screamed, damn, did you hide it? On the contrary, he was grabbed by his collar but his face still looked coldly at him. He frowned and said, 4 of you, I opened the family's secret warehouse for you to search freely. It also seemed like the end of humanity, but in return it was your suspicion. The guy wearing glasses realized that his actions had exceeded the limit, so he turned around and said, I'm sorry, I was rude just now, young Master Duran, please forgive me. A guy with a dark face approached Duran and begged, I was originally here to test my luck. If the Keith family doesn't have that, then please take your leave. The other guy also echoed, if so, I will also say goodbye. At this time, the bald old man walked up to Duran and said, Young master, they will definitely not leave the clan land. He replied coldly, strength is morality, for the family, the most important thing right now is to overcome this wave. Then he turned to the old man and asked, Evan, do you know where my father kept that thing? The old man slowly replied, I don't know, but the homeowner certainly didn't put it in a secret warehouse. He replied, is that so? A voice rang in his head, but it wasn't the outside body, but the soul of another person hiding there. These 4 guys certainly didn't leave the tribe, they were from the soldier guild. The tenant was walking out of the study, and Dick was watching behind. The green ball glowing in the darkness was supported by a suit of iron armor. A guy with a dark face discovered the ball, he said as he reached out his hand to catch the ball. Phew, he finally found it. Before he could get the ball, a laugh appeared from behind him, making him startled. Ha ha, the person standing behind Walker, unexpectedly was your mercenary association. The guy wearing glasses with a steely face looked at the guy with the dark face and said, Harvey, obediently hand over that thing. If you don't anger Lord Occam, I'm afraid you won't survive tonight. The dark-faced guy said without the slightest fear, this thing is in my hand, I will trade it with Lord Occam. Let him kill you, tell him if he agrees. The guy with the black face was now surrounded by dark human-shaped shadows looking at the guy wearing glasses. He screamed, you won't have that chance. He took off his cloak to reveal his six-pack muscles. Behind him was the horse's body, the poisonous centaur Harvey. He raised his bow and arrow, pointed it at the guy wearing glasses and shouted, tasting my poisonous arrow, go first and then calculate. His poisonous green arrow pierced shadows shaped like human skulls. At this moment he smiled triumphantly, ha ha ha, looking towards the guy wearing glasses. Suddenly his 4 limbs were tied tightly, causing him to panic and ask, what's going on? The blue ball is now attracted by a force. A long, slender hand firmly grasped the ball in his hand. Duran held the blue ball in his hand. He turned around and said, I'm so shy, I'll take this. Harvey angrily walked up to where he stood and screamed, this bastard. He coldly used his foot to push the half-man, half-horse's head to the ground and said, let me see, what is it that you are trying to take away? The ball now projected an image, a blonde-haired man holding a sharp knife. He quickly stabbed a guy wearing a suit, making him unable to dodge. Then he moved to the next target, where a guy was trying to escape but failed. That guy's face was scared. A stab from the blonde guy made his face full of his own blood. When everything was finished, the blonde man carried a large cloth bag on his shoulder and left. After watching, Duran looked puzzled and silently said, why, so many forces came here just to compete for these images. Walking in from outside, Quan Sik Fan along with a guy with a black face walked inside and the guy with a black face said loudly, very interesting, it turned out to be the murderer of the son and son-in-law of the federal general manager. Bok Tan is his subordinate, in charge of Platinum Occam. After the black-faced guy finished speaking, he looked at them in confusion and said, huh. At this moment, the guy wearing glasses standing next to Harvey suddenly spoke, Lord Occam, making the black-faced guy standing next to him startled. Occam was outside the glass door flying in the air and said, today, everyone present here, let me express an apology to you. Then the man's face darkened and he said in a deep voice, I will take your lives away. The guy wearing glasses, his eyebrows were furrowed, his face was sweating profusely. He screamed, you're joking right, Lord Occam, I'm loyal to you like that. Harvey looked at the guy with the black face and said tremblingly, you are too naive, only the dead can keep secrets forever. Occam crossed his arms over his chest and looked at Harvey. He laughed loudly and said, Harvey, I almost forgot to ask, you mercenary association did this, not just for the position of Lord of the Bright City, right? After listening, Harvey looked at Occam with a puzzled face and said, Lord Occam, I don't understand your question. Duran stood there silently, not saying anything, just listening to see what they were planning. He silently said, I understand, the Mercenary Guild wants to try to gauge Occam's reaction to this loophole, if seemed to be able to make him a puppet of the Mercenary Guild, which was a particularly profitable business, but Walker suddenly died. The situation was out of control. To prevent the loophole from being exposed, the person in charge, the new government, quickly sent Harvey to retrieve the glass ball. Occam, he picked up a flute and blew. Around the flute yellow circular sound waves appeared as he blew and said, so what, if it is not a trick of the Mercenary Guild, then you will die. The sound waves from the flute that Occam played were gradually moving towards Harvey, causing Harvey to exclaim in surprise, no, you can't do that, I am a man of power. Suddenly, a person with a bandage around his eyes appeared and sighed, sigh. A circular barrier surrounded Harvey, surprising him. The sound waves continued to attack but could not reach Harvey. The masked man walked up to Occam and said, your killing intent is too heavy, Occam. Harvey lied just now. The crystal ball really came from my Mercenary Guild. Let Walker do business with him. Your people are also me. Occam turned and said, oh, so what you mean? The blindfolded man continued, Walker was killed by you. Occam replied, do you think I am such a cruel person? Killing Walker must have been a level 4 powerhouse. Occam turned around and said, there are only a few of us in the 4th level powerhouse in Kwangmin City. If we don't send the 2 of us to kill, then it will be the remaining 3 people. Suddenly a strange blonde guy appeared and said, Occam, you mean you're doubting me? I'm currently cooperating happily with the Mercenary Guild, and have no motive to kill Walker. At this moment, Duran silently spoke with his soul residing inside. Why is this guy also in Kwangmin City, and when did he become a level 4 powerhouse? Occam walked up to the blindfolded man. At this time the blindfolded man spoke, Chira is definitely not the one who killed Walker. Then according to what you said, the murderer is definitely the Purple Serpent or Iron Tower. If so, let's talk about the crystal ball. If you want this matter to not be exposed to the outside, you must become a high-level insider in the 100 Cities Federation installed by the guild. How about that? Occam angrily said, I cannot pay such a high price. I can only promise to give 10 key information, otherwise we will all die. The masked man's face darkened as he spoke, concluding. Suddenly a giant fire punch penetrated between the 2 standing people, causing Occam to startle and scream, what is that? A middle-aged man stood in the air with his hands clenched around the fire and said, Occam, I heard you killed my son, General Manager of the 100 Cities Norian Federation. Occam's face was sweating in fear. He begged, General Manager, please listen to my explanation. Norian's tears filled his eyes. He clenched his fist full of fire and said in pain, I will kill a level 4 guy to bury him with you, my son. You will be very satisfied underground. When Norton launched the move, many fists with the color of burning fire appeared. Norton grimaced and shouted loudly to his opponent, Occam, pay for your life. Occam was hit in the stomach with a very strong punch from the attack, causing Occam to not have time to move, screaming in pain, gurgling. That punch was also accompanied by inertial force, causing Occam to be thrown dozens of meters away, causing dirt, rocks, and dust to rise violently. Occam struggled to get up in the slowly dissipating dust and smoke. Occam used his hand to stop the bleeding wound on his arm. He crouched and stood up, cursing loudly at Norton. Damn it, save me, you 3 will join forces, one at a time. I'm sure I can defeat this Norton. Norton was floating in the air and proudly looked at the leader of the Mercenary Guild. Our Bakhtan Federation liquidated the gate. Your Mercenary Guild wanted to step in and stop it. The leader of the guild raised his head, looked up and saw Norton talking. The leader of the Mercenary Guild seriously made a request. Can you spare Occam? You also know that it is extremely difficult to create a level 4 powerhouse. Norton's eyebrows furrowed together, his eyes were cold, his murderous aura was burning, and he said to the leader of the Mercenary Guild, Stay away, otherwise I will beat you too. Neither of them is willing to give in to the other now. Norton, standing in the air, has shown the power of fire punches flying behind Norton's back. The leader of the Mercenary Guild is also floating in the air, exercising the power of a water dragon. The leader of the Mercenary Guild said to Norton, saying so, today you definitely want to fight with me. Norton replied, I today, definitely have to kill him. The leader of the Mercenary Guild will not be polite anymore, then you will have to test your bravery. The brown-haired guy wearing a vest stood watching and sweating as he said. The 4th level bosses of the 2 sides were fighting each other. The bald guy standing next to him called the brown-haired guy, Run away quickly, otherwise you will be punished. The water dragon of the leader of the Mercenary Guild began to attack Norton by flying to bite Norton's arm. Norton screamed in pain, whoosh. But very quickly, Norton grabbed the dragon with his bitten arm. The dragon immediately broke apart. The separated pieces of water could not be reassembled to form. Norton was annoyed and shouted loudly and provocatively, provoking the leader of the mercenary guild. "This is the talent of the mercenary guild. They don't even have the courage to fight alone with me." Occam was able to stand up from the ground but still used his hand to block the wound. He continued to curse Norton. "Aren't you the one who relies on strength to bully the weak? How long has it been since I broke through to level 4? Yes, Occam said, extremely annoyed. Young Master Duran stood in the distance, looking at Chira, who was watching the match with his arms crossed and thinking, as the only 4th level at the scene not participating in the battle, his every move would affect the direction of the battle situation. Occam turned to urge Chira to come forward. "Why don't you take action? Didn't you say you were cooperating with the mercenary guild?" Chira still calmly closed her eyes and crossed her arms without saying anything. After that, Chira said to Occam with a disdainful expression, "Before the fake referees have not clearly determined, I cannot arbitrarily intervene in their fight." Young Master Duran stood far away and heard the conversation. His expression was very serious. He put his hands in his pockets and thought, judging from the intelligence on the mission, Norton's appearance was beneficial to the family, the Keith clan, but if it's for my own benefit, I need to connect the hidden meaning on the body of a dead 4th level powerhouse. The one with the highest chance of dying on the battlefield is Occam. Dao Ke didn't know when he had appeared behind young Master Duran. It seemed like this was Dao Ke pretending to be Duran. Young Master Duran thought, waiting for him to attack without paying attention, it would definitely have a very good effect. Occam again used the sound wave technique to direct the glowing yellow rings towards Norton. Norton was blinded and in pain, covering his face with his hand and screaming, "Whoosh!" An annoyed Norton counterattacked with a fire punch. Damn! Fire shot out from Norton's hand towards Occam. But unfortunately, the leader of the mercenary guild cast a shield magic for Occam. The shield was like a transparent blue gem. The fire punch was flying, but it was very difficult to hit. Occam arrogantly despised. "Haha, that's all." Dao Ke stood below, watching the match and thinking, "Let me add a little more power to this punch." Suddenly that punch had increased attack power, and when it moved, the punch became bigger and bigger, causing others to be scared when they saw it. Norton looked at his own move and thought, "That's not right. The power of the punch, this punch is a bit unusual. Perhaps I broke through in battle without even realizing it." The leader of the mercenary guild shouted loudly for Occam to avoid that attack. "Be careful." The power of the punch had changed. As soon as he finished speaking, Occam, standing in that shield, was hit straight by the punch and couldn't react in time. Occam took the entire blow. As soon as the punch made contact with the surface of the shield, cracks appeared and continuously shot out. The onlookers were extremely surprised when they saw Occam fall straight to the ground and smoke and dust rose into the entire area. Occam was completely out of breath. Occam's eyes were only white, his body was covered in injuries from that punch, smoke rose all over Occam's body, and there were even bruises from the free fall. Norton looked at his hand making a punch very attentively and thought, "That's not right, this feeling is controlled by some kind of meaning." Norton turned his head to look at Dao Ke standing silently over there, and a thought popped into his head. "That guy helped me. What kind of legal meaning is that?" The guild leader saw Occam lying unconscious and quickly thought, without Occam's support, staying here would only be a joke. The leader of the mercenary guild and Harvey flew into the sky to run away. The leader of the mercenary guild called, "Go!" Both had a dim blue light surrounding them. Just like that, it was a full evening. The upheaval has ended. Chira turned around to look at Dao Ke, who was gradually disappearing, and thought, just now, the extremely familiar law wave was the name Dao Ke, and now he can still confirm it after chasing there. At nightfall, Norton approached young Master Duran and asked, "Are you Walker's son?" Young Master Duran saw Norton and immediately looked over. Young Master Duran carefully nodded and said, "Yes, Lord Norton." Norton looked at young Master Duran with great interest, put his hand on his shoulder and said, "Well, at such a young age, he is already at the limit of level 3 washing power, and the possibility of breaking through level 4 in the future is very high." Suddenly, Norton grabbed young Master Duran's hand and shouted to the people watching around, "Starting from now, I declare that Keith Duran is the new city lord of Kwangmin City." Time passed, and Duran also came to meet the 3 otherworlders at the Otherworldly Conference. There were 3 people in front of them, including the purple snake in the middle of the red-haired blindfolded man. He saw Duran coming and said, "Duran, you are very good. Everyone, today there are 2 new people I will introduce to everyone. One is the new city owner of Kwangmin City, Duran. The remaining position is the new platinum manager, Venerable Loi Min." That purple snake also said that we should still get to the main issue. If we delay one day, our descendants on the front line will sacrifice themselves one by one. The blindfolded man asked curiously. Then, comparing the number of people on the battlefield between the three of us, the blue-haired venerable Loi Ming said that the 100 Cities Federation we sent 50,000 elite guild soldiers this time. No matter how we hire you, we have to reduce the price. Hearing that, the strange beast Purple Snake also spoke up saying that I do not agree with the descendants of the strange beast allies. We have sacrificed enough for the past 100 years. Can we still do it? Do I have to go do another raid? After that, all three of them argued loudly. Seeing this, Duran also whispered that how could the differences between people of the other world be so serious? On Oduan Quanha's side, he was also meeting with other people. Oduan Quanha told them that you saw the information about the fortune telling to everyone. Odyssey has 4 levels, 3 levels, how to play this. Can you send more assistance to the Hero Association? Well, the situation on the heroic side is not very optimistic. We have tried our best to help you. The Tiat Hyatt army probably still has some troops left. It's better to leave him alone and beg for help. Oduan Quanha also secretly said in his heart that it seems that in the future, if people from another world attack people who share the same enemy and stand together on the trenches facing the enemy, then they will really only have to organize the decision. Stop. On Murin's side, he also sneezed at this time because old Oduan Quanha was thinking about his decision. He wiped his nose with his finger and said who was talking about him. Then, in front of Duran, there was also a Mr. Kui kneeling in front of his desk and exclaiming, "Master, sir." Duran also told him, "Stand up and I will appoint you. You are a trade official in charge of the slave trade. Surely you know the reason, right?" Hearing what Duran said, he also sinisterly said that his subordinates of course know the city lord. "Sir, you can rest assured that the most beautiful slave girls will definitely be brought to your palace tomorrow night at the latest." Hearing him say that, Duran was speechless. He silently said, "Damn, how far has this guy Duran's reputation for lust spread?" After that, Duran also spoke up and said, "Do you think I want you to do those things?" He heard that and knelt down and exclaimed, "Lord, please forgive me. City Lord, please forgive me." It was probably the expression of Duran's eyes and voice that made him do that. Duran also said to tell the recent slave traders to be a little more honest so we don't do things that abuse and humiliate native people. Please rest assured that I will definitely bind these slave traders. Okay, you can step down and tell the surveillance department to bring the leader of the local resistance army here. Yes, I'll go now. The other world also has humans who are lucky enough to survive and combine to form the rebel army. I just don't know if this branch of the team is worth supporting. A moment later, the door to Duran's office opened. Someone else's voice exclaimed, "Hurry up and go inside." Immediately a young girl was pushed into Duran's office. Seeing the girl, Duran also asked what her name was. The cold girl did not answer anything and turned to look in another direction. Seeing that she didn't answer, he remained silent, checked her information thanks to her super brain power. If she didn't say anything, I still knew her name, Luke Nguyat Nok, right? The fat guy who pushed the girl inside was also eavesdropping on what Duran was going to do with that girl. He muttered tusk 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 tusk. This our lord is truly a scoundrel character. Then he turned to tell the person behind him that the number of beautiful female slaves to pay tribute to Lord Duran was doubled. If not because of her stunning beauty, then don't choose that guy. Hearing that, he said yes. And on the side of Duran's office, he also told the girl that she should sit down. I saw that her legs had been punished and probably wouldn't be able to stand anymore. The girl also sat in the chair next to her, still looking cold and uncomfortable, but a little worried and asked, "What do you want?" "Drink." Duran also gave the girl a glass of water and said, "Not just your name, but the place where the resistance army is stationed. We all know how many powerhouses there are and how much supplies are in reserve. All right." When the girl heard Duran say that, she was surprised, angry, clenched her fists and exclaimed, "No way, how did he know?" Duran saw the girl's expression. He didn't say anything, he just observed her and silently said she was still too young. I need to continue testing this girl's loyalty to the resistance. After that, Duran also told her that nothing is impossible. If you don't believe I can tell you all the details. Then Duran continued to use his super brain skills to read the secret thoughts in her mind. The Tanhui rebels are currently hiding in the GMA 59 mine, which has been abandoned for many years, 50 miles outside of Kwangmin City. The total number of people is 678, with 1 level 3 powerhouse, 7 level 2 powerhouses, and objects, 4th tense. Okay, stop talking. Duran was talking when she interrupted. She kept shaking her head because what Duran said was completely correct. After that, Duran also looked confused, dumbfounded, and somewhat surprised because she had the courage to grab his collar. Said loudly, wanting to question, who told Mr. Duran, who betrayed us, quickly, tell me who told you. Seeing the girl so angry, Duran also calmly told her your deputy leader Tran Ky, who is a member of Quang Minh Tan, we, the failed actions of the Tan Huan rebels over the years, also have some parts related to him. Hearing Duran say that, the girl also exclaimed, do you think I will believe Odyssey's controversial words? Seeing that she didn't believe what he said, Duran also said that it's up to you to believe it or not. After that, Duran also used the mental suppression skill to see if she would betray her previous faction under his oppression. Luke Naguyat Lean, accept my test, submit to me or die. These words have the meaning of threatening the spirit. Luke Naguyat Lean, accept my test, submit to me or die. The words carry a spiritual threat. It seemed like the girl's head was in pain when she was attacked by Duran. Her spirit then collapsed and she fainted, determined to fight against the control, causing herself to fall into a coma. Even for normal people, can't even get through. Duran also caught the girl. He silently said that this girl's willpower is also quite strong. It's time to nourish her and her anti-inflammatory. Time passed. Duran was entrusting the work to the slave behind him. I went out for a bit. You cleaned the study room to make it clean. The anti-inflammatory guy heard that and said yes. After Duran left while cleaning up, he also saw a piece of paper on the table and looked in all directions to see if anyone was here. He also flipped it over to see that there were 2 top-secret words on it. Perhaps Duran intentionally left it for him to see because many things said out loud were unlikely to be heard by outsiders. Duran hasn't left yet. He quietly observes the slave he wants to train, but first, he must check him. At this time, Duran also whispers that he thinks he works very discreetly, but in reality, I left it there on purpose. Regarding his test, it's just starting now. Time passed. Now on the other side of the slave prison, in front was someone who had come here to save people with the task of bringing beautiful women back to the young master. In front was a dark-skinned prison guard, blue. It also prevents the young man in red shirt. This young man is also a slave of Duran from taking in the name Tian. He also came here because he saw the paper that Duran left behind. The warden stretched out his hand and told you to stop. The important prison is not exempt from entering. Hearing that, Tuvium also pushed the yellow token away and said that you open your eyes and look at the people of the Keith family and you still dare to stop them. The warden was now sweating profusely, then said that this great man of the Keith family, I don't know if you have any business coming to our eastern prison. Hearing that, the young man also looked dangerous, also walked towards the iron door, then said get out of the way, I am here to choose the beautiful woman, do you dare to stop me? The warden heard that and said, sir, please wait a moment, I will lead you away. After that, they also came to a room where the girl that Duran used to mentally control before was locked. Now it was a test for her, and the anti-inflammatory guy named Warden also said that this girl, although she has real strength, is level 2, but as long as she has blockade magic power, she can't do anything. Tuvium also asked that jailer, that's right, the homeowner also specifically instructed to give me the key to block the magic power, you go get it here. He heard that and said confusedly but sir, if you do that once the magic blockade is open she can fight freely. Tuvium also came next to the girl, then said to the jailer, why do you talk so much? The owner of the house is still afraid of a second-rate fish like this. You are looking down on the owner of the house, Lord Nyan, Star. Hearing that, the prison guard was also scared and shouted, don't dare. He also gave me the key to relieve the inflammation. Ask, sir, you are right, I wonder how Gabriel of the Keith family is doing lately. He and the chief warden, we are old acquaintances. The young man is trying to unlock the girl. To the girl's confusion, Tuvium did not pay attention to the question and replied that Gabriel is busy and I will send him his regards later. Hearing that, the warden was also incensed and exclaimed that you are a fake. There is no one in the Keith family named Gabriel. This name is just the name of our fat chief warden. Who exactly are you? What's the purpose of impersonating Keith's people? The young man pulled the girl along and shouted, run quickly, hold my hand tightly. The prison warden shouted loudly that there were no prison robbers. The two of you are running together and are afraid of being caught. Hurry up and follow me. I just need to enter the hidden tunnel to be able to cut off the trail and pursue the soldiers. The other girl also asked Tuvium, why did you save me? Aren't you from the Keith family? The young man also turned and replied, wasting his words, of course not, sister, don't ask, just run away from here first and I'll answer you later. Wait a minute, there's a guy in front of me. He is the chief warden. He smiled and said that I haven't exercised for a long time, I haven't stretched my muscles, I'm as fat as a pig, I just used you two locals to relax a bit. After that, the girl Luke Naguyat Wan also used the skill Flying Knife Spirit to use energy to condense dark weapons to attack. But the fat chief warden was so stiff that the girl's hidden weapons couldn't do anything to him. He laughed ha 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 and said he was not proud of himself. Seeing the guy in front of her, it's hard to fall. The girl wants to be a heroine to rescue the hero from danger. You go first, I'll stay and stop him. The young man sneered, what are you talking about? My strength is only level 1, any guard can stop me. You should go first, there are still hidden paths along that path, hoping to escape. The girl also said she was truly sorry. As a warrior of the rebel army, I have never had the habit of abandoning my comrades. Hearing them talking to each other like that, the fat guy also said, oh, this scene, it's so touching, I almost can't bear to take action anymore. Don't worry, I will slaughter your members, the most perfect meat, let me turn you into meatballs under my hands. After he finished speaking, he rushed forward to attack the other two people. He shouted loudly and squeezed them into meatballs. The two of them were so scared that their legs were so weak they couldn't move, but behind them, Hoi Tru also appeared. The chief warden saw that and also stopped, because he did not know how powerful the person standing there was. He saw the stranger coming and also raised his face. Who are you? The pig didn't answer him anything other than saying, it's too noisy. He raised one hand and pointed his palm at the jailer. Immediately created a virtual vortex that sucked the fat guy in, but this vortex circle could not be penetrated. It was like a sand machine. He screamed loudly. Blood splattered in front of TUVM's surprised confusion. And that stubborn girl also turned to ask who he was. The other person in front of him also acted cold and did not answer even a yes or a yes. The girl saw that and didn't hesitate to say, if you don't want to answer, we'll take our leave in advance. The girl also intended to leave with the young man TUVM without thanking the person who saved her. The girl condensed the hidden weapons and asked the young man, where is the hidden weapon? Where should I destroy it? This side, the young man replied. After listening to TUVM's instructions, the girl also condensed her sharp hidden weapon to attack a point pointed by TUVM. After expending a lot of effort, it only created a few cracks in the wall. Seeing this, young man TUVM exclaimed, what is going on? Behind is a stone wall with no passage. The young man also took out the map and looked at it again. It couldn't be, I didn't remember wrong, it was right, it was here. The hidden path that the Keith family had drawn on the map was here. The girl saw the young man awkwardly looking at the paper and doubting herself. She also said, haven't you ever thought this map was fake? Hearing that, he seemed to have a mental breakdown, relaxed, put down the paper and let it fall freely to the ground. He said quietly with a solemn face, the map was fake, from the beginning it was fake, that's right, everything. What happened tonight was all too coincidental. Don't blame yourself too much, you're still young, just take this as a lesson, rest assured that even if you die, I will get you out of here. The girl put her hand on his shoulder and said to cheer him up. While they comforted each other, Duran also stood behind and observed, then silently said that he did his best to establish these situations, which was a test for TUVM, who had never had any hidden secrets before. An employee, official talent requires courage and acting. He has good potential, he's just still young and his thinking isn't thorough enough. Then he also came to interrupt them. Hey two people, they were also startled because Duran hadn't left yet but appeared here. Without saying another word, Duran directly used the virtual vortex skill that could pass through without affecting their lives. And then a swirling circle also appeared outside, helping the other two escape from the prison dungeon. But the way they landed, it was as if Duran was intentionally throwing them from above and landing on the ground with a very loud sound. The girl screamed in pain, ouch. Then they also looked around, we were hiding out. The girl was not very happy even though she had escaped. She laughed and said, ha 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 ha, even if she escaped, so what? The Tan Huan rebels are nothing more than the toys of the city. Lord Kwang Min Tan can be arbitrarily removed at any time. Without ideals, life has no meaning. She must have gone through many things to forge such a strong personality. Then, Duran Hoi Tru also walked up to them and asked if they had finished resting. The two of them turned around in surprise. The girl also never let down her guard. Who are you and why did you save us? Hearing that, he couldn't help but say, let me introduce myself, I am Hoi Tru from Too High. Hearing that, TUVM also exclaimed in surprise, you come from Too High, so did we win on the front line? Hoi Tru also replied, yes, we gained some advantages on the front line. This time we infiltrated the southern mainland also to gather new intelligence for the counterattack. After Hoi Tru explained, he said in a serious voice, you two, do you want to unify all the resistance organizations of the occupied area? Hearing Hoi Tru's words, the girl also did not believe his words. The girl exclaimed and told him that talking about nonsense could not be realistic. Hoi Tru said, like I said, what if I have that ability? She got mad and said loudly, "Take back your illusions. If you want to use that kind of unrealistic ideal to deceive me, you are too naive." Then Hoi Tru also asked TVM, "What about you? Do you want to unite all the forces of the resistance army, help your comrades escape from slavery?" Hearing that, the young man also exclaimed, "If what you say is true, then I agree, even if the price is my life." Hearing those words, Hoi Tru also put his hand on TVM's shoulder. "Very good, rest assured, our Tai Quet organization works, always very trustworthy." TVM shouted the words Tai Quet loudly, he was full of energy. Then Hoi Tru also prepared to enter the vortex of nothingness, then tell them that 3 days is just enough time for the two of them to return to Tanhuan rebel base, let's meet there. The scene changes to the rebel base. This place looks extremely desolate and pristine. It is nestled between a sturdy wall, deep in the vast hidden forest. From afar, 2 men in black suddenly appeared on the giant barrier wall. One of them immediately commented that this was the resistance army's base. Indeed, true to its name, the people here are horribly poor and backward. Everyone wears simple, ragged clothes, including children. Seeing that, TVM immediately felt a little heartbroken and asked, looking at the children, they seemed to be very malnourished. This was truly undeniable. Nguyetnak listened helplessly, indignantly choking back and replying, "Ha, nutrition, it's good to be able to have a full stomach." Suddenly, from behind, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. "When did Hoi Tru appear here?" he proactively exclaimed, causing both people wearing black shirts to immediately stop. Not surprised or surprised, the two were very punctual. Immediately, as soon as he saw him, TVM did not hesitate and respectfully bowed his head to pay his respects to Lord Hoi Tru. However, in contrast to him, Nguyetnak did not react at all and stood still like a statue. In a moment, without hesitation, Hoi Tru took out a test tube from his shirt and loudly and seriously ordered, "Drink it, wait until you become a level 3 powerhouse, we will immediately take action." Indeed, right after TVM drank the mysterious water in the medicine tube, his energy suddenly skyrocketed in a strange way, and a brilliant aura also radiated from Tu's body, inflammation. A moment later, when everything was somewhat completed, Hoi Tru spoke up and proactively asked, "How is it? How does the 3rd level feel?" Hearing that, TVM could not hide his joy and immediately replied, "This is the feeling of full energy." Immediately, without hesitation, he respectfully bowed down and knelt down on the ground, directly expressing his gratitude, thanking Sir Hoi Tru for his accomplishment. Standing to the side, Nguyetnak was fortunate enough to have the opportunity to witness the entire incident that happened just now. She was shocked and thought to herself, Tai Quet actually had this medicine, he knew that already. However, without letting the girl's thoughts wander for too long, Steam Pig immediately pulled out a piece of paper and loudly and firmly emphasized that the names on this list were all traitors of the Tanhuan rebel army. My suggestion is. Immediately, he burned with murderous intent, his face darkened and resolutely ordered to kill them all. These words were too cold-blooded. Holding the paper in her hand, Nguyetnak could not hide her shock and stupidly realized, but they were all the same. That's true, Hoi Tru admitted it, but he had to say it again and again. He suddenly spoke in a serious and angry voice about the past. If it weren't for these sellouts, had the resistance army been reduced to 5 in 10 short years, could it be that the normal people had died, not her comrades? Then, without hesitating any longer, Hoi Tru immediately gave them the mask and seriously ordered, "Put on this mask, let's begin." With that said, the 3 of them immediately rushed forward, heading straight towards the target. Very quickly, Nguyetnak penetrated into the group's residence. She was immediately angry and immediately eliminated a tall and muscular man. At the same time, TVM was no less solemn. In an instant he pulled out his own secret technique of heavenly thunder. Then, without hesitation, TVM unleashed his power. He easily eliminated the crowd, making them cry out in pain. Ah! At the same time, at that moment, Hoi Tru not only stood and watched, but he also contributed to the support move, with just one word, breaking. The crowd was controlled for a moment and then panicked and cried out, "Oh, help me, please come here quickly." At the same time, the scene changed to the other 2 young people. They carefully and silently discussed. TVM took the initiative to ask, how many traitors were left? Immediately, Nguyetnak did not hesitate at all, immediately replied, there was only one left, the 3rd level psychic, Trang Ky. At this time, from afar, on top of that hut, suddenly appeared a tall, muscular figure with many carefully bandaged wounds. The bald man boasted and threatened, "You 3, did you think there was no one in Tanhuan's resistance army? and that he was none other than the deputy commander of the resistance army Tran KY. Suddenly, the bald man could not hide his resentment but immediately rushed forward, angrily shouting, "Pay for his life." However, faced with this extremely sudden attack, Tuvium did not flinch at all and promptly launched the lightning shield technique, instantly overwhelming his opponent. At the same time, the bald man suddenly realized something unusual. He was a bit naive and immediately turned his head. Then surprisingly, an old man appeared there at some point. He did not hesitate to seize the opportunity and immediately screamed fire to eliminate that evil guy. Seeing this, the bald man could not hide his horror. He struggled in the scorching heat of the fire and nervously asked, why, leader?" At this point, there was really nothing left to hide anymore. The old man proudly stroked his beard and recounted everything. "A few years ago, I knew that you were a traitor to the Tanhuan organization. Unfortunately, you have created great strength, so I don't dare to attack you arbitrarily. But now it's different." He calmly looked at the fire and firmly affirmed that those three only killed your clique, the others did not touch them at all. It can be seen that this was a purge, filter out traitors to Tanhuan's resistance army. Then, right after that, the old man recognized Niguyat Nak at some point. He excitedly opened his arms, happily loudly calling her name, "My child, welcoming you home." Niguyat Nak couldn't hold back her emotions any longer. She suddenly burst into tears and then choked up and said, "Leader." Immediately, the old man was indeed very reasonable. Right after that he did not hesitate and tactfully expressed his thanks. "You guys helped us deal with all the traitors. We really don't know how to thank you, whichever is right." "This is easy." Tui True did not hesitate and bluntly stated the problem. "Very simple. Please, old sir, hand over the position of leader." This statement is so absurd. The people around heard it but couldn't hide their anger. They were all shocked, reacting harshly. "How could this be possible? Highly respected leader, we only recognize you. He's just the leader of our Tanhuan." However, surprisingly, contrary to their confused emotions, the old man did not flinch and laughed triumphantly. "Haha, okay, I can give you the leader position." But it seemed that these words had immediately offended Hoi True. He immediately protested without hesitation, "No, not give it to me, but give it to him." Hearing that, Tuvium immediately refused. Unable to hide his surprise, he immediately widened his eyes in surprise. Then, Hoi True suddenly turned to Tuvium with a serious face. He suddenly loudly ordered, "Tuvium, take off your mask." Faced with this very blunt suggestion, Tuvium did not hesitate and immediately obeyed the order and timidly took off his mask. Seeing his extremely childish face, once again the crowd could not swallow their anger and loudly protested in unison, "No, I don't agree. If not, then I will risk my life with you. Come together." At this point, the old man was forced to take action. He shouted angrily, "Everyone shut up for me. Our Tanhuan organization really needs a younger, stronger leader." Having said that, in a split second, he decisively ordered the succession of the throne. "Starting from now on, Tuvium is the leader of our Tanhuan resistance army, and Niguyat Nak will replace Tran KY and become his deputy, new leader." Faced with these powerful words of the former leader, the crowd was instantly cornered. Everyone turned pale and felt scared. At their last resort, they could no longer bow their heads and pay their respects to the new leader. Seeing that, without hesitation, Hoi True opened the storage space, then proactively suggested, "I think, everyone will need some supplies now." Then, in an instant, consecutive boxes of goods in that black hole were rushed out. The group of people who saw that could not help but stand in shock for a moment. Seeing this, Hoi True did not show any mercy and immediately stood up, shouted angrily, "Why are you still standing there? Come quickly and help transport." The group of people competed with each other to work hard, but their mouths were filled with joy and could not stop exclaiming, "There was so much stuff." And then, at the same time, Hoi True did not hesitate to pat Tuvium on the shoulder, directly and kindly offered reassurance. "These things were enough food and water for the Tanhuan rebels to use for 3 months. Hopefully you can use these materials properly." Hearing that, Tuvium immediately had some doubts and immediately turned serious. He took the initiative to ask, "Sir Hoi True, what are your plans next?" Immediately, Hoi True did not hide anything but immediately replied bluntly, "Returning to Tuhai, the preparations for the Great War have been long enough, so let's begin." Some time later, the scene changes to Hongtu Island, where there are fresh mountains and forests, blue sky, white clouds, and golden sunshine. Here, Elder Tian was carefully using a magnifying glass to illuminate the magic stone on the table, constantly exclaiming that the alchemy matrix on this thing could fit so perfectly. Hearing that, Dao Ke was a little impatient and asked, "How can you guess the metallurgical technique on this thing? This is really too difficult." Elder Tian laughed when he heard it and replied helplessly, "Fellow roosters, you think too highly of me." Then, he bluntly and firmly added, let's not talk about how to calculate together such a large number of metallurgical matrices, but reducing the size of the matrix to this small level requires a step. The distance is very long. Indeed, at this point it was truly impoverished. Dao Ke still cherished hope, so he cleared his throat and asked again, is there any other way? Faced with this question, Elder Tian had no choice but to express himself helplessly. He could only announce the news about this thing to the public and summon metallurgical masters across the 4 seas to research together. But know if your organization wants security or not. These words immediately touched Dao Ke's self-esteem. When he heard it, he couldn't help but get angry. He loudly affirmed that we, Tai Quet, have never been the kind of organization that sits at the bottom of a well. Do as the old man said, summon all the alchemy masters of Too High. No, as long as you are talented and interested in the alchemy creations of the Odysseus people, you can participate, family. Then, without any further hesitation, he immediately changed the subject, held the special stone in his hand and calmly said, by the way, let's guess the technique of this inheritance stone. Standing in front of this extremely precious stone, Elder Tian could not hide his joy and exclaimed in surprise, so wonderful, what is this inheritance stone? Immediately, Dao Ke's face suddenly turned serious. He answered bluntly, it was something Hoi Tru had from the occupied area of the southern continent, which could transmit the metallurgical artifacts of Min Tuong Dharma. This is too wild. Old man Tian heard it and quickly exclaimed in panic, what, Min Tuong Dharma, it is indeed like that. Dao Ke proudly added, the inheritance stone is also one of the metallurgical achievements of the Odyssey civilization. The difference between us and them can be said to be here. Hearing that, Elder Tian immediately turned serious. He firmly affirmed that we must even announce this. With these two things, we can absolutely take over Too High. Dao Ke already knew this clearly. Hearing him say it, he suddenly burst out laughing. However, there are still a few limitations. Dao Ke suddenly emphasized with a serious voice, when it is announced, but we cannot let the other 3 great forces sit idle and still be able to eat. At the same time, the scene changes to a certain room. From afar, a staff member hurriedly comes and reports, new intelligence from the Tai Quet organization has arrived, and also includes an invitation letter. Hearing that, Fondant, who was sitting at his desk, couldn't hide his worry and nervously asked, since the war was about to start, did Tai Quet have any new ideas? However, in contrast to his excited feelings, Tong Tian was strangely shy. He hesitantly expressed himself, afraid that something had happened. Immediately, Fondant felt a little guilty when he heard it. He was scared and sweating, so he said a reminder, Brother Thong Tien, don't talk about bad luck. In case there is no support from the Tai Quet organization, then our winning rate will decrease to those 3 parts. Then, the next line of information in the report made Fondant couldn't help but exclaim in panic, too powerful. Hoi Tru, he was born to be a spy. Min Tuong Fop, can actually do it, so easy to find. In a sudden moment of joy, he firmly emphasized that the Taiju organization for our Wilam Tin people has closed the gap of more than 100 years between us and the Odyssey people. However, contrary to his happy mind, Tong Tian suddenly reminded him with a serious face. He angrily said, don't be happy too soon, the current thing is not yet in your hands. What if Tai deciding it's just bragging, so what should I do? At this point, Fondant cannot lose his trust in the Tai Quet organization. He casually handed over the invitation and replied aggressively, Brother Thong Tien, the invitation letter said that the Tai Quet organization invited the Hero Association, the Alliance of Merchants and Iron-Blooded Military sent representatives to negotiate an agreement to share the Mingshang Dharma. Immediately, Fondant excitedly exclaimed confidently, what have I said? The Tai Quet organization's vision is much farther than ours. This is really too wild. When Tong Tian heard it, he couldn't hide his shock and suddenly thought to himself, he didn't expect that the Tai Quet organization would actually be willing to share this kind of capital. Time really flew by like a shuttle. Quickly 3 days passed. Dao Ke convened an urgent meeting. As a representative, Dao Ke did not hesitate to proactively speak up. The intelligence obtained from the Odyssey people, the Tai Quet organization we chose to make public, but there was one condition. These words were so different from usual. Fondant heard it and realized with shyness. He was a little scared, so he hesitantly expressed, why was he talking so distantly? What did old man Dao Ke want? Just say it, straight. At this point, Dao Ke did not bother to hide anything anymore. He firmly emphasized that our request was very simple. The Tai Quet organization wanted to enter the Sea of Chaos. Hearing this, it was too wild. Fondant found it hard to accept. He suddenly couldn't keep calm and suddenly blurted out, this. Seeing that, Thong Tien, who was sitting nearby, couldn't hold back and said sarcastically, the Tai Quet organization's mouth is not small. As soon as it arrived, it was an ocean. The atmosphere at this time suddenly became too tense. Fan did not want anything unexpected to happen, so he shyly made a new generous offer. Cough cough, old brother Dao Ke, 15 islands in the name of our merchant alliance. Within half a city can be given to Tai Quet, Thong Tian and Cam M. What do you think? Hearing that, Cheu Cam M sitting nearby could not hide his anger and directly suggested, we can temporarily hand over control of the Sea of Chaos, but the Tai Quet organization unifies the Sea, Chaos, there must be a certain time limit. Then, she suddenly turned serious and continued in a harsh voice, if she didn't waste more than 10 years, it would be a huge loss to the Blue Star human race. Faced with this concern, Dao Ke did not suppress any further but very gently continued to ask, how long would it take for you to see fit? Hearing that, Tong Tian did not hesitate and immediately replied with a serious face, how about a year? There is a Lord of the Sea of Chaos here. Tai Quet is afraid that it will be very difficult to unify the Sea of Chaos. Compared to saving humanity, that person prefers to provide beautiful women and treasures for his own enjoyment. He suddenly angrily added in his voice, in his own words, humans can't fight otherworldly people, he's a 4th level and can't die, so it's better to enjoy life's pleasures. Seeing that, Kamen couldn't help but immediately expressed his joy. That's right, in fact, the strength of those guys was very strong, but influenced by his hedonism, a chaotic sea was formed, chaos-like now. Faced with such a situation, Dao Ke did not hesitate and immediately turned to ask Fan then, the time will start from now. Hearing that, he felt a little guilty and frantically replied, starting it's too hasty to start now, so it's better to start after the counterattack ends, is that okay? At the same time, Kamam could not hide his worry and suddenly expressed, what if this counterattack war continues forever? Hearing that, Dao Ke couldn't hide his emotions and suddenly burst into laughter that echoed throughout the room. Haha, a year is too long, our organization only needs half a year. Immediately, these words immediately affected Thong Tian's pride. He was immediately angry when he heard them and immediately insisted, saying that a year is a year, let's start counting after the 4th war ends, go. Faced with Thong Tian's extremely harsh reaction, Kamam did not flinch and replied, it's okay, after all, if you want to resolve the chaos, I'm afraid it will be a bit difficult for that lord. Right now, should we talk about remuneration? Once the words were decided, Dao Ke did not hesitate to waste any more time, but immediately pulled out his magic weapon and introduced him. This is the powerful blood essence that Hoi Tru got from the southern continent, which has the effect of motivating him, promote the practice of insight dharma for the first time. Then, he suddenly emphasized with a serious tone, making the crowd surprised and stood up in shock. These 15 drops of strong man's essence were meant to be lent to you for further study. As he was gaining momentum, Dao Ke did not hesitate at all but secretly smugly told himself to add, I will also give you the secret to the creation of Min Tuong Dharma, no matter what, that's enough sincerity. As soon as his words ended, Kamen quickly turned to face Fan Then and proactively asked, Homeowner O Duong, didn't you want me to give you a hand in the counterattack earlier? These words were so wonderful, Fan was startled and delighted to hear and quickly asked again, do you agree? Immediately, Kamam immediately nodded and replied, of course, but the condition is to give me some strong blood essence, fake. How difficult is this? Fan then heard it and was startled and sweating. He suddenly felt guilty and quickly rebutted loudly, don't be so strange, Kamam, when the time comes, I will take the money out of my own pocket and give it to you, Master Dai's latest model metallurgical makeup. However, this little trick was really no different from using it to seduce children. Kamam was annoyed when she heard it. She bluntly criticized her. He kept those things and tricked brainless women with big breasts. Go, I just need the essence and blood of the strong. At the same time, taking advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Tong Tian was also pleased and bluntly expressed, U Duong, these powerful blood essences must be divided, or should you give me and Commander Che one each, drop it, consider it a reward for helping out. This is really too outrageous. Fan then heard it and shouted angrily, this guy Tong Tian has also learned how to use turbid water, right? Standing aside, observing the whole thing, Dao Ke could not hide his boredom and thought to himself, it seems that fighting for profit is inevitable, whether it is a foreigner or a human race, it is inevitable, comedy. Indeed, at this point, there was really no way. Fan was helpless and had to offer generous conditions. Okay, consider 2 good people, each one has a drop of this. Some time later, in a strange and luxurious place, the sky was blue with cotton-white clouds, cleverly illuminating a row of splendid ancient citadels nearby. In a certain room, Fan was staring intently at the system board without stopping talking. After upgrading his spiritual contract to level 3, there was only one more skill called Summoning Little Elves, which could spiritual beings live in mental space, transform into the form of little spirits, temporarily appear in the real world to attack. he suddenly felt discouraged and bluntly expressed that this skill sounds a bit corny. Immediately, Duong Hai seemed to remember something. He suddenly looked serious, scratched his chin and said, "Wait, is the vermilion bird considered a spirit body? Let's try to take her out and see, then we'll know right away." In a split second, after the summoning, the beautiful vermilion bird appeared and respectfully said hello. He was looking for me. Then, without any further hesitation, Duong Hai immediately used the secret technique to summon little elves. In a moment, a huge white smoke appeared before his eyes. Duong Hai was suddenly surprised at the surprising scene before her eyes. At some point, Vermilion Bird turned into a tiny entity, innocently looking up at him. Vermilion Bird, in its miniature form, immediately became somewhat confused and proactively floated in the air. Seeing that, Duong Hai couldn't help but exclaim in joy, although the shape is small, it doesn't need to be there, but this ability is still very vague. Then with a childish voice, Vermilion Bird proactively spoke, "I felt like I could transform." Immediately, without hesitation, she used her fiery wings to cover her entire body. In a moment, the vermilion bird returned to its original form. She gently and softly called out, "Master." Seeing that, Duong Hai also helplessly looked away and quickly wiped his hands. "Well, this transformation state consumes quite a bit of mental energy, quite a bit, go back first." At the same time, he was fervently thinking in his heart, "Duong Hai, this is based on your body's consciousness, absolutely do not have nonsense thoughts, go back." However, Duong Hai suddenly looked serious, as if he realized something urgent and then naively thought, the war situation seems to be a bit tense, let's check it out." A moment later, the scene changes to a green beach. Through a magnifying glass, we can observe, from the singer's side, the monster is constantly screaming fire. Seeing that, the black guy with the piercing couldn't help but feel worried. He took the initiative to speak up. The war situation continued to struggle. People from the mercenary guild asked if it was necessary to continue. Hearing that, Duran suddenly burst into laughter and firmly affirmed, this time I hid behind the enemy, the main purpose of which was to increase the losses of the Odysseus in the battle. Then, he suddenly shouted angrily, how could he disrupt our marching rhythm for the sake of a low-level warrior? He gave orders, and the army maintained its original speed and moved forward. Then Duran suddenly said with a serious face and a soft voice, but the mercenary guild wanted to save their people, so the city lord allowed them to send an elite squad to carry out rescue. Once the words were decided, the black man with the piercing did not hesitate and respectfully bowed his head and replied, "Yes, Lord Duran, I will give the order." Having finished speaking, he resolutely left. Seeing this, Duran could not help but think proudly, the strong men of the mercenary guild, quickly go to Sikking Island and surrender your lives, so that I can waste a bunch of strong men and Odyssey colonists. At the same time, looking out to the ocean, this place is full of ships that are constantly attacking. From afar, the red iron-blooded devil Grantham suddenly appeared. He proudly and sarcastically continued, I heard that when you natives face strange beasts, you need 3 times more numbers to be able to balance. Advantage is indeed weakness. Hearing that, the ruler of the elemental system, Patrick, could not hide his excitement and immediately replied, Grantham, later on the battlefield, we can kill freely. Then, without hesitation, he spoke up to encourage the strange beasts present there. Everyone, we have to be a little faster. I'm very eager to slaughter the natives, making them unable to recover. Happily and answered in unison, yes. For a moment, his intention was somewhat successful. He could not hide his pride and silently affirmed, and finally, on Sikking Island, I will use my beloved fire, leaving a beautiful trace behind his back, haha. A moment later, for unknown reasons, a violent tremor occurred on the ground. Fondant saw this and couldn't help but shout in shock, Cheyu Kamam, this is the first time I am the general commander in this counterattack. This is not a sea of iron and blood. Hearing that, Kamam felt a bit awkward and quickly protested, don't talk about that with me. Landing on Sikking Island must definitely use the tactic of transforming people. However, the situation at this time was really too urgent. Fondant resolutely emphasized, the liberal army divided soldiers into 4 streams, surrounded Sikking Island from 4 directions. The Odysseus people on the island were no longer able to escape. Immediately, Fondant suddenly broke into a sweat and stupidly added, the special forces of the Hero Association will also go to the island as an elite squad and then fight. Why didn't he object? At this point, there was really no way. Kamam was helpless and had to take the initiative to call out loudly, Tong Tian, stop pretending to be dead, go quickly to Sikking Island to join the battle. I'm afraid all of your new soldiers are about to die, and that. But surprisingly, Tong Tian was strangely calm at this time. He did not hesitate and calmly affirmed, I agree with Fan Nan's thoughts, going to Sikna Island to fight is a good opportunity for us, they practice. At this point, there was really no way. Kim Em was so angry that he couldn't do anything, so he angrily clenched his lips. Then, she couldn't hold back any longer, but suddenly stood up and bluntly asked, Dao Ke, you treasures of the Taikwet organization, are you so willing? But Dao Ke didn't care much at this time. He was bored and complacently shrugged his shoulders and continued, I also agreed. Seeing that, Fan Thak, proud, he laughed loudly, insisting, haha, this time you're convinced, 3 wins 1, then send an elite squad to the island. A moment later, Dao Ke moved alone to the glass window along the boat. Looking at the scene of the chaotic sea in front of him, Dao Ke could not hide his worry and thought in boredom, still a little uneasy, I will wait until later. As night falls, large cracks can be seen on the roofs of 2 buildings in a forest, indicating that these 2 buildings have likely been abandoned for too long or that the homeowner does not care. The masked snake led a group of 3 women and 1 man, boldly into the dark forest. The man was Lu Win, the 2 girls were Hu Dong and Blanche. Lu Win asked with a skeptical face, he heard that this time, 10 squads of elite troops were sent, along with the squad of our hero association, to land together from the west, but why didn't we see anyone? Suddenly, a while later, a large group of people came out of the cliff, much to the surprise of a few people on Lu Win's side. Tai Sa stood silently for a moment then raised his voice to introduce himself, we are the High Dai Armored Squad, from Taikwet. Lu Win saw the group of people he was talking about appear, startled and thought to himself, while mentioning Cao Cao, is coming immediately. Seeing Deep Fam leading the army, Tai Sa silently observed and assessed, the aura was familiar, he was the leader. Deep Fam was full of pride, his face showing vigilance as he clasped his hands respectfully and said, introducing, the Dark Knight Squad, the Hero Association. Blanche gave information about the Dark Knight Squad. I heard that the person with the highest strength sent this time was a level 3 powerhouse, the weakest was also a level A power user. Hu Dong stood next to her with a difficult face, I understand, Captain, should we go from this side? Hearing that, Tai San now walked forward and answered, well, even though there are only 2 or 3 little guys left on the island, we should still be careful. Looking back at the group members, Duang Fai Fai thought to himself, they still don't know, there is a powerful Odyssey army coming here as reinforcements, I'm afraid a fierce battle is inevitable. After walking for a while, he suddenly turned around and shouted loudly, stopping. Coming to a building shaped like a pen cap, Tai Sa said, in front was the mercenary guild, preparing to enter combat mode, the team's attack target was this building. A white wolf with a fierce face appeared from nowhere, he showed off his power, bared his fangs and claws, and let out a loud cry and roar. Realizing the danger, Blanche calmly drew her sword and prepared to attack. Li Tai-Vi also began to vigilantly raise her hands to prepare for an attack position, her eyes turned towards the wolf. Snake calmly waved his hand and threw a round ball, flying straight at the wolf. From the round ball, it gradually turned into a cylindrical lens that was also activated and protruded. A mutant with a bird's head and a 6-pack body appeared next to Li Tai-Vi, the trade association Lang Ya squad, speaking up, you guys just wait outside, here we will leave it to our Lang Ya squad, already. A blonde girl from Quan Tiat Hyatt of the Quang Nong squad heard this and expressed disdain. She sarcastically said, go, where did the birdman come from? Be careful, this lady will turn you up and eat now. Hearing such unsightly words, the Chamber of Commerce became angry and threatened, Miss, what did you just say? Is it good? Say it again. Quan Tiat Hyatt was not afraid but spoke up to challenge, saying you, Birdman, if you can, let's fight her. The Iron Blood Army and the Chamber of Commerce rushed to curse each other. The Chamber of Commerce threatened, I will kill you. The Iron Blood Army is not enough. They raised their voice to challenge, if you have the guts then rush in. They are determined to eat having lost enough to each other. No one was willing to give in to the other. They almost got into a fight if their teammates didn't stop them. The 4 people inside the building looked out and saw the quarrel between the Iron Blood Army and the Chamber of Commerce and were speechless, not knowing what else to say. A man with a beard and brown hair was sweating, and could only speak out to relieve his embarrassment and cough. Among our soldiers, we love to joke with each other. Snake spoke up and urged the chaotic crowd, I said, are you guys going to come in? Soon the aliens will come and run away. The Chamber of Commerce broke the window and rushed into the building, startling Miss Vivian inside. Vivian revealed her fear, sweat pouring down her face as she ran and shouted loudly, ah. The Chamber of Commerce grew wings on both arms, quickly flying towards Vivian. He shouted, wanting to run. In a moment, the Chamber of Commerce captured Vivian. Vivian closed her eyes in panic and screamed, "Wah!" The Chamber of Commerce told Vivian, "Don't worry, I won't let you die that easily." Seeing many cracks appear in the mercenary guild, it seemed like the guild building was about to collapse. It was truly a shocking scene. Everyone in the guild looked scared. A green-haired goblin appeared. Seeing that the Chamber of Commerce had captured Vivian, he angrily ordered, "You stupid natives, don't let go of your dirty hands from Miss Vivian." The green-haired goblin, Lord Patrick, continues to threaten, "If you don't let go, I, the great Lord Patrick, will use the most painful method to burn you into ashes." The Chamber of Commerce did not show any mercy. One foot stepped on Vivian lying on the ground, looked at Lord Patrick and challenged, "Do you want her? Come over here and take it back." Vivian was stepped on her stomach. "I can only moan. It hurts so much, I'm going to die." The arrogant and defiant attitude of the Chamber of Commerce angered Lord Patrick. Lord Patrick was extremely angry and said, "Father, today I will use the bodies of you natives to vent my anger at you." Vivian's letter. Luong Min Chamber of Commerce, the leader of the Lang Ya squad, contemptuously dropped Miss Vivian to the ground and then let out a clearly annoyed sound. She lay unconscious on the ground, blood still flowing from the corner of her mouth. The leading birdman of the Lang Ya squad spread out his two wide wings and rushed forward to attack, shouting angrily, "It was a bit like they were natives, and I don't know where you otherworlders got that feeling of superiority." The great man Patrick smirked contemptuously when he saw the birdman's claws rushing towards him. A punch suddenly came to attack the birdman's side, leaving him unable to deal with it. It turned out that the red-haired subordinate of Lord Patrick acted, and the birdman flew away and bounced into the wall a few meters away. The red-haired guy laughed enthusiastically, "I haven't used my strength yet. How did you fly so far away?" Oduan Quan Ha urgently said. The situation on Sikna Island had changed. Odyssey and the others were not easy to deal with. The third-level people on the island, every death was a huge loss. Kem Am stood up and went into battle. "I went on a trip too." As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately disappeared. Duong Hai commented confidently, as expected of a level 4 powerhouse, having her there would definitely be no problem. Sir Patrick crossed his arms and said arrogantly, "You guys, don't kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Maybe this boss is in a good mood and can spare you a way to live." On this side, the birdman was frantically spreading his mouth and making a shrill cry. He aimed straight at Lord Patrick and then punched a hole in his chest. Lord Patrick coughed in surprise. The red-haired guy standing next to him burst out laughing, loudly mocking, "Grantham, you were beaten like this by a local guy. You stabbed your head down and died." Master Patrick tried his best to recover from his wound, gritted his teeth and gritted every word. "I didn't expect that you could possess this level of strength, enough to be eaten by me, so this time I will be thorough, kill you." Then he shot up and disappeared before the birdman's sight. Two figures punctured the ceiling and rushed out to fight. Birdman and Lord Patrick fought fiercely with each other, tit for tat, no one willing to lose. Then Lord Patrick grabbed the birdman's neck. He disdainfully commented that you are a qualified warrior, but the gap in strength cannot be compensated by relying on will alone. Master Patrick said sinisterly, "If you had lost." Then he opened his mouth wide, intending to devour the birdman alive. He shouted in delight, "So I won't be polite anymore." Fortunately, the Tian Hyatt army and the Kwang Nong squad appeared to rescue them in time. The leader of the Kwang Nong squad held a machine gun and shot a beam that drilled through Lord Patrick's chest, leaving him extremely shocked. She angrily scolded loudly, "You son of a bitch, you dare to eat our Lamtin human race, aren't you afraid of breaking your teeth?" A member of the team quickly rushed to the bird's side and called out to the captain. He said weakly, "Perhaps using elemental attacks would be more effective." The leader of the Kwang Nong squad firmly interrupted, "Why are you talking so much? This lady will find the clue herself and take care of her injury." She bravely used the gun to fire 3 bullets of purple, green, and blue color respectively. She shouted enthusiastically, "Her aunt is here." 3 bullets flew straight into the red-haired man, causing him pain and horror. Then they created a terrible explosion. Platoon leader Kwang Nong smiled and thought to himself that he was finally dead. Out of the dust appeared an eye with a bit of red flesh still attached. A hand bent down to pick it up, causing her to scream in panic, "What?" The red-haired guy reattached the pupil to the eye socket and then laughed savagely and said, "I almost died, I was really too careless." He furiously released his power and shouted wildly, "If that were the case, then you would all die." Suddenly, while he was furious, his pupils fell out a second time, his expression also strangely stiff and awkward. Deep Fom appeared from behind and used one punch to send him to pieces without having time to resist. The green head was surprised, Grantham was dead. Before waiting for the mysterious person to answer, he continued, unexpectedly, among you native people, you were not completely trash. Because of your own arrogance, Grantham died at the hands of your native people. If you don't learn your lesson, today we will embarrass the Odysseus. One of his subordinates said, Lord Patrick, how dare I disrespect the honor of the Odysseus? I'm just waiting for you to give me orders. The green head immediately gave the order, very good, now with absolute strength advantage, we kill all of these native troops, leaving no one behind. The subordinate from before quickly replied, yes, Lord Patrick. A man saw this and was immediately scared. This one actually had 9 level 3 powerhouses. The mysterious person leisurely walked, his hands in his pockets, his appearance as if nothing big had happened. It was time for us to take action. The tall, muscular werewolf pointed at himself and said, Kui Mok Lang of the Tai Quet organization is here, who dares to fight me? The blue-haired guy sneered, originally thought it would be a boring massacre, but having a few more level 3 guys would be more interesting. The werewolf was a bit angry, hey, that ugly blue-haired guy, don't speak too loudly, be careful with your mouth, do you know who my foster father is? The green-headed guy also followed suit and asked, who is your foster father? The werewolf was aggressive, pointing straight at the blue-headed man's face and replied, I'm afraid he'll scare you to death. Master Dao Ke of the Tai Quet organization is Lu Win's foster father. What's wrong? I'm afraid. I'm about to pee my pants. After hearing that, the green-headed guy just gave an evil smile. Who is Dao Ke? I've never heard of it. I'll cut off your dog's head later and grill it to eat. At this time, the werewolf was completely angered. He shouted loudly at the green-headed guy, my adoptive father Dao Ke, one of the elders of the Tai Quet organization, a powerful level 4 psychic. The green-headed guy still doesn't show any fear, but it seems like he has made some concessions. It turns out your father is a level 4 powerhouse. It seems that out of respect for that great man, I will temporarily spare your life. The werewolf stabbed himself straight into the heart with his own hand. I need you to spare my life, just wait and see, if you even groan in pain, you're not a man. After taking out his heart, the werewolf held it up high for everyone to see and said loudly, see, Master Lu's heart is no longer there, but he is still alive as usual, but you still want to kill me, use your own strength. The green head laughed, this guy, fell into the well. The mysterious person thought to himself, still making the same stupid and familiar move, we can't let the kid continue to do embarrassing things like this. As soon as his thoughts ended, the mysterious person immediately used my Hoa Mem Tung Bo to fly to the blue-headed man. The green-headed man was surprised and not well when he was attacked. He did not expect that the native next to the son of a level 4 powerhouse would have this level of strength. The mysterious person wanted to punch the blue-headed guy but was stopped by a huge hammer. It turned out that it was a subordinate of the green-headed guy. Lord Patrick, I'm here, you can rest assured and prepare your big move. The blue-headed man began to separate the green hairs on his head into a large flame whose color looked extremely monstrous. The mysterious person turned around and told everyone behind him, don't let him complete the big move. A little girl heard that and started using all her strength to operate the force. The blue-headed guy was quickly surrounded. What's going on? Maybe I was hit by a mental attack. After he split all of his hair into a powerful flame, he said, damn, this can't continue anymore. The green-headed guy didn't think much and immediately released that green flame, and the blue flame now became a beautiful mysterious lotus flower with a green lotus stem. The little girl with the pink bun wanted to rush up and kill the green-headed man. She shouted loudly, kill. But unexpectedly, his green lotus stem just landed straight on her beautiful face, causing it to catch fire. The mysterious person quickly caught her, don't be afraid, I will use my magic to restore and heal you. The wound on the girl's face, thanks to the recovery of her disguise, gradually healed. A blue-haired girl hiding nearby saw this and immediately thought, the mysterious light system. In the Tai Quet organization, there are 3 level 4 powerhouses. It seems we have once again underestimated the Tai Quet organization. This is mystical. The huge walls began to crack, and the floor followed suit, breaking into many large pieces. It turned out that one of them had used the ancient sacred body, and the immense force of suppression caused the walls to crumble quickly. The young man using the desolate ancient sacred body emitted an extremely terrifying blue light. The mysterious person looked at that young man, who would have thought that a wandering teenager could grow to this level. And at this time, the green-headed guy was standing firmly on his green lotus. TSK, what a pity, if you weren't a native, maybe I could still be more compassionate and let you become my guardian, my guard. Then, he violently swung a flame from the green lotus to the ground. But now, I will make you the first native to die under this move of mine, as a reward for your efforts, your courage. Remember, the one who killed you was the great Patrick. This young man doesn't give up, you really talk too much. Having finished speaking, he used his own strength to rush straight towards the blue-haired man's previous blue fire. A loud explosion rang out, and the young man's dazzling light immediately burst out of the building. The blue-headed guy was extremely frightened. How could it be possible? A native like you could resist? No. He couldn't believe the truth in front of him, still determined to be stubborn to the end. Die for me, let me see how you fight, how you choose. A fire was quickly launched towards the young man. Damn it. Not only that, this time the green head also launched a lot of fire towards the other people present. That man ran as fast as he could and called for help. Please save me. The young man quickly went to their place to dissipate the blue fire. He slowly lifted a rock. Then, when the fire was about to hit the man, he used a strong and precise throw. The big rock passed through the blue fire, and the man crawling on the ground was also very surprised. The green-headed guy laughed loudly. Very strong, even using props can stop my fire. Haha, let me see how many people you can save. Having said that, he continued to release a lot of fire at other people. Everyone ran away in fear and shouted loudly, "Run quickly, save your life." The young man cursed and cursed. The girl who was hiding in the dark just now saw that and didn't want to stand by and watch. It seemed like she had to take the risk and take action. Duan Hai secretly thought, Deep Pham, how are you going to solve this difficult problem? I am looking forward to your performance. Meanwhile, young Deep Pham was quickly rushing toward the green-headed guy. The werewolf happily said, "Great, directly blow up that lotus flower, all problems will be solved." Duan Hai still did not relax his vigilance and said, "I'm afraid it's not that simple." The mysterious person Duan Hai looked at Deep Pham who was rushing towards the lotus platform as he spoke. The blue lotus platform around it looked like there was nothing, but in fact it was covered with extremely dense fire element. The speed of the faster the person invades, the greater the backlash will be. The werewolf was surprised. So he did that like he was committing suicide. Duan Hai replied, "I trust his judgment." Indeed, when Deep Pham flew close to the green lotus, green flames covered his body and began the burning process. The blue-headed guy looked at the young man intently, showing a happy smile. Really stubborn, in the end he was still a native, pitifully little combat experience, both simple and stupid. But right after that, he had to widen his eyes and gasp in surprise, exclaiming, "What?" Because Deep Pham used the blue flame field to release all the flames on his body, making it impossible for them to burn him. The green-headed guy was angry. "Damn it, what kind of monster are you?" The blue-haired guy behind the lotus flower saw Deep Pham risking his life like that and said, "Even if you currently have the upper hand, your fist still cannot hit me." The green-headed guy smiled triumphantly as if he had grasped victory. "Native, what can you do to me?" When he saw Deep Pham about to rush towards him, the blue-haired guy regained his composure. Another loud explosion took place. It seemed like this time Deep Pham had actually beaten that arrogant green-headed guy. Dim smoke and dust covered the surrounding scene, and in the middle of that smoke and dust was the blue-headed guy who had been defeated by Deep Pham, lying motionless on the cold ground. Deep Pham quietly looked at him. He also remained silent and did not speak. Finally, the green-headed man also compromised and admitted that the natives were the strongest. "I admit that you are the natives, no, the strongest warrior I have ever met. Even if I lost to you, I would not lose my reputation." Next to that greenhead, there was also a very beautiful girl. On her head there were 2 long horns, and the corners of her mouth were bleeding. The greenhead whispered softly, "Sorry, Miss Vivian." He continued, "In the end, I still didn't return your favor. Fate is always very cruel." Dayak Fiend shouted loudly, killed all of Odyssey's people. Odyssey's people also fiercely resisted and killed. How can we be defeated by the natives? Just persevere a little longer, the Lord will come here, and we will have a chance to turn the situation around again. Both sides can rush in countless planes. Each individual is influenced by the common tendency to move forward, the so-called good and evil, right and wrong, facing different reference objects, the results are not the same. The battle was fierce. Kam went around looking for opponents. She shouted angrily, "I don't believe Level 4 Odyssey can really sit still and watch so many strong people being killed." In the end it was hidden. "Where are you hiding?" Suddenly, a voice appeared from behind her. "I found you. I didn't expect that the native's Level 4 was a girl." The forbidden sound quickly transformed into his blue wings and flew up. She asked, "Who are you?" The red-haired mutant ignored the question. He looked at her and said, "Light system abilities, very interesting." The red-haired mutant smirked, snapped his fingers and said, "Bang." Immediately the ground nearby shook and cracked. Water erupted from the crack in the ground like a tornado, covering all sides of Kam-Am. Before he could react, Kam-Am was attacked by a water cannon. Those water tornadoes were also controlled to attack other people. The power of that tornado was so strong that it could knock Blanche down to the ground. She also lost a leg. Perhaps this was also the reason why she easily lost her balance. The male lead came forward to help and heal Blanche. He comforted her. "Blanche, it's okay, I'll help heal her." Even though she was injured, she still tried her best to say thank you. After healing his wound, Dao Jia said to the black-haired, blue-eyed girl next to him, "Tai Vai, Blanche will leave it to you. I'll go find Lu Wen." When he found Lu Wen's location, he unexpectedly only had his head left. He looked at Dao Jia, who was calm, and shouted an order, "Quickly pull young Master Lu's hand away." "Motherfucker, that's what happened after all. What's going on? Why has my lower body disappeared?" Hearing that, Rooster just calmly replied, "How can I pull you? Your arms haven't grown yet." Lu Wen said, "Okay, done now." After saying that, he smiled complacently. One of his arms and the upper half of his body also grew. He picked up the fully grown arm and lifted him up. He was happy. "Oh my god." Then he continued thinking about the battle. Level 4 attacked Lord Cheu Ban-K. "We have to retreat, otherwise if we miss one move, we will lose our little lives." On the other side, Kam-Am is still fighting with the red-haired mutant. The situation is unfavorable. She is injured because that guy only attacks secretly. She curses him as a cowardly mouse who only knows how to attack secretly. Listening to her, he laughed and justified, "I just made the first move and had the upper hand. If our positions were switched, I bet that you would be much more cruel than me. I really didn't expect this guy." That mutant didn't look directly with his eyes. He was wrapped in a white bandage and could still fight. Kam-Am lost his composure and asked, "Say your name." "Cheu Ban-Am. I'll take action. Don't kill anonymous people." He approached her and laughed loudly. "Are you wasting time? Did you think I came alone?" Hearing him say that, Kam worriedly looked around to see if there was anything else. While distracted, the mutant quickly passed her. He snapped his fingers again. The Odyssey people from before were each covered in a white shadow. Before leaving, the mutant did not forget to leave a sentence, saying that we would meet again in the future. Forbidden Voice was not willing. She shouted loudly, wanting to leave. The mutant also shouted loudly, "You guys, you still haven't taken action." Hearing him say that, Kam-Am vigilantly turned back to look, and at that moment he flew away with the Odyssey guys. Feeling amused that he had deceived her, he turned his head and pointed 3 fingers to tease her. "How could you be so easily deceived? Well, the island just now will be temporarily handed over to you for 3 days. Forbidden Sound retracted its wings and landed on the ground. Damn it, he was playing tricks on him. There was no other level 4 at all. Dao Jia, Thong Tian and Oduang finally arrived. Tong Tian spoke up. She let him run away. "Do you need to chase him?" Oduang Wien stops. "It's not necessary. Be careful of being ambushed." The Forbidden Sound also repeated the mutant's previous words. "That guy said to temporarily give us 3 days of land cover." Was he announcing that the Odyssey people would attack in 3 days? Oduang Wien carefully speculated that it was also possible that the enemy was spreading a false alarm. "In short, we should still be careful." Dao Qian agreed. Old brother Oduang was right. "Don't let what others say. The enemy was a distraction." Oduang also replied, "Yes, first take care of the battlefield." The rooster also turned to pretend to ask Lu Wen why he looked like this. Lu Wen smiled shyly, "Being hurt by level 4. Foster father, your son has made you lose face." Rooster seriously comforted him. "Being injured by a level 4 powerhouse is not something worth losing face over. Work hard, I know your talent." Not being blamed, on the contrary, he was comforted. Lu Wen's eyes filled with tears. Perhaps this was the first time he felt understood. The sky gradually brightened. He clumsily hugged his brother's leg. "Don't worry, foster father, even if you risk your life, you will make many achievements in the financial organization for the Rooster family." Hearing that, Rooster was exhausted. Words, he thought, "I can feel the humanity in my body becoming less and less, replaced by the divinity in my body. This is the path that a 4-star powerhouse must follow." After a period of fierce fighting, Duang Hai sat quietly on the beach. Hudong appeared next to him from nowhere. She asked, "Big brother Duang Hai, are you not sleeping yet?" She slowly sat next to him. He replied, "Can't sleep, come out here to get some fresh air." "What's wrong?" "Can't sleep either." Hudong replied, "Yes, that's why I went out for a walk, but I didn't expect to see you here." He turned to praise her. If it weren't for her today, that Odyssey fire-type psychic would probably have caused great damage. Thinking about that scene, she couldn't hold back her tears. She blamed herself, but in the end I couldn't protect the person next to me. When Blanche was affected, I should have been able to save her. Unexpectedly, Duan Hai gently put his arm around her shoulder. Blanche was affected by the aftershocks of the battle of level 4 powerhouses. No one could react in time, let alone her. Too confused by this unexpected gentleness, Hudong shyly stood up and left. Yes, sorry Captain, my clothes are a bit dirty right now. Duan Hai also smiled. Yes, it's just a small matter, just wait a minute and I'll put it in the washing machine. The more he spoke, the more Hudong blushed and she stood silent. Duan Hai stood up and was about to approach her. Are you okay? She quickly ran away. I'm fine, sorry Captain, see you tomorrow. Duan Hai sensed someone, he glanced at it. It turned out to be Tai Vai. Perhaps she had been standing there for a long time and witnessed the conversation between the two of them. From the corner of Tai Vai's eyes, tears flowed, his eyes filled with sadness. Before she could ask, she quickly turned away, leaving Duan Hai bewildered, not understanding what was going on, but why was she also crying? Duran stood next to the doorway and said, "It's true that being so handsome is miserable." At this time, a young man walked in to report, "The Commander-in-Chief, the 4th level men invited you to the flower garden on the rooftop." He replied, "I know." He suddenly made an appointment like that. In his heart he thought, opening a meeting suddenly like this, it must have something to do with the expert who just returned. At the highest command floor, 4 otherworldly experts were waiting. Duran arrived at the place where he stood solemnly, paying his respects to the 4 great men. Among the 4 people, there was a red-haired mutant that Duan Hai and his group had encountered. He spoke up, "I'm going to visit Red Frost Island, which is also considered close contact with the 4th level of the natives." The guy sitting next to him looked over and asked, "Is it like the information provided by old brother Chris?" The red-haired mutant replied, "I was quite lucky, fighting head-on with the light system powerhouse. As for my strength, it was normal. My combat experience was inexperienced. As for those 3 level 4 people, I just watch from afar, but it's better to be careful." Listening to that guy's words made him speechless and doubtful of life. Duran was also Duan Hai in disguise. He knew he was clearly in battle and then fled, but it was also so colorful. The red-haired mutant continued, "But according to Chris's description, the pig did not appear." The strange snake laughed. "What's the point in managing so much? Even if the local level 4 powerhouse rises, in the field of righteousness, it won't be able to surpass us, the red-haired mutants." It's true, in the battle 2 days later, we acted quickly, using the strategy of decapitating snakes, killing the natives level 4 strongmen first. The guy next to him laughed again. "Very good, this will get a lot of prisoners." Sitting silently listening to all opinions, Chris seemed to have come up with some dirty plan. He just laughed silently. The scene changes to the dark night in the middle of the sea. Rooster floats in the air. He analyzes everything. The perspective of each clone is responding to a large amount of information, quantity, tactics, and range. I have fully grasped the enemy's methods, but the situation of the Blue Star captain is not at all optimistic. The Odyssey plane, above level 4, also has high-level powerhouses, level 5 bias. According to the Odysseus, the 4th level of the Blue Star human race is not the 4th level in the true sense. Too much common sense does not understand, it is just luck in understanding the law. Standing on the shore talking nonsense, it seemed like he was not nervous at all. Following behind Tong Tian was O Duong Wian. Tong Tian continued, "This is not a simple matter, even though I have experienced many battles. Before starting the battle, I still feel tense, jitter." Rooster smiled, maybe because the battles he went through were all without me. O Duong Wian also spoke up, his brother Dao Jia, this time thanks to the financial organization for help. He humbly replied, "Nothing, fighting for humanity is just his duty." 1 second he was serious and poised, the next second O Duong turned from an uncle into a child, placing his hand on his shoulder and laughing loudly. If everyone could understand like old brother Dao Jia, they would have so many more shares. 1. Seeing this enthusiasm, he was a little scared. O Duong Wian really looked like a teenager. Why was he always so shy? There was a boat moving through the water and rushing forward. The captain stood in front of the boat, holding binoculars, observing from afar and talking to the others, not knowing when those damn Odyssey people would come again. After saying that, the captain sighed to himself, anxiously patrolling every day. This is also not the way. In another place on the boat, two soldiers were patrolling around the boat. Suddenly one asked if he wanted to go for a drink after the patrol ended. Hearing his teammate invite him, the other person happily answered, "Okay, this time don't try to fight over the payment." The two of you were so busy chatting that you didn't notice that an octopus tentacle was sticking out next to the side of the boat. That tentacle suddenly attacked and wrapped tightly around the waist of the person walking outside. That person screamed in fear, "What is this?" At that moment, the captain saw him being dragged away, and he called out, "Help me, Captain." The captain quickly jumped up and chased in the direction of that tentacle. Suddenly the captain's face turned pale, his eyes widened, and he was sweating as if he saw something surprising. Surrounding him were three giant-sized mermaids, and on top of the blue octopus was a half-human, half-octopus man. That half-lean, half-fat mermaid crossed his arms and spoke to him in a disdainful tone. The natives were truly the natives, even the trap was so obvious that they couldn't see it. A super powerful person, one, then looked at him and continued, "Leave, mosquitoes, no matter how small, are still meat." Then his eyes flashed with murder as he commanded to kill him. A shark emerged, opened its mouth wide and rushed towards him, startling him. Then the shark swallowed him into its stomach, a scene that made the soldiers on the boat become full of fear. Seeing that the people's abilities were only that, they were ridiculed even more. The natives were cowardly and had absolutely no ability to resist, so they waited to be eaten. Suddenly, four lights of red, white, turquoise and black shot up from the water's surface. From the beam of light, a level 4 elder appeared. He immediately raised his voice and commanded, "Generals and soldiers, following my orders." He paused for a few seconds, lowered his voice, and killed. The soldiers standing below were happy to see him. The black-haired soldier spoke first. He was a fourth-order big man. "The war has begun," the green-haired soldier also happily said. "The fourth-level men are all here. What are we afraid of?" Then everyone happily shouted in unison, "Having been waiting for this day, kill them." Suddenly 3 more people and a dragon appeared in the sky. A person with the title of mercenary leader said to the people at the front of the line, "Our mercenary association has always valued talented people. If you join the arms of our mercenary association, in the future it will definitely be better than staying here to guard a primeval race that is about to die." Hearing that guy say that, the people around me also added, "My 100 Cities Federation is also interested in cooperating with you guys. Everyone prospers together." Hearing those two guys talk so wild, Cheyu Kamem immediately responded, "This is ridiculous. Do you think we are like animals, abandoning our race to become enemy dogs?" Trong Quet Jia also pointed his finger and asked back at the group of people over there, "He didn't expect that you guys are such naive idiots. After fighting to this extent, you still want to talk to us to resolve the issue." The more he talked, the angrier he became. "Angry, I won't waste any more words on you. If you're here today, if you're not dead, it's also us who are alive." Hearing him say that, the leader of the Federation of Hundreds of Cities asked back, "Wait, it's not that we died, it's that they lived." Then he asked with a puzzled face and said again, "Trong Quet Jia, old brother, in the custom, there is a saying in the indigenous language, no matter how we think about it, we are all losers." Seeing that the person next to him kept wondering without any specific answer, the mercenary leader immediately spoke up to answer, "This guy intentionally used it wrongly, was satirizing us." Hearing the answer, he immediately burst into anger and released a powerful aura. There were lightning bolts in the aura. He attacked while angrily scolding, "Damn native." This side he just gently waving his hand. He blocked the attack and then laughed mockingly. "Ha ha." His forehead was electrified. In the palm of his hand he would see the seal, right? Since the enemy has started fighting, this side has no free time. Kamam and the other person are both using their abilities at this time. She said to the mercenary leader, "That guy, at that time you tried to escape, out of my hands. Today this ant will see how your skills are." On the other side, the people on her side were also taking a defensive stance and rushed at the dragon in front of them. In another place, our side and the enemy side were slowly greeting. The blonde guy on the other side spoke first, "Dao Ke, long time no see." Hearing that, Dao Ke also responded politely, "Prepared, are you ready to be beaten again by our judge?" When the blonde guy saw the person behind Dao Ke, his face darkened and he reminded, "Dao Ke, turn around and look, there's an old friend coming." Dao Ke turned around and discovered that Tian Hukue had been behind him all along. Seeing the person behind him, he quickly asked, "Tu Hukue, weren't you infected by the deep abyss mother and turned into a vegetative human?" On the surface he was asking but inside he was on guard. Dada's father seemed to be uncontrolled by something. "Let me use my mental power to probe." Thinking about it, he immediately focused and looked intently in Dada's father's direction. As if falling into another place, Dao Ke doubtfully wondered, "Is this his mental world? Not right, where is this?" Suddenly he looked up and met Chom Uwen Mao Chu's eyes. When she saw him, she gasped. Then that thing spoke to him, an interesting person. Having said that, Dao Ke fell freely. Dao Ke's heart suddenly became confused and gradually became uneasy. Not good, snow cannot fall in there. Damn, why did I find it myself? If you die, use your spiritual power to explore this waste. He was unconsciously entangled by that thing. It said seductive words, strength, power, talent, everything, as long as you want. Deep Blue consciousness can give it to you. Young Master Duran held the controller in his hand and glanced at Tisa, who was also trembling at this time. Tusa suddenly looked in another direction. The remaining person was no exception, trembling non-stop. Young Master Duran stood in front of the screen, making his uncle extremely worried and rushed in. Duran, what's wrong with you? Seeing the crowd gathered around, his uncle quickly spoke up. What are you looking at? Quickly continue working for me. The commander-in-chief, because of constantly wasting his energy, fell ill and needed a rest. Rest a bit. In my heart I thought, no matter what, the battle of the Keith family could not go wrong. After saying that, Duran's uncle turned to Miss Shirley and said, Shirley, quickly take your brother back to his room to rest. She saw that and obediently replied, yes. Tat Nguyeto approached and pointed his sword at Lu Win and the male lead, making them both suddenly stunned. Lu Win looked at him with a smile and said, what's wrong with this guy? Tat Nguyeto, why are you so quiet? Hearing this, Tat Nguyeto immediately raised his hand and swung his sword at them, screaming and dying. Lu Win turned to Blanche in panic. Blanche, come here quickly. Duan Hai has been secretly attacked by the ability to remove the spirit system. Blanche quickly cast magic, a circle of pink light that dazzled the enemy, to protect Duan Hai. Damn it, end the battle. Protect her captain first and then consider. Fai Fai ran to hold Duan Hai's hand and asked worriedly, Big brother, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. And Chris, standing opposite Duan Hai, also exaggeratedly said, ha, Dao Ke Lai was stupid enough to use his own energy to probe Tham Lam's consciousness, and now he has been betrayed by Tham Lam's consciousness. Cheyu Kam Am frowned in discomfort. Hu Kue, how quickly you secretly plotted Dao Ke's plan. But he just remained cold and silent, saying nothing. Chris swung his sword and slashed at Duan Hai, not forgetting to joke around. He didn't expect that Dao Ke, famous for his fame, would end his life so miserably. Out of nowhere something hit his hand, making him frown in surprise. At this moment, Deep Fom appeared floating in the sky, but was ridiculed. A mere level 3, dares to involve me in a level 4 battle. Do you not know how to write the word dead? Deep Fom ordered the group of people behind. The 4th level powerhouse is a valuable asset of our Wilantin human race. Even if I bet on my life, I will not let you take the bait and cause harm. Wherever they harm the great man Dao Ke, they respond aggressively. Save Dao Ke. Tai Quet will have a chance to win. Rush forward, for humanity. But Chris smiled sarcastically. Ha, there are many people who don't need a life like that. Then let a green light attack Deep Fom's group. Lu Win suddenly appeared behind Chris, rushing towards him with his fist and a laugh. That guy dared to take the opportunity to attack his foster father without daring to ask if he agreed or not. Chris didn't say much, but directly cut off one of Lu Win's arms, making him panic. He came closer, stood in front of Lu Win and said, you bunch of scum, made Chris become like this. He shouted arrogantly, I am a great level 4 powerhouse. Thousands of blue rays of light were released from him around. Seeing this, Lu Win couldn't help but tremble. Deep Fom's hands and feet also became weak and shaky. He leaned on the ground and cried out with difficulty. He walked up to the male lead and pointed his sword at him in contempt. The play was about to end. Suddenly a hand reached out and grabbed the sword, blocking it, and blood followed. It turned out to be Lu Win. He stood in front of Chris, cough. Want to kill my foster father? Then, kill me, first. Chris's face was cold and threatening. Don't test my patience, you will die miserably. Duan Hai thought to himself at the same time, being captured by Deep Blue's consciousness will turn into a person who cannot control his emotions like Tian Hu Kue, he said, that's why. He was filled with will. I absolutely cannot be subdued, and thought, the existence of the Dark Blue Mother is too advanced. Only with an existence more powerful and mysterious than it can he help himself escape. He continued to think, looking out into countless planes, what could be more advanced than the profound meaning and law? At this time, Chris was flying in the sky and arrogantly asked the people below to seduce him. Why should he risk his life for something that was sure to fail? Deep Fom spoke up at this time. Whether or not he can escape is up to Mr. Dao Ke. What I can do is protect him until death. Lu Win also shouted in agreement. Yes, if you want to touch my foster father, you should step over Lu Win's body first. Chris rushed towards Lu Win and said uncomfortably, "Very well, then I will complete it for you." Saying that, he smirked calculatingly. He swung his sword at Lu Win, causing him to suddenly say, "I will not kill someone who can be revived, I will kill someone who cannot be revived." The werewolf angrily kicked his legs and shouted, "Don't look down on me, Lu Xiao, you motherfucker." To Deep Fom's surprise, the werewolf still laughed and said, "Damn it, I feel so sleepy, the regeneration speed is still limited after all, my energy has been consumed quite a lot, the rest, leave it to you." Deep Fom turned back to his original form, his face tired and sullen as he replied, "I'm probably about to." The blonde man laughed heartily, "Ha ha ha, your desolate ancient crystal is about to no longer be able to sustain itself, this drama is finally about to end." Suddenly, Deep Fom spread his arms wide to block in front of Duong Hai and the werewolf, making the man gasp in surprise. Without hesitation, he rushed towards Duong Hai and shouted loudly, "You are also a man." His face suddenly changed, and quickly changed color. Duong Hai didn't need to spend too much energy to be able to kick through him with one foot. Deep Fom happily called out, "Leader," Duong Hai replied, "Sorry, I'm late." This man held his stomach in pain and said, "How is that possible, that guy, how can you escape the infection of deep blue consciousness?" The mysterious person Duong Hai replied, "That reminds me, I have to thank you for your mercy, if it weren't for your concession, I would probably be dead." After that, Duong Hai patted Deep Fom's shoulder and advised him to take good care of his injuries. "Dao Ke, I owe you a favor." Deep Fom looked at him with a puzzled face. The red-haired man was covering his eyes with a scarf and shouted, "Chris, what are you waiting for? Quickly destroy him, haven't you played enough?" The man called Chris was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and replied, "I won't give in, his spirit is strong." The man continued helplessly, "Fake referee, I'm afraid I'm not Dao Ke's opponent, this is the end of my cooperation with you." Then the man turned to Duong Hai and said, "Dao He, I'm withdrawing from the war now, which is a good thing for you humans, I think you won't refuse." And that big fake referee is angry because of the big shock. "What?" The fake referee bluntly said, "I really didn't expect you to show your foxtail now, I thought you, a deep blue bug, could pretend to be on our side longer." A girl with a pair of blue wings flew in front of the fake referee. "Damn Odysseus, if you dare to be careless when fighting with her, do you consider me useless?" As soon as he finished speaking, Cheyu Kaman began to release a dazzling stream of light and said at the same time, "Light is both a wave and a molecule, today, you will receive the baptism of light." As soon as she shouted Balan he destroy insects, suddenly, that beam of light was shot straight to the place of the fake referee, but he was promptly protected by a small curtain. After a loud explosion, white smoke appeared, covering the fake referee behind him. As soon as the smoke dissipated, the fake referee appeared with a body that was no longer intact, specifically the lower half of his body was missing. Cheyu Kamam laughed scornfully, "The vitality of you Odyssey group is truly as tenacious as leeches." The referee replied, "A native is just a native, can't you see even this?" Not long after, this incomplete fake referee gradually disappeared, replaced by an intact fake referee standing above the girl, looking down and arrogantly speaking, "Despite his power, no matter how strong the move is, it still has to hit the target to be effective." Hearing the voice coming from above her, the girl immediately raised her head to look up. As soon as she saw him, she was surprised. "What?" She couldn't believe her eyes. "How could it be possible? I had used my mental power to probe many times, clearly I had attacked a real person." He calmly replied, "Haha, so do you think I'm talking to you? Is it true or false? Water can refract light." Cheyu Kamam looked at him with sharp eyes, "I don't believe in your evil sect." Meanwhile, Duong Hai was holding a jet black stone in front of him. It looked like a blade that could kill anyone. He said, "Chris, we are also acquaintances. You were enthusiastic just now. If you treat me like that, I won't respond to you. Doesn't that show that I'm an impolite person? This move once seriously injured your leader. Now let me see if your strength has improved. How much is it?" Having finished speaking, Duong Hai threw that stone straight towards that Christ. That man had just created a very sturdy-looking shield. But unexpectedly, it was all in vain. When Duong Hai's move reached the man, it became long and sharp like a sword, even penetrating the shield that the man created, causing him to in surprise. His eyes widened and he shouted loudly, You. Duong Hai looked at Tian Hukuei's place. The black stone from before was back in his hand. "Tian Hukuei, I give you one last chance. If you surrender, I will spare your life." Tian Hukuei obeyed, took action, and also summoned a block of elements in his hand. Cheyu Kamam and that uncle were both frozen. Both of them couldn't move and panicked. What was going on? Their bodies suddenly couldn't move. Two strangely shaped streams of water rushed in and blocked her mouth. It was the same on the other man's side, causing the two of them to only let out a howl but not say anything. The referee explained that he didn't expect it. The dark blue clan that cooperated with us was someone else. The fake referee had already prepared a trick. Before hitting Cheu Kam-am, he reminded him, "Okay, I will show great compassion, send you on your way, don't worry, my spirit will kill you, you're extremely fast, you absolutely won't feel any pain." Seeing this scene, a man said, "This is the killer vortex of hell of the fake referee. It is said that people trapped in there will be forced into flesh, extremely painful." The person next door also commented, "The fake referee is really cruel, he used such a cruel method with a beautiful woman. Don't you know that the fake referee likes to abuse and kill? What a beauty, I heard that side of you is not very good either." Another girl along with everyone under Cheu Kam-am's command rushed forward. They spoke loudly and eloquently, for Cheu Tu-ling, risked their lives with them, killed, risked their lives with them. Cheu Kam-am turned around and told them with difficulty, "Go back, don't come here, don't sacrifice in vain." The referee smiled lightly, "I really admire you, having such a group of loyal subordinates, then before killing you, I will kill the appetizers first." Cheu Kam-am tried to speak up to stop, "You shameless guy, if you are good, then take action against me." Regardless of Cheu Kam-am's words, the fake referee still threw his magic at her subordinates, not forgetting to give them a laugh full of contempt. "Ha ha ha, die, stupid ants, stupid." The girl exclaimed in surprise, "This is the power of a 4-star level, it cannot be avoided." Suddenly, a black vortex appeared and absorbed all of the fake referee's techniques. The group of people were happy as if they had found a savior, Mr. Hoi Tru of the Tai Quet organization. Hoi Tru walked up to the fake referee and said, acting cruelly against the weak, "Aren't you a bit too much?" The elder brother wrapped in a white cloth. The fake referee asked in return, "You are a Tai Quet's other level 4 strong man, Hoi Tru." Hoi Tru put his hand forward and said, "If there is no one else here named Hoi Tru, then what you mean is probably me." When the fake referee realized something strange was happening, a black swirl had already appeared in the clear blue sky. The fake referee flew up in anger. "He deserved death. You bastard used my own moves to insult me, don't you dare." He launched the Hell Vortex technique at Hoi Tru. The interaction technique exploded with a loud noise. While he was still proud of his technique, ha ha ha, did he see the power of the hellish vortex? A hand appeared from the black vortex. Hoi Tru grabbed his neck tightly. The fake referee was surprised, but because Hoi Tru used too much force, he could only groan, while Hoi Tru raised his voice, "I thought how powerful you were, a bit bland, there." Another voice came from behind Hoi Tru, "So this is your attack method, it is indeed a bit difficult to guard against." Hoi Tru turned around, saw another fake referee, immediately understood everything and blamed him. "It was a fake clone, your name is really despicable." The fake referee ordered Tian Yukue. "Okay, Tian Yukue, harvest." Tian Yukue obeyed. "It's not yet ripe, but it can be harvested early." The piece of water on Cheu Kam-am's mouth was cut off. And the piece of water on that man's mouth was just like Cheu Kam-am's, broken like that. Tian Yukue raised his hand to collect those drops of water and said, "Strength, new strength." A man is approaching with a roar of thunder, although it is a pity that he cannot defeat you righteously, but this is war, farewell, native pride. The blond man lowered his head and looked at the ground, muttering, "I never expected that I would have a moment of embarrassment like this. Since my rise, this is the first time I have experienced the feeling of power, heartless." Then he suddenly raised his head, radiating an intense light, and continued to say, "Whoever you are, if you choose to do so, then prepare to bear my wrath." Trong Quet Jia powerfully punched the other person's face countless times in a row, causing him to be bruised and bruised, so he secretly wondered why he was stronger than before he was sealed, in a possible second, throwing more than 100 punches. Trong Quet Jia continued to say, "The overall situation is terrible, today I will fight until the end, even if the price to pay is my decline." The leader of the 100 Cities Federation flew away, not giving up, and continued, "The deity had no time to be attached to the dying man." Trong Quet Jia told Hoi Tru and Dao Ke, and Hoi Tru, "The three of us join forces to attack and kill Tian Yukue first." Duang Hai thought to himself, "This Duang guy burns his origin in exchange for explosive energy in a short time." Trong Quet Jia urged, "Hurry up, my time is almost over." Duang Hai threw a blue ball and said, "Wait, don't panic, it seems I can think of a way." Trong Quet Jia coughed slightly. Cough, old brother Dao Ke, this treasure of yours seems to be very valuable, but recently, because of this counterattack, the family's possessions are all empty, maybe uncle. Duan Hai didn't think much and immediately refused. The matter of remuneration would be considered later, to see if this life energy could fill the hole of his lost origin. Trong Quet Jia did not hesitate and quickly sat cross-legged in the air, concentrating all his strength to absorb the life from that sphere. Duan Hai thought for a while. Duan Quan Ha's situation was not very positive. It seemed that once the origin was burned, the life force would just continue to live. Then told Duan Quan Ha, old brother Duan, please wait for me to think of a way. Thong Tian is directing 2 swords to stab a dragon. He pointed his finger straight at the dragon and coldly blurted out one word, kill. One sword stabbed straight into its stomach, the other sword aimed at its mouth and pierced it, causing it to open its mouth wide in pain. Duan Hai stood from afar, quietly watching the falling dragon and thinking to himself, Tong Tian really has some bravery. Just like that, he destroyed one of the opponent's main forces. Later he will have to separate and destroy it, okay. After killing the dragon, Tong Tian went to Duan Hai and asked, Venerable Loi Min must be the original, but that arbiter doesn't seem to be real. Duan Hai replied, no need to look like, but definitely not a real person. Thong Tian gave a sinister smile. His face suddenly darkened and continued, if that was the case, then kill that traitor first. Tian Hukue said, I am your only assistant now, do you want to stand by and watch me be killed? The leader of the Bakhtan Federation admitted that what he said was quite reasonable, but I always feel like something is being overlooked. Tian Hukue looked at the two of them with sharp eyes. Haha, compared to being beaten and killed, it would be better for you two to be a tribute to me. The man was surprised. How could it be? Since when did you poison us? The arbiter on this side of the rock also had his mouth blocked by a block of water. Not much better, he could only make a huh sound. Trong Quet Jia and Duan Hai were reviewing the situation. He spoke, unexpectedly. This guy found the true identity of arbiter. Duan Hai, who was next to him, also chimed in. Based on my guess, the fake referee's true body shouldn't be in that direction. Maybe I'm wrong. Meanwhile, the fake arbiter is on this side constantly struggling. Looking at this action of his, Duan Hai felt a bit funny. He couldn't help but think, the more he looked, the closer he saw that this guy's acting was a bit fake. Tian Hukue said, Odyssey people are arrogant and stupid, wanting to plot and compete with our dark blue clan. You are not qualified. At this time, Tong Tian, Cheu Kamam, Duan Hai and Cheu Quet Jia were surrounding Tian Hukue. Cheu Quet Jia gave the order to attack, everyone. Tian Hukue used old tricks, not only that, but also sounded disdainful, native, stupid. Duan Hai rushed forward and used her black stone to launch straight into his hellish vortex, cutting off a sweet path. Trong Quet Jia also used his technique to split Tian Hukue's vortex into 2. Thong Tian used swordsmanship to cut off that vortex. In the end, Cheu Kamam used his small spirit to sabotage them. Thong Tian said, Dao Ke has consumed quite a lot, let Hoi Tru take action to destroy the remaining 2 action limiters. Once Tian Hukue dies in battle, it will probably let the other 2 Odysseus escape. Duan Hai replied, yes. The arbiter personally stabbed the man to death. Before Duan Hai could do anything, he saw this scene. That man cursed, what the hell are you doing? His energy gradually dissipated. Do you think that if you sacrifice me, then the deep dam insects will be able to spare you? Tian Hukue is trying to condense his vortex. The arbiter calmly replied, I have my own reasons for doing this, no need for you to worry. If you are to blame, then blame yourself for standing on the wrong side. A loud voice spoke up, but the 2 of them didn't move quickly. A few people rushed up from the water, and a strong man exclaimed, Fake arbiter, how dare you let me hold my breath underwater for so long? Cheu Kamam was surprised, how could this be possible? Wasn't Chris killed by Dao Ke? That muscular guy spoke again. It was really slow. Chris was next to continue. Brother Tiat Dap, you are blaming the arbiter. He did so, also to complete Lord Fairmont's mission, just better. The man was surprised. It turned out that the arbiter of the mercenary guild had already surrendered to the Bernadotte Empire. The arbiter replied that the 100 Cities Federation's hands had stretched too far over the years, waiting for the time to come. If Sir Fairmont makes a breakthrough, that Norton guy won't be able to keep up for long. The man asked in surprise, what, Fairmont? He was about to break through. The arbiter chuckled, after sacrificing the soul essence of level 4 here to Lord Fairmont, he will definitely be able to enter the realm of level 5 favoritism. The strong man from before, Tiat Dap, smiled happily, it is our honor to be able to help Lord Fairmont break through to the next level. Cheu Kamam looked at this scene and was dizzy. The situation had changed so quickly. Who exactly was the Fairmont they were talking about? Duong Hai replied. Deep in the southern continent there was a force called Emperor, Bernadotte country. Their leader is Fairmont. Trong Quet Jia wondered, is there really a skill in this world to absorb other people's energy to increase one's own strength? Duong Hai coughed. He must have understood some mysterious law that could absorb the soul energy of others. That's why he hit us with this idea. A thought also appeared in his mind. If we talk about absorbing other people's energy for our own use, then we have the most right to speak. Trong Quet Jia volunteered. If that's the case, you should prepare yourself mentally. Even if you commit suicide, you can't let your own energy be devoted to others. Cheu Kamam was in a ready position. Tian Hukue was puzzled. Why did she burn the original source? She knew very well what the consequences would be. Cheu Kamam spoke loudly. Stop whining all the time. O Duan Quan Ha can burn and replenish the elements, but I can't. Come here, let's fight. Tian Hukue turned around and said to Chris, if the three of you keep forcing me, then I will join forces with the local Captain Lam Tin. Your plan will most likely fail. Chris is happy. It's so embarrassing. With General Tiat Dap here, you guys are just fish on the chopping block. After that, Chris and Tiat Dap rushed up to attack. If I only devour you, I will be qualified to control my own destiny. Qian Yukue is afraid. Human race, I can cooperate with you. Tiat Dap quickly rushed over and punched him straight. Dream away, deal with you first, then it's their turn. Chris didn't take action, but I didn't expect that it would turn into us joining forces to attack you. It seems like you've recorded more things than me. Cheu Kamam spoke from behind him. You said something. Before Chris could react, Cheu Kamam used a trick and died, a traitor that made people nauseous. Tiat Dap shouted, yeah. A giant monster appeared. Tong Tian saw this and was curious. What the hell is this? Why did it absorb Chris and Tian Hukue inside? Duong Hai replied, I think its effect is apparently keep us out. Seeing the arbiter outside, Tong Tian wondered, weren't they all sucked in? Wasn't there still one guy there? The arbiter outside thought to himself, damn, there are so many level 4s, how can I cope alone? Chris punched Tian Hukue straight in the chest without mercy. Yet he was still happy. Uncle Tian, thank you for working so hard to collect so much energy for me. I will definitely digest it well. Tian Hukue was strangled by Chris's neck and cried out in discomfort. You comprehended the meaning and devoured it, no wonder, but after you ate me, aren't you afraid of being infected with deep blue consciousness? Chris smiled lightly, I have my own way, no need for anyone to worry. He turned around and said to Tiat Dap, old brother Tiat Dap, the next picture will be a bit disgusting, it would be better if you avoid him. Tiat Dap pouted and teased, making a show of it, if it weren't for the face of the great Han Emperor, let's see if we make people look bad. Chris is now absorbing Tian Hukue's energy. Suddenly, Duong Hai's black stone rushed forward. Chris quickly dodged, damn it. Taking this opportunity, Tian Hukue flew straight into the sky and fled. Tiat Dap, come help quickly, he has run away. Tian Hukue immediately flew out of there and was happy. Wow, he unexpectedly found a blessing. Although he was robbed of most of his strength, he was able to escape the corrosion of Deep Blue's will. Thong Tian came before him and loudly said, traitor, die. Duong Hai stopped, wait, Uncle Tian seems to have recovered his consciousness. Cheu Kamam also stopped Tong Tian, you said Hukue, he has recovered his consciousness. Tong Tian, stop quickly. Tong Tian shook his head, even if he regains consciousness, he cannot ignore it, the heinous crime he committed, I must give many human warriors an explanation. In front of Thong Tian's sword, Tian Hukue spoke up and explained, everyone, it's a time of war, I hope to atone for my sins, and if I'm lucky enough to survive, I will definitely be punished accordingly. Law of Too High. Thong Tian took back the sword, okay, I will definitely devote myself to atone for my sins. Tian Hukue was gloomy, okay, I will definitely devote myself to atone for my sins. Tong Tian prepared many swords to point at Chris. Chris, today you will pay the price for betraying the human race. Chris swings his fist, then try my fist, attack at close range, let me see how you can block with your sword. Suddenly, Chris became motionless. Tong Tian used a punch to pierce through his body. Young and inexperienced, who told you? Tong Tian only knew how to use swords. The enemy was killed by my fist, enough to form an army. Before Chris could react, another fist came. Thong Tian screamed loudly and died. Tiat Dap looked around. As expected, he could not rely on the Abyss Niet clan. If he wanted to complete the Hong Emperor's mission, he had to rely on himself. He gradually shrunk. He felt very surprised. This was the general's true appearance. Tia Dap waved his fist. Trong Quet Jia laughed loudly. Ha ha, are you confused? Suddenly standing up and punching in the air for me to see. Tia Dap replied, just now was my defensive state, the discussion about the current attack power compared to us is not worth mentioning. Trong Quet Jia's shirt was torn, fresh drops of blood began to flow from his mouth. How could this be possible? Tia Dap has indeed taken action. This is just using a bit of the background's hidden meaning. It's funny that your body doesn't detect the person in my background force. I can just swing a blow, it will, punch, it will hit you. Tia Dap glanced away. Next, let me see if this fierce local female has anything impressive about her body. Hee hee. Cheyu Kamam immediately objected. General Tia Dap, you don't even need your reputation as a level 4 powerhouse anymore. Tai Dap laughed loudly. Why do I need face? I'm happy. I heard that your light system's skin is very good. This general has never seen a level 4 light system before. Trong Quet Jia ordered. Damn it, Kamam, take the plane out. Cheyu Kamam was silent. Big brother U Duang, although I am a woman, I am first a warrior, I represent the Iron Blood Army. Cheyu Kamam shouted loudly enough for Tia to hear. Our Tiat Hyatt army, when facing the enemy, will absolutely not choose to run away. We have suffered defeat for more than 10 years. We need a mighty victory. Splendid style. Cheyu Kamam opened his eyes wide and said every word. Even if I explode, I will not take a step back. Humanity will definitely win. A loud scream rang out. Tong Tian was surprised. Why was the light blue? Duang Hai and Trong Quet looked up to the sky following the direction of Tong Tian. I saw that kid Tian Hu Kue flying out. This time, 2 level 4 strongmen on our side definitely died. Duang Hai feels wrong. Why do I feel? Cheyu Kamam is not dead yet. When looking up at the sky, a familiar voice spoke. We don't need to guess anymore. The person who committed suicide was Tian Hu Kue. Tian Hu Kue said his last words to Kamam. Kamam, continue to live well. Being able to get to know you is the happiest thing in my life. Tian Hu Kue shed tears. Sorry, at first I couldn't persevere until the end. Now. Tian Hu Kue gradually disappeared. He had to take a step forward again. Cheyu Kambo sobbed and shouted, no. She was in pain at the truth happening before her eyes. No, don't go. Finally, Tian Hu Kue completely disappeared from the air. Cheyu Kam silently whispered, you idiot, don't apologize to me, I need you by my side. Tia Dap saw that and was very happy. And Cheyu Kamam was no longer calm at this time. Akue, I'll wait for you, after you kill him, I will immediately go find you. Trong Quet Jia told Duang Hai, continuing like this is not the way, I have to help her. Dao Ke, if I die in battle, please help me take care of Wien He. Duang Hai doesn't agree, I can't guarantee this, your son, take care of yourself. After that, Duang Hai flew up with Trong Quet Jia. Moreover, O Duang Wien did not look like someone who needed taking care of. Trong Quet Jia was happy. That's right, O Duang Quan Ha's son. How could he need someone else to look after him? He would definitely protect all of humanity. Tia Dap put an alchemy object in front of him. This is the violent key alchemy artifact that Lord Hong Emperor gave me. It is not a waste to use to kill geniuses like you. The metallurgical piece was crushed. Tia Dap began to absorb them. The arbiter shouted, General Tia Dap, you idiot, what are you doing? The person who uses the key is violent and will not be our enemy. Duang Hai thought to herself, why is my luck so bad? I always meet people who take drugs to get stronger. Tia Dap's eyes began to turn red. General Tia Dap grimaced, his eyes became bloodshot, his mouth kept screaming, kill kill kill. He made a fist with one hand and used his foot to use gravity to throw himself close to Duang Hai, leaving behind a long strip of dust, but Duang Hai was quicker, he immediately used the metal divine shield. Unexpectedly, Duang Hai's ultimate move would be broken into pieces by General Tia Dap. Duang Hai was very surprised by this strength of his. I only saw Duang Hai kicking away the debris on the ground. Duang Hai continued to move, only to see a strange black stone appear under his hand. He loudly said, die. However, General Tia Dap didn't lose much strength and blew that stone away, causing it to crack. His mouth continued to scream, kill kill kill. His hands formed into fists. With all his strength, he hit Duang Hai's stomach so hard that he had no time to react. He could only exclaim, whoosh, this power. Tia Dap General knocked Duang Hai far away, making the people standing in anticipation below gasp in shock. Big Rooster just now was stronger than Tia Dap General. Why was he defeated in just 3 moves now? So Duong Hai fell straight into the sea, leaving behind air bubbles. He couldn't help but cough and choke. As he fell, he thought to himself, damn it, this Wien cave is really terrible, more terrifying than anything else. Attack and defense is one. Suddenly someone approached Duong Hai. Her body emitted a bright light. As soon as he looked at Duong Hai, he immediately recognized her. He said, Phi, is that you? This girl named Phi has golden hair and a rabbit mask on her face. She hesitantly replied, big brother, are you okay? Don't scare me, there's a big wound on your stomach. As soon as she finished speaking, the girl reached out to treat Duong Hai's wound. He was still speaking loudly and replied loudly, rest assured. In his heart he knew how to take care of himself. Even if you don't come down here, I also find a way to save yourself. Of course, it's better if you come here. At the same time, in the air, Arbiter Fake was having a direct confrontation with General Tia Dap. He stood in front of him, awkwardly not knowing what to do, while Tia Dap had gone crazy at this time, talking loudly, kept shouting while striking at the Arbiter, kill kill kill. The fake referee, realizing the danger, quickly created a shield with his own strength, shouted loudly, stop, we are on the same side. Before he could react, the Arbiter was hit hard in the face by General Tia Dap. A rather large wound was left on the fake referee's cheek. Suddenly, the fake referee seemed to disappear into thin air and could no longer be seen. Seeing that, I couldn't help but curse him endlessly. That guy is not a real person. I was really surprised at how rotten he was. The young man wearing a pig mask standing next to him thought to himself, but it's not true. I know the Arbiter's clone method, but there is definitely a certain connection between the clone and the true body. At the same time this clone was defeated, I seemed to be able to feel the location of the Arbiter's true body, submersed. Duong Hai, who was underwater, seemed to feel something and suddenly turned around. But in front of his eyes was only a bottomless, deep ocean. Even so, Duong Hai still did not let down his guard. He thought to himself, no wonder he had the feeling of being watched just now, thinking it was some creature in the deep sea. It turned out to be the real body of the Arbiter. Duong Hai turned around and said to Phi, I'm okay, you go back, I'll go see an old acquaintance. On this side, Thong Tian is also trying to fight against the terrifying power of General Tia Dap. His brother named Chris confronts Tia Dap head-on. This Chris is truly a coward. He let Thong Tian fight Tia Dap alone to give himself a chance to escape. He didn't forget to turn around and say back, hey, why are you free to tease him? So, don't you know how terrifying General Iron Dap is right now? It's your fault, deal with it yourself. Suddenly he stopped, his face showing surprise. Unexpectedly, General Tia Dap only chased after him. Chris was suddenly hit in the stomach by Tia Dap. There was no time to react, he could only cry out, damn, why? Only then did Thong Tian smile mischievously. His face darkened, revealing a cunning look. Then he replied, this beast relies on smell to find enemies. People think my sword cuts people the most like that. The smell on you will be less. The probability is 50-50. Chris's whole body trembled, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, his face wrinkled and he threw a sharp look at Thong Tian. Thong Tian, you crazy guy. Just saw this Chris disappear into thin air. The Arbiter's real body was not idle underwater. He was reviewing the progress of the battle. He sat on a large seashell, muttering nonstop. The situation on the battlefield had changed again. Chris is useless, and that stupid Tia Dap, even the natives can't use it. Sigh, if it weren't for me, what would we do? Before he could finish his sentence, Arbiter Fake felt sharp black stones pointing straight at him. The Arbiter used his strength to jump high, avoiding a huge explosion created by those black stones. Without letting down his guard, the Arbiter immediately spoke up, who is it? Damn it, I've been hit, since when did this come out? Duong Hai, who was standing above, spoke up, startling the Arbiter, you turtle shrank your head, you're hiding your talent, what a pity, today I'll break your shell. Hearing this, the Arbiter became angry. He immediately used his power, summoned a dragon. The Arbiter angrily said loudly, you must be a strong man of the metal element. What a profound meaning. My Ling is the biggest enemy of you brats. The Arbiter shouted loudly, underwater is my home ground. Native people, die. Light gathered on Duong Hai's finger. He said, if I use this trick, I will be able to break your turtle shell. The Arbiter released the water dragon towards Duong Hai, shouting loudly, natives are just natives, don't understand the difference in strength, you are basically forcing me. The power of this move is even stronger, even Phi Lone Metal before. Duong Hai didn't say anything, pointing his unlit finger at the Arbiter. I only saw that there was an invisible barrier in front of Duong Hai, making it impossible for the water dragon to touch a single strand of his hair. Referee Jia saw this and immediately became angry and shouted angrily, what kind of monster are you? You're native, what kind of evil move is this? Duong Hai did not give up either. He placed his other finger directly in the middle of the arbiter's forehead, forcing him to stand motionless on the spot. He threatened each word and said it again. The arbiter was scared, quickly waved his hand and said, "It was just a misunderstanding. In fact, our mercenary association's attitude towards the natives, no, towards humans, we lamb, is the most friendly of the four powers. Of the new Fry mainland, we rarely mistreat slaves." Duong Hai doubted or asked again, "Very little, so that means it has happened." The referee quickly clasped his hands in front of his chest and said loudly and urgently, "Master Dao Ke, beat those who run away, no one will beat those who run back. From now on, I will definitely tell them to change." Duong Hai smiled, pale, "Ha, if you want me to spare your life then that's fine. I think your seal is not bad. Quickly tell me how to use it." Hearing that, the arbiter replied aggressively, "No, the sealing dharma is a secret passed down by the Odyssey people. If I teach it to you, when you return to the new phrase continent, people will talk about you behind your back." Duong Hai also had no intention of making things difficult for the arbiter, so he replied, "If I make things difficult for you like that, I Dao Ke also don't like to force others." That's it then. As soon as he threw away his words, Duong Hai immediately gave the arbiter a palm strike that sent him flying away. His whole body was in so much pain that he had to cry out in agony, "Ha, og." The arbiter still kept shouting, "Rooster, you motherfucker, can't ask me one more time." Duong Hai was still very carefree, replying, "Huh, can it still be like that? Why didn't you say it earlier?" The arbiter used his superpower to create a barrier as soft as water around his body. His mouth kept scolding, "Why are you so excited? How did you survive to level 4? A strong light healer with a good figure, named Hare Rabbit. You called her here to heal me. If I feel better, maybe I will teach you the method of sealing curse." Duong Hai is not easily fooled. He soon discovered that he was trying to seduce him into treating him. He told him, "Ha, you still want Rabbit Cat to heal you? If it's that troublesome, it's better to take it yourself." The arbiter quickly said, "Ha ha, we are both level 4 powerhouses. Do you still want to take something from my mind?" Without letting him say another word, Duong Hai directly used the dissection ability on the arbiter. He only coldly replied, "But I can turn you into a normal person." Then the previous barrier broke, flying towards Duong Hai one after another. The arbiter saw this and screamed endlessly, Aren't you a metal-type power user? How can you possess the ability to eliminate energy with someone else's power? How could a native person possess such an ability?" Duong Hai used the puppet control ability on the arbiter, the first generation of the Wei Lam Tin human race, possessing the ability to cover all things. How could barbaric odysseys like you think of it? Imagine, if you were a normal person, I wouldn't be too lazy to waste words on you. All I can see in front of me is a small blue jellyfish, drifting in the cold and dark endless ocean with no bottom. The shape of the mark is like a jellyfish, condensing spiritual power, hidden and traveling in the soul, form of pseudo-ability. Then there were 2 or 3 jellyfish swimming in groups in the endless sea, master-slave seals, secret-keeping seals, ally seals, different types of seals, and different ways of using them. Duong Hai just waved his hand. The arbiter was thrown far away. He said, "I already understand the method of sealing. Unfortunately, this guy also doesn't know how to refine the seal. You are no longer of any value, again." The arbiter lost his strength and could only let himself sink deeper and deeper into the endlessly deep sea, leaving behind tiny air bubbles. Duong Hai thought to himself, but his Ohu's body is still a bit more useful than Duan. Duong Hai created a clone of the fake referee to stand right next to him. From now on, he has a new identity, Duong Hai said. Then, performance time begins. Duong Hai's performance turned out to be for his clone in the form of a fake arbiter to fight him, only to see human corpses flying up from the water. The clone also spoke loudly for everyone to hear. "Dao Ke, I really didn't expect you to be able to reveal the location of my true body. The old man has already underestimated you." Duong Hai on the other side has also started the performance, speaking loudly. "I have already discovered it. It's your cunning plan. Otherwise you think I haven't acted for a long time, that I'm just waiting around. Today is the day of your death." It was not unexpected. The people around saw this and talked incessantly. It turns out that Mr. Dao Ke had just been looking for the arbiter's true identity. That's right, I almost misunderstood Mr. Dao Ke. Okay, now it seems that if he hadn't discovered a loophole, this counterattack of ours would have been a complete failure. Duong Hai shot a black arrow towards the clone. This clone was also very cooperative, shouting loudly, "Wow, Dao Ke, you are very good. Today I admit defeat." Then the clone turned around and said to Tiat Dap, "General Tiat Dap, things have come to this point. Only you and I, working together, can turn the situation around and lead the Odyssey people to attack one last time. You won't wake up soon." The clone continued to shout, "Sir Tiat Dap, please calm down quickly." Meanwhile, General Tian was still losing his reason, screaming continuously, "Kill, kill, kill." The clone said solemnly, "Okay, people of Odyssey, the general situation of this battle is clear, let's retreat, all mistakes are shouldered by me alone." Hearing this, the Odyssey people immediately lost their fighting spirit, everyone shouted, "Retreated, retreated." The Odyssey warships were getting farther and farther away. At this point, Tian spoke up, "Just like that, he retreated, ha, like that." There was only one enemy left on the battlefield. Duan Hai also joined in. "According to this, I have roughly understood the principle of General Tian's attack and have come up with a solution." Duan Hai's voice was low, his face turned black, appearing cautious. He asked Tian, "But, I need Hoi Tru and you to help, I will attack, how about?" Tian did not answer right away, just huffed once. Tian's eyes became more determined. He responded to Duan Hai's question, "Okay, I will help defend, leave the attack to you." Tian's eyes were bloodshot, he shouted, "Kill, kill, kill." He rushed towards Hoi Tru, but he was not afraid and just stood still. Trong Quet Jia found it strange and asked the boiling fighting atmosphere, "Why was Hoi Tru standing still and motionless?" Kamam hesitantly replied, "With the flexibility of the unreal meaning, it is not difficult for Hoi Tru to avoid it, unless, at this point, she becomes silent." Suddenly a large vortex appeared, pulling Tian into the deep hole. Kamam was surprised and said that this was what Hoi Tru meant, but with that guy's destructive power, the virtual world could not trap him at all. A deep black tornado appeared to everyone's surprise. But soon, he escaped from that black hole. The swords that initially surrounded him, now formed a shield that prevented him from getting closer to everyone. He swung a super powerful punch towards the swords, causing them to glow. Seeing this, everyone was a little panicked. From behind, Dao Ke raised his hand as if he was preparing to do something. Seeing this, Kamam was a little confused and asked what kind of move this was. It seemed like I had never seen Dao Ke use it before. Quet Jia replied that I had never seen it either. Just looking at the concentration of the element, I don't see how powerful it is. Tian lost more and more control. He continuously swung his strong fists towards the sword and shouted, "Kill, kill, kill." When Tian was about to approach, the white-haired man suddenly dodged away. Dao Ke pointed at him and shouted loudly that now is the time to die. He put his hand on Tian's forehead, and a beam of light appeared, surprising him. Then he fell into the sea. Everyone sitting on the train saw this and happily started cheering, "Victory, victory, victory," finally able to deal with him. Tian smiled with relief and said, "You were very good, Dao Ke." He staggered in panic and said that he suddenly felt a bit dizzy. "Since the day I stood helplessly looking at my sister in the hospital, it really hasn't been that long." Suddenly he became thoughtful and mumbled about the time. Quet Jia from behind put his hand on his shoulder and happily said to his brother Dao Ke, "This time luckily there was an organization to judge you guys, otherwise this old brother would really become a sinner of humanity." He humbly replied, "Old brother Yuduang, don't say that." If it weren't for his calculation, at this point he turned his head back in panic and said loudly to the two of them, "The breath on them." Forbidden Am's face showed sadness. He was right, the two of us now no longer had the strength of the fourth level. I wanted to understand the meaning of waves and particles again, which was also full of hope. Quet Jia forced a smile and replied that he had just lost his understanding of the law, as our bodies were level 4 powerhouses. Just by retaining our strength, we were still above the limit of level 3. He slowly leaned close to Dao Ke's ear and whispered that, "Old brother Dao Ke, let's discuss something with you. Since you dropped from level 4, the Chamber of Commerce Alliance is like a snake without its head. Cough cough, I don't know if you will." Excited, his face clearly showed cunning. He quickly refused and told him, "Old brother Duang, don't wait to find someone to take over. I think the trade association will soon welcome a new leader." He couldn't help but shout out loud, "Who is this?" He became serious and replied, "His son, Duang Wian. Right now, on a certain mountain, there is a young man practicing on it. He looks very serious and patient." He suddenly stood up, held the sword next to him, raised it high and shouted loudly to see what I could understand as an insurgent. I was already level 4. Not far from the boat, there was a live camera recording. On the other side, on a large boat, people cheered, "Long live humanity." Trong Quet Jia took the microphone to speak, "Dear compatriots, I am Duang Ha, the General Commander of the Sea Area Freedom Alliance. In this counterattack battle, our troops display a brave spirit, not afraid of fear, born The speech was shown on TV, everyone was happy to cheer, support, and exclaim. On the screen were countless comments about Mr. Dao Ke being so great. Another person also praised, Commander Cheu and Commander Duan really makes people cry. They endure such great suffering for humanity. I also want to go to the battlefield of ferocious beasts. Kim Am stood behind and spoke up in tension. It was time to announce the news. Hearing that, he immediately replied, yes, our mission has been completed. The paper he was holding in his hand was also slowly let go, loose. At this moment, the report paper in his hand dropped and he began to walk towards the podium. His expression became more and more tense, and finally he spoke up and said to everyone, next I will announce the news. Cheu Commandery and I suffered heavy damage in the battle, and have fallen from level 4 to level 4, Father. The people around began to gather and whisper loudly, why is this happening? The two guardian gods have both fallen from the ranks, their eyes are shining with doubt and disbelief. I cannot accept the 4th level, relegated. Tisa held the microphone in his hand, his body stood in the opposite direction of the light, causing his whole face to darken a bit, somewhat revealing his mood at this time. That's right, in this war, our human race suffered losses, lost 2 guardian gods. The other person's words caused the crowd to stir again. The conversation was immediately pushed to a climax. This person and that person were jostling to express their frustration. The Master of Heaven hasn't arrived yet. Is he okay? A man stood in front of the big screen, his voice filled with worry and said loudly, if a level 4 powerhouse had fallen, he should hide it. But then he said it, and as soon as he finished speaking, many people agreed and said it. Wouldn't this cause the morale of the people cheering at the studio to be directly disillusioned and celebrate? Looking down at the noisy crowd below, Tisa calmly stated the main point of the problem seriously. At this time, he also felt helpless before the current situation. The civilized abilities of our human race has been in development for hundreds of years, but our enemy has a longer history and has more mature abilities than us. The truth often hurts, and his back is now a bit thinner. The deep and hoarse voice echoed slowly, whether in alchemy or inherited abilities, we are no match for the Odyssey people. Although the situation is weak, his confidence is still strong. His current mission is to help stabilize the people's hearts. But, stop for a moment and then continue. Why do we still have the confidence to win against them? Even though he was obscured by the mask, just through his tone one could feel the resilient spirit that still existed within him. Like a roaring fire, no matter how small it was, it could still shine brightly throughout the entire world. Heart space. Besides the belief in protecting the country, it's even more because everyone is standing behind us. Each word shakes the crowd. They look at each other and then stay silent. The voice of someone else, the human race, still rings in their ears, is a race full of miracles, regardless of class, regardless of type of person. Each and every person is their belief. Taking advantage of the good timing of the conversation, Tisa immediately announced a weak news, helping to stabilize people's hearts and at the same time push their morale to the maximum level. Even though we had lost a level 4 powerhouse, but a few days ago, the eldest son of Commander Duan Wian, also broke through to level 4. His voice involuntarily increased, faintly hearing the joy of the man. Right now, he, the 4th level powerhouse of our human race, is growing like bamboo shoots after the rain. And this is also the reason why I believe that the human race can defeat the pseudo-colonists' Odyssey. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 light shadows immediately flew towards him, at such a fast speed that when everyone looked up they could only see them. Seeing the photo that just passed by, I vaguely felt the strong aura that those 3 people brought. Tisa's words helped eliminate the initial doubts and worries. Their mood immediately became extremely excited. Not knowing who started it first, the slogan, "The human race must be victory," began to be said regularly. The tone became louder and louder. The excitement became louder and louder. That person had already landed from the stands, passing through different voices. The words continuously rang in his ears. The human race would win. He didn't know who was speaking, but this was clearly a situation. In the scene he's been aiming for, heroes like them need the people's trust and support the most right now, like a torch to guide them to what they need to aim for. The 4 people stood proudly amid the cheers, plus the Tisa who had just appeared were a complete set of 4, the hems of their robes fluttering lightly in the wind, further cheering for the hero's spirit. At the same time, Duanghai was currently floating in the middle of the virtual space, the corpses of demonic beasts hovering around him. He crossed his arms and looked at the scene before him and sighed, "A's." His expression was a bit condensed at this moment, his eyebrows wrinkled as if thinking of something. The accumulated dark energy was now as vast as the ocean. Even the bodies of these strange beasts had not yet had time to decompose. What will happen now is hard to predict, he muttered to the key factor, importantly, the level of comprehension of the meaning. Looking back to see the girl flying towards him, Duang Fai Fai appeared behind him. Fai Fai, help the old brother protect the Dharma for a moment. Her green eyes widened a bit when she heard this. She asked the man in bewilderment, did he want to upgrade his armor? His eyes narrowed into a line and then curled up. His words were a bit helpless, as if it was obvious. There was no other way. It's because my acting skills are so bad. I can only play the role of a rabbit. Old brother, too tired. Have to try harder. Guang Hai's tone at this time was as if he was very reluctant to do a job he didn't like. Guang Fai ignored the sarcasm in her brother's words. She followed suit with a smile. Her eyes were red. Her cheeks were red. Talented people have many things to do. This is not because my acting is worse than my brother's. Star. Not only teasing others but also teasing himself, he strongly pinched Fai's cheeks and pulled her out, making her scream, "You obnoxious little girl." Fai's hands hurt when she ate, so she struggled. Clear tears seemed to be about to fall out of her eyes. She quickly said loudly, "Stop pinching, stop pinching. My face is about to turn into a tray. Quickly start, old brother." A level 4 phenomenon suddenly appeared in the gloomy Rocky Mountains. Purple lightning flashed strongly, spanning half of the pitch-black sky. The scene at this time was as wild as it hit everyone's mind. Since Chu Vai appeared in the desolate mountains and forests, his eyes seriously looked at the scene. His power was mysterious. His comprehension level was 2%. He did not expect that his superpower was a flowing golden magical armor belonging to the soul system. His voice said, there was a bit of noise in the mask, but it was a mysterious power that was identical to that of the most explosive powerhouse in the human race. The two whiskers on his face also gradually deflated. This key event will be very important, holding a large percentage of humanity's victory. In the same book, people with abilities of the same species can comprehend different meanings, but abilities of different species sometimes refer to the meanings of the same species. Slowly closing his eyes, he tried to sort out the chaos in his head. His energy began to circulate around his body, muttering, "Strength," something like that. As he finished speaking, his eyes opened wide, reflecting the image of an empty sea, the blue of the sky interwoven with the clear color of the water, ripples hitting the nearby cliff, like the intense mind of a man. You now. The sea stretches out, seemingly disappearing on the opposite side. The waves still crash intermittently, breaking the calm water background. The sky is dark and cloudy in contrast to the image below. Since Chu Vai threw out a quick punch, his fist seemed to be surrounded by air and it turned towards the sea with a snap sound. The water surface immediately swirled into a giant spiral. The force of rotation was as strong as if it could attract all things. Then, a huge explosion was created from the previous vortex, a loud rumble that caused a commotion, causing the strong layer of water to fly out. Surprised by the power of the punch just now, since Chu Vai's tone was a bit excited, "What is the name of this move? It sounds good, as if it was a natural tendency, so call it a natural tendency." Fai appeared behind her with a familiar smile, her green eyes glowing with praise. She raised her fist and happily said loudly, "Congratulations to the old man, he must be the champion now." The mask obscured her entire face, she could only vaguely see Sinch Chu Vai's eyes looking towards her. That wasn't enough, the southern continent had a strong man who boosted her righteousness up to 9,9%, named Kata. Currently there are still 5 units of legal fragments released from the chain of armored generals, certainly not enough to boost the resistance we are controlling to 9,9%. Hearing that, she also asked suspiciously, "Bone Emperor, this name sounds so rude. Brother, how can I collect more law fragments?" He replied, his voice low. Now without any large-scale combat, it was difficult to collect a large number of chains of meaning like in a counterattack battle. His eyes flashed with a hint of understanding, his voice becoming smaller and smaller. His current plan was only to crazily cause trouble in the southern continent. Right now, in a luxurious room in the Bernadotte Empire, a group of 3 people were having a secret conversation. Red Emperor Long Kim spoke calmly to those 2 people, but his words were like sharp daggers. "Big brother, I didn't expect that the Iron Tower General would use his violent corpse, and yet he still cannot complete the task." Standing next to him was Lamb Emperor Rayleigh, seriously making a suggestion to the person sitting on the other chair. "Big brother, let's just crystallize the souls of those trashes of the 100-City Federation as I said. Anyway, where is the place? The Emperor is far away from heaven. The laws of Odyssey cannot control us." Fairmont's core is a man with a beautiful appearance. His skin is pale and sitting on a chair. His golden eyes are as if they are empty, looking in an unknown direction. "These guys can only kill. They cannot bring souls. Go to the planet. The Mercenary Guild is still keeping an eye on it. If something goes wrong, even if I break through to level 5, I still won't be able to receive the family's recognition." His eyes seemed to have no focus. Even if the Red Emperor came closer, he would not glance. Long Kim curled his lips and whispered, "Big brother, I have a way to make those holy mothers unable to do anything to them." Ta! The corner of his eyelids curled up a small curve, his eyes were covered with a light black patch. "Just, continue to deal with those residents." The javelin crashed into the ground, creating a long crack. The rock layer gradually cracked and then shot out around, dragging purple lightning around it, making a deafening screeching sound, warning people around to stop, come close. The man fell to the ground, one hand clenched into a fist, the other folded across his stomach. His voice was booming with a hint of disbelief. Who are you? The other person spoke softly, but one could still vaguely detect the unpleasant meaning in his words. His blue hair was braided, his hand holding a climbing whip full of thorns. Ha ha, who am I? But you don't know, but you still dare to cause trouble in the chaotic sea area. He looks tall and thin. You didn't expect that your actions would be so fierce. Do you really not know how the word dead is written? He smirked maliciously. This one is still the subordinate of the Lord of Chaos Sea, also the messenger of spring. What a miracle. His face darkened, cold light flashed in those eyes. Now I want to grind you into fertilizer. It turned out that it was just a replay of the scene. That cold face was enlarged on the screen. Vermilion Bird stood next to him and seriously explained that this was Wienvu's memory before he was killed. The Spring Messenger was a member of the Sea of Chaos Lord. She had just killed 3 members of the financial organization Wienvu, Vuong Boi Nin, and Hill. Her tone was cold as if she had no emotion at all. Behind the glass is Duong Hai's eyes staring at her, absorbing and rearranging the information that Vermilion Bird is giving. The spirit bodies of the 3 killed members are currently waiting outside the palace. On the one hand are waiting for resurrection. On the one hand, they hope that the organization can preside over justice for them. At this point, the atmosphere became a bit quieter. He could vaguely see the pressure radiating around him. He clasped his hands in response, originally wanting to wait a little longer to straighten out the chaotic sea. Now it seemed like he had to fix it, already cut it down. He asked the Vermilion Bird, who was respectfully looking at him, what kind of ability that Spring Messenger had. She replied immediately, the third limit. A line of thoughts gradually formed in my head. Then there was a suitable candidate. A green figure appeared in the sky. He stood there, looking down at the sky, muttering complaints. Damn, what an unlucky day today. Acting without thinking about the outcome, Keen Trap Chinya worriedly thought about the scene just now. The old man actually killed 3 people from the arbitration organization. In his hand he held a round, opaque white object. I really don't know if Dao Ke and the others came here to look for trouble. Will the Lord be able to resist? Throwing the mask to the ground, he jumped up with his breath. That's it. Today I behead 3 judges, and consider this to be my last battle. Just then, a voice rang out right behind him, making him a bit startled. Hey, you're not a man or a woman. Damn, you just ran away after killing someone. Angry that someone dared to call him by that ridiculous nickname, he turned his back, his pupils shrunk and shouted loudly at the other person. Who the hell is neither male nor female? You're tired of living. The great saint appeared behind him, his 2 whiskers waving vigorously in the air. He wore a red mask, his aura stood out in the quiet night. Right, his tone was unexpectedly strong. Sorry, dramatic. The version we drew for you is to die on this island. You 2 are stuck together. This judicial organization is really scary. Just after killing a few murderers and assassins, there's a killer coming to take revenge. Won't you let people breathe? He's big. The voice of warning. The prestige of your ruling organization is too great. Don't you know that I am the messenger of spring, a subordinate of the Lord of the Sea of Chaos? He approached Keen Trap Chinya at a speed too fast to see. He glared. I knew. At this point, he was already a little afraid, so he quickly spoke loudly, hoping to make the other person doubt him and retreat. The Lord's strength, even in the 4th level, is still considered a strong man. Are you afraid that killing me will anger a 4th level powerhouse? Yet the guy in front of him remained calm, even scratching his ear and responding, not afraid. The Spring Messenger's expression had now shrunk. He raised his hands to block in front of him, his hands folded to block the tall body that was approaching him. Please, my servant, you and I are not no hatred. Can't you spare me a way to live? Since Chu Vai's answer immediately cut off his way out. Impossible. His facial features are diverse, his eyebrows are almost furrowed into one section, his pupils are growing bigger and then shrinking. His body, I've said it all, but you're still as tough as a leech, like a hedgehog when attacked. He continuously shot sharp spikes, but to him it was just like a light scratch. He said loudly, do you think I'm afraid of you? Calmly facing that guy, Sinch Chu Vai spoke firmly, oh, it turns out you're not afraid of me, so I'll fight you until you're afraid. The lightning pillar struck strongly at both of their positions, like a giant python moving flexibly, followed by large and small lightning bolts, and the clouds now covered half of the sky. At the same time, the keen-trapped Qi Fang absorbed the power of the lightning and transformed back into its original form, a huge beast with thick fur. It roared loudly, echoing across the sky. Roar, let me let you open it. With a vision equal to the power of the beast's envoy, using its hind legs as a base, raising its large claws, it jumped up and screamed at Sinch Chu Vai, who was standing proudly. Its hands seemed to contain lightning. Electric sparks jolted with every movement. It seemed like it was about to succeed, but its whole body suddenly stiffened as it almost touched the other person, making a loud bang, as if something had unintentionally stopped it. Even if it used all its strength, it could not break the breath of that power. Sinch Chu Vai raised his hand to block the fist, gently like tackling a cat, with a disdainful tone, "That's all." Then he took his hand again, using his body's gravity to spin it in a circle, the speed getting faster and faster. He spun more and more vigorously, as gently as holding a ball of cotton. There was a loud noise as the giant beast was thrown towards the stone wall on the other side. Sinch Chu Vai still stood still in the original position, looking at the smoke and dust that was flying after the blow just now. Keen-trapped Qi Niao was beaten until she recovered her human form. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Her whole body struggled to stand up. Her beautiful braided hair had since become tangled. This servant was absolutely strong. If you keep fighting, you'll die. He looked up at the person who was still comfortably walking around, his voice ringing loudly in his ears. "Who told you that our arbitration organization would have a big war with the Lord of the Sea of Chaos?" Grasping a bit of hope for life, he laughed loudly, looking silly. "That's right, the might of the Odysseus is right in front of his eyes. Our human race's ability users must unite to fight against foreign enemies. That's right, how can we continue to internalize?" That tone changed to a bit of sarcasm. Sinch Chu Vai replied in a somewhat gloomy atmosphere, "I mean, the judge and the Lord of Chaos Sea have a blood relationship, and will not affect anything at all. In a great war of sea chaos, there will only be one-sided carnage." At that moment, the blue light penetrated straight into the brain of the man residing on an island in the Sea of Chaos. With a sudden sound, he fell from the deck of the boat, only having time to see tiny bubbles of water rising from his own breath. His eyes sparkled with a strange look, as if he had just emerged from the dead. "Chris, he was back." The man emerged from the ice-filled lake without any expression, just a little annoyed and patting his sleeve. "Having traveled such a long distance, it was difficult to find a suitable body. I hope this time I can use it a little longer. Damn chicken, damn chicken." From the opposite direction, the white-haired girl hurriedly ran, her whole face pink from the cold weather. Every word was carried by a cloud of white smoke. "Little brother, quickly run with me." The Lord's winter messenger, the chaotic sea of meditation, had arrived. In her hand she was holding a thick robe, wearing only a tattered, tightly sewn layer. He looked a little surprised at the other person and asked again, "Winter messenger, why did this guy come to such a small deserted island?" The hat on her head fell down. She raised her eyes to look at the person who was taller than her. "Over there, little brother, what's wrong with you? I usually see you're quite smart. Why are you so stupid today?" Looking at that hand holding his hand, the girl in front of him repeatedly pulled him away, the explanation still ringing in his ears. "Dad told us to go to the mountain valley to take refuge. This winter messenger will bring the whole island. The island will have a storm and snow." Looking down at a small corner, his face was a bit dim at this moment. With the murderous intent shrouded in this snowy wind, he was afraid that no one else could survive except him. At this time, the two of them faced a bald head and a little girl, both wearing thin clothes and walking in the snow. The other girl seemed to know them and called out, "Oh my God, why don't you wear more pants, a shirt for your sister?" The little girl spoke first, denying that statement. "Sister to it, don't blame my brother, he wears less than me. Let's go to the mountain valley to take refuge first. Everyone has been called away, and we don't know what's going on." Then there was a period of silence. The only sound in my ears was the roar of the cold wind blowing against the snowy mountainside. The snowy wind blew white across the sky. A group of people gathered together, having difficulty talking. "Have you had enough people from the village?" The man who seemed to be the representative stood up to answer. The man was successful. "All the youth in the village have arrived." Suddenly a slap fell down. The person on the other side with dark eyes acted without any mercy, daring to deceive me. There was absolutely no one here that I was looking for. Being beaten but not daring to resist, the man sat down on the ground. He looked like a middle-aged man. He trembled and replied, "Of course, all the adults in the village are here." The guy said coldly, "I only told you that he was a tall man. I did not tell you that he was definitely an adult." He did not dare to sit up straight but could only lie on the ground and ask again, "Sir Messenger, the children in the village, we don't have anyone tall. Are you looking for the wrong person?" Using one hand to lift his neck, he struck decisively and stupidly. The man only had time to scream before being turned into ice. The crowd below was in an uproar. Their eyes widened as they looked at the scene, protesting strongly. Village chief, damn it, you're devil, why did you kill him? Kill them all. As soon as that guy finished speaking, a giant beast immediately appeared, with a dragon head and horse body, white eyes ferociously raising its hooves towards the crowd. How can human strength defeat the monsters? They can only fall to the ground in panic or try their best to run away, constantly shouting, "Please save my life." Fresh blood flowed silently, only to see someone's shirt soaked in red liquid, slowly spreading, decorating the white snow. Standing in the cave looking at the situation on the other side, Chris was also a bit afraid of that guy's cruelty. Even normal people would not be spared. This messenger of winter was truly cruel. The little girl's innocent voice rang out, like a bell to wake everyone up from that horrifying image. "Ems, to it Gia, let's go play on the swings." She turned around, sweat drenched her face. Since when was she so pretty? "Dad, I'm not in the mood right now." In the sky, the figure of that guy appeared riding a monster, flying by. His voice boomed loudly, "I found you, little guy," causing Akon to look up in surprise. "What?" The ice vines quickly tied up the bald man, tightening them, making it difficult for him to breathe. He could only grit his teeth and try to escape, but the more he moved, the tighter the vines became. The guy looked on proudly from above, as if he was sure of victory, and shouted loudly, "Oh, the supernatural being of the physical growth system. Hey, as long as you are loyal to me, I can spare your life, that's it, any." Akon ignored the teasing hint from the other side. His brain was only filled with thoughts of worry for his villagers. What have you done to their uncle? As if remembering something funny, he smirked, his eyes narrowed as if looking at something weak and dying. He rubbed his dragon's head, clearly seeing the gloating glow emanating from its body. "Oh, why are you asking this? I don't know who your big uncle is, but he must be dead, because on this island, there is no one left besides you." He also saw the bloodbath just now. His eyes widened in terror and he shouted, You let this monster eat them, just because I saw you using the stalactite geocenter." Leisurely riding the monster from above, he replied, "Please, I'm just a refugee. If you hadn't discovered me, I would never have appeared. Now, I just need to eat all of you, then no one will discover this secret anymore." Haha, those words made Chris a bit angry. "It turns out you are also trying to avoid the storm, so what are you doing? Thinking that you are behind my back? Does the body have a solid 4th level support?" He immediately shouted loudly, "Hey, there can only be one person alive here today." His voice made him a bit suspicious. Of course, you're talking." At this moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck his thoughts. His expression blankly looked down but still could not digest anything. Reflected in his pupils was the figure of that guy who needed to follow something glowing and smile cunningly. He muttered, "That senseless guy, who can live from beginning to end, is only me." Everything changed so quickly that no one expected it. By the time he regained consciousness, Chris had already landed. In his hand was a newly snatched geocentric stalactite. The object he held looked small but had unusual power. This geocentric stalactite could make a 3rd-level powerhouse breakthrough to level 4. But, one bottle was not enough. I don't know if there are other bottles in the Chaos Sea Lord's place. At this time, this girl timidly spoke up, Little brother, little brother." Your little brother's expression immediately turned cold. His blue eyes were bottomless. "You can probably guess that I'm not your little brother, based on your little brother's strength." "No, how can you do that?" The innocent little girl clung to his elbow, pursed her lips and asked, "This great man, can we be loyal to you? A great person like you must always need subordinates by his side." These words made Chris stop thinking. Maybe I should have a few subordinates. Whether it's taking care of daily life, or preparing for that, it's all good. The blue space hole immediately appeared, covering all 4 of them. "So you guys follow me?" Tuat Gia hesitantly asked again. "Little, sir, where are we going now?" Flashing in the air, the black beam left at such a fast speed that only the streak of light could be seen, forming a long path straight up into the deep black sky, which of course led to Chaos High, a place revered as the most prosperous.